the apocalypse is about to arrive. But I haven't stocked up on food or done any shopping. Instead, I'm here at the bank to exchange for cash. That's because I've acquired a cash killing system. With just $1, I can instantly kill anything. At this moment, I watch the snowflakes falling outside the window. Living in a southern coastal city, I can't muster a shred of excitement, because I know that disaster begins with this heavy snowfall. Just as I sigh, wishing I could be reborn a few days earlier, a mechanical voice suddenly enters my mind. The $1 kill system has activated. Today's kill items: 10,000 military-grade warm-down jackets, 1 high-power generator, 10,000 oil barrels, and 1 Type 395 semi-automatic rifle with 10,000 magazines, 4,000 M21 individual rations. At the same time, a virtual screen appears in front of me. Without hesitation, I chose option 3. In the apocalypse, only the strong have the right to survive. Insufficient balance. Please recharge with cash. The system only accepts cash. Though I'm speechless, I rummage through my house and finally find account balance: 2,366 yuan. Kill successful. Congratulations, you've obtained a Type 95 automatic rifle. The item has been stored in the system space. Today's kill event is over. Please look forward to tomorrow's kill items. Looking at the Type 95 semi-automatic rifle and 10,000 magazines in the space, a strong sense of security wells up inside me. However, seeing the over 2,000 yuan in my account, I feel it's still not enough. What if the system introduces new features later and I don't have the money to buy them? That would be a huge loss. So, I decided to withdraw all the money from my bank card and dump it into the system. I put on my down jacket and went downstairs. Many people were building snowmen and having snowball fights, laughter echoing in the air. Cherish this, it's your last moment of joy. In a few days, this snow will bury everyone, along with the hope of survival. At the bank, I deposited the 80,000 yuan I withdrew into the system account. The balance is now 82,365 yuan. I finally sighed in relief. This is fundamental for survival in the apocalypse. The next morning, just as I stretched comfortably, the long-awaited mechanical voice sounded again. Today's kill items: 1 luxury apocalypse floor covering, 10,000 square meters of usable area, 2 remote-controlled explosive collars, 10,000 units, 3 large umbrellas, 10,000 units, for MREs, 10,000 packets. I focused on options 1 and 2, the explosive collars. They're quite useful for controlling slaves. As long as the master is dissatisfied, they can instantly turn the slave's head into a splatter. But I still chose option 1, the 10,000 square meter apocalypse bunker. The most important thing now is survival. I need to live first. Ding! Kill successful. Congratulations, you've obtained a 10,000 square meter apocalypse bunker. In an instant, a grand fortress appeared in the space, measuring over 100 meters in length and width, resembling a steel behemoth. The exterior is made of thick reinforced concrete, providing an unbreakable sense of security. Hey, system, how do I take out this apocalypse fortress? Host, find a clear area larger than the fortress, and you can manifest the fortress. At that moment, my phone rang. I opened it to find that Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee had tagged me in the group. What's Xiaoling doing? The young people in the building are missing you. Hurry down to shovel snow. And here I am, an old lady, shouting in the group. Looking at the group message, I couldn't help but smirk. It seems Aunt Wang isn't just talking about me. Your son hasn't gone either, has he? Can you compare to my son? He's currently preparing for the civil service exam. How can something as trivial as shoveling snow be a reason for delay? Seeing such a double standard, I couldn't help but laugh instead of getting angry. What you said is quite interesting. How has shoveling snow become a trivial matter? With the snow piled so high in the community, it's inconvenient for everyone to go out. Isn't that a big deal? At this point, others in the group started chiming in. Why doesn't your son have to shovel snow? He hasn't even passed the exam yet, and he's already acting high and mighty. I'm not doing it. Whoever wants to can do it. Someone directly threw down their tools and quit. Why the hell should I? This was Aunt Wang's son stepping up, whose online name is Jingxing Weiman Lingtian. How can you talk to my mom like that? Isn't he also doing this for our community? You're disrupting public order and undermining stability and unity. He continued to tag everyone. Everyone, don't be fooled by that Lin guy. Only by clearing the snow can we ensure convenient travel and secure everyone's living supplies. Lin is just deliberately causing trouble. He doesn't want to contribute to the community at all. At this moment, someone echoed, I think he's right. The primary task now is to shovel snow. Only by removing the snow can everyone go out to buy things. I narrowed my eyes, revealing a hint of killing intent. No wonder he's preparing for civil service. A few words can turn the tide in the group. At this moment, the property manager came out to speak. Everyone, stop arguing. Tag Lin Tian, hurry down to shovel snow. Then a bunch of people started tagging me, initiating a relay mode. The more I looked, the angrier I became. All the blame was directed at me. Well then, if you all have the guts, call these people down to shovel snow. Tag me, I'll turn the tide. And Wang, if you call these people down, I'll go. I tagged these few people. They were either rich second generation or social figures. Usually, no one dares to provoke me, so I wanted to see how Wang and her son would handle this. Sure enough, the group fell silent. No one dared to call those few people down to shovel snow, and Wang and her son also fell silent. I snorted coldly. Just because I resist injustice and refuse to be a dog, those who have already become dogs come out to target me, while in front of those in power, the dogs don't dare to utter a word. Just as I was putting away my phone, the group rang again. This time, it was the social figure, flat-headed brother, saying, "You better watch it, or I'll break your legs." Seeing this message, my expression darkened instantly. I won't indulge you now. Don't act tough if you can't back it up. As expected, the other side shot back with a classic line from social figures. "You better wait for me. Once the snow stops, I'll break your legs." I sneered dismissively. "Dad is waiting for you." Suddenly, my phone buzzed again, but this time it wasn't from the homeowners group. It was from Lu Xiaoyan, one of the 3 female college students living across the hall. "What did you provoke flat-headed brother for? Do you think you're brave? Besides, you're only in your 20s, it's just shoveling snow. Can it really tire you out?" I shook my head. "She's just a green tea bitch. You're only in your early 20s, go shovel snow." After saying that, I tossed my phone aside. I ignored her. "I'll wait until tomorrow." I took a box of fresh lamb from the fridge and prepared to make hot pot. In my last life, I hesitated to eat the ingredients in the fridge, which ended up benefiting others. In this life, I won't worry about such things. On the 3rd day, the heavy snow continued to fall, and the temperature dropped significantly. The few paths we painstakingly cleared yesterday were once again covered. Ding! Today's kill items: 10,000 original cut snowflake steaks, 10,000 pounds of various fresh vegetables, 10,000 bottles of broad-spectrum antibiotics, and 10,000 units of Model 486 grenades. I chose 10,000 original cut snowflake steaks. I'll have steak for lunch. I took a snowflake steak from the space. Cooking steak is very simple. Heat the frying pan, place the steak on it, sprinkle a little salt, and it becomes the most delicious food. Meanwhile, the 3 female college students next door were huddled together for warmth. "Xiaoyan, take off your coat. It's uncomfortable," Yilin said, her voice tinged with worry and fatigue. Lu Xiaoyan blushed slightly, nodded gently, and slowly took off her coat. "This snow seems endless. I really don't know when it will stop," Yilin sighed. "Yeah, this heavy snow has trapped us here. Our food is running low. What are we going to do if this continues?" Shin Shurhan frowned, her eyes revealing fear and confusion. "The internet says it's the apocalypse, that the world has entered an ice age. I don't know if it's true." This statement added a heavier atmosphere to the room. In the past, they would have dismissed such statements as jokes, but now, the whole world is covered in snow. Suddenly, Shin Shurhan sniffed the air. "What's that smell? It's so fragrant, it smells like steak." "I think you're just imagining it because you're hungry." "I don't smell anything," Yilin said, sniffing the air but finding nothing. Shin Shurhan unwillingly sniffed a few more times. "There really is a steak smell, I'm sure of it. Could it be coming from somewhere else?" Lu Xiaoyan also tried to sniff but didn't detect anything special. "Maybe you're too hungry and imagining it. How could there be a steak smell at a time like this?" Shin Shurhan reluctantly nodded but still occasionally glanced into the air, as if searching for the source of that enticing aroma. After finishing my steak, I began downloading resources online, various films, music, novels, games, and so on. On the 4th day of snow, the temperature dropped a few more degrees, and people began to panic as various messages flooded the screens. "We have no food at home. Who has rice? I'll pay 10 times the price. Who has fever medicine? My son has a fever. Please help. Is there a doctor in our community who can come and give him an for?" Now everyone is basically cut off from the outside world and can only rely on the limited resources within the community. I merely watched coldly, feeling no pity. Isn't it a relief to be cut off now? At least I won't have to worry about becoming someone else's food. Today's kill items: 10,000 barrels of bottled drinking water, 10,000 large umbrellas, 10,000 pounds of fresh pork belly, 1 Type 99 main battle tank with 10,000 rounds of ammunition. I chose option 1, kill successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 barrels of bottled drinking water. Although there's no shortage of water in the Riverside apocalypse, I still chose bottled water. 1 barrel every 3 days is enough to last until death. Then I took out another steak. I would continue eating steak today, as the aroma wafted across. Shen Shurhan wrinkled her nose. "Did you smell that? It seems like there's steak again." "I didn't smell anything either," Lu Xiaoyan and Yilin said weakly. They hadn't eaten for a day. Their homes had no food reserves, and they had been surviving on snacks for the past few days. On the 5th day of the snow disaster, someone in the homeowners group pleaded for help. Who can save old Zhang from my house? He's been buried in the snow. Old Zhang's family was running out of food. He wanted to go out to gather some supplies, but when he jumped out of the second-floor window, he was instantly buried under 2 meters of snow. Please, everyone, help save old Zhang. His wife pleaded desperately in the group, but no one responded. Today's kill items: 10,000 pounds of various fresh vegetables, 10,000 emergency medical kits, 10,000 sets of Arctic Bear Special Forces individual gear, and 10,000 short films. I chose option 3, kill successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10,000 sets of Arctic Bear Special Forces individual gear. This set of gear is entirely snow white, made from high-tech thermal materials. It also includes a P90 submachine gun with 6 magazines, a GSA-10 handgun with 3 magazines, 2 offensive RGD-5 grenades, 1 defensive Fey grenade, 1 smoke bomb, and 1 tear gas canister. Additionally, there's a helmet, binoculars, night vision goggles, and a bulletproof vest. These basic supplies cover everything. It can be said that I'm armed to the teeth. In addition, there's an emergency medical kit and a pack of individual rations, which surprisingly includes a small pack of cigarettes. What a huge win! Looking at this set of individual gear, my eyes sparkled with excitement. This set includes firearms, grenades, and plenty of clothing, among other things. Closing the system space, I took out another snowflake steak. I would continue eating today. I could smell the steak aroma wafting from next door again. Shin Shirhan looked weak, as if she might faint at any moment. I think I smell it too, Yilin said, her brow furrowing slightly, a hint of confusion in her eyes. I do too, Lu Xiaoyan said softly, her face pale and her lips lacking their usual color. Extreme hunger had left the three of them unable to distinguish between illusion and reality. Could it be Lin Tian is cooking steak? Yilin's voice was weak, but her eyes sparkled with a hint of hope. Xiaoyan, why don't you ask him for some food? Hearing Yilin's words, Lu Xiaoyan hesitated for a moment, but she was too hungry to care about her pride. She picked up her phone, her fingers trembling slightly, and quickly typed out a message to send. Can you lend us some food? We'll pay you back tenfold once the snow stops. After sending the message, Lu Xiaoyan's heart raced as she, along with Yilin and Shin Shirhan, held their breath, their eyes fixed on the silent phone. They waited a long time but received no reply from me. Lu Xiaoyan's lips trembled slightly as she gritted her teeth and sent another message. I can trade with my high heels. After sending it, her face flushed red, and she avoided making eye contact with Yilin and Shin Shirhan. Yilin and Shin Shirhan looked at Lu Xiaoyan suspiciously, wondering if she was hiding something from them. Lu Xiaoyan quickly waved her hands in denial. Then why do you want to trade food for high heels? Shin Shirhan continued to press, her eyes filled with confusion. Don't all men like them? Lu Xiaoyan's voice grew quieter. The embarrassment on her face became more apparent. She knew her reasoning was hard to articulate, but in this unbearable hunger, she couldn't care less. Yilin seemed to understand something. She frowned and said, Xiaoyan, you don't think Lin Tian has that kind of thought about your high heels, do you? Faced with her friend's questioning, Lu Xiaoyan had to confess. Once, I saw him staring at the shoes we left at the door. Yilin and Shin Shirhan exchanged glances in surprise. So ever since then, you've been bossing him around for no reason? Yilin looked at Lu Xiaoyan in surprise, her eyes carrying a hint of reproach. How could you do that? Why are you just telling us about this fun story now? A glint of cunning flashed in Yilin's eyes. If he dares not give us food, we'll expose him as a pervert. On the other side, I saw the WeChat message from Lu Xiaoyan. The snow had been falling for 5 days. It seemed those 3 female college students were struggling. But why trade food for high heels? I replied directly, are you out of your mind? Trading food for high heels? What were you thinking? The 3 girls next door were at a loss when they saw the message I sent. Did I misunderstand her? Lu Xiaoyan said uncertainly. Yilin, however, was unconvinced. He must be too embarrassed to admit it. After saying that, she directly pulled the 4 of us into a group and tagged everyone. Lin Tian, stop pretending. We caught you peeking at our shoes last time. If you don't want to be exposed, you'd better share some food with us. I was taken aback by Yilin's message. When did I ever peek at them? I sent another message. I do have the shoes, but why should I share them with you? After saying that, I took out a few hundred steaks from the system space, snapped a photo, and sent it over. I couldn't let those 3 women across the hall starve to death just like that. This isn't over yet. When they saw the pile of steaks I sent, their eyes whitened instantly. Yilin quickly typed in the group, whether you admit it or not, you have so many steaks. What's the harm in sharing a few with us? I can even give you a few pairs of stockings. Seeing the messages in the group, I understood, they were treating me as a pervert. Playing around, I rolled my eyes and got an idea. I unwrapped a steak, found the smelliest old sock, and stuffed the steak inside. Then I walked to the door, looked through the peephole, saw no one, quickly opened the door, and tossed the sock across the hall. Don't say I'm not sympathetic. The steak is at your doorstep now. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. The three girls saw the message I sent and looked ecstatic. I knew this pervert wouldn't refuse to share so many steaks, Yilin said proudly. Then she hurriedly opened the door, but instead of seeing any steaks, she found a stinky sock, bulging. Yilin was taken aback at first, then an evil grin spread across her face. Lu Xiaoyan and Shin Shurhan also came over. Seeing the sock, their expressions turned sour. This is the steak he was talking about. He's playing tricks on us, Shin Shurhan said, her voice trembling. She had seen the steak stuffed inside the sock. She had never been humiliated like this in her life. Back inside, Yilin directly scolded in the group, Lin Tian, you pervert. Even if you don't want to share steak with us, you don't have to humiliate us like this. Seeing the message, I replied, aren't you the ones who think I'm a pervert who likes this kind of stuff? Then as you wish, the steak is in the sock. If you dare, don't eat it. Yilin was furious. I'd rather starve to death than eat a bite of that. Lin Tian, you've gone too far. We're all so hungry, and you're playing tricks on us. Lu Xiaoyan's eyes were red. She felt a bit regretful now. She wished she hadn't bossed him around so much before. Brother Lin, I don't know what we did to make you act like this, but I apologize. Please, can you share some food with us? Shin Shurhan typed, her fingers trembling slightly on the screen. Unlike Lu Xiaoyan, who was assertive, or Yilin, who was self-centered, she just wanted to eat. Lin Tian read the message in the group and understood the personalities of the three girls. Anyway, I've given you the steak. Whether you eat it or not is up to you. But I must warn you, if a rat takes it away, I won't be responsible. The three girls looked at the phone screen and exchanged glances. Time passed second by second, and someone's stomach growled. Lu Xiaoyan bit her lip and slowly walked toward the door. Yilin and Shin Shurhan knew what Lu Xiaoyan was going to do. The two exchanged glances, lowered their heads, and didn't stop her. Lu Xiaoyan reached the door, placed her hand on the doorknob, paused for a moment, as if gathering her last bit of courage. Then she took a deep breath and opened the door. The stinky sock still lay at the doorstep. Lu Xiaoyan crouched down, carefully picked it up, and returned to her room. Yilin lifted her head to look at Lu Xiaoyan. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she remained silent. Shin Shurhan looked at the sock in Lu Xiaoyan's hand with a complex expression. Lu Xiaoyan placed the sock on the table, looking at the steak inside, her eyes reddening. Although the steak was brought in, the three girls didn't rush to cook it. Eating steak from a stinky man's sock was simply an unbearable humiliation for these three delicate female college students. The three girls quietly stared at the sock on the table until night fell. I'll go wash it. Finally, the more timid Shin Shurhan took the first step. After saying that, Shin Shurhan turned and walked into the kitchen to find a plate. Suppressing her disgust, Shin Shurhan took the steak out of the stinky sock. Holding the steak, she closed her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. She turned on the faucet, washing the steak over and over again. On the sixth day of the apocalypse, looking at the seemingly endless snowflakes outside, people had already lost hope. Who has food? I'll pay 10 times the price. I'll pay 20 times bread, instant noodles, biscuits, anything. These two messages caused a subtle change in the homeowners group. The snow had blocked the roads for 5 days, and many families were nearing their limits. Soon, someone replied in the group, in Building 2, Unit 112 Supermarket, instant noodles are 100 yuan a barrel, milk is 80 yuan a bag, and biscuits are 80 yuan a bag. The group exploded instantly. I want 20 barrels of instant noodles. I want 20 barrels too. I also want 10 bags of milk. I want 30 barrels of noodles and 10 hot dogs. Many people were frantically placing orders, not caring about the outrageous prices. The supermarket owner was overjoyed as he watched the messages flood in. This exceeded his total sales for the year. In Building 2, Unit 112 Supermarket, supplies are limited, first come, first served. Everyone can access it from the underground parking garage. The store owner was quite clever, reminding everyone to enter through the underground parking garage. Not to mention, the temperature outside had dropped to over -30 degrees, and the snow was over a person's height, making it impossible to walk. The homeowners group became very active, with dozens of messages appearing instantly. Regardless of whether they had food at home, this was an opportunity to replenish supplies, and they certainly couldn't miss it. At this moment, I was awakened by my incessantly ringing phone. I glanced at the messages in the homeowners group. Is it about to begin? In my last life, the changes in the entire community started with this store. Today's kill items: 10,000 packs of compressed biscuits, 10,000 emergency medical kits, 1 generator, 10,000 oil barrels, and 10,000 remote-controlled explosive collars. This is quite timely. I choose option 4. Kill successful. The 3 female college students next door quickly calculated their money, put on their thick clothes, and prepared to head out to the supermarket to buy food. When they opened the door, a gust of cold wind mixed with snowflakes hit them. The hallway was dim, illuminated only by the faint glow of emergency lights. When they arrived at the entrance of Building 2's supermarket, they found a crowd had already gathered. Everyone was anxiously waiting, some arguing with the supermarket owner, while others were impatiently urging, "Boss, where's my stuff? I've been waiting for so long. Give me mine first, I paid more. Give it to me, I've been waiting forever." The entrance was in a chaotic mess. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Everyone, calm down. The supermarket has been completely taken over by us." Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu stood at the entrance, blocking everyone from entering. The crowd erupted in outrage. "Why do you get to take it all? This is everyone's supermarket." An angry middle-aged man yelled. "Exactly. You can't be so selfish." An elderly woman chimed in. Normally, no one would dare to provoke these two, rumored to have connections in the underworld. But given the current situation and the large crowd, people felt emboldened. Aunt Wang stepped forward, frowning. "Xiaolong, Xiaohu, what you're doing is so unethical. Everyone is starving. You can't monopolize this food." Zhao Xiaohu glared and shouted, "Aunt Wang, stop meddling. In this world, the strong survive. My brother and I don't want to starve." Someone in the crowd shouted, "You 2 little bastards don't do anything good normally, and now you want to hog all the food. No way." Zhao Xiaolong waved a metal rod threateningly. "Don't cause trouble. Anyone who dares to charge forward, don't blame me for being rude." Everyone looked at the rods in Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu's hands. The crowd fell silent instantly. Just moments ago, they had been filled with righteous anger, but now they hesitated. As the standoff continued, Zhao Xiaohu shouted, "Those who know what's good for them, get lost. Don't waste our time here." Instead of retreating, the crowd surged forward, with a few young people stepping up. Seeing that some dared to step forward, Zhao Xiaolong pointed his rod at them and growled, "Do you all want to die? Get lost." At that moment, a young man at the front suddenly said, "Don't go too far. The food in this supermarket belongs to everyone. You have no right to monopolize it." Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu exchanged glances and, without saying a word, approached the young man wielding their rods. Another young man shouted, "Everyone, don't be afraid. There are only 2 of them. Let's rush them, subdue them, and then divide the food." This proposal received immediate support from many, and everyone rolled up their sleeves, ready to charge forward. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu became a bit nervous. Zhao Xiaolong shouted, "Don't act recklessly. If a fight breaks out, it won't benefit anyone." But at this point, the angry crowd could no longer hear them. Everyone surged forward, charging at Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu. At that moment, a loud bang silenced the crowd completely, and a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined stepped out of the supermarket. This man was Gao Wen, the older brother of Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu, whose WeChat name was Reversal of Fortune. Gao Wen walked straight to the crowd with a gun in hand, causing people to instinctively step back. Just moments ago, those who had been so aggressive were now intimidated by the gun in Gao Wen's hand. "Everyone, we need to talk reasonably, right?" Gao Wen's voice was low but carried undeniable authority. "The boss said it's first come, first served. You think you can rob things from me, Gao Wen?" After saying that, Gao Wen raised his small gun, and a few of his underlings stepped forward with clubs. The crowd retreated another step. With Gao Wen and his 5 or 6 men, armed with one gun and a few rods, they managed to intimidate over 100 people. However, a few people were still unwilling to back down. They hid in the crowd and shouted at Gao Wen, "You can't just take everything. Where's the boss? Let him come out." Gao Wen glanced at the crowd and sneered, "Shall I call the boss out to talk to you?" He waved his hand behind him, and a bruised middle-aged man stepped out, trembling. "Why yes, the supermarket has been completely taken over by Boss Gao." At this moment, the supermarket owner was in tears, having hoped to profit from this disaster, only to end up not making a dime and getting beaten. Gao Wen offered him only 100,000 yuan to take over everything. How could the owner agree to that? Not to mention that the snow had blocked the roads, causing a shortage of supplies and prices to skyrocket. Even before, the items in his supermarket were worth more than 100,000 yuan. Everyone looked at the supermarket owner, who clearly showed signs of having been beaten. They understood what was happening. "Gao Wen, this is extortion." Gao Wen glanced at the crowd and then bang. The person who had just spoken fell to the ground instantly, clutching his stomach and howling. Seeing that Gao Wen had actually fired, the crowd dared not voice any more objections. Many fled in fear, but some still remained. After all, they would starve to death if they went home, but they dared not confront Gao Wen and his gang. These people could only plead with Gao Wen, "Please, give me some food. I'll pay you double what you bought it for." Seeing that the crowd was thoroughly intimidated, Gao Wen nodded in satisfaction. We all live in the same community, don't say I'm not compassionate. Here's your chance, but I set the prices for all items. Instant noodles are 1,000 yuan per barrel, and milk is 1,000 yuan per bag. Hot dogs are 2,000 yuan each. Upon hearing Gao Wen's words, the crowd erupted. In the previous episode, it was mentioned that Gao Wen and his gang forcibly took over the small supermarket downstairs and intimidated the residents with gunfire. They raised the price of instant noodles to 1,000 yuan per barrel, but with a gun in hand, the residents could only seethe in silence. He continued calmly, I haven't finished speaking yet. Each household is limited to buying 3 items per day. Gao Wen could become a boss-level figure not just because he was ruthless but also because he was smart. He intended to control the entire community through these food supplies. Thus, the high prices and limited availability were a strategy devised by Gao Wen's gang to prevent people from fighting back while forcing them to comply. At this moment, Zhao Xiaolong shouted at the crowd, stop dawdling. Those who want to buy, line up quickly, those who don't, get lost. Don't waste our time. People in the crowd began to slowly move, forming a line. Although everyone was extremely dissatisfied with Gao Wen's actions, they had no choice but to submit under the pressure of hunger. It was somewhat humiliating, but better than starving to death. Lu Xiaoyan and the 3 girls also lined up. They could even eat the steak in their socks, so what were 1,000 buckets of instant noodles? However, when it was their turn, Zhao Xiaohu looked at the 3 girls with a beaming smile. You 3 little sisters don't need to spend money, just accompany your brother, and you'll get plenty of instant noodles. As soon as the 3 girls started lining up, he had already set his sights on them. Yi Lin's eyes widened in anger. You shameless. Zhao Xiaohu, however, was unconcerned. Hey, don't be so angry, sister. With me around, you won't have to worry about food in the future. As he spoke, he reached out to touch Yi Lin's hair. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyan quickly tugged at Yi Lin, signaling her not to act impulsively. Then, suppressing her fear, she coldly said to Zhao Xiaohu, please give us 3 buckets of instant noodles. Thank you. Unexpectedly, Zhao Xiaohu revealed a sly smile and said slowly, there are no more instant noodles. Lu Xiaoyan's expression changed, and an uneasy feeling surged in her heart. Then we want 3 bags of biscuits. There are no biscuits either, Zhao Xiaohu said. Yi Lin's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed red. She knew they were being deliberately made to suffer. Alright, stop blocking the way, there are others waiting in line, Zhao Xiaohu said rudely as he shoved the 3 girls aside. Lu Xiaoyan stumbled and nearly fell, but fortunately, Xin Shihan was there to steady her. Zhao Xiaohu then turned around and began trading with the people behind him, handing over food while occasionally glancing back at the 3 girls, wearing a wicked grin that revealed his crooked yellow teeth. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Zhao Xiaohu's group and noticed they were all staring at her. One of his lackeys tilted his head, leering at the 3 girls without restraint, occasionally whispering to someone next to him, eliciting bursts of laughter. Xin Shihan looked around and realized that no one was stepping up to speak on their behalf. With tears welling up in her eyes, the 3 girls had no choice but to turn and leave. Behind them, Zhao Xiaohu's nauseating voice called out, think carefully about your brother's proposal, I'll be waiting for you. Meanwhile, I was in my room, dressed in a full set of Arctic Bear Special Forces gear, familiarizing myself with the operation of various weapons. The moment I heard gunfire, I knew the cannibalistic apocalypse had begun. The evil gang led by Gao Wen had officially formed. In my previous life, Gao Wen's group used supermarket food as bait to gradually take control of the entire community. They enslaved, oppressed, and toyed with everyone, treating anyone who defied them cruelly. They were my true enemies in my previous life. The pain of being thrown into a steamer by them was deeply etched in my memory. At this moment, I received another message from Xin Shihan, can you give us some more steak? The 3 girls couldn't buy any food and had to seek my help again. Seeing the message, I let out a cold laugh. I was well aware of what was happening downstairs. In my previous life, when Lu Xiaoyan and the 3 were humiliated by Zhao Xiaohu, I had stood in front of them. As a result, I got beaten up badly, while the 3 girls blamed me for making things worse. Their cold stares and reproachful words pierced my heart like ice picks. Thinking of this, I took out another piece of steak, stuffed it into a sock again, and tossed it over to the neighboring side. Xin Shihan opened the door, but this time, she showed no expression. She silently picked up the sock and then turned to go back inside. Soon, the sound of steak frying filled the kitchen. Today's flash sale includes 1 high-power generator paired with 10,000 barrels of gasoline and 10,000 pounds of various fresh vegetables. Also, 10,000 pieces of various types of lingerie, 1 4 along with 1,000 rounds of ammunition. This time, I chose the generator without hesitation. Today marks the 7th day of the apocalypse. Water and electricity will soon be cut off, and the outside temperature has dropped to over -40 degrees. Once the power goes out, the heating equipment will be useless, and we will truly freeze to death. Sure enough, just around noon, the entire community lost power. But for some reason, the mobile phone still had intermittent service, and the homeowners group became lively again. My house has lost water and power. What about you? Mine has too. Same here. People were completely panicked. What are we going to do now? In this freezing weather, how can we survive without electricity? My elderly and children at home are freezing. Does anyone know when the power will be restored? Just as everyone was in a panic, a veteran named Wang Gang from Building 1 stood up. He sent a message in the homeowners group. Everyone, don't panic. We can go to the underground parking garage. There are cars that can generate electricity, and there's gasoline for heating. We can try going there. Instantly, people seemed to find a sense of direction. Yes, Wang Gang is right. Let's go to the underground parking garage. There's snow at the entrance that can be melted for water. I'm an engineer from BYD. I can convert electric vehicles into generators. I'm also an electrician and can help. It must be said that when faced with death, the human spirit can unleash a powerful will to survive, and everyone quickly found a solution. At this moment, Aunt Wang from the community committee spoke up in the group. Everyone, listen to me. Let's bring all the food we can and gather together. We can definitely get through this tough time. Aunt Wang was right. There is strength in numbers. Lu Xiaoyan, let's go to the underground parking garage too, Yilin said eagerly. Then let's gather our things and take whatever we can, Lu Xiaoyan said, quickly heading to her room to search for items to bring. Shirhan, don't just stand there, hurry up and pack, Yilin shouted at Shin Shirhan. Unexpectedly, Shin Shirhan shook her head. I don't want to go. Why would staying at home lead to freezing to death? Yilin looked at her in confusion, her brows slightly furrowed. I'm scared. Didn't you all remember what Zhao Xiuhu said yesterday? Shin Shirhan looked up, her eyes filled with fear. What if they are in the dark underground garage? We wouldn't be able to escape at all. Yilin's expression slightly shifted, clearly recalling Zhao Xiuhu's threat, but he still gritted his teeth and said, No, they won't. There are so many people in the underground garage, they wouldn't dare. Lu Xiaoyan also stepped out, looking at Shin Shirhan. If we don't go, we might freeze to death tonight. Aren't you afraid of dying? Faced with Lu Xiaoyan's questioning, Shin Shirhan showed hesitation. He was just a college student in his early 20s. How could he not fear death? How many people in this world can calmly face it? He bit his lip and, unexpectedly, sent me a message. Are you going to the underground garage? No. Shin Shirhan looked at the brief reply on his phone screen, and for some reason, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Even he didn't know why, but his previously frantic heart felt a strange sense of calm. I'm not going. You two can go if you want, he said. Yilin naturally saw the message he sent me and heard Shin Shirhan say this. Yilin's face instantly turned a bit awkward. You don't want to rely on that jerk across the way, do you? His voice unconsciously rose a few notches, filled with anger and confusion. You'd rather trust him than us? Lu Xiaoyan also frowned, looking at Shin Shirhan with a serious expression. Shirhan, Lin Tian also has ill intentions towards us. How can you trust him? The underground garage is our best option right now. We have to go. Shin Shirhan explained in a fluster. No, I don't trust him. I just don't say anything. Yilin snorted coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment and anger. Then you can stay here by yourself. Lu Xiaoyan, let's go. Yilin grabbed Lu Xiaoyan and turned to walk toward the door. Lu Xiaoyan looked back at Shin Shirhan with concern. Shirhan, are you really not coming with us? Shin Shirhan's lips trembled slightly. Tears welled in his eyes, but he gently shook his head. Lu Xiaoyan sighed helplessly. Shirhan, you have to be careful by yourself. If you change your mind, hurry to the underground garage to find us. With that, Lu Xiaoyan and Yilin opened the door and walked out. With a loud bang, the door closed. Shin Shirhan felt as if all her strength had been drained away, slowly collapsing to the ground. She didn't know if her decision was right or wrong, but in that moment, some inexplicable emotion deep within her compelled her to make that choice. After a while, as the temperature in the room continued to drop, Shin Shirhan lit a fire pit, and the temperature seemed to rise slightly. After a while, she sent me another message. Can you give me some more steak? At that moment, I was installing the generator when I was startled by Shin Shirhan's message. Why is she still asking me for food? Didn't she go to the underground garage? Lu Xiaoyan and Ling Ling went. I didn't go, was all Shin Shirhan replied this time. I thought for a moment. Earlier, Shin Shirhan had asked me if I was going to the underground garage, and I said no, so she didn't go either. Suddenly, I remembered a condition called Stockholm Syndrome, commonly known as the hostage falling in love with their captor. I didn't expect that stuffing steak into a sock could have this effect. I took a piece of steak from the system space, but this time I didn't stuff it into a sock. Looking at the steak in my hand, a cryptic smile crept across my lips. Next door, Shin Shirhan heard some noise at the door and quickly opened it. To her surprise, this time it wasn't a sock, the steak was perfectly intact, placed in its sealed packaging. Shin Shurhan smiled, and that smile was like a white lotus blooming in winter. She gently picked up the steak. Suddenly, Shin Shurhan felt something was off. There seemed to be water in the packaging. How could there be water? At that moment, Shin Shurhan suddenly realized what was going on, and her expression turned a bit ugly. She bit her lip and glanced resentfully toward the other side. I had finally installed the generator. As the generator started, the air conditioner began to work again, and the room warmed up. The computer, television, and electric heater gradually resumed operation. The system guarantees quality. This generator operated silently, saving a lot of hassle. I lounged comfortably on the sofa, covered with a soft blanket, holding a PS5 controller, as I roamed the virtual battlefield. Even though it was the apocalypse, I was living more comfortably than before. Number 007, number 996, just sleeping until I naturally woke up. I had an abundance of water, food, and energy, along with daily flash sales that provided small surprises in the monotonous days. I was living so well that I wouldn't trade it for anything, but it felt like something was missing. I still needed someone to do laundry and cook. Meanwhile, the underground parking garage presented a different scene. People hurriedly arrived with bags, only to find that it wasn't as nice as they had imagined. The garage was filled with a pungent smell of gasoline, making people feel dizzy. Due to the large number of vehicles and limited space, people could only sit tightly together. At that moment, Wang Gang, the BYD engineer, frowned anxiously and shouted, "The temperature is too low, the cars won't start." Hearing this, everyone fell into a panic. The already cold air seemed to become even colder, and some began to complain. What are we going to do? Are we going to freeze to death here? A young mother tightly held her child, trying to shield them from the cold with her body. With a choked voice, she said, "If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have stayed home." At that moment, the community security guard, Uncle Tian, stepped forward. A veteran, he addressed the crowd loudly. "Everyone, don't panic. Comrade Wang Gang, is there any way we can get the cars started? Let's think of a solution together." Wang Gang shook his head helplessly. "I'm trying to think of something too, but at this low temperature, the engine oil is nearly frozen. Unless we can raise the temperature here a bit, we could try using fire to heat it up." Wang Gang looked hesitant. "That's the only option we have, but the car chassis is very different from before. Heating it directly could be dangerous." After thinking for a moment, Uncle Tian said, "Can we find some insulating materials to protect the heat-sensitive parts first, then carefully use fire to heat it?" Wang Gang's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea. Everyone, look around and see if there are any asbestos cloth or similar insulating materials." Everyone immediately sprang into action, searching around the garage. Some found old insulation pads from the cars, while others rummaged through to find some worn thick blankets. Wang Gang carefully guided them from the side. "Move that insulation pad a bit to the left. We need to cover the fuel line completely." After a tense preparation, Wang Gang took a makeshift heating device and slowly approached the bottom of the car engine. "Everyone, step back a bit. I'm going to start heating it." Everyone held their breath, watching intently as flames flickered beneath the engine, gradually warming the cold metal. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The only sounds in the underground garage were the crackling of the flames and the anxious heartbeat of the crowd. Finally, after several minutes of heating, Wang Gang stood up and said to Uncle Tian, "Uncle Tian, I'm going to try starting the car." Uncle Tian nodded. "All right, be careful." Wang Gang got into the car. Turning the key, the engine first emitted a few dull sounds, then roared to life with a bang. The underground garage erupted in cheers, as if they had seen a glimmer of hope. As long as there was power, civilization still existed. On the morning of the 8th day of the apocalypse, I had just woken up when I heard the system's voice. Today's flash sale items: 1 hot pot ingredients set, 10,000 sets, 2 stun guns, 10,000 barrels, 3 barrels of drinking water, 10,000 barrels, for large umbrellas, 10,000 barrels. The small umbrella has appeared several times already. "What do you mean, system?" I muttered with a frown. Thinking about what to choose today, my gaze wandered between the first and second options. After eating steak for several consecutive days, I was getting a bit tired of it. If I could enjoy hot pot in this freezing apocalypse, just thinking about it made me drool. However, in the end, I still chose the second option, the stun gun. Although I didn't lack weapons right now, their lethality was too great. One wrong move could kill the opponent, which wasn't what I wanted. It wasn't that I was afraid of killing someone, but I didn't want them to die so easily. I wanted a weapon that wouldn't kill but could subdue the opponent, and the stun gun was just right. I took out the stun gun I had just acquired from the system space. This stun gun was quite compact, roughly the size of a handgun. Just pulling the trigger would quickly shoot out an electric dart. I aimed at a stuffed toy in the room and tested it a few times, discovering that even through a thick down jacket, the dart could still penetrate. Its effective range was about 10 meters, and each shot, the dart could hit the target precisely, sinking deep into the stuffed toy, which began to smoke slightly from the electric shock. Not bad, not bad. I'm quite satisfied with today's flash sale. Buzzing, even though the power had been out for a day and a night, my phone still had a weak signal, which was quite strange. Steak. Those two simple words came from Shin Shurhan, asking for her share of steak today. I raised an eyebrow. The special marinated steak from yesterday was what she had eaten, but even so, I also wouldn't accept her speaking to me in that tone. After thinking for a moment, I replied, "You don't want to keep eating crap, right? So what do you want? You can repay me with labor. Come over and work for me." I didn't expect her to agree so readily. Before long, there was a knock on the door. I looked through the peephole and confirmed it was just Shin Shurhan. I then opened the door to let her in. Seeing Shin Shurhan shivering, I felt something was off. I reached out to touch her forehead. "You're burning up." I helped Shin Shurhan onto the sofa and took out a thermometer. To be fair, in this freezing apocalypse, having a personal heater wasn't unreasonable. "Open your mouth and take your medicine." Shin Shurhan obediently opened her mouth. When Shin Shurhan woke up again, it was already the next day. She slowly opened her eyes, her head still a bit foggy. Although she had been somewhat dazed yesterday, she hadn't completely lost consciousness. She remembered everything that had happened. When I woke up, I touched her forehead. "I'm not burning up anymore," Shin Shurhan nodded. "I took the medicine and then sweated a bit. The fever has gone down." "Then hurry up and get to work." Shin Shurhan got up to work, even though she didn't know what to do. I suddenly called her back. "Put this on." Shin Shurhan turned her head, looking puzzled at the item in my hand. She didn't know how it had appeared or what it was for, but she took it and obediently put it around her neck. "Go on and get busy. Start by wiping the floor." Shin Shurhan got out of bed, washed up quickly, and began cleaning the room, occasionally glancing over at me. I lazily leaned back on the sofa, my mind completely immersed in the system panel. Ever since Shin Shurhan put on that explosive warning ring, a strange purple page had appeared in the system. The page featured two options, explosion and punishment. I understood that explosion meant the warning ring would explode, but what did punishment mean? I stared at the virtual button in my mind, and a surge of curiosity welled up within me. With a thought, I gently clicked the punishment button. With a sizzling sound, Shin Shurhan let out a painful cry. It was an electric shock. She looked at me in pain and confusion. I waved my hand casually. "Clean up a bit, we're having hot pot today." Shin Shurhan's eyes lit up, and her throat instinctively swallowed. "That's right, the item I scored in today's system flash sale was a hot pot ingredient set, 10,000 sets in total." I took out a set of ingredients from the system space. The package was surprisingly heavy, containing a box of beef and a box of lamb, each weighing about a pound. There was also a platter of meatballs, a platter of vegetables, and even a small pack of luncheon meat and hot dogs, along with all the dipping sauces and base ingredients. Just heat it up, and we could start eating. As the enticing aroma filled the room, Shin Shurhan kept swallowing her saliva, looking at me as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. I spoke up directly. "Say what you want to say. Did you know there would be a heavy snowfall?" Shin Shurhan cautiously stared at me and asked, "Otherwise, how could you have prepared so thoroughly, with food, water, and a generator?" I swallowed a piece of lamb, slightly furrowing my brow. "Don't ask what shouldn't be asked." Shin Shurhan pouted, but continued to ask, "So, do you know when this heavy snow will stop?" I glanced at Shin Shurhan, seeing her expectant gaze, and after some thought, I replied, "At least another 20 days. Today is the 9th day of the apocalypse. In my previous life, the heavy snow lasted a whole month." Upon hearing my words, Shin Shurhan's gaze instantly dimmed. Another 20 days? She had no idea if she'd be able to see her parents again. 3 days ago, communication with the outside world had been cut off, and she had no idea how her parents were doing. Seeing Shin Shurhan's expression, I could roughly guess what she was thinking. "Don't dwell on it. People are dying every day." As I chewed my food, I casually said, "Staying alive is more important than anything else. Your parents wouldn't want you to worry." I paused, glancing at Shin Shurhan's teary-eyed face, and ultimately decided not to finish my thought. If her parents knew their precious daughter was in such a situation, they would be heartbroken. Shin Shurhan sniffled and took a big bite of meat. She resolved to keep on living. Perhaps there would still be a day when she could see her parents again. At that moment, Shin Shurhan's phone rang. "Shurhan, are you okay? If not, come to the underground garage, at least it's somewhat warm here." It was a message from her good friend Lu Xiaoyan, and warmth surged in Shin Shurhan's heart as she replied, "I'm fine." Shin Shurhan then looked up at me. "Can I take a picture?" Seeing me nod in agreement, she snapped a photo of the hot pot and sent it to Lu Xiaoyan. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyan and Yilin looked at the steaming hot pot photo. How is this possible? The three of them have had hardly anything to eat at home. How could Shin Shirhan have hot pot? The two exchanged glances and suddenly understood. Yilin said venomously, I didn't expect Shin Shirhan to come up with this plan. No wonder she didn't come down with us. Now, she was feeling a bit regretful. Had she known, she would have stayed upstairs as well. But more than that, jealousy was growing wildly in her heart, like weeds. Lu Xiaoyan held her phone, her eyes fixed on the steaming hot pot image on the screen, filled with envy. She hesitated and said, how about we ask Shirhan if she can let us join? Yilin scoffed, curling her lip. Do you think she'd be willing? If she had that intention, she would have invited us over already. Lu Xiaoyan lowered her head slightly, realizing that Yilin's words made sense. She took a gentle bite of the roasted sweet potato in her hand, which had once tasted sweet and delicious, but now felt as flavorless as chewing wax. The underground garage was filled with a mix of odors, the air heavy and oppressive. Here, people struggled like ants, fighting for even a little food and warmth. The hot pot photo sent by Shin Shirhan was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples in the hearts of Lu Xiaoyan and Yilin. The more Yilin thought about it, the angrier she became, throwing the half-eaten sweet potato to the ground. Shirhan is really something. Enjoying hot pot while leaving us in this miserable place. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyan quickly tried to dissuade her. Yilin, don't be like that. Maybe Shirhan has her own difficulties. Difficulties? What difficulties could she have? Yilin's eyes widened. We were never stingy with her, and now that she has something good, she forgets about us. Lu Xiaoyan sighed helplessly, her eyes still on the hot pot photo on her phone, memories of the good times spent with Shin Shirhan flooding her mind. Back then, the three of them would go shopping, eat together, and share each other's joys and troubles. But now, this heavy snow seemed to have buried all the beauty. Forget it, Yilin, don't be angry. Let's think of another way. Another way? What other way could there be? This damn weather, it's snowing everywhere, and we can barely go out to find food. Yilin plopped down on the ground, looking dejected. Just then, a little girl's cry came from the corner of the garage. The two turned to look and saw a 5 or 6-year-old girl sitting on a pile of rags, crying, while her mother anxiously tried to comfort her, but it was clearly ineffective. Mommy, I'm hungry, the little girl cried. Seeing her daughter crying from hunger, the mother felt a pang of pain. Please, everyone, give us some food, the little girl's mother pleaded. However, the crowd in the underground garage showed no reaction, as if they were deaf to her pleas. Seeing no one respond, the little girl's mother had no choice but to seek help from Aunt Wang of the neighborhood committee. Aunt Wang, please lend us some food. To her surprise, Aunt Wang flatly refused. We don't have any food left either, my son hasn't eaten all day. Yet the food crumbs at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. The little girl's mother saw the crumbs, and a flash of anger crossed her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by helplessness. She pleaded, Aunt Wang, please, have a heart. The child is still small, she really can't take it. Aunt Wang, feeling a bit guilty, wiped her mouth with her hand but still stubbornly said, I told you there's none, don't keep pestering me. The people around began to whisper among themselves. How can Aunt Wang be like this? Doesn't she always say she wants to help everyone? Exactly, look how pitiful that little girl is. Hearing these comments, Aunt Wang, embarrassed and angry, shouted, don't just stand there talking, if you're so kind, why don't you share with them? The crowd fell silent for a moment, taken aback by Aunt Wang's retort. At that moment, Uncle Tian, the security guard, stepped forward. I suggest we manage and distribute the food collectively. This way, at least we can ensure that every child and the weak have something to eat. Hearing Uncle Tian's words, the garage immediately became a chaotic scene. Some supported, while others opposed. Those who were running low on food certainly hoped for unified management, while those with surplus grain were clearly unwilling. I wanted to, but there's really nothing left to eat, someone muttered softly. It was unclear whether they truly had no food left or simply didn't want to share for a unified distribution. Seeing the crowd in heated discussion, Uncle Tian cleared his throat and said loudly, everyone, let me finish. I know this decision is difficult, but we all understand the situation we are in. We cannot just stand by and watch the children and the elderly starve and freeze. At that moment, Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee also stood up and said, Old Tian is right. We must unite at this time. Everyone, hand over your food, and we will manage it collectively. Aunt Wang's words immediately stirred the crowd. Why should we give it to your committee? Who knows if you'll secretly keep it for yourselves? Exactly, you wouldn't lend us food before, and now you want us to hand it all over? Aunt Wang's face turned bright red, and she argued, don't talk nonsense. Before, my family wasn't well off either, but now this is for everyone's good. Our committee will definitely handle this food fairly and justly. However, no matter how Aunt Wang and Uncle Tian pleaded, no one was willing to hand over their food. Seeing that the crowd remained unmoved, Aunt Wang stomped her feet in frustration. Why don't you understand? In this situation, only by centralizing the food can we ensure everyone survives. A young man in the crowd sneered, Aunt Wang, you talk nicely. Who knows if your committee will prioritize feeding your own family first after collecting the food? Exactly, why should we trust you? You weren't this enthusiastic when we needed help before. Just then, Yilin stepped forward. Everyone, listen to me, I know where there is food. All eyes turned to Yilin. She cleared her throat, her gaze filled with resentment. Lin Chen's family has a lot of food. Look, he has so many steaks, and he had hot pot for lunch. Yilin raised her phone for everyone to see. The phone displayed the steak photos Lin Chen had sent her earlier, along with the hot pot photo just taken by Shin Shirhan. Lin Chen probably knew about the heavy snow in advance and prepared a lot of food. Not only food, but also water and electricity. Yilin didn't care about the truth, she just exaggerated. It would be best if everyone went to Lin Chen's house for food. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Yilin, biting her lip, but ultimately did not stop her. After seeing the photos, the crowd's eyes lit up. Is there really that much food? Does his house still have electricity? What, he knew about the heavy snow long ago? The crowd began to murmur, voices mixed with surprise, envy, and jealousy. Why could he enjoy hot pot at home while everyone else was starving and freezing? But slowly, the once noisy underground garage fell into an eerie silence. Only some people's eyes sparkled with greedy light. Clean up the table. After a steaming hot pot meal, Lin Chen instructed Shin Shirhan to tidy up the mess. Shin Shirhan softly replied, okay, and her movements involuntarily quickened. She washed the dishes until they were spotless, each one shining like new, and the table was wiped clean without a speck of dust. Like a diligent little bee. Lin Chen squinted slightly, it wasn't that he felt Shin Shirhan seemed to be enjoying all of this? After Shin Shirhan finished cleaning everything, she timidly stood in front of Lin Chen and asked softly, Lin Chen, I've cleaned everything, is there anything else you need me to do? Lin Chen glanced at her and lazily said, go wash my clothes, hand wash them, don't use the washing machine, it's a waste of electricity. Shin Shirhan nodded. Slightly, walked to the corner where the dirty clothes were, picked them up, and headed to the bathroom. She silently took the soap and began to carefully scrub Lin Chen's clothes. After an unknown amount of time, Shin Shirhan finally cleaned all the dirty clothes Lin Chen had accumulated over the past few days. She hung each piece on a hanger to dry. Then, Shin Shirhan glanced at Lin Chen, who was playing a game, and cautiously sat at the other end of the sofa. She tried to make her movements light, afraid of disturbing Lin Chen. However, Zila came a sound. Ah! Shin Shirhan covered her neck with a wronged expression, staring at Lin Chen with her innocent big eyes, not knowing what she had done wrong. Who told you to sit down? If not sitting, then what could? In the underground garage. At this moment, several men were gathered in a corner. Big brother, let's hit him, Honger really can't hold on any longer. One man said eagerly. Don't hesitate, big brother, the second brother is right, we can't go on like this. Another man echoed. Boss Wu looked at his second and third brothers, the three of them happened to live in this community. Second, third, don't rush. Boss Wu frowned. That Lin Chen can stockpile so much food, he definitely won't be unprepared, we need to plan carefully. Second brother Wu then asked, so what do you suggest, big brother? Boss Wu pondered for a moment and said, let's first probe his situation, see what his place is really like. Tonight, we'll do it this way. The three brothers began to plot their actions for the night in the corner. After the conspiracy was completed, Boss Wu sat alone in the corner, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Second brother Wu walked over and patted Boss Wu's shoulder. Big brother, don't think too much. Once we grab the food and get through this tough time, everything will be fine. Boss Wu nodded slightly, I hope so. He hadn't wanted to resort to robbery, but at this point, for the sake of his family, he had no other choice. A dead friend is better than a living one. Boss Wu murmured to himself. I hope you won't blame me. Foot wash. Oh. Shin Shirhan brought a basin of foot wash water, and Lin Chen's big foot immediately stretched out. Shin Shirhan gently placed the basin by Lin Chen's feet, and Lin Chen stretched his foot directly into the water, splashing some water and wetting Shin Shirhan's clothes. Clumsy, can't even do this right. Lin Chen frowned and scolded. Shin Shirhan lowered her head and apologized softly, I'm sorry. Lin Chen slightly opened his eyes, looking at Shin Shirhan's serious expression, and shook his head. Damn it, clearly wanting to take revenge and torment the other, how did she end up enjoying it? Alright, you should go to sleep now, Lin Chen said. Irritably. Shin Shirhan was taken aback and then asked with her head down, aren't you going to sleep? Lin Chen turned to look at the door, his eyes revealing a hint of meaning. Hee, there might be a good show tonight. Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Chen with some confusion, not understanding the meaning behind his words. What good show? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of a mysterious smile. Did you send the photos of us eating hot pot to Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin at noon? Shin Shirhan nodded gently, her tone cautious. I asked you about it. Lin Chen continued, so do you think they would spread the news about us eating hot pot? Shin Shirhan couldn't help but be startled, instinctively retorting, they shouldn't, right? Lu Xiaoyan and Lin Lin are not that kind of people, they wouldn't casually talk about it. Lin Chen scoffed coldly, humph, you're too naive. He was well aware of the situation in the underground garage. A pungent moldy smell permeated the air, mixed with the scent of gasoline and rust. In this apocalyptic-like underground garage, people huddled in corners like rats. In his previous life, Lin Chen had endured for a long time in such an underground garage. He knew all too well the taste of despair and understood how people's mindsets could undergo terrifying changes in such an environment. When Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin saw the photos of Shin Shirhan eating hot pot, Lin Chen could almost immediately imagine the turmoil in their hearts. Of course, this was all intentional on his part. Fishing, after all, requires bait. As for whether he would catch any fish tonight, Lin Chen was not in a hurry, the fish were starving and would naturally take the bait. As night gradually fell, it made no difference to the people in the underground garage. The same coldness, the same dimness, and even without looking at the time, one couldn't distinguish between day and night. People were barely surviving. At this moment, in another corner of the garage, the three Wu brothers were gathered together, whispering about something. The eldest brother, Wu Laoda, wore a worried expression, his brows furrowed as he said quietly, San, why don't we just forget it? Wu Er's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness as he gritted his teeth and said, eldest brother. You're just too soft-hearted. What time is it now, still talking about morals? Lin Chen has food but doesn't share it with everyone, he deserves to be robbed. Wu San patted his chest, looking bold and fearless, eldest brother. Is right. Let's not hesitate, let's act tonight. Wu Laoda still hesitated a bit, sighing, I'm just afraid this will get out, and we won't be able to live in this garage anymore. Wu Er scoffed disdainfully, eldest brother, it's the end of the world, who cares about reputation? Surviving is the most important thing. Wu San echoed, eldest brother, is right. We can't just watch our family starve to death. Wu Laoda fell silent for a moment. Finally making up his mind, alright, then it's settled, but try not to hurt anyone, just get the food. And San nodded, though a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes. If Lin Chen was sensible and handed over all the food, they might let him off the hook. But if he was uncooperative, then he shouldn't blame them for being ruthless. When the night grew deep and most people in the garage had fallen asleep, the three Wu brothers stealthily approached Lin Chen's home. They found the address in the owner group. Most people in the group had changed their nicknames to their door numbers, making it easy to find someone if needed. Wu Er held a metal rod, and Wu San carried a wooden stick. Both of their eyes revealing a fierce and resolute look. This is it, Wu Laoda whispered, his voice tinged with tension. The three brothers stood outside Lin Chen's door, surrounded by silence, only their slightly heavy breathing could be heard. Wu Er lowered his voice, eldest brother, I'll go check the situation first, you wait here. With that, he tiptoed closer to the door, pressing his ear against it to listen for a while. There was no sound inside the room. He gestured to Wu Laoda and Wu Leizhen, indicating that they could act. Wu Leizhen took out a thick wooden stick from behind, ready to smash the door. Wu Laoda quickly held his hand down and whispered, Lao San, don't be reckless. Let's knock on the door first. Wu Leizhen put down the stick, reluctantly knocked on the door, and shouted in a rough voice, Lin Chen, open the door. We know you're inside. Inside, Lin Chen opened his eyes, indeed, there were fish on the hook. The wait that night was not in vain. He wanted to have some fun with them. Then he shouted in a slightly flustered voice, who? Outside, Wu Laoda cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound as calm as possible. Lin Chen, it's us, the three brothers of the Wu family. We don't want to make a big deal out of this. Just hand over the food, and we'll leave without harming you. It turned out to be the three brothers of the Wu family. Lin Chen remembered them. Wu Laoda could barely be considered a good person, but the second and third brothers were not good at all. Lin Chen sneered, humph, what if I don't hand it over? Wu Laoda shouted from outside, Lin Chen, don't refuse. A toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you think you can keep that food? Now that the three of us are here, we won't leave empty-handed. Wu Leizhen impatiently said, "Big brother, second brother, why waste words with him? Just smash the door." As he spoke, he raised the wooden stick, ready to smash the door. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly shouted, "Wait! I can give you some of the food, but you have to promise to take the food and leave and never come to bother me again." Wu Laoda was delighted to hear this and quickly said, "Okay, Lin Chen, as long as you are willing to hand over the food, we promise not to trouble you again." Lin Chen continued, "Then you all step back a bit, and I'll open the door." Wu Laoda hurriedly signaled to his two brothers, and the three of them stepped back a few paces. Wu Laoda shouted, "We've stepped back, you can open the door now." Lin Chen cautiously opened the door, holding a cloth bag. He watched the three brothers of the Wu family warily and said, "There's some beef in here, take it." Unexpectedly, at that moment, Wu Laodi and Wu Leizhen exchanged glances, and both suddenly charged at the door. Lin Chen saw this and thought it was bad. He hurriedly tried to close the door, but it was too late. Wu Laodi and Wu Leizhen burst through the door, rushing in and knocking Lin Chen to the ground. The cloth bag fell to the side, spilling the beef out. Wu Laodi sneered, "This little bit of beef isn't enough for us to share." Wu Leizhen, however, looked at the bright electric light and exclaimed in surprise, "Big brother, second brother, he actually has electricity. There must be more food. Let's search thoroughly." At that moment, Xin Shihan was also drawn out by the commotion. She didn't expect that it was really as Lin Chen had said. How could Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin do this? Wu Leizhen's eyes lit up when he saw Xin Shihan. "Oh, there's a pretty girl too." Wu Laoda also walked in, looking at the fallen Lin Chen with a hint of reluctance on his face, but still said, "Lin Chen, I'm sorry, we are also forced into this. Big brother, why waste more words with him? Hurry up and hand over all the food, or don't blame us for being rude." Lin Chen got up from the ground and brushed off the dust from his clothes. "You really shouldn't be polite. Mad, you little brat, are you still pretending? I see you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin." Wu Laoer approached Lin Chen with an iron rod, the flesh on his face trembling with anger. "Today, I must teach you a lesson." After 7 or 8 days of the apocalypse, the resentment in his heart was nearly uncontrollable. Today was just the right time to vent. "Laoer, don't cause a death." Wu Laoda frowned, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. "Don't worry, big brother, I'm just going to teach this kid a lesson." Wu Laoer replied carelessly, but a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "And besides, who would know it was us?" The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cruel smile. Wu Lao slowly approached Lin Chen, seemingly beginning to enjoy the process of inflicting pain on him. "Kid, today you'll learn what happens to those who don't listen in this world." His voice was low and hoarse, like a demon's whisper. However, Lin Chen did not show any fear or panic as Wu Laoer had imagined. "I understand this world better than you." After saying that, a handgun suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's hand. Wu Laoer immediately stopped in his tracks, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Wu Laodu also widened his eyes and hurriedly shouted, "Brother, don't be impulsive, impulsiveness is the devil." Little did they know, Wu Laoer was indeed fierce. He gritted his teeth and shouted disdainfully, "Kid, are you trying to scare me with a toy gun?" Saying this, he recklessly charged forward, intending to snatch the gun from Lin Chen's hand. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't be faster than a bullet. With a zzz sound, Wu Laoer fell to the ground, convulsing. That's right, what Lin Chen had taken out was an electric shotgun. "Laoer? Second brother?" Just as Wu Laoda and Wu Lao-san were still processing what was happening, Lin Chen fired 2 more shots. Ah! The 2 fell to the ground as well, convulsing uncontrollably. The 3 Wu brothers now looked like 3 fish out of water, struggling on the ground. Their bodies twitching uncontrollably, faces filled with pain. They never expected that Lin Chen would have such a weapon. Xin Shihan walked out from the corner, looking at the 3 convulsing on the ground with lingering fear, and said to Lin Chen, "They won't die, right?" Lin Chen coldly looked at the 3 Wu brothers still twitching on the ground and replied expressionlessly, "They will, but not now." After saying that, he took out handcuffs and cuffed the 3 of them behind their backs. It must be said that that set of Arctic Bear Special Forces individual equipment really had everything. It could be said to be the most worthwhile item Lin Chen had ever taken down. Lin Chen grabbed the collars of Wu Laoer and Wu Lao-san with both hands, lifted them onto his shoulders, and then kicked Wu Laoda to the door, freeing one hand to grab him as well. "Hamad, you're quite heavy," he cursed under his breath, struggling step by step toward the corridor. The 3 Wu brothers were piled in the corner like 3 dead fish, their bodies occasionally twitching slightly from the aftershocks of the electric shock. Their faces still bore expressions of pain and shock, as if they couldn't believe they had been so easily subdued by Lin Chen. Then Lin Chen lit a bonfire in the corridor. The dim corridor was instantly illuminated, bringing a bit of warmth. Shen Shurhan slowly walked over, squatted down beside Lin Chen, and softly said, "Lin Chen, what are you going to do with them next? You can't just keep them handcuffed. Here, right?" Lin Chen did not answer immediately. He added a branch to the bonfire, watching the flames consume it, crackling with sound. After a while, he slowly said, "You should go back first." Lin Chen wanted to send Shin Shurhan away. However, Shin Shurhan looked at Lin Chen with determination. "No, I want to be with you." At this moment, the three Wu brothers finally stopped convulsing, though their faces still bore traces of the aftermath. "Lin Chen, we're wrong, please let us go," Wu Laoda pleaded first, his voice hoarse from the earlier spasms, his eyes filled with fear and desperation. Lin Chen looked at them coldly, remaining silent. Shin Shurhan frowned slightly beside him, feeling a twinge of compassion. Wu Er also begged, "Lin Chen, we were truly blinded by our desires. Please, show mercy this once. We promise we will never trouble you again." His body still trembled slightly, the sensation of the electric shock seemingly lingering on every inch of his skin. Wu San lay weakly on the ground, his eyes filled with terror as he looked at Lin Chen constantly, nodding in agreement with his two older brothers. Lin Chen sneered, saying, "Let you go? If I hadn't had this electric gun today, would you have let us go?" Wu Laoda quickly explained, "Lin Chen, we really know we were wrong. We were just driven mad by hunger." Wu Er raised his head, urgency in his eyes. "Lin Chen, as long as you let us go, the three of us will follow you from now on. Gao One and the others have an entire supermarket as long as we cooperate." But before Wu Er could finish, Lin Chen picked up a red-hot stick and shoved it directly into his mouth. Wu Er let out a piercing scream, his body shaking violently as he desperately tried to grab the burning stick, but the handcuffs restricted his movements. The sound of his flesh sizzling filled his mouth, and the air was suddenly thick with a nauseating smell of burnt meat. Air? Second brother? Wu Laoda and Wu San were also taken aback by Lin Chen's cruelty, shoving a fire stick into someone's mouth. They stared wide-eyed, filled with terror as they watched Wu Er struggle in pain on the ground. Shin Shurhan was also frightened, covering her mouth, her big eyes looking at Lin Chen in horror, as if she was truly seeing this person for the first time. So he is this Ruthless. Thinking of her own treatment over the past 2 days, Shin Shurhan felt a sense of relief. "Lin Chen, please let Air go. We were wrong, we were really wrong." Wu Laoda knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Seeing his own brother treated so cruelly by Lin Chen made his heart feel like it was being twisted by a knife. Wu Laoda was in tears, regretting why the three brothers had provoked Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, we were blinded by greed, you have a great heart, so please spare Air this once. We swear we will never dare to offend you again, we will work like oxen and horses to repay you." Wu San watched his older brother bowing his head and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. "Lin Chen, you've already done this to Air, what more do you want? Do you have to kill us all to be satisfied?" Lin Chen scoffed, "It's not that easy to die. Shurhan, take off his clothes." Shin Shurhan looked at Lin Chen in shock. "Lin Chen, what are you trying to do?" Lin Chen ignored Shin Shurhan's question and just coldly stared at her. "If you're scared, then get lost right now." Shin Shurhan bit her lip, although she was very afraid. She slowly walked towards Wu Laosan. Wu Laosan struggled while shouting angrily, "What do you want? Lin Chen, you bastard!" Lin Chen stepped forward, placing a foot on Wu Laosan's chest, rendering him immobile. "If you move again, I'll ruin you right now." Shin Shurhan trembled as she began to take off Wu Laosan's clothes. Wu Laosan's face turned red, filled with humiliation and anger. "You will die a terrible death." Wu Laoda, seeing this, cried even more pitifully, "Lin Chen, please don't do this, we really won't dare anymore." Wu Laoda's forehead hit the ground with a thud, trying to move Lin Chen's heart and let him spare his brother. Lin Chen watched all of this with a blank expression. After Shin Shurhan took off Wu Laosan's clothes, he picked up a rope and tied Wu Laosan's hands behind his back, then bound him to a pillar in the hallway. "Lin Chen, what do you want?" Wu Laosan shouted. Lin Chen picked up a burnt wooden stick from the ground and waved it in front of Wu Laosan. "Did you not want a beauty just now? Now let the beauty come and play with you." Lin Chen handed the fiery red stick to Shin Shurhan, who widened her eyes in terror and stepped back repeatedly. "Lin Chen, I can't do it." Lin Chen coldly looked at Shin Shurhan. "If you don't do it, then I'll tie you up with him and see how he treats you." Tears welled up in Shin Shurhan's eyes. "No, please don't." However, Lin Chen's expression remained indifferent, showing no signs of wavering. He walked behind Shin Shurhan, guiding her hand to pick up the stick, then aimed it at Wu Laosan's vital points. Another piercing scream escaped from Wu Laosan's mouth. Wu Laosan's eyes widened, filled with fear and anger. You demons will not have a good death. His body trembled violently from the pain, twisting against the pillar, trying to avoid the glowing red stick. Wu Laoda, witnessing this scene, cried out even more pitifully, Lin Chen, I beg you, we really know we were wrong, please spare us, spare Laosan. He kept banging his head on the ground, his forehead already bleeding. The blood flowing down his face and mixing with tears to form a small pool of blood on the ground. Shin Shirhan was so frightened by this scene that her face turned pale, and the stick in her hand almost fell. Useless. Lin Chen scolded. Shin Shirhan. I am sorry. Shin Shirhan lowered her head, not daring to look at Lin Chen or the three brothers. Although she also wanted to take revenge on these three brothers, Lin Chen's ruthlessness was beyond her expectations. To torture these three like this. But she didn't think Lin Chen was wrong. If it weren't for Lin Chen's thorough preparation, it might be them begging for mercy now. Moreover, Lin Chen had just stood up for her, punishing that lecher. Which made Shin Shirhan feel warm inside. She wasn't stupid, she was just soft-hearted. Lin Chen looked at Shin Shirhan and snorted coldly, in this world, being soft-hearted will only harm yourself. Do you think I enjoy doing this? They forced me to. He was pushing Shin Shirhan to do these things for a reason. Lin Chen didn't want a White Lotus pig teammate by his side, that would get him killed in the apocalypse. He needed to make Shin Shirhan understand the cruelty of the apocalypse as soon as possible. Shin Shirhan lowered her head, I understand. Wu Laosan was still groaning in pain by the pillar, while Wu Laoda looked at Lin Chen and Shin Shirhan with despair, continuously pleading. Lin Chen, please spare us, we really won't dare anymore, we will keep our distance from you in the future. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at Wu Laoda, his gaze icy. You tell me first, who told you I had food? Wu Laoda stammered. In response, it was two girls, I don't even know their names. He struggled to recall, a hint of fear in his eyes, as if afraid Lin Chen wouldn't believe him. One girl has short hair, looks very capable, and the other girl has long hair with big eyes. They said you had steak and hot pot. Wu Laoda continued, his voice filled with regret. It was us three brothers who were blinded by greed, Xiao, please let us go. Lin Chen snorted coldly, it was indeed those two bitches, Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin. He looked at Shin Shirhan, do you believe me now? Shin Shirhan shook her head in disbelief, her eyes reddening. How could her two best friends do such a thing? Lin Chen, could it be a misunderstanding? Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin wouldn't. Shin Shirhan tried to defend them, but her voice grew fainter, even she felt her defense was weak. Wu Laoda cautiously watched Lin Chen and Shin Shirhan's reactions, not daring to speak. Again, fearing Lin Chen would unleash his anger on them once more. Wu Laoda lay on the ground, his face as pale as paper, his lips devoid of color, his body occasionally twitching involuntarily. The blood oozing from his mouth had already formed a small dark red stain on the ground. Wu Laosan was still cursing softly by the pillar. Lin Chen, you bastard, may you die a terrible death. That's right, I indeed won't die a good death. Lin Chen replied indifferently. A flicker of pain passing through his eyes, barely perceptible to others. In his previous life, he had been steamed to death, which certainly counted as not dying a good death. Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Chen, though she didn't understand why he suddenly showed such complex emotions, she felt a pang of heartache. Lin Chen, what's wrong? Lin Chen came back to his senses, looked at Shin Shirhan, and gently shook his head. It's nothing, just recalling some unpleasant things. Wu Laoda saw the change in Lin Chen's expression and a glimmer of hope surged in his heart, cautiously speaking, Lin Chen, you've vented your anger, so let us go, we promise we won't be your enemies again. Lin Chen ignored Wu Laoda and instead took out an explosive collar from the system space. Shin Shirhan was no longer surprised by Lin Chen's ability to conjure objects from thin air, but the Wu brothers were terrified. They widened their eyes, filled with disbelief and fear. What kind of trick is this? Moreover, that electric shotgun seemed to have been conjured by Lin Chen as well. A magician? Before the three brothers could recover from their shock, they saw Lin Chen handing the collar to Shin Shirhan. Put it on him, Lin Chen pointed at Wu Laoda. This time, Shin Shirhan was much more obedient, she took the collar and skillfully put it on Wu Laoda. Wu Laoda tried to struggle, but Lin Chen stepped on him, pinning him to the ground, unable to move. Lin Chen, what are you doing? You can't treat me like this. Wu Laoda shouted in despair. Let go of my brother. Wu Laosan desperately twisted his body, trying to break free from the pillar to save Wu Laoda, but the rope only tightened, causing his skin to hurt, yet he paid no mind, continuously shouting. Ah, oh. Wu Laoda also made indistinct sounds, although he was seriously injured, his consciousness was becoming somewhat clear. Seeing his brother treated this way by Lin Chen, he wanted to struggle to help, but his body wouldn't obey, only able to twitch slightly on the ground. Lin Chen smiled wickedly. Next, let's put on a magic show. Magic? Could he really be a magician? The three brothers exchanged glances. Wu Laoda decided that no matter how Lin Chen performed, he would cheer enthusiastically. As long as it meant Lin Chen would let them go, that was all that mattered. Lin Chen pulled Shin Shurhan back a few steps, and since Wu Laoda was somewhat of a good person, Lin Chen decided to give him a quick end. You three, watch closely, I will only perform once. Boom! With a low shout from Lin Chen, the explosive collar around Wu Laoda's neck instantly activated. There was a soft bang, and the collar exploded, a jet of blood gushing from Wu Laoda's carotid artery, tracing a blinding arc in the air. Wu Laoda didn't even have time to let out a scream before the artery was blown open, blood pouring out like a fountain, his body collapsing to the ground like a ragdoll. Wu Laosan and Wu Laer stared in horror, their faces splattered with Wu Laoda's blood. The warm blood slid down their cheeks, dripping to the ground, as if it were Wu Laoda's silent accusation. Wu Laosan shouted hoarsely, "Big brother! Lin Chen, you demon, may you die a terrible death." His voice echoed in the hallway, filled with anger and despair, his eyes red as if they would burst into flames. At that moment, Wu Laer struggled to sit up from the ground, his eyes filled with hatred. His teeth ground together, and a low growl emanated from his throat. He wanted to lunge at Lin Chen, but his severely injured body had no strength. As soon as he got up, he fell heavily back to the ground. His hands clawed at the ground, leaving trails of blood, an external manifestation of his inner hatred. Lin Chen, however, looked on coldly, as if what was happening before him was merely an inconsequential scene. Shin Shurhan's face turned pale, although she knew Lin Chen was ruthless. Witnessing such a bloody scene made her stomach churn. She pressed her hand tightly over her mouth, desperately fighting the urge to vomit. At the same time, she instinctively touched the collar around her neck, its cold touch sending a shiver down her spine. At that moment, Lin Chen turned to look at her. "If you want to leave, I can let you go." To his surprise, Shin Shurhan stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's. This was the first time she had taken the initiative. "No, I won't leave." A hint of determination shone in Shin Shurhan's eyes. Despite the extreme discomfort from the earlier scene, she understood that in this apocalyptic world, Lin Chen was the only person she could rely on. Without him, she didn't know how long she could survive. "Aren't you afraid of me?" Lin Chen asked Shin Shurhan. She shook her head. "I am afraid, but I am more afraid of losing you." Hearing Shin Shurhan's candid confession, Lin Chen grasped her delicate chin and kissed her deeply. Shin Shurhan's eyes widened slightly, then slowly closed, responding passionately to Lin Chen's kiss. Despite the blood-soaked ground and the nauseating scent of blood in the air, Wu Laer and Wu Laosan watched this scene with eyes full of anger and humiliation. Wu Laosan shouted hoarsely, "Lin Chen, you beast! Beast!" His eyes were bloodshot, like a cornered beast in rage, veins bulging on his neck, wishing to break free and tear Lin Chen to pieces. Wu Laer lay on the ground, breathing weakly, murmuring, "Big brother! Big brother!" His eyes were filled with despair and hatred, along with deep regret. With his big brother dead, Lin Chen would naturally not spare him either. He wasn't afraid of death, but if he died, who would protect his family in this cold world? Just thinking about it made his heart feel as if it were being pierced by 1,000 needles. Lin Chen finally released Shin Shurhan, slowly turning his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Wu Laer and Wu Laosan, his expression utterly indifferent, as if he were looking at two lifeless objects. "Now, it's your turn." Lin Chen's voice was devoid of any warmth, sounding particularly eerie in the silent corridor. The apocalypse had only just begun a week or so ago, yet Wu Laoer and Wu Laosan were already filled with hostility. In his previous life, Lin Chen had endured for 2 to 3 months. He too had hostility, and he too needed to vent. Lin Chen walked step by step towards Wu Laoer and Wu Laosan, each step seeming to tread on their hearts. Wu Laosan's eyes widened in terror, filled with fear and anger as he shouted, "Lin Chen, you demon, may you die a horrible death." Meanwhile, Wu Laoer lay weakly on the ground, his eyes filled with despair, as if he had already foreseen his fate. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and kicked Wu Laosan, who curled up in pain but continued to curse. Lin Chen remained unmoved, continuing to torment them. The burning red wooden stick left shocking charred marks on their skin. As the scalding stick touched the skin, it emitted a sizzling sound, accompanied by a pungent smell of burning. Wu Laosan writhed in pain, his screams echoing in the corridor, chilling to the bone. Wu Laoer weakly watched this scene, his despair deepening. He wanted to struggle to escape but lacked even the strength to move a finger. Lin Chen looked at their suffering expressionless, feeling not a shred of pity. Wu Laosan's curses gradually weakened, replaced by painful moans and pleas for mercy. "Lin Chen, please let us go, we know we were wrong." But Lin Chen showed no signs of stopping. Wu Laoer, seeing Wu Laosan being tormented, couldn't help but plead, "Lin Chen, we really won't dare again, please spare us." However, Lin Chen merely looked at them coldly, continuing to vent his hostility. After a while, Wu Lao-san began cursing. Again, Lin Chen, you will definitely face retribution. Lin Chen increased the intensity once more, causing Wu Lao-san to plead again in pain. This cycle continued, from cursing to begging for mercy, back to cursing and begging, until they had no strength left. Wu Lao-san weakly said, Lin Chen, give us a quick end. Wu Lao-er nodded slightly, there was no hope left in his eyes, only a desire for death. After venting, Lin Chen felt his hostility lessen significantly. Then I'll give you a quick end. Thank you. Wu Lao-san weakly uttered these two words, his voice filled with endless bitterness. Others were about to kill him, and he still wanted to thank them. It was truly a great irony. Lin Chen expressionlessly raised the weapon in his hand, ready to deliver the final blow. At that moment, Shen Shurhan suddenly reached out to stop him. Lin Chen, do you really have to do this? Shen Shurhan felt a twinge of compassion as she looked at Wu Lao-er and Wu Lao-san. Lin Chen coldly stared at Shen Shurhan, being merciful to enemies is being cruel to oneself. But Shen Shurhan wanted to say something more but was interrupted by Lin Chen. No buts. With that, Lin Chen ignored Shen Shurhan any further, and the weapon in his hand came crashing down. With two dull thuds, the lives of Wu Lao-er and Wu Lao-san came to an end. Their bodies fell heavily to the ground, blood flowing and staining the floor red. Shen Shurhan covered her eyes, unsure why the world had turned into this. What are you still standing there for? Go back and boil some water, and give me a good wash. Shen Shurhan returned to the room to boil water, while Lin Chen was cleaning in the hallway. With a blank expression, he dragged the bodies of Wu Lao-er and Wu Lao-san to the window. Outside, the cold wind howled, and snowflakes fluttered down. Without mercy, he threw the three brothers' bodies out the window, instantly swallowed by the thick snow. Lin Chen looked at the bodies covered in snow, his heart showing no ripple of emotion. He wasn't doing this for hygiene. In temperatures below -30 or 40 degrees, the bodies wouldn't rot at all. He simply didn't want to startle the other fish. Who knew if there were still robbers around? It would be bad if they got scared. A faint smell of blood lingered in the hallway, although Lin Chen had tried his best to clean, that scent still hung in the air. In the room, Shen Shurhan had finished boiling the water and was quietly waiting for Lin Chen. Taking a shower actually took an hour. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to, Shen Shurhan said softly, her voice carrying a hint of a pout. Next time, don't be so naughty. Or you'll be in for it, Lin Chen glared at Shen Shurhan. Shen Shurhan quickly nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Goo goo. At that moment, Shen Shurhan's stomach actually growled. The two had been busy all night and had indeed consumed a lot of energy. Lin Chen was also a bit hungry. He glanced at Shen Shurhan and shook his head helplessly. Let's eat something. Shen Shurhan, a bit embarrassed, covered her stomach, her face slightly flushed. Lin Chen took out 2 packs of individual rations, which were also part of that individual equipment. Although they didn't taste as good as steak and hot pot, they were simple and filling. Lin Chen tore open the packaging and handed one portion to Shen Shurhan. Shen Shurhan took the ration, looking at the unremarkable food, but a warmth surged in her heart. In this apocalyptic world, having such food was already a luxury. However, to Lin Chen's surprise, this pack of individual rations actually tasted quite good. Wow! This pack of fruit candy is so delicious. Shen Shurhan squinted her eyes, a satisfied smile on her face. The small fruit candy melted in her mouth, and the sweet taste spread instantly. Why has candy become a strategic resource? Besides containing a lot of energy and quickly replenishing stamina, the sweetness can also stimulate dopamine secretion, bringing about a pleasant mood. This is especially important on the battlefield. And in the apocalypse, it is the same. In this world, filled with despair and fear, a little sweetness can bring hope and courage. Lin Chen looked at Shen Shurhan's happy appearance, and a warmth surged in his heart as well. In the apocalypse, loneliness is also a torment of life. Even with enough supplies, loneliness can drive a person mad. Having a little pet to accompany you is quite nice. Lin Chen thought this, and his gaze toward Shen Shurhan unconsciously softened a bit. Shen Shurhan, this little pet, was playing her role quite well. Here, this pack is for you too. Lin Chen handed his pack of candy to Shen Shurhan. Thank you, Shen Shurhan smiled sweetly. In her heart, Lin Chen's gesture was even sweeter than the candy in her mouth. She carefully took the candy, cherishing it in her hand as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. Make sure to brush your teeth well later, Lin Chen said with a hint of annoyance. Be careful of cavities. Shen Shurhan playfully stuck out her tongue. Got it. In the underground garage, Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin huddled together. Their bodies were tightly pressed against each other, trying to gain a bit of warmth from one another. Their faces appeared somewhat pale in the dim firelight, and their lips were slightly purple. Next to them was that self-proclaimed licking dog glasses guy. He was shivering, hugging his knees, with a thin layer of mist on his glasses. Lu Xiaoyan. Did you just hear that? It sounded like someone was screaming. Yilin mumbled, her voice trembling slightly from the cold. Her eyes were half open, wanting to sleep but unable to. It was just too cold. That kind of cold seemed to penetrate to the marrow, making every inch of her skin cry out in pain. Lu Xiaoyan raised her head slightly, a hint of alertness in her gaze. She tried to wake herself up a bit more, straining to listen carefully. I think I heard something too. What if a monster appears? Yilin clung tightly to Lu Xiaoyan, unsure if it was fear or the cold that made her do so. The bespectacled man, hearing their conversation, couldn't help but interject, "Don't worry, even if there are monsters, I will protect both of you." He straightened his somewhat thin body, trying to appear more reliable. "Thank you, brother." Lu Xiaoyan forced out a grateful smile. After all, in this crumbling world, having someone willing to protect her was a good thing. Yilin, however, cast a disdainful glance at the bespectacled man, then leaned into Lu Xiaoyan's embrace, murmuring, "Lu Xiaoyan, I want to eat hot pot too." Hearing Yilin's words, Lu Xiaoyan swallowed hard, remaining silent as she gazed into the hallway, lost in thought. Ding, today's flash sale items: 1. Outdoor firewood stove set, 10,000 sets. 2. MRE individual rations, 10,000 bags. 3. Large small umbrellas, 10,000 boxes. 4. Emergency medical kits, 10,000 packs. I choose 1. Ding, flash sale successful. Lin Chen now closed his eyes and selected the set directly. The last individual soldier set was simply a win. It not only included weapons and protective gear but also rations and medical kits. The 10,000 individual soldier sets brought Lin Chen 10,000 submachine guns, 10,000 handguns, tens of thousands of magazines, grenades, smoke bombs, 10,000 packs of individual rations, and 10,000 medical kits. It was at least equivalent to 5 or 6 flash sales. So when Lin Chen saw the set again, he chose without hesitation. Moreover, the firewood stove was indeed very necessary. What if the generator or air conditioner broke down? With this most primitive way of heating, at least he wouldn't have to worry about any accidents. Lin Chen took out a firewood stove set from the system space. Sure enough, the set was worth it. This firewood stove set included more than a dozen accessories, including the stove body, chimney, a blowtorch, fire blanket, kettle, snow shovel, small frying pan, small fan, and a pellet bin. The most important thing was that each firewood stove came with a large bag of burning pellets, enough for about a day's use. Not bad, this is a big win. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Beside him, Xin Shirhan, who was tidying up the room, widened her eyes slightly when she saw Lin Chen conjure up a pile of things again. However, she didn't ask anything. Some things can be asked, while others are better left unasked. The swelling on her neck hadn't gone down yet. "Come over and help me assemble this. Come over and help me assemble this." Lin Chen shouted to Shen Shirhan. Shen Shirhan put down her work and walked over to Lin Chen. While fiddling with the accessories, Lin Chen directed Shen Shirhan. "Hand me that stove body, yes, that one." Shen Shirhan obediently handed the stove body to Lin Chen and asked, "Don't we have air conditioning? Why do we need to assemble this?" Lin Chen replied without looking up, "What if the air conditioning breaks one day? And this can also boil water and cook, very convenient." Lin Chen continued, his hands never stopping. Natural gas would probably be cut off soon, and cooking would become a problem again. In this apocalyptic world, the supply of resources is extremely unstable. He couldn't place all his hopes on the existing conveniences. Now with this firewood stove, at least frying a steak or hot pot wouldn't be an issue. It could be said that this firewood stove came at just the right time. Lin Chen quickened his assembly speed, while Shen Shirhan helped by passing things and steadying the parts. As the firewood stove gradually took shape, Lin Chen felt more and more that his choice this time was incredibly correct. Once assembled, he could boil a kettle of hot water, brew some tea, and enjoy a moment of comfort in this apocalyptic world. However, how to deal with the chimney became a problem. Fortunately, with enough chimney fittings, Lin Chen connected the chimney to the kitchen, directly linking it to the exhaust vent of the range hood. This way, the smoke produced by the burning could be smoothly expelled outdoors. Mission accomplished. Lin Chen stood up, dusted off his hands, and carefully examined the firewood stove. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This most primitive way of heating and cooking gave a strong sense of security. Shin Shirhan also stepped forward, looking at the assembled firewood stove with a hint of joy in her eyes. Their little home was becoming warmer and warmer. "What are we having for lunch?" Lin Chen looked at Shin Shirhan. Shin Shurhan licked her lips. Hot pot? Okay, then we'll have steak. In the underground garage. At this moment, it was filled with sorrow. Some people were sobbing softly, while others were crying loudly. Many people died that night. Many elderly people closed their eyes last night and never opened them again. They completed their lives in the long night of this apocalyptic world. Perhaps for them, this was not without its relief, but for those who remain, it is endless sorrow and fear. The living sit together, their eyes hollow and confused. They do not know who will be the next to leave, nor how much longer they can endure in this cruel world. All that remains is fear of the unknown and grief for those who have passed. Mom, why haven't Dad and Uncle San come back yet? A little girl curled up in her mother's arms, her eyes sparkling with both hope and worry. Last night, Dad said he would go get her lots and lots of delicious food, and the little girl had been waiting. However, even until dawn, her father had not returned. The woman's face was filled with anxiety and unease. Last night, her husband said he would go to Lin Chen's house to get some food, but he still hadn't come back. She had a bad feeling. Although her husband had 2 brothers, who knew how many people were with them to take care of her daughter, she didn't dare to go and check. She feared that if she left, something might happen to her daughter. Don't worry, Nguyen, Dad will be back soon. The woman forced herself to stay calm, holding her daughter tightly. The little girl blinked and nodded understandingly. Mom, Nguyen isn't worried. Dad will definitely bring back lots of delicious food. Her small hand clutched tightly at her mother's clothing, as if that was her only support at that moment. In this cold and fear-filled underground parking lot, the mother and daughter huddled together, waiting for the person who might never return. Lu Xiaoyan, I can't go on. In the corner, Yilin leaned weakly against the wall, her face as pale as paper, her lips severely chapped. Each word seeming to drain her of all her strength. They had spent 2 nights in the underground parking lot, but there was not enough food, and even the young ones were about to give in. Moreover, they had already been hungry for several days before that. Shall we go? Find Lin Chen? Yilin's voice was as thin as a thread, but her eyes revealed a glimmer of the desire to survive. At worst. Her words trailed off, but Lu Xiaoyan knew what she meant. However, Lu Xiaoyan frowned, her eyes filled with hesitation and entanglement. Seeing Lu Xiaoyan's hesitation, Yilin pleaded, Lu Xiaoyan, we have no other choice. If this continues, we will really die here. Lu Xiaoyan took a deep breath. Okay, but I'll ask Shurhan first. Yilin quickly nodded. Yes, let her help us speak well. No matter what conditions Lin Chen has, I will agree. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyan's words, a glimmer of hope sparkled in Yilin's eyes. To her, this was their only chance of survival. Since Lin Chen could take in Shurhan, he probably wouldn't refuse the 2 of them. Moreover, in her heart, no matter what price Shurhan paid, whether it was looks or figure, Lu Xiaoyan was far superior to Shin Shurhan. This was also why Yilin pleaded with Lu Xiaoyan to step forward. Among the 3 women, Yilin was the most ordinary looking, while Lu Xiaoyan was the most beautiful, a definite school beauty. In this world that felt like the end of days, they had no other bargaining chips left. Lu Xiaoyan thought for a moment and composed a message to send to Shin Shurhan. In the warm room, the firewood stove quietly radiated heat. Through the glass window of the stove, one could see the flames dancing joyfully. Inside, Sizzle Lin Chen picked up a slice of snowflake beef and placed it in the frying pan. Instantly, the aroma of the beef spread. A rich scent filled with the fragrance of fat that made one's mouth water. Shin Shurhan couldn't help but swallow. Lin Chen had a sudden idea and cut the steak into thin slices, directly making it into grilled meat. Paired with the sesame sauce for hot pot, it was a very northern way of eating. The rich aroma of the sesame sauce perfectly blended with the scent of the grilled meat, and each slice of beef dipped in the sauce brought a unique and wonderful taste experience. Shin Shurhan eagerly picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a piece of grilled beef, dipped it in the sesame sauce, and gently placed it in her mouth. She closed her eyes, a look of ecstasy on her face, mumbling, Lin Chen, this taste is amazing. Lin Chen glanced at Shin Shurhan's satisfied expression and shot her a glare. What a greedy girl. Seeing Lin Chen glare at her, Shin Shurhan stuck out her cute little tongue and then picked up a piece of beef for him. Lin Chen, you should eat too, your beef is so fragrant, I can't help it. Lin Chen shook his head. This girl was getting bolder. It seemed the punishment wasn't enough. Just as he opened the system panel, wanting to discipline her, Shin Shurhan suddenly took off her jacket. Ah, it's so hot, she said, casually tossing her jacket aside. The room had both air conditioning and a firewood stove, and the temperature was about 25 or 6 degrees. Lin Chen looked at Shin Shurhan's little tank top. Forget it, let's eat first. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, Shen Shurhan's phone rang. She picked it up to take a look, and her expression changed immediately. Her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure flashing in her eyes. It's Lu Xiaoyan, she wants me to speak well of her, so you'll take her and Yi Lin in too. Shen Shurhan put down her phone and looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, not looking up, said, "Do you want to help them speak well?" He continued to focus on eating the grilled meat, seemingly indifferent to the matter. Shen Shurhan pouted, "Who wants to help her speak well? She just betrayed us yesterday, and today she comes asking us to take her in, how shameless can she be?" Shen Shurhan's tone was filled with disgust. Just thinking about what Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin did yesterday made her furious. Lin Chen nodded, not bad. He was genuinely worried that Shen Shurhan would act impulsively, letting her maternal instincts take over and speak for Lu Xiaoyan and Yi Lin. If that happened, he would have to kick Shen Shurhan out too. He couldn't have a saint by his side. If Shen Shurhan really wanted to help those two, it would mean she hadn't recognized the survival rules of this apocalypse, and Lin Chen didn't want to be put in a passive or even desperate situation because of such meaningless kindness. Lin Chen continued eating the grilled meat, casually saying, "It's good that you think this way. In this world, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. If they could betray us yesterday, they could do even worse tomorrow." Shen Shurhan nodded vigorously. "Lin Chen, don't worry, I'm not that foolish. I won't forget how they treated us." Lin Chen looked at Shen Shurhan's determined expression, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. After finishing the grilled meat, Lin Chen slumped on the sofa to play games while Shen Shurhan tidied up. She collected the dishes one by one and took them to the kitchen. After washing the dishes, she wiped the table clean and organized the area around the firewood stove. Once everything was tidied up, Shen Shurhan, like yesterday, knelt by Lin Chen's feet. However, this time, she hugged Lin Chen's calves, her head gently resting on his thigh. Lin Chen glanced down at Shen Shurhan, truly bold. However, when he saw the explosive collar next to his thigh, never mind. And Shen Shurhan, seeing that there was no current appearing on her neck, smiled, her eyes curving like a little crescent moon. Noticing that Lin Chen did not punish her for this intimate gesture, she couldn't help but feel a bit pleased. She then took out her phone and snapped a selfie. In the underground parking lot. Lu Xiaoyan, has Shurhan not returned yet? Yi Lin's voice trembled slightly, her eyes revealing a hint of anxiety and helplessness. No. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head. Her face also looking quite haggard, her eyes bloodshot. Maybe she just didn't see it. No, I'll ask her again. Yi Lin took out her phone, wanting to inquire about Shen Shurhan again. Just then, she saw that Shen Shurhan had updated her moments. Yi Lin's finger paused slightly, her eyes fixed on the phone screen, revealing a trace of disbelief. She clicked on Shen Shurhan's moments, and what came into view was a photo of Shen Shurhan leaning against Lin Chen's leg. In the photo, Shen Shurhan tightly hugged Lin Chen's calf, her head gently resting on Lin Chen's thigh, exuding a lazy and warm aura. Her face radiated a sense of comfort and satisfaction, forming a stark contrast to her current situation in the underground parking lot, cold and hungry. Lu Xiaoyan, look. Yi Lin handed the phone to Lu Xiaoyan, her voice choked with emotion. There was still time to post on moments, how could she not have seen their messages? How can she be so selfish? Clearly knowing we are suffering, yet deliberately ignoring our messages, only caring about her own enjoyment. Yi Lin's voice trembled, filled with anger and disappointment. Is she really that heartless? We used to be friends, and now that we are in trouble, she turns a blind eye. Yi Lin felt that Shen Shurhan's behavior was simply too much. After all, they were friends, how could she act like this? Holding a pair of stinky feet and still so happy, how come I never noticed she was this kind of person before? Yi Lin's words carried a hint of jealousy. Lu Xiaoyan took the phone, looking at the photo, her brows slightly furrowed. She bit her lip, a complex emotion surging within her. After a moment of silence, Lu Xiaoyan slowly said, maybe she has her own difficulties. Although she said this, Lu Xiaoyan also understood in her heart that this might just be her one-sided thought. Yi Lin snorted coldly, difficulties? What difficulties could she have? I see she just doesn't want to help us. She was now filled with resentment, as if Shen Shurhan had become the source of all her current pain. Look at her smiling, she hasn't smiled this happily even before the heavy snow. What difficulties could there be? The more Yi Lin spoke, the more agitated she became, her eyes reddening. I really don't know how she can be so happy kneeling at someone else's feet. What a shameless person. Yi Lin stared fiercely at Shen Shurhan's radiant smile on the phone screen, her jealousy and anger burning like a raging fire. No, I have to ask her why she treats us this way. Her emotions had Completely spiraled out of control, her fingers trembling as she quickly typed a message on her phone and sent it to Shin Shirhan. Why didn't you reply to Lu Xiaoyan's message? Don't pretend you can't. See it, I know you can. You can't even help with a small favor. Are we not sisters anymore? Do you really enjoy holding stinky feet this much? You'd throw away your dignity for a bit of food. Buzz buzz buzz. Shin Shirhan picked up her phone and saw the message from Yilin, and instead she smiled. The smile carried a hint of pride and a touch of vindication. Although the words were unfriendly, she felt very happy. She posted this on her moments just to irritate Yilin and Lu Xiaoyan, and seeing them indeed flustered as she expected filled her with a sense of revenge. She leisurely looked at the phone screen, her gaze sweeping over Yilin's curses, feeling not a shred of guilt. Moreover, aside from Yilin cursing her, the dozens of comments below her post were all pleas for help. Wow, Shirhan, where are you? Can you take me in? Shirhan, you're so beautiful, can you help me out? Shirhan, as long as you take me in, I'll do anything you want, I beg you. Shirhan. Former classmates and friends were all begging her. Seeing their messages, Shin Shirhan slightly raised her chin, feeling secretly pleased. Ignoring the pleading classmates, she directly replied to Yilin, sister? You still remember we are sisters? Shin Shirhan's typing speed was not slow. Then how do you treat your sisters? Why did you leak our food news to others? Do you know what happened last night? Remembering the peril of last night, Shin Shirhan's heart was still filled with fear and anger. She typed furiously, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances and resentment through these words. You say I'm shameless, but do you have any shame? You just sold me out, and now you turn around to beg me, can you still have some face? Yilin and Lu Xiaoyan stared at Shin Shirhan's replies on the phone screen, both of their faces turning extremely ugly. Lu Xiaoyan sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Although she didn't leak the secret, she hadn't stopped Yilin yesterday, and only she knew what she was thinking at that moment. Yilin's body trembled slightly, a flash of panic and fear in her eyes. She opened her mouth to retort but found she had no words to say. The only way out had been blocked by her own foolish actions. She bit her lip, feeling a bit regretful. If only she hadn't been so impulsive yesterday. But now that the incident had happened, what could she do? After thinking for a moment, Yilin chose to fight back directly. You want face? Look at what you're doing now. Seeing Yilin's reply, Shin Shirhan sneered. After last night's ambush, she was no longer the weak Shin Shirhan who could be bullied. How can you still talk about me? Didn't you also eat the steak from someone else's sock? Aren't you missing that taste now? Too bad it's gone. The sarcasm was at its peak, and neither side held back. Yilin trembled with anger upon seeing Shin Shirhan's reply. You bitch. You filthy whore. The two exchanged barbs, neither yielding, their words growing increasingly intense, as if they were venting all their dissatisfaction and anger. They hurled the most vicious insults at each other. However, it ultimately ended in Shin Shirhan's victory. Because Yilin's fingers were nearly frozen. Her fingers gradually became numb, and pressing each key on her phone became exceptionally difficult. Why aren't you talking anymore? Out of battery or frozen stiff? Shin Shirhan's message was like the taunt of a victor, filled with provocation. I'm sweating, it's so hot. Shin Shirhan sent a photo of herself in a tank top to Yilin. Yilin looked at the picture of Shin Shirhan dressed coolly, especially the fine sweat beading on her forehead. And she felt like she was going to go crazy. The other party wasn't lying, she was really sweating. Yilin felt her blood was about to freeze in this cold, while Shin Shirhan was enjoying the warmth. Why was that? She was now so cold that she was shivering, and even typing had become a struggle. You wait for me. Revenge. Yilin wanted revenge. You managed to escape last night's attack by luck, but how many more nights can you hide? This thought kept surfacing in Yilin's mind. She felt she couldn't be defeated by Shin Shirhan like this. She wanted them to taste the bitterness of hunger and cold as well. With this in mind, Yilin forwarded all the photos of steak from Lin Chen's house, photos of hot pot, Shin Shirhan's photos from her social media, and pictures of herself in a tank top in a warm room, all at once to the owner group. Feeling that this wasn't enough to vent her anger, Yilin also wrote in the group, "Oh dear, we're running out of ingredients at home. Does everyone have enough food? It's so hot at home, I'm sweating. How warm is it at your place?" Yilin's words were filled with sarcasm and provocation. She deliberately stirred up the people in the group, hoping to incite their anger and jealousy. Sure enough, when the group saw the pictures Yilin posted, they erupted instantly. Especially those who had lost someone in their family. Their emotions were like a powder keg that had been ignited, exploding all at once. Don't you know that people outside are suffering? How can you still enjoy yourselves? And send this to provoke us. Exactly. Eating steak and hot pot at a time like this, do they have any conscience? People like them should be punished. Why can they enjoy delicious food in a warm place while we struggle in this icy world? This is too much. They are simply inhumane. They should be dragged out too, let them freeze and starve with us. Everyone already had a belly full of resentment, and with Yi Lin's provocation, how could they hold back? They are provoking all of us. We can't let this go. Yes. We can't let them live so freely, we need them to taste the pain. Why do they get to live so well while we struggle on the brink of life and death? It's not fair. We need to demand an explanation. We can't let them continue to be so smug. Someone started inciting everyone to take action, and the atmosphere in the group grew increasingly tense and hostile. A few people even stood up and walked toward the hallway, unsure if they were looking to vent their anger or for food. Lin Chen and Shin Shirhan naturally noticed the outrage in the owner group. Shin Shirhan's face turned pale. It was over, it seemed she had caused trouble. I'm sorry. Shin Shirhan raised her head, tears streaming down her face as she looked at Lin Chen. She never expected things to turn out this way. Yi Lin's actions were completely beyond her imagination, and they were so malicious. Not only did she expose them, but she also deliberately provoked everyone with those words. This was meant to ruin her completely. Shin Shirhan tightly clung to Lin Chen's thigh, her body trembling slightly. She was extremely scared, not knowing what those angry people would do to them. Lin Chen glanced at Shin Shirhan, a useless little girl, really both inexperienced and playful. Then, he kicked Shin Shirhan away. Get back to your room, I'll deal with you later. I'll be waiting for you. In the room, you can punish me however you want. She knew that Lin Chen was preparing to face those who might rush in at any moment. Shen Shirhan slowly got up from the ground and walked towards the room. As she walked, she occasionally looked back at Lin Chen, her eyes still filled with worry. After returning to the bedroom, she gently closed the door, leaned against it, and quietly listened to the sounds outside, her heart racing. Outside the door, Lin Chen shook his head and stretched his muscles. This conflict came earlier than he had planned, but it was all the same in the end. He was no longer afraid, even secretly looking forward to it. Lin Chen took out the Polar Bear Special Forces individual equipment from the system space and put it on. Looking at his armed self in the mirror, Lin Chen revealed a cruel smile. Don't let me down. He then walked out of the room and hid in the hallway, where the smell of blood from the Wu brothers had not yet dissipated. Lin Chen did not indulge too much, he had already heard some commotion coming from below. Damn, let's grab all the food later. Then throw them all outside, let them taste the cold. He. A group of people laughed lewdly, recklessly walking up the stairs, seemingly unconcerned about being discovered. Even if they were found out, so what? They were a dozen big men. Some even carrying clubs, and they were not afraid at all. However, when they reached Lin Chen's floor, everyone was startled. They saw a fully armed white freak standing at the top of the hallway. In the dim light, he looked like a war god emerging from the ice fields. Looking at the dark muzzle of the submachine gun, the dozen strong men felt their legs tremble. Especially the murderous aura emanating from the other party made the surrounding air seem to freeze. The originally aggressive and greedy crowd suddenly froze in place as if under a spell. Their faces turned pale, and the arrogance and desire in their eyes were instantly replaced by fear. Sorry, we took a wrong turn, the leader stammered, trying to force a flattering smile, but it looked worse than crying. As he spoke, he slowly backed away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. At the same time, he raised his hand slightly in a gesture of surrender, his eyes fixed on the submachine gun in Lin Chen's hand, fearing that Lin Chen might accidentally pull the trigger. The others also fearfully retreated, not daring to breathe. The clubs they had been holding now seemed incredibly ridiculous, as if they were just children's toys. Each of them prayed in their hearts that Lin Chen would let them go. The evil thoughts that had just filled their minds had long since vanished. They only hoped to escape this terrifying place as soon as possible, far away from this armed freak who resembled a demon. Lin Chen, however, showed no intention of letting them go. He took a small step forward, the submachine gun steady in his hands, his cold gaze sweeping over the crowd. Took a wrong turn? You weren't saying that just now. You don't just want to take all my food, but you also want to throw me outside, right? Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of mockery. As if he were laughing at these people's previous overconfidence. The crowd tightened in their hearts, and someone began to plead for mercy. Big brother. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. The man's voice trembled violently, as if every syllable was shivering. His face was as pale As paper, beads of sweat rolling down from his forehead, his eyes fixed on the submachine gun in Lin Chen's hand, filled with fear. That was a damn submachine gun. How could there be a submachine gun? But the crowd had no time to ponder this question. Their only task now was to save their lives. We really? No, we were wrong. We shouldn't have had such thoughts. Please let us go. Others echoed, their postures extremely low, some even kneeling on the ground, banging their heads like pounding garlic. Let you go? Lin Chen sneered, you weren't thinking that way just now. Since you're here, don't think you can leave easily. His gaze was like a sharp sword, making those strong men tremble in fear. One of the bolder ones mustered the courage to say, don't go too far, there are so many of us. If it comes to a fight, you won't gain the upper hand. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then, let's give it a try. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Da-da-day. The submachine gun spat fire, bullets whistling through the corridor. The few people in front fell to the ground in an instant. They were less than 5 meters away from Lin Chen, and the power of the submachine gun was terrifying. The bullets pierced through, leaving huge wounds on their bodies, shattered flesh and fragments of clothing flying everywhere. The remaining people screamed in terror, frantically turning to escape this place of death. The previous arrogance had vanished without a trace, replaced by endless fear and despair. The corridor was filled with the smell of gunpowder and blood, with screams rising and falling. After a while, the gunfire stopped. The corridor fell into dead silence, with several strong men sprawled on the ground, blood flowing like a river. However, about 10 people still managed to escape. Lin Chen did not pursue relentlessly. Those who followed behind were lucky enough to escape with their lives. So, one should never rush to the front. In his previous life, Lin Chen had met a terrible fate because he did just that. He let those lucky people go, harboring another thought. As the saying goes, there are thieves for 1,000 days, but no one to guard against them for 1,000 days. It's better to spread his power around, saving him the trouble of having to be on guard every day. Didn't you see how no one dared to rob the supermarket occupied by Gao Wen and his gang? It was all because they had a little steel cannon. He was fully armed, holding a submachine gun. Anyway, everyone was trapped in the underground parking lot. Even if they wanted to run, they couldn't. He had plenty of time to play slowly. The smoke in the corridor gradually dissipated, leaving behind a shocking scene of carnage. Lin Chen stood still, looking at the bodies sprawled in disarray, his eyes showing no ripple of emotion. Among these people, there were none of his enemies from his previous life. Otherwise, wanting to die so easily would have been impossible. Meanwhile, the few who had narrowly escaped were now frantically running deeper into the underground parking lot. Their hearts were filled with fear, as if a demon were chasing them from behind. As they ran, they glanced back in terror, afraid that Lin Chen would catch up. The horrifying scene from just moments ago kept replaying in their minds, the flames of the submachine gun and the screams of their companions. They regretted it deeply, wondering why they had participated in this foolish action, why they had let greed and anger cloud their judgment. The people who escaped back to the underground parking lot were screaming madly. Fear was written all over their faces. Many were covered in blood and ice shards. Those who had been wandering aimlessly in the parking lot were instantly stirred, their gazes fixed on these disheveled figures. These people were drenched in blood, their faces filled with panic, as if they were ghosts returning from hell. The bloodstains appeared particularly glaring under the dim lights, sending chills down one's spine. What happened? What's going on? Could there be some monster outside? You all need to speak up. What exactly happened? The neighbors were alarmed. The appearance of these few people was simply too terrifying. The underground parking lot was suddenly filled with a tense and uneasy atmosphere. Those who remained in the parking lot had no idea what had happened, but the bright red blood continuously stimulated their fragile nerves. Everyone's heart began to race uncontrollably, and their breathing became rapid. Some huddled closely with their families, as if that could provide them with a sense of security. Others looked around in fear, afraid that something terrifying might suddenly appear. What on earth happened? You all need to talk. An impatient voice broke the suffocating silence. The devil. He is the devil. These people kept murmuring, as if they had lost their souls from fear. What devil? Where's our old Wang? Why hasn't he come back? At that moment, a woman rushed forward, grabbing someone by the collar, her voice filled with urgency and fear. And what about our old Li? Where is he? Another person rushed up. Their men hadn't returned, and those who did were covered in blood, which stirred a strong sense of unease and fear within them. Didn't you go to Lin Chen's house to steal food? What on earth happened? The voices of the family members were filled with anger and questioning. They couldn't Except that their loved ones had gone to steal food and hadn't returned, while the people before them kept muttering about the devil. Yes, Lin Chen, he is the devil. A survivor's voice trembled, his eyes filled with terror. His body shook uncontrollably, as if even mentioning Lin Chen's name was a terrifying thing. He is a demon who kills without blinking. He has a gun, he actually shot at us. They're all dead, those people are all dead. Boom, these words from the survivors hit the neighbors like a heavy bomb, instantly leaving them dumbfounded. They widened their eyes, mouths agape. Faces filled with shock and disbelief. What? How is that possible? No one dared to believe it. Many recognized Lin Chen, remembering him as a warm-hearted, handsome young man. How could this happen? Just then, a cry for help suddenly echoed from the hallway. Help, help me! A blood-soaked figure stumbled into view. Old Li. A woman rushed forward, supporting the swaying figure. Old Li, what happened to you? Seeing her husband's tragic state, tears instantly streamed down her face as she held him tightly. Cold. Old Li clutched his stomach, trembling uncontrollably. A bullet had pierced through him, striking his belly. Old Li was lucky to have survived the initial impact, but blood was continuously gushing from the wound, and the situation was dire. The neighbors, witnessing Old Li's condition, finally believed. Those who had previous grievances with Lin Chen began to feel fear. Aunt Wang's face turned pale, and she instinctively clutched her chest, trying to suppress her wildly beating heart. Brother Ping looked like a frightened mouse, his eyes darting around, desperately seeking a hidden corner to hide in. Doctor? Is there a doctor? The woman cried out hoarsely to the crowd while holding Old Li. Her gaze frantically searched the crowd, filled with desperation. Please, everyone, save my husband. The people around her showed troubled expressions. They were sympathetic but powerless. In this apocalyptic world, with a lack of medical resources, no one dared to guarantee they could save a life with such a severe gunshot wound. Seeing the woman's desperate eyes, many felt a sense of sorrow for the plight of others. At that moment, a young woman stepped forward. Tang Wanru, a plastic surgeon. Let me take a look. Thank you, Dr. Tang. The woman clung to her like a lifeline, a glimmer of hope igniting in her eyes. Tang Wanru gently laid Old Li down and carefully examined the wound on his stomach. Blood continued to seep out, and the skin around the horrifying wound had turned pale. Tang Wanru furrowed her brow. In such harsh conditions, without proper surgical instruments and medication, it was nearly impossible to save Old Li's life. She shook her head at the woman. This slight movement felt like a sharp blade, instantly severing the last thread of hope in the woman's heart. At that moment, Old Li slowly let his arm drop. No, the woman screamed. Lin Chen, you beast! I will kill you. She cursed with all her strength, blaming Lin Chen for her husband's death. In her mind, if it weren't for Lin Chen, her husband wouldn't be bleeding to death in her arms. Yet she forgot that it was they who had tried to seize food. And in this icy, unfamiliar world, what would happen if they lost their food? It might not be much better than Old Li's fate. In the crowd, Yi Lin and Lu Xiaoyan exchanged glances, a sense of unease rising within them. Yi Lin bit her lip, nearly drawing blood. She was terrified, unsure of how Lin Chen would deal with her. Regret, she felt a deep regret. Why had she provoked Lin Chen in the first place? If she had been able to lower her stance and speak softly, even if it meant sacrificing her dignity and appearing somewhat pathetic, perhaps she would now be like Shin Shirhan, enjoying the warm breeze while clinging to a powerful figure. How could she have ended up in such a dire situation? The bespectacled man who had been guarding the two women quietly distanced himself from them. He was a sycophant, not a fool. After Yi Lin had offended such a powerful person, he dared not get too close. On the other side, Lin Chen threw the bodies of several unfortunate souls out the window. He knew that this incident would surely cause a stir in the underground parking lot. But that was fine, it would make those neighbors more aware of his strength. He wasn't worried that the fleeing people would bring more trouble, as there was nowhere for them to escape in this enclosed underground garage. Inside the room, Shin Shirhan felt her tension and fear remain unchanged after the gunfire stopped. She had no idea what was happening outside and could only silently pray for Lin Chen's safe return. The moment Lin Chen pushed the door open, her tears instantly streamed down her face. She immediately rushed into Lin Chen's arms, holding him tightly. Get off! To her surprise, Lin Chen ruthlessly pushed her away. This woman was becoming increasingly audacious. But at that moment, Shin Shirhan said, Do you want to wash up? I'll go boil some water. Brother Wen, something happened in the garage. In the supermarket, Zhao Xiaolong was reporting to his boss, Zhao Wen. Gao Wen had been paying attention to the movements of the people in the garage these past few days. There were hundreds of people gathered there like a powder keg that could explode at any moment. If things went wrong, it could impact his supermarket. The supplies in the supermarket were his lifeline and the capital for his power. But his little steel cannon couldn't fire many shots. Once those people rushed over recklessly, he wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. What happened? Gao Wen frowned and looked up at Zhao Xiaolong. Zhao Xiaolong's face was serious, beads of sweat were faintly appearing on his forehead, and his voice was somewhat hurried. Wasn't there someone in the group showing off food? A group of people in the garage wanted to go rob it. Gao Wen nodded. He had seen the earlier happenings in the group. He had been wondering who the fool was to show off so brazenly. Didn't they know that a common man is innocent, but possessing a jade is a crime? As he expected, a group of people had ill intentions. In fact, if he hadn't already occupied a supermarket, he would have definitely gone to rob it too. However, with the supplies in the supermarket, Gao Wen thought he should let others have a little to drink, so he didn't bother with the matter. No matter how much food that person had stored, could it compare to what was in his supermarket? And then? Gao Wen looked at Xiaolong. Zhao Xiaolong wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, swallowed hard, and said then that Lin Chen actually had a gun, an assault rifle. At this point, Zhao Xiaolong's voice involuntarily rose a few pitches, his eyes filled with terror. He couldn't help but be afraid. He had written the character kill on the door of Lin Chen's house. He killed 5 or 6 people in one go. What? Gao Wen was startled. Are you sure it was an assault rifle? Gao Wen confirmed again, his voice revealing a hint of tension. Zhao Xiaolong quickly nodded. Absolutely true, Brother Wen. Those who escaped all said so. They were so scared they lost their souls, each one looking like they had seen a ghost. Gao Wen stood up and paced back and forth in the room. Lin Chen actually had an assault rifle. How could anyone have such a thing? Once the other side ran out of food, it was certain they would come to rob his supermarket. Unexpectedly, he had become the one with the jade. He had laughed at others before, but it turned out the clown was himself? Gao Wen's expression became very serious. He stopped pacing and stared intently at Zhao Xiaolong. What exactly is this Lin Chen's background? Why haven't I heard he had a gun before? Zhao Xiaolong cautiously replied, Brother Wen, Lin Chen usually keeps a low profile. No one expected he would hide such a powerful weapon. Suddenly, Gao Wen seemed to think of something. A couple of days ago, the person you and Xiuhu intimidated seemed to be named Lin Chen too. It can't be the same person, right? Zhao Xiaolong showed a face as if his father had died and nodded. Gao Wen's face instantly turned ashen, his eyes wide with anger. You bunch of idiots. Why didn't you say it earlier? At that time, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiuhu had acted on their own, purely out of boredom. As a result, they had provoked such a strong person. Brother Wen, at that time, we didn't know he had a gun. If we had known, even if you gave us 10 times the courage, we wouldn't have dared to go. Zhao Xiaolong's voice trembled a bit, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Gao Wen glared at him fiercely and began to pace irritably in the room again. Brother Wen, then, what do we do now? Zhao Xiaolong asked cautiously, his eyes filled with fear. Gao Wen didn't know what to do either, his face dark and terrifying. That was an assault rifle. It was a complete dimensional strike. At that moment, a handsome young man in his 20s stepped out. A cynical expression. Gao Wu, the younger brother of Gao Wen. Wu Gu. Wu Gu. In the room, everyone hurriedly greeted him. Despite being younger and looking refined, everyone was afraid of Gao Wu. Because they all knew that Gao Wu was even more ruthless than his brother Gao Wen. Alas! No saving him. As Gao Wu spoke, he walked over to a nearby table and casually wiped the blood and bits of flesh off his hands with a cloth. Everyone instinctively averted their eyes from Gao Wu's actions, some even sneaking glances into the room. A naked man lay in a pool of blood, sending chills down their spines. This man was the one Gao Wen had shot last time. At that time, Gao Wen's gang had just taken over the supermarket, and some people were unwilling to submit, so Gao Wen had to make an example of one. This unfortunate chicken not only got shot by Gao Wen but was also rescued by Gao Wu for a full 2 days. Gao Wen looked at his brother with a doting gaze but still said, don't mess around like this in the future. What do you know about saving lives, you who sell phones? The man occasionally wailed, making it hard for everyone to sleep. Gao Wu, hearing his brother's words, merely smiled nonchalantly. Bro, this isn't messing around. I'm practicing my rescue skills. In case anyone gets hurt in the future, someone has to know how to treat them, right? Don't you all agree? Gao Wu scanned the crowd, his eyes carrying an undeniable pressure. Yes, yes, yes. Everyone hurriedly nodded, their forced smiles more pitiful than tears. Wu Gu is right. Better safe than sorry. The crowd managed to squeeze out a smile, but their eyes revealed a hint of fear. Rescue? Rescue my foot. They would rather die than let Cao Wu rescue them. Seeing this, Gaowen shook his head helplessly, looking exhausted as he said, "Your way of learning is too exhausting." He rubbed his temples, the sounds of wailing from the past 2 days echoing in his mind. Cao Wu curled his lip, disdainfully snorting, "You all just have poor mental fortitude, can't even handle this little scene. Alright, let's get down to business." Gaowen interrupted Gao Wu, his expression darkening. "Xiao Long just brought news that in Building 3, there's a guy named Lin Chen who has a submachine gun and has already killed several people trying to steal food." Gao Wu's eyes narrowed slightly, excitement flickering in them like a wolf that had caught the scent of blood. A submachine gun? Interesting. Gaowen shot him a glare, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. Interesting? This is no small matter. Our supermarket is well stocked, like a piece of juicy meat in front of starving wolves. With that gun, Lin Chen will eventually set his sights on us. Gao Wu wore a nonchalant expression. "Bro, what are you afraid of? He's just one person with a gun. As long as we prepare well, make some shields, Molotov cocktails, or whatever, if he dares to come, we'll make sure he doesn't return." Hearing his brother Gao Wu's words, Gao Wen's eyes lit up. "That's a good idea, no wonder you're a college student from the Gao family." The other younger brothers in the room also breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Gao Wu's words. They had indeed been scared by the submachine gun earlier. Gao Wu was pleased with their expressions, smiled, and continued, "Moreover, we can recruit some more people, and at a critical moment, let them go in as cannon fodder." Hiss, everyone gasped. Ruthless. Really damn ruthless. At that moment, another younger brother came in to report, "Wen Gu, there's a woman outside saying she wants to join us." Hearing there was a woman, the younger brother's eyes widened. Gaowen also didn't expect a woman to come seeking them, thought for a moment, and said, "Bring her in." Yilin walked into the supermarket with a mournful face, her steps unsteady as she followed a blonde-haired man. She didn't want to rely on Gao Wen and his gang. In her impression, they were certainly not good people. But at this moment, she was more worried about being shot by Lin Chen. Just thinking about Lin Chen's cold gaze and the scene of him shooting without hesitation made her tremble all over. It was a pity that Lu Xiaoyan didn't come with her, otherwise, with Lu Xiaoyan's looks, she might have had a better life. Yilin sighed inwardly, but now she could only face this difficult situation alone. She cautiously walked into the room, her eyes filled with a hint of fear and unease. When Gao Wen and the others saw Yilin enter, they all stopped what they were doing and looked her up and down. Zhao Xiuhu suddenly felt that this woman looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. However, since they all lived in the same neighborhood, it was normal to have seen each other before, so he didn't think much of it. The other younger brothers, on the other hand, were all wide-eyed. Although Yilin was not as stunning as Xin Shihan and Lu Xiaoyan, she was still a young university student. Gaowen narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Yilin, and asked, "Do you want to join us?" Yilin quickly lowered her head, her voice trembling even more, with a hint of a sob as she said, "Why yes, brother Wen, I want to join you." Gaowen's eyebrows jumped sharply, revealing a look of surprise on his face. She really wanted to join them. This was the first time someone had actively sought to join them. Normally, ordinary people would avoid their kind of gang like the plague. Unexpectedly, this seemingly weak female university student had such courage. However, something unusual was afoot. Gao Wen was not the kind of fool who thought. With his lower body, he sensed that something was off. He stared intently at Yilin, his gaze piercing, and then asked, "Why?" His voice seemed to penetrate Yilin's soul, making her shiver involuntarily. Yilin bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm really starving and want something to eat." As she spoke, her eyes turned to Zhao Xiuhu. He said there would be plenty to eat. Yilin pointed at Zhao Xiuhu. A few days ago, Zhao Xiuhu had indeed said that he would accompany her and that food would be plentiful. But Gaowen was not so easily fooled. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing that the other party was lying. After being in this business for so long, how could a novice university student easily deceive him? At that moment, Zhao Xiuhu suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering where he had seen Yilin before. She had been with two even more beautiful girls, one of whom was the main character in the recent showing off wealth incident. Zhao Xiuhu whispered a few words in Gao Wen's ear. After hearing Zhao Xiuhu's words, Gao Wen's expression changed slightly, and when his gaze fell on Yilin again, it was filled with more scrutiny and vigilance. "What's your name?" Yilin. "I see." Gao Wen sneered, a hint of mockery and all-knowing confidence in his laughter. In an instant, various clues flashed through Gao Wen's mind like lightning, and he understood everything. The one who is showing off food in the group is you. Gao Wen looked at Yi Lin with interest. Yi Lin's body stiffened slightly. She hadn't expected to be exposed so quickly. Brother Wen, what are you talking about? How could I be the one showing off food in the group? Her voice trembled slightly as she tried to mask her inner tension. Gao Wen, however, was not buying her act. He took a step forward, staring intently into Yi Lin's eyes. Take out your phone and open WeChat. Just check, and it would be clear. Yi Lin's face instantly turned pale, her hands unconsciously clenched the hem of her clothes, her eyes revealing a hint of panic and hesitation. Brother Wen. My phone is out of battery. Yi Lin stammered, trying to make one last struggle. Gao Wen sneered, stop making excuses, Yi Lin. Do you think I would believe your excuse? If you don't hand it over immediately now, when I have someone search for it, it won't be so easy to talk. Yi Lin knew she could no longer hide and had to confess. Alright, Brother Wen, since you've guessed it, I won't hide it from you anymore. It's Lu Xiaoyan. She was the one who made me post those in the group. Lu Xiaoyan was jealous of Lin Chen and Xin Shihan, so she thought of getting everyone to grab food, but didn't expect Lin Chen to have a submachine gun and kill someone, right? Gao Wen picked up Yi Lin's words, a sharp glint in his eyes. Yi Lin lowered her head and nodded gently. Yes, Brother Wen. We really didn't expect things to turn out this way. Lu Xiaoyan acted on impulse. She didn't think it would lead to such serious consequences. Gao Wen sneered. You all have a good plan. So why did you come to me? Don't tell me it's just to avoid Lin Chen's revenge. Yi Lin bit her lip and said, I know I was wrong, Brother Wen. I have nowhere to go now. Please take me in, I can work for you, as long as you can shelter me. Gao Wen paced back and forth in the room, hands behind his back. Although Yi Lin's words had some credibility, he still couldn't fully trust her. This woman's appearance was too sudden, and her connection with Lin Chen and the showing off wealth incident made things more complicated. There was already friction between them and Lin Chen, and if they took this woman in, they might really become enemies. Although his brother Yao Wu's previous words about dealing with Lin Chen had some truth, he still didn't want to be enemies with Lin Chen unless absolutely necessary. He was well aware of the power of that submachine gun. Once a war broke out, both sides would suffer heavy losses, and in this world of scarcity and panic, any loss could be fatal. Moreover, this woman was not a good person, playing the game of using others to kill. If it weren't for Lin Chen having a gun and enough strength to intimidate those greedy people, she would have really set them up. Thinking of this, Gao Wen couldn't help but curse Yi Lin's cunning in his heart. It seemed she couldn't be kept. But at that moment, his brother Gao Wu stood up and said, Haha, don't worry, sister. As long as that Lin Chen dares to come, I guarantee he won't return. He laughed loudly, his voice echoing in the room, filled with a kind of arrogant confidence. Don't be afraid, brother will protect you. His squinty eyes had been sizing up Yi Lin for a long time. He had already noticed that Yi Lin had a hint of innocence and purity in her demeanor, clearly still a maiden. How could he let her go? Gao Wen's face darkened, and he shouted, Xiao Wu, don't be ridiculous. Gao Wu's hand froze in midair, looking at Gao Wen with some dissatisfaction. Brother, what's there to be afraid of? So what if he has a submachine gun? Gao Wen shook his head, looking at his brother. Be obedient. Then he looked at the two brothers, Xiao Long and Xiao Hu, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. Tie her up and stuff her in a sack. Soon, Yi Lin was stuffed into a sack, wriggling and making muffled sounds inside. On the other side, Gao Wen took out his phone, found Lin Chen's WeChat in the group, and sent a friend request. Brother Shaolin, we had a bit of a misunderstanding before. Let me apologize first, and as a token of my apology, I'll send you a small gift. At this moment, Lin Chen was taking a bath. The warm water enveloped his body, trying to soothe his tense nerves after facing continuous conflicts. He had just taken down 5 or 6 people in a row, and the pressure was quite significant. If he didn't relax a bit, it would be easy to fall ill. Buzz buzz buzz, the vibration of his phone broke the tranquility of the bathroom. Hand me the phone. Oh. Xin Shihan brought the phone over, and Lin Chen took it, looking at the messages on the screen, his expression instantly darkening. Gao Wen. It was that bastard Gao Wen. The painful memories of his past life surged back like a tide, a nightmare he could never forget. In his previous life, it was Gao Wen's brother, Gao Wu, who ordered him to be thrown into a steamer, boiled alive. He still remembered Gao Wu's last words, each one like a sharp knife, piercing his soul. When he was in the steamer, feeling the scorching steam gradually eroding his body, every inch of his skin seemed to be burned by fierce fire, unbearable pain. Gao Wu, however, wore a smug expression, admiring his own masterpiece. Do you know? Steaming is the best way to preserve the integrity of food. Other methods, whether roasting or boiling, waste some of the food's own fat. In the apocalypse, fat is the most precious thing, we can't waste it. Gao Wu stood by with his arms crossed, taking great interest in his so-called wisdom and achievement. Lin Chen's screams sounded to him like beautiful music, greatly satisfying his vanity. In that moment, Lin Chen's hatred for Gao Wu reached its peak. Lin Chen stared intently at the phone screen. In this rebirth, his greatest wish was to take revenge on Gao Wan and Gao Wu's gang. He had long had a plan for this, just waiting for the right opportunity. He wanted Gao Wu to experience the feeling of being unable to live or die. What's wrong? Shin Shurhan noticed Lin Chen's face suddenly darkening and hurriedly asked with concern. Lin Chen shook his head, the gloom in his eyes slightly dissipating, revealing a cold smile, though that smile carried a chilling aura. It's nothing, someone is here to give us a gift. Shin Shurhan was slightly taken aback. A gift? What kind of gift? You'll find out soon enough, Lin Chen said with a mysterious smile, seemingly in no hurry to reveal the answer. Knock knock knock, a few crisp knocks on the door suddenly rang out. Lin Yi, we are here to deliver a gift to you. Zhao Xiaolong's trembling voice came through, clearly filled with fear. Zhao Xiuhu looked down at the thick blood ice in the corridor, his eyes equally filled with terror and unease. The dark red ice seemed to tell the tale of a bloody battle, sending chills down one's spine. He even saw a few bullet holes. Previously, they had only threatened and intimidated, never having witnessed such a scene. The smell of blood in the corridor made their breathing quicken. They just wanted to leave as soon as possible. Before, we were blind and offended you. Please forgive us. Zhao Xiaolong stammered out an apology, his voice tinged with a hint of pleading. The gift is at the door, we're leaving now. After saying this, the two brothers dropped the sack and ran away without looking back, fearing they would be too slow. Only the lonely sack remained at the door, twisting randomly, occasionally making a woo-woo sound. Behind the door, Lin Chen quietly listened to the commotion outside, speculating about what was in the sack and what Gao Wan intended to do. After a while, seeing no one else come, Lin Chen slowly opened the door, cautiously observing his surroundings, then quickly dragged the sack into the room. Shen Shurhan also came over, her eyes filled with curiosity and a hint of worry. Lin Chen, what do you think is inside? Shin Shurhan asked softly. Lin Chen shook his head, I don't know, but it's obvious it's a person. A person? Shin Shurhan was taken aback. Why would they send a person to them? The two circled around the burlap sack, which was still writhing, the sound of woo-woo continuing to come from it. Shin Shurhan bit her lip. Should we open it and take a look? Lin Chen nodded, then carefully untied the rope at the mouth of the sack. As the opening gradually loosened, a terrified face emerged. Yi Lin? Shin Shurhan did not expect it to be this woman. Upon seeing Lin Chen and Shin Shurhan, Yi Lin's eyes immediately filled with fear, her body trembling. However, at this moment, she was tightly bound, like meat on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Moreover, her mouth was stuffed with something, preventing her from begging for mercy. Yi Lin desperately twisted her body, trying to convey her plea for mercy to them. Her eyes were filled with despair and fear, tears welling up in her eyes. Yi Lin never expected that even someone like Gao Wan would be so wary of Lin Chen. She had originally thought that Gao Wan and his group would be her lifeline, but now she was delivered to Lin Chen like a gift. She was filled with regret. If she hadn't participated in those schemes against Lin Chen, perhaps she wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Seeing Yi Lin's terrified and desperate appearance, Shin Shurhan instinctively took a small step back. The good sister of the past had now turned into this, leaving Shin Shurhan with mixed feelings. Lin Chen, however, raised his eyebrows, thought for a moment, and roughly figured out why Yi Lin was here. It should be that Yi Lin was intimidated by his methods, worried about his revenge, and thought of seeking refuge with Gao Wen's group for survival. Little did she know that Gao Wan, in order to quell their previous conflict, directly sold her out. After thinking it over, Lin Chen took out his phone and accepted Gao Wen's friend request. The gift has been received, your kindness is appreciated. He didn't think that Gao Wan sending him a Yi Lin would erase the hatred from his past life. Lin Chen did this merely to stabilize the other party. Gao Wen's group had clearly begun to be wary and defensive of him, so it seemed he needed to prepare early. Lin Chen reached out and pulled the stuffing out of Yi Lin's mouth. The moment the stuffing was pulled out, Yi Lin gasped for air, as if regaining a glimmer of life. I'm sorry, Lin Chen, I was wrong, please spare me, Yi Lin shouted frantically. Shurhan, she cried hoarsely. We are sisters, don't you remember? Please help me. Seeing her good sister ignoring her, Yilin clutched Lin Chen's pant leg, saying recklessly, "Lin Chen, as long as you let me go, I'll do anything. From now on, I'll be a dog at your feet, please don't kill me." At the brink of life and death, Yilin had already put aside all her dignity, just to seek a glimmer of hope. "Lin Chen, how about we just get a dog, okay?" Shin Shurhan looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Lin Chen, however, ignored her and instead coldly stared at Shin Shurhan. Shin Shurhan directly wrapped her arms around Lin Chen's, speaking in a spoiled tone, "Oh, come on, I'm just asking for a dog." She gently shook Lin Chen's arm, as if they were really at a pet market, discussing buying a pet with her boyfriend. Lin Chen felt a headache from Shin Shurhan's shaking and helplessly said, "But we don't have a cage at home, nor any dog leashes or chains." We do. Yilin seemed to have grasped a spark of hope and hurriedly shouted, "Shurhan, don't you remember? We used to have a Siberian husky, and we haven't thrown away the cage." At that moment, she no longer cared about dignity or face. After a moment, Lin Chen finally nodded. "Okay, you're so nice." Shin Shurhan kissed Lin Chen on the cheek and then said, "I'll go get the cage right now." Yilin also let out a long sigh, feeling as if she had come back to life, her body feeling a bit weak. She looked at Shin Shurhan's back, but a strange light flashed in her eyes. Although being a dog was somewhat humiliating, Yilin saw it as only temporary. Once Lin Chen had vented enough, she could still fight for the position of the mistress of the house. A hint of calculation revealed in her gaze. "Don't think that men only like pretty faces, she had 2 long legs too." With that thought, Yilin felt she could endure for now. At that moment, she felt 2 gazes fall upon her. Yilin looked up and saw Lin Chen staring coldly at her. She quickly cast a flattering glance. Lin Chen, however, directly took out an explosive neck collar. "Put this on." Although Yilin didn't know what it was, she dared not refuse. The moment the collar touched her skin, she felt a chill spreading from her neck. Zizi before Yilin could regain her senses, the collar discharged again, and this time it was a continuous discharge. Instantly, Yilin rolled on the ground in pain. The effect of a brief discharge was completely different from that of a continuous one. The current coursed through her neck, like thousands of steel needles piercing into her central nervous system. It was a pain that penetrated to the marrow directly, assaulting her soul, every nerve ruthlessly torn by the current. Yilin's body convulsed uncontrollably, her face twisted in agony, her mouth continuously emitting miserable cries. I was wrong. Please, spare me. The pleas for mercy were quickly drowned out by screams of pain. Lin Chen stood by, expressionless, watching Yilin roll on the ground. Did she really think this would be the end? Daring to scheme against him, this was the price. Shin Shurhan returned with the cage, and upon seeing this scene, she was momentarily stunned, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. Was she really acting? Was it that painful? She had been electrocuted before. But Shin Shurhan did not speak to stop it. Seeing Yilin in such pain, she felt a sense of relief as well. Yilin curled up in the cage, completely obedient now, not daring to have any improper thoughts. The kind of deep, soul-rending pain she had just experienced, she did not want to go through it a second time. Every time she recalled the moment the current coursed through her body would involuntarily tremble. At this moment, in her eyes, Lin Chen was a thorough devil. A devil from the depths of hell. His cold gaze and merciless methods made Yilin deeply realize her past foolishness. She originally thought she could maneuver around Lin Chen and Shin Shurhan through some means, even fantasizing that one day she could take their place. But now, all that remained in her heart was fear of Lin Chen. Deep, profound fear. So dirty and smelly, it's disgusting, take her to wash up. Lin Chen frowned as he looked at the disheveled Yilin. Yilin hadn't bathed for several days while in the underground parking lot, and after being tormented, she was indeed filthy. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yilin didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. She timidly raised her head and glanced at Shin Shurhan. Shin Shurhan had no choice but to take Yilin to the bathroom to wash up. The two entered the bathroom, and Shin Shurhan filled a basin with cold water and poured it directly over Yilin's head. Yilin flinched but didn't dare to dodge. "Shurhan, I'm sorry. Wash yourself clean." "Shurhan, I really know I was wrong, will you believe me?" Yilin said softly while washing her body. She was truly afraid of Lin Chen. "Hurry up, Lin Chen's patience isn't great." Hearing Shin Shurhan's words, Yilin quickly sped up her movements. Finally, she hurriedly finished washing. "I'm done," Yilin said quietly, lowering her head, not daring to look into Shin Shurhan's eyes. Shin Shurhan glanced her up and down, then turned and walked out of the bathroom. "Come out with me." Yilin hurriedly followed behind Shin Shirhan, using both hands and feet. Although it was somewhat humiliating, it had to be said that this room was really warm. Much better than the garage. Reflecting on the days spent in the garage, it truly was not a place for humans. The cold was ever present, along with the roar of engines, people's arguments, and various indescribable smells. It nearly drove her to collapse. Now, the warmth in the room enveloped her, gradually soothing her numbed skin. She greedily breathed in the warm air, feeling a hint of comfort. Being a dog, what's so bad about it? In the evening, Lin Chen and Shen Shirhan had barbecue again. To be honest, this way of eating was really great. The top-quality snowflake beef didn't need marinating, the marbling was evenly distributed like snowflakes on the bright red beef, and under the roasting of the charcoal fire, the beef gradually changed color, exuding tempting grease and sizzling. The melt-in-your-mouth texture was the most captivating aspect of snowflake beef. Paired with the fresh and salty sesame sauce, it perfectly blended with the deliciousness of the beef, truly an ultimate delight on the palate. In the corner, Yilin curled up in the cage. The aroma of the beef in the air constantly invaded her nostrils. She hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Her throat kept moving. Finally, after swallowing countless times, Yilin couldn't hold back any longer. Shirhan. Yilin looked at Shin Shirhan. At this moment, the only one she could turn to was her former good sister. As for Lin Chen, unless he approached her, Yilin was afraid she wouldn't dare to flirt with him for days. The deep-seated pain still made her tremble at the thought. Shen Shirhan heard Yilin calling her. Of course, she knew why. However, she still remembered the scene when Lin Chen had tested Yilin before. At that time, Yilin was practically glued to Lin Chen, acting all flattering and fawning. Thinking back on it now, Shin Shirhan felt angry. How dare she seduce my man? Shin Shirhan pretended not to hear and continued to eat the barbecue heartily. She even made smacking sounds. Wow, this beef is so delicious. Shin Shirhan picked up a piece of grilled beef, deliberately letting Yilin see it clearly. The beef glistened under the light, its color extremely tempting. Suddenly, she loosened her chopsticks, and the beef fell to the ground. Ah, I accidentally dropped it. Shin Shirhan said with feigned regret. Forget it, I don't want it anymore. She directly threw the beef into the trash can. Yilin, however, was drooling. Shirhan, please. Yilin's voice carried a hint of a cry. She reached out her hand, seemingly wanting to grab the beef that had already been thrown away, her eyes full of pleading. Shin Shirhan glanced at Yilin, secretly pleased. She picked up another piece of beef, slowly put it in her mouth, chewed it carefully, and deliberately made satisfied sounds. This beef really tastes amazing. Lin Chen, you should eat more too. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of tenderness, a stark contrast to the indifference she had shown Yilin. Lin Chen looked at Shen Shirhan, then at Yilin in the corner, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. Not bad. If the two women teamed up, it would be troublesome. They might even end up dead. This way, however, was quite good. Shirhan, I'm really so hungry, please give me a little bit, just a tiny bit. Yilin's voice had become hoarse, her hands tightly gripping the bars of the cage. Shirhan, I was wrong, I know I was wrong, please forgive me this once, I won't dare again. Lin kept pleading, crying. Finally, Shin Shirhan picked up a piece of roasted meat and walked to the front of the cage. Yilin's eyes instantly lit up, filled with anticipation as she looked at the roasted meat in Shin Shirhan's hand. Her body unconsciously leaned forward, as if just getting a little closer would allow her to obtain the food she longed for. Do you really know you were wrong? Shin Shirhan asked coldly. Yilin desperately nodded. I really know I was wrong, Shirhan. Please just give it to me, I'm about to starve to death. Shin Shirhan let out a cold laugh. Then tell me, what will you do in the future? Yilin hurriedly said, I'll listen to you from now on, whatever you tell me to do, I'll do it, I will never betray you again, I will behave well, I beg you, Shirhan. Really? Do whatever I say? Shin Shirhan narrowed her eyes slightly, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Yilin quickly nodded. All right. Seeing Yilin nodding frantically, Shin Shirhan placed the grilled meat into the dog bowl. Yilin dove forward, ready to eat it. Did I say you could eat? Shin Shirhan called out sharply, and Yilin immediately stopped, looking at Shin Shirhan with a flattering gaze. Not bad, Shin Shirhan praised. Yilin revealed a cautious smile, her eyes showing a hint of expectation, as if silently asking, Can I eat now? Unexpectedly, Shin Shirhan went to get another bottle and walked over to Lin Chen. Lin Chen looked at Shin Shirhan with some confusion, but she winked at him. Lin Chen was taken aback, then shook his head with a smile. Forget it, let her be. Soon Shin Shurhan returned with a bottle of hot water and poured it into the dog bowl as well. You can eat now, and there's plenty more after you finish. Shin Shurhan crossed her arms, standing to the side with a smug yet indifferent smile. She had gone through this process herself before. Having been drenched in the rain, she naturally had to tear apart someone else's umbrella. Yi Lin swallowed hard, looking at the food in front of her, filled with resistance. How do I eat this? Suddenly, she felt as if two more gazes were fixed on her. Lin Chen looked at Yi Lin, his eyes revealing a scrutinizing meaning, as if saying, "Little sister, what do you mean? Do you find me distasteful?" Yi Lin noticed Lin Chen's gaze and dared not hesitate any longer. She forced herself to swallow the food in her mouth, raised her head, and looked at Shin Shurhan with pleading eyes. "Shurhan, if I eat this, can you forgive me?" Shin Shurhan sneered, "Don't rush, there's still plenty of grilled meat. You can eat until you're full." In the underground garage. At this moment, a group of people was conspiring. A woman stood on a chair, her eyes red, as if burning with two flames of revenge. This woman was old Li's wife. "Sister Li, Lin Chen killed my husband, and he also killed your husbands, fathers, and sons. Can we just let this go?" This morning, she had witnessed her husband die tragically in her arms. The unwilling look in old Li's eyes before he died, and his gradually cooling body, deeply pierced her heart. She wanted revenge but felt powerless. Until the afternoon, a young man came to find her and taught her several methods. Sister Li's vengeful fury was completely ignited. So, she gathered the families of other men who had died, all of whom wore expressions of sorrow and anger. They sat together, the dim firelight casting long shadows on them. Sister Li clenched her fists tightly. "We will take revenge, we will make Lin Chen pay the price." A young woman sobbed, "But Lin Chen has a gun, what can we do?" Her eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Newly married, her husband had died, and now she was all alone, not knowing how long she could survive in this apocalypse. Upon hearing the woman's words, everyone fell silent. They also wanted revenge, but what could they use to fight back? At that moment, Sister Li slowly stood up, her figure appearing somewhat frail yet incredibly resolute in the dim light. "But he is just one person with one gun, while we have so many. When the time comes, I will be the first to charge forward and block the gun." Hearing Sister Li's determined words, the crowd was first taken aback, then a complex emotion spread among them. An elderly man's eyes turned red, his voice trembling as he said, "Sister, you can't be so impulsive. If you go, won't it be a death sentence?" Others echoed in agreement. They admired Sister Li's courage but couldn't bear to see her make such a sacrifice. Sister Li scanned the crowd, her eyes revealing a steadfastness that embraced death. "Are we just going to watch Lin Chen get away with it? My husband can't just die without a reason. If my death can exchange for his blood debt, then I am willing. Yes, blood for blood. Second sister-in-law, you can't go alone. We should all go together. We can find some things to use as shields, rush in and surround him, so his gun won't be effective. Also, we can make some preparations. Find some sticks and knives, we can't go into this unprepared." The crowd's emotions gradually ignited, and they began to discuss the revenge plan, each person contributing their thoughts. With many people, strength in numbers, a plan was quickly formulated. "When the time comes, I want to dismember Lin Chen. We can't let him die easily, he must experience all the tortures of the world. Yes, let him wish for life but not be able to live, wish for death but not be able to die." The group was filled with fighting spirit, as if Lin Chen had already become the fish on their chopping board, ready for them to butcher. Then everyone began to divide tasks. Some looked for iron rods as weapons, some sawed off pieces of iron plates to use as shields, and others siphoned a bottle of gasoline from a car's fuel tank. The commotion they created naturally attracted the attention of others. People watched these busy individuals, unsure of what they were up to, whispering among themselves, "What are they doing? Making such a big noise? It looks strange, they won't be stirring up trouble, will they? This world is already chaotic. Enough, let's not have any more incidents." However, whatever they were planning, it was none of their business. In a corner, Lu Xiaoyan also noticed the commotion. She recognized a few of them. They seemed to be relatives of those who had been killed by Lin Chen. What are they planning? They can't be seeking revenge on Lin Chen, can they? Lu Xiaoyan frowned slightly, a trace of inexplicable emotion flashing in her eyes. She was unsure whether to tell Shin Shurhan about this. Lu Xiaoyan bit her lip, feeling very conflicted. On one hand, she remembered the sisterly bond with Shurhan. She recalled a time when she was sick and Shin Shurhan braved the wind and rain to find medicine for her. That anxious look and caring words still moved Lu Xiaoyan deeply. However, on the other hand, Lu Xiaoyan also felt jealousy towards Shin Shurhan. Why didn't she reply to her messages? Why did Shin Shirhan get to enjoy warmth and good food while she had to endure hunger? And cold? Lu Xiaoyan thought back to the nights spent curled up in this cold corner, shivering from the biting wind, her stomach growling from hunger. But what about Shin Shirhan? She was living a warm and comfortable life, free from worries about food and clothing. Various complex emotions intertwined and clashed in Lu Xiaoyan's heart, her gaze shifting back and forth on the group of Avengers. Just then, it seemed that the group had completed their initial preparations and began to move towards the hallway. Lu Xiaoyan bit her lip and ultimately sent a message to Shin Shirhan. Be careful, it seems someone is going to seek revenge on you. Building number 2, in front of the small supermarket. Brother Wu, those people have already gone to find Lin Chen for revenge, a yellow-haired guy reported to Gao Wu with a grin. Well done, Gao Wu tossed a cigarette to the yellow-haired guy. Thank you, Brother Wu. The yellow-haired guy excitedly took the cigarette, quickly put it to his mouth, and carefully lit it with a lighter, taking a deep puff and showing a look of ecstasy on his face. In the apocalypse, cigarettes are also very precious. It is even said that on the battlefield, cigarettes are hard currency. Did you say everything I told you? Gao Wu asked the yellow-haired guy. Don't worry, Brother Wu, not a word was missed, the yellow-haired guy assured, thumping his chest confidently. Gao Wu nodded, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Lin Chen, let's see if you can dodge this time. Ever since his brother Gao Wen gave Yi Lin to Lin Chen, Gao Wu had been holding back his anger. Damn it, why? It's just a submachine gun, what's there to be afraid of? In his view, his brother Gao Wen's caution was simply over the top. The older one gets in the underworld, the smaller the courage. The more Gao Wu thought about it, the angrier he became, so he decided to take matters into his own hands. He secretly found Li Ersaw, stirred up her anger, and taught her some ways to deal with submachine guns. When he saw the burning hatred in Li Ersaw's eyes, Gao Wu knew his plan was already half successful. He also wanted to play the game of using someone else's knife to kill. Thinking of Yi Lin's long legs, Gao Wu felt frustrated. It was clearly served on a platter, yet it ended up benefiting Lin Chen. Damn it, he must have had his fill of her, damn. Gao Wu cursed fiercely, feeling that no man would refuse such a beauty, and Lin Chen would be no exception. Several hours had passed, who knows how many times already. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Just the thought of Lin Chen being with Yi Lin made his heart feel like it was being scratched by a cat. However, thinking of the many women still in the underground garage, Gao Wu's mood calmed a bit. As long as he killed Lin Chen, they would all be his. Those chosen by the Gao family would eventually bear the Gao surname, sooner or later. Whether it was food or women. With that thought, Gao Wu crushed the cigarette but fiercely and looked at the yellow-haired guy. Don't tell my brother about this yet. He was doing all this behind his brother Gao Wen's back. Gao Wu wanted to give his brother a surprise. Hearing Gao Wu's words, the yellow-haired guy hesitated. Brother Wu, this. He knew very well Gao Wen's temper and methods. If he was found out doing things behind Gao Wen's back, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gao Wu shot a glance at the yellow-haired guy, his eyes like a cold blade piercing straight at him, making the yellow-haired guy shiver immediately. I understand, Brother Wu, he quickly replied. Better to offend Wengu than to offend Wugu, that was the consensus among the brothers. You go back to the garage and keep watch. When those people return, report back to me, Gao Wu ordered again. Yes. The yellow-haired guy responded and hurriedly left. Gao Wu stared in the direction the yellow-haired guy had gone, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lin Chen, just relax, I'll take care of your women for you. At this moment, Lin Chen was, as usual, playing games after dinner. His fingers skillfully operated the game controller, completely unaware that danger was approaching. The screen flickered with light and shadow, and the sounds of gunfire and battle filled the entire room. Shin Shirhan was also habitually kneeling on the carpet, her posture appearing very docile, like a well-behaved kitten. Unlike before, she had now learned to provide emotional value. Wow, so amazing! Shin Shirhan exclaimed excitedly when she saw Lin Chen easily defeat a tough monster. That move is so cool! Her eyes widened, fixated on the screen. How did you do that? Shin Shirhan tilted her head slightly, her eyes filled with admiration, her lips curling up to reveal two adorable dimples. She looked like a fervent fan adoring her idol. There was no choice, with another person in the house, she had to roll with it. In the corner of the room, Yi Lin curled up in her cage, disdainfully watching Shin Shirhan. The performance was far worse than what she could do. Buzz buzz buzz, at that moment, the phone rang, and Shin Shirhan picked it up to take a look. But when she saw the content on the phone, she jolted and immediately stood up. What's wrong? So jumpy, Lin Chen turned to look at Shin Shirhan, unsure of what she was up to this time. And no, it's bad, someone is coming to take revenge on us, Shin Shirhan's voice trembled slightly, her face filled with worry as she looked at Lin Chen. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's fingers froze on the controller. They're coming again? Who is so bold? Don't they fear for their lives? He had just taken out 5 or 6 people in the morning. Couldn't that intimidate these guys? Who told you that? Lin Chen asked Shen Shurhan. It was Lu Xiaoyan. Whom? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. It was this woman. Lu Xiaoyan said that the families of those you killed this morning are now organizing to take revenge on us. Shen Shurhan's speech quickened, a hint of panic showing on her face. This was revenge. She couldn't imagine how powerful hatred could be. What should we do now? Shen Shurhan instinctively clutched Lin Chen's arm tightly. He was her only support. In the cage, Yilin was equally stunned by Shen Shurhan's words. Damn, is my life this miserable? Just barely saved her life, and now she might fall into a desperate situation again? Yilin couldn't imagine what those vengeful people would do to her when they saw her in this state. But Lin Chen remained calm, snorting coldly. What's there to panic about? Let them come, what's there to be afraid of? However, he also admitted that he had underestimated those people's spirit and courage. Not everyone was like Yilin, afraid of death. But there was no time for more talk. Lin Chen quickly donned his combat gear. Shen Shurhan helped him on the side, crouching on the ground to help Lin Chen put on his snow boots, carefully tying the laces. In the cage, Yilin watched Lin Chen, fully armed in white, looking like a god of war in the snowy realm, and her anxious heart finally eased a bit. Her gaze was fixed on Lin Chen. The gear made him look imposing and full of strength. Her legs instinctively tightened. So he didn't just have a gun. This realization added a layer of respect for Lin Chen in her mind. Women are always drawn to the strong. At this moment, Lin Chen was fully equipped, and just as he stepped out, he heard movement in the hallway. To be honest, it was quite thrilling. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyan's timely warning, he would have been cornered in the room, and the consequences would have been unimaginable. Although he was confident that he could repel the enemies with his various gear, it would still be troublesome. The Lin Chen family is just upstairs. At this moment, a group of people had already climbed up. The Lin Chen family lived on the 18th floor, and without an elevator, relying solely on their legs had indeed consumed a lot of time and energy, leaving many of them panting. They hadn't had a full meal in several days, and after climbing 18 flights of stairs, their fighting spirit had been reduced by more than half. However, when Li Urseo stared at the thick layer of frozen blood ice beneath her feet, her eyes instantly reddened. There was also the blood of her husband, old Li, there. The others felt the same. Although there was still a hint of fear and fatigue, seeing the bloodstains left by their family members made them wish they could dismember Lin Chen right then and there. Wait, I'll pry the door open first, then everyone rush in and subdue Lin Chen. Li Urseo held a crowbar, which a young man had given her that afternoon. He had even taught her how to pick locks. Don't kill him right away, we can't let him die so easily. Li Urseo said fiercely, a sinister expression on her face as she imagined the suffering Lin Chen was about to endure, her heart filled with the thrill of revenge. Yes, we can't let him die so easily. I want to bite off his flesh piece by piece. I want to torture him for 3 days and 3 nights. Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes flashing with madness. Just then, a sudden voice startled everyone. Hee, who wants to eat my flesh? Lin Chen appeared before them, holding a submachine gun. His individual combat gear glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the lights, and he looked like a war god emerging from the ice fields, exuding a chilling aura. As everyone stared at Lin Chen, armed to the teeth and resembling a snowfield warrior, they were all dumbfounded. This. No one had told them that Lin Chen not only had a gun but also had armor. They looked at the sturdy armor on Lin Chen and then at the crude weapons in their hands. How could they fight? They had intended to catch him off guard, but it turned out he was already prepared. Moreover, looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, everyone became unusually calm. Equality among all beings was no joke. At this moment, everyone unconsciously looked at Li Urseo. Didn't you say you would block the gun? Go on. Li Urseo gritted her teeth and said, You are Lin Chen? I am, Lin Chen replied calmly. There was not a trace of fear on his face, and he held the submachine gun steadily, the dark muzzle aimed at the crowd, exuding an invisible sense of intimidation. You devil, murderer, why did you kill so many people? Li Urseo cursed madly, the veins on her neck bulging, each word seeming to be squeezed out from between her teeth. Hee, they came to steal my food, shouldn't they die? Lin Chen sneered, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Even if they wanted to steal food, it doesn't warrant death, does it? Besides, you have so much food, what's wrong with sharing some with everyone? You're simply a cold-blooded animal. You have no humanity at all. You're a selfish executioner. People like you shouldn't live in this world. With Li Urseo leading the charge, many others joined in the cursing. They didn't care whether stealing food was right or wrong. Anyway, Lin Chen had killed their family members, so Lin Chen deserved to die. Lin Chen quietly watched the group of angry people before him, his face showing no signs of disturbance. Hee, did you come up just to curse me? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, forming a somewhat mocking arc. He really thought someone would be unafraid of death. As a result, since his appearance, not a single person dared to take a step forward. Those people were momentarily choked by Lin Chen's words, unsure how to respond. A flicker of hesitation and fear began to show in some of their eyes. The previously rising and falling, aggressive shouts gradually weakened, leaving only a somewhat oppressive sound of breathing interwoven in the corridor. Even Li Urseo relaxed her clenched fists, wavering between wanting to rush forward and feeling powerless at the sight of the dark gun muzzle. Her face flushed red, but her body trembled involuntarily. After all, how many people can face death calmly? Lin Chen's gaze slowly swept across the faces of the crowd, as if assessing a group of ignorant ants. If you just want to vent through insults, I can give you that opportunity, but if you want to do something else. Lin Chen paused, shaking the submachine gun in his hand. Then you better think clearly about the consequences. At that moment, a few people at the back of the crowd had already silently retreated a distance, turning to run. Don't move, whoever moves dies. Lin Chen aimed the gun at those few. They froze in place as if under a spell, their faces quickly draining of color, turning pale as paper. They looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with fear. Are you done cursing? If not, please continue. Lin Chen's tone carried a hint of mockery as he coldly regarded the people before him. Everyone looked at each other, but no one dared to utter another word. Since you're not cursing anymore, let me ask you something. Lin Chen felt that this revenge incident was not simple. Not to mention in the apocalypse, even before, organizing so many people was not an easy task. Just with these old, weak women and children, they wanted to seek revenge on him? Who gave them the courage? Who led this? Lin Chen looked at the crowd. No one spoke, but they all turned to look at Li Urseo. At that moment, Li Urseo's face was as pale as paper, her lips trembling slightly. It was me. Li Urseo managed to spit out those few words with difficulty. What are you holding? Lin Chen keenly noticed the object tightly gripped in Li Urseo's hand. Li Urseo opened her hand, revealing the lock-picking tool hook and spring. Lin Chen's pupils dilated instantly, a cold sweat breaking out. What the hell? How could there be such a thing? How could a seemingly ordinary housewife have something like this? Who gave it to you? Lin Chen stared intently at Li Urseo. I don't know, a young man. Li Urseo took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions, but Lin Chen's sharp gaze made her feel like a thorn was digging into her back, her heart racing uncontrollably. Why did he give you this? I don't know, but he said he would help me take revenge and taught me how to pick locks. So, you incited everyone to come seek revenge on me? Lin Chen narrowed his eyes, a surge of anger rising within him. Damn it, someone was plotting against him. He then asked, are you so sure that everyone could be incited by you? Li Urseo paused for a moment, then said, he also sent someone to cooperate with me. The one who first echoed me is the one he sent. Li Urseo's words made Lin Chen's heart sink. What a meticulous design. Who was it? Who exactly wanted him dead? The others, hearing Li Urseo's words, were once again dumbfounded. They felt as if a pair of large hands had suddenly pulled their spines away, instantly losing the momentum they had just had. Saw, what are you saying? Aren't we being used as pawns? You're confused. The crowd began to blame Li Urseo. They were already feeling a bit regretful, and now it seemed they had found a way out. A few others took the opportunity to plead with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, we were all deceived, please let us go. Yeah, we were also tricked. The others hurriedly echoed, quickly putting down their weapons and adopting a non-threatening posture. Lin Chen stared at these people, contemplating whether to kill or spare them. The crowd felt uneasy under Lin Chen's gaze, and finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and turned to run. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the fleeing person fell heavily to the ground. I said, whoever moves will die. Lin Chen's emotionless gaze swept over the crowd. The others were so frightened by this sudden turn of events that they trembled and dared not move. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Thud. A young woman suddenly knelt on the ground, her face filled with fear and pleading. Lin Chen, please let me go, my child is not even 3 years old. The woman regretted her earlier decision. She hadn't really wanted revenge, but had been swept up by the crowd's passion. While everyone was plotting revenge, she had been deceived by what seemed like a feasible plan, thinking that their scheme was foolproof, and that they would not only get revenge but also seize some food. Little did she know, things were not going according to plan at all. Faced with the dark muzzle of the gun, no one dared to cross the line. Sister Lier had said she would step up to block the gun, but at the critical moment, she backed down. Now she regretted it deeply, although she hated Lin Chen at this moment. She just hoped he would spare her so she could return to care for her child. Thud, thud, thud. 1, 2, 3. Someone took the lead, and everyone slowly knelt down. Even Sister Lier collapsed to the ground, losing all her courage. The crowd knelt on the ground, pleading with their enemy, continuously begging. Lin Chen, please let us go, I have elderly parents and young children. I swear, I will never seek revenge again. Please let me go. Lin Chen looked at the group of old, weak women and children before him, thought for a moment, and finally said, if you want to live, you can, but from now on, you will all be my slaves. He could spare these people, but it would come at a cost. Moreover, this revenge incident had sounded a warning bell for him. With just one person and one gun, it was indeed difficult to deal with hundreds of people. Additionally, he still felt a sense of dread when he thought about the hook bullet in Sister Lier's hand. If someone had really snuck in, he wouldn't even know how he would die. But when everyone heard Lin Chen's words, they all looked incredulous. What? Become slaves? Impossible, they would rather die than accept that. They were all educated people, how could they accept such a thing? At that moment, a young man stood up, pointing at Lin Chen. Why should we are all. Bang! Before he could finish, Lin Chen shot him dead. The bullet pierced through his body, leaving a huge wound, blood gushing out like a fountain, while the splattered flesh flew everywhere, some even hitting the faces of those nearby. Some people instinctively wiped the blood and flesh off their faces, and when they saw what was on their hands, their bodies trembled uncontrollably. Ugh! A few people couldn't stand the sight and bent over to vomit. But everyone hadn't eaten a full meal in days. What could they possibly vomit? Is there anyone else who is unwilling? I can send you down to reunite with your families. Lin Chen scanned the crowd again. I am willing. I am willing too. Everyone quickly raised their hands to show their compliance. Better to live than to die. Lin Chen nodded and took out a dozen explosive neck rings from the system space. Put these on. Although they didn't know what they were, everyone obediently put them on. Once everyone was wearing them, Lin Chen continued, this is an explosive neck ring, connected to my heartbeat. As long as my heartbeat stops, the neck ring will explode, just like this. To demonstrate better, Lin Chen had the young woman put a neck ring on the person who had been shot on the ground. Boom! Boom! The neck ring exploded instantly, and that person's head was gone. It was a quick end for him. But as everyone witnessed this scene, their faces turned as pale as paper. They had thought that being a slave to Lin Chen was just talk, a temporary measure. But no one expected that Lin Chen actually had such a thing. Could it be that they really had to become slaves? From now on, bound to Lin Chen, doing whatever he commanded, without dignity, without freedom? A heavy stone seemed to press down on everyone's hearts. They looked at each other, seeing the same thought reflected in each other's eyes. Lin Chen had probably guessed their thoughts at this moment. He sneered and continued, this neck ring has another function besides exploding. Let me demonstrate it for you. Zizla! The neck ring instantly released a strong electric current. Dozens of neck rings discharged simultaneously, blue arcs of electricity leaping and flickering on the rings, making a chilling sound. A dozen people clutched their necks, their bodies uncontrollably convulsing violently. No, spare me, I'll do whatever you say from now on, I'll listen to you. It took Lin Chen a full half-minute to stop punishing them. Did they really think that coming to take revenge on him, apologizing, and softening up would be enough? There was no such good thing. If he didn't truly subdue them, who knew what trouble they might cause later? Sure enough, after half a minute of electric self-therapy, everyone became much more obedient. One by one, they knelt on the ground with lowered heads, not daring to have any other thoughts. Only in the depths of their eyes was there a deep-seated fear. A devil. This was a devil. They silently screamed in their hearts. At this moment, Lin Chen appeared to them like a demon crawling out from the depths of hell, ruthlessly tormenting them. The kind of torment they had just experienced was even worse than death. It should be known that even some agents couldn't withstand the electric chair, let alone these ordinary people. That kind of feeling was something that could not be understood by those who had not experienced it. Of course, Lin Chen also knew that relying solely on force and intimidation was not enough to completely subdue these people. Although he had never been a leader and didn't understand how to manage, he had read some history books. At least he knew the method of hitting them first and then giving them a sweet date. Moreover, this was originally part of his plan, just a bit ahead of schedule. It was all that stupid woman Yilin's fault. He would deal with her again when he got back. Thinking of this, a trace of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, but for now, he had to handle these people in front of him first. He took out a dozen packs of individual rations from the system space and said to everyone, "Don't think of this as something unacceptable, at least I can guarantee that you won't starve to death. In the future, you will each receive a pack of this food every day." Lin Chen distributed the rations to the people, who quickly reached out their hands to receive them. Everyone looked at the individual rations in their hands, unconsciously swallowing food. Lin Chen was actually giving them food. This truly surprised everyone. The devil could be so kind? But the food in their hands was so real. Some people, touching the bulging packs of rations, even showed a hint of gratitude in their eyes. With this food, their children wouldn't starve to death. Lin Chen looked at the various expressions on their faces and continued, "Don't think this is a free gift, I have tasks to assign to you. Next, what you need to do is hide among the crowd in the garage and report the situation inside to me at any time." Lin Chen's gaze swept coldly over everyone. If anyone provides valuable information, there will be meat to eat. This was his true purpose for keeping these people. The garage must have eyes. This incident had sounded an alarm for him. Moreover, these people were mostly old, weak women and children, not conspicuous in the crowd, able to hide their identities well and not easily detected. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone felt it was unbelievable. What they had to do was so simple. They had originally thought Lin Chen would make them do extremely dangerous or humiliating things, but it turned out to be just this. As long as they reported the situation at any time, they could get food? You should have said so earlier. Had they known it would be like this, why would they have fought to the death? A slight stir began in the crowd, and their expressions gradually shifted from fear to a hint of relief. Especially among the younger women in the crowd, they quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Their eyes, once filled with fear and despair, now held a glimmer of light. It seemed that the situation was better than they had imagined. They had thought. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at Sister Lier again. "When you go back, that person should come looking for you again. Remember, find a way to figure out his identity." Damn, daring to scheme against him. Although Lin Chen had some guesses, he still did not dare to be careless. He needed to confirm it to feel at ease. Sister Lier quickly nodded. "Rest assured, I will." Then, Lin Chen coldly scanned everyone, again confirming that they all understood his meaning. "Alright, everyone leave. Remember what I said, as long as I am alive for a day, you won't starve, but if I die, you shouldn't think you can live." Everyone hurriedly responded and then left in a rush. Compared to the fierce and hateful atmosphere when they first arrived, it seemed much lighter now, even somewhat fortunate. Not only had they survived, but they also had a stable food source. Hope for their future lives was rekindled. As they approached the garage, these people gathered again. "Everyone, remember, this matter must not be spoken of to others. Although Lin, that person has a lot of stored food, it is not enough for everyone to share. Yes, everyone must keep it a secret. Hide the food well, don't let others find out." Everyone nodded, their expressions serious. Besides, is being a slave something to be proud of? Even if it weren't for food, no one would speak of it. What would they say? That they begged desperately on their knees for their lives, willing to become slaves just to save a small life? At this moment, someone reminded, "Moreover, we must keep a close watch on every move in the garage. As long as that person is alive, we can live." Right. Exactly. Everyone exchanged words until they unified their thoughts before returning to the garage. At this time, the garage was filled with hundreds of households from the entire community, several hundred people. There were only 5 or 6 households, a dozen people, which actually did not stand out. After Lin Chen returned to his room, Shin Shurhan cautiously looked at Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, should we let Lu Xiaoyan come over too? After all, they owed Lu Xiaoyan for the timely warning. If it weren't for Lu Xiaoyan relaying the message in time, they might have fallen into danger without any preparation." Lin Chen thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, but you need to make the rules clear to her. I don't keep idle people." With permission. Granted, Shin Shurhan quickly sent a message to Lu Xiaoyan, expressing gratitude while also inviting Lu Xiaoyan to come up and join them. "Lu Xiaoyan, thanks to you for notifying us in time, thank you." As for the rules that Lin Chen mentioned, Shin Shurhan also conveyed them to Lu Xiaoyan in a tactful manner. She paused for a moment, organizing her words before continuing. "Moreover, Lin Chen is really a good person. We may have misunderstood him before. There is enough food and water here and electricity. 2. Do you want to come up and join us?" On the other side, Lu Xiaoyan received Shin Shurhan's message and let out a gentle sigh. It's good that nothing is wrong. When she saw Shin Shurhan inviting her up, her eyes lit up. Could she also enjoy those delicacies and warmth? But when she then saw the so-called rules, Lu Xiaoyan frowned. Again. Why should she? Lu Xiaoyan had always been the center of attention, with countless admirers following her since childhood. When had she ever needed to please others? It was always the men who sought to please her. What gave this Lin Chen the confidence? Moreover, if it weren't for her timely warning, would you all have made it through this ordeal unscathed? To set rules for her is simply ungrateful. The more Lu Xiaoyan thought about it, the angrier she became, and she replied directly, "Sure, Han. I'm glad you're okay, but I won't be coming up." Lu Xiaoyan would rather starve or freeze than beg a man for mercy. When Shin Shirhan saw Lu Xiaoyan's message, she threw her phone aside. Humph. Good intentions treated as a donkey's liver and lungs, come if you want, stay if you don't. She still thinks of herself as the school belle. Brother Wu, those people have returned. Huang Mao ran over to report to Gao Wu. Gao Wu flipped over and sat up from his chair, his previously languid gaze instantly sharpening. How did it go? Were they successful? I don't know, they should have succeeded, right? Huang Mao wasn't very sure either. Anyway, those people came back without any cheers or fear, just very calm. Huang Mao scratched his head, describing the scene he had witnessed with a puzzled expression. He really couldn't understand, by common sense, if those people had successfully killed Lin Chen, they should have returned cheering with joy. And if they had failed, they should have come back in fear, seeking help. But this calm state made him feel uneasy. He couldn't make sense of it. Gao Wu was also confused, but his keen intuition told him that something was off. Could it be that Lin Chen had some means he didn't know about? Gao Wu speculated inwardly. Meanwhile, Huang Mao volunteered, "Brother Wu, should I go ask?" "Not now, let's wait a bit." Gao Wu raised his hand to stop Huang Mao. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was. At the same time, Gao Wu felt a vague sense of unease. "Impossible, I can't be afraid. I am Gao Wu, I fear no one." Gao Wu kept repeating these words in his mind, encouraging himself. At that moment, Huang Mao noticed Gao Wu's changing expression and leaned in mysteriously, saying, "Brother Wu, didn't you ask me to pay attention to some pretty girls? I actually found one." It was the duty of a younger brother to help his elder brother. Oh? Hearing Huang Mao's words, Gao Wu's eyes lit up, and the gloom that had shrouded his face dissipated a bit. "Let me see." Huang Mao quickly took out his phone and eagerly handed it to Gao Wu. The phone displayed a photo he had taken, and Gao Wu took it, staring intently at the screen. Although the lighting was dim and the picture wasn't very clear, the pure contours of the girl's face still faintly appeared before Gao Wu's eyes. The girl seemed to possess a unique aura, maintaining a sense of purity and elegance even in the dirty and chaotic underground parking lot. Her hair was a bit messy, but it did not detract from her beauty. "What's her name?" Gao Wu unconsciously swallowed. Huang Mao scratched his head, thought for a moment, and said, "I think it's Lu Xiaoyan." Lu Xiaoyan? Gao Wu repeated the name, savoring it like a fine wine. "If you are well, it is a sunny day, a good name. From now on, Lu Xiaoyan will be mine." Gao Wu's lips curled into a charming smile, and then he directly tossed Huang Mao a whole pack of cigarettes. "Well done, keep an eye on the parking lot, report anything at any time." Brother Gao Wen seemed to have some plans, and now they weren't allowed to cause trouble in the parking lot. Gao Wu naturally wouldn't create trouble for his brother, after all, everyone was trapped in the community now, and no one could escape. He had plenty of time to play slowly. Huang Mao excitedly took the cigarettes, his face filled with a flattering smile. "Brother Wu, don't worry, I guarantee no one will take the lead." The heavy snow continued to fall. Today was already the 10th day. Outside, everything was a silvery white, the entire world seemed to be covered by a thick white blanket, silent and cold. The snow had piled up to about a floor's height. The once familiar streets and buildings were buried deep beneath the thick snow, only some vague outlines visible. The world was in complete silence, with only the sound of the wind and the rustling of falling snow. The parking lot was even more desolate. As expected, many people did not make it through the night. People huddled in the corners, their eyes filled with fear, exhaustion, and despair. Compared to the cold and hunger, the absence of hope was the most terrifying. Food was running low, and no one knew who would be the next to die. At this moment, in a warm bedroom, Lin Chen slowly awakened. He felt a bit breathless, as if something was tightly pressing down on his chest. Blurrily opening his eyes, he removed the 2 arms and 2 legs that were pressing down on him, finally feeling a bit more comfortable. He still didn't know how it had ended yesterday. Some vague images flashed through his mind, but he had no time to think about them now. Ding, today's flash sale items, 1. Various fresh vegetables. 10,000 pounds, 2. Various lingerie, 10,000 pieces. 3. Wireless surveillance cameras, 10,000 units. 4. One snowmobile, 10,000 liters of gasoline. I choose. 3. Ding, flash sale successful. Lin Chen's face lit up with joy. He had to say, this surveillance came at just the right time. He hadn't slept much last night, fearing that if he closed his eyes, he might never wake up again. Now with this surveillance, many issues could be resolved. Lin Chen got out of bed and began to check the wireless surveillance cameras he had just purchased. He took out one camera and examined its functions and quality. These cameras were rechargeable, compact, and easy to hide and install. They could connect to any screen through their built-in network. More importantly, this camera even had a guard mode. It could remain inactive until it detected a person, at which point it would start recording and issue a warning. This feature caught Lin Chen's attention. This was exactly what he needed. Not only could it provide warnings, but it also greatly extended the battery life. Although he had captured a batch of eyes yesterday, humans were never as reliable as machines. Not bad, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. A product from the system must be of fine quality. Sir, we have come. A few young women stood nervously in front of Lin Chen, their heads lowered, not daring to meet his gaze. Some of them were even trembling slightly. These women were the informants Lin Chen had recruited yesterday, now representing everyone to collect today's rations. Lin Chen looked at these somewhat attractive women, his heart as calm as still water. Here are today's rations. Lin Chen handed them several bags of supplies. Thank you, sir. A hint of gratitude flashed in the eyes of the women. They carefully took the rations, hugging them tightly to their chests, hiding them away. It was this bag of rations that had allowed them to survive the cold night. Without Lin Chen's supplies, they didn't know if they and their children would see the sun today. Although Lin Chen had killed their men, he had also saved their children. Referring to him as Sir was a decision made after discussion among them. This title expressed their respect for Lin Chen and also signified a tacit acceptance of the new order. There are also a few cameras. You need to place them in the first floor hallway, the garage entrance, and various corners of the garage. As Lin Chen spoke, he handed the recently acquired cameras to the women. Then he reminded them, remember, don't let anyone find out. The women quickly nodded, exchanging glances that conveyed tension and caution. Rest assured, sir, we will do it well. They were all adults, having endured the trials of society, knowing that only value could exchange for survival opportunities. If they couldn't even handle this small task, they would feel embarrassed to eat the rations they held. They began to brainstorm how to cleverly install the cameras, how to avoid being seen, and how to ensure everything was foolproof. Alright, you can all go back now. Only upon hearing Lin Chen's words did they let out a sigh of relief. Thank you, sir. The young women bowed deeply to Lin Chen once more. Then they took a few steps back before slowly turning to leave. Lin Chen returned to his room, where Shin Shirhan was directing Yi Lin in her tasks. Bring that rag over here, wipe the table clean first, and do it carefully, don't be lazy. Shin Shirhan had her hands on her hips, resembling a strict matron. Yi Lin lowered her head, muttering softly, got it. As she wiped the table, she stole glances at Lin Chen. Seeing that he was ignoring her, she could only walk to the table and wipe it half-heartedly. Shin Shirhan saw this and rushed over, snatching the rag from her, angrily saying, is this how you wipe a table? Look, this spot isn't even clean. Do it again. Yi Lin pouted. Since Lin Chen wasn't speaking, she had no choice but to follow Shin Shirhan's instructions and wipe it again. Lin Chen paid no attention to the two women bickering but walked straight to the firewood stove to brew himself a pot of tea. He then lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and began to contemplate his next plans. Today marked the 10th day of the apocalypse. According to the timeline from his previous life, the garage should be in chaos by now. The revenge plan should also be put on the agenda. The two women, seeing that Lin Chen seemed to be deep in thought, dared not continue their antics. If they annoyed him, none of them would have a good outcome. So, both of them walked over to keep Lin Chen company by the fire. Shin Shirhan gently rested her head on Lin Chen's thigh, her eyes revealing a hint of concern and admiration. Yes, admiration. While others were struggling for a bite to eat, suffering in hunger and cold, she was enjoying warmth and food in her little tank top, all thanks to Lin Chen. Yi Lin quietly knelt on the other side, holding an ashtray, her eyes occasionally darting towards Lin Chen, afraid that ash would fall onto the carpet. Unlike Shin Shirhan's gentle admiration, hers was more of a reverence. The last time the ash fell to the ground, it still hurts now. Buzz buzz buzz, sir, the camera has been installed. After seeing the message on his phone, Lin Chen directly plugged the camera's wireless receiver into the back of the TV. Instantly, the screen displayed the scene in the garage. Although the Garage was dimly lit, the camera captured everything very clearly, even the sounds came through distinctly. Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel, it was indeed a product of the system. And, just as he had anticipated, chaos was already beginning to unfold. In the garage. At that moment, it seemed that two families were fighting over food. In the footage, the two sides were at a standoff. Old Wang, I haven't treated you poorly in the past, have I? Now you won't even lend me some food, are we still brothers? Old Zhao, I've treated you well too, right? That 20,000 you borrowed from me, I haven't even asked for it back. Old Wang frowned tightly, clutching the food in his arms, it was the only remaining rations for his family. Then just lend me some food, and I'll pay you back double later. Old Zhao took a small step forward, his eyes fixed on the food in Old Wang's arms. His family behind him looked at Old Wang with eager eyes, glimmering with a desire for food. If you want food, go find the Gao family brothers, I don't have any. Old Wang's voice rose a few notches, tinged with anger. What do you mean pay back double later? Who knows if there will even be a later? Old Wang, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, don't push your brother to take action. Old Zhao's gaze turned fierce, he knew he had little choice left. He also knew the Gao family brothers had food, but he needed the courage to go there. Seeing Old Zhao's fierce demeanor, Old Wang felt a surge of determination. Old Zhao, don't act recklessly, it's hard for everyone. I'm doing this for my family's survival. Old Wang's voice trembled slightly, but he gripped the food even tighter. At this point, Old Zhao was overwhelmed by hunger and despair, unable to hear Old Wang's words. Stop wasting time, I must get that food today. With that, he lunged at Old Wang. Old Wang instinctively took a step back, using his body to shield the food. Old Zhao missed his target but was unwilling to give up, he turned and charged at Old Wang again, and the two instantly grappled with each other. Old Zhao used all his strength to try to snatch the food from Old Wang's hands, while Old Wang fought desperately, refusing to let go. Their families also joined in the chaotic struggle. Old Zhao's wife rushed forward, trying to grab Old Wang, her hair was disheveled, her face filled with anxiety and madness. As she tugged at Old Wang, she shouted, give us the food, the kids are about to starve. Old Wang's wife was equally unyielding, she stood in front of Old Wang, desperately pushing Old Zhao's wife away, crying out, you can't do this is our lifeline. The two families became entangled in chaos. And the scene grew increasingly out of control. The children cried in terror nearby, their voices echoing in the garage, adding to the confusion and sorrow. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air, Old Wang was inexplicably pushed to the ground, his head striking a rock heavily, blood gushing out instantly. Old Wang's body twitched a few times before going still. Husband! Old Wang's wife let out a piercing scream, rushing to Old Wang's side, trembling hands clutching his body. Dad! Old Wang's son cried out as he ran over, staring blankly at his father's lifeless face. The people around them were also startled by this sudden turn of events, screaming in shock. Someone died. Someone actually died. Although people passed away in the garage every moment, a death caused by a food dispute, this was the first time. Old Zhao tightly clutched the food that originally belonged to Old Wang's family, his body trembling slightly, murmuring, brother, don't blame me, I have no choice. In the room, Qin Shihan and Yilin watched the scene through the surveillance camera, both stunned. They couldn't believe that someone had been killed over a bag of food. Killed in cold blood. Knowing that someone had died, hearing about it, and witnessing it with their own eyes were completely different experiences. The intense visual shock and inner turmoil made their souls tremble. The two women stared blankly at the screen, as if the air in the room had solidified. Especially Qin Shihan. She had always lived in the comfort zone brought by Lin Chen, and although she knew the cruelty of the apocalypse, she had never faced the bloody scene of death so directly. It was only at this moment that she truly realized how much more terrifying and dangerous the outside world was than she had imagined, and the pressure and challenges Lin Chen faced were immense. Thinking of this, Qin Shihan unconsciously tightened her grip on Lin Chen's thigh. Yilin felt the same way. Having experienced the days in the underground garage, she knew that people's breakdowns were just a matter of time. The scarcity of food, the shortage of water, the threat of disease each day was a test of the will to survive. But witnessing such a brutal murder scene still had a profound impact on her heart. Yilin's body trembled involuntarily, her hands tightly covering her mouth. If Lin Chen hadn't taken her in, she couldn't imagine what her fate would have been. She stole a glance at Lin Chen, her eyes flickering with complex emotions. Earlier, she had felt a bit humiliated, but now, being able to eat and stay warm was already a great privilege. With this thought, Yilin held the ashtray steadily in her hands. Even though her arms were a bit sore, she no longer had any complaints. Lin Chen also noticed the change in the two women, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He could roughly guess what they were thinking. They must have been frightened. But this was just the beginning. Someone had just been killed. In a few days, even death might become a luxury. Especially for young and beautiful female college students like them, life would be worse than death. What? Do you want to eat for lunch? Lin Chen's words pulled their attention back. The two women unconsciously swallowed. Originally, Shin Shirhan wanted to eat barbecue. Just thinking about the sizzling, fragrant meat made her taste buds excited. Yilin wanted hot pot. No little fairy would refuse a hot pot meal, especially since she hadn't had it in a long time. But at this moment, anything is fine, the two women replied cautiously. Just having something to eat was good enough. They didn't dare to be picky. The fact that Lin Chen could ask them what they wanted to eat was already a great blessing. Alright then. Lin Chen took out a pack of hot pot ingredients, staring at the vegetables and beef and lamb in the packaging, pondering what to make. Spicy hot pot or golden needle? Beef? Or something else? Yesterday he had successfully made steak into barbecue, and today he wanted to come up with some creative ideas as well. Eating steak or hot pot every day was too boring. Brother 1, the garage is in chaos. After someone died in the garage, Zhao Xiaolong rushed to report to Gao 1. It seems the time is right, we can take action now. A glint of light flashed in Gao Wen's eyes, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He had been waiting for people to break down. Or rather, waiting for problems to arise within their ranks. In this apocalypse, he had long anticipated the fragility and chaos of human hearts. Otherwise, with just 5 or 6 of them, trying to control hundreds of people in the entire community would be like dreaming. Even if he had a small steel cannon, it would be impossible. At most, he could ensure his own safety. And now, the timing was just right. You and Xiaohu. Take 2 people and go to the garage to recruit some of those who are scared and want to join us, Gao Wen instructed methodically, as if everything was under his control. Remember, don't look for those single men, it's best to find ones with wives and children. Those single men are hard to control, but those with families are completely different. With attachments and concerns, they are easier to manage and exploit. I understand. Brother 1. Zhao Xiaolong also wore an excited expression. He had been pent up these past few days. He began to rub his hands together as if he could already see the future scene of controlling others' fates. At that time, he would be a big shot, 1 person beneath, 100 above. At first, don't make too much noise, quietly enter the city, no gunfire. Gao Wen continued to advise, his expression serious, as this was crucial to his grand plan, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Keep the number to around 20 or 30 people. At this stage, steadily expanding influence is key. They couldn't be too reckless to avoid unnecessary resistance and attention. Gao Wen silently calculated in his mind, he needed to select those who were easiest to control, gradually establishing his sphere of influence. These people would become his foundation, laying the groundwork for him to further control the entire community. He imagined his power growing like a snowball, eventually becoming an existence that no one dared to underestimate in this apocalypse. Zhao Xiaolong nodded vigorously. He completely trusted his brother Gao Wen's strategy and judgment. He and his brother Xiaohu had followed Gao Wen for several years, witnessing Gao Wen's journey from an inconspicuous small vendor to where he was today. Alright, go. Gao Wen waved his hand, confident that Xiaolong wouldn't disappoint him. Yes, brother Wen. Zhao Xiaolong, along with Xiaohu and 2 other clever brothers, quickly turned and left. The 4 of them stealthily moved through the garage, searching for those who met Gao Wen's requirements. In fact, they didn't need to look too hard, there were simply too many such people in the community. About a third of them were couples with children. Zhao Xiaolong first noticed a couple in a corner, tightly holding 2 children, whose faces still bore the traces of tears, clearly frightened by the earlier chaos. The wife's eyes were filled with fear and helplessness, while the husband looked around warily. Zhao Xiaolong approached and softly said, "Big brother, big sister, don't be afraid, we're here to help you." The husband frowned, looking at them with suspicion. "Who are you? What do you want?" The woman clutched the children tightly. "We have no food, really none." Zhao Xiaolong forced a friendly smile. "Big brother, big sister, you misunderstood, we're not here to take your food. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Xiaolong and my brother is Gao Wen. You must have heard of him, right?" Zhao Xiaolong straightened his back, speaking with a hint of pride. The couple exchanged glances. And the husband nodded. How could they not know the notorious gang leader in the community? Although they hadn't seen him, they had heard of his name. "What do you want with us? I haven't offended you, have I?" The husband's voice was still filled with caution, his body slightly tense. "Zhao Xiaolong smiled and said, "Big brother, don't be nervous, the garage is getting more chaotic, and everyone's life is hard. My brother Gaowen wants to provide everyone with a safe place, with food and drink, so that everyone can live well. As long as you join us, we guarantee that you and your children will be safe." Zhao Xiaolong leaned slightly forward, his gaze fixed on the man's eyes. "Join you? Who are you?" The husband's brow furrowed tighter, his confusion deepening. Zhao Xiaolong straightened up, a hint of pride on his face, and said, "We are Tiandao Alliance." Heavenly Path Alliance? What the hell is that? The couple exchanged glances, both revealing confusion and vigilance in their eyes. What is the Heavenly Path Alliance? The man frowned, instinctively pulling his wife and child closer. Zhao Xiaolong patiently explained, "The Heavenly Path Alliance is an organization established by my elder brother, Gaowen, aimed at helping everyone survive in this icy apocalypse. Only by helping each other can we live through this difficult environment and overcome this crisis." Zhao Xiaolong spoke passionately. Of course, these words were taught to him by Gaowen beforehand. The couple exchanged glances again, but this time there was a hint of loosening. The Heavenly Path Alliance sounded quite good. Helping each other, this principle is something everyone understands. But it's easy to say and very hard to do. At first, everyone tried to help each other, but when it came to the first step of unifying food management, no consensus was reached. There was no strong figure that everyone could trust. Although Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee had status, her character was lacking, and everyone did not trust her to manage food distribution. Uncle Tian, the security guard, had good character, was honest and kind, and was usually willing to help, but he was just a lousy security guard. So, from beginning to end, people never organized themselves. Now, the emergence of the Heavenly Path Alliance gave this couple a glimmer of hope. Perhaps that gangster brother could really organize everyone? However, the husband's eyes still flashed with hesitation, remaining vigilant. "Why should we trust you? Humph. Do you think we need to deceive you? What do you have that's worth our deception?" Zhao Xiaohu, unlike his brother, was not so patient and said somewhat impatiently. In Zhao Xiaohu's view, these people were almost starving, yet still so coy, it was truly annoying. Zhao Xiaolong raised his hand to stop his brother, smiled, and said, "Sorry, my brother has a bit of a bad temper, please don't mind. But he speaks the truth. Do you have anything worth us deceiving you about?" Zhao Xiaolong's words left the couple in silence. Indeed, they had nothing now, not even much food left. The wife looked at the child in her arms, a flash of pain in her eyes, and softly said, "Honey, what if we?" The Heavenly Path Alliance sounded like good people. The husband gritted his teeth, still filled with conflict. He was not as naive as his wife. He looked at Zhao Xiaolong and the others, trying to find some trustworthy signs on their faces. Finally, he took a deep breath and slowly spoke, "So what do we need to do?" There was no choice, he had none. However, no matter how much Zhao Xiaolong spoke grandly, he did not believe that a pie would fall from the sky. Moreover, that gangster Gaowen, would he really be so kind-hearted? So, some things were better clarified. Zhao Xiaolong smiled, knowing he had succeeded. He looked at the man and slowly said, "First, we have enough food, so you don't have to worry about us stealing your food. Not only will we not steal, but we will also ensure everyone's basic diet. Additionally, if you join us, then we are all brothers, and brothers should not bully each other's wives, so you don't need to worry." Zhao Xiaolong paused and continued, "The only thing you need to do is obey brother Wen. Whatever brother Wen tells us to do, we will do." His expression became serious. "Brother Wen is our leader, he has the ability to lead everyone to survive in this apocalypse. As long as everyone follows his command, we can get through this crisis together. I don't know if you understand, Zhao." Xiaolong fixed his gaze on the man, waiting for his response. The man gritted his teeth, he understood. This was clearly aimed at his life. It was just recruiting thugs, but it sounded so nice. But he had no choice. "All right. As long as you can guarantee that my wife and child can survive, I will hand over my life to you, husband." Upon hearing her husband's words, the wife's eyes reddened, tears welling up. "Ha ha ha." Zhao Xiaolong laughed, then said to the couple, "Don't make it so tragic. As long as we stick together, who can do anything to us?" Hearing Zhao Xiaolong's words, the couple also let out a sigh of relief. It really seemed that way. Seeing this, Zhao Xiaolong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Big brother, don't worry, as long as you follow us, you won't suffer. We'll take you, your wife, and your child to our base. It's very safe there, with enough food and water, and there are other families as well." As he spoke, he gestured for the brothers behind him to help carry the family's luggage. The man hesitated for a moment but ultimately handed over the luggage he was holding. He took his wife and child by the hand and followed Zhao Xiaolong and the others step by step toward the unknown base. Having made a good start, Zhao Xiaolong was even more confident. In less than a day, he had gathered 10 families, all consisting of 3 members. The newly formed Heavenly Path Alliance quickly expanded from 5 or 6 people to over 30 in just one day. In the corridor, a bonfire blazed brightly, with wood taken from dismantled furniture. In the previous days, Gao Wen and his group had not been idle. He had his younger brothers sneak out and pick locks to find valuable items, especially things that could burn. In this icy, snowy apocalypse, warmth was always the top priority. You might not die from hunger in a day, but freezing for a day in temperatures below -40 degrees would be certain death. Gao Wen stood at the top of the corridor, looking down at the more than 30 people below, a barely noticeable smile on his face. Brothers! Gao Wen raised his voice, slowly scanning each person's face. As you all know, this world is no longer the one we used to know. Outside, it's a frozen wasteland, and cold and hunger can take our lives at any moment. Some people in the crowd nodded slightly. They had long experienced this harsh reality. Gao Wen continued, but we have come together. We are the Heavenly Path Alliance. In this alliance, I, Gao Wen, promise you that as long as you listen to me, I will definitely lead you to survive. From today on, we are family. I know some of you may still be skeptical and worried, but I want to say, I, Gao Wen, keep my word. Our goal is simple: to survive in this icy apocalypse and live better than others. Ambition sparkled in Gao Wen's eyes. The crowd began to stir. People looked at each other, and a glimmer of hope gradually ignited in some eyes. Humans are social animals. At least here, they didn't have to worry about being killed over food. Gao Wu stood at the back of the crowd, watching his spirited brother with admiration. He had always looked up to his brother since childhood. At this moment, he waved to Huang Mao beside him, and Huang Mao hurried over. Brother Wu, what do you need? Gao Wu whispered a few words in Huang Mao's ear, and Huang Mao's eyes lit up before he hurried off to the underground garage. Miss Lu Xiaoyan, our vice leader requests your presence. The yellow-haired man stared at Lu Xiaoyan with a half-smile, his eyes revealing a hint of malice. This woman was truly beautiful, even with a dirty face. Her fresh and refined aura shone like a pearl in the darkness, impossible to conceal. Gao Wu had just told him to bring Lu Xiaoyan to him. Since his brother Gao Wen had already started planning, Gao Wu didn't want to wait any longer. Lu Xiaoyan frowned slightly, a glimmer of wariness flashing in her eyes. What vice leader? Where did this vice leader come from? In fact, the vice leader was entirely a fabrication of the yellow-haired man. In his mind, the boss Wengu was naturally the leader, so Wugu must be the vice leader. As long as he handled this matter well, he might even secure a position for himself. He had even thought of a title for himself, the Golden-Haired Lion King. Thus, a more obsequious smile appeared on his face as he said, Miss Lu Xiaoyan, please don't be afraid. The vice leader just wants to have a chat with you. I assure you that you won't be harmed. Lu Xiaoyan shook her head. I don't know your leader or vice leader, and I have nothing to talk about with him. As she spoke, she took a few steps back, trying to distance herself from the yellow-haired man. However, he didn't care. This was crucial for his promotion plan. He snorted coldly and said, you don't get to decide that. Our vice leader is inviting you, and that's giving you face. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Saying this, he reached out to grab Lu Xiaoyan's arm. No, let go of me. Lu Xiaoyan struggled in terror, looking towards the nearby protector, Glasses Man. Brother Zhou, help! Glasses Man was momentarily taken aback by Lu Xiaoyan's plea for help, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face, but he still said, this brother, what you're doing isn't appropriate, is it? The yellow-haired man disdainfully glanced at him. Who the hell are you? If you don't want to die, get lost. Under the yellow-haired man's glare, Glasses Man instinctively shrank back. Lu Xiaoyan looked at Glasses Man in despair, not expecting this man to be so useless. But Glasses Man had his own thoughts. Damn it, it's been several days, and I can't even touch her hand. Who the hell cares about your life or death? He muttered to himself, quietly stepping back a few paces, deciding to protect himself. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyan had no choice but to continue struggling desperately. Bastard, let go of me. But no matter how she struggled, she couldn't break free from the yellow-haired man's grip. After all, she was a woman, and having not eaten well for several days, her body was weak and powerless, making her no match for the yellow-haired man. She could only be dragged little by little towards the supermarket. The people around silently watched this scene, but no one dared to step forward to help. Uncle Tian, the security guard thought about stepping in but was pulled back by his wife beside him. Seeing his wife shake her head, Uncle Tion sighed helplessly and turned to look the other way. This damned world. At the supermarket entrance, Gao Wu was waiting for his prey. He paced back and forth at the door, playing with a box of 003 he had taken from the supermarket counter. In this freezing weather, nothing could go wrong. Soon, Lu Xiaoyan was brought before him by the yellow-haired man. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan looked extremely disheveled, her hair in disarray, her face covered in grime. However, in Gao Wu's eyes, Lu Xiaoyan's disheveled state only added a different kind of charm. The more disheveled she was, the more excited Gao Wu became. His greedy gaze roamed over Lu Xiaoyan, her face, her figure, her small feet. And the innocence and purity in her features clearly indicated that she was still a young girl. Gao Wu swallowed hard. Impudent, who allowed you to treat Miss in this way? Gao Wu pretended to reprimand the yellow-haired man, who quickly apologized to Lu Xiaoyan. On the other side, Gao Wen frowned at the scene. But thinking of his brother's usual mischievous nature, he said nothing. It had been over 10 days, it was time for his brother to vent a little. The newly recruited people, witnessing this scene, not only felt no disgust or blame but instead showed a hint of relief. Luckily, they had joined this so-called Heavenly Path Alliance, otherwise, they might have been the unfortunate ones. In fact, a few men were watching Lu Xiaoyan with great interest. Everyone had not experienced life for a long time. Previously, in the garage, they were cold and hungry, with no thoughts for such matters. Now that the crisis had slightly eased, their true nature resurfaced. Lu Xiaoyan looked at the dozens of eyes that seemed ready to swallow her whole and stepped back repeatedly. What do you want? Gao Wu smiled slightly and said, Nissen, don't be afraid, I mean no harm. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at the box in Gao Wu's hand, thinking to herself, do you think I believe you? Gao Wu continued, you must be hungry, have something to eat first. He handed Lu Xiaoyan a bowl of freshly made instant noodles. The aroma of the noodles made her throat involuntarily convulse a few times. At that moment, her stomach betrayed her and let out a grumble sound. It had been a long time since she had eaten such hot food. But she quickly restrained her instinctive reaction. I won't eat your food, please let me go back. Gao Wu's expression darkened instantly. Humph, don't be ungrateful. Do you think you have a choice? He stepped forward, exuding an oppressive aura. Lu Xiaoyan instinctively took a step back, her back pressed against the cold wall, and her fear intensified. No, you can't do this. The other half of Lu Xiaoyan's fantasy was a sunny, handsome, gentle, kind, upright, and brave person, definitely not a refined scoundrel like Gao Wu. Gao Wu sneered, in this place, I have the final say. You either obey or... He didn't finish his sentence, but the threat was obvious. I would rather die than submit to you, Lu Xiaoyan gritted her teeth and said. Die? Ha ha ha. Gao Wu laughed wildly, it's not that easy to die. If you don't want to put on a spring palace show in front of everyone, just obediently eat this bowl of noodles. Upon hearing Gao Wu's words, all the men's eyes lit up. Don't eat, don't eat. Lu Xiaoyan bit her lip so hard that it drew blood, tears streaming down her face. Could she really succumb to this demon? She knew that if she ate the noodles, it would mean compromising with Gao Wu. But if she didn't eat, Gao Wu might really do something terrible. Just thinking about the possibility of being humiliated in front of everyone sent chills down her spine. Lu Xiaoyan's body trembled slightly, her hands clenched into fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, yet she felt no pain. At that moment, she wished someone would stand up and help her. Suddenly, a figure appeared in her mind. Don't force me, Lin Chen is my boyfriend. What? Gao Wu was taken aback. You are Lin Chen's woman? Lin Chen, look. Xin Shihan pointed at the TV screen, where Lu Xiaoyan was being dragged by a man with yellow hair. Yilin covered her mouth, the scene she feared the most had happened. In the chaotic end times, women, especially beautiful ones, faced such a tragic fate. Lin Chen, should we save Lu Xiaoyan? Xin Shihan and Yilin almost simultaneously looked at Lin Chen. After all, she was their good sister, and they couldn't bear to watch Lu Xiaoyan being mistreated. However, Lin Chen snorted coldly, she deserved it. Given the chance, she still couldn't do anything useful. But after thinking for a moment, Lin Chen still sent a message to Gao Wen. It wasn't that he had a sudden surge of compassion or that he couldn't move on seeing a pretty face. Lu Xiaoyan had indeed helped him before, and Lin Chen's character was such that he would repay kindness with kindness. But he only sent a message to Gao Wen. As for the outcome, that depended on Lu Xiaoyan's fate. There was no way he would rush out to fight with Gao Wen and his gang just to save Lu Xiaoyan. As for why Lin Chen was sure it was Gao Wen's group behind this? The Heavenly Tao Alliance. He was all too familiar with them. In his previous life, this group, under the guise of upholding justice, had committed numerous acts of pillaging and violence. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, Lin Shen's phone rang again. Sir, it's that yellow-haired guy. He was the one who came to cooperate with me last time. Lin Shen narrowed his eyes at the message from Sister Lier. Sure enough, it was indeed Gao Wen's gang plotting against him. Damn it, now we settle both old and new scores together. Don't force me, Lin. Chen is my boyfriend. At the supermarket entrance, Lu Xiaoyan instinctively shouted this, as if grasping at a last straw. If she had to choose, she would rather give herself to Lin Shen. At least it was just one person, and she had two sisters with her. Gao Wu shuddered at Lu Xiaoyan's words. But soon, his expression became even more ferocious. Do you think Lin Chen can scare me off? Gao Wu shouted madly, what is Lin Chen? How can he be compared to me, Gao Wu? Jealousy and anger burned in Gao Wu's eyes. In this apocalyptic world, he considered himself a ruler and could not be easily intimidated by a mere name. He would never allow himself to back down in front of others just because of a name. He. You're Lin Shen's girlfriend, then I want you even more. Gao Wu stepped closer to Lu Xiaoyan, each step filled with an almost uncontrollable madness. Initially, he wanted to be gentler, to slowly dominate her, but upon hearing that Lu Xiaoyan was Lin Shen's girlfriend, the suppressed evil fire in his heart was ignited to the extreme. If he couldn't have Lin Chen, could he not have his girlfriend? Gao Wu thought viciously, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Lin Chen? Humph, do you think he can protect you? Lu Xiaoyan looked in terror at Gao Wu, who was closing in on her, constantly retreating, but her back was already pressed tightly against the cold wall, with nowhere to escape. Her body trembled, as if she were in an ice cellar, repeatedly murmuring, no, don't come closer. Gao Wu reached out, his rough fingers reaching for Lu Xiaoyan's face. The more you belong to him, the more I want to have you. I want to see what Lin Chen can do to me. His eyes sparkled with a mad possessiveness, his fingers getting closer to Lu Xiaoyan's face. Just as Gao Wu's fingers were about to touch Lu Xiaoyan, a loud shout rang out like thunder, stop. Gao Wen rushed over, holding his phone. His face was terrifyingly dark. He had been giving a speech to everyone and hadn't seen the message Lin Shen sent him. Now he noticed it and just happened to hear Lu Xiaoyan call out Lin Shen, so he hurried over. Brother! Gao Wu stared fiercely at his brother Gao Wen. He couldn't understand why his brother would stop him at this moment. Is that Lin Shen really that terrifying? Brother! Don't worry about me, today I will make Lin Shen understand what happens when he dares to oppose me. Gao Wu shouted back at Gao Wen, his eyes bloodshot. Gao Wen stepped closer, glanced at the terrified Lu Xiaoyan, then turned to Gao Wu and whispered harshly, do you know what you're doing? You dare to touch Lin Shen's woman? The veins on Gao Wu's neck bulged. Brother, what's there to be afraid of Lin Shen? We have more than a dozen strong men, are we afraid of just one person? As long as he dares to come, I guarantee he won't return. Meanwhile, those who had just joined were shaking their heads frantically. No, don't let him come. Last time, there were also more than a dozen strong men, and in the end, less than 10 managed to escape. Gao Wen frowned and said, what do you understand? His grand ambitions were just beginning, and Lin Shen already knew about this matter. If he came with a submachine gun to fight them, it would truly be a disaster before they even got started. Gao Wu, however, wouldn't listen. He snorted coldly, brother, you're just too timid. How powerful can Lin Shen be? Today, I must act against this woman and see what he can do to me. After saying that, he lunged at Lu Xiaoyan again. Seeing this, Gao Wen immediately reached out to grab Gao Wu. Calm down. He didn't know what was wrong with his brother today. Although he had been reckless before, it had never been to this extent. Gao Wen whispered in Gao Wu's ear, I'm not afraid of Lin Shen, it's just not the right time. Once we are firmly established, I will hand Lin Shen over to you, and you can deal with him as you wish. Whether you want to kill or torture him. At this moment, Gao Wu gradually calmed down, gritting his teeth fiercely. By then, I will make him suffer 1,000 cuts, leaving him unable to live or die. Seeing his brother calm down, Gao Wen then looked at Lu Xiaoyan. Sorry, Nissen, please send my regards to Lin Xiao brother, and tell him that the door of our Tiandao alliance is always open to him, and he is welcome to join at any time. Hearing Gao Wen's words, Lu Xiaoyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her body was still trembling slightly, the earlier terrifying scene left her shaken. Okay. Lu Xiaoyan didn't expect that just a name could intimidate such a notorious gangster. It turned out that this ordinary man had such a deterrent power now. Gao Wen then handed Lu Xiaoyan some food. Consider this as an apology. Nissen, you can leave now. Lu Xiaoyan took the food, her fingers trembling slightly, not daring to linger, and quickly turned to leave this place that filled her with fear. Gao Wen watched Lu Xiaoyan's retreating figure, a hint of barely perceptible ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He had seen the fear in the eyes of the newcomers when Lu Xiaoyan mentioned Lin Shen. He didn't expect that Lin Chen had already left such a deep imprint of fear in everyone's hearts. It seemed he needed to find a way to eliminate this potential threat as soon as possible. Only then could he completely control the entire community. In this chaotic order of the apocalypse, the strong are king, and Lin Chen's existence was undoubtedly a stumbling block on his path to domination. Moreover, how did Lin Chen know that Lu Xiaoyan had been captured by them? Gao Wen rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Was it Lu Xiaoyan's plea for help, or did Lin Chen have spies in the garage as well? Slowly, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Gao Wen's mouth, revealing a meaningful grin. Things were getting more and more interesting. But this was also good. Only with challenges can there be a sense of achievement. Lu Xiaoyan returned to the garage with a bag of food, her mind constantly replaying the thrilling scene at the supermarket entrance. This time, thanks to Lin Chen, if she hadn't had the sudden idea to bring Lin Chen into the picture, the consequences would have been unimaginable. She was now hesitating whether to go find Lin Chen. However, looking at the bag of food in her arms, Lu Xiaoyan ultimately decided against it. After all, he doesn't know, Lu Xiaoyan muttered softly. I won't go and flatter him. Unless he asks me to be his girlfriend, otherwise he can forget about it. A faint blush appeared on Lu Xiaoyan's face. For some reason, the image of that person kept surfacing in her mind. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyan felt as if someone was watching her. The feeling of being observed jolted her out of her daze, and a wave of unease washed over her. She turned to look around, and sure enough, a dozen malicious gazes were secretly fixed on her. Back so soon, a sarcastic voice rang out first. Is what you're holding to eat? It wouldn't be something you traded for, would it? A young man chimed in. What a shameless woman, another woman echoed, her face full of disdain. Pa! Vile! Lu Xiaoyan's face turned pale instantly as she clutched the food tightly. Can you finish all that food? Why don't I help you? A man stared at the food in Lu Xiaoyan's arms, swallowing repeatedly. As he spoke, he slowly moved closer to her. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan realized how foolish it was to walk through the garage holding food. It wasn't just that man, more people were approaching her. The crowd around her began to slowly close in, their eyes locked tightly on the food in Lu Xiaoyan's arms. Don't come any closer, I. Lu Xiaoyan looked at the increasingly near crowd in terror, her voice trembling violently. I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. If you dare to snatch my food, be careful, Lin Chen will come after you. There was no choice, Lu Xiaoyan had to bring Lin Chen up again. Sure enough, upon hearing her words, the few people who were slowly approaching stopped in their tracks. Lin Chen! That devil! If she really was the devil's woman, they wouldn't dare to snatch from her. Lu Xiaoyan let out a long breath, but before she could fully regain her composure, someone said, Don't mess with us. If you were Lin Chen's girlfriend, would you be here? This person's words reminded everyone. That's right, would Lin Chen's girlfriend be living in a garage like them? Yeah, don't think you can fool us. Hurry up and hand over the food, or don't blame us for being rude. Damn it, you're asking for trouble. Lu Xiaoyan's face turned even paler, and she took a deep breath, trying to calm herself down. I really am Lin Chen's girlfriend. If you dare to touch me, Lin Chen will definitely not let you go. Lu Xiaoyan shouted again. However, this time, the crowd did not stop because of her words. They had already decided that Lu Xiaoyan was lying. Gao Wen wouldn't dare to touch me, what makes you think you can? Lu Xiaoyan shouted this with a hint of desperation. Sure. Enough. Upon hearing the name of another heavyweight figure, the few people stopped again. Seeing this, Lu Xiaoyan felt a slight sense of relief, but she knew she had to make her words more convincing. That's right, it was Gao Wen and the others who kidnapped me. They wanted. Lu Xiaoyan paused for a moment and continued, but when they found out I was Lin Chen's girlfriend, not only did they not touch me, but they also gave me this food as an apology. These are what Gao Wen gave to Lin Chen. Do you dare to take them? Lu Xiaoyan's eyes revealed a hint of provocation, while she secretly observed the reactions of these people. Gao Wen is giving me food to make amends. Are you stronger than Gao Wen? Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyan's words, the faces of these few people changed unpredictably. They looked at the bag of food, swallowing repeatedly. But in the end, no one dared to come forward and snatch it. They didn't dare to gamble. If they guessed wrong, their lives might be at stake. They exchanged glances filled with reluctance but slowly retreated. Lu Xiaoyan watched their retreating figures, her tense nerves finally relaxed. She leaned against the wall, her legs weak, almost collapsing to the ground. This confrontation had left her physically and mentally exhausted, but she was grateful to have escaped once again. She just didn't know how long the name Lin Chen could protect her. Buzz buzz buzz. Lin Chen picked up his phone and glanced at a message from his informant. Sir, just now your girlfriend was almost robbed of her food. Girlfriend? What? Girlfriend? Lin Chen looked bewildered. When did he have a girlfriend? What happened? He asked directly. The underground parking lot was simply too large and his surveillance cameras couldn't cover everything. They were mainly concentrated at the entrance of his building, guarding against sudden attacks. As for other areas, only a few cameras were scattered around. There was no need to cover everything. He had experienced what could happen in the parking lot in his previous life, so he had a good idea. Soon, the informant replied, "It's like this, sir. Your girlfriend was just taken away by Gao Wen's group." Clearly, this informant had some emotional intelligence. High emotional intelligence, taken away. Low emotional intelligence, robbed. The informant continued with her high emotional intelligence, "But don't worry, your girlfriend will be back soon." Nothing should have happened. She said that when Gao Wen heard she was your girlfriend, he let her go and even gave her a bag of food as an apology. Then just now, a few people in the parking lot had their eyes on your girlfriend's food and your girlfriend. The informant recounted the entire process, and Lin Chen understood. It was that woman, Lu Xiaoyan. Damn it, when did I become her boyfriend? It seemed Lu Xiaoyan was using him as a shield. Okay, I understand. You did well, I'll give you extra rations tomorrow. Lin Chen replied to the informant with a reward message. Management requires clear rewards and punishments. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. The informant kept expressing her gratitude. A pack of individual rations was only enough for one person for a day. It was hardly enough for her and her child. At most, it would ensure they wouldn't starve to death. Of course, just not starving was already a great satisfaction for her. She just didn't expect there would be a reward. The young woman swallowed hard and said to her daughter in her arms, "Tomorrow there will be good food." Upon hearing her mother's words, the little girl looked up, her small face pale from malnutrition, but her eyes brightened at her mother's words. She reached out her small hand, tightly grasping her mother's clothing, and asked in a baby voice, "Mommy, will there really be good food tomorrow?" The young woman looked at her daughter, gently nodding, and said, "Yes, darling, tomorrow we will have good food. It's a kind uncle who is rewarding us." The little girl, with a face full of innocence, tilted her head back, her small finger unconsciously placed by her mouth. A kind uncle? In the room, Shin Shurhan also noticed Lin Chen's constantly changing expression. She asked nervously, "What's wrong?" Lin Chen smiled and recounted the situation. Shin Shurhan couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Xiaoyan is just like that, always so self-righteous. There was a hint of disdain in her tone, and the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. "Isn't it true that she has to rely on you to get out of this predicament?" As she spoke, she lifted her small head, looking at Lin Chen with admiration. "I didn't expect that everyone is so afraid of you." Her eyes sparkled with the kind of admiration for the strong. "Even that black boss, Gao Wen, has to give you face." It was hard to tell if this woman was acting, but Lin Chen enjoyed the admiration. To be honest, he hadn't expected Gao Wen to be so wary of him. And in the garage, just his name had such a deterrent effect? At that moment, Shin Shurhan thought for a moment and then said, "How about I call Lu Xiaoyan up?" She tilted her head, looking at Lin Chen seriously. "I know her. If we let her come up by herself, she definitely won't be able to face it. We should give her a way out." Hearing Shin Shurhan's words, Lin Chen's lips curled up slightly as he teased, "What, are you not afraid she'll come up and compete for your favor?" Shin Shurhan pouted slightly and candidly replied, "I am, but I want to make you happy more." Her tone carried a hint of playful reproach. "Dare you say you're not envious of Lu Xiaoyan?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. If she doesn't want to come up, then so be it. There's no need to force it. I don't like to force others." Ding! Today's flash sale items: 1. Snowmobile suit, 10,000 sets. 2. Pure drinking water, 10,000 barrels. 3. Large umbrellas, 10,000 boxes. 4. Film study materials, 10,000 G1. I'll choose 1. Lin Chen didn't hesitate at all. If there's a suit, he would choose the suit. Ding! Flash sale successful. Instantly, 10,000 sets of snowmobile suits appeared neatly in the system space. It's just a pity that there isn't enough space right now to take a look at what they have. Ding! The host has completed 10 flash sales. System upgrading. System upgrade? Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting the system could upgrade. He didn't know how long this upgrade would take. Lin Chen patted the two women beside him. "You two go pack up your original room in a bit." He needed to clear out the room across from him. It would be useful. Soon, the two women returned with large bags of luggage. They even packed some of Lu Xiaoyan's things as well. Since it was a rented house, aside from some clothes and personal items, there wasn't much to take. As for the miscellaneous items in this apocalypse, what use were they? Lin Chen also entered the room. It was his first time in the three women's room. Looking at the cute little decorations hanging on the wall, he nodded. Shin Shirhan and the others rented a 3-bedroom apartment, which was a bit larger than Lin Chen's room. Lin Chen paced around the room, calculating that if they squeezed a bit, accommodating 10 or 8 people shouldn't be a problem. The only issue was the lack of electricity. Just then, footsteps echoed in the hallway. The two women were startled and quickly hid behind Lin Chen, tightly gripping his arm. Lin Chen waved his hand, "Don't panic." Before long, several women came up, leading a few small children. "Sir," the women respectfully called out in unison. The children hid behind their mothers, curiously looking at this uncle. Shen Shirhan and Yilin noticed the same type of neck rings around the women's necks and let out a sigh of relief. Those neck rings were a mark of Lin Chen's subordinates. Seeing this, they knew these people were not enemies. "In the future, your children will temporarily live in this room, and you will take turns caring for them." Lin Chen pointed to the room behind him, his tone unyielding. Yes, he had cleared out the room of the 3 women just to accommodate these protons. Moreover, since Gaowen had already begun recruiting to expand his influence, he couldn't fall behind. However, at the moment, these women looked at the room behind Lin Chen with some reluctance on their faces. Who would want to hand over their children? What if something unexpected happened? Lin Chen looked at this group of ungrateful women, frowning slightly. Zhi, seeing the expressions of these women become clear again, Lin Chen slowly spoke, "Come in, I said I would give you extra food today." His tone was flat, as if the earlier electric shock was just a trivial interlude. The women, leading their children, followed Lin Chen into the room. There was no choice. Whether they wanted to or not, they had no choice at all. After a group of people entered the room, Lin Chen pointed to the several fire stoves and said, "Assemble these things." No electricity was available, and there could be no fire. Fortunately, he had 10,000 sets of fire stoves, enough to accommodate many people. Under Lin Chen's direction, although the women still felt apprehensive, they quickly began to assemble the fire stoves. Soon, 3 fire stoves were ready. The 3 rooms in one hall were about 100 square meters, and 3 fire stoves were sufficient. Once the flames burned completely, the temperature in the room quickly rose. Soon, these people were hot enough to start sweating, and their faces showed a long-lost comfort. It had been almost a week since they had experienced such warmth since the water and electricity were cut off. At that moment, a little girl came out and said to Lin Chen, "Are you that kind-hearted uncle?" The little girl's eyes were like clear lake water, looking at Lin Chen with innocence. "Nana, come back," the little girl's mother hurriedly called out, her voice revealing a hint of tension. Lin Chen raised his hand to stop the young woman. "Kind-hearted uncle?" He squatted down to meet the little girl's gaze and asked, "What kind-hearted uncle?" The little girl blinked her eyes and said in a sweet voice, "Mommy said that today there would be a kind-hearted uncle who would give us good food." Her little face was flushed with warmth from the room, and the corners of her mouth slightly lifted, seemingly full of anticipation for the delicious food to come. Lin Chen smiled, "That's right, I am that kind-hearted uncle." "Sir, I'm sorry, the child was just talking nonsense." The young woman quickly pulled her daughter behind her and kept bowing to Lin Chen in apology. Lin Chen stood up, the smile on his face gradually fading. He looked at the young woman and said coldly, "Children may not understand, but adults cannot be ignorant." The other women and children dared not breathe, quietly watching Lin Chen and the young woman. The young woman lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Chen's gaze, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry." Lin Chen was angry. He had originally intended to be generous and treat these people to a meal, but they were all on guard against him like he was a thief, truly narrow-minded. The little girl seemed to realize she had caused trouble. She peeked out from behind her mother, timidly looking at Lin Chen. She softly said, "Uncle, I'm sorry. Nuan was wrong." After saying that, she quickly shrank back, tightly hugging her mother's leg. Seeing this, Lin Chen could only shake his head helplessly. He wasn't cruel enough to punish a little girl. "All right." Everyone smile. The women were taken aback by Lin Chen's words, then immediately tried to force smiles. Lin Chen looked at their smiles, which were more pitiful than crying, frowned slightly, and then softened his tone, saying, "I really prepared delicious food for you today, you don't have to be so scared." As he spoke, he magically pulled out 10 bags of hot pot ingredients. The women's eyes were instantly drawn to the bright red beef and lamb, as well as the vibrant green vegetables. They swallowed hard. Even the children, who usually didn't like vegetables, widened their eyes, staring intently at the greens. Seeing the women's reaction, Lin Chen felt a bit satisfied. Alright, don't just stand there, take these ingredients and prepare them, we're having hot pot today. As soon as Lin Chen's words fell, the women were momentarily stunned, seemingly unable to believe their ears, then their faces immediately blossomed with joyful smiles. This smile was completely different from the forced one before, it was genuine joy and excitement. They hurriedly took the ingredients, continuously saying thank you, sir. The young woman even had tears in her eyes, she tightly hugged her daughter and softly said, Nuan Nuan, we have delicious food now, quickly thank your uncle. The little girl also smiled happily, sweetly saying to Lin Chen, thank you, uncle, you are so nice. Lin Chen smiled, and the women began to get busy. The children excitedly ran around, occasionally coming over to their mothers to look at the ingredients, their little faces full of curiosity and happiness. Before long, the hot pot was ready. The pot on the fire began to boil, releasing an enticing aroma. The women placed the cut ingredients into the pot one by one, and the room was soon filled with the smell of hot pot. Everyone sat around the pot, their eyes fixed on the food, their throats involuntarily swallowing. Not to mention hot pot, even a sip of hot soup was something they hadn't tasted in a long time. However, the women did not move their chopsticks but looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded slightly and said, alright. Eat, you don't have to mind me. Only then did the women pick up their chopsticks, carefully taking food from the pot, first handing it to the children, and then starting to eat themselves. When the first bite of food entered their mouths, satisfied expressions appeared on the women's faces. Sir, thank you so much. A young woman said excitedly, gazing at Lin Chen with affection. If it weren't for you, we might have starved to death. The young woman looked at Xin Shihan and Yi Lin behind Lin Chen, a hint of envy in her eyes. Those two women lived as if it were before the apocalypse. They wore clean and tidy clothes, had light makeup on their faces, and exuded a freshness that was completely out of place in this post-apocalyptic world. Unlike her, she hadn't bathed for several days, feeling dirty and itchy. She looked down at her worn and stained clothes, a wave of inexplicable inferiority washing over her. Some people began to have thoughts. Honey, don't blame me, I'm doing this for the kids. While eating hot pot, she occasionally stole glances at Lin Chen, contemplating how to gain his attention. Just as she was still hesitating over her plan, someone had already begun to take action. Sir, your great kindness, Wei Wei has no way to repay you. From now on, Wei Wei will be yours. Other women, upon hearing Li Wei's words, cast surprised and envious glances. Some regretted not speaking up first, while others scoffed inwardly but had to admit Li Wei's boldness and initiative. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became somewhat subtle, the steam from the hot pot seemingly unable to mask the undercurrents of emotion. The air was filled with a complex aura, a mix of jealousy, envy, anticipation, and a hint of barely perceptible tension. Xin Shihan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance and stepped forward in unison, each wrapping an arm around Lin Chen. What a bunch of promiscuous women, just now they were guarding against my Lin Chen like he was a thief, and now they can't wait to offer themselves, how cheap. Exactly, don't they realize how old they are, with kids already? Shameless. The two women kept their thoughts to themselves. However, they only dared to think about it, they wouldn't dare to stop Lin Chen, nor would they even show a hint of dissatisfaction. Lin Chen looked at Li Wei, not bad. She was quite decent looking. Above Yi Lin, below Xin Shihan. Although not as youthful as the two college girls, she had a unique mature charm. He walked up to Li Wei and pinched her chin, rubbing against the face of the young woman. He disdainfully said, so dirty. Li Wei's body trembled slightly, a sense of shame rising within her. She bit her lip and softly said, Sir, I will clean myself. Lin Chen shook his head. Then raised his voice, alright, you all continue eating. After a pause, he continued to arrange, from now on, leave 2 people upstairs to take care of the kids, and the others continue to monitor in the garage. Hot pot, once a week. After saying that, he turned and left. The women felt a bit disappointed that Lin Chen didn't respond directly. However, when they heard him say they could have hot pot once a week, their faces instantly lit up. It should be known that even before the apocalypse, not every family could afford to eat hot pot every week. For them, it was not just a meal, but a glimmer of hope. A small comfort in a difficult life. It made them feel that perhaps life wasn't so bad after all, and there were still beautiful things to look forward to. Li Wei was especially excited, her eyes fixed firmly on Lin Chen's back. Xin Shihan and Yi Lin followed Lin Chen back to the room, one on each side. As soon as they entered, the two women's lips pouted high. Outside, they naturally had to give Lin Chen face, showcasing their understanding and obedience in front of everyone to maintain his authority. But back at home, they still wanted to throw a little tantrum. The two women felt they had a special status beside Lin Chen and couldn't let other women easily steal his attention. Sir, I'll clean it up, Xin Shihan said in a high-pitched voice, mimicking Li Wei's earlier demeanor, twisting her body with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. Sir, Wei Wei will be yours from now on. Yilin also refused to back down, imitating Li Wei's tone and expression, even winking and pretending to be shy. Smack, smack, the two women covered their faces and became obedient. Kneeling on either side of Lin Shen's feet, one pounded his legs while the other massaged his feet. Lin Shen leaned back on the sofa, slightly closing his eyes. System upgrading. It had been the whole morning, and the system still hadn't completed its upgrade. Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a bit irritated, his fingers unconsciously tapping lightly on the armrest of the sofa. This was his most important support in the apocalypse. He owed his current stable and comfortable life to those items from the flash sales. At the same time, Lin Shen couldn't help but start to anticipate what surprises the system upgrade would bring him. Right now, this flash sale system had no interaction with him except for a daily 4-choice flash sale opportunity in the morning. He wondered if this upgrade would bring more features, allow him to buy more items, or introduce some new mode. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became, and his earlier irritation faded considerably. Time passed second by second, but the system still hadn't provided the completion notification. Lin Shen couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "System, oh system, hurry up, don't let me down." In the underground garage, it was getting more chaotic. Fighting and conflicts were everywhere. In a corner, two men were arguing fiercely over a box of instant noodles that had mysteriously appeared. Strangely enough, just this morning, several packages of food had suddenly appeared in various corners of the garage. There were instant noodles, bread, and biscuits. These foods were like a glimmer of hope in the darkness, instantly igniting the desires and greed deep within people's hearts. "I found it." "First, why are you stealing it?" a small man shouted, his face flushed, eyes fixed on the box of noodles. "Just because you found it first, it's yours? What a joke. Whoever grabs it first gets it," the other tall and sturdy man retorted, stepping forward to block the small man's view with his strong body, his eyes filled with provocation and greed. "You're unreasonable." The small man trembled with anger, trying to bypass the tall man to grab the box of noodles, but was pushed back by the tall man. Reason? In this apocalypse, strength is reason." The tall man sneered, tightly hugging the box of noodles and turning to leave. The small man was unwilling to let the food be taken away so easily. He rushed forward to fight the man. Soon, the two were grappling with each other. This attracted the attention of others, and when they saw the box of noodles, greed flashed in their eyes. A man nearby quickly ran over, picked up the box of noodles, and tried to escape. "Put it down, that's mine," the tall man roared. While entangled with the small man, he caught a glimpse of the other man's actions out of the corner of his eye. He forcefully pushed the small man away and charged at the man holding the noodles. The small man, not to be outdone, gasped for breath and lunged at the tall man again. At this moment, more people joined in to snatch the food. In an instant, the atmosphere in the underground parking lot became even more tense and chaotic. For a box of instant noodles, people seemed to lose their sanity, forgetting the shared suffering among them, leaving only the instinctual struggle for survival. Fists swung in the air, bodies collided, and shouts and curses intertwined. The chaotic scene resembled a mad painting of the apocalypse. If it were captured at that moment, it would surely become a world-famous artwork. Every face was filled with madness and despair. One by one, people fell, but quickly got back up to continue the scramble. However, some fell and never stood up again. The box of instant noodles was torn apart in the chaos, the noodles scattered all over the ground, trampled into pieces. Yet people still would not let it go. Many were on the ground, picking up the broken remnants of the noodles. They murmured to themselves, "Mine, mine, all mine." Their faces were smeared with dust and blood, but they cared not at all, desperately stuffing the pitiful food into their arms. Similar scenes occurred in other corners. Some fought over suddenly appeared bread, others over suddenly appeared biscuits. As for why these foods had suddenly appeared, it was completely overlooked by the people. No one thought about where these foods came from, whether it was a blessing from heaven or some mysterious person pulling the strings behind the scenes. It no longer mattered. What mattered was how to grab the food and how to survive. In the supermarket, a burning bonfire blazed inside an old gasoline barrel. Gawain sat in a boss's chair he had picked up from somewhere, legs crossed. "Brother One, your trick is truly brilliant." "Now the entire parking lot is a mess," said Lu Daong, a new recruit, with a fawning expression. He gave a thumbs up as he spoke. "Those people are fighting to the point of bloodshed over the little food you intentionally threw down. No one cares about anything else." Lu Daong became more and more excited, and the others looked at Gawain with admiration. Just a few bags of food had completely ignited the entire parking lot. This tactic was so clever it was astonishing. Gao Wen skillfully exploited people's extreme hunger for food and survival instincts in the apocalypse, easily triggering this chaos. At the same time, everyone felt a sense of relief that they had joined the Heavenly Path Alliance early. Otherwise, they might have been among those crazed people. Gao Wen's lips curled slightly, his eyes revealing a cunning and indifferent glint, as if everything was under his control. But it's just the clam and the snipe fighting, while the fisherman benefits, it's not worth mentioning. Lu Daong quickly agreed. Brother Wen, you are too modest. So what do you plan to do next? We will follow your command. Gao Wen stood up, hands clasped behind his back, pacing back and forth in the supermarket. After a moment of thought, he said, no rush, let the bullets fly a little longer. The younger brothers nodded in agreement. Yes, let them fight it out, we'll go down to clean up the aftermath later. Let them kill each other, weaken their strength, and then we can easily control the entire underground parking lot. By then, all the resources will be ours. Brother Wen is brilliant. With you, we will surely live well in this apocalypse. The new recruits spoke one after another, their admiration for Gao Wen overflowing. It must be said that Gao Wen indeed had a knack for it. In less than 2 days, he had managed to get these new recruits to obey him completely. Gao Wen looked at his little brothers with satisfaction, feeling like the ruler of this apocalypse, able to control everything. Alright, everyone get ready. When the time comes, we will act. Remember, don't be soft-hearted. In this apocalypse, only the strong can survive. The younger brothers replied in unison, yes, Brother Wen. Behind the crowd, Gao Wu looked at his brother with the same admiration. This was his brother, Gao Wen. Excitement and fervor sparkled in Gao Wu's eyes, as if he could see the future where their Gao family commanded the winds and rains in this apocalypse. Lin Chen, you wait for me. Once our Gao family completely takes control of the garage, that will be your death day. No, I can't let you die so easily. I want you to be unable to live or die. I want to savor your woman right in front of you. Early morning. Lin Chen woke up early. He sat up, rubbed his head, and finally felt a bit more awake. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After a minute, the familiar flash sale prompt still hadn't appeared. Has the upgrade not been completed yet? Lin Chen was speechless. It had almost been a day, the system upgrade was taking too long. Frowning, he went to the living room and poured himself a cup of hot water. No use rushing, he could only wait. Holding the hot water, he slowly walked to the window. Outside, large snowflakes were falling thickly. As far as the eye could see, the streets were already buried under heavy snow, the once familiar outlines of the roads becoming blurred. Lin Chen glanced at the calendar, January 11, 2025. It had been 11 days, the heavy snow seemed endless. Suddenly, while admiring the snow scene, Lin Chen was embraced from behind by a pair of soft arms, a pair of full breasts pressed tightly against his back. Without turning around, Lin Chen could tell from the firmness that it was Xin Shirhan. Darling, what's wrong? Xin Shirhan hugged Lin Chen from behind, her voice carrying a hint of sleepiness. She slightly tilted her head, looking at Lin Chen's profile, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen turned around, looked at Xin Shirhan, and smiled, nothing, just enjoying the snow. Although Lin Chen didn't say it, Xin Shirhan still sensed that her boy had something on his mind. Xin Shirhan looked at Lin Chen seriously and said again, no matter what you do, I support you. And me. Beside them, Yi Lin's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. Was it just because she arrived a step late? A faint bitterness surged in her heart. Ding, system upgrade complete. Host, Lin Chen, physique, 8, skills, none, shop, click to view. Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Finally done. He had been worried that there would be issues with the system upgrade, but thankfully it was completed. Looking at the transparent, ethereal system panel before him, Lin Chen trembled with excitement. It was worth the anxious wait. So many new features had appeared, it was a major upgrade. Lin Chen looked at the data on the panel. Physique 8, skills none. Although it seemed ordinary, Lin Chen knew that the system wouldn't display these casually. There would definitely be ways to improve later. Then, Lin Chen eagerly clicked the shop button. Instantly, a dazzling interface appeared before him. Bottled purified water, 20 yuan per bottle. Snowflake steak, 88 yuan per portion. Hot pot ingredient pack, 128 yuan per portion. Type 95 submachine gun, 3000 yuan per unit. High power generator, 28,000 yuan per unit. Polar bear individual combat suit, 50,000 yuan per set. Lin Chen noticed that the items appearing in the shop were all those that had been available for flash sale before. However, the prices were all at normal rates. Seeing this, Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. The system account balance was now only over 80,000, which wouldn't buy much. But if I could collect all the cash from everyone in the community. Lin Chen calculated silently. There were about 200 to 300 households in this community. Even if each family had only a few thousand yuan in cash, that would still be several hundred thousand. Still not worth it. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen shook his head. If he could buy it for 1 yuan in a flash sale, how could he possibly buy those items at full price? No matter how he calculated it, it was a loss. Ding, today's flash sale item 1. 1 physique fruit. 1 a fruit of physical enhancement 2. An armed helicopter 3. 10,000 tons of pork belly 4. A sterile surgical medical chamber. Boom. Lin Chen looked at these products in front of him, drooling. No doubt about it, he was just looking. Unlike before when he could only hear system prompts, now 4 illusory product images appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. The helicopter lay quietly like a steel giant, exuding an undeniable powerful aura. On both sides of the fuselage, various advanced weapons were mounted, and the dark cannon muzzles in the images seemed to radiate a chilling majesty. Each piece of pork belly displayed a perfect ratio of fat to lean, and the 10,000 tons of pork belly piled together formed a spectacular mountain of meat. As for the sterile medical chamber, it presented a high-tech futuristic feel. Through the semi-transparent chamber, various advanced medical devices could be seen inside, flashing mysterious indicator lights and complex displays. Lin Chen's eyes were fixed on these products, his heart racing with excitement. Is the upgraded system this amazing? Not only had the functions been updated significantly, but even the products had undergone a major upgrade. Previously, the products were either ordinary survival supplies or some basic weapons. But now, this dazzling array of products was like opening the door to a new world. However, in the end, Lin Chen still focused on the first image. Fruit of physical enhancement. In the image, a fruit radiating a mysterious glow floated in mid-air. The fruit was about the size of a fist, round in shape, as if carefully sculpted by nature. Its surface had strange patterns resembling flowing light bands that constantly flickered with blue, purple, and golden hues, intertwining to form a dreamlike pattern. I choose 1. There was no hesitation. Despite the other 3 products being very tempting, Lin Chen decisively chose the fruit of physical enhancement. In any era, strength is always king. Only by becoming strong can one truly stand firm in this apocalyptic world. Ding, purchase successful. In an instant, a fruit glowing with strange light appeared in the system space. Lin Chen directly took the fruit from the space. The fruit felt warm in his hand, as if a life force was flowing within it. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen took a bite. As soon as it entered his mouth, a surge of immense energy erupted like a roaring tide in Lin Chen's mouth. This energy carried a fresh and rich flavor, mixed with the fragrance of the fruit and an indescribable exotic scent, instantly filling Lin Chen's taste buds. The flesh of the fruit was quite unique, having a jelly-like hue, elasticity and a dense texture like cotton candy. As Lin Chen chewed, the energy surged down his throat into his body, quickly spreading to his limbs and bones. Lin Chen could clearly feel his muscles trembling slightly, as if every cell was greedily absorbing this energy. Beside him, Xin Shirhan, smelling the fragrance in the air, kept swallowing. What is this? So fragrant, I want to eat it. Xin Shirhan's gaze was firmly locked on the magical fruit in Lin Chen's hand. For some reason, when she saw this magical fruit, she felt an instinctive desire to possess it. Her throat kept moving, but in the end, she said nothing. This fruit looked extraordinary at first glance. And she didn't dare to rashly ask for it. She didn't dare to inquire about Lin Chen's secrets. Only by being sensible could she stay by his side a little longer. In the corner, Yilin was also attracted by the fragrance. However, seeing Lin Chen immersed in the wonderful sensation brought by the fruit, she quietly put her feet down and breathed lightly. The soreness all over her body left her no time to think about that mysterious fruit. Yilin secretly rubbed her thigh while glancing at Lin Chen. However, she didn't dare to show her desire for the fruit like Xin Shirhan did. After all, she knew she didn't have a good impression in Lin Chen's mind. If she annoyed him over this, who knew what more terrifying punishment awaited her? Seeing Lin Chen finish the fruit completely, Yilin quickly lifted her feet. It was skillful enough to make one feel pity. After Lin Chen consumed the entire fruit, he unconsciously stretched. A series of crackling sounds erupted from his body like firecrackers going off, coming from his bones and joints. Along with these sounds, a powerful sense of strength spread from deep within his body, surging towards his limbs. Lin Chen looked down at his hands, seemingly able to feel a force surging beneath his skin. Xin Shirhan and Yilin, who were nearby, were stunned by the commotion coming from Lin Chen's body. Shin Shurhan instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yi Lin's eyes widened, feeling both envious and fearful. System. Lin Chen gently called out in his mind, and instantly, a transparent panel appeared before him. Host, Lin Chen physique, 9 skills, none shop, click to view his physique had jumped directly from 8 to 9, an increase of a whole point. If Lin Chen guessed correctly, the normal physique for an adult male should be 10. Although he was still a bit short of full marks, Lin Chen seemed to think of something and quickly clicked on shop. Bottled purified water, 20 yuan/bottle snowflake steak, 88 yuan/portion. Lin Chen's gaze continued downward. Finally, he saw the item he wanted to see. Physique fruit, 100,000 yuan/fruit hiss. Upon seeing this price, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was simply an astronomical figure. 100,000 for one. He only had a little over 80,000 in his account right now. Looks like I need to find a way to make money, Lin Chen muttered to himself. He had never considered the issue of money before. With a daily 1 yuan deal, the 80,000 in the system account was enough for him to last a lifetime. But now, the appearance of a physique fruit shattered his previously comfortable mindset. Meanwhile, Shin Shurhan, hearing Lin Chen mention money, cautiously said, "Do you need money? I still have a few thousand in my card." Lin Chen shook his head, not to mention that a few thousand was nowhere near enough. The system didn't recognize the money in her card anyway. This damn system only accepted cash. Seeing Lin Chen shake his head, Shin Shurhan continued, "I also have some jewelry and such, which is worth quite a bit." Although she didn't know why Lin Chen needed money, she was willing to give everything as long as it was something he needed. Woof woof. I also have a gold necklace. Yi Lin quickly pledged her loyalty as well. Even she belonged to Lin Chen now, let alone those external possessions. Hearing the two girls, Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Since the system had upgraded, could the recharge method have changed? Thinking of this, Lin Chen quickly asked the system silently. "System bro, can recharges only be done with cash? If it could be done with gold." Ding, the host can use cash, gold, and silver to recharge. Beautiful. Lin Chen was so excited to hear this news that he almost shouted out loud. In the apocalypse, cash is hard to come by. Even banks may not have much cash available. Every night, cash trucks take away the cash. As for where this cash is taken, Lin Chen had no idea. Perhaps in that place specifically for storing cash. There are tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in cash. But the problem is, Lin Chen didn't know where it was. However, gold was different. There is a large amount of gold reserves in the civilian sector. Moreover, there are also many gold items in the jewelry stores. Compared to robbing a bank, robbing a jewelry store is obviously much easier. The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. He had previously questioned the usefulness of the system upgrade that introduced the mall, but now he understood. If the system later introduced some rare items, even ones that don't exist on Earth, the importance of the mall would become evident. For example, the physique fruit from before had already given him a taste of the benefits. Improving strength is crucial in this apocalypse. If more items that could directly enhance one's abilities or provide special survival guarantees appeared, he would be able to establish himself better in this apocalypse. "Go get the jewelry," Lin Chen said, patting Shin Shurhan's little head. Shin Shurhan nodded eagerly. There was not a trace of reluctance in her eyes. In her heart, Lin Chen's orders were the top priority, and she was willing to do anything to help him. "And you?" Lin Chen glanced at Yi Lin in the corner. Soon, the two girls returned with several pieces of jewelry. 3 gold necklaces, 4 gold rings, 2 pairs of gold earrings. Recharge. Lin Chen silently thought. With a single thought, the pieces of jewelry in his hands suddenly vanished. Ding! Recharge successful. Account balance, 97,356 yuan. Hearing the prompt, Lin Chen frowned. He had only gained a little over 10,000 yuan, still a bit short of 100,000. He didn't know how the gold price was calculated in the system. Meanwhile, Shin Shurhan and Yi Lin, seeing the jewelry suddenly disappear, had different expressions. Shin Shurhan looked at Lin Chen, her admiration growing stronger. Her man was indeed extraordinary. Yi Lin, however, was dumbfounded, murmuring in shock, "What? Where did it go?" She stared blankly at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with confusion. Yi Lin covered her neck in pain, while Shin Shurhan looked at her as if she were an idiot. What a foolish woman, some questions shouldn't be asked. Didn't she even know that? Yi Lin clearly realized she had made a mistake and quickly shut her mouth. Lin Chen didn't pay attention to the two girls. He didn't care about revealing some mysterious methods in front of them. After all, even their lives and deaths were in his hands, so why bother hiding? Moreover, being a bit mysterious could instill more respect from the two girls. They shouldn't think he was just an ordinary person with enough food reserves. Suddenly, a crisp knock on the door broke the silence in the room. "Sir, it's Wei Wei." At the door, Li Wei bit her lip, her eyes filled with anticipation. Last night, after a fierce struggle, she had successfully obtained the task of collecting food today thanks to her outstanding appearance. "Wei Wei, if you succeed, don't forget about your sister. Right, we are a whole in wealth and honor, don't forget each other. At that time, you must whisper sweet nothings for your sisters." Thinking of the other sisters' reminders, Li Wei curled her lip in disdain. Who would help them with sweet nothings? Including herself, Lin Chen had 3 women around him, how could she possibly help others? She gently tossed her hair, releasing a faint scent of perfume. Before coming, she had carefully washed herself from head to toe. Without making Li Wei wait long, Lin Chen opened the door with a blank expression and raised an eyebrow. As expected of a woman who has given birth, she indeed has substance. Li Wei's face turned crimson. She couldn't tell if it was just her imagination, but she felt Lin Chen had become more handsome and muscular. "Yes sir, I came to collect today's rations." Li Wei's voice trembled slightly. She thought she had hinted quite clearly, but unexpectedly Lin Chen suddenly asked, "Do you have money?" "Ha?" Li Wei never expected that money was also needed. How much?" Smack, Li Wei covered her face, instantly becoming obedient. "Cash, bring it all out." Along with gold and silver jewelry, Lin Chen said expressionlessly. "Damn, what are these women thinking every day?" "Also, tell the others to hand over their money and jewelry," Lin Chen continued to instruct. "Oh, got it." Li Wei held a dozen bags of rations, her head lowered, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes. Lin Chen added, "By the way, tell Sister Lier to bring that slingshot over too." Previously, he had been either eating or sleeping, appearing very leisurely, but in reality, he had been waiting for an opportunity. Lin Chen knew what would happen in the garage, so he wasn't in a hurry for revenge. But now, the system had updated, and it required a large amount of gold and silver. He couldn't afford to be idle anymore. This building had nearly 100 households. Which family didn't have some gold and silver jewelry? Although Lin Chen wasn't sure if everyone would bring their gold and silver to the garage, who cares whether there are dates or not, let's just take a few swings first. If he could scrape together enough gold and silver to exchange for a large number of physical enhancement fruits, then he could strengthen himself into a super scion. What more opportunity was there to wait for? Just go for it. "Sir, this is all our possessions, we've brought everything to you." "Not bad." Lin Chen looked at the pile of change and jewelry in Li Wei's hands, as if he saw a bunch of physical enhancement fruits. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. "Did you bring the slingshot?" "I brought it, it's here." Click, click. Lin Chen held a lockpick in one hand and grasped a doorknob with the other. This lockpick was simply a magical tool for opening locks. With a few twists, it could easily pry open any old-fashioned door lock, and it was very quick to master. Soon, Lin Chen successfully opened a door and cautiously stepped inside. The room was empty. They must be in the underground garage, and he didn't know if they were still alive. The lighting was poor, so Lin Chen raised his tactical flashlight and walked straight toward the bedroom. He first opened the wardrobe, carefully checking each drawer and rummaging through the clothes inside. However, aside from some ordinary garments, he found nothing of value. Fortunately, he wasn't a pervert and had no interest in the stockings and lingerie. Next, Lin Chen turned his attention to the bedside table. He pulled open a drawer and found a box of small-size 003 condoms and a small dolphin. Lin Chen tossed these useless items aside. Finally, in a corner, he discovered a small box. His heart leaped with joy as he opened it, only to find some worthless trinkets inside, which left him somewhat disappointed. Lin Chen didn't give up. He moved to the living room. He squatted down to check the gaps in the sofa and even felt around under it to see if anything was hidden there. Then, he opened the drawers of the TV cabinet, searching various places where valuables might be stored. After a thorough search, he successfully found a worn-out wallet containing a few $100 bills and some change. Although it wasn't much, it was still a small gain. After that, Lin Chen entered the kitchen. He opened the cabinets, checking every jar and box, and even rummaged through the trash can to see if any forgotten valuables were there. However, the kitchen yielded nothing. Reluctantly, Lin Chen returned to the bedroom and carefully checked the bed again. He lifted the mattress and finally discovered a gold ring wedged between the mattress and the bed frame. Shortly after, he found a gold necklace in a corner of the room. The necklace was hidden in a small cloth bag, and if he hadn't searched so meticulously, he might have missed it. "This is too slow," Lin Chen muttered to himself, frowning. Looking at the single gold ring and necklace in his hand, he felt unsatisfied. After searching for half a day, this was all he had found. After thinking for a moment, Lin Chen called for Xin Shihan and Yi Lin. The two women rushed over upon hearing Lin Chen's call. With the three of them working together, their efficiency increased significantly, and it no longer felt boring or lonely. Especially for the two women. The thrill of rummaging through someone else's home ignited an unprecedented excitement in them. Moreover, having been cooped up in a room for so long, the oppressive atmosphere had nearly suffocated them. Now, exploring the unknown corners of a stranger's house allowed them to relax and vent a little. Xin Shihan laughed as she rummaged through the cabinets, saying to Lin Chen, don't we look like treasure hunters searching for treasures in these rooms? Yi Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she replied, it really does feel a bit like that. It's so thrilling, I wonder what we'll find next. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly from the side. You too, don't just get caught up in the excitement, be careful. And make sure you don't miss anything important. Xin Shihan playfully stuck out her tongue. Got it. Don't be so serious, lighten up a bit. Yi Lin nodded in agreement. Exactly. However, upon seeing Lin Chen's dangerous gaze, they quickly lowered their heads and resumed their careful search. Thus, until night fell, the three of them searched through more than a dozen rooms. Looking at the small pile of shiny jewelry and scattered cash before them, everyone was very happy. Lin Chen felt he was one step closer to becoming a Super Saiyan, while Xin Shihan and Yi Lin were simply relieved after a day of craziness outside, their tense spirits greatly eased. Alright, let's call it a day for now and go have dinner. Lin Chen said as he began to gather the gold and silver jewelry and cash from the ground, placing them into a bag. Oh yeah. I'm so exhausted today, I want to eat hot pot tonight, Xin Shihan said, wrapping her arm around Lin Chen's, speaking in a spoiled tone. And me too, my legs are sore, Yi Lin chimed in, wrapping her other arm around him. She was really tired, especially her long legs. After the torture in the morning, her thighs were already aching and running after Lin Chen. All day had taken its toll. Lin Chen glanced at Yi Lin. What, do you want me to massage your legs? Yi Lin stuck out her tongue, she wouldn't dare. As long as Lin Chen didn't torment her anymore, she was already grateful. She quickly said, No, I can just massage them myself when I get home. Back at home, the two women excitedly prepared the hot pot. Lin Chen took out all the cash and gold and silver jewelry he had collected today, neatly arranging them on the table, including those he had received from the women. There was just over 20,000 in cash, which wasn't a lot, but there were quite a few pieces of jewelry. There were more than 20 gold necklaces alone. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed every woman had a gold necklace. Then, he stared intently at the pile of treasures before him, silently chanting, recharge. Swish, all the cash and jewelry vanished in an instant. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance, 226,358. Yuan, nice. Lin Chen excitedly waved his hand. The account balance had just crossed the 200,000 yuan mark. Give me 2 physical enhancement fruits. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen directly exchanged for 2 physical enhancement fruits from the shop. Ding, purchase successful. Account balance, 26,358 yuan. In an instant, the balance was reduced to just over 20,000, while 2 mysterious fruits in the system space emitted an enticing glow. Lin Chen took a deep breath, took out the 2 fruits, and ate them in 1 or 2 bites. The fruit melted in his mouth, a sweet flavor spreading throughout, followed by a warm current flowing down his throat, quickly spreading through his body. Lin Chen closed his eyes, feeling the warm current surging within him. He could sense every cell in his body cheering, as if welcoming this powerful force. After a moment, Lin Chen opened his eyes and put the other fruit in his mouth. The same sweetness, the same warm current, made his body once again immersed in a wonderful sensation. He could feel his strength continuously increasing, the fatigue in his body swept away, replaced by an unprecedented vitality and energy. After finishing the 2 fruits, Lin Chen stood up and clenched his fist tightly. Strength. He felt an unprecedented power. Host, Lin Chen, physique, 11, skills, none, shop, click to view. His physique had broken through the ceiling of an ordinary person, reaching an astonishing 11 points. This was just the first day. Next, when he collected more gold. Dear, come eat, everything is ready. Xin Shihan's gentle call interrupted Lin Chen's thoughts. He walked over and sat down at the dining table. The aroma of the hot pot wafted over, greatly increasing his appetite. What's this? Suddenly, Xin Shihan pointed at the dirt on Lin Chen's skin, her face full of confusion. It was then that Lin Chen noticed that a layer of black stuff had somehow covered his skin. Washing the marrow? For some reason, that term suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. A wave of surprise surged in his heart. It seemed the changes brought by the physical enhancement fruit far exceeded his expectations. In the early morning, Lin Chen sat up from bed feeling refreshed. Stretching his body, he felt a surge of strength, as if every cell was cheering with joy. Ding! Today's flash sale items 1. 10,000. Sets of military-grade thermal clothing 2. 199 a main battle tank, 10,000 barrels of fuel 3. 10,000 bags of Wuchang rice 4. 1 sterile medical chamber, with 10,000 medical kits. Seeing today's flash sale items, Lin Chen gasped. The upgraded system was truly powerful. Even a damn tank was included. I choose 4. After some thought, Lin Chen decided on the sterile medical chamber. He didn't lack clothes or food, and as for the tank, what use would that be? Besides, he wasn't Superman. In case of injury or illness, it was good to have some assurance. As for doctors, Lin Chen remembered there was some kind of surgeon in the neighborhood who should be useful in a critical moment. Ding! Flash sale successful. With the system's prompt, a sterile medical chamber of about 10 square meters appeared in the system space. Its overall minimalist sci-fi style gave Lin Chen an instant sense of security as he looked at the various instruments inside the chamber. Operating table, shadowless lamp, various medical instruments, and many mysterious devices that Lin Chen couldn't understand. Not bad, not bad. Lin Chen was very satisfied with this flash sale. He quickly opened the mall page again. Sterile medical chamber, 10 million/seat. Damn, that's really expensive. But what a bargain. 1 yuan flash sale was simply a bug. Time to get to work. He had only scavenged 1/3 of the rooms in this building yesterday, and there was still plenty of space left. I need to speed up today, Lin Chen murmured. Through the physique fruit and gene potion, Lin Chen realized that the system would probably require a lot of recharges in the future. After thinking for a moment, he called the other women as well. Previously, he had jokingly named them the female labor army, but with the physique fruit and gene potion, they might really be able to form an elite army. Leaving 2 at the entrance for early warning, Lin Chen called all the others up. Alright, do you all understand? Whether it's cash or gold and silver jewelry, we can't miss a single one. Lin Chen didn't care about the women's thoughts and directly issued the order. Yes, sir. The chorus of voices from the women echoed. Ever since they had a hot pot meal the day before yesterday, these people seemed to have come back to life. Although they didn't understand why Lin Chen wanted them to scavenge for cash and jewelry in this apocalypse, they still executed Lin Chen's orders without hesitation. Alright, stop dawdling, let's get moving. The women followed Lin Chen, and every time he opened a door, they surged into the room like locusts, carefully searching every corner. Watching the busy figures of the women, Lin Chen nodded. This task was indeed suitable for women. They were meticulous. Many inconspicuous small items in hidden corners were uncovered by the group, such as rings hidden at the bottom of vases, necklaces stuffed in the gaps of sofas, and coins placed in the corners of drawers, etc. Supermarket. Brother One, is it about time? Zhao Xiaolong looked at his elder brother expectantly. Yeah, Brother One, it's been 2 days already. The garage is a complete mess. Lu Daong chimed in from the side. Not only have many young adults died, but almost everyone is injured. He continued, his tone carrying a hint of coldness. Gao raised his head, his eyes glinting with calculation. After a moment of silence, he finally nodded slightly and said, Alright. Then let's start the operation. Gao also had his own considerations. Originally, he wanted to wait a little longer, but his underlings had been holding back for more than 10 days, and he couldn't keep pressing them. Moreover, the group in the garage was now so weak that they could barely walk or talk. If they didn't start taking action soon, Gao feared they would perish. When the younger brothers heard their big brothers say it was time to act, their eyes lit up, and they excitedly rubbed their fists together. Finally, it had begun. Gao watched their reactions, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He cleared his throat and said, Listen up, this operation needs to be clean and decisive. Be ruthless. And don't show any mercy. Gao wanted to subdue the people in the garage all at once. Only by instilling complete fear in them could he better control them. Brother One, what if some of them resist fiercely? Someone asked with concern. This person was one of the later additions. Far less ruthless than the earlier thugs. Gao sneered, fixing his gaze on the man until he felt a chill run down his spine, then said, Anyone who dares to resist, beat them to death. We need to make them understand that resistance leads only to death. After a pause, Gao continued, but don't kill too many, we still need them to work. Understood, Brother One, we all get it, the younger brothers replied in unison. Don't worry, Brother One. I want to kill them. The younger brothers responded one after another, filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, everyone had waited far too long. They were now eager to rush into the garage and enjoy the thrill of conquest. These people, usually despised and annoying, could finally act like they were someone important. They wanted those white-collar beauties who never even glanced at them to know their power. The little thugs imagined the terrified pleas of those white-collar women before them, and their hearts swelled with pleasure. "Everyone calm down and listen to my orders," Gawain shouted, trying to rein in their overly excited emotions. "We need to act according to plan. We can't afford any mistakes. Once we take the garage, there will be plenty of time for you to enjoy." Yes. At this moment, in the dim underground garage, a sense of despair hung in the air. A gaunt man lay on the cold ground, trembling as he reached out, weakly calling out, give me that, it's mine." His voice was hoarse and faint, as if the last bit of strength was being squeezed from his throat. "If I get it, it's mine." Another equally weak man responded defiantly. He swayed unsteadily, unable to stand, and simply slumped to the ground, clutching a half-moldy piece of bread, gulping it down. A near-mad expression crossed his face, as if that half-moldy bread was the most delicious food in the world. Looking around the entire underground garage, most people were in a similarly dire state. They were all emaciated. With sunken eyes, their bodies weakened to the extreme. Some leaned against the wall, eyes slightly closed, seemingly lacking the strength to open them. Others lay motionless in corners, unsure if they were asleep or had lost consciousness. At this moment, the garage experienced its quietest time in over 10 days. The usual sounds of arguing, crying, and calling for help had vanished. Everyone had lost the strength to shout or cry. In another corner, Lu Xiaoyan was one of the few who still retained a glimmer of life. She quietly leaned against the wall, her eyes revealing a hint of vigilance mixed with deep unwillingness. She simply couldn't understand why Lin Chen had not come to find her again. This garage, shrouded in a suffocating silence, made her feel incredibly oppressed and desperate. Every second of waiting felt like a torment. She desperately wanted to escape this suffocating place. Now, if Lin Chen would just send her a message, no matter how harsh or unpleasant the words, she would rush to his side without hesitation, wanting to be with him. But she couldn't understand why, since that day, neither Lin Chen nor Shirhan or Yi Lin had contacted her again. Why? On what grounds? Lu Xiaoyan repeatedly questioned in her heart. A trace of resentment grew within her towards Lin Chen and those two former good sisters. Lu Xiaoyan felt forgotten and abandoned by them. At this moment, she seemed to have become the loneliest person in the world, struggling alone in this desperate corner. Just then, a cry for help interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see the former flower protector, the bespectacled man, looking at her with a face full of pleading. "Lu Xiaoyan, please, give me something to eat." The bespectacled man looked at Lu Xiaoyan, whose face was flushed, and begged pitifully. "Lu Xiaoyan, don't you remember? When you first came to the garage, it was I who gave you the roasted sweet potatoes. I'm your brother Zhou." The bespectacled man trembled slightly as he reached out, trying to touch Lu Xiaoyan, hoping to soften her heart and get her to share some food. However, Lu Xiaoyan merely looked at him coldly, her eyes devoid of any pity. She clutched her food tightly, her body slightly recoiling. The bespectacled man was right. When she and Yi Lin first arrived at the garage, he had indeed helped them. But now, her food was running low too. Lu Xiaoyan said expressionlessly, "That was your own initiative. I didn't ask you for it. So, I don't owe you anything. Please stay away from me." Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyan's words, the bespectacled man instantly turned ferocious. How could a person be so shameless and heartless? His heart was filled with anger. "Then, don't blame me for taking action," the bespectacled man said fiercely. Lu Xiaoyan, however, showed no fear. "I'm Lin Chen's girlfriend. If you dare to rob me, I'll have Lin Chen beat you to death." In these past few days, she had scared off quite a few people with this line. You. The bespectacled man pointed at Lu Xiaoyan, trembling with rage, unable to speak. Finally, he gritted his teeth, as if he had made a certain decision. "What bullshit, Lin Chen? If you have the guts, let him come down and kill me right now," the bespectacled man shouted angrily. He was so dizzy from hunger that he could no longer care about anything else. Even if he were to be beaten to death, he would rather die full than starve. Lu Xiaoyan panicked when she saw the bespectacled man really about to make a move. "No, you can't." Lu Xiaoyan clutched the little food she had left tightly, her body trembling slightly. I'm Lin Chen's woman, aren't you afraid? Hand it over." The bespectacled man suddenly lunged at Lu Xiaoyan, not listening to anything she said. Just then, bang, a gunshot shattered the silence in the garage, startling everyone. Those who could still barely breathe, no matter what they were doing, instantly stopped their actions and looked in terror towards the direction of the gunfire. Gawain raised the small cannon, followed by a dozen little brothers. The little brothers held various weapons in their hands, including sticks, knives, and even homemade mace, glinting with a cold light in the dimness. Gawain looked at the people in the garage, each one like a walking corpse, grinning with a cruel smile. "I say," Gawain deliberately elongated his voice, which echoed in the empty garage, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. "How is everyone doing?" After waiting for a long time and seeing no one respond, Gawain didn't mind. "It seems like things aren't going too well." The neighbors looked at Gawain's mocking expression, as if they had found a lifeline. "Gao, please give us something to eat." "Yes, Gao, we beg you. I'm starving to death." A few days ago, Gawain had already stopped selling food at high prices. In these days, it wasn't that no one had gone to Gawain's supermarket for food, but the outcome was never good. They were all beaten half to death and thrown back. The bloody scenes and painful screams became a nightmare that others dared not touch. Gradually, no one dared to come anymore. Now, seeing Gawain come over, they rekindled a glimmer of hope. "For the sake of being neighbors, please. I'll pay all the money in my card. Just give us something to eat." The pleas rose and fell. Gawain looked at the people in front of him, a meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. "All right," he shouted. "Don't say I don't take care of everyone. I can provide food, but from now on everyone has to listen to me." Gawain's gaze swept over the faces of the crowd, his eyes filled with a confidence that suggested he was in control of everything. The neighbors, however, were brightened by his words. Hunger had already robbed them of their reason and judgment. Okay, we'll listen to you. Whatever you want us to do, we'll do it. Hurry and give us something to eat." Everyone was now so hungry that their stomachs were touching their backs, and they couldn't care less about anything else. They just wanted to eat first. As long as they could survive, nothing else mattered. Gawain's smile slowly rose. Things seemed to be going much smoother than he had imagined. He waved his hand, and the little brothers slowly brought over a large pot. This was from a restaurant in the community, somehow found by them. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize it. He was very familiar with this large pot. Gawain had the little brothers set up the pot over a pile of firewood. Then, he picked up a bag of rice, tore it open, and poured it all in. He was going to cook some porridge for these people first. You have to have baked a fish, and these people looked like they were about to die. They needed to eat soon. Let's make it clear first, after eating my food, you all have to listen to me from now on. Gawain's gaze became sharp, sweeping over the faces of the crowd, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. "We're all men here. One spit, one nail. If anyone goes back on their word, don't blame me." The neighbors were all tightly focused on that large pot, their throats unconsciously moving. Yes. Okay. Right. The crowd kept responding, not caring at all about what Gawain was saying. At this moment, all that filled their minds was the bowl of rice. Porridge about to enter their mouths, everything else was cast aside. Only a few, like Lu Xiaoyan, still maintained some vitality and rationality, their eyes flashing with a hint of vigilance, feeling that Gawain's actions seemed to have ulterior motives. This black boss could be so kind? They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. However, it must be said that Gawain saved Lu Xiaoyan once again. The bespectacled man had already been drawn away by the rice porridge, the crisis temporarily averted. Gudu, the rice porridge was bubbling in the pot, and the aroma of rice became increasingly rich. It was a pure and primal flavor that no hungry person could resist. Everyone was staring intently at the iron pot. Gudon, the sound of saliva from nearly 400 or 500 people echoed simultaneously, magnificent and overwhelming. Who would have thought that in just over 10 days, the community that once housed nearly 1,000 people was now reduced to 400 or 500? The number had decreased by more than half. Most of the elderly had nearly perished. Some had been killed in the scramble for food. Gawain looked at the group of people driven by hunger before him, and the smile at the corner of his mouth became more pronounced. He knew these people were already in his grasp. As the aroma of the porridge grew stronger, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Some couldn't help but inch forward, their eyes filled with urgency. Seeing this, Gawain's subordinates immediately raised their weapons, forcing the crowd back. "Don't rush, everyone will get there." "Share," Gawain said loudly, with a hint of warning. Finally, the porridge was ready. Gawain instructed his subordinates to take the broken bowls and began distributing the porridge. Each bowl contained only a shallow amount, but for these starving people, it was already a life-saving nectar. People scrambled madly, and some even fought over a bowl of porridge. Gawain stood aside, watching everything with cold eyes, as if enjoying a farce. A shallow bowl of porridge could not truly alleviate the hunger of the crowd, but at least they had temporarily regained some strength. Mr. Gao, you are truly our savior. From now on, we will listen to you. That's right, we'll do whatever you say. You are the savior. Savior? Gao Wen raised an eyebrow. He didn't particularly like this title. To him, this word was too sacred, filled with the meaning of selfless dedication, and he was not that noble. He didn't want to be any savior. What he wanted was absolute power, to make these people obey him, to become the ruler of this small world in the apocalypse, to become the one and only king. However, having the persona of a savior wasn't bad, it would make these people more devoted to him. Gao Wen nodded and said loudly, very well, from now on, you are all my people. Now, I need you to clear the snow outside and open a passage to the outside world. The neighbors, hearing Gao Wen's words, looked bewildered. What? Clear the snow? This seemed like a mad idea to them. Of course, there had been attempts to clear the snow and open a passage to the outside world in recent days. But all had ended in failure. In temperatures below -30 degrees, a person could lose their life in less than an hour. Unlike indoors, where a few bonfires could maintain a barely survivable temperature in a relatively enclosed space outside, it could truly freeze someone to death. Seeing the unwillingness and hesitation on everyone's faces, Gao Wen's expression darkened. And a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. What, have you forgotten what you just said? Everyone exchanged glances. You look at me, I look at you. What did we just say? Mr. Gao, it's just too cold outside, going out is like signing our death warrant. We can't go. The speaker was Uncle Tian, the security guard, his lips slightly chapped, his eyes filled with fear yet also a stubborn resolve. He had previously tried to go out to clear the snow but nearly froze to death outside. That time, he had barely stepped out of the garage when the frigid temperatures, below zero, pierced his body like countless steel needles. He felt his blood almost freeze, and if he hadn't returned in time, he would have become a frozen corpse in the snow. After all, in this sub-zero temperature, going out was tantamount to suicide with no chance of survival. As soon as Uncle Tian finished speaking, many around him nodded in agreement, murmuring softly. Yes, Mr. Gao, others have tried before, but they all failed. And the snow just keeps falling, we can't clear it faster than it accumulates. Mr. Gao, you did save everyone's lives, but you can't turn around and lead us to our deaths. Exactly. More and more people joined the protest, their voices growing louder. With 400 or 500 of us gathered, why should we fear just a dozen of them? Many thought this way. However, Gao Wen was already prepared. He had anticipated that things wouldn't be so simple. Everyone, listen to me. Gao Wen raised his voice, trying to drown out the crowd's noise. Clearing the snow isn't just for me, it's for all of us. Have you thought about it? The little food in the supermarket is enough for us hundreds to last a few days? If we don't clear a path, we'll eventually die here, either from starvation or being trapped. Upon hearing Gao Wen's words, the crowd fell silent. What he said made sense. If they couldn't connect with the outside world, they would eventually perish. But dying later was better than dying sooner, right? Going out now was a death sentence. That sub-zero temperature was a death barrier set by nature. Who had the courage to break through it? Seeing the crowd silent, Gao Wen's lips curled slightly upward as he continued. I know everyone has concerns, those who tried before all failed. But they were working alone, while we can unite together. Gao Wen looked at everyone. With determination, we can take turns going out, each person working for just half an hour. And we aren't really clearing snow, we're digging tunnels. Gao Wen's eyes brightened as he explained his plan in detail. We can dig a snow tunnel beneath the snow. This way, the passage won't be buried by new snow, and the tunnel can shield us from the wind and cold, so no one has to worry about freezing to death. Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. Digging a snow tunnel? That was indeed a far-fetched idea. But it seemed feasible. Some were silently calculating, if they took turns, perhaps they could really carve out a path to survival in this icy world. Some eyes that had been dull as ashes began to flicker with hope again. Seeing that people were starting to waver, Gao Wen seized the moment and said, not far outside the community is the Yonghui supermarket, where there is plenty of food. And now, other residents might have already started moving. If we don't act soon, we might end up with nothing. Gao Wen's voice was filled with temptation, like a devil whispering in their ears, stirring the most primal desires within them. In this time of extreme food scarcity, the supermarket's shelves, piled high with goods, appeared to the neighbors like a scene from paradise. Finally, the neighbors were swayed by Gao Wen's words. Mr. Gao is right, as long as we unite, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Yes, let's just do it. Mr. Gao, what should we do now? As everyone responded, their gazes focused on Gao Wen as if this black boss had truly become the savior leading them out of their predicament. Gao Wen's lips curled slightly upward. He was very pleased with his eloquence. Being able to make these people obediently listen to him without bloodshed was the best outcome. Alright, now everyone listen to my arrangements. Over the past 10 days, Gao Wen had already thought out how to act. Digging a snow cave was a clever plan he had come up with after much contemplation. Of course, it wasn't that others were foolish and couldn't think of it, rather, under the conditions of hunger, their brains were already deprived of blood supply, leaving no extra energy to devise such a complex strategy. Moreover, Gao Wen's true goal was not that Yonghui supermarket, that was merely bait he had thrown out, a temptation that would make everyone willing to risk everything for it. His real target was the police station within the community's jurisdiction. The weapons there were the key force for him to establish his rule. Otherwise, the day everyone dug to the supermarket would be the day his rule crumbled. Once people's basic needs were met, they would no longer be easily manipulated by him. They were submissive before having porridge, but would strike back hard after. Gao Wen would never allow such a situation to occur. He wanted to become the king of this apocalyptic little world, making everyone obey him, and the weapons in the police station were a crucial step in realizing this ambition. Under Gao Wen's command, people began to busily prepare. Everyone, listen up, we need to dig out in a long snake formation, and every so often, we will dig a small windbreak space for rotation, Gao Wen explained loudly to his neighbors. As soon as the working time for each group is up, the backup team must immediately take over, no delays allowed. The men split into several small teams and slowly headed toward the white death world outside the garage. When they reached the garage door, the cold air instantly made everyone shiver. The thick snow had blocked the garage door, but everyone still relied on their familiarity with the community to roughly determine the direction. The women were not idle either, searching for anything that could keep them warm in the garage. For example, the foam from car seats. Although these foams were a bit hard, they were thick and could be used to fill inside clothes for added warmth. Some even found some old floor mats which emitted an unpleasant odor, but at this life and death moment, they couldn't care less. They cut the mats into suitable sizes and tied them around the men's knees and elbows, hoping to help them fend off some of the cold. At this moment, Lin Chen, who was sweeping the building with the female slaves, also received a report from his informant. It's finally begun. Digging snow caves, he was very familiar with. In his previous life, he had been the most active in digging. Fortunately, he had a lucky fate and escaped a calamity. Dig slowly, take your time, Lin Chen was not in a hurry at all. If they really could dig through, so many horrific things wouldn't have happened in the community in his previous life. Sure enough, when the neighbors had dug 50 meters, they hadn't even touched the community gate when an accident occurred. The snow cave collapsed. Despair that has once held hope is even more despairing. It's like chasing a glimmer of light in the darkness, just when you think you are about to grasp it, you are mercilessly thrown back into a deeper darkness. This kind of disparity is enough to destroy all the defenses within a person. MacArthur once said, "I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the light." At this moment, several women surrounded Gao Wen. "Brother Wen, please save my husband." "Yes, Brother Wen, hurry and let someone keep digging, he's still alive." "Please, Mr. Gao." Gao Wen, irritated, grabbed his hair, looking bewildered. He never expected such a situation to arise. How could it have collapsed? The snow, so light, how could it collapse? Just moments ago, while everyone was digging the snow cave, a sudden collapse occurred. A few unfortunate souls were buried inside. With only a high school education, Gao Wen naturally couldn't understand why the snow cave had collapsed. But none of that mattered now. What was important was that he was facing a serious crisis of trust. If not handled well, the authority he had painstakingly built would collapse in an instant, and his plans would turn to dust. "You guys, go rescue them first," Gao Wen pointed at a few men. No matter what, they had to bring the people back first. Otherwise, those who had just obeyed him would completely lose their trust. However, the men he pointed at stood frozen, exchanging glances, their eyes filled with hesitation. Who knew if another accident would happen? If they were buried inside too, who would save them? Seeing them unmoving, Gao Wen's expression darkened, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. "What? Do you want to defy my orders?" His voice rose a few notches, carrying a threatening tone. Yet, the men still did not move, only lowering their heads, afraid to meet his gaze. Gao Wen waved his hand to his subordinates behind him, and they immediately stepped forward, surrounding the hesitant men. "Don't make me say it a second time." At that moment, Gao Wen resembled a volatile dictator. The other unfortunate men, seeing the knives in the hands of the surrounding thugs, could only grit their teeth, pick up their tools, and head towards the collapsed snow cave. Fortunately, this time it went relatively smoothly. And no accidents occurred, bringing those few people back. The buried individuals were only a bit frightened and were otherwise unharmed. The crowd let out a sigh of relief. However, this incident still left a deep shadow in everyone's hearts, and trust in Galwan, like the collapsed snow cave, showed its first cracks. Seeing the questioning looks in the crowd, Galwan quickly began to speak again. Everyone, although an accident occurred, fortunately, no one was injured, it was just a false alarm. Let's think of a solution together. This was just a lesson, and we can do better. We cannot give up hope because of this setback. No one wants to starve to death here, right? As he spoke, he paced back and forth among the crowd, scanning each person's face, trying to make eye contact and re-establish a connection. Mr. Gao, I think we can find something to use as support. Suddenly, a bespectacled man stepped forward. His voice was not loud, but he proposed a solution. Gao Wen's eyes lit up. Go on. The bespectacled man adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose, speaking a bit nervously. I think we can use the car hoods as the roof. These hoods are quite sturdy and can withstand a certain amount of pressure. We can place them above the snow cave to provide support, which would reduce the risk of collapse. Galwan nodded slightly, a look of appreciation in his eyes. What's your name? The bespectacled man smiled. I'm a graduate student from Jinghai University. My name is Zhou Kong. A graduate student? Not bad. Gao Wen's heart stirred. From now on, you will stay by my side. He then turned to face the crowd and said loudly, did everyone hear that? Zhou Kang's method is quite good. We will do as he says. Now, everyone split into several small groups. One group will dismantle the car engine cover, while another will continue digging the snow cave, but be careful and observe the changes in the snow layer at all times. The others will be responsible for preparing any supporting materials that may be needed. Upon hearing Gao Wen's words, although the crowd still had doubts in their hearts, they knew there was no better way at the moment and could only follow his arrangements. The garage became busy again, but this time, the efficiency dropped significantly. Wow, we actually found so many treasures. Shen Shirhan looked at the pile of gold and silver jewelry in front of her, covering her mouth. Lin Chen was also very satisfied with today's harvest and said to the crowd, everyone has worked hard. Not hard at all. It's what we should do. Alright, everyone should go back to what they were doing. Lin Chen waved his hand, dispersing the girls. Don't think that just because they worked with him for a day, they could be so casual. They should consider their own ages. After that, Lin Chen also took a bag of gold and silver home. Back in the room, the two girls began preparing dinner, while Lin Chen spread the bag of gold and silver on the table. Recharge. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance, 257,329 yuan. The balance suddenly increased by more than 200,000, more than double yesterday's amount. Lin Chen looked at the string of numbers, a sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. Indeed, many hands make light work. Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh. Give me 2 physical fruit. Ding, purchase successful. Account balance, 57,329 yuan as the system's prompt sounded. 2 physical fruits radiating a mysterious glow appeared in his hands. Lin Chen swallowed one in a single bite. The fruit melted in his mouth, instantly turning into a warm current flowing through his body. Then he summoned the system panel. Host, Lin Chen Physique, 13 skills, none mall, click to view as expected, he gained 2 more points in physique. Lin Chen had previously worried that eating too much would weaken the effect. But evidently, so far, it was still 1 fruit increasing 1 point in physique. After that, Lin Chen turned on the television. He wanted to see how the garage was doing now. It should be completely chaotic by now. In his previous life, the turning point in the garage's chaos was the collapse of the snow cave. After experiencing hope and then despair, the neighbors went completely mad. They had intense conflicts with Gao Wen's group. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze froze. Why is it so quiet? Lin Chen stared at the television screen. The surveillance footage did not show the conflict he had imagined. Instead, it was peaceful and lively. The neighbors were busy in an orderly manner, as if the previous snow cave collapse had never happened. What's going on? Lin Chen suddenly panicked. For the first time since his rebirth, he felt panic. He hadn't panicked when so many people had come to fight him for food, but now, looking at the calm neighbors, he felt a surge of anxiety. His heart raced uncontrollably, and a sense of being out of control spread within him. What the hell is going on? Lin Chen's mind raced. He didn't understand why things were different from his last life. Wait. Am I overlooking something? Lin Chen began to recall. In my last life, how did the conflict break out? It seemed like someone took the lead, and then everyone. Gradually, some blurry images surfaced in his mind. People's angry Expressions, fists waving, chaotic scenes flashing before his eyes like a movie. Who was leading back then? His memory was a bit hazy, he had been so hungry that he couldn't remember clearly. Wait. Lin Chen suddenly furrowed his brow. Could it be the Wu brothers? This guess tightened his heart. If it was indeed the Wu brothers who led the conflict, then this time, the situation would be completely different. The Wu brothers had already been killed by him. Can't be that coincidental, right? Lin Chen muttered. Is this the butterfly effect? Damn. Regardless of the reason, things had already deviated from what happened in his last life. His foresight had completely failed. Lin Chen stood up and walked to the window, looking out at the world covered in white snow. Looks like I need to do something. Suddenly, buzz buzz buzz, his phone rang. One must admit, the infrastructure in Long Country was really strong, even after more than 10 days of the apocalypse, there was still a weak signal. Lin Chen picked up his phone and found that Lu Xiaoyan had sent him a picture. He opened the image and its contents surprised him. Lu Xiaoyan was tied up, her mouth stuffed with a rag, her dirty little face was tear-streaked. Following that were several voice messages. Hello Lin Chen, let me introduce myself, I am Cao Wu. Your woman is in my hands now. If you don't want her to be tasted by a group of men, come to the garage right now. If you're late, I can't guarantee what will happen, ha ha ha. Hearing that unforgettable voice, Lin Chen's veins bulged instantly. It wasn't because of Lu Xiaoyan, he didn't care about her. Life or death. Cao Wu. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, squeezing out the name through clenched jaws. Hearing Gao Wu's voice again, the nightmarish memories from his last life surged over him like a tide. That perverted bastard Gao Wu had actually thrown him into a steamer alive. The pain and despair of near death, every moment was extreme torture, he would never forget it in this life, the next life, or any life after. Very well, let's settle both new grudges and old debts. Lin Chen took out a set of Special Forces individual equipment from the system space, carefully putting each piece on. Shen Shirhan and Yi Lin were startled and hurried over to help. Although they didn't know what had happened. Seeing Lin Chen's bloodshot eyes, it was clear he was facing something extremely serious. The anger burning in his eyes seemed capable of incinerating everything. Darling, what's wrong? Shen Shirhan asked worriedly as she helped Lin Chen put on the Kevlar fiber pants. Yilin was also very tense, tying her shoelaces while keeping a close watch on Lin Chen. Lin Chen checked his gear, ensuring every detail was flawless. Nothing much, just someone looking for death. Underground garage. Lu Xiaoyan was crying woo-woo, her body struggling and twisting continuously. She never expected to become a bargaining chip to threaten Lin Chen. But she wasn't Lin Chen's girlfriend at all. How could Lin Chen come to save her? Little beauty, don't be anxious. Gao Wu's lewd voice echoed in the garage as he slowly approached Lu Xiaoyan, his rough fingers brushing through her hair. Lu Xiaoyan was like a frightened deer, her eyes filled with disgust as she quickly dodged his touch. Slap! Gao Wu slapped her hard across her delicate face, leaving a bright red handprint on her fair cheek. Damn it, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Once I kill Lin Chen, it'll be your turn. You haven't tasted a man's flavor, have you? This time, you'll get a full experience. He. Hearing Gao Wu's words, Lu Xiaoyan's body trembled violently. Was her worst fear about to come true? After preserving her purity for over 20 years, was she going to lose it today? She really regretted being so strong-willed. If she had gone to Lin Chen earlier, maybe all of this wouldn't have happened. Perhaps she still wouldn't have been able to keep her purity, but at least she would have been with someone. Lu Xiaoyan desperately hoped Lin Chen would appear and rescue her from this group. If Lin Chen could really save her, she would be willing to do anything he asked in the future. But Lu Xiaoyan knew that was impossible. Not to mention that Lin Chen wouldn't come out to die for her, even if he did. Lu Xiaoyan glanced at the traps prepared by Gao Wu's group, Molotov cocktails and assembled shields. Her heart sank to the bottom. At that moment, Gao Wen also walked over. How's it going? Are you all ready? To be honest, Lin Chen had really misunderstood Gao Wu. This whole thing was actually planned by Gao Wen. Ever since the last kidnapping incident involving Lu Xiaoyan, Gao Wen had been brooding over everyone's fear of Lin Chen. He had long wanted to eliminate Lin Chen as a threat completely. Gao Wen originally planned to deal with Lin Chen after digging into the police station and obtaining weapons. But the collapse of the snow cave was something he hadn't considered before. Although he had a new plan, the efficiency had dropped significantly. There was no choice, Gao Wen had to set his sights on Lin Chen. If he could get Lin Chen's submachine gun, it would not only eliminate Lin Chen as a hidden danger but also intimidate everyone again. Don't worry, bro, everything is ready. Gao Wu's lips curled into a cruel smile. Now we just wait for Lin Chen to walk into the trap. At that time, I want him to be unable to live or die. A group of people was waiting at the entrance of the building where Lin Chen was. Of course, they weren't waiting for Lin Chen to come out with a submachine gun and shoot them all, they were hiding behind various obstacles and traps. But what these people didn't know was that at that moment, Lin Chen was watching them through the surveillance footage. There, seemingly foolproof traps were laid bare before Lin Chen. He could even hear their conversation clearly. If Gao Wen and the others had ambushed Lin Chen at the supermarket entrance, they might have had a chance, but they were foolishly lying in wait at the underground entrance of Lin Chen's building, truly asking for trouble. Little did they know, the entire underground garage had the most surveillance cameras, almost 360 degrees without dead angles. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyan saw the bespectacled man following Gao Wen, and instantly, a glimmer of hope sparked in her eyes. She struggled desperately, staring at the bespectacled man and continuously making woo-woo sounds, as if to say, "Brother Zhou, save me." The bespectacled man, Zhou Kong, hesitated for a moment but still walked towards Gao Wu. Now, Lu Xiaoyan was even more excited. She finally had hope. Zhou Kong pushed up the glasses on his nose and looked at Gao Wu. "Brother Wu, when you're done playing, can you?" "Ha, everyone gets a share," Gao Wu said generously. "Thank you, Brother Wu." He. A group of men around them also started laughing, their eyes fixed intently on Lu Xiaoyan. That naked gaze made Lu Xiaoyan feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. The hope that had just ignited was instantly shattered. Just then, a sound came from the hallway. In an instant, everyone tensed up. Gao Wen made a shushing gesture, and everyone dared not breathe. That was a submachine gun, it would be a lie to say they weren't scared. Gao Wu was holding Lu Xiaoyan, leaning against a load-bearing wall. "Heh, I didn't expect you to be a man of feelings and loyalty. In a moment, I'll taste your woman right in front of you," Gao Wu said, a twisted smile appearing on his face. A flash of anger crossed Lu Xiaoyan's eyes as she struggled desperately, but Gao Wu tightened his grip even more. However, amidst her anger, she felt more touched. She never expected Lin Chen would really come to save her. "In my next life, I will definitely give you a chance to pursue me," she silently promised in her heart. Gao Wen was also hiding behind Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu. Xiaolong and Xiaohu held up a shield made from car doors, their arm muscles taut, veins bulging on their foreheads. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the corridor entrance, not daring to blink. However, after waiting and waiting, no one came out. The garage was so quiet that only the sound of everyone's tense breathing could be heard. Gao Wu's brows gradually furrowed, he was starting to feel a bit impatient. "Lin Chen, you coward, are you too scared to come out?" he shouted towards the corridor entrance, his voice echoing in the empty garage, but there was no response. "If you don't come out, I'm going to make a few cuts on your woman's face." Gao Wu tightened the knife in his hand, the blade close to Lu Xiaoyan's cheek, causing her body to tremble violently, her eyes filled with fear. Yet, the corridor remained silent. Gao Wen's expression darkened, he felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint it, just that uneasy feeling spreading in his heart. Time passed second by second. "Oof, what a cowardly man." Suddenly, Gao Wu sneered, his eyes full of disdain, and his body, which had been tense from anxiety, relaxed slightly. He released his grip on Lu Xiaoyan's arm, and she immediately collapsed to the ground, her eyes completely devoid of light. Everyone let out a sigh of relief. "Looks like we overestimated." Lin Chen, Zhou Kong adjusted his glasses, a slight smile on his lips. "He's nothing special." Lu Daong shook his pants. "Exactly, even if he came down with a gun, I wouldn't be afraid of him. What a wimp, scared to show his face after we intimidated him. Thought he was so tough, what a joke." Everyone laughed and mocked, the previous fear long forgotten. Gao Wen also breathed a sigh of relief, his tense nerves easing a bit. Just then, a loud bang suddenly echoed from the corridor. Boom! Instantly, everyone tensed up. Again, the recently relaxed nerves snapping back to their limits. Gao Wu quickly hid behind the load-bearing wall, pressing his body tightly against it. Gao Wen also took out his small pistol, aiming at the corridor entrance. Others picked up their weapons, some hiding behind obstacles, others leaning against each other, their bodies trembling involuntarily, the entire garage once again shrouded in a suffocating atmosphere of tension. Time passed second by second. The corridor remained silent. "Damn it, are you messing with us?" Gao Wu shouted angrily, his face filled with rage and impatience. "Lin Chen, if you're a man, don't hide in there. I'm going to count to 10, and if you still don't come out, I'll tear your woman's clothes apart." Gao Wu began to count loudly. 10, 9, 8. "Still not coming out, huh? Then I'll start by taking off your woman's jacket." A sinister smile appeared on Gao Wu's face. Rip, he roughly tore off Lu Xiaoyan's jacket, and at that moment, she was like a walking corpse, her eyes hollow and lifeless. 3. A group of people stared intently at the corridor entrance. 2. Someone's forehead began to bead with sweat. 1. Ah. Just as Gao Wu shouted the last number, a piercing scream suddenly rang out. Everyone was startled by the unexpected sound, their bodies trembling. They quickly turned around to see Gao Wu collapsed on the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably. What happened? Before anyone could react, another scream echoed. Gao Wen also fell to the ground, starting to convulse. At this moment, everyone noticed that a strange person had appeared behind them without them realizing it. This person was dressed in a set of white combat gear, like a god of war from the snowy plains, exuding a powerful aura. Everyone stared blankly at this suddenly appeared mysterious figure, filled with fear and confusion. They didn't know who this person was or why he was here. But they could sense that the danger this person brought far exceeded their imagination. Not only did he have a gun, but he also had armor. Anyone who had been on the battlefield knew how deep the waters were here. Don't move, anyone who moves dies. Like a demon's whisper, everyone felt as if they were frozen in place. The Gao brothers were still convulsing on the ground, and without their backbone, these people turned into a scattered mess. I will count to 3, and everyone drop your weapons. 3, 2, 1. Lin Chen quickly counted to 3. Followed by 2 gunshots. 2 unfortunate souls holding Molotov cocktails instantly fell to the ground, wailing. Everyone hurriedly dropped their weapons. Big brother, why aren't you following the rules? Who counts that fast? Zhao Xiaolong trembled, with Gao Wen and Gao Wu subdued. He was the only one left who could speak. Big brother, who are you? Zhao Xiaolong mustered his courage to ask. Lin Chen coldly looked at him. What, is there a kill written on my front door, and you still don't know who I am? Zhao Xiaolong's knees went weak, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Lin Yi, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? Lin Chen sneered. He pointed at the disheveled Lu Xiaoyan. Is this a misunderstanding? At this moment, Lu Xiaoyan was staring intently at Lin Chen. He has come. He really has come. He came like a deity descending from the heavens. Looking at Lin Chen's bloodshot eyes and the fierce expression that seemed ready to devour, Lu Xiaoyan felt a wave of confusion. So, he cares about me this much? Am I that important to him? Suddenly, a trace of resentment surged in Lu Xiaoyan's heart. Then why didn't you come sooner? Why did you only come now? I almost got, do you know? But Lin Chen didn't even glance at Lu Xiaoyan. He pulled out a dozen explosive collars and threw them in front of everyone. Put these on. Everyone looked at each other, and no one moved. At the same time, shock appeared in their eyes. This is Lin Chen? When did such a strong person appear in the neighborhood? Fully armed, it was like a dimensional strike. Did you just come down from the battlefield? Lin Chen looked at the unmoving crowd and said, I will count to 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before Lin Chen could finish, everyone hurriedly picked up the collars from the ground and put them around their necks. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, people teach people, but they can't be taught. Things teach people, and they learn it in one go. After seeing everyone put on the collars, Lin Chen found the control buttons for these people on the system panel. Then, the garage was filled with beautiful and haunting screams. More than a dozen people simultaneously clutched their necks, writhing on the ground in agony. I was wrong, please let me go. Lin Yi, I'm begging you. Spare me. The screams echoed in the garage like a hellish symphony, sending chills down one's spine. Lin Chen, however, was filled with satisfaction. He walked up to the Gao brothers, who were still convulsing. Before, he had ambushed the 2 with a stun gun, shooting the horse before the rider, capturing the thief by capturing the king first. Moreover, he couldn't let these 2 die so easily. Lin Chen carefully took the small cannon from Gao Wen's hands and then put neck rings on the 2 brothers. Lin Chen let out a long breath. After more than 10 days of rebirth, he could finally take his revenge. At that moment, he turned to Lu Xiaoyan, who was also looking at him, her eyes red. Lin Chen shook his head. She really did look pitiful. He tore the rag from Lu Xiaoyan's mouth. Lu Xiaoyan could finally speak. She stared at Lin Chen intently, as if he had done something to wrong her. Why did it take you so long to come? Lin Chen was stunned. I saved you, and you can't even say thank you? Lu Xiaoyan proudly raised her head. If it weren't for you, could I have been kidnapped by them? Your grudge isn't my doing, but my suffering is brought by you. However, considering your performance was not bad, I can give you a woo-woo. Lin Chen stuffed the rag back in. Damn, this woman has gone crazy. Lu Xiaoyan, however, began to struggle and twist wildly. Ah, bastard. How can you treat me like this? Don't you like me? Why won't you let me down? Let me go. Lin Chen ignored this crazy woman and looked at the tortured and howling Gao Wu at his feet. Lin Chen, I was wrong. Gao Wu's face was full of pain, his complexion as pale as paper. The current from the collar felt like countless poisonous snakes rampaging through his body. Through the central nervous system, the intense electric shock made his body twitch involuntarily. Every second felt like thousands of needles stabbing into his body, making him wish for death. His eyes looked at Lin Chen filled with fear. A devil. This is a devil. Gao Wan felt the same way. Lin Chen, it's all my fault. Let my brother go, this has nothing to do with him. Lin Chen looked at the two brothers with an expressionless face. Hee, such deep brotherly love. With a hint of sarcasm and a touch of relief. After a full minute, Lin Chen finally stopped punishing everyone. A group of people gasped for breath, as if they had just returned from the 18th layer of hell. Their eyes looked at Lin Chen filled with fear and awe. What it means to be worse than death, they deeply experienced in that minute. That minute felt longer than a century, every second was endless pain and torment. Lin Chen sneered. Can't stand it? The road ahead is still long. Follow me. Lin Chen had already thought about how to deal with these people. But first, he needed to arrange the neighbors in the garage. Especially the food in the supermarket, he couldn't let others reap the benefits. A group of people obediently followed Lin Chen into the garage. Who told you to stand up? Lin Chen looked at these people with interest. Bang, everyone quickly knelt down, their knees hitting the ground heavily. Using hands and feet, they crawled and rolled. Their faces were full of fear, not daring to resist in the slightest. As long as they weren't electrocuted again, they would do anything. Only Gaowen still stood, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness. Lin Chen, listen to me. Before Gao Wen could finish, another scream rang out. But it wasn't Gao Wen's, it was Gao Wu's. Seeing his brother in pain, Gaowen quickly said, I kneel. Gao Wen slowly knelt down, his body trembling slightly, filled with humiliation and regret. He hated his impulsiveness and stupidity, hated that he had provoked such a powerful enemy as Lin Chen. Then, Lin Chen led a group of people toward the garage. At this moment, Xin Shirhan, Yilin, Li Wei, and others also came out from the hallway. Just now, they had cooperated with Lin Chen to create disturbances in the hallway, attracting the attention of Gao Wen's group. And Lin Chen, having already climbed to another unit through his physical prowess at 13 points, directly circled behind the enemy. He caught them off guard, a mix of real and fake. While the opponent's attention was on the hallway, he pulled out the stun gun and fired 2 shots, directly taking down the Gao brothers. Without their backbone, the remaining tasks became much simpler. The women looked at Lin Chen's back, their eyes filled with little stars. This is their master. His strength and wisdom made them feel incredibly safe and proud. In this unknown apocalypse, having such a powerful man to rely on is their fortune. Then, Xin Shirhan looked at the disheveled Lu Xiaoyan, thought for a moment, and walked over. She tore the rag from Lu Xiaoyan's mouth and began to untie her. How could he do this? Lu Xiaoyan still had a wronged expression, constantly complaining about Lin Chen. I already said I could give him a chance to pursue me, how could he? Before she could finish her sentence, the rag was stuffed back into her mouth. Xin Shirhan looked at Lu Xiaoyan with a look of disdain and walked away with a cold face. After a while, Yilin came again. Yilin thought that unlike the small rift between her and Xin Shirhan, her relationship with Lu Xiaoyan was still like sisters. If she could bring Lu Xiaoyan into the fold, she should be able to live a little easier in the future. Yilin also first removed the rag from Lu Xiaoyan's mouth, and then began to untie her. How could they do this? Lu Xiaoyan's eyes were red, not expecting Xin Shirhan to treat her this way too. If you don't apologize to me, I definitely won't. Before she could finish, the rag returned. Yilin also walked away with a cold face. If such a Lu Xiaoyan were brought before Lin Chen, she might end up worse off. The screams from that group of men earlier resonated deeply with her. This time, Lu Xiaoyan was completely dumbfounded. In the middle of the garage, the neighbors were nervously gathered together. Just now, the screams sounded like a demonic sound coming from the depths of hell. Every face was filled with terror, their eyes revealing unease and confusion. They didn't know what would happen next, nor did they know what their fate would be. At that moment, everyone saw a white stranger walking towards them. Behind him followed a group of dejected, terrified people. This group kept their heads down, not daring to look their neighbors in the eye, let alone stand up. Is that Gao 1? Someone exclaimed in surprise, their voice filled with disbelief. How is this possible? Oh my god. Everyone was filled with shock. The neighbors saw Gao Wen following that white stranger like a dog, hardly believing their eyes. Who was this mysterious person, possessing such powerful strength that made Gao Wen and the others so fearful and submissive? Lin Chen? Suddenly, a cry of surprise rang out, as Aunt Wang from the neighborhood committee covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. What? He is Lin Chen? The neighbors stared in shock, unable to connect this powerful mysterious figure with their impression of Lin Chen. In their memories, Lin Chen was just an ordinary neighbor, yet now he seemed completely transformed, filled with authority and power. No wonder so many people wanted to deal with him, only to end in failure. With this kind of equipment, I could do it too. Some people looked at Lin Chen's fine gear, their eyes revealing a hint of greed. However, upon seeing Gao Wen and the others, they quickly suppressed their greedy expressions. Lin Chen grinned, revealing a set of big white teeth. Aunt Wang, long time no see. Aunt Wang shivered, a long time no see. Everyone, I am Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood in the middle of the garage, speaking to the crowd. Some of you know me, some do not. But it doesn't matter, you will all get to know me eventually. Shaolin, Lin Chen, what are you trying to do? Uncle Security. Tian asked. Lin Chen smiled at Uncle Tian, he was indeed one of the few good people in the neighborhood. I want to make a deal. With everyone. A deal? The neighbors were stunned by Lin Chen's words. What could they possibly trade now? Lin Chen looked at the puzzled expressions on their faces and continued, I know everyone is out of food, so I want to trade food with you. What? Trading? Food? The neighbors' eyes lit up. I'll buy, I'll transfer all the money in my card to you. Me too. I'll give you all my money, just hurry and give us some food. The neighbors clamored one after another. Now money was worth less than waste paper, especially the numbers in their bank cards. Lin Chen smiled and pressed his hands down. Everyone, don't rush, let me finish. The crowd immediately quieted down, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, eagerly awaiting his next words. I don't want the money in your bank cards, I only want cash in gold and silver. Ha! The neighbors were dumbfounded. Who still had cash at home? Even if they did, it wouldn't be much, what could a few thousand yuan buy? They didn't believe Lin Chen would sell them food at normal prices. In the end, what good would a few buckets of instant noodles do? Seeing the neighbors' reactions, Lin Chen guessed what they were worried about. Everyone, don't worry, the price of food won't be too high. It will be settled at 10 times the price before the apocalypse. 10 times? The neighbors were shocked again. It wasn't too expensive, it was too cheap. 4 or 5 yuan for a bucket of instant noodles. At this time, what difference would it make if it were given for free? Wait for me, I'll go home to get the money. The neighbors turned around one after another. This was when the advantage of living on a lower floor became apparent. No elevator, the higher up, the more uncomfortable it was. Shaolin, you're really a good person. It was a misunderstanding with the auntie before, please don't hold a grudge against her. Auntie Wang from the neighborhood committee said with a lowered gaze. She was extremely scared now. Even Gao Wen and his gang had been tamed by Lin Chen, and Auntie Wang's son was hiding behind her, not daring to look Lin Chen in the eye. Lin Chen smiled at the mother and son. Don't worry. It's not your turn yet. Then he shouted to the crowd, there's no need to go to Building 3. Lin Chen touched his nose. Building 3 was the one he lived in, and it had already been completely ransacked by him. But don't worry, I will compensate you. Hearing this, the neighbors from Building 3 finally felt relieved. Then Lin Chen spoke again, Dr. Tang Wanru? Which one is Dr. Tang? Please stay. In the crowd, Tang Wanru stopped in her tracks, unsure why Lin Chen had singled her out. Mr. Lin, I am Tang Wanru. What can I do for you? Lin Chen looked over. A woman in her 30s, exuding the intellectual elegance of a doctor, her eyes held a hint of confusion and nervousness. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, Dr. Tang, don't be afraid. I have something I'd like to ask for your help with. Don't worry, I will pay you. Tang Wanru was slightly taken aback, then nodded, Mr. Lin, please speak. I will do my best as long as I can. Lin Chen didn't say anything but lowered his head to look at the Gao brothers. Lin Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have kidnapped your woman, it's all my fault, I deserve to die. Gao Wen's eyes were filled with pleading. But it has nothing to do with my brother, please let my brother go. As long as you let my brother go, I will do whatever you say. Beside them, Gao Wu saw his brother's submissive demeanor and felt a deep pain in his heart. When had his brother ever acted like this? Even when someone had pointed a gun at his head, he had never uttered a word of submission. It was all his fault, all his fault for provoking this devil. Thinking of this, Gao Wu crawled to Lin Chen's feet, clutching the hem of Lin Chen's pants. It's all my fault, it has nothing to do with my brother. I was blind, I was reckless, please let my brother go. As Gao Wu spoke, he slapped his own face. No, it's my fault, it has nothing to do with him. Gao Wen also crawled to Lin Chen's feet, begging desperately. There was no trace of the former king of the neighborhood left. The arrogance that once filled him had vanished in an instant, replaced by endless fear and humility. Tang Wanru watched this scene, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. What had Lin Chen done to instill such fear in these two brothers? At that moment, Lin Chen turned to the others. Lin Yi, I was wrong, please let us go. We were blind. You are magnanimous and do not hold grudges against the small. A group of people bowed their heads repeatedly. If I let you go, don't even think about it. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the group's eyes instantly dimmed. But with Lin Chen's next sentence, their eyes lit up again. However, if you behave, I might just give you a way out. Listen. From now on, we will do whatever you say. Yes, we will listen to you from now on. As long as they could still live, it was better than anything else. Lin Chen nodded and said, you all go and bring all the food from the supermarket. Yes. More than a dozen people quickly got up and ran towards the supermarket. Only the Yao brothers remained kneeling on the ground. Gao Wen gritted his teeth and said, Lin Chen, as long as you give us brothers away out, I will be your dog from now on, and whoever you want me to bite, I will bite. Brother. Gao Wu looked at his brother in pain, knowing that his brother was not afraid of death, but afraid of his own death. Brother, at worst, we can die together. A fierce look appeared on Gao Wu's delicate face. He would rather die than see his brother humiliated. Die? Lin Chen scoffed. You two brothers are thinking too simply. Zila and Gao Wen clutched his neck in agony. Brother. Gao Wu rushed forward. His eyes filled with anger and despair. He cursed Lin Chen frantically. Lin Chen, you bastard, if you have the guts, kill us. Lin Chen, if you have the guts, come at me, let my brother go. Lin Chen, you devil. Lin Chen, I was wrong, please let my brother go. Lin Chen, as long as you let my brother go, I am willing to be a dog at your feet. From cursing to begging for mercy to humbly pleading, Gao Wu's spine was completely broken by Lin Chen. He was not afraid of death, he was afraid of his brother's humiliation, but he was even more afraid of his brother enduring such inhumane torture. At this moment, Gao Wen's eyes were about to pop out, his face filled with pain, as if he were experiencing the cruelest punishment in the world. Meanwhile, Tang Wanru looked at Lin Chen in terror. Although she did not know how Lin Chen was doing it, as a doctor, she understood how much harm electric shocks could cause to the human body. Lin Chen, please stop quickly, I will do anything you want. Want me to stop? Then it depends on your performance. Gao Wu knelt at Lin Chen's feet, clutching his pants, pleading desperately. Lin Chen looked down at Gao Wu, his eyes showing no mercy. Gao Wu quickly nodded, I will perform well, as long as you let my brother go. Finally, Lin Chen stopped the punishment. Thank you. Gao Wu bowed several times to Lin Chen, then hurriedly helped Gao Wen up. Brother, are you okay? Gao Wen's face was pale, and his body was still trembling slightly. He struggled to shake his head, but couldn't utter a word. If you don't want to suffer anymore, it's best to obediently listen. Yes. The two brothers nodded quickly. This time they were completely convinced. At this moment, Lin Chen turned to Tang Wanru and said softly, Dr. Tang, you are a plastic surgeon, right? Tang Wanru nodded, yes. Then, can you perform gender reassignment surgery? Well, will you perform the gender reassignment surgery? Tang Wanru couldn't help but be taken aback, her delicate brows slightly raised. After a moment, she nodded lightly, yes. Very good. A wicked smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips, sending a chill down Tang Wanru's spine. What was this man planning to do? In fact, since his rebirth a few days ago, Lin Chen had been contemplating how to take revenge. Should he throw Gao Wu into a steamer and steam him to death? Let him experience the pain and despair he once felt? Lin Chen found that unsatisfactory. Electrifying him every day? Lin Chen thought that was too easy and wouldn't vent his anger. Until today, when he drew that medical pod, it finally gave Lin Chen an excellent revenge plan. He wanted Gao Wu to be entwined with pain, regret, and despair every minute and every second from this moment on, living a life worse than death. After receiving Tang Wanru's affirmative answer, Lin Chen took her and Gao Wu away, leaving Gao Wen lost and sprawled on the ground. Gao Wen stared blankly at their receding figures. His brother was going to become his sister? He slowly turned his head to look at the solid load-bearing wall in the garage. A flash of determination crossed his mind, wanting to crash into it and end it all. But in an instant, hesitation pulled him back to reality. If he died, who would take care of her? Don't think about dying. If you die, I guarantee your brother will live a life worse than death. Lin Chen's voice suddenly rang in Gao Wu's ear, causing him to shudder. Indeed, just a moment ago, he had wanted to end his own life. The thought of the miserable fate he was about to face made death seem appealing. But Lin Chen's words forced him to obediently follow behind Lin Chen, allowing him to handle things as he wished. Meanwhile, Tang Wanru glanced at Gao Wu, and to be honest, Gao Wu looked delicate and handsome. If perhaps he could really be transformed well. She kept imagining various plans in her mind. Suddenly, Tang Wanru said, Mr. Lin, although I can perform that kind of surgery, we currently do not have the conditions for surgery here. Unless you can take me back to my plastic surgery hospital, otherwise. Gao Wu's eyes instantly lit up at Tang Wanru's words. Right, now the heavy snow has blocked the roads, and no one can get out. He had indeed been scared silly just now. Gao Wu secretly glanced at Lin Chen and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen said nothing, just smiled indifferently. A plastic surgery hospital? That hospital of yours might not be as advanced as mine. The three of them each had their own thoughts as they slowly made their way down the dim corridor. After a long time, Gao Wu and Tang Wanru were already panting with exhaustion when they finally reached the 18th floor. At this moment, Lin Chen showed no signs of fatigue, his steps light and his breath steady and untroubled. For him now, climbing 18 floors in one breath was just a piece of cake. Click, click. Lin Chen opened the door and led the two inside. As soon as Tang Wanru entered the room, she felt a wave of warmth wash over her. In the center of the living room, a wood-burning stove was roaring with flames, the vigorous fire licking the walls of the stove, warming the entire space. The air conditioning was also quietly running, continuously blowing out a suitable warm breeze, perfectly complementing the wood stove to create a comfortable indoor temperature. This is a place for people to stay, both of them thought simultaneously. Tang Wanru's beautiful eyes were fixed on Lin Chen. How many secrets did this man have? Gao Wu was also surprised. He had thought Lin Chen was just a lucky guy with a submachine gun, but at this moment, he finally realized that Lin Chen was someone he couldn't comprehend at all. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to their probing gazes and walked to the guest bedroom. Just before coming down, he had already set up the medical pod in the guest bedroom. After all, only his room had electricity. No matter how advanced the medical pod was, it wasn't advanced enough to operate without power. Come in, Lin Chen said. Tang Wanru followed the words and walked into the bedroom. When she saw the sci-fi style medical pod, her eyes instantly widened. She stared at the pod, her whole being seemingly frozen as if under a spell. Various devices and instruments, though unfamiliar to others, felt so familiar and intimate to Tang Wanru. Those uniquely shaped instruments seemed to silently call out to her, causing her heart to race involuntarily, an indescribable excitement spreading within her. It had been a long time since she had performed surgery, and her hands suddenly felt itchy. Mr. Lin, where did you buy this medical pod? Tang Wanru turned to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with admiration. As far as she knew, there was no such advanced medical technology in the country. Lin Chen merely raised the corner of his mouth slightly, not responding. Without a reply, Tang Wanru's attention was drawn back to the medical pod. She slowly walked along the edge of the pod, carefully examining every detail, murmuring to herself, incredible, simply incredible. Meanwhile, Gao Wu, who followed in, stiffened at the sight of the medical pod. The glimmer of hope he had vanished completely. His face turned pale, his legs trembled slightly, as if he had seen the terrifying abyss he was about to step into. With a thud, Gao Wu knelt heavily on the ground, crawling to Lin Chen's feet, clutching at his pant leg. Lin Chen, I was wrong, please give me another chance. As long as you don't. I'll do whatever you ask. Please, spare me. Desperately shaking Lin Chen's leg, his eyes filled with pleading, as if he would trade his very soul for Lin Chen's forgiveness. Lin Chen merely looked at him coldly. Get in. No, I don't want to. Gao Wu retreated repeatedly, his body shaking like a leaf. He didn't dare to go in, he feared that once inside, he would no longer be himself. Ah! Gao Wu instantly clutched his neck, his body uncontrollably convulsing, muscles tensed, teeth clenched, his expression twisted. In pain. In just a few seconds, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear and helplessness. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. I'll go in, please don't shock me. Gao Wu's voice trembled, filled with endless despair. Although the thought of that kind of surgery filled him with terror and shame. The pain that seemed to come from his very soul forced him to submit. You asked for it. Lin Chen stopped the punishment. Looking at Gao Wu, who lay on the ground like a dead dog, finally feeling a sense of relief. Gao Wu struggled to lift his head. Looking at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with even more pleading. Lin Chen, I beg you, don't treat me like this. Gao Wu was unwilling to be pushed into that terrifying medical pod, but the excruciating pain and fear of harsher punishment made him dare not resist any longer. At that moment, Tang Wanru, who had already changed into surgical attire, suddenly said, "Don't be afraid, we'll give him anesthesia and he'll sleep through it." Anesthesia? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. I never said we would use anesthesia. Tang Wanru was slightly taken aback, a chill rising in her heart. She glanced at Lin Chen, then at the kneeling Gao Wu, hesitantly saying, "Mr. Lin, if we don't use anesthesia, the pain during the surgery might be unbearable for him." Lin Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile. The pain he once brought me is nothing compared to this little bit of pain. He must feel every second of fear and despair while fully conscious. Hearing their conversation, Gao Wu's body trembled violently. His eyes filled with terror. He wanted to struggle to escape, but his body was pinned down by Lin Chen's foot, unable to move at all. Gao Wu looked at Lin Chen in despair, murmuring, No. Please. You can't treat me like this. Devil. Woo. On the operating table, Gao Wu's limbs were firmly restrained, even his head was tightly bound by a special device, unable to move. Yet he still twisted his body as much as possible, trying to break free from this nightmarish bondage. The metal clamps that held him down were deeply embedded in his skin, leaving trails of blood, but he paid no heed, the instinct to survive driving him to struggle with all his might. Woo. Gao Wu looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with desperate pleading and endless regret. If given another chance, he would never provoke Lin Chen again. This person was truly terrifying. His gaze followed Lin Chen closely, as if praying for Lin Chen to suddenly show mercy and spare him. However, Lin Chen merely stood by expressionlessly, coldly observing everything. Beside them, Tang Wanru's eyes flashed with a hint of compassion. Do we really not need anesthesia? This kind of surgery without anesthesia, what was the difference from slow slicing? Especially on the face and lower body, the most vulnerable and nerve-rich areas of the human body, the thought of each cut was chilling. Tang Wanru looked at Lin Chen again, trying to find a sign of wavering on his face, but Lin Chen showed no sign of hesitation. Instead, he uttered an even more horrifying command, "Remove 2 of his ribs for me. His waist is a bit thick, which is different from a woman's." What? Tang Wanru was taken aback, clearly shocked by Lin Chen's cruel demand. Do we really not need anesthesia? She instinctively glanced at Gao Wu, only to see his face had turned from pale to ashen, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gao Wu's body stiffened suddenly, and he struggled even more frantically. A piercing whimper escaped his throat, as if accusing this inhuman torment. But no matter how he struggled, he could not escape this destined fate. Gao Wu's eyes were filled with despair, as if he could already see himself being tortured beyond recognition. At that moment, his regret reached its peak. He regretted his past actions, regretted provoking this devilish man. Tang Wanru looked at Gao Wu, who was desperately struggling on the operating table, her heart filled with compassion. She could imagine the kind of pain Gao Wu was about to endure, a torment that was unbearable for ordinary people. But she had no choice. Although it was cruel, she dared not defy this terrifying man before her. Despite Lin Chen being polite to her now, who knew what consequences her refusal would bring, she did not dare to take that gamble, nor could she afford to. Tang Wanru took a deep breath, staring at Lin Chen. "Mr. Lin, I just checked, we have the basic surgical instruments here, but to complete this surgery, we still lack one thing. What are we missing? We lack prosthetics." Lin Chen nodded, understanding what Tang Wanru meant. "Do you have any at your plastic surgery hospital?" "Yes, but..." Tang Wanru's expression showed difficulty, her brows slightly furrowing. The heavy snow had blocked all the roads. Even with Lin Chen's excellent equipment, he couldn't get out. However, Lin Chen merely nodded lightly, as he intended to go out anyway, so it didn't matter to pick it up as well. The cash and jewelry in the community probably wouldn't be too much. There were a total of 4 buildings in this community, and previously he had scavenged over 300,000 worth of gold and silver cash from this building alone. Based on that estimate, the other 3 buildings combined would be around 1 million. That could exchange for about 10 or so physical fruit, which was quite a lot, allowing Lin Chen's physical quality to reach more than twice that of an average person. But Lin Chen was not satisfied with that. He wanted to scavenge more gold and silver, so going out was very necessary. At the very least, a stroll through the jewelry section of the mall would yield a large amount of gold. Lin Chen stared at the operating table where Gao Wu lay and gently said, "I'll find a way for the prosthesis. You start with the lower half of the surgery first." Tang Wanru was taken aback, but starting with the bottom half was not impossible. She said somewhat shyly, okay, but the bottom part is all, still, let's leave." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Leave what?" "Just leave that part." Tang Wanru's pretty face flushed lightly, and then she began to explain to Lin Chen. Previously, at the plastic surgery hospital, there had been people who underwent such surgeries, but only for the upper body and minor adjustments to the face. According to those people, retaining 2 features would cost more. Lin Chen found it amusing. He understood what TS meant. However, that was not what he wanted. "Don't leave anything. Not a single one." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gao Wu was utterly despaired. He no longer struggled or resisted, lying on the operating table like a walking corpse, his gaze hollow and lifeless. Tang Wanru held the scalpel, stepping closer to Gao Wu. "Just bear with it, try not to move, or it will be more painful." However, Gao Wu did not respond at all, as if he had lost all sensation. Tang Wanru bit her lip and the knife fell. Gao Wu couldn't help but let out a piercing scream, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with pain and despair. At the same time, his body trembled violently, and the expression on his face twisted in a way that was hard to bear. But this was just the beginning. Outside the medical chamber, Lin Chen listened to the gradually sharp cries, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. He crossed his arms, his gaze indifferent, as if he were appreciating a meticulously choreographed drama, just like Gao Wu in his previous life. In his past life, Gao Wu had looked at him with the same indifference from outside the steamer. At that time, Lin Chen was imprisoned in the steamer by Gao Wu, the scalding steam slowly eroding his body and will, while Gao Wu mockingly watched his struggles and pleas for mercy, unmoved. And now, the wheel of fate had completely turned. Lin Chen had become the master, allowing Gao Wu to taste the bitterness of a life worse than death. The surgery continued, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans rolled down Tang Wanru's forehead, her breathing becoming rapid. Each cut was accompanied by Gao Wu's heartbreaking screams. In less than 10 minutes, Gao Wu had already fainted 3 times. "Mr. Lin, if this continues, he might not be able to hold on. Should we use anesthesia?" Tang Wanru mustered her courage to shout to Lin Chen outside the medical chamber, her voice tinged with a hint of pleading. Lin Chen looked at Gao Wu, whose consciousness was beginning to blur, and nodded, "All right." Tang Wanru let out a long sigh. This surgery had undoubtedly been the most brutal she had ever performed in her life. Every movement felt like a challenge to her psychological limits. And upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gao Wu also breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, he finally didn't have to watch his. Just now, he had been enduring immense torment both physically and psychologically. But at that moment, Lin Chen said, "All right, let's stop here for today. Dr. Tang, you first stitch up the wound, and we'll continue tomorrow." "What?" Both Tang Wanru and Gao Wu were stunned. "Please, be a human." Underground garage. "Everyone, line up properly, don't make a fuss." Shen Shurhan shouted loudly at the crowd, but the people were still in a chaotic uproar, as if they hadn't heard her words at all. "I want a box of instant noodles. Give me a bag of rice. I want..." People held up gold and silver jewelry they had brought from home, their faces filled with urgency. They had long since forgotten everything else and just wanted to exchange for food as quickly as possible. Gao Wen frowned at the scene and raised his voice. "Did you not hear Miss Shurhan? Everyone, line up properly. Anyone who doesn't line up will lose their purchasing eligibility." Sure enough, upon hearing Gao Wen's words, everyone quickly formed a line. The man at the front held a stack of cash and a handful of gold and silver jewelry. "I'll give you all this. Just see what you can give me, anything will do." He didn't bother to haggle, just hoping to exchange for food as quickly as possible. "You have over 3,000 yuan in cash, and the jewelry is worth about..." Shin Shurhan looked at the items in the man's hands, still calculating seriously, but Gao Wen directly threw a box of instant noodles at the man. "All right, get lost." Hey, thank you. The man cradled the box of instant noodles, bowing repeatedly, continuously saying, "Thank you, Mr. Gao, thank you, Miss Shurhan." However, Shin Shurhan shot a sidelong glance at Gao Wen, pointing at him with her finger. "Hey? What do you mean?" Lin Chen said when he left that everyone must listen to me. I haven't finished calculating yet, how can you just give it away? Yao Wen looked at the little girl who was glaring at him, feeling a wave of frustration. When did these freshly graduated college girls start daring to point fingers at him? But thinking of his now gender-unknown younger brother, Gao Wen could only endure the humiliation and said with a forced smile, Miss Shurhan, there are still 300 to 400 people in the garage. If we calculate one by one, how long will that take? Hearing Gao Wen's words, Shin Shurhan thought for a moment, and it did seem to make sense. She responded with a nasal sound, then continued, then you should have discussed it with me first. Gao Wen felt a wave of discomfort in his heart but still said, yes, I was wrong just now, it won't happen again. Shin Shurhan looked at this once mighty black boss, who was now bowing and scraping to her, and her expression finally softened a bit. No next time. Yes. After that, the speed of exchanging food increased significantly. On the other side of the garage, Yilin crossed her arms, her gaze cold as she looked at the Zhao brothers, Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiuhu, along with a few others. She slightly raised her chin, a mocking curve at the corner of her mouth. You guys come here. Yilin pointed at the Zhao brothers and a few of their underlings. Her voice not loud but carrying an undeniable authority. Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiuhu trembled as they stepped forward, filled with regret. Damn, who would have thought this woman had now become Lin Chen's woman? And what was even harder to accept was that they had personally stuffed this woman into a sack and delivered her to Lin Chen. Just thinking about it made them want to slap themselves. Miss Yi, what do you need from us? Zhao Xiaolong's voice trembled, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yilin snorted coldly, her gaze slicing through the crowd like a knife. You were the ones who stuffed me into a sack, right? I'm not mistaken? Zhao Xiaolong forced a smile, quickly explaining. Miss Yi, what are you saying? If it weren't for us, you wouldn't be living so well now, would you? So, I should thank you then? Yilin's eyes grew even colder, her voice rising a few notches. Living well? Do you have any idea how I've been living these past few days? Hearing Yilin's unfriendly tone, everyone quickly waved their hands. No. Yilin looked at those who had bullied her in the past, her heart filled with a sense of revenge. She sneered, now you know fear? When you stuffed me into a sack back then, did you ever think there would be a day like today? The crowd lowered their heads, not daring to meet Yilin's eyes. Kneel down. Yilin suddenly shouted loudly. Everyone was taken aback, and no one moved. How could they, a few grown men, kneel before a woman? Seeing that they remained still, a cold smile crept onto Yilin's lips. What, have you forgotten what Lin Chen just said? Whatever I tell you to do, you must do. If you don't listen to me, you're not listening to Lin Chen either. Do you want to experience the taste of electric shocks again? At the mention of electric shocks, the crowd couldn't help but shiver. The kind of pain that penetrated to the bone, the feeling of being better off dead, was something they never wanted to experience again. Kneel down. Yilin shouted again in anger. Bang, 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 a few of them couldn't hold on any longer. They didn't know how much weight this woman held in Lin Chen's heart, but they didn't dare to gamble. If Lin Chen really shot them again because of this woman's words, it would be completely over. Yilin looked at the people kneeling before her, her heart swelling with pleasure like a surging tide. When you acted recklessly against me back then, did you ever think you would end up like this today? Sweat beads rolled down Zhao Xiaolong's forehead, dripping onto the ground as he endured the humiliation and said in a low voice, Miss Yi, we know we were wrong. Please, have mercy and let us go. Yilin stopped in her tracks, looking down at him with disdain in her eyes, knowing you're wrong? Isn't it too late to realize that now? She lifted her foot and gently stepped on Zhao Xiaolong's shoulder, applying slight pressure to push him down further. Seeing this, Zhao Xiuhu could no longer contain his anger. He raised his head and glared at Yilin. Don't go too far. But Yilin showed no fear, instead sneering. Too far? This is too far. Compared to what you did to me back then, this is nothing. She continued, from today on, you will behave well for me. Whatever I tell you to do, you must do. If I am not satisfied, Yilin didn't finish her sentence, but the unspoken implication sent chills down everyone's spine. Zhao Xiaolong gritted his teeth and said humiliatingly, yes, Miss Yi, we will definitely follow your orders. Seeing the crowd's angry yet silent expressions, Yilin finally showed a hint of satisfaction. At last, she had vented some of the grievances she had suffered in front of Lin Chen these past few days. Clean my shoes. Yes. Zhao Xiaolong replied with difficulty, slowly extending his trembling hand towards Yilin's dusty shoes. Yilin slightly raised her chin, enjoying the thrill of revenge, and she even wiggled her little foot, deliberately humiliating them. Be thorough, if there's even a bit of dirt left, you can forget about having it. Easy. What does it mean for one person to achieve success and for the rest to rise? This is what it means. Not only Shin Shirhan and Yilin, but even Li Wei and her group of women were enjoying the flattery from their neighbors. At this moment, many women surrounded Li Wei and the others, constantly saying flattering words. This is called Madam Diplomacy. No one is foolish. If they want to live a stable life in the garage in the future, they must pay attention to Lin Chen's mood. And flattering the women around Lin Chen is undoubtedly a shortcut. Li Wei and her companions gradually felt a sense of superiority under everyone's flattery. They were now very glad that they had followed Lin Chen early on. Meanwhile, in a corner, Lu Xiaoyan, who had already been untied, fixed her gaze on those women, watching them bask in their success and flattery, her expression complex. Envy, jealousy, resentment, regret. She kept murmuring, "No. He is mine. He likes me, me." When Lin Chen arrived at the garage again, he happened to see the scene of the women trying to please him. Yilin saw Lin Chen approaching and quickly took the shoes off Zhao Xiaolong's head. Just now, she was only pretending to be powerful. Who knew if Lin Chen would punish her? Perhaps among all the women, only Shin Shirhan had the qualification at this moment. However, although Yilin acted quickly, she still couldn't escape Lin Chen's eyes. A physique of 13 not only enhanced strength. But Lin Chen said nothing, just shot Yilin a glare. This frightened Yilin, and she hurriedly covered her neck, only relaxing when the imagined sting did not come. When she looked at Lin Chen again, there was a hint of admiration in her gaze. Women are always drawn to the strong. If the apocalypse were likened to the most primitive jungle, then at this moment, Lin Chen possessed the highest mating rights. Of course, Lin Chen had his own thoughts. First, Zhao Xiaolong and the others were also enemies from his previous life. Moreover, it was Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaowu who had thrown him into the steamer. He was still thinking about how to take care of these two brothers, so when he saw Yilin's little action, he said nothing. Additionally, if he wanted to manage so many people and even establish his own power in the apocalypse, Lin Chen felt that it was necessary to delineate certain classes. In chaotic times, strict laws must be enforced. If one were to promote equality and communal living in the apocalypse, it would surely end badly. Moreover, power rises from the bottom. Only by allowing those around him to enjoy the benefits of being attached to him would they trust him more and work harder for him. At this moment, everyone also saw Lin Chen and the chaotic garage suddenly quieted down a lot. People's gazes turned to him, filled with awe, expectation, and fear. Although Lin Chen said nothing, he didn't need to say anything now. He just stood there quietly, and people involuntarily lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Only Shin Shirhan and Yilin looked at Lin Chen with more heat and pride in their eyes. This was their man. Shin Shirhan bit her lower lip slightly, her eyes full of admiration for Lin Chen. Yilin, on the other hand, had a look of infatuation in her gaze. Besides admiration, there was also a hint of awe. Remembering her earlier pretentious actions, she felt a bit of fear, but at this moment, looking at Lin Chen's powerful aura, she felt incredibly at ease. Lin Chen walked towards Shin Shirhan and slowly spoke, "So, how much cash and gold and silver have we collected now?" Shin Shirhan quickly pointed to several half-open boxes and said, "We have over 100,000 in cash now, and these pieces of jewelry." Looking at the pile of gold and silver jewelry on the table, she didn't know their approximate value. Lin Chen nodded, very satisfied with the current harvest. He was about to go out again, wanting to strengthen himself once more. Who knew what dangers awaited him outside? "Not bad, keep it up." After praising her, Lin Chen took a bag of cash and gold and silver and was about to turn to leave. Beside him, Gao Wen finally couldn't help but speak up, "Lin, sir, how is my brother doing?" The situation was stronger than the individual, and Gao Wen had to follow the other women, using the term sir, which carried special meaning. Lin Chen coldly glanced at Gao Wen. "Don't worry, he won't die. As long as you perform well, you two siblings will have the chance to meet again." "Siblings?" Gao Wen swallowed hard, a bitter expression on his face. "I understand, sir. Please rest assured, I will take care of everything for you." After hearing Gao Wen's words, Lin Chen did not linger any longer and turned to leave. Back in the room, Tang Wanru had just finished her shower. She hadn't bathed for a long time in the apocalypse. At this moment, she appeared alluring and seductive, her damp hair casually draped over her shoulders, with a few strands sticking to her slightly flushed cheeks, adding to her charm. She wore a loose white bathrobe, loosely tied at the waist, revealing large areas of her fair skin, with her collarbone and long neck subtly visible, exuding a deadly attraction. It was unclear whether this woman was intentional or not. When Lin Chen entered the room, she was enjoying the hot pot that Lin Chen had rewarded her with. The rising steam enveloped her face, making her look like a fairy in a magical realm. Upon seeing Lin Chen enter, Tang Wanru's eyes flashed with surprise, and then a charming smile blossomed on her face. "Mr. Lin, you're back." Tang Wanru's voice was soft and melodious. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his gaze lingering on her for a moment before he walked straight to the sofa, taking out the cash and gold and silver he had in hand. Women only a fact. The speed at which he draws his knife. Meanwhile, Tang Wanru watched him curiously, seeing Lin Chen close his eyes, seemingly engaged in some kind of operation. Moments later, he deposited these valuables into the system, which displayed a recharge value of over 500,000. Lin Chen showed no hesitation and immediately exchanged for 5 physical fruit. These fruits emitted a strange glow, as if containing endless power. Lin Chen picked one fruit and put it in his mouth. Instantly, a powerful energy erupted within him. His body trembled slightly, muscles tensed, every cell greedily absorbing the energy of the fruit. As each fruit was swallowed, he could clearly feel his body growing stronger, with his strength, speed, and endurance rapidly improving. When the energy of the last fruit was fully absorbed, Lin Chen's physical quality reached 18 points, and an unprecedented sense of power surged within him. Tang Wanru quietly watched all of this, her admiration for him growing stronger. She didn't know what had happened, but that mysterious fruit was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, Lin Chen now exuded an even more powerful aura. She slowly walked to Lin Chen's side, slightly turning to open the collar of her bathrobe wider, revealing more enticing glimpses, and softly said, "Mr. Lin, your presence is even more awe-inspiring now." Lin Chen glanced at her and simply nodded lightly. Tang Wanru gently bit her lip. "Mr. Lin, if you ever need my help, just let me know, and I will do my utmost." A hot shower, warmth, hot pot. These things that were once commonplace before the apocalypse had now become incredibly precious to Tang Wanru. She no longer wanted to return to the underground garage. Watching Lin Chen's increasingly powerful figure, she understood that she must hold on to this man tightly, not just for survival, but to have a shred of dignity and hope in this apocalypse. However, Lin Chen did not pay much attention to Tang Wanru's thoughts. After feeling the changes from his body enhancement, he left without hesitation. But just as he was about to step out, he suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at Tang Wanru. "By the way, where did you say that prosthetic is?" In a room on the second floor, several burly men were busy. They were dismantling the aluminum alloy windows, and suddenly, a chilling wind rushed in like a surging tide, filling the entire room with a bone-chilling atmosphere. However, these men paid no heed to the cold invasion and hurriedly threw several car hoods out of the window. At that moment, the heavy snow was almost level with the window, and the hoods lay flat on the snow. This way, when they went out, they wouldn't have to worry about sinking into the thick snow. A makeshift snow dock was completed. "Good work!" Lin Chen's calm voice echoed in the room. "Not hard, not hard." The men quickly waved their hands. One of the burly men wiped the sweat from his forehead, looked up at Lin Chen, and said, "Mr. Lin, as per your instructions, the snow dock has been built. What shall we do next?" "You have nothing more to do here, just go back," Lin Chen said expressionlessly. "Oh, okay." The men dared not defy Lin Chen's orders and nodded in agreement. Although Lin Chen didn't say what the dock was for, it was obvious that it was meant for going out. Could it be he has a way to get out? After the men left, someone muttered quietly, "No way, not to mention the freezing temperatures outside, how can we walk through nearly 3 meters of snow?" Some felt it was impossible, no matter how impressive Lin Chen was. Unless he could fly, he couldn't get out. "What if he has some tools? Like skis or something?" another person said, and everyone's eyes lit up at this possibility, thinking it was very likely. After all, they had submachine guns and bulletproof vests. What was a pair of skis? Everyone believed Lin Chen must have a way to get out, otherwise, why would he have them build this snow dock? The more they thought about it, the more excited they became. At that moment, they felt like they were trapped on a deserted island, long besieged by the apocalyptic ice and snow, with their feelings of helplessness and despair growing day by day. If someone could get out and obtain some supplies, perhaps their lives could improve a little. Even a slight improvement in this hellish environment felt like a lifeline. After returning, they told others about this matter, as Lin Chen hadn't asked them to keep it a secret. Soon, the news spread from one person to 10, from 10 to 100, and the entire garage was buzzing. The originally oppressive atmosphere was broken, and people emerged from their corners, gathering together to discuss excitedly. Is it true? Does Lin Chen really have a way to get out? What do you think Mr. Lin will bring back? Food? Or medicine? No matter what it is, as long as there's something new, we'll have hope. Amidst everyone's anticipation, Lin Chen was methodically making the final preparations in the room. When everything was ready, Lin Chen stood up, took a deep breath, and walked toward the makeshift snow dock. Step by step, he reached outside. The cold wind cut against his face like a sharp blade, the icy breath instantly penetrating his clothes, but for Lin Chen, with an 18-point physique, it was bearable. Then, with a thought, the snowmobile he had previously dispatched appeared beside him. The main body of the vehicle was grayish-white, and under the sunlight's refraction, it faintly emitted a cold, sharp light, as if it were the exclusive vehicle of this icy world. The tires were wide and had special anti-slip patterns, allowing it to glide effortlessly through the deep snow. Moreover, the back of the motorcycle was equipped with a sled for hauling some cargo. Lin Chen lifted his leg and mounted the snowmobile, grasped the handlebars, and gently turned the key. The motorcycle instantly roared to life with a deep, powerful sound, breaking the silence of the snowy wilderness. He took a deep breath again, feeling the surging power within him and the strong drive of the snowmobile, then suddenly twisted the throttle. The snowmobile surged forward like a wild horse breaking free, kicking up a cloud of snow. As he drove slowly, Lin Chen looked around. The entire world seemed to be covered by a vast, pristine white blanket. The once bustling city had been completely transformed by the heavy snow. The streets lined with tall buildings looked as if they had been trampled by a giant white beast, with the snow nearly burying the height of a floor. However, this made it easier for Lin Chen to travel. He didn't have to worry about what lay beneath the snow, just pressing the gas was enough. Lin Chen carefully maneuvered the snowmobile through the city, vigilantly observing the surroundings. Following the route in his memory, he arrived at the Yonghui supermarket not far from the community. The supermarket's main entrance was tightly shut, with snow piled up like a mountain around it, almost completely burying the lower half of the building. Lin Chen stored the snowmobile back in the system space, then cautiously approached the supermarket entrance with his weapon in hand. The main door was buried under snow, so Lin Chen broke a window on the second floor and jumped into the supermarket. Inside, it was dim and dark, with only a few weak rays of light seeping through the gaps in the windows, barely illuminating the surroundings. Lin Chen turned on his tactical flashlight. What met his eyes was a scene of devastation. The shelves were toppled, products scattered everywhere, clearly indicating that this place had been ransacked. There were quite a few corpses on the ground, some frozen stiff, others contorted in strange positions, with dried bloodstains spreading around them, as if telling the story of a fierce struggle that had once taken place. It seems someone has been here before, Lin Chen murmured to himself. This supermarket was located at the entrance of a community, and it was normal for someone to brave the wind and snow to come here at the beginning of the apocalypse. However, it was too desolate here, with no water, no electricity, and no facilities for warmth. If those people had stayed here, there was only one possibility. These must be the ones who froze to death here. Lin Chen glanced at a nearby corpse, clutching food, its body already stiff. Not feeling too sentimental, as too many had died in the apocalypse, Lin Chen continued to cautiously explore forward. Finally, he arrived at the section selling jewelry. However, it seemed this place had also been ransacked. Although money had become worthless in the apocalypse, when people saw those gleaming gold products and sparkling jewelry, they couldn't help but succumb to their inner greed and plunder. This might be the instinctive pursuit of wealth ingrained in their genes. Even when survival was at stake, it was hard to suppress such impulses. Lin Chen felt a bit disappointed, thinking he would find a large amount of gold and silver here. In the end, he still underestimated human nature. However, the jewelry had not been completely stripped bare, some were still scattered on the ground and in the cabinets. Lin Chen held up his flashlight, keeping a vigilant eye on the surroundings while collecting the gold and silver jewelry into the system. To be honest, the supermarket was pitch dark, and with many corpses around. If Lin Chen hadn't experienced the madness of his previous life, he might not have dared to scavenge supplies here alone. Soon, Lin Chen had gathered nearly all the gold and silver jewelry visible in this area. At least, as far as he could see, the flashlight swept across, and there were no more shiny or glittering pieces left. Lin Chen straightened up and deposited the last gold chain he held into his account. Ding, recharge successful, account balance. Ding, recharge successful, account balance 873,291 yuan. Only over 800,000. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a bit dissatisfied. He had originally thought he could make a few million in one go, but it turned out to be just this amount. In fact, if the jewelry area hadn't been looted, Lin Chen might have really struck it rich, but reality is often so cruel. Lin Chen sighed helplessly, but he also understood that having this over 800,000 was still quite good. Alright, be content, it's only been a day, Lin Chen muttered to himself. There were still so many shopping malls in the city, even those specialized gold shops. This was just the beginning. Thinking of this, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit more energized. The gold shops in the malls might be easy pickings, but those specialized gold shops should be safe, right? In this heavy snow, even if someone was lucky enough to venture out, they would definitely be heading for food, not going to rob gold and silver jewelry when they could be saving their lives with food. Lin Chen quickened his pace towards the supermarket exit. As he walked, he didn't forget to exchange for a physical fruit, eating it as he went. To be honest, once the fruit entered his mouth, a warm current instantly spread throughout his body, and Lin Chen even started to sweat a little. His body, which had been slightly stiff from moving around in the freezing cold for a long time, now felt incredibly comfortable, and even the howling cold wind didn't seem so biting anymore. After finishing a physical fruit, Lin Chen slowly exhaled, a long breath quickly condensing into a puff of white mist in the cold air. I should go check out the plastic surgery hospital. This time he came out to do two things, one was gold, and the other was prosthetics. Taking out the snowmobile again, Lin Chen lifted his leg and mounted the vehicle. Although the system space couldn't store items outside the system, items produced by the system could be stored freely. In the future, there will be more and more items for flash sales. This system space can really serve as a personal space, Lin Chen thought, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He started the engine, and with a deep and powerful roar, the snowmobile surged forward like a wild horse, kicking up a cloud of snow. Following the location that Tang Wanru had told him, Lin Chen drove the snowmobile at high speed on the frozen street. The tall buildings on both sides of the street, covered in ice and snow, resembled silent giant beasts. The once bustling city was now eerily quiet, with only the sound of his motorcycle echoing in the empty street. Lin Chen drove while vigilantly observing his surroundings. For some reason, he always felt like someone in the nearby buildings was watching him. It was a subtle intuition, as if many pairs of eyes were hidden behind the dark windows, spying on his every move. His gaze was sharp, trying to penetrate the layers of ice and snow and darkness to find the source of that hidden gaze, but he found nothing. Forget it, it's normal for someone to see me. At this moment, he was the only person on the street with a vehicle. It was impossible not to attract attention. Although the apocalypse had been going on for over 10 days, miracles still existed. There were always some people living stubbornly. Lin Chen remembered that before the apocalypse came in his last life, he had seen doomsday fantasists on short videos who had stockpiled a large amount of supplies in advance, from food and water to various tools, and even some simple defensive facilities and weapons. Those preparations, Lin Chen felt, were even more abundant than what he had now. No need to think, those people were definitely still alive and living well. Lin Chen shook his head, no longer paying attention to those vague gazes, and continued towards the direction of the plastic surgery hospital. Finally, the outline of the plastic surgery hospital appeared before him. It was a white building that stood out remarkably in the snow. Lin Chen parked the snowmobile at the hospital entrance, turned off the engine, and the surroundings instantly fell into silence, with only his faint breathing and the soft sound of falling snowflakes. Entering through the broken window on the second floor, he slowly walked into the hospital, gripping his weapon tightly, each step taken with caution. The fifth ward. For some reason, this phrase suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. The dimness, the depth, the smell of disinfectant, reminiscent of the eerie and strange scenes seen in certain works from island nations in his past life. He tightened his grip on the weapon, lightening his steps as he slowly made his way down the corridor. As he walked, he vigilantly surveyed the rooms around him. Some doors were tightly shut, exuding an air of mystery, while others were half open, the darkness seeping through the cracks like a pair of prying eyes. Lin Chen struggled to control his thoughts, pushing away the terrifying images. He took a deep breath and, following Tang Wanru's instructions, quickly made his way to the equipment room on the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, he quickly located the equipment room. Pushing the door open, a musty smell mixed with a faint hint of disinfectant rushed at him. The room was somewhat disordered, with various medical instruments scattered about. Lin Chen began to search carefully. He moved between cabinets and drawers, and finally, in a corner cabinet, he discovered some prosthetics. These prosthetics were sealed in packaging, varying in size, and appeared to be relatively well preserved. Lin Chen didn't bother to be selective and stuffed all the prosthetics into his backpack. Just as he placed the last prosthetic into the bag, he suddenly heard a low buzzing sound coming from the nearby operating room. The sound was particularly jarring in the silent room, and Lin Chen's nerves instantly tensed. He alertly raised his head, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sound. In the darkness, something seemed to be slowly approaching, but he couldn't see what it was. An inexplicable tension spread in his heart, and Lin Chen gripped his weapon tightly, crouching slightly, ready for battle at any moment. Suddenly, the flashlight illuminated a shadow slowly emerging from the corner. What is this? Lin Chen's hair stood on end. He had initially thought it might be a survivor, but to his shock, it was a Bizarre unknown creature. The monster was tall, over 2 meters high, with an overall outline that was twisted and irregular. Its head appeared disproportionately small compared to its massive body, and its eyes, like deep pools, emitted an eerie blue light that sent chills down one's spine at a mere glance. This unknown monster was incredibly fast, lunging at him in the blink of an eye. Lin Chen only saw a blur of black and instinctively sidestepped while pulling the trigger. Tat 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 tat. The bullets hit the creature's body, but instead of bright red blood, a pale blue liquid flowed out, exuding an indescribable eeriness. Awoke, the creature let out a roar and then vanished into the darkness. Lin Chen dared not let his guard down for a moment. He gripped his weapon tightly, leaning against the wall, his gaze scanning the surrounding darkness warily. At this moment, the surroundings fell into a dead silence once again. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from above, and Lin Chen abruptly looked up, shining the flashlight upward. He saw that the creature had somehow clung to the ceiling, looking down at him from above, its eerie blue eyes glinting with ferocity and greed. Lin Chen saw the monster dive down like a black lightning bolt. He quickly sidestepped, and the monster's sharp claws grazed the edge of his clothing, stirring up a cold wind. Taking advantage of the momentum, Lin Chen rolled away to create distance from the monster, then raised his hand and fired a series of shots. Da-da-day-day. The bullets sparkled in the darkness, all flying towards the monster. However, the creature was extremely agile. It twisted its body in midair, managing to dodge most of the bullets, with only a few hitting it, splattering a few light blue droplets. After landing, the monster did not pause and lunged at Lin Chen again, baring its teeth and claws. As Lin Chen retreated, he switched his weapon to close combat mode and drew a sharp dagger. Just as the monster pounced in front of him, he suddenly stepped forward, sidestepping the monster's frontal attack while swinging the dagger fiercely. The dagger sliced through the monster's body but only left a shallow white mark on its hard shell, as if it had merely scratched it. The monster was enraged by the attack, letting out a more ferocious roar. Its thick arm swung violently, and Lin Chen quickly ducked to avoid it. The arm whooshed past his head and smashed heavily into a nearby instrument, instantly shattering it to pieces. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen rolled to the side and positioned himself behind the monster, waiting for the right moment to stab the dagger into the joint of the creature. This time, the dagger successfully pierced through, and light blue liquid slowly flowed out along the blade. But the monster was also very cunning. It suddenly curled up its body and rolled towards Lin Chen like a giant metal ball. Lin Chen couldn't dodge in time and was hit directly, sending him flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. He felt as if all his bones were in unbearable pain, but he gritted his teeth and stood up despite the agony. At that moment, the monster lunged at him again. A fierce glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He no longer avoided it but charged towards the monster. Just as he was about to make contact, he flickered like a phantom, skillfully dodging the monster's attack while deeply stabbing the dagger into its abdomen. With a powerful slash, a long gash appeared on the monster's body, and a large amount of light blue liquid gushed out. The monster let out a painful wail and struggled wildly. Lin Chen took the chance to jump back, then retrieved a grenade from his system space, pulled the safety pin, and threw it at the monster. Boom! A loud explosion erupted beneath the monster, the powerful shockwave flipping it onto the ground. Its body was blown to pieces, and its limbs twitched a few times before finally going still. Lin Chen breathed heavily, exhausted. His clothes were soaked with sweat, and he had multiple injuries. Fortunately, he was wearing a bulletproof vest, so most of the injuries were just abrasions and bruises from the impact, nothing serious. This place is not safe to linger. Who the hell knew if there were more monsters waiting for him? In his previous life, he hadn't even left the neighborhood and had no idea what was happening outside. This monster attack made him acutely aware that the dangers of this apocalypse far exceeded his imagination. He gritted his teeth against the pain, packed his backpack, and hurriedly walked out. Just then, behind Lin Chen, the monster's finger suddenly twitched. Unfortunately, Lin Chen did not notice. It wasn't until he exited the hospital that Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief. He gasped for breath, wiped the blue liquid off his face, feeling a wave of nausea. Damn, good thing I powered up before coming here, or I might have really capsized in the gutter. Who would have thought that in this perfectly fine apocalypse, there would actually be monsters? Lin Chen originally thought that being fully armed, along with having nearly double the physical capabilities of an average person, he would be completely unafraid even if he encountered special forces. But unexpectedly, reality played a joke on him. Lin Chen started the snowmobile and sped back like the wind. As he hurried along, he replayed the battle with the monster in his mind, reflecting on his shortcomings during the fight. You could say it's all shortcomings. I have strength but don't know how to use it. Lin Chen was very dissatisfied with his recent performance. Recalling the fierce battle with the monster, he realized that his attacks were too blind, and his defensive moves were chaotic, relying solely on instinct to evade, which led to multiple injuries. It seems I need to hone my combat skills, I can't just rely on physical fitness and weaponry, Lin Chen resolved inwardly. He decided that after returning to the garage, he would devise a systematic training plan to enhance his combat abilities. He needed to practice close combat techniques, improve his shooting accuracy with ranged weapons, and learn to anticipate enemy movements to strike first or evade in time. Lin Chen initially thought that with the advantages granted by the system, he could easily carve out a place for himself in this apocalyptic world, but the monster that had appeared this time sounded an alarm for him. It was then that Lin Chen realized his understanding of this apocalypse was far from sufficient. In his previous life, he hadn't even left his neighborhood and had no idea what was happening outside. This time, he thought that with the system's advantages, he could handle various situations with ease, but that sudden, bizarre monster ruthlessly shattered his illusions. He recalled the monster's peculiar shape, its incredibly hard shell, the eerie light blue blood, and its unimaginable speed and attack power. This never-before-seen monster might just be the tip of the iceberg. Damn it, I can always hide, Lin Chen thought of the Doomsday Fortress he had drawn earlier. He could find a ravine and hunker down with his female army. After all, a fortress of over 10,000 square meters needs someone to clean it, right? Just as he pondered his future path, a sudden sense of alertness surged within him. Lin Chen maneuvered the snowmobile, executing a swift turn. Whoosh, it felt like something flew past him. Then came a loud bang. Bang, it was a gunshot. But this gunshot didn't sound like a pistol or a submachine gun. Holy shit, a sniper. Lin Chen jolted. Someone was targeting him. Is it really that dangerous outside? Lin Chen drove the snowmobile in an erratic serpentine pattern, adrenaline surging. His armor might not withstand a sniper's bullet. Bang, 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 a few more shots rang out. But whether it was because of Lin Chen's agile movements or the opponent's poor marksmanship, none hit him. As he continued to maneuver the snowmobile through the snow in a serpentine fashion, he widened his eyes to observe his surroundings. But all he could see was a vast expanse of white, with heavy snowflakes falling, making it impossible to spot any figures. Damn it, who the hell is it? Lin Chen cursed inwardly. Being targeted by a sniper was no joke. He dared not let his guard down for a moment, continuing to twist the snowmobile's handlebars wildly, making its trajectory even harder to predict. Finally, after passing another intersection, the inexplicable sense of alertness faded, and Lin Chen let out a long breath. Another inexplicable premonition. Lin Chen muttered to himself. It was this premonition that had alerted him to the monster in the cosmetic surgery hospital. One could say this premonition had saved him twice. Is this an additional effect brought by the physique fruit, or is it something else? Lin Chen furrowed his brows. But no matter what, it's a very good boost. Dear, you're back? Shen Shurhan rushed forward to hug Lin Chen's arm when she saw him return. She had already heard in the underground parking lot that Lin Chen had possibly gone out. How is it outside now? Shen Shurhan asked nervously. Beside her, Yi Lin and Tang Wanru were equally curious. Lin Chen sighed and explained the situation outside to the women, as there was no need to hide it. When he mentioned the monster, the three women couldn't help but gasp, their faces showing fear. How is that possible? Shen Shurhan's eyes widened in disbelief. Snow was understandable, and Ice Age could be accepted, but what on earth was a monster? What exactly is going on in your hospital? Yi Lin stared intently at Tang Wanru. In her view, since Tang Wanru had worked in that hospital, she might know something about the reason for the monster's appearance. Tang Wanru looked confused, slightly furrowing her brows as she tried to recall details from the hospital. I don't remember any special patients or... Her voice trembled slightly, clearly frightened by the monster Lin Chen described. We're just a normal plastic surgery hospital, not some underground clinic. I haven't heard of anything strange happening. Tang Wanru then focused on the blue spots on Lin Chen's body and asked, Is this the monster's blood? Lin Chen nodded and said, Dr. Tang, you should take it for testing later to see what the hell this is. Tang Wanru numbly nodded. Blue blood? Blue-blooded people? Shen Shurhan tightly held Lin Chen's hand, as if that would make her feel a bit more at ease. So what happened next? How did you get rid of that monster? She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of worry. Lin Chen patted Shen Shurhan's hand and comforted her. It took quite a bit of effort. That monster was indeed powerful, but I'm not a pushover either. I fought it for a while and finally found the right moment to deliver a fatal blow, which is how I dealt with it. The three women's eyes sparkled with admiration, feeling a sense of pride. Shin Shurhan held Lin Chen's hand tightly, her eyes filled with pride and admiration. "You're really amazing. If it were me, I would have probably been caught by that monster long ago. I definitely wouldn't be as brave and capable as you." Yi Lin chimed in, "Exactly. Lin Chen, your combat skills are incredible, managing to take down such a terrifying monster all by yourself." Lin Chen smiled and continued, "But on my way back, I encountered someone trying to snipe me with a sniper rifle." The three women's expressions changed instantly. How could there be so many things happening after just one outing? The outside world was even more dangerous than they had imagined. Tang Wanru's eyes widened in surprise. "A sniper? Were they trying to rob you?" Lin Chen nodded, thinking it was very likely. The person who targeted him with a sniper rifle probably had their eyes on his snowmobile. In this apocalyptic world, transportation was extremely difficult. Harsh weather and obstacles everywhere rendered ordinary vehicles useless. Having a snowmobile meant having a relatively convenient means of transportation, allowing for more efficient searches for food, supplies, and other necessities for survival, thus providing a hope for survival. Otherwise, no matter how much food was stocked at home, it would eventually run out, and if they couldn't go out to get new supplies, they would just be waiting to die. Shin Shurhan tightly grasped Lin Chen's arm, worry etched on her face. "Are you okay? Did you get hurt?" Her gaze swept over Lin Chen's body, fearing to see any wounds. Lin Chen gently patted her hand, reassuring her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Yi Lin frowned and said, "This is too terrifying. What are we going to do if we go out in the future? Outside, there are not only those strange monsters but also people with ulterior motives. It feels like danger is everywhere." Lin Chen nodded, deciding that he would avoid going out whenever possible. It was too dangerous. After sharing his experiences with the three women, Lin Chen took out a pile of prosthetics from his backpack. They varied in size, making a clanging sound as they hit each other. The faces of the three women instantly turned red. Especially Tang Wanru, who had not yet had an in-depth conversation with Lin Chen, felt a bit embarrassed upon seeing these. "Dr. Tang, I didn't know what you needed, so I just brought a few. Do you think they are okay?" Lin Chen looked at Tang Wanru, his eyes filled with inquiry. Tang Wanru nodded, "Why yes." After saying that, she hurriedly put away all the prosthetics. At that moment, Shin Shurhan took out a cloth bag and presented it to Lin Chen like a treasure. "This is the cash and jewelry collected from the neighbors." Lin Chen glanced at it and then deposited everything into the system. A large bag of items instantly disappeared, and while Shin Shurhan and Yi Lin were already used to it, Tang Wanru's eyes widened in disbelief. This was all beyond her imagination. Tang Wanru opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but ended up saying nothing. She was a smart woman, knowing what to ask and what not to ask. Ding, recharge successful, account balance 1,327,366 yuan. The account had increased by over 500,000, which was roughly in line with Lin Chen's previous estimate. He had already collected over 500,000 before, and now with another 500,000, it totaled over 1 million, which matched his earlier prediction. "Alright, you all go ahead and get busy." Lin Chen waved his hand and said. He was indeed feeling a bit tired and wanted to take a moment to calm down, organize his thoughts, and plan his next actions. Upon hearing this, Shin Shurhan and Yi Lin each got busy cooking or doing laundry, as Lin Chen had been out all day and his clothes were dirty. Yi Lin squatted down to help Lin Chen take off his shoes and socks. Her movements skilled and natural, showing no signs of disdain. Not to mention that she was already used to it. Even when she had that lofty feeling in the garage, Yi Lin still wanted to take good care of Lin Chen. Lin Chen then looked at Tang Wanru. "Doctor, I'm afraid you'll have to make do in the medical pod for the night and keep an eye on that guy, don't let him die." The surgery wasn't finished yet, and Lin Chen wouldn't let Gao Wu die so quickly. "Oh, okay, Tang." Wanru came back to her senses and hurriedly replied. After the girls left, Lin Chen comfortably lay on the big bed. So much had happened that day. First, he led the female army to sweep the building, then quelled the attack from Gao Wen's group, retaliated against Gao Wu, and then went out to find gold and prosthetics, encountering monster attacks and being sniped. One thing after another, it was truly a lot. After a leisurely 10 days, things became a whirlwind of events, leaving Lin Chen overwhelmed. Lin Chen exchanged for a physical enhancement fruit and began to consume it. The moment the fruit entered his mouth, a warm current flowed through his body, slowly spreading to his limbs. However, he couldn't tell if it was because his physical quality had improved or if he had simply gotten used to it, but Lin Chen felt that the warm current didn't seem as intense as it had at first. After finishing one, Lin Chen summoned the system panel. His physical quality had reached 20 points, exactly double that of an ordinary person. He continued to eat the second one, then the third, but just as he was about to eat the third one, the system suddenly sent a notification. Ding! You can consume a maximum of 10 physique fruits per day, exceeding 10 will have no effect. Damn! Hearing the system prompt, Lin Chen was stunned. Is there even a limit to this? Besides, have I already eaten 10 today? He calculated carefully. After sweeping the building, he ate 2, then before going out, he ate 5, ate 1 in the supermarket, and just now, he ate 2. Exactly 10. No wonder. He felt that the effect of the physique fruits didn't seem as strong as at the beginning. It turned out he was close to the limit. Lost in thought, Lin Chen actually fell asleep. The day's experiences were too thrilling and exhausting. Both his body and mind had reached their limits. Once he relaxed, drowsiness surged over him like a tide, instantly engulfing him. When he woke up again, Lin Chen found 2 women were wiping his hands and feet. After a long day, he had indeed sweated quite a bit. Seeing their attentive care, a smile crept onto Lin Chen's lips. Shin Shirhan was the first to notice Lin Chen was awake. She stopped her movements, her eyes filled with concern, and softly said, "You're awake. How do you feel? You looked so deep in sleep, and since you sweated so much, I thought I'd wipe you down to make you more comfortable." Yilin also looked up and added, "Yeah, you must be exhausted from today. You should rest well." Lin Chen moved slightly, feeling a bit more energetic than when he first woke up, and replied with a smile, I feel much better. Alright, let me give you something good to eat." The 2 women looked at Lin Chen with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, then slowly took out a physique fruit emitting a strange glow from the system space. As soon as the fruit appeared, a faint fragrance spread, drawing the 2 women's attention tightly to it. "This is a physique fruit. It will greatly benefit your bodies," Lin Chen said softly, then split the fruit in half and handed one piece to Shin Shirhan and the other to Yilin. The 2 women were momentarily stunned, then their eyes lit up with joy and desire. Shin Shirhan was the first to take the half fruit. Her hand trembled slightly, as if she couldn't believe Lin Chen would share such a precious item with him. Yilin hurriedly took hers, gripping it tightly in her hand, her eyes filled with gratitude and admiration for Lin Chen. "Can we really eat it?" Shin Shirhan asked softly, her voice tinged with excitement and anticipation. "Of course, eating it will make your body stronger, allowing you to better protect yourselves in this apocalypse," Lin Chen affirmed with a nod. He had considered giving the 2 women physique fruits before. After all, besides enhancing physique, the fruit also had the effect of cleansing the marrow. If their skin improved, it would benefit him as well. Moreover, encountering monsters this time had reminded Lin Chen that who knows what other mysterious things exist in this damn apocalypse? Making those around him stronger might just become his support in critical moments. However, he wasn't wealthy at the moment, so each could only have half. Besides, rewards should come gradually. He didn't want the kind of favor for a favor situation to happen around him. Shin Shirhan no longer hesitated and slowly brought a half fruit to her mouth. The fruit melted in her mouth, and a warm current instantly spread throughout her body. A blush appeared on her face, and her body trembled slightly, as if every cell was cheering and eagerly absorbing the magical power brought by the fruit. She let out a soft moan, feeling the unprecedented changes within her body, and her gratitude towards Lin Chen deepened. Yilin watched Shin Shirhan's reaction and couldn't wait to eat her half of the fruit. Instantly, she too was enveloped by that warm current, her body feeling as if it had been infused with boundless vitality. Her eyes narrowed slightly, immersed in this wonderful feeling, and her originally beautiful face now added a few more captivating glows. After a moment, the 2 women slowly opened their eyes, their gazes filled with surprise and disbelief. Then they looked at Lin Chen, their eyes burning with intensity. Ding! Today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 sets of military-grade thermal underwear. 2. 10,000 portions of Type 13 individual self-heating rations. 3. 10,000 sets of high-power generators. 4. 10,000 first-aid medical kits. Lin Chen thought for a moment. I choose 3. He didn't lack clothes or food, and as for medicine, there were several pharmacies around the community. He could always go out again if needed. But electricity was indeed something he was currently short on. In the entire community, apart from the underground garage, only his room had electricity, making everything quite inconvenient. Shin Shirhan and Yilin exchanged a glance, both hiding a hint of pride in their eyes. They were both glad they had followed Lin Chen early on. Although it had been a bit twisted at first, the outcome was good. The 2 women then began preparing breakfast, and soon, the aroma of breakfast filled the entire room. Shin Shirhan and Yilin leaned close to Lin Chen, each wrapping an arm around his. "Darling, don't mind Sister Wanru, come eat breakfast quickly. We specially prepared delicious food for you today, Shin Shurhan said. Playfully, her voice full of tenderness and flattery. Yilin quickly nodded, gently shaking Lin Chen's arm. Yes, this is carefully prepared for you. You must eat more. Lin Chen was surrounded by the two women as they arrived at the dining table, where a variety of exquisite food was laid out. Steaming fried eggs, golden crispy youtiao, and fragrant rice porridge. Naturally, the two women had also obtained a large amount of food from the supermarket yesterday. Although it couldn't compare to Lin Chen's flash sale system, it was rich in variety. They had originally prepared a sumptuous dinner last night, but unfortunately Lin Chen fell asleep, so this morning they were even more determined to show off. Shin Shurhan picked up chopsticks, grabbed a piece of fried egg, gently blew on it, and then held it to Lin Chen's mouth, her eyes full of expectation. Darling, try this. Lin Chen slightly opened his mouth, ate the fried egg, and nodded with a smile. It tastes good. Seeing this, Yilin hurriedly picked up the rice porridge, scooped a spoonful, blew on it as well, and said, then have a sip of porridge, it will definitely taste even better with the fried egg. Lin Chen took a sip of porridge, the warm rice porridge sliding down his throat, making him feel particularly comfortable. Are you two treating me like an emperor? Lin Chen joked. Shin Shurhan smiled, gently leaning against Lin Chen's shoulder, and said, hee, if you are the emperor, then I must be the empress. Yilin nodded vigorously beside her, and I am concubine Yi. After saying this, both women couldn't help but laugh. Tang Wanru watched this affectionate scene from the side, feeling both envious and jealous, and couldn't help but say, you two, don't spoil him too much. Shin Shurhan, however, dismissed her concern. Sister Wanru, Lin Chen has done so much for us, it's only right that we take care of him. Yilin chimed in, exactly, we are his women, so of course, we should treat him well. As she spoke, she cast a proud glance at Tang Wanru, as if to say some people just couldn't reach the grapes and claimed they were sour. Lin Chen looked at the two women and then at Tang Wanru, smiling. As he said, Dr. Tang, don't just stand there, come eat with us. Tang Wanru rolled her eyes at him and said, I'm not as enthusiastic as they are, you just enjoy your emperor treatment. Though she said this, she still slowly walked over and sat down at the dining table. Shin Shurhan and Yi Lin continued to serve Lin Chen attentively, occasionally picking food for him and handing him napkins. Lin Chen was somewhat amused and exasperated by the two women. He hadn't expected such a big change in them overnight and could only enjoy their kind service. As they were eating, Lin Chen suddenly felt like something was missing. Darling, what's wrong? Shin Shurhan noticed Lin Chen's unusual behavior, her face filled with concern. And Yilin also looked over with a tense expression. Lin Chen smiled and turned to Tang Wanru. Dr. Tang, have you eaten well? Tang Wanru nodded. It was just breakfast, enough to get by. She didn't understand what Lin Chen meant by asking her. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a meaningful smile. Since you're full, let's get back to work. He pointed to the medical pod in the guest room, and Tang Wanru understood that Lin Chen wanted her to continue taking care of Gao Wu and perform some necessary treatment procedures on him. Soon, the room was filled with screams. Put all of this together. Lin Chen pointed at the firewood stove and the generator, speaking to Zhao Xiaolong and the others. Zhao Xiaolong quickly nodded and bowed, his face full of flattery as he replied, Master Lin, just wait and see. A few strong men began to operate on the firewood stove and the generator. This was another room Lin Chen had opened. He planned to use it as a fighting room. After finishing breakfast, Lin Chen consumed 10 more physical fruit, bringing his physique to 31 points. At this moment, he could clearly feel a surge of power flowing within his body, as if every cell was filled with vitality. However, he had all this strength but no idea how to effectively apply it in real combat. When he encountered that monster yesterday, he had only relied on instinct to respond. This wouldn't do if he ever faced a formidable opponent or a large number of enemies. Relying solely on brute force would be insufficient. So, he asked in the community group if anyone knew martial arts, and unexpectedly, there was a coach who taught children Sanda. Lin Chen thought, although it was for children, the coach must have relevant experience, and learning a few moves was better than nothing. He then had Zhao Xiaolong and the others clear out a room for practicing combat skills. In fact, Lin Chen still had a grand doomsday fortress in the system space that he hadn't set up yet. It wasn't that he didn't want to, it was mainly because finding a piece of land over 100 meters wide in the city was quite difficult. Moreover, Lin Chen wasn't sure if he could retrieve the fortress back into the system space once it was set up in reality. If it couldn't be moved after being placed, then in case of an emergency, he would have to abandon the fortress if he wanted to escape. Therefore, until he found a suitable opportunity or was absolutely forced to, Lin Chen didn't plan to use that fortress. At least for now, he felt life was quite good, and he was living it with flavor. He considered the fortress as his last trump card. In case of an emergency, like encountering an extremely powerful mutated monster, he would just find a remote mountain to hide in. Soon, the firewood stove and generator were installed, and the temperature in the room rose. Zhao Xiaolong walked over and flatteringly said, "Master Lin, everything is ready. Is there anything else you need?" Lin Chen glanced at him and said, "Go get that Sonda coach for me, and have someone guard the entrance to prevent others from coming in and disturbing us." Zhao Xiaolong quickly replied, "Yes, Master Lin, I'll take care of it right away." After saying that, he dashed out to get it done. Before long, Zhao Xiaolong hurried back with the Sonda coach. "Master Lin, I've brought the person you asked for," Zhao Xiaolong said respectfully, then stepped aside. Lin Chen examined the coach in front of him. He was a fit, muscular middle-aged man. However, he seemed a bit nervous at the moment. The coach didn't know if his decision was right or wrong, but in order to live better, he had to take a chance. If he could build a good relationship with Lin Chen, perhaps his future days would have more security, and his family could live a relatively stable life. Lin, Mr. Lin, hello, my name is Chen Gang, the coach stammered. Lin Chen nodded. "Coach Chen, thank you for coming. I have all this strength but no combat skills, so I need to learn from you." Chen Gang quickly waved his hand, forcing a smile on his face, but the tension was still evident in his expression. "Why you flatter me, Mr. Lin? Rest assured, I will do my utmost to teach you. Although I previously taught children's Sonda, my fundamentals are solid, and I can definitely help you gain something." Lin Chen noticed Chen Gang's nervousness and smiled, saying, "Coach Chen, don't be nervous. I'm just a beginner. Just teach me like you normally would with kids, I'm not that particular." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Gang felt a bit more relaxed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. "Alright, Mr. Lin, let's start with the most basic movements. This Sonda emphasizes using both hands and feet, with movements that need to be fast, precise, and powerful, generating force from the soles of your feet all the way to your fists or toes." As he spoke, Chen Gang demonstrated several basic Sonda moves such as straight punches, hooks, and side kicks, each movement clean and sharp, bursting with explosive power. Lin Chen watched intently, not blinking, trying hard to remember the key points of each movement. "Mr. Lin, give this straight punch a try. Remember, the force should start from your legs, twist through your waist, and then transfer to your arms to deliver maximum power." Chen Gang guided Lin Chen as he spoke. Lin Chen took a deep breath and, following Chen Gang's instructions, threw a punch with all his might. With a whoosh, the punch cut through the air, the force seemingly shaking the atmosphere. "Good. Mr. Lin's punch almost made me wet myself. Mr. Lin is so cool." Nearby, Zhao Xiaolong and the others clapped and cheered enthusiastically. Lin Chen glanced at them lightly, and they quickly quieted down, not daring to disturb him further, even holding their breath. After a moment, when no electric shock was felt in their necks, they finally relaxed, realizing that flattery could only go so far. Chen Gang was also taken aback by the power of Lin Chen's punch, but he quickly regained his composure, his face filled with astonishment. "Mr. Lin, your physical fitness is truly remarkable. This strength is something ordinary people can't match." He was genuinely surprised. He had thought Lin Chen had built a certain reputation solely through his equipment, but he didn't expect his physical prowess to be so formidable. Just this one punch showcased strength far beyond the average person. This made him feel even more respect and curiosity towards Lin Chen, wondering what kind of fortuitous circumstances had granted him such immense power. Lin Chen simply nodded lightly. "I just have a bit more strength, my skills are still lacking." "Not at all. It's not just your strength, your way of generating power is very natural. With a little training, you could definitely become a master." Chen Gang praised him while guiding Lin Chen through several other movements. Lin Chen followed each instruction, executing every movement with style, and as he practiced more, his actions became increasingly proficient. His agile movements made Chen Gang nod in approval. "Mr. Lin, your agility is quite outstanding. Many professional athletes might not even have your reaction speed," Chen Gang remarked sincerely. Lin Chen smiled but said nothing more. In the following time, Chen Gang taught Lin Chen with even more dedication, imparting everything from the combinations of various techniques to practical combat adaptability without holding back. Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot, ever since Lin Chen opened the warehouse yesterday, the neighbors had all received ample food, and now they appeared spirited, gathering in groups of 3 or 5 to chat. "Hey, have you heard? Apparently, when Lin Chen went out yesterday, he encountered a monster." "What, a monster?" someone exclaimed, their eyes widening in surprise, their voice involuntarily rising a few notches. The previously relaxed atmosphere instantly turned tense, and everyone around turned to look at the speaker. "I heard it from someone else, so I'm not sure about the details. I just heard that the monster looks particularly terrifying, it's huge and it gives off a chilling aura. The person who first brought up the matter described it vividly, gesturing as if he had seen the monster with his own eyes. Lin Chen had no intention of hiding this matter, it wasn't some treasure or opportunity, so there was no need for concealment. Of course, he didn't deliberately spread it either, it just naturally circulated. After the three women around him found out. Is it true? How could there be a monster? Some were skeptical, Snow was understandable, but a monster? In their past understanding, although the world had become difficult, it was just a matter of scarce resources and harsh living conditions. They had never truly encountered a monster, so upon hearing it, they felt it was pure nonsense. Is Lin Chen just trying to scare us so we won't run out? After having their fill, some felt emboldened. After all, having stayed in a stable environment for a long time with food security, some people's blind confidence began to resurface. I think Lin Chen just wants to keep us trapped here so we have to listen to him. A burly man said in a deep voice, looking unconvinced. Exactly, there's no such thing as a monster, I think he's just trying to scare us. A young man next to him chimed in, disdainfully curling his lip. However, many others showed concern. An older woman furrowed her brow and said, I don't think Lin Chen would say such things for no reason. Maybe it really is dangerous outside, we should be careful. Yes, the old lady is right. Lin Chen has been so good to us, finding us a place to stay and distributing food. He has no reason to lie to us. A young girl said softly, still believing in Lin Chen. Old lady, don't be fooled by his appearance. In this world, people's hearts are hard to read, who knows what Lin Chen is really thinking. Maybe one day he'll sell us out and just walk away. The burly man shot the old lady a glare and said gruffly. Right, we can't just blindly trust him. Just because he says there's a monster, does that mean there really is one? I think he just wants to consolidate power and treat us as his pawns. Although the murmurs were not loud, after all, no one was foolish enough to stand up and openly oppose Lin Chen, but what everyone thought in their hearts was hard to say. Many listening to these words began to have doubts, and their trust in Lin Chen wavered slightly. Or perhaps these people had never truly trusted Lin Chen. The food was something they had exchanged their own money for, what did it have to do with Lin Chen? The food I bought with my own money, why should you claim it's your charity? Moreover, the prices were exorbitant, 10 times what they were before. The apocalypse, simply extortionate. Many felt that Lin Chen was just flaunting his superior equipment in this apocalypse if he were unarmed. Who knew who would be stronger or weaker? Some even began to entertain ulterior motives. One person, holding a can of snowflake beer, took a few big gulps and said in a low voice, I don't think Lin Chen is anything special. Let's find a chance to snatch his gear, then this territory will be ours, and we can be the bosses, making everyone listen to us. A man next to him, wearing ear studs, sneered, I'm just afraid he won't be easy to deal with, but we can observe him first, wait for him to be alone, and strike. As long as the plan is thorough, we will definitely succeed. At worst, we can steal it. I don't believe he sleeps in that gear. Since Lin Chen could intimidate everyone with his gear, why couldn't they? At that moment, Lin Chen's exquisite equipment seemed to everyone like the sword of heaven or the dragon-slaying blade, as if whoever obtained it could command the world and no one would dare to disobey. While some were dreaming sweet dreams in the vast snow, a creature that was neither human nor beast was quietly approaching. If Lin Chen were here, he would definitely recognize it. Wasn't this the one he killed in the cosmetic surgery hospital? But how did it come back to life? Even more unexpectedly, the wounds on this monster had completely healed, and the parts that Lin Chen had heavily injured showed no signs of having been hurt at all. As the creature walked, it stretched its neck as if sniffing something. Near Qinghai City, in an unknown mountain. The interior of the mountain had been completely hollowed out, and in the cave, some faded traditional Chinese slogans could still be seen, seemingly from the 1960s or 70s. Those slogans carried a strong sense of the era, although they had become mottled and faded, one could still faintly feel the blood and passion of those years. However, the atmosphere in the cave now was in stark contrast to the fervor of the past. Inside a certain cave, a wealthy woman was holding a chihuahua, sitting on a rather comfortable sofa, gently stroking the dog's fur while complaining with a displeased expression. Oh dear, how can we still not let people go out? It's really something. A man was sitting in a chair not far away, crossing his legs and holding a cigar. Hearing the woman's complaints, he frowned slightly and said slowly, Oh dear, I told you not to complain anymore, didn't I? I heard the heavy snow hasn't stopped yet, and you have food and clothes now, that's good. Enough. The woman, upon hearing this, became even angrier and raised her voice, The heavy snow hasn't stopped? It's been over 10 days. How many people are going to die out there? The man waved his hand impatiently, ash from his cigar falling down. He glanced at the woman and said, "You shouldn't worry about other people's affairs." But the woman was relentless, pacing back and forth with the chihuahua in her arms, still muttering, "Oomph, I just feel so bored. All day long, it's either eating or sleeping, it's almost enough to drive someone crazy." The man took another puff of his cigar and said slowly, "The higher-up said that once the heavy snow stops, we can go out." The woman frowned and said, "Who knows how long that will take? This damn weather." It wasn't just this cave, other caves were mostly the same, having been cooped up for over 10 days, nearly suffocating people. There were also many familiar faces here, such as celebrity singers and actors. And in the center of the mountain, there was a huge cave, which was now filled with various display instruments. Several staff members in white lab coats, with beads of sweat on their foreheads, were nervously staring at the screens of the instruments. Report to the leader, the energy is still rising, currently it has reached. In the fighting room, Lin Chen took the towel handed to him by Shin Shirhan to wipe off his sweat, concluding a day of training. Chen Gang looked at Lin Chen with awe and couldn't help but exclaim, "Mr. Lin, I've taught many students. But someone with your physical abilities is truly a rare find." To be honest, at first, Chen Gang regarded this as just an ordinary teaching task, but now, he felt genuine respect for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's strength, speed, and agility far exceeded that of ordinary people, and this was not something that could be easily achieved through training alone. Others might think that Lin Chen's achievements were solely due to his weaponry, but only Chen Gang knew just how extraordinary Lin Chen was. He clearly remembered that during training, Lin Chen's understanding and execution of some high-difficulty moves were almost instantaneous. His body coordination and explosive power resembled that of an awakened ancient beast. Moreover, under sustained high-intensity training, Lin Chen's recovery speed was astonishing. While others would have long collapsed from exhaustion, he merely showed slightly rapid breathing and, after a brief rest, could continue training as if he had endless energy. As Chen Gang spoke, he secretly speculated about what kind of experiences or adventures Lin Chen had gone through to develop such incredible physical qualities. Nearby, Zhao Xiaolong and the others, hearing Chen Gang's words, also gathered around, their faces full of flattery. "Of course, who is Lord Lin? He is a born strongman. Our Lord Lin's prowess is not something ordinary people can compare to," Zhao Xiaolong said with a beaming smile. Exactly. Lord Lin's physical qualities are 1 in a million. Following Lord Lin, we can just wait to enjoy the good life, Zhao Xiaohu quickly chimed in. Lin Chen frowned slightly, thinking to himself that they were expecting to enjoy the good life when they hadn't even done anything yet. He then turned and took out 2 packs of individual rations from a nearby backpack, handing them to Chen Gang. "Coach Chen, you've worked hard today, these 2 packs of rations are your reward." Coach Chen's eyes lit up at the sight of the rations, and he swallowed hard. In this apocalypse, food was the most precious thing, bar none. He excitedly accepted the rations and said, "Mr. Lin, how can I accept this? It's my honor to teach you, you're being too polite." Chen Gang's hands trembled slightly. These 2 packs of rations were not just food for him, but a rare guarantee. Zhao Xiaolong and the others looked at the coach receiving the rations with envy. However, they dared not hope for such things. Just being alive was good enough, and the torment of electric shocks was something only those who had experienced it could understand. Lin Chen glanced at them and said, "All right, you all can disperse now." "Yes, Lord Lin." Zhao Xiaolong and the others quickly responded and then scattered. At that moment, Shin Shirhan and Yi Lin each wrapped an arm around Lin Chen, starting to offer various emotional support. "Darling, you're getting stronger and stronger," Shin Shirhan said, tilting her head, her eyes filled with admiration and affection, with a hint of a pout, "I think you're like a superhero, you can definitely protect us well." Yi Lin also chimed in, gently shaking Lin Chen's arm. Yes. "Lin Chen, your progress is just too fast, I knew you were the best." Shin Shirhan continued, "By the way, darling, you've trained for so long, you must be tired. I've prepared hot water for you, go take a shower and relax a bit." Yi Lin quickly nodded. After your shower, we'll give you a massage to make you feel comfortable." Thus, Lin Chen enjoyed a royal treatment once again. After coming out of the bathroom, the 2 women began to massage Lin Chen. This was not just because they wanted to please him, but the coach had also instructed it. After extensive exercise, it was best to help the body eliminate lactic acid. The 2 women had Lin Chen lie on the bed. Shin Shirhan poured some warm essential oil into her palm, rubbed it gently to mix, and then began to slowly apply it on Lin Chen's back. Starting from the shoulders, she pressed down along both sides of the spine, kneading with moderate strength, gradually easing the muscles that had tightened from training. Yi Lin was also busy. She sat at Lin Chen's feet, gently lifted one of them, and carefully pressed on the acupoints on the sole with her thumb. Under the careful massage of the two women, Lin Chen felt the fatigue in his body gradually dissipate, as if every cell was cheering with joy. In fact, it was completely unnecessary to go through such trouble. Just taking a single body constitution fruit would have been enough to drive away all the fatigue in his body and restore him to his best state. But Lin Chen had already consumed 10 fruits today, and besides, what was wrong with enjoying himself? After enjoying, Lin Chen felt refreshed and went next door. Gao Wu was lying on the operating table, groaning in pain, with a face full of despair. He felt as if his chest had become heavier, while below, it felt empty, a sensation he found very uncomfortable. Lin Chen walked over, looked at Gao Wu's appearance, and couldn't help but tease, "Gao Wu, your look is quite unique. What's wrong, not used to your new body?" Gao Wu shot a resentful glance at Lin Chen, as if to say, "If it were you, could you adapt?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "You've got quite the temper, little girl." Zila Gao Wu's scream echoed throughout the room. I was wrong. Spare me, please spare me. No. Gao Wu's face was filled with pain, sweat continuously dripping from his forehead, his body twitching uncontrollably. After more than 10 seconds, Lin Chen finally stopped the punishment and said lightly, "At first, it will be a bit uncomfortable, but it will get better after a while. Just think of it as practicing a unique skill, suffering first and enjoying later." "Did you remember?" He stared at Gao Wu. I remembered. Gao Wu gasped heavily, but this time he was much more obedient, not daring to show even the slightest hint of dissatisfaction. Tang Wanro watched from the side, feeling a chill rising from her feet to her heart. She never expected Lin Chen to be so ruthless. Even after Gao Wu was like this, Lin Chen still wouldn't let him go. What kind of enmity or grudge was there between them? Lin Chen turned to Tang Wanru and asked, "Dr. Tang, how much longer will this surgery take?" Tang Wanru thought for a moment and replied, "It will take a few more days. The two main areas have been completed, what's left is the facial reconstruction and the vocal cords." "Right, and you mentioned wanting to remove 2 ribs. Hearing Tang Wanru's words, Gao Wu couldn't help but tremble, his face turning ashen. He wished he could just crash his head against something and die right now, but he was bound to the operating table and couldn't move at all. Lin Chen saw Gao Wu's expression and was very satisfied. The more pain Gao Wu felt, the more satisfied he was. What does it mean to suffer worse than death? This was just the beginning. Lin Chen coldly looked at Gao Wu. "Wait until you get off the operating table. Little sister." Ding, today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 bags of efficient snow melting agent 2. 10,000 barrels of pure drinking water 3. 1 armed helicopter, 10,000 barrels of fuel 4. 1 A-grade skill fruit 4. For 4, I choose 4. What's there to hesitate about? Just close your eyes and pick. Ding, flash sale successful. In an instant, a fruit that looked even more mysterious than the physical enhancement fruit appeared in the system space. This fruit emitted a faint halo, its skin a deep purple-black, with strange patterns swirling on its surface, resembling ancient mysterious runes. Wow, it looks awesome. Lin Chen quickly opened the mall page and found the exchange list. A-grade skill fruit, 10 million yuan each. What the hell? Lin Chen was stunned. The price of this skill fruit was actually as high as 10 million. A full 10 million. That's enough to exchange for 100 physical enhancement fruits. But in an instant, Lin Chen felt it was very reasonable. This was a skill. 100 physical enhancement fruits would only boost physical quality to 10 times that of an average person. 4. Example, if a normal person has a punch with a force of 50 kilograms, 10 times would be 500 kilograms. Although it sounds terrifying, it seems just that. But skills are different. If he obtained a skill that could spray water or fire, wouldn't he soar? The more Lin Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, his mind already imagining various scenarios after acquiring magical skills. If he could get a teleportation skill, then in this apocalypse, whether dodging danger or quickly reaching a certain place, it would be a piece of cake. By then, those who wanted to harm him wouldn't even have time to react before he vanished without a trace, leaving them staring blankly. Or if he obtained a skill to control lightning, that would be even more powerful. Just a slight raise of his hand, and dazzling lightning could strike from his fingertips, instantly frying his enemies to ashes. Just thinking about it felt exhilarating. While Lin Chen was lost in thought, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes filled with anticipation as he looked again at the A-grade skill fruit radiating a mysterious halo in the system space. Ever since encountering that monster the day before yesterday, Lin Chen had felt a lingering unease. He didn't know where this unease came from. The monster's appearance was too bizarre, its speed astonishing, its strength beyond imagination, and it seemed to possess some unfathomable special abilities. Although he barely managed to cope with his solid physical quality and some equipment, the process was extremely perilous, and he had come close to being seriously injured by that monster several times. That's why he had specifically sought out a coach yesterday to practice some martial arts techniques, hoping to gain more self-defense capability when facing unknown dangers. Now, the appearance of this A-grade skill fruit undoubtedly gave him new hope. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart, then took out the mysterious fruit from the system space. As soon as the fruit left the system space, it emitted an even stronger halo, and the strange patterns on its purple-black skin seemed to pulse slightly. Lin Chen no longer hesitated. He opened his mouth and slowly brought the A-grade skill fruit to his lips. As soon as the fruit entered his mouth, it transformed into a cool juice that flowed down his throat. The taste was somewhat peculiar, neither sweet nor bitter, but Lin Chen had no time to care about that. He focused solely on feeling the changes about to occur within his body. In an instant, a powerful energy surged from his abdomen, rapidly spreading to his limbs like a roaring tide. Lin Chen felt as if all the meridians in his body had been struck by an electric current, tingling and aching. He couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, but still forced himself to steady his stance. His eyes were overwhelmed by a sharp pain and a burning sensation, as if flames were raging within his eye sockets, or like countless needles were stabbing fiercely at his eyeballs. Lin Chen tightly shut his eyes, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face, his hands pressed firmly against his eyes in an attempt to alleviate the piercing pain. Amidst this agony, a flood of strange lights and information began to surge into his mind, like a series of rapidly flashing images, blurry yet seemingly containing some profound meaning. Gradually, the intense energy fluctuations began to subside, and the pain receded like a tide. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if the world before him had been renewed. Everything that had seemed ordinary now appeared exceptionally clear and vivid. At that moment, he could distinctly see the tiny dust particles floating in the air, the extremely fine cracks on the wall, and even the texture on the wings of a small insect in the distance. This is... Lin Chen felt as if the world before him had been pressed with a high-definition zoom and slow-motion button, every minute detail laid bare. This unprecedented visual experience left him both shocked and exhilarated. He quickly summoned the system panel host, Lin Chen Physique, 31 skill, Dynamic Vision, a shop, click to view Dynamic Vision. It was actually this skill. Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. He understood well what it meant to possess such a special skill in this alternative apocalyptic world. Whether it was detecting danger in unknown areas or accurately predicting an enemy's attack trajectory in battle, Dynamic Vision would prove to be invaluable. A rank? Lin Chen murmured. This was just an A rank skill. Will there be S rank? SS rank in the future? Thinking of some novels he had read, such questions surfaced in Lin Chen's mind. If there were indeed higher-level skill fruits, wouldn't the skills granted be even more extraordinary? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, but he also understood that he couldn't aim too high. The most important thing right now was to master and utilize this A-rank Dynamic Vision skill proficiently. After hastily eating a few bites of the breakfast prepared for him by the two women, Lin Chen couldn't wait to call Chen Gang to the combat room, eager to test how much assistance Dynamic Vision could provide him in actual combat. Upon receiving Lin Chen's summons, Chen Gang did not dare to slack off and quickly arrived at the combat room. As soon as he entered, Chen Gang felt the eager energy radiating from Lin Chen. Mr. Lin, good morning. Chen Gang greeted nervously. Good morning, Coach Chen. Before we start learning today, let's practice a bit and see, Lin Chen said with anticipation in his eyes. Chen Gang was taken aback, his expression turning somewhat grim. Practice? With you? With your abnormal physical fitness and strength, wouldn't a single punch kill me? Lin Chen noticed Chen Gang's concerns and smiled, saying, Coach Chen, no need to worry. I won't attack, you just focus on attacking me. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Gang let out a sigh of relief. Then, Mr. Lin, I apologize in advance. Chen Gang was not being pretentious. As he spoke, he slowly assumed a stance. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, then suddenly lunged towards Lin Chen, his right fist cutting through the air, aimed at Lin Chen's shoulder. Chen Gang used 80% of his strength for this punch. He wanted to showcase his power but was also cautious, fearing he might truly anger Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood still, his gaze calm and focused. The moment Chen Gang threw his punch, he activated his dynamic vision. In an instant, Chen Gang's movements seemed to slow down several times in Lin Chen's eyes. He clearly saw Chen Gang's fist inching closer, the veins on the fist bulging, and the muscle fibers in his arms slightly twisting with the force. However, most importantly, Lin Chen seemed to see the final landing point of that punch. Anticipation. This was the most extraordinary aspect of dynamic vision, allowing one to accurately Judge the final attack position at the moment of the enemy's strike, thus enabling a preemptive response. For an ordinary person, even with sufficient anticipation, it might not be easy to dodge. After all, human reaction speed is limited. Often, even if one knows the direction of the attack, the body cannot respond in time. But Lin Chen slightly tilted his body and effortlessly dodged the blow. It was no joke. With a physical quality of 31 points, his agility was no small feat. Chen Gang was secretly astonished. He hadn't expected that his full-powered punch, which he believed to be quite powerful, would be so easily evaded by Lin Chen. Seeing the surprised expression on Chen Gang's face, Lin Chen smiled slightly and said, "Coach Chen, don't stop, keep going." Chen Gang came back to his senses, gritted his teeth, and thought to himself that he couldn't let Lin Chen look down on him so easily. If Lin Chen thought he was just mediocre and stopped seeking him out for practice, that would be a disaster. So he quickly adjusted his state and immediately threw a left hook towards Lin Chen's abdomen. Lin Chen remained unhurried. This time, he not only saw the trajectory and landing point of Chen Gang's punch but also noticed the slight shift in Chen Gang's center of gravity and the subtle adjustments in his footwork as he threw the punch. A flaw. This was another remarkable manifestation of dynamic vision, capable of perceiving the inadvertent vulnerabilities exposed during the enemy's attack. Lin Chen's feet seemed to glide like the wind, gently sliding back a step, causing Chen Gang's left hook to miss. Again. Chen Gang felt increasingly incredulous. He had missed 2 consecutive punches. Although he was just a coach teaching children, he was still a professional-level coach who had won numerous provincial and city-level competition awards. And Lin Chen? He was merely a novice who had just learned the basics of combat for a day, yet he had so easily dodged his consecutive attacks, which dealt a significant blow to Chen Gang's pride. He couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated, secretly blaming himself for being too careless earlier and not going all out. But he also knew that he had indeed used 70 to 80% of his strength in those 2 punches. It was just that Lin Chen's performance was truly astonishing. Chen Gang took a deep breath, deciding to hold nothing back and unleash all his skills. His gaze became sharper, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed, resembling a cheetah about to pounce on its prey. He feigned a punch aimed at Lin Chen's head, but in an instant, he switched tactics, executing a low sweeping kick aimed at Lin Chen's lower body. This sweeping kick was incredibly fast and powerful, creating a whooshing sound as it kicked up dust from the ground. Lin Chen instantly caught on to Chen Gang's intentions. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he calmly leaped up, performing a beautiful spin in the air, not only dodging Chen Gang's sweeping kick, but also adjusting his posture mid-air, ready to face any potential follow-up attack from Chen Gang. Chen Gang's sweeping kick once again missed its target, and he stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. At this point, he was already a bit out of breath. The continuous high-intensity attacks had not hit the target even once, which quickly drained his stamina and made him increasingly flustered. Lin Chen landed steadily on the ground, looking at the somewhat disheveled Chen Gang, and said, "Coach Chen, your moves are quite varied, but you need to be faster and more ruthless." Hearing Lin Chen's words, Chen Gang felt a wave of frustration. He knew Lin Chen wasn't mocking him, but at that moment, he felt like a rookie in front of Lin Chen, completely powerless to fight back. It was as if Lin Chen was the coach and he was the student. Chen Gang gritted his teeth and decided to go all out. He let out a roar and charged at Lin Chen like a madman. This time, he unleashed his combo skills, his fists raining down on Lin Chen's upper body from all angles, while his leg techniques were seamlessly coordinated. For a moment, the fighting room was filled with the sounds of fists and legs intertwining. However, Lin Chen remained calm and composed. With the enhancement of his dynamic vision, it was as if he had entered a slow-motion world. Every punch Chen Gang threw, the force transmitted, every angle of his kicks, and even the subtle changes in his facial expressions were all captured by Lin Chen. While easily dodging left and right, Lin Chen could also observe Chen Gang's attack rhythm and even learn from it. He noticed that some of Chen Gang's combo connections were very clever. Thus, he silently memorized the key points and force application methods of these moves in his mind while continuing to respond to Chen Gang's onslaught with agile movements. After about 10 minutes, Chen Gang stopped attacking, leaning on his knees and gasping for breath. Mr. Lin, this is just too abnormal." Chen Gang was completely defeated. Thoroughly defeated. Just yesterday, he had still looked like a rookie, but today he had suddenly transformed into a master. Who could handle that? Moreover, he felt no sense of achievement at all. If he had trained Lin Chen for a while and Lin Chen had become this powerful, he might have felt a sense of pride and satisfaction, as if the student had surpassed the teacher. But now, despite his all-out attacks, he couldn't even touch the hem of Lin Chen's clothes, which made him feel incredibly frustrated. Lin Chen smiled. He hadn't expected dynamic vision to be this powerful. Prediction, weaknesses, and even learning. Coach Chen, you've worked hard. Let's call it a day. Saying this, Lin Chen took out 2 packs of individual rations and handed them to Chen Gang. Chen Gang suddenly felt a sense of receiving unearned rewards. He had attacked with all his might but had not posed any threat to Lin Chen, yet he was still receiving rations from Lin Chen, which made his face flush slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. But at the same time, he had a feeling that he might not be able to keep this job for long. After Lin Chen tested the skills he had just acquired, he felt capable again. He prepared to go out once more. Now, the system account balance was less than 500,000, not even enough to exchange for today's 10 physical fruit. After getting dressed, Lin Chen went to the simple dock, ready to head out again. Buzz, buzz, Lin Chen drove the snowmobile, racing through this silver-white world. To be honest, the feeling of weaving through the frozen steel jungle was quite exhilarating. He could feel the biting cold wind slicing across his cheeks like a knife, yet there was a different kind of thrill, as if in this apocalyptic ice and snow, he was the only one who could gallop freely. Through his goggles, aided by the newly acquired dynamic vision skill, everything around him was crystal clear. Suddenly, Lin Chen executed a dragon tail maneuver. The rear wheel of the snowmobile traced a beautiful arc in the snow, and the vehicle instantly changed direction, kicking up a large cloud of snow. Whoosh, it felt like something flew past him. With his dynamic vision, Lin Chen instantly saw that it was a bullet. Immediately after bang, there was a gunshot. Lin Chen looked in the direction the bullet had come from, and then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. Found you. Last time he had almost been sniped, how could he forget? That time, he was weaving through this icy expanse, completely unguarded, when a bullet whizzed past him, nearly taking his life. But at that moment, with the snow all around, he couldn't see where the bullet had come from. Now, with dynamic vision, everything was different. Following the direction of the bullet, Lin Chen's gaze locked onto a room several hundred meters away. He even saw a spark erupt from the gun's muzzle. Lin Chen once again activated his serpentine movement, quickly heading towards the building where the sniper was hiding. The snowmobile darted left and right across the snow, each twist and turn perfectly timed, causing the incoming bullets to miss time and again. With dynamic vision, Lin Chen could clearly see the trajectory of the bullets, allowing him to make precise evasive maneuvers in advance. His eyes glinted with a cold killing intent. It was the end of the world. If he didn't indulge in revenge, what was the point of surviving this apocalypse? In this crazy end times, mercy was the most extravagant thing. Only by using violence to counter violence could one truly stand firm. Soon, Lin Chen arrived at the base of the building. He broke through the window on the second floor. In the living room, there were 2 corpses embracing each other, already devoid of life. Lin Chen merely glanced at them and didn't pay much attention, then quickly headed towards the floor where the sniper was located. When he climbed to the target floor, he didn't rush to kick open the door. Who knew if the other party was waiting with a gun? Even with dynamic vision, Lin Chen didn't have confidence in dodging bullets at such close range. Therefore, Lin Chen prepared to deliver a dimensional strike. He took out a tactical grenade, pulled the safety pin, and threw it directly at the door. Boom! The door was instantly blown to smithereens. Before the smoke could clear, Lin Chen quickly threw in another grenade. This time, the grenade exploded inside the room, producing an even more deafening roar, engulfing the entire room in flames and thick smoke. The sniper, who had been hiding in a corner, ready to deliver a fatal blow when Lin Chen entered, never expected Lin Chen to be so decisive and ruthless, directly using grenades. It was simply against the rules of combat. He was thrown by the shockwave of the explosion, injured all over, and his sniper rifle fell to the ground, leaving him sprawled in a pool of blood, barely breathing. Lin Chen kicked open the doorframe that was about to collapse from the explosion and strode into the room. At that moment, he discovered that besides the barely alive sniper, there was also a woman, presumably the sniper's wife. When the woman saw Lin Chen enter, her face filled with terror. She knelt on the ground with a thud, crying and begging for mercy. Please, spare us. We had no choice, we only acted against you because we wanted to survive. The sniper also struggled to lift his head, his eyes filled with pleading. Brother, spare me, I was wrong, I won't dare again. Lin Chen stood there, his expression as cold as the icy world around him. You don't know you were wrong, you just know you're afraid. After saying this, he drew his pistol and aimed it at the 2 people on the ground. Bang, bang, 2 gunshots echoed in the silent room. The couple's eyes widened, their faces still showing terror and despair, as they slowly fell. Lin Chen put away his pistol, picked up the sniper rifle from the ground, and found dozens of bullets in the room before turning to leave. An eye for an eye. Since they had no intention of torturing him, only wanting his life, he wouldn't unnecessarily torment them either. He wasn't a pervert. As for whether there were any living people left in this building, Lin Chen didn't know, nor did he want to know. Lin Chen drove the snowmobile towards another well-known shopping mall nearby, Wanda Plaza. When he arrived at Wanda Plaza, the sight before him made him pause slightly. The mall's main entrance was tightly closed, but through the glass, he could see flickering firelight. Inside. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He hadn't expected there to be people here. But thinking about it, Wanda Plaza was generally built near residential areas, and in desperate times, there would always be those who burst forth with a strong will to survive, gathering here to seek shelter and resources. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Chen decided to go in and take a look. Once again entering through a broken window, a wave of warmth mixed with a slight burnt smell hit him. What came into view was a roaring bonfire in the center of the hall, surrounded by several people, all of whom wore expressions of fatigue and vigilance. These people were roasting fire, burning clothes from the mall, seemingly trying every means to keep warm in this cold apocalypse. Lin Chen's appearance instantly drew everyone's attention. A burly man with a face full of flesh seemed to be the leader here. He looked Lin Chen up and down with a disdainful gaze. Beside him, several lackeys began to laugh. One of them, a sharp-faced fellow, mocked, "Yo, where did this kid come from, carrying a toy gun, trying to scare who? If it were a handgun, they might have been afraid, but a sniper rifle or submachine gun? That was nonsense. How could anyone have such a thing?" Lin Chen frowned. He couldn't be bothered to waste words with these people. Without saying a word, he quickly drew his handgun from his waist, and with a bang, the bullet whizzed past the sharp-faced lackey's feet, sparking on the ground. The sudden gunfire silenced the entire hall instantly. The faces of those who had just been laughing turned pale. The few lackeys were so scared their legs went weak, and with a thud, they all knelt on the ground. They never expected Lin Chen would actually dare to shoot, and his marksmanship was clearly no joke. The so-called leader was also stunned. The disdain on his face had long disappeared, replaced by fear and panic. He trembled as he spoke. "Brother, don't be impulsive. Impulsiveness is the devil." Seeing these people intimidated by him, Lin Chen didn't make things too difficult for them. Since he captured Gao Wu, the anger in his heart had dissipated quite a bit. Not a saint, but also not a mindless killer. There was no need to kill someone just because of an offense. He cast a cold glance at these people, who couldn't help but shiver. When they looked at Lin Chen again, they found him to be like a god of war from the snowy lands. That icy gaze seemed to penetrate their souls, stirring a deep fear from within. Among the crowd, the small, sharp-faced lackey was filled with regret. His legs were still trembling slightly, his forehead drenched in cold sweat, and he didn't dare to meet Lin Chen's eyes, only sneaking a glance with his peripheral vision before hurriedly lowering his head, afraid of provoking this harbinger of death again. Lin Chen ignored these people and walked straight to the jewelry section of the mall. Upon entering the jewelry area, Lin Chen immediately noticed that most of it had already been looted. The display cases, once filled with exquisite jewelry, now appeared empty, with traces of violent damage still visible on the glass. Lin Chen felt a bit frustrated, having to pick up the leftovers of others. He wished he could charge back in with a submachine gun and demand that those people hand over the gold. However, after some thought, he felt that would be too brutal. What was the difference from robbery? Not wanting to dwell on such thoughts, Lin Chen began to scavenge the remaining gold. As expected of Wanda Plaza, Lin Chen mused to himself while picking up a fallen gold necklace. The gold content here was several levels higher than that of Yonghui Supermarket. With numerous brand counters in the plaza, it didn't take long for him to collect over 1 million in gold. It wasn't until he had deposited all the gold into the system that Lin Chen stood up from the jewelry area, stretching his somewhat sore and numb body. He glanced at the system balance, 2,875,396 yuan. Almost 3 million. Lin Chen murmured softly, a slight smile unconsciously forming at the corners of his mouth. If all of it were converted into physical enhancement fruits, it would nearly elevate his physical attributes to 50 points. Coupled with dynamic vision, Lin Chen suddenly felt a bit terrifyingly strong. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. Poofa! He spotted a bank in a corner on the first floor and a bold idea sprang to mind. Rob a bank. Just thinking about it felt thrilling. Before the apocalypse, he had often fantasized about robbing banks, hijacking planes, and blowing up schools. After the apocalypse, he had also considered robbing a bank, but banks were usually located on the first floor and had long been covered by heavy snow. This bank, located within the mall, perfectly satisfied his dark sense of humor. Lin Chen quickly approached the bank entrance, first cautiously observing his surroundings to ensure there were no hidden dangers. After confirming it was safe, he took the submachine gun from his back, checked the magazine, and then opened fire on the bank's rolling shutter. Door. Da-did-day. The bullet struck the shutter door, sparking a series of flashes, and the lock was quickly shattered. Lin Chen stepped forward, grasped the edge of the shutter door with both hands, and pulled it up with force. The shutter door slowly rose with a screeching sound. He crouched down, holding the submachine gun, and carefully entered the bank. Inside the bank, there were neither living people nor corpses. Lin Chen then opened fire on the large door leading to the bank's interior. However, to his surprise, the heavy iron door was exceptionally sturdy. The bullets only left shallow marks and did not shatter it as he had expected. Lin Chen frowned. It seemed the bank's door was tougher than he had imagined. He unfastened a grenade from his waist, pulled the safety pin, and then accurately threw the grenade into the gap between the heavy iron door and the ground. Boom! After a loud explosion, the heavy iron door remained completely unmoved. What the hell? Lin Chen was stunned. The bank's door couldn't even be shaken by a grenade. He then pulled out another grenade, but this time he threw it at the bulletproof glass. The grenade landed precisely in the trading slot below the bulletproof glass. With a loud boom, the powerful shockwave shattered the bulletproof glass, sending shards flying everywhere. Lin Chen smiled with satisfaction. Bulletproof glass might not be able to withstand a grenade. Once the smoke cleared a bit, Lin Chen quickly walked into the bank. He arrived at the work area behind the counter, opened drawer after drawer and safe, only to find the counter completely empty, not a single cent in sight. It was then that Lin Chen realized that the apocalypse had broken out during the New Year's holiday, and the bank was closed. The money must have been moved. After all, banks don't keep cash during non-business hours, they usually rely on armored trucks for transport. Delivering in the morning and picking up in the evening. Damn it! Lin Chen cursed under his breath. What a waste of effort. However, having experienced a bank robbery, he felt he had at least indulged his craving. Just as Lin Chen was feeling a bit frustrated, he spotted 2 ATMs inside the bank. I can't just leave empty-handed, can I? Lin Chen thought to himself. So, he raised his submachine gun again and fired wildly at the protective casing of the ATM until it was riddled with holes. Then he forcefully smashed open the ATM, and sure enough, there was money inside, though not much together. The 2 ATMs held just over 100,000 in cash. Alright, at least it wasn't a total waste, Lin Chen said as he deposited the cash into the system, bringing his balance just over 3 million, which gradually eased his mind. Meanwhile, in the hall of Wanda Plaza, a group of people shivered, huddled tightly together. It was so brutal. Absolutely brutal. With submachine guns and grenades, everyone had lived in peaceful times and had never seen such a scene. They were all terrified by Lin Chen's violent actions, not daring to make a sound. The previously burly man, who looked like a bully, rolled his eyes and then walked over to someone. Want money or your life? The bully said to a person. I want my life, the person stammered in reply. If you want your life, then hand over all your money. Why? Why? The bully glared. With wide eyes, can't you see the gentleman over there is looting gold and robbing banks? He must have a special fondness for money. It's better for us to hand it over voluntarily than to be forced. Upon hearing this, the robbed person couldn't help but nod. That made sense. He then took out half of the gold and silver jewelry he had picked up in the mall. After all, it was free, so it was just a way to avoid disaster. The bully didn't mind too much, as long as they complied. He went around to each person, some gave more, some gave less, and soon he had collected a bag full of gold and silver. Just then, Lin Chen came out of the bank, his face dark. After all that effort, he had only gotten over 100,000. It was no wonder he was in a bad mood. Mainly, he had had high expectations, thinking it was a bank after all, but ended up with just over 100,000. The bully, seeing Lin Chen's gloomy face, couldn't help but shiver, then secretly rejoiced that he had been quick-witted. He hurried over and handed Lin Chen a bag full of gold. Sir, this is a tribute from the brothers. Lin Chen was taken aback, then opened the bag to take a look. Wow, these people were quite savvy. After coming out of Wanda Plaza, Lin Chen recharged the gold that those people had given him into the system. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance 5,287,359 yuan. 5 million. The account balance broke through the 5 million mark in one go, and Lin Chen was in a great mood. He then exchanged for a physical fruit, and after eating it, his stamina was instantly full, with no headache or back pain. He then drove his snowmobile home. At this moment, in the underground parking lot. Hey! Did you guys hear that? It sounds like there's something. A young man said softly, his eyes showing a hint of unease. He leaned slightly forward, straining his ears to catch the faint sound, trying to discern what it was. It's just the wind, another middle-aged man replied nonchalantly. The heavy snow kept falling, and the north wind howled. It was normal to have some noise. No, it doesn't sound like wind. The young man frowned, his eyes scanning the dimly lit parking garage but unable to find the source of the sound. At this moment, another person stepped forward and said, I heard it too. It seems to be coming from that corner, kind of like something dragging a heavy object. Shoo! Listen carefully, that person made a gesture for silence, looking tense. Everyone instantly quieted down. Creak creak, now it seemed everyone could hear it. The sound was like a rusty chain slowly dragging on the ground, or like a huge claw scraping against the concrete floor. What is that sound? Someone couldn't help but shiver. Who is it? Stop pretending to be a ghost, someone shouted bravely. Exactly, scaring people can kill, you know? Stop messing around, come out quickly. Everyone shouted back and forth, trying to dispel their inner fear in this way. The sound suddenly stopped, as if it had been frightened by the crowd's momentum. People breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves slightly easing. Phew, I thought there really was something dirty. Yeah, you scared me to death just now. Probably some brat from someone's house. Just then, the sound suddenly erupted again without warning, this time louder and even more chilling. Everyone's hearts jumped into their throats, and their bodies instinctively leaned towards each other. Who? Get out here right now. Stop messing around, whose kid is it? However, there was no response, just the sound continuing. Creak creak, the sound grew sharper. It seemed to be getting closer. In the dim parking garage, combined with the sound, the atmosphere of terror reached its peak. Some women even closed their eyes, too scared to look. At that moment, a shadow flashed past behind a distant pillar. The shadow moved extremely quickly, disappearing in an instant, making people doubt whether they had seen it correctly. What was that? Someone with sharp eyes exclaimed. This shout broke the oppressive silence, and everyone's gaze turned towards that direction, but they only saw darkness. The atmosphere of fear rapidly spread in the garage. Could it be a monster? Suddenly someone recalled the monster Lin Chen had mentioned encountering at the plastic surgery hospital, and this statement hit like a bomb, plunging everyone into deeper panic. No way, didn't Lin Chen say he had already killed that monster? A young man said with a face full of doubt, his eyes carrying a hint of blame. Just bragging, maybe he was scared off by that monster, a middle-aged woman scoffed, her voice sharp and full of accusation. Exactly, who knows what really happened back then? So what do we do now? People panicked, some even with a crying tone. Yet the sound continued to move back and forth in the garage, with no visible source. Every step felt like a heavy tread on the hearts of the crowd, quickening their pulses. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared on the wall, huge and twisted, accompanied by a chilling roar. The crowd could no longer contain themselves, erupting in terrified screams. A monster. A woman turned pale, her eyes wide as if her soul had been pulled from her body. Help! It's coming, it's really coming. The crowd shouted, their voices echoing in the garage, sounding even more tragic and desperate. They were all trapped in the garage. If a monster truly appeared, there would be nowhere to run. The monster seemed to toy with them, not in a hurry to attack, darting from one end of the garage to the other, its figure flashing quickly between the vehicles. Its movements were as agile as a ghost, bringing a chill wherever it went, and it knocked down a person who was trying to escape. That person fell, staring in terror at the monster before him, his body trembling uncontrollably, forgetting to scream. However, the monster did not immediately attack him. Instead, it circled around him a few times, emitting a low growl, as if mocking his weakness. The crowd could only watch in horror as it created chaos, utterly powerless to fight back. Yet the monster did not truly attack anyone, as if it were playing, or perhaps waiting for something. After a moment, it seemed to tire of its game and disappeared into the darkness. People sat on the ground, still shaken, gasping for breath. What on earth was that? Someone asked, their voice trembling, filled with fear and confusion. It was neither human nor beast, hardly resembling any creature from Blue Star. Quick, call Lin Chen. It's all his fault for going out. Now look, he's brought the monster here. Yes, hurry and get him back. The crowd huddled together, their bodies still trembling, eyes warily scanning the dark corners around them. I think we should find a place to hide. We can't just wait here. Hide? Where can we hide? This garage is so small that monster comes and goes as it pleases. We have nowhere to escape. Despair deepened among the people. They had just filled their stomachs. Were they to become someone else's food? Meanwhile, Gao Wen was repeatedly trying to call Lin Chen, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't get through. His palms were sweaty, nearly dropping the phone. With no other choice, he sent Lin Chen a message, praying for him to come back quickly. At that moment, Lin Chen was happily making his way back. The outline of the community was becoming clearer. Buzz buzz buzz. With his abnormal physique at 32 points, Lin Chen keenly sensed the sound of his phone. He stopped his motorcycle, took out his phone to check, and his expression instantly darkened. At the same time, he felt confused. He clearly remembered that he had blown that monster to bits. How could it possibly come back to life and find his lair? Could it be another one? Lin Chen furrowed his brow. But he had no time to think further. He pressed the throttle to the floor and sped towards the community. Lin Chen rode his motorcycle into the community like a gust of wind, then headed straight for the underground garage. When his figure appeared at the entrance of the garage, which had been silent and filled with a sense of fear, the people inside reacted as if they had been injected with a shot of adrenaline. Those who had been slumped on the ground, their eyes hollow and filled with despair, all raised their heads, and the spark of hope reignited in their eyes. "Lin Chen! You finally came!" Aunt Wang shouted excitedly, her gaze carrying a hint of reproach. Some young girls, who had been crying like rain-soaked pear blossoms, also stopped their tears, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen, their lips trembling slightly. Lin Chen ignored the crowd, calmly scanning the surroundings of the garage, but he did not see any monsters. "Everyone, don't panic. Tell me the monster's previous patterns of movement." It moves incredibly fast, darting between the pillars and cars. "You can't see it at all." Before the person could finish, Lin Chen suddenly turned around. "Found you." At that moment, the unknown monster showed a surprisingly human-like expression of disbelief, as if it couldn't believe Lin Chen had actually discovered it. However, the monster did not hide again. Instead, it charged straight at Lin Chen. In the blink of an eye, the enemy met, and the tension was palpable. The monster was suddenly right in front of Lin Chen. Yet, Lin Chen remained calm, a faint smile on his lips, slightly sidestepping to evade the monster's attack. The monster's strike missed, filled with astonishment. It hadn't expected Lin Chen to dodge its swift blow so easily. Anger flickered in its eyes, which had been glowing with an eerie blue light, and it let out a low growl, as if venting its frustration. Lin Chen, aided by his dynamic vision, clearly observed every move of the monster. The monster launched another attack, swinging its sharp claws, creating a whistling wind that aimed for Lin Chen's throat. Lin Chen leaned back leisurely, the claws barely grazing the tip of his nose. Then, he rolled away, creating distance from the monster, and somehow, a dagger appeared in his hand, glinting coldly in the dim light. Seeing Lin Chen handle the situation so calmly, the monster grew even angrier. It began to move rapidly around Lin Chen, trying to create countless illusions to confuse him. But in Lin Chen's eyes, these illusions were mere child's play. His gaze remained locked on the monster's true form. The monster seized an opportunity, lunging from the side with its mouth wide open, revealing sharp fangs. Lin Chen, like a flash of lightning, sidestepped and then thrust the dagger into the monster's back. The monster howled in pain, turning to pounce on Lin Chen. Again. This time, it concentrated its power in its claws, striking fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen lightly leaped up, turning in midair, landing steadily behind the monster, then raised his leg to kick at the joint of the monster's hind leg. The monster stumbled, nearly falling. It turned back in anger, its eyes bloodshot, charging at Lin Chen with even greater speed and strength than before. But Lin Chen remained calm. His dynamic vision allowed him to anticipate every move of the monster. He skillfully dodged the monster's attacks while searching for its weaknesses, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. After the monster missed again, Lin Chen seized the moment, darting forward like a ghost, and thrust the dagger fiercely into the monster's side. The monster tried to evade but exposed a flaw due to its previous frenzied attacks, and the dagger pierced its body, strange blue blood gushing out. The monster let out a painful wail, struggling to free itself from the dagger. But Lin Chen would not give it a chance. He twisted the dagger forcefully, causing the monster's body to tremble violently. Immediately, Lin Chen pulled the pin from a grenade and stuffed it into the monster's wound before quickly retreating. With a deafening explosion, the monster was blown apart, half of its body shattered, lying on the ground, barely alive. Its remaining limbs twitched slightly, and a large amount of strange blue blood gushed from the broken parts, pooling on the ground into a stinking puddle. The eyes that had once glimmered with ferocity were now dull and lifeless, half open as they gazed weakly at Lin Chen, who stood not far away, seemingly still harboring a trace of unwillingness and resentment. Lin Chen cautiously approached the monster, gripping his weapon tightly, always on guard for a last-ditch attack. But the monster had clearly lost its ability to resist, allowing Lin Chen to come close. "How's it going, little dog?" Lin Chen mocked the monster. It still dared to seek revenge on him, truly unaware of its own mortality. If he hadn't gained dynamic vision, perhaps it would have been a different story. But now, he had taken it down without a scratch. This monster hadn't even touched a hair on him. It was likely filled with confusion, wondering how in just 2 days, this person had become so powerful. Lin Chen looked down at the monster, which was still gasping for breath, and marveled at its tenacity. "Not dead yet?" He thought for a moment and then instructed Gao Wen and the others, "Bring a large barrel over." Upon hearing the command, Gao Wen and the others quickly began searching. The others, seeing how easily Lin Chen had subdued the monster, couldn't help but feel an additional layer of fear towards him. Just moments ago, Lin Chen's fighting style, his lightning-fast speed, and his precise anticipation of danger had left them in shock. Some who had previously complained about Lin Chen quietly hid behind the crowd, trying to conceal themselves. Before long, Gao Wen and the others returned carrying a used gasoline barrel. Lin Chen assessed the size of the barrel and found it suitable, then added, "Go get some gasoline from the car." He then stuffed the barely alive monster into the gasoline barrel. Since the monster's body had been blown apart, including its spine, it fit quite well. "You guys, go pick up those pieces of flesh and throw them in the barrel," Lin Chen instructed again. One must always be cautious. Who knew if this monster had the ability to regenerate from a drop of blood? The few individuals he pointed out, not daring to defy Lin Chen's orders, could only suppress their nausea and carefully use tools to pick up the pieces of flesh from the ground, tossing them into the barrel. Lin Chen then poured the gasoline he had retrieved into the barrel. That's right, he was preparing to burn this monster to death. Otherwise, he couldn't think of how to completely kill it. The last grenade hadn't killed it, who knew if this time it would? Once everything was ready, Lin Chen tossed a cigarette butt into the gasoline barrel. Boom! Flames erupted instantly, engulfing the entire gasoline barrel. Accompanied by the monster's piercing screams, the cries sounded particularly tragic as the flames licked at it. But gradually, the screams weakened until they ceased entirely. In the air, a strange aroma of cooked meat began to waft. Everyone curiously gathered around the burning gasoline barrel, quietly watching as the flames gradually extinguished. Once the flames died down, Lin Chen looked at the charred remains of the monster and nodded in satisfaction. If this monster could still revive after this, then he would be at a loss. He then instructed Gao Wen, "You all take care of this corpse." Covered in blood, he felt disgusted and wanted to hurry back to wash up. "Yes, sir," Gao Wen replied respectfully. Lin Chen's earlier combat prowess had also astonished him. At this moment, he truly admired him. After Lin Chen left, Gao Wen casually pointed out a few people. "You all go throw this monster out." The unfortunate souls he pointed to dared not resist and could only wait for the gasoline barrel to cool before carrying it outside. As they walked, someone said, "Don't you think the meat of this monster smells quite good?" "Disgusting. No matter how good it smells, I won't eat it. It's been a long time since I've had meat. How about we?" The group unconsciously stopped in their tracks, and someone even swallowed. Before the apocalypse, no one would have eaten this rotten meat, no matter how good it smelled. But now, they exchanged glances and began rummaging through the barrel. "Hey! What is this?" Suddenly, someone found a shiny crystal inside the monster's body. Everyone was drawn to the crystal. It was diamond-shaped, about the size of a thumb. Its surface shimmering with colorful light, and inside it seemed to have energy flowing slowly, exuding a mysterious aura. However, before they could fully appreciate it, the crystal suddenly transformed into a streak of light and instantly burrowed into this person's body. Jiang Yong let out a cry of agony. Just moments ago, he had no time to react as the mysterious crystal suddenly burrowed into his body. At that moment, Jiang Yong felt as if his body was being pulled by an invisible force, his muscles tense, and his bones emitting faint cracking sounds. He closed his eyes tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, beads of sweat rolling down continuously, curling up on the ground, groaning in pain. The crowd watched in terror from the side, yet dared not approach, only able to watch Jiang Yong's body gradually change in the light. They saw his once ordinary physique begin to swell, muscles bulging at a visible rate, and a faint halo appearing on the surface of his skin. Suddenly, Jiang Yong opened his eyes wide, a blinding light shooting from them, and then he shouted loudly, leaping up from the ground. At that moment, his breath was completely different from before, exuding a powerful and mysterious aura. "Jiang Yong, are you okay?" a familiar voice cautiously asked. Jiang Yong ignored the others and slowly raised his hands, watching the faint energy glow surging in his palms, filled with surprise. He could clearly feel a strange yet powerful force flowing within him, as if with just a thought, he could control the power of ice and snow. He tried to concentrate, gathering the energy within to his right palm. In an instant, a small ice ball formed in his palm, emitting a cold blue light, as if the surrounding air had been frozen, crystallizing into strands of frost. This. The people around him stared at the ice ball that had appeared out of nowhere in Jiang Yong's hand, time seeming to freeze at that moment. They were all so shocked that they couldn't speak. Some even felt regretful, wondering why they weren't the ones who found the crystal. At this moment, even a fool would know that Jiang Yong had gained a tremendous advantage. In an instant, these people dove back into the gasoline barrel, desperately searching for a second or even third mysterious crystal. They no longer cared about the disgust, their hands rummaging through the charred remains of the monster, not minding the splatters of foul-smelling residue on their faces. Their actions grew increasingly frantic, turning the monster's remains into a chaotic mess, the already horrific scene becoming even more unbearable. Meanwhile, Jang Yong felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart. Is this what superpowers are? I actually gained the power of ice and snow. Ha ha ha. I've evolved. Jang Yong shouted excitedly. Having obtained the power of ice and snow in a post-apocalyptic world, he could almost see himself commanding the elements, unstoppable in this new world. He waved his hand lightly, and the ice ball shot out like an arrow, instantly exploding against the wall, countless ice shards scattering like hidden weapons, embedding deeply into the wall. However, in an instant, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, as if his body had been overexerted. His legs trembled slightly, and he nearly stumbled to the ground. The excitement on his face faded instantly, replaced by a hint of pallor and fear. What's happening? Does this superpower have side effects? Jang Yong leaned against the wall, slowly crouching down, holding his head in his hands, trying to alleviate the dizziness. No, it should be energy depletion. Jang Yong concluded after a brief moment of thought. At this moment, he had clearly overused the superpower he had just obtained, leading to a rapid depletion of his body's energy. Then he saw the monster's severed limbs scattered all over the ground, and a bold thought suddenly flashed through his mind. He slowly stood up, swaying as he walked towards the pile of remains, then picked up a piece and began to chew on it. The foul-smelling monster meat entered his mouth, and Jang Yong felt a wave of nausea rise in his chest, but he forced himself to endure the discomfort and continued to swallow. As the flesh and blood of the monster slid into his stomach, Jang Yong felt a warm current slowly rising within him, a sensation of energy gathering anew in his body. The dizziness he had just experienced had also lessened significantly. Meanwhile, the others, after rummaging through the barrel again and again, found no second crystal, their faces filled with frustration. Why is there none left? That kid Jang Yong is just too lucky. Exactly, this was a chance to change our fate and we missed it. Damn it, how infuriating. The few of them looked at Jang Yong with envy, lamenting his fortune. Seeing Jang Yong devouring the monster's meat, they hurriedly picked up the scraps on the ground and began to chew. Who knew if the monster's flesh could also bring about evolutionary power? Everyone forced down their nausea and inner resistance, their cheeks bulging as they struggled to swallow the oddly flavored scraps. Unfortunately, the monster's meat did not grant them any evolution, they did not gain miraculous powers like Jang Yong. However, they could clearly feel a long-lost warmth slowly spreading within their bodies. Their bodies, weakened from long-term hunger, felt as if they had been infused with vitality, their originally limp limbs gradually regained some strength, and their lethargic spirits perked up a bit. Even though we didn't gain any powers, this meat seems to really fill our stomachs and makes me feel less weak. One person patted his belly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've felt this way. Maybe this monster's meat can become our new food source, another person agreed, his gaze filled with contemplation. At that moment, Jang Yong had completely recovered from his initial discomfort, his eyes sparkling with an inexplicable light. It was the light of ambition. As the saying goes, with a sharp weapon in hand, the desire to kill awakens. Jang Yong understood that in this apocalyptic world, having power equated to having everything, and the ice and snow abilities he had just acquired were undoubtedly his stepping stone to the pinnacle of power. He slowly stood up, scanning the crowd around him, and cleared his throat to say, "Brothers, we have been living like ants in this apocalypse, bullied and starving." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze to Jang Yong, unsure of what he meant. Jang Yong raised his voice, first it was Daowen, then Lin Chen, "We have been oppressed and enslaved. Just look at this situation, why should we be the ones to take out the trash?" As he spoke, Jang Yong's eyes swept over the faces of the crowd, his expression filled with dissatisfaction and anger. But fortunately, heaven has eyes, allowing me, Jang Yong, to gain this miraculous ability. This is the opportunity given to us by the heavens. A few people nearby slowly understood, Jang Yong was preparing to take a stand. To be honest, brothers, the ability I have gained not only has powerful offensive capabilities, but more importantly, it makes me unafraid of the cold. With that, Jang Yong took off his outer clothing and tossed it aside. Although the garage was relatively enclosed and not as cold as the outside, it was still below -10 degrees, yet Jang Yong stood bare-chested without any sign of shivering. Putting that aside, at least I can go out and find food for everyone. When the crowd heard the word food, their eyes instantly lit up. "Brother Jang Yong, if you can really find food, that would save all our lives," someone said excitedly. Jang Yong slightly raised his chin, a confident smile appearing on his face. Look at Lin Chen, why can he thrive in this apocalypse? Enjoying the best of both worlds? Why can't we? We can establish our own territory as long as everyone follows me. This whole area will be our domain. We can seize more food, live well, and never have to suffer from hunger or cold, nor live in fear. Upon hearing about the prospect of a better life and food to seize, greed flickered in the eyes of the crowd, and they responded eagerly. Brother Jiang Yong is right, we will listen to you, you are our big brother. From now on, we will rely on Brother Jiang to protect us, we will follow you. These few people were the leftovers in the garage, neither favored by Gao Wen nor loved by Lin Chen. If they could cling to Jiang Yong's leg now, perhaps they would have a chance to turn their fortunes around, no longer being sent to do the most dangerous and dirty work. They never expected that taking out the trash would lead to a bright future. Brother Yong, what do you think we should do now? A man who looked a few years older than Jiang Yong called out naturally. Jiang Yong paused for a moment, his expression slightly serious. Since heaven has arranged this opportunity for us, it must be fate, why don't we swear brotherhood? First, a good man has 3 helpers. Jiang Yong knew that to achieve something, he couldn't rely solely on himself. The other 5 immediately responded upon hearing this. Alright, let's swear brotherhood. Jiang Yong, you will be our big brother from now on. Yes, big brother. Jiang Yong quickly humbly said, No, let's go by age. Okay, we'll follow your lead. The others were not pretentious. It didn't matter who was called big brother, what mattered was who truly was the big brother. The 6 of them stood solemnly in a circle, in the dimly lit corner of the garage filled with a foul stench. A special swearing-in ceremony was about to begin. Jiang Yong spoke first, his voice steady and powerful. Today, though we 6 are in the dire straits of the apocalypse, our fates are intertwined, and heaven has granted us this bond. For survival and to pursue great endeavors, we are willing to swear brotherhood here, to share joys and sorrows, and to live and die together. The crowd shouted in unison, share joys and sorrows, live and die together. Then, the eldest, Zhao Gang, picked up a sharp piece of scrap iron from the side and gently cut his index finger, crimson blood slowly oozing out. He raised his finger to his chest, his gaze firm as he said, I, Zhao Gang, swear with my blood today to treat my brothers with sincerity, never to abandon them. If I go against this, may heaven punish me. The others followed suit, each cutting their fingers and swearing with their blood. When it was Jiang Yong's turn, he gathered a trace of ice and snow ability at his fingertip and gently pricked it. I, Jiang Yong, though I have gained abilities, will not forget the bond of brotherhood. I will lead you all to break through the darkness of this apocalypse and share glory. If I have any second thoughts, this ability will backfire on me, leading to my eternal damnation. After saying this, he let his drop of blood fall to the ground, merging with the others' blood. Then, the 6 of them knelt together towards the garage wall. From now on, we are the Lan Ting 6 brothers. Since the community was named Shui Pan Lan Ting, they named themselves the Lan Ting 6 brothers. Big brother. Second brother. Third brother. Jiang Yong was the 3rd in rank. The few of them bowed their heads against the cold wall and swore, we do not seek to be born on the same day, but we wish to die on the same day. We will share blessings and bear hardships together. If we go against this oath, may heaven punish us. After the simple ceremony, the eldest, Zhao Gang, looked at Jiang Yong and said, Third brother, what should we do next? Although Zhao Gang was the big brother, he knew who to listen to. Jiang Yong lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, I think we can hide here for a while and see how it goes. Lin Chen is powerful, if there's any danger, we can push him out as a shield. Although Jiang Yong had gained supernatural abilities, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he could rival Lin Chen. Even that monster had been easily killed by Lin Chen. Let alone him. Of course, that's just for now. Once my powers become stronger, who knows what will happen? Jiang Yong pondered silently. The others nodded unconsciously upon hearing Jiang Yong's words. The early bird gets the worm. Who knows what dangers are lurking in this apocalypse? Hiding behind Lin Chen for the time being isn't a bad strategy. Third brother is right, said Qian Feng, the 6th in rank. Jiang Yong smiled and continued, during the day, you all cover for me while I go out to look for supplies. With my abilities, it will be easier for me to move in this icy world and to find resources buried under the snow. You all stay alert in this garage. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Also, everyone be sharp, don't let Lin Chen and the others notice anything unusual about us. Jiang Yong said seriously. The reason he had sworn brotherhood with these few was partly for secrecy. Only by binding everyone's interests together could they prevent leaks. Otherwise, if Lin Chen found out he had gained powers, wouldn't he be captured and sliced for research? To be honest, he had snatched Lin Chen's opportunity, picking up the scraps left by Lin Chen. After all, that monster had been killed by Lin Chen. Third brother, don't worry, we definitely won't let anything slip, the eldest, Zhao Gang, assured confidently. We're all in the same boat now, no one will act foolishly. Big brother. I trust you. Zhang Yong nodded slightly. In the next few days, I'll explore more ways to use my powers and see if I can make them stronger. Third brother, do you think it's possible for these powers to level up? Like in the novels, where they improve step by step until they become incredibly powerful, the fourth brother asked curiously. I'm not too sure, but I feel it should be possible. After I used my powers just now, I felt dizzy, which might be due to excessive energy consumption. This indicates that I'm not yet skilled enough in controlling it, and it means there's a lot of room for improvement, Zhang Yong replied thoughtfully. Third brother, you need to hurry up and improve. Once you're strong, we won't have to fear Lin Shen anymore, the sixth brother said with anticipation. I will, that day isn't far off, Zhang Yong said with determination in his eyes. The group began to act according to their plan. Zhang Yong tidied his clothes, took a deep breath, and resolutely walked toward the icy world outside the garage. He didn't know if it was because of his ice powers, but he walked on the snow as if it were solid ground. Inside the garage, the eldest, Zhao Gang, pretended to fiddle with some old tools, but his eyes were constantly scanning the surroundings vigilantly. The second and fourth brothers seemed to be chatting in a corner, but they were actually paying attention to every sound near the garage. However, Qianfeng, the sixth brother, appeared distracted. His eyes flickered, and he occasionally glanced at the others, taking advantage of their inattention to quietly move toward a hidden corner deep within the garage. Mr. Gao, I have an urgent matter to discuss with Mr. Lin. I have a huge secret to tell him, Qianfeng said in a low voice to Gao Wen. He didn't have Lin Chen's contact information, so he had to rely on Gao Wen to make the connection. Upon hearing Qian Feng's words, Gao Wen raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with scrutiny and doubt. First, tell me what this huge secret is. Gao Wen replied slowly, finding it hard to imagine what significant secret could exist while everyone was trapped in this broken underground shelter. He certainly didn't want just anyone to disturb Lin Chen, especially after witnessing Lin Chen's astonishing strength. Ever since he saw Lin Chen effortlessly slay that monster, Gao Wen's mindset had been unconsciously shifting. If he had to submit to a young man in his 20s just because of weapons and equipment, Gao Wen would definitely feel unwilling. However, seeing Lin Chen's magnificent combat skills, Gao Wen understood that in this apocalypse Lin Chen would undoubtedly have a place, and it was very likely he would become a dominant figure. Even if he had to be a dog, it would depend on the master. Therefore, he had to treat Qianfeng's request with caution. If Qianfeng could indeed bring valuable information, it would be a great opportunity for him to perform well in front of Lin Chen, but if Qianfeng was just bluffing, he absolutely could not let him waste Lin Chen's time. Hearing Gao Wen's words, Qianfeng hesitated, unsure whether to tell Gao Wen first. This secret was too shocking. What if Gao Wen wanted to keep it to himself? Gritting his teeth, Qianfeng said, Mr. Gao, I assure you, this matter is very important, but I need to see Mr. Lin in person to discuss it. Upon hearing this, Gao Wen frowned, realizing that the other party did not trust him, which ignited his anger. Say it or get lost. Mr. Lin has so many things to deal with every day, he doesn't have time to meet you. Qianfeng immediately panicked, Mr. Gao, really, I have a huge secret. His eyes were filled with conflict and struggle, his hands nervously rubbing the hem of his clothes. Seeing that Gao Wen was still unwilling to contact Lin Chen, Qianfeng gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Gao, the secret is related to that monster we just encountered. With no other choice, Qianfeng could only reveal a little. Sure enough, Gao Wen's expression changed instantly, his previous impatience turning into a hint of curiosity. Go on, tell me more? He leaned forward, his gaze fixed on Qianfeng, trying to glean some clues from his face. Qianfeng swallowed hard and lowered his voice. Did you not ask me to handle that monster's corpse? Then that monster. At this point, Qianfeng suddenly fell silent. Gao Wen, now intrigued, impatiently scolded, then what happened? Keep talking. Qianfeng stubbornly replied, the rest I will only tell Mr. Lin. He came to inform on his brother, carrying the burden of betrayal, and naturally wanted to get a good price for it. If Gao Wen relayed it, the value would be greatly diminished. Gao Wen stared hard at Qianfeng, his eyes warning, are you sure it's a huge secret? Without hesitation, Qianfeng raised his hand, I swear. With no other option, Gao Wen reluctantly took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Chen. Matters related to the monster were indeed worth paying attention to, although Gao Wen felt displeased, he did not dare to be careless. While sending the message, he did not forget to warn Qianfeng, if Mr. Lin is not satisfied later, your fate won't be much better than that monster's. Qianfeng couldn't help but shiver, forcing himself to appear calm as he said, Mr. Lin will definitely be satisfied. Evolution, supernatural abilities, wasn't that explosive enough? Thinking of Jiang Yang's evolution just now, a flash of extreme jealousy crossed Qianfeng's eyes. Why? Why wasn't it him? Qianfeng felt as if he were being gnawed at by poisonous ants inside. If you can't have it, then destroy it. At this moment, Lin Chen had already changed into a clean and refreshing outfit, comfortably sitting on the sofa next to the fireplace. The flames in the fireplace blazed brightly, warming the entire space. The kettle on the stove emitted a faint hissing sound, steam curling up, and a few pieces of cotton candy were placed on a delicate small plate nearby, exuding an enticing sweet aroma. It was a delightful scene of brewing tea by the fire. Shen Shurhan and Yi Lin knelt on either side of Lin Chen's feet, their eyes filled with admiration and affection. Darling, I just saw it on the surveillance, you were so handsome. Shen Shurhan said playfully, her voice tinged with a hint of excitement. Yi Lin nodded repeatedly beside her, the little stars in her eyes twinkling non-stop. That monster looked terrifying, but her man had effortlessly dealt with it, truly impressive. Both women felt a sense of pride and relief, grateful to encounter such a powerful Lin Chen in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, in the guest room, the screams of Gao Wu could still be heard from time to time, the sound starkly out of place in this seemingly warm scene. However, the three seemed to have grown accustomed to it. Lin Chen smiled, said nothing, and took out a fruit of vitality. Beginning his supplementation for the day. He gently took a bite, feeling the surging energy from the fruit spreading within him, nourishing his body, strengthening his muscles and bones. The two women, seeing the fruit, couldn't help but swallow, recalling the deliciousness and effects from the last time. Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Chen took out another fruit, split it in half, and shared it with them. The two women were serving him so diligently, and they also provided emotional value, he should reward them. Shen Shurhan and Yi Lin happily accepted the fruit, carefully placing it in their mouths, the wonderful taste instantly blossoming on their tongues, and their gazes towards Lin Chen grew even more fervent. Just as the two women were about to express themselves further, Lin Chen's phone rang at an inopportune moment. He picked it up and glanced at it, revealing a look of surprise. A secret related to that monster? Interesting, he murmured to himself. He then put on another set of clean tactical gear, preparing to check the underground garage. Darling, Shen Shurhan hugged Lin Chen's thigh, her eyes brimming with springtime affection. Lin Chen gently patted her forehead. I'll talk when I get back. With that, he turned and left. Sir. Gao Wen saw Lin Chen approaching and quickly bowed slightly in greeting. Qianfeng was even more excited, as if he could already see his bright future ahead, nodding and bowing to Lin Chen. Mr. Lin. Lin Chen nodded and stared at Qianfeng, saying, what huge secret do you have? Qianfeng swallowed hard and began to recount how Jiang Yong obtained the crystal from that monster and then evolved to gain supernatural abilities. He described it vividly, gesturing animatedly to illustrate the scene, detailing Jiang Yong's surprise upon discovering the crystal, the changes during the absorption process, and his various performances after gaining supernatural powers. Lin Chen and Gao Wen listened, stunned. Evolution? Supernatural powers? What the hell was this? Gao Wen's eyes flashed with regret. Lin Chen had asked him to handle that monster's corpse back then. If he had been more observant and checked carefully, perhaps this opportunity would have fallen into his hands. However, Lin Chen felt little regret, only a sense of loss. What others viewed as incredibly precious, even capable of changing fate, was merely a skill fruit in Lin Chen's eyes. 10 million? Just a drop in the bucket. No need to waste emotions on this. While the three were busy calculating in their minds, they failed to notice a pair of eyes secretly watching them from a corner not far away. Is everything you said true? Lin Chen's gaze was piercing as he stared intently at Qianfeng. Qianfeng quickly straightened up and vowed, I swear. Gao Wen frowned and questioned, then since you have already sworn brotherhood, why did you come to tell us this secret? Qianfeng remained calm, he had already prepared a set of excuses. With a look of terror on his face, he said, because I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Gao Wen leaned slightly forward, his tone sharp. Qianfeng took a deep breath and continued to fabricate. Did you not see how arrogant Jiang Yong was at that time? He said that although he was temporarily using you as a shield, he would eventually replace you. At that time, he would also ravage all your women. Qianfeng exaggeratedly incited, and aside from temporarily using Lin Chen as a shield, everything else was a fabrication. He had no other choice, he couldn't just say he was jealous of his brother, could he? Moreover, he had another concern. He worried that if Lin Chen managed to win Jiang Yong over or if Jiang Yong surrendered and, like Gao Wen, sided with Lin Chen, he would have a hard time in the future. So, it was best to provoke Lin Chen's anger and have him deal with Jiang Yong directly. Upon hearing Qianfeng's words, Gaowen slammed his palm against the wall beside him, cursing, "Bastard! How dare he insult Mr. Lin? Like this? When I catch him, I will make sure to tear him to pieces." Gaowen's anger at that moment, while somewhat performative for Lin Chen's benefit, was not entirely so, as Lin Chen's women could very well include. Qianfeng was equally furious, cursing, "That's right. Jiang Yong is such a bastard. Has he forgotten that it was Mr. Lin who saved us? If it weren't for Mr. Lin's timely appearance, we might have been killed by that monster." Qianfeng wore a face of righteous indignation, as if Jiang Yong were the most heinous of criminals. Lin Chen merely smiled. He neither fully believed nor completely disbelieved Qianfeng's words. He looked at Qianfeng and slowly said, "You have indeed provided a very valuable piece of information. Now tell me, what do you want?" Lin Chen was no fool. Qianfeng had come to inform him, surely with some ulterior motive. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Qianfeng's eyes lit up, but he feigned humility and said, I don't want anything. I just want to be able to follow Mr. Lin in the future." He was directly taking a step back to move forward, fully aware that he could still benefit from a full meal. Lin Chen casually nodded and said, "Then you can follow Gao Zong from now on." Gaowen was currently surrounded by his old brothers Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiuhu, and placing someone with a history of informing on him by his side might prove useful in the future. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Qianfeng was overjoyed. It was like reaching the shore and securing a stable job. Thank you, Mr. Lin." He then respectfully addressed Gao Zong, "I hope you will take care of me in the future." Gaowen was indifferent. He didn't care what Lin Chen thought. After all, even his life was in the other person's hands, so he would just listen to whatever they said. Immediately after, Lin Chen took out an explosive collar and handed it to Qianfeng, saying, "Put this on." If he wanted to follow him, he had to wear this. Qianfeng was taken aback, looking at the somewhat insulting item in confusion. "Mr. Lin, what is this?" Lin Chen patiently explained, "This is an explosive collar. As long as I have a thought, the collar will explode. I don't need to explain the consequences, do I?" Qianfeng's face instantly turned as pale as paper. The consequences were clear. If a bomb exploded on his neck, it would definitely mean death. Lin Chen continued, "At the same time, this collar is also connected to my heartbeat. If I die, the collar will explode as well." He looked at Qianfeng, and his tone suddenly became gentle. "Of course, this is not mandatory. If you don't want to join us, you don't have to wear it." But Qianfeng sensed a sinister meaning in Lin Chen's gentle words, which implied that if he wanted to join Lin Chen's group, he must wear it. At that moment, he was engulfed in extreme conflict and struggle. On one hand, he clearly understood that putting on this neck ring meant completely handing over his life and death to Lin Chen, like a captive slave, devoid of freedom and dignity. On the other hand, he also realized that if he refused to wear this neck ring, Lin Chen would never let him, a person who knew the secret and came to inform, off easily. He had already completely betrayed Jiang Yong, and going back would be a dead end. After a painful internal struggle, Qianfeng gritted his teeth, forced a flattering smile on his face, and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Lin, I am willing to wear it. I believe that following you is my only chance to survive in this apocalypse." After saying that, he slowly extended his trembling hands, took the explosive neck ring that resembled the Grim Reaper's scythe, and carefully put it around his neck. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Then wait for Jiang Yong to come back, and you can notify me." After giving Gaowen a few more instructions, Lin Chen prepared to leave. He couldn't just wait here for Jiang Yong. Moreover, from Qianfeng's description, it seemed that apart from being unafraid of the cold and able to walk freely in the snow, Jiang Yong didn't have anything particularly impressive. That ice and snow ability would run out of power after a while, and Lin Chen didn't take it to heart at all. Just as Lin Chen was about to turn and leave, Qianfeng suddenly called out to him, "Mr. Lin, should we capture Jiang Yong's wife first?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, suddenly feeling that he had underestimated this informant. This kid was quite clever, knowing how to strike at Jiang Yong's weakness. However, Lin Chen was still a bit hesitant about capturing someone's wife. Forget it. Lin Chen waved his hand. He had no enmity with Jiang Yong, so there was no need to be so ruthless. But after thinking for a moment, he said to Qianfeng, "How about this? You can keep an eye on her first and make sure she doesn't escape." "All right, Mr. Lin." Qianfeng perked up at once, eager to show off in front of Lin Chen. In his view, as long as he could get a hold of Jiang Yong's wife, even if Jiang Yong had great abilities, he would have to be cautious. It wasn't that he was cruel, it was mainly out of fear. If Jiang Yong escaped, he wouldn't have a peaceful life afterward. Lin Chen ignored Qianfeng's little thoughts and strode out of the underground garage. As he walked, the corners of his mouth slowly lifted, forming a meaningful arc. Interesting. Monsters, abilities. This apocalypse is getting more and more interesting. After returning to the room, Shin Shirhan and Yi Lin immediately surrounded him. The two women had just cleaned themselves up and smelled delightful. Darling, you're finally back. We've been waiting anxiously, Shin Shirhan pouted. Yi Lin chimed in playfully. Isn't that right? Smack, smack, the two women covered their faces and quieted down. Lin Chen was about to say something when suddenly, a cry for help came from the guest room. Lin Chen, not good. Gao Wu seems to. Lin Chen, it's bad. Gao Wu seems to be at the end of his rope. Hearing Tang Wanru's cry for help, Lin Chen had no choice but to set aside the poses he had just thought of and hurry to the medical chamber in the guest room. Shin Shirhan and Yi Lin exchanged a glance, also putting away their playful expressions, and followed Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly reached the door of the guest room, pushed the door open forcefully, and saw Tang Wanru standing by the bed with a look of terror on her face. Inside the medical chamber, various instruments were beeping, creating a tense atmosphere. Gao Wu was lying on the bed, his body twitching uncontrollably, his face flushed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, and he was mumbling indistinctly. Lin Chen, Gao Wu can't hold on any longer, Tang Wanru shouted anxiously again. What happened? Lin Chen asked, frowning. Tang Wanru bit her lip, speaking with a hint of fear. I was just sawing the ribs, maybe it was too painful? Performing such an operation without anesthesia was already extremely risky, and lasting this long had exceeded Tang Wanru's expectations. But now that Gao Wu was in this condition, she was truly afraid that she might have cost him his life. If something were to happen to Gao Wu, she didn't know how to face Lin Chen, nor did she know if Lin Chen would vent his anger on her. Upon hearing Tang Wanru's words, Lin Chen's frown deepened. He quickly walked to Gao Wu's bedside and leaned down to check on him. At this moment, Gao Wu seemed to be on the brink of death. His eyes began to roll back slightly, and the mumbling from his mouth grew weaker and more indistinct. Dr. Tang, won't you come back? A glimmer of despair flashed in Tang Wanru's eyes as she slowly shook her head. If it were in a top-tier hospital, there might still be hope, but I'm just a plastic surgeon. I've done my best. Done your best? Everyone knows what it means when a doctor says that. And it seemed Gao Wu had heard Tang Wanru's words. His body stopped twitching, as if he had already prepared to welcome death. Perhaps there was a sense of relief in that. The experiences of these past few days had truly made him feel worse than death. Ever since he lay on that operating table, every minute and every second had been excruciating physically, mentally, and spiritually. The intense pain from sawing his ribs felt as if it were tearing his soul apart, the sound of the cold instruments scraping against bone, each saw stroke accompanied by a piercing pain. Now, listening to Tang Wanru's almost declarative words, he felt a sense of relief. Gao Wu continued to mumble indistinctly, his voice weak like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. What did you say? Tang Wanru bent down close to Gao Wu, her ear almost touching his mouth, trying to hear more clearly. Don't make things difficult for my brother. Gao Wu used his last bit of strength to utter these words with great difficulty. He had held on for so many days entirely for his brother, Gao Wu. Gao Wu was worried that once he died, Lin Chen would take it out on his brother. But he really couldn't hold on any longer. Lin Chen, he said, please don't make things difficult for his brother. Tang Wanru's eyes were red, her voice choked with emotion. She straightened up and looked at Lin Chen, her eyes full of hope, wishing that Lin Chen would agree to Gao Wu's last request. At this moment, Gao Wu could still think of his brother, which truly moved her. Shin Shirhan and Yi Lin felt the same way. Death always brings sadness. Although the two women did not know what grievances existed between Gao Wu and Lin Chen, surely death would put an end to those grievances. They looked at Lin Chen with the same expectation, hoping he could fulfill Gao Wu's final request. Lin Chen stood by the bed, quietly listening to Gao Wu's words, his face revealing little emotion. If you die, it will be your brother lying on this operating table. Lin Chen's voice was low and cold, as if devoid of any warmth. Gao Wu trembled violently upon hearing Lin Chen's words. The expression of slight relaxation he had just felt from the impending release was instantly replaced by terror. His eyes widened, bloodshot, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Devil! You are a complete devil! You won't even let me die in peace? Gao Wu's chest heaved violently, and his already weak body seemed on the verge of collapse under the surge of emotions. He never expected Lin Chen to be so cruel, threatening him with his brother's safety at the very last moment of his life, not giving him a shred of comfort. He had endured unimaginable pain all this time, just for his brother Gao Wu to be safe and sound, but now, Lin Chen was going to crush his last hope. Gao Wu's lips trembled as he wanted to say something more, but only a painful whimper escaped. His eyes were filled with Despair and pleading, he tried to raise his hand to grasp Lin Chen's clothing, as if that would change Lin Chen's mind, but that hand merely waved weakly in the air before falling heavily back onto the bed. Suddenly, Gao Wu felt as if he had fallen into an endless abyss of darkness, unable to escape no matter how hard he struggled. It seemed that an inexplicable, mysterious force was pulling at him, trying to drag him completely into that dark, endless depth. The feeling was strange. Although his body was extremely weak and his consciousness was gradually fading, he could still clearly sense this unusual power. But his current vitality was far too insufficient to support him in exploring what this mysterious force was, nor could he resist its erosion. Each weak breath felt like a final struggle against this force, yet it seemed so futile. Gao Wu's gaze grew dimmer, in his eyes, once filled with despair and pleading, there was now an added layer of confusion and fear. Is this what death feels like? Gao Wu silently asked himself. But he was unwilling, truly unwilling. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wanted to plead with Lin Chen to spare his brother Gao Wen once more, but his throat felt choked, and he could only emit a weak, incoherent sound. Beside him, Tang Wanru, Xin Shihan, and Yi Lin were also shocked by Lin Chen's words. They stared wide-eyed, looking at Lin Chen in disbelief. Tang Wanru's lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something to persuade Lin Chen, but fearing to anger him, she could only swallow those words back. Xin Shihan and Yi Lin huddled closer together, their bodies trembling slightly, as if startled by this sudden cruelty. They didn't understand why Lin Chen was doing this. To them, Gao Wu was already on the brink of death from torment, so why deliver such a cruel blow at the last moment of his life? Yet they dared not speak up to plead, for Lin Chen was their god. At this moment, Lin Chen looked at Gao Wu on the operating table, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with unwillingness and despair, his face still wearing that emotionless, cold expression. Is it painful? It should be painful. He then exchanged for a fruit of vitality and handed it to Tang Wanru. Feed this to him. Tang Wanru looked at the fruit Lin Chen had taken out, slightly taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Chen to suddenly produce such an item. A hint of confusion flashed in her eyes, but it was quickly replaced by surprise. The mysterious fruit before her, judging by the light it emitted, was certainly not an ordinary object. It might really save Gao Wu's life. Xin Shihan and Yi Lin also wore expressions of delight. They certainly recognized this fruit. It turned out that Lin Chen's earlier words were merely to stimulate Gao Wu to survive, and they suddenly realized it now. With this magical fruit, Gao Wu might truly be able to regain his vitality. Xin Shihan and Yi Lin exchanged glances, their eyes filled with anticipation and relief. Tang Wanru hurriedly reached out to take the fruit, cradling it carefully as if it were a rare treasure. Then she quickly walked to Gao Wu's side, gently lifting his head and slowly bringing the fruit to his lips softly, saying, Gao Wu, quickly eat this, you'll get better. At this moment, Gao Wu's consciousness was somewhat hazy, but he instinctively sensed something near his mouth. He slightly opened his lips, and the fruit slid down his throat. Originally, in his consciousness, he was struggling against an endless, inexplicable dark and cold abyss. Just as he was about to be completely swallowed by this dark abyss and sink forever, suddenly, a warm current spread from his throat. This warmth was like the sun in winter, instantly dispelling the chill and gloom within his body, flowing rapidly to his limbs and bones. Wherever this warmth reached, Gao Wu could clearly feel his body functions, which were on the verge of collapse, gradually regaining vitality. His nearly stagnant blood circulation seemed to be injected with new energy, slowly beginning to flow faster. His weak and powerless muscles felt nourished, gradually regaining some elasticity, no longer as soft and powerless as before. Even his chaotic consciousness began to clear up under the impact of this warmth. The despairing look in Gao Wu's eyes, which had been dull and lifeless, slowly began to show a glimmer of life as a spark of hope reignited in his once deadened gaze. He slightly moved his fingers, feeling the wonderful changes in his body, filled with surprise and gratitude. Although he was still unclear about what had happened, he knew that he seemed to have been forcibly pulled back from the gates of death, gaining a glimmer of life. Tang Wanru, Xin Shihan, and Yi Lin watched Gao Wu anxiously and expectantly. When they saw his previously lifeless body gradually responding, smiles of joy appeared on their faces. Tang Wanru was so excited that tears filled her eyes. She gently held Gao Wu's hand and softly said, Gao Wu, that's great, you're saved, you must get better. After about a few minutes, the various instruments in the medical chamber stopped beeping. Those devices that had been continuously beeping and flashing warning lights seemed to sense the improvement in Gao Wu's condition and quieted down, making the atmosphere in the medical chamber less tense and oppressive, more relaxed and peaceful. Gao Wu's previously pale face began to show a hint of color, and his body's convulsions gradually ceased. He slowly opened his eyes, initially looking a bit dazed, as if he were still trying to break free from that chaotic consciousness. Then, his vision gradually cleared, looking towards Lin Chen outside the medical chamber. There was an inexplicable expression in his eyes. Thank you. Cao Wu managed to utter these two words with difficulty. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Thank you? Little sister, you really are something. In fact, Lin Chen hadn't expected that the fruit would truly pull Gao Wu back from the brink of death. Initially, he had been treating it as a last-ditch effort. Adopting a try-and-see attitude. Can the physique fruit really have an effect on Gao Wu? He wasn't sure. To his surprise, after trying it, a miracle truly occurred. Gao Wu's body began to show obvious signs of improvement. It seemed he had gained another means of survival. Lin Chen looked at the gradually recovering Gao Wu and said to Tang Wanru, since he's not dead, let's continue. His tone was as flat as if he were discussing the most ordinary matter, showing no emotion at all for having just pulled Gao Wu back from the brink of death. After speaking, he turned and left. What did it matter if a rib was sawed halfway? Tang Wanru trembled. A devil. He was nothing but a devil. She simply couldn't understand how Lin Chen could be so cold-hearted. Gao Wu had just struggled back from the edge of life and death, his body was still extremely weak, and now he was to endure the excruciating pain of having his ribs sawed. It was simply pushing someone to their death. Shen Shirhan and Yilin also showed expressions of terror. They huddled together, their bodies involuntarily trembling slightly. Lin Chen's ruthlessness once again exceeded their expectations. However, in an instant, the two women felt relieved. Compared to Gao Wu, what they had previously endured was nothing. The two quickly followed Lin Chen out, carefully trailing behind him. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gao Wu shivered all over. He thought that Lin Chen saving him meant he had already forgiven him, but unexpectedly, he was still to be tortured. A single tear rolled down the corner of Gao Wu's eye. Just as Lin Chen turned around, a small black hole appeared at Gao Wu's fingertip, but it quickly vanished unnoticed by anyone. The black hole seemed to have appeared out of thin air, carrying a mysterious and eerie aura. The moment it appeared, a faint yet strange power seemed to emanate from it, gently brushing against the edge of the operating table, causing the surrounding air to ripple slightly. However, this subtle anomaly vanished as quickly as it had come, just as suddenly as its appearance. Gao Wu himself was slightly taken aback. He didn't know what the black hole was, only feeling a slight tingling sensation at his fingertip before it disappeared. He secretly wondered if it was related to the thing Lin Chen had given him earlier. After all, after consuming the physique fruit, his body had exhibited this unprecedented strange phenomenon, making it hard not to associate the two. Gao Wu wanted to evoke that anomaly at his fingertip again, but no matter how he concentrated or tried to feel it, he couldn't make that small black hole appear again. Nor could he capture that strange tingling sensation. It was as if everything that had just happened was merely a fleeting illusion, yet the faint, elusive feeling lingering at his fingertip clearly reminded him that it had indeed occurred. What was that? Gao Wu was filled with confusion and curiosity, yet had no clues. At that moment, Tang Wanru approached with an electric saw. She walked to Gao Wu's side, her lips trembling slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. She truly couldn't bear to act against Gao Wu, but Lin Chen's order weighed heavily on her heart, making her afraid to disobey. Gao Wu raised his eyes to see Tang Wanru and the saw in her hand, a glimmer of despair and fear flashing in his gaze. Do you know what it feels like to have a piece of rib sawed off alive? He slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and prepared to endure the impending agony once more. Soon, the room was filled again with Gao Wu's screams and the terrifying sound of creaking. Tang Wanru operated the electric saw, a hint of confusion crossing her eyes. She clearly felt that this time, sawing was different from before. It seemed, the bone was harder than before? Stepping out of the room, Lin Chen turned his head and said to the two women with a blank expression, if you two are scared, you can go to the next room. Next door, his female soldiers were staying. Upon hearing this, the two women realized that their earlier attitude had displeased Lin Chen. They quickly shook their heads, trying to reassure him. At this moment, amidst the swirling snow, Zhang Yong was carrying a large bag of food, walking briskly towards the community. Upon closer inspection, there were no footprints left in the snow. If this bizarre scene were witnessed by others, they would surely be astonished, as it defied the laws of physics. Yet Zhang Yong seemed completely unaware, continuing his light steps, steadily moving forward in the wind and snow. He wore a contented expression, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, as if the harsh environment was merely a common landscape to him. Just before, Zhang Yong had taken a stroll around the Yonghui supermarket next to the community. Although the supermarket had suffered a wave of looting, fortunately, the remaining supplies were still quite abundant, and he packed a large bag of food. Inside were chocolates for his wife, her favorite, and he thought about surprising her when he got home, imagining her happy expression warmed his heart. There were also beers and snacks for his 5 brothers, and he envisioned the lively scene of them sitting together, drinking and chatting when he returned home. Filled with anticipation. In the midst of the wind and snow, Jiang Yong felt no fatigue, instead, he was bursting with energy. He sensed a mysterious energy fluctuation in the storm. It felt wonderful, as if countless subtle currents were weaving through the air, teasing his perception. Moreover, he seemed able to guide this mysterious energy into his body. With each attempt, he felt a warm current flowing slowly within him. This sensation was extraordinary, as if every cell in his body was rejoicing under the warmth, and the slight fatigue from trudging through the snow was instantly swept away. Even the newly acquired abilities seemed to become more adept under the infusion of this mysterious energy. Previously, using his powers felt somewhat awkward, and the effects were not very pronounced, but now, with the integration of this mysterious energy, his abilities flowed more smoothly and naturally, showing signs of increased power. Spiritual energy? Evolution factor? Or something else? Jiang Yong quickened his pace towards the community while continuing to ponder. He had just completed his evolution, and his strength was still very weak. If he could absorb this mysterious energy from the wind and snow to continuously strengthen himself, it would undoubtedly be good news. This mysterious energy seemed like an opportunity bestowed upon him by heaven. As long as he could grasp it well, he might achieve rapid enhancement of his strength. Maybe it won't be long before I become stronger than Lin Chen. Jiang Yong secretly contemplated, a glimmer of expectation and excitement flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but feel both envy and jealousy at the thought of Lin Chen's power in the community, surrounded by beautiful women. Lin Chen seemed to be a dominant presence in the community, with everyone either in awe of him or obedient to his commands. Power, women, doing as he pleased, wasn't this the life he had once dreamed of? He could only watch enviously as Lin Chen commanded the winds and rains, seeing the adoring gazes of those beautiful women directed at him. But now, the situation was different. He had gained the opportunity for evolution, acquired abilities, and discovered this mysterious energy in the snow that could enhance him. As long as he could seize this opportunity and continuously absorb this energy to improve his strength, he might truly surpass Lin Chen and become a powerful figure with real influence in the community and even the surrounding area. Thinking of this, Jiang Yong quickened his pace, feeling that he was getting closer to the community, and his longing for the future grew stronger. In the midst of the swirling snow, he seemed to see himself becoming incredibly powerful by absorbing that mysterious energy, holding his head high in the community, rewriting a fate that he could only look up to before. Suddenly, buzz buzz buzz, Jiang Yong's phone rang. He picked it up and took a glance, and his face instantly turned as pale as paper. The screen displayed, "Don't come back. Don't come back. Don't come back. Xianfeng has gone to report you. You have been exposed. Even your wife is being monitored. Don't come back. Big brother can only help you this far. Take care." Jiang Yong looked at the message from his newly sworn brother Zhao Gang and felt a chill rise from his feet to his heart. His hands unconsciously trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on the phone screen, as if hoping the words would suddenly disappear, turning into a misperception. Xianfeng. Jiang Yong gritted his teeth, muttering the name. They had just sworn to share joys and sorrows, to never abandon each other, yet he turned around and ran to report selling him out. He was worried that someone would be jealous, which was why he swore brotherhood with everyone, wanting to bind them together with mutual interests so they could all keep the secret under the drive of shared benefits. But unexpectedly, he had underestimated human nature. Lin Chen. A flicker of resentment and fear flashed in Jiang Yong's eyes. He wanted to rush back right now, rescue his wife, and then kill Lin Chen. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that not only would he fail to save his wife, but he would also lose his own life, and that would truly be the end. Jiang Yong clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, yet he felt no pain. "Ah, wait, just wait for me. I will come back." Has Jiang Yong not come back yet? In a corner of the garage, Lin Chen sat on a small stool, holding a skewer of snowflake beef over the charcoal fire. There was simply too much steak, and he was eating it in various ways. Having a small barbecue in this icy, snowy apocalypse was indeed a kind of enjoyment. The charcoal crackled, casting flickering shadows on Lin Chen's face. Gao Wen stood behind Lin Chen, and even though Lin Chen had his back to him, he still wore a respectful expression. "Yes, sir, Jiang Yong has not returned." Behind Gao Wen stood Xianfeng, also respectfully. Lin Yi, could it be that he died outside? At this moment, Xianfeng looked anxious. It was already dark, and Jiang Yong had been gone for several hours. Why hadn't he come back? Xianfeng secretly muttered to himself that it would be best If he had died outside, that way, his act of informing would go unnoticed, and he wouldn't have to worry about Jung Young coming back to settle scores with him. As he spoke, he secretly observed Lin Chen's reaction, feeling nervous, afraid that Lin Chen would see through his little thoughts. Lin Chen pointed to the spot in front of him. Come sit and talk. His tone was flat, revealing no emotional fluctuations. But it was precisely this calmness that made both Gao Wan and Chen Feng dare not be the slightest bit negligent. The two hurriedly stepped forward, their faces full of respect, and carefully sat down in the spot Lin Chen indicated. Lin Chen then shared the skewers of meat with the two of them. The snowflake beef skewers, under the roasting of the charcoal, emitted an enticing aroma, the fat sizzling and dripping onto the coals, causing small bursts of sparks. Chen Feng looked at the clearly marbled, fatty and lean snowflake beef, saliva involuntarily swirling in his mouth. He didn't even know how many days it had been since he had eaten meat heartily. In this apocalypse, food was scarce. Being able to have a full meal was already good enough, let alone such delicious snowflake beef. Chen Feng swallowed hard, carefully accepting the skewer Lin Chen handed him, his eyes filled with gratitude, and he hurriedly said, "Thank you, Lin Yi, thank you, Lin Yi." Gao Wen also took the skewer, respectfully saying, "Thank you for your generosity, sir." After that, he quietly stood to the side, waiting for Lin Chen's next instructions. Lin Chen continued to roast the remaining skewers in his hand, his gaze seemingly casually resting on the charcoal, but his thoughts were drifting elsewhere. While grilling the meat, he pondered aloud, Zhang Yong hasn't come back, what do you think happened? Shen Feng's heart sank, and he quickly swallowed the piece of meat he hadn't had time to chew, stammering, Lin Yi. It might really be that he encountered some danger. It's not as safe outside as in our community. Lin Chen shook his head. What danger could there be outside? The greatest danger was the cold. And Zhang Yong was not afraid of the cold. So, Lin Chen didn't quite believe the reason that he couldn't return due to external dangers. Gao Wen was also secretly pondering, could it be that he doesn't want to come back? Lin Chen understood Gao Wen's meaning. Since Zhang Yong had already gained supernatural powers, why would he need to suffer under Lin Chen's watch? Wouldn't it be better to find another place to rule? This was indeed a possibility. Lin Chen looked at Chen Feng and asked, Is Zhang Yong's wife still around? Yes, Chen Feng hurriedly replied, I've been keeping an eye on her, his wife has always been here. He dared not be the slightest bit negligent about this matter. If something went wrong, he would be in big trouble. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Even if Zhang Yong wanted to run away, there was no need to abandon his wife, right? But if not, then there was only one possibility left. He looked at Chen Feng again. When you came to inform, did anyone else see it? Upon hearing this, Chen Feng's heart suddenly sank. And he stammered, there should have been. Gao Zong was right in the middle of the crowd, so quite a few people must have seen it. However, he immediately said, but no one knows what I was discussing with General Gao. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly upon hearing Chen Feng's words. Others may not know what you said, but if your sworn brothers saw it, wouldn't they be able to guess? As long as those few aren't fools, they would definitely have a rough idea if Chen Feng was whispering sneakily with Gao Wen. Gao Wen continued from Lin Chen's words, Sir, are you saying that Chen Feng's informant matter has been discovered by Zhang Yong? In fact, he had already suspected this, but just hadn't said it before. Only a fool would act smarter than the boss. Lin Chen nodded and said, most likely. Upon hearing this, Chen Feng was instantly dumbfounded. His act of informing had been informed on? He felt a buzz in his head, and suddenly everything went blank. He had originally thought to please Lin Chen by informing, but he never expected things to develop like this. If Zhang Yong really found out it was him who informed, wouldn't he be devoured alive when Zhang Yong returned? Lin Chen glanced at Chen Feng, noting his poor mental fortitude. You should go with General Gao and ask your sworn brothers. What was going on could be clarified with a simple inquiry. When dealing with a few ordinary folks, Lin Chen trusted Gao Wen's methods. Sure enough, Gao Wen confidently nodded and said, Rest assured, sir, if someone really informed Zhang Yong in advance, I will definitely find out. At this moment, Chen Feng was still in a daze, filled with fear of Zhang Yong's revenge, completely missing what Lin Chen said afterward. Until Gao Wen came over, patted his shoulder, and said, Let's go, stop daydreaming, and quickly clarify this matter to give the sir an explanation. Only then did Chen Feng come to his senses. He looked at Gao Wen, then at Lin Chen, forcing a smile on his face and said, Okay, General Gao, Master Lin, I will go right away. After that, Gao Wen took Chen Feng away. Lin Chen sat alone, grilling skewers, sipping beer, and smoking a cigarette, feeling quite content. Although it was the apocalypse, Lin Chen felt he was living better than before the end of the world. Every meal was filled with meat every night. As for Jiang Yong's matter, he didn't take it to heart, just a bit curious. After a while, Gao Wan and Shen Feng returned, bringing someone with them. It was Zhao Gang. Gao Wan kicked Zhao Gang in the knee. "You tell the sir yourself." Zhao Gang thudded to the ground, moving a few steps toward Lin Chen. Lin sir, I. Zhao Gang's lips trembled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He didn't know how to speak. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to find out about him so quickly. He didn't want to admit it. After all, the information had been deleted. If you have the ability, go to the mobile company and check. But Gao Wan was too ruthless, even threatening him with his daughter, preferring to kill wrongly than to let go. There was no choice. Zhao Gang could only admit it. "Lin sir, I was wrong, please spare me," Zhao Gang said while slapping himself. Lin Chen looked at him in this state and roughly guessed what was happening. He waved his hand impatiently. "Alright, get lost." At this point, Lin Chen already had a general understanding of the matter. He never considered it a big deal. In this apocalypse, for survival and profit, it's common for people to scheme and betray each other. He just wanted to clarify the ins and outs of the situation to satisfy his curiosity. Now that he knew it was Zhao Gang who informed Jiang Yong, and saw Zhao Gang's pitiful appearance of admitting his mistake, he had no intention of entangling further. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Zhao Gang was stunned. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to let him go so easily. He hurriedly got up, rolling and scrambling, constantly saying, "Thank you, Mr. Lin, thank you, Mr. Lin." After retreating to a certain distance, Zhao turned around and ran away in a fluster. Gao Wan watched the scene from the side, feeling somewhat puzzled, and couldn't help but ask, "Sir, are you just going to let him go so easily?" Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, a half-smile on his face as he uttered 3 words, "Keep an eye on him." Gao Wan was taken aback, then immediately understood. Use a long line to catch a big fish. First, let Zhao think he has escaped a disaster and lower his guard, then secretly send someone to monitor him. When the time is right, perhaps they could use Zhao to draw out Jiang Yong. Gao Wan couldn't help but admire Lin Chen's tactics. This move was indeed clever. Only Qian Feng stood foolishly by, not knowing what scheme Lin Chen was plotting. Beep, today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 bags of Wuchang rice. 2. 10,000 pounds of fresh vegetables. 3. 1 cold resistant gene serum. 4. 10,000 bottles of multivitamins. 333, I choose 3. It turned out to be a gene serum, and a cold resistant one at that. Lin Chen was visibly excited. This would be incredibly useful in the icy apocalypse. As soon as he finished speaking, a syringe appeared in the system space filled with a light blue liquid. Lin Chen then opened the system panel and found the exchange list in the store. Cold resistant gene serum, 100,000 yuan each. The price was the same as that of the physical enhancement fruit. Lin Chen took out the gene serum, slowly aimed the syringe's needle at his arm, and gently pressed down on the syringe, watching the light blue liquid slowly enter his body. As the liquid was injected, Lin Chen felt a cool sensation starting from his arm, gradually spreading throughout his body. At first, it felt like a cold silk thread was slowly moving along his arm, the slight chill causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. But soon, this coolness surged like a flood, rapidly rushing through his limbs and bones. At that moment, Lin Chen felt as if he were in an ice cellar. The chill completely enveloped him, making him shiver involuntarily. Yet, in an instant, this coolness receded like a tide. Just moments ago, he felt as if he were in an extremely cold place, and the next second, that bone-chilling cold vanished without a trace. Lin Chen's eyes widened in shock. He felt as if he had become immune to the cold. The fear of cold that had once gripped him had completely disappeared. Although with his current physical condition of over 40 points, he could easily handle the outside temperature of over -40 degrees, he still felt a bit cold, like the normal feeling of winter. But at this moment, Lin Chen felt that when he went outside again, he shouldn't feel cold anymore. However, this was just the effect of the gene serum on him. As for others, Lin Chen thought for a moment and decided to conduct an experiment. At this time, Shirhan and Yilin had already gotten up and were tidying up the room outside. Lin Chen got out of bed, looked at Yilin who was mopping the floor, and casually said, "Come out with me for a moment." Yilin was taken aback by Lin Chen's sudden request, unsure of what he wanted to do. But she quickly put on thick clothes and followed Lin Chen to the hallway. "What's wrong?" Yilin asked cautiously. She stood in the hallway, slightly hunching her body. The temperature in the hallway was much lower than inside the house, and even with thick clothes on, she could still feel the chill seeping into her bones. Lin Chen exchanged for a gene serum and said to Yilin, "Expose Your arm. Yilin looked at the strange liquid in Lin Chen's hand and couldn't help but shiver, thinking, is he really going to inject this into me? Fear and resistance flashed in her eyes, and her body instinctively shrank back. Seeing Yilin's reaction, Lin Chen frowned. When Yilin saw Lin Chen frown, her heart skipped a beat and she quickly exposed her arm. Get inside and call Shirhan out, Lin Chen said irritably. How ungrateful, did she think he would harm her? He just wanted to test what effect this gene serum would have on an ordinary person, which would be a good thing for everyone, but Yilin's reaction added a bit of frustration to his heart. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Yilin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although it made Lin Chen a bit unhappy, at least she didn't have to be the test subject, she could just flatter him later in the evening to make him feel better. She then went inside to call Shin Shirhan out. Before long, Shin Shirhan also came out wearing thick clothes. She looked at Lin Chen with a puzzled expression, not knowing why he had called her out. Yilin curiously followed behind, wanting to see what Lin Chen was holding. Expose your arm, Lin Chen said to Shin Shirhan as well. Shin Shirhan was taken aback for a moment, but still obediently revealed her arm without a hint of hesitation. She believed that Lin Chen would not harm her, and even though she felt a vague worry about the mysterious liquid, she chose to cooperate. She then watched as Lin Chen injected that unknown liquid into her body. At the moment the needle pierced her skin, Shin Shirhan couldn't help but shiver slightly, not because it hurt much, but because the unknown sensation made her feel a bit uneasy. She watched as the light blue liquid slowly entered her veins, feeling both nervous and curious about what changes the substance would bring to her body. As the liquid was injected, she felt a coolness spreading from her arm. This coolness was different from the cold she usually felt. It seemed to carry a unique, deeper sense of invasion, causing her body to involuntarily shudder slightly. Gradually, that coolness spread throughout her body, like countless cold little hands wandering freely beneath her skin, every inch of her nerves stimulated by this chill, making her feel as if she were in an ice cellar, cold to the bone. Yilin stood to the side, her eyes wide open, nervously and fearfully watching Shin Shirhan. At first, she was a bit curious, but when she saw Shin Shirhan in such pain, a sense of relief surged within her. She secretly felt grateful that she had just escaped a calamity and did not have to endure this unknown torment. Thank goodness. It wasn't her, this terrifying thing. If injected into her body, who knows what would happen. After a while, Shin Shirhan's shivering gradually stopped and she gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The chill slowly faded away, replaced by an unprecedented sense of refreshment, as if the impurities in her body had been cleared away by this mysterious power. She slowly raised her head, her eyes filled with a hint of confusion and surprise, and softly said, I feel like I'm not quite the same anymore. Lin Chen smiled. Of course, she was different now. Take off your clothes, one piece at a time, Lin Chen continued, as he needed to further determine how effective this drug was in resisting the cold. Shin Shirhan was slightly taken aback but slowly began to unbutton her down jacket. She had a blind trust in Lin Chen, and despite feeling full of doubts and shyness, she still complied. When she took off the thick down jacket, she instinctively wanted to shiver, but the expected cold did not rush in. She was a bit surprised by the air around her body. She had thought she would be instantly enveloped by cold, but at that moment, only a gentle coolness brushed against her skin, which was completely different from how she usually felt in such low temperatures. It was a bit cool, but not much. Then she took off her sweater, her pants. This time, she finally felt a bit of coolness. However, it wasn't the unbearable kind of cold. It felt more like the gentle breeze of early spring, the coolness merely lingering lightly on the surface of her skin. When she was left in just her underwear, she finally couldn't help but shiver. Shin Shirhan looked up, her eyes filled with questioning and a hint of shock as she gazed at Lin Chen, seemingly waiting for him to provide an explanation, not understanding why she was experiencing such strange changes. Alright, let's go inside, Lin Chen waved his hand and said. Lin Chen had already roughly understood the effects of this gene serum. It could basically allow an ordinary person to withstand the harsh cold outside. Shin Shirhan, wearing only her underwear, picked up the clothes on the ground and followed Lin Chen. Lin Chen, what exactly is going on? Shin Shirhan couldn't help but ask. Lin Chen explained with a smile, this is a cold-resistant gene serum that can enhance your tolerance to cold. As soon as Shin Shirhan heard this, her eyes lit up. No wonder I didn't feel cold just now. Lin Chen, you are really amazing. She didn't ask how Lin Chen got this thing, she just praised him directly. In her heart, Lin Chen was like an omnipotent being. As long as she followed him, she would definitely be able to survive well in this apocalyptic world. Yilin naturally heard this and immediately felt regretful. She blamed herself for being so timid just now. If she had known this serum had such miraculous effects, she should have been the first to rush up and try it. Then she quickly took off her clothes, revealing her fair and smooth little arms. I want it too. After having breakfast, Lin Chen sat on the sofa and took the 10 physical fruit he had for today one by one. As the energy from these 10 fruits was gradually absorbed, Lin Chen's physique rose at an astonishing speed, reaching a terrifying 51 points, more than 5 times that of an ordinary person. He tried to move his body a bit and felt an inexhaustible power coursing through him. When he casually clenched his fist, he could hear a slight crack from his joints, as if announcing the immense explosive power contained within this body. He then looked down. Under his feet, Yi Lin was desperately trying to please him. Humph, what an ungrateful woman. Recalling Yi Lin's fearful reaction to the gene serum earlier, a surge of unnamed anger rose in his heart. After punishing this woman thoroughly, Lin Chen gathered 10 people, including Gao Wen, Zhao Xiaolong, Zhao Xiaowu, and Shen Feng. Today, he planned to go out and collect some supplies. He couldn't keep supporting these people forever, they should do something for themselves. He had actually been planning this for a while. But it was too cold outside. And if he continued to ride the snowmobile, it wouldn't be long before someone would freeze to death. Now that he had the gene serum, it would be much easier. Just one injection would do. This way, whether he was going out to collect gold or supplies, the efficiency would greatly increase. When everyone gathered in the dimly lit basement, Lin Chen took out the gene serum he had prepared earlier. Inject this into your bodies. Everyone looked at the light blue liquid in the syringes, their faces showing fear and concern. They thought, what the hell is this? They were already shackled, wasn't Lin Chen still worried? They whispered among themselves. What is this stuff? It looks kind of scary. If Master Lin wants us to use this, it shouldn't be dangerous, right? Why am I feeling a bit scared? For a moment, everyone hesitated. Gao Wen frowned slightly, although he had doubts, he knew that Lin Chen's actions always had deep meaning. Moreover, in his view, this might be a good opportunity to show loyalty to Lin Chen and further elevate his status. So, he took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said, Sir, I'll go first. Lin Chen nodded slightly and handed a syringe of gene serum to Gao Wen. Gao Wen took the serum without any hesitation, quickly aimed the needle at his arm, and plunged it in, then slowly pushed the syringe, watching the light blue liquid enter his body. The same process followed, first cool, then cold, and finally refreshing. Moments later, surprise gradually appeared in Gao Wen's eyes, and he couldn't help but whisper. This feeling is amazing. He felt like he wasn't so cold anymore. In fact, he even felt a bit hot and wanted to take off his outer coat. Seeing Gao Wen's reaction, the fear in everyone's hearts eased a little. Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu exchanged glances, seeing that Gao Wen had no adverse reactions after the injection and seemed to have gained tremendous benefits. They didn't want to appear too timid in front of Lin Chen. Zhao Xiaohu gritted his teeth and said, Bro, let's do it too. Zhao Xiaolong nodded, and the two stepped forward together, taking the serum from Lin Chen's hand and nervously injecting it into themselves. Others, seeing this, also mustered their courage and sequentially accepted the injection of the gene serum. After each person was injected, they were amazed by the wonderful changes surging within their bodies. They first felt a coolness moving through them, gradually spreading throughout their bodies, making them shiver involuntarily. But soon, this coolness miraculously transformed into a warm and vibrant flow of heat, as if a small torch had been ignited deep within their bodies, dispelling all the cold. I seem to not be cold anymore? Zhao Xiaolong said with a face full of surprise. As he spoke, he unbuttoned the collar of his shirt. Me too, Zhao Xiaohu echoed, his eyes shining with excitement, unable to resist moving his arms to feel the new strength within his body. Master Lin, what is this? It's simply amazing. Shen Feng exclaimed excitedly, his eyes wide with curiosity and wonder. Lin Chen smiled and said, This is a cold-resistant gene serum that can enhance your tolerance to cold. From now on, everyone can go out normally without worrying about freezing to death. What? The 10 people were first stunned by Lin Chen's words, then they erupted in joy. The reason they had been living in such misery was that they were trapped in the community and couldn't go out, not because they couldn't, but because they didn't dare. In temperatures below -40 degrees, it wouldn't take long before one would freeze to death. But what did Lin Chen just say? Enhanced tolerance to cold? Able to go out normally? That means there would be supplies. No matter what it was, in weather below -40 degrees, the shelf life would definitely be extended. Excitement and longing appeared on everyone's faces. The long-standing oppression and helplessness of being trapped in this small world seemed to dissipate in that moment. They could almost see a beautiful scene of searching for supplies and improving their lives in the vast world outside. Xianfeng was even more excited as the figure of Jian Yong flashed through his mind. Isn't this similar to the ability Jian Yong obtained? Except for lacking offensive power, it didn't seem much different. At this moment, Xianfeng was very glad for his decision back then, as long as they could leave the community, there was hope for survival. The group gathered together, sharing their bodily changes with each other, their worries replaced by surprise and excitement. Alright, everyone quiet down, Lin Chen said, his voice not loud but filled with authority, and everyone immediately stopped talking, turning their attention to him. This gene serum will help you better adapt to the harsh cold outside. Next, we will begin our mission to collect supplies. Lin Chen's gaze swept over everyone. I will assign you tasks, and you must strictly follow my instructions, understood? Understood, Master Lin, everyone replied in unison. Also, the matter of the serum must be kept confidential, no one is allowed to speak of it outside. Lin Chen's tone grew serious, his gaze becoming even colder. If I find out who lets it slip. He paused, his icy gaze seeming to penetrate the hearts of those present. I will make sure they wish they were dead. If this gene serum were to leak out, it would undoubtedly attract countless covetous eyes, and trouble would follow. So Lin Chen decided to keep it a secret for now. The 10 people shivered at Lin Chen's words, seeing the ruthless determination in his eyes. Tiaowen was the first to speak up. Don't worry, we absolutely won't say a word. The others nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Master Lin. Yes, we won't reveal a single word. Otherwise, you can deal with us as you wish. Seeing everyone so determined, Lin Chen slowly nodded and said, then, let's get ready to set off. Virum, 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 6 snowmobiles roared through the icy wilderness, like a pack of steel beasts galloping across the white expanse. Each snowmobile was towing a sled laden with various tools and containers for carrying supplies. Since Lin Chen had initially wiped out 1,000 sets of snowmobile gear, all kinds of accessories and tools were readily available. Lin Chen rode one himself, while the others shared 2 to a snowmobile. At this moment, the 10 of them were exceptionally excited. How many days had it been? Counting carefully, it had been over 20 days, almost a month. Trapped in the community, living in constant anxiety. Now, they could finally break free from that invisible cage and step into the vast world outside. Their faces beaming with uncontrollable joy and anticipation. They sped across the snow, disregarding any traffic rules, recklessly maneuvering the snowmobiles, reveling in the thrill of speed and excitement. Although the cold wind sliced at their faces like a sharp blade and the heavy snow obscured their vision like a white curtain, they paid no mind. Awo awo, they shouted excitedly, releasing the pent-up emotions from days of confinement on the snowmobiles, like a group of wild youths finding their revelry in this icy apocalypse. The snowmobiles whizzed past, kicking up large clouds of snow. Soon, they arrived at the Yonghui supermarket. Reluctantly, the 10 of them dismounted, the rush of wind on the snowmobiles igniting their blood, as if they had rediscovered long-lost vitality and passion in this apocalypse. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the 6 snowmobiles vanished in an instant. Although they had already witnessed Lin Chen's ability to conjure things out of thin air, they still couldn't help but widen their eyes, their faces filled with shock that was hard to conceal. They stood there dumbfounded, staring at the spot where the snowmobiles had been parked, taking a long while to regain their senses. Each person's mind felt like a tangled mess, trying to comprehend what they had just witnessed, only to find it utterly incomprehensible. It was simply against the laws of physics. At this moment, the looks they cast at Lin Chen were filled with awe. In this apocalypse, the various methods Lin Chen displayed were simply beyond imagination. Explosive neck rings, cold-resistant potions, snowmobiles, and this seemingly magical ability to manipulate space. What other secrets and extraordinary powers did this man possess that they did not know? It seemed Lin Chen was hiding endless secrets and miraculous abilities, each display leaving everyone in awe. They felt both reverence for Lin Chen's immense power and a quiet relief for having chosen the right person to follow. While those still in the garage were fighting over a small piece of bread, even coming to blows, they stood before the entire supermarket. Who would believe it if they told? Riding a snowmobile in temperatures below -40 degrees? Wouldn't that freeze you to death? But they had done it. Lin Chen looked at the various expressions on their faces and smiled, saying, don't just stand there. Once we go in, try to grab food that is easy to store and can fill you up. Yes, Master Lin, they replied in unison. The group entered through the shattered window on the 2nd floor. Inside the supermarket, the light was dim, barely outlining the shelves and surrounding items. They held the tactical flashlights distributed by Lin Chen, scanning the supermarket. As the beams of light moved, the shelves filled with a dazzling array of goods gradually came into focus. Well-packaged canned goods, vacuum-sealed foods, bags of rice and flour, and so on. These items, which seemed so ordinary in daily life, had now become incredibly precious treasures. Each of the 10 had an exceptionally excited expression, their mouths nearly stretching to the back of their heads. Soon, everyone was weaving between the shelves, their eyes shining with excitement as they eagerly selected various supplies, quickly tossing their desired items into shopping carts. To be honest, this thrill of semi-stealing, taking whatever they wanted, and freely acquiring supplies was quite exhilarating. It was even more enjoyable than the feeling of racing wildly in the snow just moments ago. Zhao Xiaolong stuffed cans into his cart while grinning and said, this feels amazing. We can take as much as we want, and we'll have plenty to eat for a while when we get back. His eyes sparkled, and his hands moved faster, wishing he could fit the entire shelf of cans into his cart. Zhao Xiaohu laughed in agreement. Yeah, brother. We should grab more. We can't miss out on the easy-to-store and filling food that Lord Lin instructed us to take. Once a cart was full, they would push it back to where they had just entered and grab another one. People came and went, weaving between the shelves, the wheels of the shopping carts making a clatter-clatter sound on the ground. It continued until Lin Chen felt it was enough. He looked at the 30 or so overflowing shopping carts, nodded slightly, and then raised his voice to shout, "All right, everyone stop. It's time to head back." Upon hearing Lin Chen's call, everyone quickly halted their actions of stuffing supplies into the carts. Although they still felt a bit unsatisfied, as the thrill of collecting supplies was truly addictive, they understood that Lin Chen's orders must be obeyed. So, they quickly gathered together and began pushing their filled carts towards the exit of the supermarket. Lin Chen stepped outside and waved his hand, revealing 11 snowmobiles. They had come with 6, and now they were returning with 11. This was how to save where they could and spend where they needed. The 10 people didn't need Lin Chen to instruct them, they instinctively moved the bags of supplies to the sleds behind the snowmobiles and secured the ropes to ensure nothing would fall off during the ride. It's still Lord Lin who knows how to do things. This haul is really substantial, enough for us to eat well for a while. Yeah, we can finally enjoy a few comfortable days. When I was grabbing things inside, I felt like a millionaire, I even secretly took a few cases of beer. We'll have a good drink when we get back. I got quite a bit of marinated snacks. I brought a few packs of chocolate and snacks for my daughter. As they moved the supplies, everyone excitedly shared their little surprises they had snuck in. Although Lin Chen had said to mainly take easy-to-store, filling staples, who didn't have a little personal desire? It was only natural to grab a few things they wanted, and even if Lin Chen saw it, he said nothing. As long as they were obedient, compliant, and didn't betray him, Lin Chen couldn't be bothered with the rest. Before long, all the supplies were securely placed on the sleds. The group gathered around Lin Chen, their eyes full of anticipation, waiting for him to give the order to set off on their return journey, ready to enjoy a hearty meal. Lin Chen didn't waste words, he waved his hand, and the group hopped onto their snowmobiles, starting the engines and practically flooring the gas. The snowmobiles raced through the blizzard, the biting cold wind slicing across everyone's faces, yet excitement filled their expressions. Soon, the group returned to the community. Lin Chen pried open another room on the 3rd floor to use as a temporary storage. Let's move the supplies to the 3rd floor. With that command, everyone responded in unison, eagerly diving into the task of moving. Zhao Xiaolong and Zhao Xiaohu, the 2 brothers, each carried a box of canned goods, puffing as they climbed the stairs, not forgetting to tease each other. Hey, make sure to eat a lot later, this trip has left me starving. Don't worry, bro, tonight we won't stop until we burst. Meanwhile, Chen Feng's gaze occasionally drifted to the corner where he hid that special bag. He felt both anxious and excited inside. That bag contained a mysterious gift he had just collected for Lin Chen at the supermarket. Earlier, he noticed Lin Chen hadn't picked up anything, so he took it upon himself to gather some small trinkets for him. Now, as he helped move supplies, he pondered when would be the right moment to hand the bag to Lin Chen. What if Lin Chen didn't like it, or thought his gesture was inappropriate? The more he thought, the more uncertain he felt, yet he was unwilling to give up this chance to please Lin Chen. Finally, Chen Feng seized a moment when no one was paying attention, quietly picked up the bag, and hurried over to Lin Chen. Lin Yi, this is for you. Chen Feng carefully handed the bag to Lin Chen. Lin Chen was taken aback. He lacked nothing, why was Chen Feng giving him something? He hadn't asked for it. A hint of confusion arose in Lin Chen's mind, but he still took the bag and glanced inside. This glance surprised him slightly. Inside the bag were a bunch of stockings, black, white, pink, various colors, along with all sorts of lingerie. And even a few packs of feminine hygiene products. Lin Chen instantly understood Qianfeng's intentions, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted slightly. This Qianfeng really had some thoughts. No wonder many big brothers need a lackey by their side, it's indeed necessary. Just imagine if a big brother ordered a little brother to do something like this, to fetch stockings and lingerie. It would be quite embarrassing. But if the little brother took the initiative, it was a different story. Moreover, Qianfeng was quite thoughtful, even knowing to grab a few packs of sanitary napkins. Lin Chen smiled and patted Qianfeng on the shoulder, expressing his approval. Not bad. Those simple 2 words felt like a reassurance to Qianfeng. The heavy stone in his heart finally fell, and he was so excited he nearly teared up. He had been worried about Zhang Yong coming back for revenge. In his view, only by tightly holding onto Lin Chen's leg could he gain a sliver of hope. At that moment, a sense of relief flooded his entire being, making his legs feel slightly weak. Lin Yi, as long as you can protect me, I'll do anything you ask. My life is in your hands. Qianfeng's voice trembled slightly. His eyes filled with loyalty and reverence. He sincerely entrusted his fate to Lin Chen. In this cruel apocalypse, Lin Chen was his only beacon of hope. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. This was the first person to actively express loyalty to him. He looked at the excited Qianfeng before him, a hint of contemplation rising in his heart. Although he had the means to control everyone, having someone openly pledge loyalty could indeed make many things smoother. Moreover, Qianfeng's meticulousness could prove useful in future matters. However, he couldn't fully trust Qianfeng just yet. He needed to continue observing to see if this kid could truly match his words with actions and maintain this loyalty consistently. As Qianfeng noticed Lin Chen's prolonged silence, he suddenly thudded to his knees. Qianfeng lowered his head, his body trembling slightly. He did not dare to look up at Lin Chen's expression and could only express his determination in this most straightforward and humble manner. Master Lin, I sincerely want to follow you. Please take me in and give me a chance. Lin Chen gazed at Qianfeng, who was kneeling on the ground, and after a moment, slowly spoke, as long as you are loyal, I will not treat you poorly. After all, the other party had a history of betrayal, so caution was necessary. Upon hearing this, Qianfeng felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and quickly said, Master Lin, rest assured, I know I have wronged my brothers in the past, but you can trust that I hold you in sincere admiration. I swear I will never betray you, otherwise, I will not die a good death. Lin Chen nodded slightly. Alright, get up. After thinking for a moment, he waved his hand, and a firewood stove and a generator appeared on the ground. From now on, you will take 2 people and be the administrator of this warehouse. Lin Chen's gaze swept over Qianfeng. This was both a reward for Qianfeng's initiative in pledging loyalty and a test. On one hand, it granted him a certain level of power and status. After all, he was the first to actively swear allegiance to Lin Chen, so a reward was in order, even if just for others to see. On the other hand, it was also to observe whether he could truly manage things well and whether he would harbor any ill intentions regarding resource management. Qianfeng was momentarily stunned. He never expected Lin Chen would so readily assign him such an important task. Surprise and gratitude flashed in his eyes. He quickly responded, Thank you for your trust, Master Lin. I will not let you down. Lin Chen did not comment further, merely nodding slightly. At that moment, seeing that the others had nearly finished moving the supplies, he took the bundle of items that Qianfeng had brought him and left. He did not say anything more. As for how those supplies would be distributed and used, he had already appointed an administrator for that. Lin Chen walked slowly down the corridor, his figure gradually disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Only then did Qianfeng stand up from the ground, brushing off the dust from his knees. Nearby, a few brothers gathered around, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and disdain. Although they did not know what was in that bundle, they had all heard the conversation between Qianfeng and Lin Chen. The humble declarations and the unhesitating act of kneeling had significantly lowered their opinion of Qianfeng in their hearts. It was utterly undignified. In their view, a person should have at least a modicum of dignity. Even in this cruel apocalypse, one should not so easily bow and scrape to others, lowering oneself so much. However, some slick individuals did not care about such things and looked at Qianfeng with flattering expressions. Brother Qian, congratulations. You are now our big manager. Exactly, we will have to rely on Brother Qian for guidance in the future. Just now, Master Lin said to find 2 people to manage the warehouse. Brother Feng, what do you think of me? Me too. Me too. The position of warehouse administrator was a lucrative one, and several people were vying for it, creating quite a lively scene. Seeing that Lin Chen's simple words had instantly elevated his status, Qianfeng felt immensely proud. With a face full of feigned humility and delight, he smiled and replied, "You're too kind, it's all thanks to the brothers' support." Though he said this, he was secretly pondering which two people to choose, as the position of warehouse administrator could not be given to just anyone. He needed to select those who could truly be of use to him and would listen to him. We should work together to help Master Lin manage this warehouse properly, that is the real business. Brother Feng is right. We all listened to Brother Feng. Of course, there were also those who looked down on Qianfeng's behavior or were jealous, such as Li Chang. Li Chang looked at Qianfeng, who was being flattered by everyone, and disdainfully curled his lip. Relying on selling out his brothers to rise to power, what a piece of work. His words were filled with contempt, and his gaze was thick with disdain, as if Qianfeng were nothing more than the mud beneath his feet, unworthy of his attention. After saying that, he turned to leave, truly not wanting to look at Qianfeng any longer, feeling that being around such a person dirted his eyes. But at that moment, Qianfeng suddenly called out to him, "Hey? Li Chang, wait a minute." Li Chang stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Qianfeng, his face full of impatience. "I've moved everything, what else do you want from me?" Qianfeng pointed at the items in Li Chang's hands, a playful look on his face. "What do you have in your hands?" Li Chang raised the bag he was holding and replied irritably, "These are snacks I brought for my daughter, why do you care so much?" Upon hearing this, Qianfeng immediately raised his voice. "What do you mean, why do I care? I'm the supervisor of this warehouse now, who allowed you to take items without my permission?" "You?" Li Chang's face turned bright red. He was so angry that he trembled all over, pointing at Qianfeng, but for a moment, his anger choked him, and he couldn't say a complete sentence. He never expected Qianfeng to be so shameless. Just having been promoted to warehouse supervisor, he dared to make things difficult for him, and all for a few snacks for his daughter. "What do you mean? Just put the items down and you can leave." Qianfeng's expression was slightly provocative. He wanted Li Chang to know that the management of the supplies in this warehouse was now under his control. "If you don't use your power, it will expire. If we can't accomplish something, we can certainly ruin it. If you dare to look down on me, then I won't let you off easily." Li Chang stood awkwardly in place, feeling both anxious and angry. That bag of snacks was a small surprise for his daughter, yet Qianfeng was making things difficult for him. He felt a surge of anger burning in his chest, making him feel hot all over, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. Looking at Qianfeng's smug and provocative face, he really wanted to rush up and give him a good beating. "What, do you want to hit me?" Qianfeng raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery on his face. "Master Lin just promoted me to warehouse manager, and you want to hit me? You wouldn't be dissatisfied with Master Lin, would you?" Qianfeng exaggeratedly raised his voice, his words full of threat. Upon hearing Lin Chen's name, Li Chang felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him, and the anger that had been boiling inside him seemed to be suppressed a bit. He didn't dare express any dissatisfaction with Lin Chen. But he was also unwilling to give up that bag of snacks for his daughter, and it was quite embarrassing. The situation became awkward. Li Chang stood there with a flushed face, fists clenched, his eyes filled with anger and helplessness, not knowing what to do. Qianfeng, on the other hand, crossed his arms, a smug smile on his lips, looking as if he was waiting for Li Chang to submit. At that moment, someone nearby tried to mediate. "Oh come on, let's just let it go, we're all brothers. Xingge, don't take it too seriously, it's just a small snack. If he took it, he took it." Exactly. In fact, these people also felt that Qianfeng was being a bit excessive, treating a trivial matter like a serious offense. Li Chang just wanted to bring some snacks for his daughter, it wasn't a big deal. Qianfeng, having just become the warehouse manager, was being overly assertive, which was indeed a bit much. But everyone also didn't want to openly criticize Qianfeng, as he was currently in a position of power, so they could only try to mediate, hoping both sides would take a step back and calm the situation down. Qianfeng sensed that he seemed to have offended the crowd, feeling a bit uneasy, and quickly said, "Don't say I don't give my brother's face." Everyone heard what Li Chang just said. "Now let him apologize to me, and I'll let him off." Qianfeng looked righteous, thinking it wasn't his fault. He couldn't just pretend he didn't hear Li Chang's earlier insults, could he? The brothers felt it made sense. Although they thought Qianfeng was making a mountain out of a molehill, Li Chang's earlier sarcastic remarks were indeed unpleasant. He had just been promoted, and instead of congratulating him, Li Chang had mocked him. It was only right that he faced some consequences. "Xiangzi, this is indeed your fault. Hurry up and apologize to Qingge, and this matter will be over." Li Chang gritted his teeth and managed to squeeze out these words through clenched jaws. "It was my fault just now. Xianfeng, however, was relentless, arms crossed, slightly tilting his head back, and said with an arrogant expression, "You're already in your 30s, and you can't even handle a simple situation. This time, for the sake of the brothers, I won't hold it against you, but if it happens again, Li Chang felt a wave of anger and humiliation as he faced someone nearly 10 years younger than him speaking in such a condescending tone. But what could he do? In the end, Li Chang could only clench his fists and leave silently. All the while, Gao Wen watched coldly from the side. He stood with his arms crossed, as if the farce unfolding before him had nothing to do with him. Gao Wen knew that Lin Chen was intentionally supporting Xianfeng, possibly with the intention of guarding against him, especially since many of the people here had once been his subordinates. However, Gao Wen didn't mind too much. In fact, he felt a bit pleased. Lin Chen's caution towards him at least indicated that he didn't want him dead, at least not for now. Once the show was over, Gao Wen prepared to leave with the Longhu brothers. "Hey, Brother Wen, wait a moment," Xianfeng suddenly called out to Gao Wen. Gao Wen turned back, a playful expression on his face. "Am I not allowed to leave even though I didn't take anything?" Xianfeng approached with a beaming smile, looking quite obsequious. "Brother Wen, what are you saying? Even if you took something, the little brothers would definitely pretend not to see it." He dared to make things difficult for Li Chang, but he wouldn't dare do the same to Gao Wen. Gao Wen snorted lightly, somewhat satisfied with Qianfeng's attitude. "So why did you stop me?" Qianfeng scratched his head, still wearing a flattering smile, and said, "Well, everyone has been tired all day, so why don't we eat and drink together?" He then looked at the other brothers and raised his voice, calling out, "Brothers, let's first set up the firewood stove and generator that Lin Gu gave us, and then we can all drink together, okay?" Upon hearing this, everyone instantly perked up. "All right. Brother Feng is generous. Cheers." Everyone responded enthusiastically, their faces glowing with excitement. In fact, they had all been ready to feast and drink, but with Lin Chen suddenly appointing a warehouse manager in Xianfeng's earlier outburst, no one dared to act too hastily. Now, it was unexpected that Xianfeng would take the initiative to suggest relaxing and having a drink, which truly surprised everyone. Seeing his brothers respond so enthusiastically, Xianfeng felt immensely proud. He knew his plan to win their hearts had succeeded, and he had salvaged much of the image he had tarnished during the conflict with Li Chang. "Then let's get to it, and we won't stop until we're drunk." Qianfeng shouted excitedly, waving his arms. "We won't stop until we're drunk," everyone echoed, and for a moment, the previously heavy and oppressive atmosphere became lively and vibrant. Soon, the firewood stove and generator were set up. Everyone gathered around, sharing food and drinks scavenged from the supermarket, chatting and laughing. It felt as if they had returned to the carefree, unrestrained atmosphere of life before the apocalypse, if only for a brief moment. Ding! Today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 boxes of high-calorie compressed biscuits. 2. 10,000 boxes of multivitamin milk. 3. 10,000 latex simulation dolls. 4. 10,000 first aid medical kits. Lin Chen rubbed his eyes, looking at the 4 virtual product images in front of him. "I choose 2. In the end, Lin Chen still chose the multivitamin milk. Today's products are a bit disappointing, Lin Chen couldn't help but mutter. A few days ago, there were physical fruit, skill fruit, and gene potions, each one making his blood boil. But today, the system seemed to have returned to its previous state. Forget it, one must learn to be satisfied. Lin Chen stretched lazily. He had consumed quite a bit of energy last night. Coming out of the bedroom, he saw 2 women preparing breakfast. However, unlike usual, they were wearing cute maid outfits today. Shin Shirhan was dressed in a white maid outfit, the pristine skirt resembling the first snow of winter, light and pure. The neckline of the maid outfit was tied with a delicate bow, adding a playful touch. She also wore a small white maid headscarf, with a few strands of black hair slipping from the edges, falling beside her fair neck. The white stockings on her legs made her look even cuter. Yi Lin, on the other hand, wore a black maid outfit exuding a different kind of allure. The black skirt had an exquisite pleated design, swaying gracefully as she walked, carrying a mature and enticing charm. The neckline of her maid outfit was also tied with a bow, but it was made of black satin, tied a bit loosely, with a slightly open collar revealing a small patch of fair skin, hinting at a subtle sexiness. She wore black fishnet stockings, making her already straight legs appear even longer, each step seeming to carry an enchanting allure. The 2 women's cute yet sexy outfits made Lin Chen's eyes light up, and the lingering fatigue he felt instantly dissipated. He smiled and walked towards the 2 women. "Today we're having milk." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, both women stopped their actions and exchanged glances. Shin Shirhan looked at Lin Chen with a Mischievous expression, blinking as she said, "Darling, do you want to drink silk stocking milk tea?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Milk tea? He looked at Shin Shurhan, surprised. "You can make milk tea?" Shin Shurhan puffed out her chest proudly and said, "Of course, I used to work in a milk tea shop." This was a bit unexpected for Lin Chen, but he hadn't had milk tea in a long time, so he casually said, "Then let's have milk tea." "Okay," Shin Shurhan replied cheerfully. Then she looked at Lin Chen with a mysterious expression, her lips curling into a slight, mischievous smile. "So darling, do you want the original silk stocking milk tea, or?" Lin Chen couldn't hold back anymore, he wanted to drink imported ones too. He quickly walked a few steps to the two women. Smack, smack, Shin Shurhan behaved. But Yi Lin looked at Lin Chen with a wronged expression. "Why are you hitting me? What does it have to do with me?" Seeing this, Lin Chen felt a bit awkward and returned an apologetic glance. "Sorry, it's a habit." Meanwhile, in the underground parking lot. "Brother Wen, we've searched everywhere, but there's nothing," Zhao Xiaolong said, looking puzzled. "Brother Wen, I didn't find anything either," Zhao Xiaohu added, frowning tightly. "Brother Wen, we didn't find anything either," the other brothers echoed. "Damn it, where did Huang Mao go?" Zhao Xiaohu couldn't help but curse. "We've almost searched the entire garage, and we still can't find him," everyone complained, wondering how a good person could just disappear upon waking up. This morning, the brothers suddenly realized one person was missing: Huang Mao. At first, no one paid much attention, thinking that Huang Mao had gone to the bathroom or had something to do. But as the morning was almost over, that kid Huang Mao still hadn't shown up, as if he had evaporated from the world. Suddenly, someone cautiously said, "Could it be a monster?" Upon hearing this, the brothers felt a tightening in their hearts, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. After hearing this speculation, Cao Wen's brows furrowed even tighter. In the end, he still sent a message to Lin Chen. "Dear, open your mouth," Shin Shurhan said gently, holding a piece of freshly cut fruit and gently bringing it to Lin Chen's lips. Yi Lin was not idle either, picking up a piece of fried egg and feeding it to Lin Chen. When Tang Wanru came out of the guest room, she saw the scene of the two women serving Lin Chen breakfast. She had gotten used to it, but today, a different emotion stirred in her heart. She glanced at the maid outfits the two women were wearing. The cute yet sexy attire looked particularly eye-catching in the morning sunlight. Tang Wanru couldn't help but frown slightly, then rolled her eyes at Lin Chen. "You really know how to enjoy yourself." After saying that, she walked over to the table, pulled out a chair for herself, and sat down to start her breakfast. She seemed to eat casually, but her gaze kept unconsciously darting towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen ignored this woman. With that attitude, she still wanted, it was simply a dream. He continued to enjoy the attentive service of the two little maids, not caring at all about Tang Wanru's little emotions. This Dr. Tang always acted so high and mighty, wanting to get close to him while maintaining her distance. How could she compare to the two women in front of him who were so caring and lovely? After finishing breakfast, the two women cleared the table, and while eating a fruit that enhanced his physique, Lin Chen said to Tang Wanru, "Dr. Tang, how is the surgery going?" Hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Wanru replied seriously, "The adjustments to the body have been completed, and today we will start on the facial adjustments. It shouldn't take more than a few days to complete the transformation." After saying this, she looked at Shin Shurhan and Yi Lin, and unexpectedly added, "Even when it's done, we have to wait for all the wounds to heal before it can be used." Lin Chen couldn't help but smile and shake his head as he listened to the increasingly bold discussion among the three women. Truly, three women make a play. Suddenly, his phone rang. The three women quickly stopped their discussion, fearing they might disturb Lin Chen's important matters. Lin Chen picked up his phone to take a look and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. One person was missing? How could that be? He then opened the system panel and found the control page for the explosive neck rings. There were many red dots on the page. He saw 2 next to him, 7 or 8 next door, and more than a dozen in the garage. Each red dot corresponded to an explosive neck ring, and the numbers matched up. Ha! Suddenly, Lin Chen minimized the page. He saw a red dot located about a few kilometers away from him. Someone ran? Lin Chen was taken aback. How dare they run? Lin Chen's expression instantly darkened, his eyes revealing a cold chill. Since he dared to inject those people with the gene serum, he naturally had a backup plan. It was likely that none of them expected that the explosive neck ring around their necks not only controlled their lives and deaths but also clearly marked their locations. Lin Chen only needed to press a button, and that person who fled would immediately die. But Lin Chen did not press the explosion button. Instead, he sent a message back to Gaowen, "Bring those people from yesterday to the second floor dock to gather." He then stood up and said to the two women, "I'm going out for a bit." The two women hurried over to help Lin Chen get dressed, all the while expressing their concerns. "Be careful." Shin Shirhan stared intently at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with worry. "We'll be waiting for you at home," Yilin said with a firm tone as well. Tang Wanru watched this scene, biting her lip. At this moment, about 5 or 6 kilometers away from the Shuipan Lanting community, a person was struggling through the wind and snow. This person was the runaway Huang Mao. Huang Mao was panting heavily, and with each breath he exhaled, it instantly turned into a puff of white mist in the cold air. Although the gene serum allowed him to withstand the severe cold, walking on several meters of snow was still a very difficult task. Huang Mao had even specially found 2 wooden boards to tie to his feet, trying to increase his contact area with the snow, making it a bit easier for him to walk. But even so, every step was still unsteady and extremely difficult. "Lin Yi? Bah!" Huang Mao cursed through gritted teeth as he struggled to move in the snow. "Do you really think you're something? You're just a big fool. But I have to thank you, thanks to you giving me that damn drug, I was able to escape." Thinking of this, Huang Mao felt that Lin Chen was simply foolish. He had injected them with the gene serum without any precautions, he really didn't know what to say. In Huang Mao's view, Lin Chen was just creating an opportunity for everyone to escape, and he wouldn't miss such a good chance. "I'm not even afraid of the cold now, and you expect me to stay there as your slave? Fool!" The more Huang Mao spoke, the more agitated he became, spitting as he spoke, which instantly turned into ice shards. Previously trapped in the community, he had to submit to Lin Chen's tyranny, but now that there was a chance to escape, who would want to stay there and suffer humiliation? Just last night, while everyone was drunk and swaying, Huang Mao had sneaked away. Now I can go out freely, as long as I find a remote place, maybe I can establish my own kingdom. Huang Mao fantasized about building his own little kingdom in some remote area, making everyone bow down to him. In this icy apocalypse, whoever controlled the food controlled the lifeline of survival. And now that he wasn't afraid of the cold, as long as he found a suitable place, he might really carve out a territory of his own. The more Huang Mao thought about it, the more excited he became, and his steps seemed to lighten a bit. By then, I'll also find 3 women to serve me. Huang Mao thought proudly, his mind conjuring images of the women around Lin Chen, and his jealousy boiled over. He felt that if Lin Chen could have such treatment, why couldn't he? Once he established his footing, he would definitely live a life even more carefree than Lin Chen's. Just as Huang Mao was lost in his beautiful blueprint for the future, immersed in dreams of ruling and embracing women, a sudden buzzing sound came from behind him. Buzz, 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 a roar echoed through the wind and snow, the sound initially faint, barely discernible amidst the howling storm. But as time passed, the sound grew clearer and louder, like a giant beast approaching with a deep growl. Huang Mao was startled, the smug look on his face vanished without a trace, replaced by sheer terror. He was all too familiar with that sound. He abruptly stopped, turned around. Sure enough, it was a snowmobile. And when Huang Mao saw the leader, his heart began to race uncontrollably. He quickly turned and hurried his steps, desperately running through the snow. But how could 2 legs outrun a machine? One snowmobile after another sped across the snow like swift cheetahs, rapidly closing the distance between them and Huang Mao. Soon, they caught up with him. Huang Mao panicked. Beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Despite the freezing environment, his tension and fear had rendered his body uncontrollable. It's over, it's over. At that moment, Huang Mao regretted it deeply, wishing he hadn't impulsively run out. He had only thought of escaping Lin Chen's control, to roam freely in the outside world and show off his skills, but now this beautiful dream shattered so quickly, catching him off guard. With a thud, Huang Mao knelt down in the snow, very straightforwardly. "Master Lin, I was wrong. Acknowledging one's mistakes is necessary, and standing firm when facing punishment is a survival rule he had upheld throughout his years in society. Since there was no escape, it was better to admit his fault voluntarily, perhaps he could still earn a slim chance of survival. At this moment, he could only hope that Lin Chen would show leniency for his proactive admission of guilt. Lin Chen raised a hand, and everyone stopped. The engines died down, and it became significantly quieter. Huang Mao remained kneeling in the snow, trembling even more violently. He secretly glanced at Lin Chen, then hurriedly lowered his head, continuing to plead desperately, "Master Lin, I was wrong, I shouldn't have run away, please spare me this time, I will definitely listen well in the future, whatever you ask me to do, I will do." He never expected that Lin Chen could catch up to him. He had clearly run for most of the day, and his footprints had been covered by the heavy snow. In this vast snowy wilderness, it should have been nearly impossible to track him down. How could anyone catch up? The more Huang Mao thought about it, the more frightened he became, feeling that Lin Chen was like a terrifying presence that was omnipresent and all-powerful. It seemed that nothing could be hidden from him, and the means and abilities he possessed made Huang Mao feel as if he were dealing with an unfathomable monster. In front of this monster, he felt as small and powerless as an ant, waiting obediently for Lin Chen's judgment. Just thinking about the possible punishment made Huang Mao tremble even more violently. Master Lin, please spare me this time. I really know I was wrong. I absolutely won't dare to do it again. Looking at Huang Mao kneeling in the snow, pleading desperately, Lin Chen felt no pity whatsoever. Take him away. Lin Chen simply uttered 2 words, and the people behind him quickly stepped forward, binding Huang Mao tightly, then securing him to the back of a snowmobile like cargo. These people were equally shocked. At first, everyone thought a monster had taken Huang Mao away, or that he had encountered some misfortune. They were quite scared and anxious. But they never expected that Huang Mao had run away himself. What surprised them even more was that Lin Chen could accurately track him down. This made them feel a deeper sense of awe and admiration for Lin Chen's methods. A few of them even showed expressions of having survived a disaster. In fact, these few had also thought about escaping, their thoughts similar to those of the yellow-haired man, dreaming of breaking free from Lin Chen's control to seek another path in the outside world, perhaps even living a carefree life. However, because they still had wives and children, they temporarily dismissed this idea. They thought about asking Lin Chen in the future to give their wives and children a dose of that certain drug, and then make plans. Unexpectedly, they ended up escaping a calamity because of this. At this moment, they were all extremely grateful that they had not acted impulsively back then. To cover their unease, they worked hard to tie up the yellow-haired man tightly, wanting to show Lin Chen their zero tolerance for betrayal, thus proving their loyalty. No matter how much the yellow-haired man pleaded for mercy, they pretended not to hear. Come on, they weren't familiar with him. Better a dead friend than a living enemy. Soon, the group returned to the community. The yellow-haired man was thrown to the ground, his eyes filled with terror and pleading, his mouth incessantly begging for mercy. Master Lin, please show mercy. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare again. Just let me go. Lin Chen ignored the yellow-haired man and instead instructed those around him, go get some charcoal. Although everyone was startled, they didn't dare to ask further and hurriedly complied. In a short while, the charcoal was brought over, the glowing coals radiating intense heat in the cold air, yet also sending chills down one's spine. Lin Chen picked up a piece of burning charcoal and walked step by step towards the yellow-haired man. The yellow-haired man widened his eyes, desperately struggling to back away, but he was tied up so tightly that he couldn't move at all. Master Lin, no, please, no. I was wrong. Please spare me. The pleas for mercy abruptly stopped because Lin Chen had already stuffed the glowing charcoal into his mouth. Woo-woo, a painful whimper escaped from the yellow-haired man's throat, followed by the smell of burning flesh wafting through the air. Moments later, his throat was completely burned silent by the charcoal, and he could only emit some indistinct woo-woo sounds, unable to form complete words. He rolled on the ground continuously, clearly in great pain. His hands were tied behind his back, and he could only use his body to slam against the ground, trying to alleviate the unbearable agony in his mouth and throat, but all of it was in vain. Behind Lin Chen, everyone was shocked by this ruthless method. There wasn't a single unnecessary word, it was straight to the point. Their awe for Lin Chen deepened, and they secretly rejoiced that they hadn't acted like the yellow-haired man in betrayal. Otherwise, the one writhing in pain on the ground might have been themselves. Lin Chen looked at the yellow-haired man, who could only roll on the ground and was unable to speak, and expressionlessly continued to command, find a big box. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts but didn't dare to disobey, quickly searching for a suitable box. Soon, a box about half a meter square was brought over. Lin Chen looked at the box and recalled a certain type of punishment he had seen before. Box punishment. Lin Chen had seen it online before. It is said to be a form of extreme punishment more painful than lingqi, a dual torment of mind and body. The condemned person is stripped of all clothing and locked inside a wooden box, with only their head exposed. Due to the limited space of the box, the person can only curl up, their body tightly compressed, with every inch of skin bearing immense pressure. This is the first point of suffering. Furthermore, since all bodily functions occur inside the box, over time, the body will naturally rot, infested with maggots. However, they will not die immediately, only allowing the maggots to breed and wriggle in the rotting wounds, slowly gnawing at their flesh and blood. This is the second point of suffering. In addition, someone delivers food to the condemned person every day. Eat? Or not eat? This is the third point of suffering. There is no bloodshed throughout, yet the air is thick with a sense of bloodiness and cruelty. After Lin Chen finished describing it, everyone turned pale with fear. Even a few timid ones had their legs turned to jelly. This punishment is simply more unbearable than death. One could say it is worse than dying. Everyone secretly vowed never to betray Lin Chen again. This man is truly ruthless. Meanwhile, the yellow-haired one was completely overwhelmed by fear. Whoa, he twisted his body desperately on the ground, trying to escape the impending doom. But with his throat burned hoarse, he could only emit that desperate and helpless whimper. Unfortunately, his struggles were in vain. Soon, the yellow-haired one was placed inside the box. His body was forced to curl up in the cramped space, his limbs tightly squeezed, every muscle tense from extreme discomfort. His head weakly rested against the edge of the box, his eyes wide open, filled with fear and despair, with only the woo-woo sound continuing. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Damn, I didn't give you the drug to let you escape. He then turned his head, looking expressionlessly at the others, and said, you all should have died back then. It was your desperate pleas that made me spare your lives, right? Everyone quickly nodded. They indeed had tried to ambush Lin Chen but ended up being subdued by him. Under Lin Chen's overwhelming intimidation, they could only plead for their lives. Lin Chen was not wrong in saying this. Even if there was a mistake, everyone could only nod. No fool would dare to contradict Lin Chen at this moment, especially with the yellow-haired one demonstrating in the box. Lin Chen continued, so you all owe me a life, but if anyone regrets it, feeling humiliated living now, you can tell me, and I can give you a quick end. At this point, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, scanning the crowd. But if anyone dares to betray, this will be your fate. Lin Chen raised his voice, suddenly waving his hand, pointing at the box containing the yellow-haired one. The crowd couldn't help but shiver, quickly shaking their heads and desperately expressing their loyalty. Master Lin, we absolutely wouldn't dare. You have given us a second chance at life, we are grateful beyond words, how could we betray you? Yes, Master Lin, we remember your kindness, and we will follow you faithfully from now on. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Without you, we would have starved to death in this icy apocalypse long ago, how could we still be alive now? Master Lin, rest assured, we will never betray you. A group of people spoke in unison, expressing their gratitude and loyalty, desperately trying to show their allegiance to Lin Chen. Living in a time of peace, perhaps some had seen murder, but who had witnessed such terrifying private punishment? The level of cruelty is chilling just to think about, let alone witnessing it firsthand. Even on television, it would be censored. Who isn't afraid? Who isn't trembling with fear? Lin Chen looked at the crowd with an expressionless face as they anxiously pledged their loyalty, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he turned and left, leaving behind the box containing the yellow-haired man, as if it were a silent warning monument, proclaiming the fate of betrayal to everyone. The crowd watched Lin Chen's retreating figure, slowly exhaling in relief. Each person's face still bore traces of fear, grateful that they had not become the target of Lin Chen's wrath this time. Then, they couldn't help but glance at the yellow-haired man in the box, who was writhing in pain. His face was covered in a mixture of sweat, tears, and mucus, his hair disheveled against his forehead, and his eyes bloodshot, revealing endless despair and suffering. His carbon-scorched throat could only emit weak and intermittent woo sounds, like a tragic cry from hell, sending chills down their spines. It's terrifying, this is simply a nightmare. Yeah, it's a miracle we are still alive, we must be extremely careful from now on, not to have even a hint of ill intent. Devil! Someone whispered. Upon hearing this, those nearby quickly distanced themselves from the speaker, as if he carried some deadly plague, fearing that getting too close would bring disaster. The crowd's eyes were filled with fear and reproach, and it was Li Chang again, a man in his 30s, who couldn't even keep his mouth shut. It was utterly rebellious, showing a complete disregard for his own life. After Li Chang spoke, he noticed the crowd's reaction, as if they were avoiding a venomous snake, and realized he had made an extremely serious mistake. His face instantly turned pale, his lips trembled slightly, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, his body frozen in place, at a loss for what to do. His careless words could very well bring him great misfortune. But it was too late to take them back now. He could only watch helplessly as the people around him distanced themselves, silently praying that Lin Chen had not heard what he said, otherwise, he couldn't imagine what kind of punishment he would face. In the garage below, other neighbors also noticed the commotion and some curiously approached. When they saw the yellow-haired man's miserable state, they instantly became terrified. What is going on? A young woman asked, her voice trembling. Her husband furrowed his brow and said gravely, don't get involved, this is definitely not something we can meddle in. Let's get away quickly. As he spoke, he pulled the young woman back, but his body couldn't help but tremble slightly. Other neighbors also showed expressions of panic, retreating while whispering to each other, filled with shock and fear at the horrific scene. Some even tightly covered their children's eyes, fearing that this bloody and brutal sight would frighten them. What a sin! How has the world changed like this? Someone couldn't help but sigh. No need to ask, this was definitely Lin Shen's doing. This man was truly ruthless to the point of instilling fear. Aunt Wang also saw it, her legs unable to support her, nearly collapsing to the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could see drops of liquid slowly seeping from her pant leg. Back in the room, Lin Shen wore a relaxed expression. It was as if the cruel torture was merely a trivial interlude, with not a trace of guilt or unease on his face. When Xin Shihan and Yi Lin saw Lin Shen, they approached to inquire. Previously, Lin Shen had left in a hurry, and the two women had been in a state of high anxiety, sitting on pins and needles in the room, their hearts filled with concern for him. Lin Shen smiled and recounted what had happened, and the more they listened, the more alarmed they became, yet they dared not show any dissatisfaction or dissent. Thus, they could only suppress the turmoil within and instead fervently provide emotional support. Darling, you did the right thing, dealing with traitors should be so decisive and ruthless, otherwise how can you intimidate those with ulterior motives? Xin Shihan said softly, her eyes filled with admiration and compliance. That's right, we support you, Yi Lin quickly echoed, wearing a flattering smile. Lin Shen listened to their words, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Just then, a cry for help from Tang Wanru echoed from the guest room. Lin Shen, Gao Wu is in trouble again. Lin Shen frowned, feeling a bit annoyed. How could this little troublemaker be so fragile? He approached the medical chamber, where Gao Wu was covered in blood, his once handsome face now twisted beyond recognition by blood and pain. His body trembled incessantly, as if engaged in a life and death struggle with some powerful force. Tang Wanru, at a loss, said, he seems like he's about to faint again. Lin Shen sighed helplessly and took out a vitality fruit for Gao Wu to eat. Tang Wanru carefully took the fruit, which emitted a strange glow, and fed it to Gao Wu. As the vitality fruit entered Gao Wu's body, a faint light flickered around him, his trembling body gradually calming down, the bleeding from his wounds noticeably slowing, and the pain on his face easing slightly. Gao Wu finally stopped struggling as violently as before, and his breathing began to stabilize. Tang Wanru breathed a sigh of relief, looking up at Lin Shen, her eyes filled with exhaustion and pleading, why not use anesthetics? Otherwise, with a knife on his face, both his physiology and psychology are under immense torment. Lin Shen shot a cold glance at Gao Wu. It's fine, he won't die. With that, he turned and left. Just as he was leaving, a small black hole inexplicably appeared at Gao Wu's fingertips. The black hole resembled the most mysterious vortex in the universe, exuding a chilling aura, as if the surrounding light was mercilessly devoured by it. However, this black hole was far too small, so small that no one noticed it. Except for Yao Wu. This time, Gao Wu felt as if he had grasped something. In the endless darkness of the black hole, he seemed to touch a strange power, cold and profound, yet containing energy capable of overturning his understanding. Just moments ago, that mysterious abyss had suddenly appeared, swallowing him once more. He felt himself being pulled into darkness, his consciousness becoming hazy, as if he were in a chaotic universe, without direction or end. Just when he felt he was about to be completely submerged by the darkness, that familiar warm current pulled him back from the edge of the abyss. The warm current was like the sunlight of spring, penetrating layers of darkness, gently enveloping his soul. Gao Wu knew it was Lin Shen who had saved him. Thinking of that person, Gao Wu's feelings grew increasingly complex. As Lin Shen exited the medical chamber, Yi Lin clung to him like a little kitten, playfully saying, darling, sometimes I just want to lie on that operating table too, and have some little fruit to eat. She said this while blinking her big, watery eyes, slightly pouting her lips, and gently swaying her body. Lin Shen raised an eyebrow. Alright, I'll indulge you. After saying that, he turned around and shouted towards Tang Wanru in the medical chamber, Dr. Tang, take this. Before he could finish, Yi Lin tightly covered his mouth. Oh, I was just joking, Yi Lin exclaimed, startled. She had only hinted that she also wanted to eat the little fruit, but unexpectedly, Lin Shen really intended to put her on the operating table. This scared her to death. Although that little fruit was very magical, just thinking about Gao Wu's miserable state made her unwilling to suffer that fate, even if she could eat the little fruit every day. Yi Lin looked at Lin Shen with pleading eyes, her body trembling slightly, fearing that Lin Shen might be displeased and force her into the medical chamber. She was just hoping Lin Shen would understand that she was only joking and not take it seriously, otherwise she would be in big trouble. Lin Shen looked at Yi Lin's terrified expression, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After thinking for a moment, he took out a physical fruit and handed it to Yi Lin. Yi Lin was taken aback at first, then quickly shook her head, her voice trembling as she said, "Oh, I was really just joking, I can't take this." Saying that, she took a small step back, as if the physical fruit were a hot potato. Lin Chen looked at Yi Lin with amusement. "Really don't want it?" Yi Lin shook her head frantically. "No." "Then forget it." After saying that, Lin Chen threw the fruit to Shen Shurhan. Shen Shurhan caught it, a flash of surprise in her eyes, and then without hesitation she ate it. The fruit melted in her mouth, instantly turning into a warm current flowing through her body. After finishing, she looked at Yi Lin with pride, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, carrying a hint of provocation. Yi Lin was dumbfounded. It turned out it wasn't as she imagined. Then Yi Lin used all her charm, constantly acting cute and sweet towards Lin Chen. "I want it, give it to me. Please, I'm begging you." In the end, Lin Chen, still under the relentless flattery of this woman, took out another physical fruit. In fact, Lin Chen had a bit of other thoughts as well. First of all, these two women had been with him for some time, diligently taking care of him every day, whether it was meticulous care in daily life or providing emotional support, they had done it impeccably. It wouldn't be too much to reward them, considering it a return for their efforts during this time. Secondly, Lin Chen remembered that when his physical attribute broke through 10 points, it felt like a cleansing of impurities, a sensation that still left a deep impression on him. The impurities in his body were gradually expelled, his skin became smooth and delicate as if reborn, and his overall appearance and temperament improved significantly. He didn't know if these two women would experience similar miraculous changes, if it could make them stronger and more beautiful, it would benefit him as well. Near Jinghai City, in that mysterious cave. "Leader, it has been snowing for 20 days, and the emergency supplies we stored earlier are almost depleted," reported a worried-looking secretary. The leader furrowed his brow and then said, "Cut the daily supply in half." The apocalypse came too suddenly, catching everyone off guard, and there was no time to prepare. "Understood." The secretary saluted and then quickly turned to leave. When this news spread throughout the air raid shelter, some nobles couldn't help but start complaining. "How can this be? Cutting the daily supply in half, how are we supposed to survive?" A wealthy woman dressed in luxurious fur frowned, her face full of dissatisfaction. "Exactly, we all paid a lot of money to get in here, how can they treat us like this?" a portly businessman echoed. "Humph, I knew they were skimming off our supplies, they must have secretly kept a lot of good resources for themselves." Ding, today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 bags of efficient snow melting agent. 2. 10,000 barrels of pure drinking water. 3. 1 A-grade weapon blind box. 4. 10,000 bottles of compound antibiotics. 333, I choose 3. Lin Chen suddenly sat up from his bed. He had thought that after yesterday's flash sale of milk, the system would be quiet for a few days, but unexpectedly, today it surprised him again. "A weapon blind box?" Lin Chen murmured. He was already very interested in blind boxes, and this one was a weapon. What boy would refuse? Ding, flash sale successful. Then Lin Chen saw a small box, 10 centimeters square, appear in the system space. The box looked ordinary, with a dark gray surface and no special patterns or decorations, just quietly floating in the system space. Lin Chen couldn't wait to take the blind box out and held it tightly in his hand. However, looking at the perfectly sealed box in front of him, Lin Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. "How do I open this?" He examined the blind box carefully, turning it over and over, his fingers gently exploring every side, trying to find some hidden mechanism or opening, but the surface of the box was smooth and flat, with no unusual features at all. Lin Chen also tried gently tapping the box, listening for any unusual sounds inside, but apart from the dull sound of his own tapping, he found no useful clues. His brow furrowed tighter, and he felt increasingly anxious. This mysterious blind box was like a stubborn puzzle, refusing to reveal even a hint of its secrets. Suddenly, Lin Chen seemed to have an epiphany and said to the box, "Open." In an instant, the small box emitted a strange humming sound, as if it were coming from a distant time and space, carrying a mysterious and ancient charm. Then, a soft glow appeared on the surface of the box. At first, it was faint, but in the blink of an eye, it became dazzling, enveloping Lin Chen entirely. Then it transformed into a stream of light, flickering as if undergoing some wonderful metamorphosis. The shape of the box gradually dissipated, replaced by a mass of light that constantly changed form. Finally, only a dagger remained, quietly hovering in mid-air. The dagger emitted a chilling cold light, its blade incredibly sharp, as if it could easily cut through everything in the world. The handle of the dagger was intricately carved with mysterious patterns, and within those patterns a faint glow flowed, seemingly containing some unknown power. Lin Chen instinctively reached out and grasped the dagger. The moment his fingers touched the handle, a cold sensation spread from his fingertips throughout his body, causing him to shiver slightly. Immediately after, a piece of information entered his mind. A-grade weapon, Shadow Blade. Lin Chen repeated the information in his mind, his eyes filled with surprise and excitement. He could clearly feel that this dagger, named Shadow Blade, was no ordinary item. The power it contained seemed to be a deep darkness, waiting for him to explore and uncover. Then Lin Chen opened the system mall and found the exchange page. A-grade weapon blind box, 10 million yuan each. Is it really the same price as an A-grade skill fruit? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Could it be that all A-grade items are priced this way? But what does A-grade represent? Lin Chen frowned, stroking the shadow blade in his hand that emitted a cold light, lost in thought. He knew that this dagger must be powerful, just from its exquisite and mysterious appearance, and the deep power he could faintly feel when holding it. But what standard was used to judge this so-called A-grade? Lin Chen was completely at a loss. He had no idea how the levels of these extraordinary items were classified. He didn't know what lay above grade A or below it. Various guesses kept surfacing in his mind, yet none could be confirmed. This sense of the unknown made him feel both a bit restless and filled with a strong desire to explore. Forget it, whatever. Lin Chen finally shook his head helplessly. Aside from that unknown monster and the incredibly lucky Jian Yong, he had never encountered a third item related to the extraordinary. Except for his own. After finishing breakfast and enjoying today's share of physical fruit, Lin Chen felt a surge of vigorous power within him, as if every cell was cheering with joy. He stretched lazily, loosened his muscles, and prepared to head out again to scavenge for gold. His physical condition had now reached a terrifying 71 points, but his account balance in the system was running low. It was time to restock. This time, Lin Chen planned to go big. Looking at the two little maids who were dressing him and becoming increasingly charming, Lin Chen took out 2 more physical fruits for them. The 2 girls happily accepted them. Ever since they took a complete physical fruit yesterday, they felt a wonderful change. Their figures became lighter, their skin improved, as if they had suddenly returned to 18 years old. The 2 girls knew that all these changes were thanks to that physical fruit, so they were filled with gratitude and anticipation for the 2 fruits Lin Chen was giving them again. Before leaving, Lin Chen thought for a moment and took out another physical fruit, saying, "If Gao Wu can't manage later, give this to him." "Got it, dear," Xin Shihan replied obediently. Then she looked at Lin Chen gently. "You must be careful, we'll be waiting for you at home." Yilin nodded in agreement from the side, adding, "We'll wait for you to come back." Seeing the 2 girls like this warmed Lin Chen's heart slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, just stay well at home." To be honest, the affectionate looks from the 2 girls did melt a bit of the coldness in Lin Chen's heart. When Lin Chen arrived at the simple dock on the 2nd floor, Gao Wen and the others had been waiting for a long time. They stood there, and despite the biting cold wind and the snowflakes falling, none of them showed any signs of impatience or slackness. When everyone saw Lin Chen, they quickly stood respectfully, bowing their heads to greet him. "Sir." "Master Lin." "Master Lin." Lin Chen merely nodded lightly in response, then waved his hand, and several snowmobiles appeared in the snow outside. Yao Wen and the others didn't ask many questions, they simply followed Lin Chen and hopped onto their respective snowmobiles. The group sped across the snow. However, this time the journey took a bit longer. It wasn't until they reached the city center that Lin Chen finally stopped in front of an ancient-looking building. This building had flying eaves and bracketed roofs, with carved beams and painted rafters, exuding an air of antiquity and elegance. It seemed out of place in this modern city covered in ice and snow, yet it had its own unique charm. The people behind him looked at the building in confusion. Suihua Tower. Isn't this a gold shop? What are we doing here? What are we doing at the gold shop? Naturally, it's for the gold. Lin Chen waved his hand and said to the few people behind him, "Collect all the gold inside for me." The crowd was taken aback, not understanding why, in this apocalyptic world, they still needed gold. But they didn't dare disobey Lin Chen's orders, each nodding in response, yes. Then Zhao Xiaolong stepped forward with an iron rod, ready to smash the 2nd floor window. However, when he reached the window, he noticed that there was a security railing outside. The railing looked very sturdy, with thick steel bars closely arranged, as if it were an indestructible barrier, firmly guarding the window. Zhao Xiaolong couldn't help but frown, showing a troubled expression. Lin Yi, this. Even if they broke the glass, they couldn't get in, they weren't capable of contorting their bodies. At this moment, Lin Chen also noticed the iron railing and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After all, it was a gold shop, the security measures were indeed in place. He then walked up to the window, waved his hand, and the A-grade weapon, Shadow Blade, appeared in his hand. Since it was also produced by the system, this dagger could naturally be stored in the system space at will. Lin Chen aimed at the railing and gently waved the dagger. A cold gleam flashed, and a steel bar was instantly cut through. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, as if the steel bar had originally been meant to be broken like that. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, very satisfied with the dagger's power. He also wanted to test the A-grade level. If it couldn't even cut through steel, then this A-grade was too weak. Fortunately, the dagger did not disappoint him. Lin Chen continued to swing the dagger, the cold gleam flashing repeatedly, as one steel bar after another was cut. The originally impenetrable security railing was soon opened up enough for a person to pass through. The people behind him couldn't help but widen their eyes at the sight. That was rebar. Usually, even with professional cutting tools, it would take a lot of effort to break them. Yet you just cut them with a small knife? This was truly eye-opening. Oh my, Lin Yi is too amazing. Lin Yi, what kind of weapon is this? How is it so powerful? That's rebar, and you just cut it like that. As expected of Lin Yi, the crowd behind him exclaimed, their eyes filled with not only the original awe but also a newfound fervent admiration for Lin Chen. Listening to their praises, Lin Chen's expression remained calm. He merely raised his hand slightly to signal for silence. Enough chatter, let's get to work. Whoever performs well, I will reward them with a weapon like this in the future. It's just 10 million, no big deal. In this icy city, how much cash and gold could be hidden? It was probably an astronomical figure. So Lin Chen didn't mind giving everyone a little incentive first. When it comes to people, a balance of leniency and strictness is necessary. Being overly oppressive isn't good. Excessively harsh methods might yield obedience in the short term, but it's hard to maintain long-term loyalty. Providing appropriate incentives can give subordinates hope and encourage them to work more actively for him. Moreover, he wasn't just making empty promises. If he collected a large amount of gold and cash in the future, with enough funds in the system account, he was genuinely considering giving some loyal and well-performing individuals a chance to evolve. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the eyes of the few people behind him instantly lit up. Lin Yi, rest assured, we will work our hardest. Yes, we will definitely not let Lin Yi down. We will scour every bit of gold in this shop clean. Seeing everyone so eager, Lin Chen's lips slightly curled up, revealing a barely noticeable smile. Then let's get started, don't just talk. Lin Chen said. The sound was not loud, yet it was like a command, instantly prompting everyone to spring into action. They entered the gold shop through the broken windows, and as soon as they stepped inside, a sense of old luxury enveloped them. The light inside was dim, with only a few weak rays filtering through the gaps in the windows, casting a glow on the display cases. The gold and silver jewelry still sparkled enticingly in the faint light. Zhao Xiaolong was the first to rush towards the display case, his eyes filled with fervor, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. He raised the iron rod in his hand and swung it forcefully. With a clang, the glass of the display case shattered, the shards scattering across the floor, producing a crisp sound in the silence. Ha, all this gold is ours now! Zhao Xiaolong shouted excitedly. Not to mention, the feeling of reckless abandon was truly exhilarating. In that moment, everyone seemed to forget the cruelty and danger of the outside world, lost in the thrill of plundering wealth. One by one, they eagerly reached out to grab the gold ornaments, stuffing them into the bags they had brought, as if afraid the gold would sprout legs and run away. Of course, not a single person dared to secretly slip gold into their pockets. Let alone the fact that it was the end of the world, having more gold was useless. What if Lin Chen found out? The thought of the blonde-haired man in the box sent a shiver down their spines. So, despite a fleeting thought of greed, it was quickly replaced by a sense of awe towards Lin Chen. While everyone was busy, Lin Chen cautiously scanned the surroundings. Confirming that there were no living people, no dead bodies, and no unknown monsters in the gold shop, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not want to capsize in the gutter. Soon, everyone had emptied the gold displayed in the sales hall. Sir, we've cleaned it out. Gao Wen quickly walked up to Lin Chen, lifting a large bag of gold in front of him. Even he, a former crime lord, had never done something like robbing a gold shop. Although he had dabbled in various gray areas, this blatant act of plundering wealth was a first for him. The feeling of breaking conventions, disregarding laws and order, made his heart race uncontrollably, a thrill he could hardly describe washing over him. He was flushed with excitement. Lin Chen glanced at the gold in the bag and nodded in satisfaction. The golden pieces still emitted a charming luster in the dim light, their weight and quality bringing joy to Lin Chen's heart. A good harvest, Lin Chen secretly praised, a rare smile appearing on his face. With a wave of his hand, the gold instantly vanished. Everyone was already accustomed to this. They had long known that Lin Chen possessed various magical abilities, and although they were still filled with curiosity about this illogical method of storage, they did not dare to ask further. However, Lin Chen did not store the gold as everyone expected. Instead, he deposited it all into the system. In this apocalypse, gold was equally useless to him. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance 18,723,588 yuan. Hearing the prompt from the system, Lin Chen couldn't help but slightly raise the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Instantly becoming a millionaire. Don't think that over 10 million in gold is little. Even at the pre-apocalypse price of 500 per gram, that's over 20 kilograms, around 40 to 50 pounds. And Lin Chen felt that the system might not settle with him at the price of 500 per gram, it could be lower, so over 10 million in gold is quite a lot. Should I exchange for an A-grade skill fruit or a weapon blind box? Lin Chen pondered to himself. At this moment, Gao Wen, seeing that the big boss was in a good mood, suddenly said, "Sir, generally, places like this gold shop have safes. Should we take a look?" Lin Chen was slightly taken aback by Gao Wen's words, and then a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. Right, how could this gold shop only have the gold in the display room? Those truly valuable items are most likely well hidden in safes. He had indeed been dazzled by the gold in the sales hall and had momentarily overlooked the safes. Lin Chen gave Gao Wen an approving look. This guy really knows his stuff in this area, being from the underworld. He then nodded and said, you make a good point. Let's spread out and look for it, and be careful not to miss any suspicious places. Upon hearing this, everyone responded in agreement and quickly took action. They scattered throughout the gold shop, carefully searching every corner. Some gently tapped on the walls, trying to determine if there were hidden spaces by sound. Others crouched down to check if the floor tiles showed any signs of looseness, and some rummaged through every room, not letting any cabinet or drawer that might hide a safe go unchecked. Gao Wen was also busy. He led a few people toward the internal office of the gold shop, believing that the safe was most likely hidden in the boss's office. Sure enough, Gao Wen found a safe in the boss's office. "Sir, over here," Gao Wen shouted excitedly. Lin Chen heard the voice and quickly walked into the office, his eyes shining at the sight of the half-person high safe. "Well done." Lin Chen patted Gao Wen's shoulder in satisfaction, praising him. Gao Wen, receiving the compliment, couldn't help but smile. A heavy stone finally lifted from his heart. He had hesitated to bring up the safe, not because he wanted to hide it. After all, he wouldn't dare think that way in front of Lin Chen. He was just worried that Lin Chen might have thought of it too but hadn't had the chance to say it. Gao Wen knew how formidable Lin Chen was. He was always cautious around him, afraid that any word or action might displease the big boss. What if he spoke up first and Lin Chen felt embarrassed? However, seeing Lin Chen lost in thought at that moment, he ultimately struggled internally but couldn't help but mention it. Now, receiving praise, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he could prove useful and stand firm beside Lin Chen, perhaps his brother, sister-in-law would suffer less. At this moment, the others also rushed over, looking at the safe with equal excitement. Just thinking about the safe in the gold shop was thrilling. How much gold could be in there? It wouldn't be those big gold bars, would it? Everyone thought of some iconic scenes from movies, adrenaline surging. Hurry, let's open it and see. But, how do we open it? Suddenly, someone, as if splashed with cold water, calmed down and raised this crucial question. Yes, without a key or a password, how do you open this safe? Everyone looked at each other, the previously heated atmosphere suddenly turning a bit heavy. Then, as if they all thought of something at once, they turned to look at Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled, and amidst the anticipation of the crowd, he took out the shadow blade. As everyone saw this artifact, their faces instantly lit up with excitement and expectation once again. If it can cut through rebar, what's a safe to it? Lin Chen didn't hesitate. He was also curious about what was inside the safe. He picked up the shadow blade, aimed it at the gap of the safe door, and with a swift motion, sliced downwards, severing the locking column. With a soft thud, the safe door slowly opened. The crowd's gaze immediately focused on the interior of the safe, first drawn to the neatly stacked gold bars. Wow! Gold bars! So many, someone exclaimed, unable to contain their astonishment. Everyone had seen gold, but the legendary gold bars might have only been seen on television, and they could have been fake. Yet now, the gleaming gold bars were right in front of them. How could they not be thrilled? Soon after, the brilliance of jewels caught everyone's eyes. Strings of dazzling necklaces, sparkling diamonds, and various vividly colored gemstones shone within the safe, resembling a magnificent starry sky. Gulp! The crowd couldn't help but swallow hard. Their hearts raced and their breaths became involuntarily rapid. Besides the gold bars and jewels, several bundles of cash lay quietly inside. Some unknown documents were completely overlooked by the crowd, as everyone's thoughts were entirely occupied by the wealth before them. Although they knew that none of this belonged to them, touching and looking at it was still exhilarating. Lin Shen saw the expressions of the crowd and smiled, then silently asked in his heart, "Brother Tong, can these jewels be used for recharge?" "No. This system only supports cash/gold/silver recharge." Lin Shen rolled his eyes, then thought for a moment and said, "Everyone can take one piece of jewelry. Whether you wear it yourself or take it home to give to your wife." After all, his harvest this time was truly abundant. The gold bars in the safe were not necessarily lighter than the gold outside. Of course, if it were all gold, he wouldn't care what everyone thought. But since these jewels couldn't be recharged, rewarding them a bit wasn't out of the question. Upon hearing this, the crowd was first taken aback, then erupted into enthusiastic cheers. "Long live Lord Lin! Lord Lin is generous!" Various shouts of gratitude and excitement rose and fell. They really didn't expect that there would be something for them, and one by one, they began to excitedly choose. They gathered around the jewels, their eyes sparkling with light yet tinged with restraint. After the excitement, rationality returned. Although Lin Shen said to choose freely, no one dared to pick the particularly valuable items, like several carat diamonds, imperial green jade, or mutton fat white jade. Everyone took some items of moderate value, satisfying their wish to possess a precious treasure without making Lin Shen feel they were being excessively greedy. Lin Shen observed all of this. With his arms crossed, he stood quietly to the side, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny and satisfaction. He had originally intended to test people's hearts, to see if anyone was insatiable. Unexpectedly, everyone was quite sensible. It seemed the value of the yellow-haired one was still rising. Then Lin Shen waved his hand, depositing the gold bars and cash into the system. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance, 37,729,856 yuan over 37 million. Lin Shen felt his breath quicken. This enormous number flashed continuously in his mind, the impact causing his heart to race. He remembered that the account balance was just over 18 million, which meant those few gold bars were worth nearly 20 million? Lin Shen felt incredibly fortunate. It was truly thanks to Gao Wen's reminder, or he might have really missed out. "Alright, once we've finished picking, let's head back," Lin Shen said with a smile, feeling quite good at the moment. Upon hearing Lin Shen's words, everyone carefully put away the selected jewelry, their hearts filled with joy. Thinking about the surprised expression on their wives' faces when they saw these beautiful jewels filled them with anticipation. The group made their way back along the same path, chatting and laughing in the wind and snow, each person's face reflecting the joy and satisfaction of their harvest. Suddenly, Lin Shen's expression changed, that sense of foreboding returned. He drifted to the side and shouted to the others, "Scatter! Scatter!" With Lin Shen's command, although the crowd did not know what had happened, they quickly dispersed. Lin Shen's gaze instantly became sharp and alert, his previously relaxed expression tightening. In an instant, a sense of inexplicable crisis creeping up his spine like a cold venomous snake. There was no time to think, it seemed like an instinctive reaction. A shadow blade suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's hand, and without even looking, he swung it above his head. The movement was as quick as lightning, carrying a decisive momentum, as if he intended to instantly eliminate the unknown threat looming above him. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly echoed in the wind and snow, causing everyone to wince in pain. Following that was a sharp cry. Ow! The sound was piercing and high-pitched, like a malevolent spirit from the depths of hell howling, sending chills down people's spines and raising goosebumps all over. Although the crowd was fleeing, they couldn't help but turn back to see what terrifying monster had made such a horrifying sound. What they saw was a monster bird flying past Lin Shen's head. The creature was enormous, with wings spread wide, measuring 2 to 3 meters across, its feathers a strange dark blue, glinting with a metallic sheen in the storm. Its head was sharp like a hook, and its eyes emitted a cold red light, resembling 2 burning ghostly flames filled with endless ferocity. The crowd gasped in shock. At that moment, Lin Shen also saw the source of the danger. It was indeed a monster bird. Another damn monster had appeared? Lin Shen couldn't help but curse inwardly. That was really close. If it weren't for that inexplicable warning, he might have already been snatched up into the sky by this creature. Just based on its earlier speed and terrifying appearance, if it caught him, he would likely be taken to great heights in an instant. Damn it, why is it coming straight for me? There were clearly 10 people present, yet this monster bird was heading directly towards him. As if he had some special attraction. Lin Chen wiped the warmth from his face. Blood. Dark blue blood. The blood left by the monster bird. In that critical moment, Lin Chen had indeed injured the creature. Now, the monster bird circled in the sky, seemingly unwilling to accept being hurt by this tiny ant. Its cold red eyes fixed intently on Lin Chen, filled with anger and ferocity. "Ow!" The monster bird let out another piercing cry, its voice cutting through the wind and snow, echoing in the vast wilderness, causing pain to people's eardrums. Lin Chen stared closely at the monster bird. He dared not run. The aerial advantage of the opponent was simply too great. If he moved recklessly, it could easily catch up to him from behind, putting him in an even more passive position. A moment's carelessness could lead to being caught by the monster bird's sharp claws or pecked through by its beak, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen was well aware of the dangers, so he could only focus entirely on confronting it. His dynamic vision began to take effect, and Lin Chen's gaze locked onto every movement of the monster bird in the air. Amidst the swirling snow, visibility was already somewhat unclear. But with his exceptional focus and special dynamic vision, he could still clearly capture every subtle movement of the creature. Suddenly, Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, fixating on one of the bird's legs. That leg was severed at the base, missing one claw. Upon closer inspection, he could see drops of blood slowly seeping from the wound, still dark blue, appearing particularly eerie against the snow. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. So, it was missing a claw that he had severed. No wonder this ghostly bird was so furious. It must be the loss of that claw that caused it unbearable pain and severely hurt its pride, which is why it desperately wanted to seek revenge on Lin Chen. Lin Chen took a deep breath and then pulled out 2 submachine guns, one in each hand. With his physical fitness rating of 71, the recoil was almost negligible. Moreover, with dynamic vision combined with the submachine guns, it was as if he had radar-equipped close defense artillery. The flight trajectory of the strange bird was firmly locked onto by Lin Chen, and he even accurately predicted where it would appear next. Fire! The submachine guns erupted with a series of crisp and rapid gunfire, the flames spewing from the muzzles flickering continuously as bullets whistled towards the strange bird. Although the strange bird was incredibly fast, it had not yet reached the speed of sound, and naturally, it could not outrun the bullets. Ping 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 ping, the bullets struck, producing a series of metallic collision sounds. The strange bird was caught off guard by this sudden attack, stumbling in the air, and its originally smooth flight path instantly became chaotic. The strange bird let out a painful screech, its call no longer sharp but tinged with despair, clearly wounded by the bullets. However, it continued to circle above Lin Chen, seemingly unwilling to leave just like that. Seeing the strange bird fixated on him, Lin Chen became ruthless. Damn it, I have tens of thousands of rounds of bullets, let's see how long you can hold out. He would not be intimidated by this strange bird, since it wanted to cling on. It could not blame him for being unmerciful. After finishing a magazine, Lin Chen switched to 2 more guns. He raised his guns again, aimed at the circling strange bird in the sky, and decisively pulled the trigger. A new round of gunfire echoed across the snow-laden wilderness, bullets raining down on the strange bird. Meanwhile, the onlookers not far away anxiously watched the battle, their hearts in their throats. Finally, after more than 10 magazines, the strange bird seemed to realize that if it stayed any longer, it might truly lose its life here. A hint of panic and fear flickered in its originally fierce eyes, and its once powerful wings now appeared somewhat powerless. With a final unwilling and mournful cry, it flew towards the distant sky, gradually disappearing from the sight of the crowd. Few the crowd sighed in relief as they saw the strange bird fly away, their tense hearts finally relaxing. This apocalypse is too terrifying. In just 2 days, they had encountered 2 inexplicable monsters. Thankfully, Lin Chen was there. A wave of gratitude surged in everyone's hearts. If it weren't for Lin Chen, they truly didn't know how they would have faced these terrifying monsters. Perhaps they would have long been buried in the cruelty of this apocalypse. However, Lin Chen did not completely relax. He called over Gao Wen, who rode a motorcycle while Lin Chen sat behind. Although the strange bird had flown away, no one could predict whether a new threat would emerge at any moment. Lin Chen sat on the back seat of the motorcycle, one hand gripping the submachine gun and the other holding the shadow blade, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Just as Gao Wen was about to start the motorcycle, Lin Chen seemed to remember something. Wait a minute. Gao Wen quickly halted his actions. Lin Chen looked around and shouted to the crowd, everyone search the ground and see if there are any bird claws. He almost forgot, he had just severed that strange bird's claw. Hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd, though somewhat puzzled, began to take action. Suddenly, Qian Feng raised a dark blue object, excitedly shouting, "Ling Yi, is this what you meant?" Lanting community. Shen Shirhan and Yi Lin were squeezed into the bathtub. So dirty. Shen Shirhan rubbed her body, covered in grime, her brows slightly furrowed, a hint of disgust on her face. Yi Lin was the same, her delicate fingers rubbed vigorously on her arms and legs, trying to scrub off the dark, filthy substances from her skin. Just moments ago, they had eaten the physical fruit that Lin Chen had given them before leaving, and they felt a surge of heat flowing through their bodies, followed by a strange sensation, as if every pore was being reactivated and cleaned. At the same time, dark substances continuously oozed out from their pores, looking dirty and emitting a faint unpleasant odor, causing both of them to cover their noses. Initially, the two girls felt a bit nauseous and scared, but soon remembered that Lin Chen had also experienced something similar. And their eagerness for that mysterious fruit was precisely for this moment, wasn't it? Thinking of how Lin Chen's skin had become as delicate as a baby's after washing away the grime, a wave of anticipation surged in their hearts. They hurried to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and let the warm water wash over them, hoping to quickly cleanse the dirt and see what changes would occur in their bodies after the transformation from that mysterious fruit. As the water flowed, the dark grime gradually washed away, but new dirt seemed to keep emerging from their pores, and the two girls could only continue to patiently wash, waiting for their bodies to complete this marvelous transformation. Half an hour later, the two finally finished washing, and Shen Shirhan and Yi Lin slowly stood up from the bathtub. Crystal droplets slid down their skin, smooth and delicate like mutton fat jade, shimmering with an enticing glow under the bathroom lights. Shen Shirhan's already graceful figure appeared even more exquisite, her skin seemingly enveloped in a faint halo, exuding a charming aura. Yi Lin was no less impressive. Her skin as white as snow, with a hint of pink, resembling peach blossoms blooming in spring. The two girls looked at each other, filled with joy. They gently touched their skin, feeling the unprecedented delicacy and firmness, as if they had been reborn. Shen Shirhan thought to herself that her current appearance would surely catch Lin Chen's eye. Yi Lin was even more impatient. Why hasn't Lin Chen come back yet? The two girls gazed longingly at the door. Master Lin, is this what you meant? Qian Feng held up a dark greenish object high in his hand, which looked quite large and had a sharp, hooked shape. Compared to the claws of ordinary birds, it was clearly much thicker, and it was stained with streaks of dark blue blood, standing out starkly in the snowy environment. This was indeed the claw of the strange bird that had been broken off. Chen Feng's face showed a hint of excitement. After all, finding what Lin Chen wanted so quickly was quite an achievement. Lin Chen took the claw, and the moment he held it, a cold and strange sensation spread up his arm. He frowned slightly but did not show too much discomfort. The claw was incredibly hard, with a dark greenish surface that faintly displayed strange patterns, like ancient runes, exuding a mysterious aura. The dark blue blood had dried at the tip of the claw, and when Lin Chen gently touched it, he could feel a cold chill coming from his fingertips. He examined the strange bird's claw closely, and noticed that its internal bone structure seemed to flicker with a faint light, as if hiding some mysterious network. Lin Chen couldn't help but ponder whether this fierce and strange bird's claw had special abilities or concealed some secrets. However, this was not the time for deep thoughts. Lin Chen put the claw into his backpack, and then patted Gao Wen's shoulder. Let's go home. This place is not suitable for staying long. Gao Wen nodded slightly, mounted the motorcycle, and started the engine. Lin Chen sat on the back seat, gripping his weapon tightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings warily. The motorcycle kicked up a cloud of white snow in the snowy ground, and everyone followed suit, their figures gradually fading away in the icy wilderness. Upon returning to the Lanting community, Lin Chen let everyone disperse. As for whether that strange bird would chase after them, Lin Chen didn't care at all. Unlike the humanoid monster from last time, no matter how powerful this bird was, it couldn't come indoors, right? Moreover, even if it did come in, it would probably be the one at a disadvantage. Birds had no advantage indoors. Lin Chen whistled as he went upstairs, feeling cheerful. The system had over 30 million, enough to exchange for several A-grade items. How could he not be happy? However, as soon as he entered the door, he was met with the watery big eyes of two girls. Darling! The two girls called out in a delicate tone simultaneously, laced with sweetness and intimacy. Lin Chen couldn't help but shiver. That voice felt like an electric current passing through his body, causing a slight tremor. He rubbed his eyes, disbelief filling his gaze, his mouth slightly agape, and after a while, he managed to speak. You two went to Dr. Tang for plastic surgery? How could they have changed so much in just a few hours? It was as if they had been reborn, like different people. Shen Shirhan, who was originally the class beauty, had now reached the level of the campus goddess. Her skin had become even more delicate and smooth, her features more refined and three-dimensional, and her already prominent nose now appeared even more petite and exquisite, while her lips resembled the vibrant petals of a rose, slightly pouting with endless allure. And Yilin's long legs, under the perfect proportion of her figure, appeared even longer and straighter. Lin Chen swallowed hard. An hour later, Lin Chen lit a cigarette. So, you two have changed because you ate that physique fruit? He calculated, the two girls had eaten a total of 3 physique fruits. This meant their original physique should have been around 7 points. Now, it should have broken through 10 points, achieving the effect of cleansing the marrow and refining the bones. Looking at the two girls' lazy and charming appearances, Lin Chen thought for a moment and took out 2 more physique fruits. With his current wealth of tens of millions, there was no need to be stingy like before. Moreover, since both girls had become more beautiful, their stamina should keep up as well. The two girls looked at the fruits in Lin Chen's hand, their eyes flashing with surprise and desire. Heh, men. They really do like pretty girls. Shin Shirhan was the first to reach out and gently take a fruit, pouting, "Darling, I knew you treat us the best." Yi Lin nodded repeatedly beside her, her eyes filled with admiration and affection for Lin Chen. Seeing the two eat the fruits and regain some stamina, Lin Chen patted their shoulders and said, "Alright, let's go cook." They had been busy all day and hadn't eaten yet. The two girls obediently nodded, looking like 2 docile little lambs. "Yes. Darling, you must wait here obediently, we will go prepare something delicious for you." Lin Chen watched the two girls' graceful and charming figures as they walked away. A smile slowly forming at the corners of his mouth. How did it feel like raising them? From ordinary college students to their current enchanting forms, both their looks and temperament had undergone a tremendous change. He wondered if there would be even more astonishing changes to come. Lin Chen shook his head, temporarily setting aside the thoughts about the future appearances of the two girls. He then said to the system, "Exchange for an A-grade skill fruit." Beep, exchange successful. Lin Chen took out the A-grade skill fruit he had just exchanged from the system space. He squinted slightly, staring at the fruit as if trying to see through its skin to uncover the secrets of the power contained within. His fingers unconsciously brushed over the surface of the fruit, feeling the subtle coolness of the energy waves that came from it, and his heartbeat quickened unknowingly, his breathing becoming slightly hurried. What could it be? He murmured softly, various fantasies about this A-grade skill fruit surfacing in his mind. This broken system is good for everything, but it's full of uncertainties. If only I could choose the skill. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, a bitter smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen slowly raised his hand, bringing the fruit to his mouth. His lips trembled slightly. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit in one bite. At the moment the fruit entered, his throat moved slightly, and his brows furrowed, as if he were enduring the initial impact of a strange power within him. Lin Chen closed his eyes tightly, his body tensing slightly, fully focused on the changes happening inside him. In an instant, a surge of energy rushed through Lin Chen's body like a flood breaking through a dam, rampaging along his meridians. His body trembled slightly, a faint blue light appearing on the surface of his skin, as if wrapped in a layer of ethereal wind. As the energy continued to circulate, Lin Chen's legs gradually became surrounded by a tangible vortex of wind, spinning at a strange rhythm and emitting a faint whistling sound. He could clearly feel the muscles and bones in his legs undergoing earth-shattering changes under the tempering of this power. Suddenly, Lin Chen's feet involuntarily lifted a few inches off the ground, and his body began to slowly float within the room. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn by his breath, forming visible air currents that swirled around him. It's actually a wind-type ability. Lin Chen's eyes widened in surprise. At that moment, detailed information about this A-grade wind-type ability, Wind Shadow Step, flooded into his mind. It was a magical ability that allowed for ultra-high-speed movement by harnessing the power of the wind. Not only could he sweep across the ground like a gale, leaving behind a series of illusory wind shadows to confuse enemies, but he could also use the wind's pushing force to achieve short-distance spatial jumps, instantly escaping from the enemy's encirclement. Lin Chen's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, excitement sparkling in his gaze. He lightly stomped his foot, and his whole body shot across the room like a blue lightning bolt, moving so fast that it left only a blurred trail of wind in the air. Immediately after, he attempted to use instant displacement, and his figure flickered in place instantly, appearing in the center of the living room, while the spot he had just stood in was left with only a few pieces of paper fluttering down, proving he had indeed been there. Ha, this Wind Shadow Step is indeed powerful. Whether for escape or survival, it was an excellent choice. Especially in this icy, snowy environment, where walking had already become extremely difficult, gaining this wind-type ability felt like a fish returning to water. He could easily glide over deep snow with the wind shadow step, leaving no trace behind, making it hard for enemies to track him. The howling cold wind could also serve as his cover, making him harder to detect while moving. He used the wind shadow step again, quickly darting around the room, his figure like a blue flash of lightning, causing items to be gently stirred by the breeze wherever he went. Just as Lin Chen was about to use instant displacement once more, a sudden wave of dizziness hit him. This dizziness surged like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming him, leaving his mind blank, and he stumbled slightly. Damn, does this instant displacement consume that much energy? Lin Chen cursed softly and quickly took out a physical fruit to eat. As the heat flowed slowly through his body, he could feel his weak body gradually regaining strength, and the dizziness began to lessen. Lin Chen closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and guided the heat to circulate within him, trying to restore himself to his best condition as quickly as possible. He had already eaten 10 physical fruits today, so this one wouldn't enhance his physique, but it was still good for energy replenishment. After a moment, Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, the fatigue in his gaze had faded. It seems that unless absolutely necessary, I can't use the teleportation skill. The consumption was just too great. Just one teleportation had nearly drained more than half of his energy. If used frequently in battle, the consequences would be unimaginable. But high-speed movement is still possible. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face as he floated around the room, having a great time. Once he adapted to the new skill and felt a bit tired, he returned to bed. Sigh, I don't know how to increase the energy limit in my body. Lin Chen suddenly sighed. If skills are likened to magic, then the energy in his body is like mana. He now had 2 powerful spells but didn't know how to raise the mana limit. Lin Chen furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. Maybe in the future, I can draw some treasure from the system that can enhance the energy in my body? He could only place his hopes on the system now. Then, Lin Chen became excited again. Should I exchange for another skill fruit or open a weapon blind box? Lin Chen rubbed his chin. Although skills seemed more impressive, the last 2 skills he drew were both passive defensive types, and he was in urgent need of active offensive means. It would be best to have a ranged attack. Lin Chen murmured, and the scene of the strange bird he encountered earlier flashed in his mind. At that time, the strange bird flying above his head had annoyed him. If he had a suitable ranged attack, he might have taken that strange bird down today. As Lin Chen thought about it, his gaze gradually became resolute, his eyes fixed on the weapon blind box icon on the system interface. Damn it, I'll open the weapon blind box. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, made up his mind, and said to the system, exchange for an A-grade weapon blind box. Ding, exchange successful. Lin Chen then took out the small box measuring 10 centimeters on each side from the system space. The box looked small but exuded a mysterious aura. Its surface was covered by a layer of bluish light, which flowed like a lively stream, and within it, strange runes flickered, as if sealing some powerful force. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. I hope to get a powerful ranged weapon, Lin Chen said softly. Then, he closed his eyes, silently praying, and suddenly opened them wide. Open! In an instant, a blinding light shot up from the blind box, illuminating the entire room as bright as day. Within the light, a uniquely shaped but somewhat familiar weapon gradually emerged. When Lin Chen clearly saw the weapon in the light, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was actually a Barrett sniper rifle radiating a chilling aura. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. Wasn't this the long-range weapon he had always dreamed of? Looking up, the Barrett was about 1.5 meters long, presenting an eerie ice blue color, as if forged from a millennium of dark ice. The gun body was intricately engraved with numerous complex patterns, which seemed to have a life of their own, with strands of cold air slowly flowing along the grooves. Lin Chen slowly reached out his hand, grasping the uniquely shaped Barrett, and a bone-chilling cold instantly spread throughout his body, but he felt no discomfort. Instead, he sensed a wonderful connection forming between him and the gun. A great weapon, Frost Barrett. A surge of information flooded Lin Chen's mind. Unlimited bullets? Absorbs energy from the snow? Bullets carry frost power? Not only can it deal massive physical damage to enemies, but it can also freeze and slow them down? Lin Chen's gaze grew increasingly fervent. A product of the system must be a masterpiece. This attribute was too domineering. Lin Chen gently caressed the gun's body, feeling its coldness and power, a smile gradually forming on his lips. His fingers traced along the patterns on the gun, each touch deepening his affection for this weapon. If he had had this Frost Barrett earlier, how could that strange bird have been so arrogant? Then, Lin Chen eagerly put on his clothes and rushed out the door, clutching the Frost Barrett. Wouldn't it be a waste not to fire a few shots? As soon as he stepped outside, the biting cold wind sliced across his cheeks like a knife, but Lin Chen paid it no mind. He trudged through the thick snow. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, he activated the wind shadow step. His figure flickered slightly, and he dashed across the snowy ground like a breeze, his feet barely leaving the ground, a cloud of snow mist rising behind him, making his previously arduous journey incredibly easy. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at an open expanse of snow, the surroundings silent, accompanied only by the howling wind. Lin Chen stopped, gently landing, causing the snow beneath him to scatter. He slowly crouched down, taking the frost barret from his chest, skillfully resting the gun on his shoulder, adjusting his stance, and peering through the scope to search for a suitable target. As his finger lightly rested on the trigger, a powerful force seemed to circulate between his fingertips and the gun. Then, he gently pressed on the trigger with slight force. With a loud bang, the deafening gunshot instantly shattered the silence of the snowfield. The gun jolted backward, a powerful recoil coursing through his arm and body, but Lin Chen was well prepared, gripping the gun tightly, unmoving. An ice blue bullet shot out from the muzzle like a bolt of lightning, slicing through the air and leaving a chilling trace behind. Where the bullet passed, the surrounding air seemed to freeze instantly, forming a thin layer of white mist that coiled around the bullet like a lively ribbon, accompanying it forward. Several dozen meters ahead stood a withered tree, its trunk thick and branches crisscrossing. The bullet flew toward the tree like a deadly meteor. With a boom, the moment the bullet struck the trunk, a powerful frost force erupted instantly. A thick layer of frost rapidly covered the trunk, spreading at a visible speed, as if an invisible hand had tightly wrapped the entire tree in an instant. As the frost continued to thicken, a series of cracking sounds emanated from within the trunk, the sound of the wood expanding and breaking after being frozen. Under the immense pressure of the frost, the branches could not bear the weight, snapping and falling to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the once dry tree transformed into a beautiful yet dangerous ice sculpture, shimmering with enchanting cold light under the sun, as if it were a piece of art from the kingdom of ice and snow. Lin Chen looked at the scene before him, filled with shock and joy. He could hardly believe the power of this frost barret was so immense. Just a single bullet could instantly freeze and destroy a large tree. If it were an ordinary barret, it would probably just pierce through the tree, but this frost barret had shattered it. The destruction was far beyond imagination. Lin Chen stood up, raised the frost barret again, and searched for new targets in the snowy ground. He glanced at the tall buildings in the distance. A bold idea flashed through Lin Chen's mind. He imagined using this powerful frost barret to fire a few shots at that building, wondering what kind of shocking effect it would create. Perhaps the entire building would be eroded by the power of frost, presenting a different kind of frozen scene. Forget it, let's be a person. Lin Chen ultimately abandoned that bold thought. He then fired a few shots in the icy world, his dynamic vision combined with the sniper rifle, making it feel like precision-guided bombs. Lin Chen seemed to transform into a top sniper, hitting almost every target he aimed at. Each time he pulled the trigger, the ice blue bullet tore through the cold air like a mission-driven cold lightning, accurately rushing toward its target. After firing a few shots, Lin Chen contentedly carried the frost barret back. What should I exchange this 10 million for? After dinner, Lin Chen leaned on the sofa, lazily looking at the account balance displayed on the system interface. Maybe a skill. After thinking it over, Lin Chen decided to exchange for a skill fruit. If he hadn't just obtained a ranged weapon, he might have chosen a weapon blind box, but since he already had a weapon, it would be more cost-effective to choose a skill. System exchange for an A-level skill fruit. Lin Chen sat up straight, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Ding, exchange successful. With the crisp prompt sound, a fruit radiating a soft glow instantly appeared in the system space. Lin Chen took out the skill fruit and directly bit into it. As soon as he bit down, a vast yet gentle energy erupted in his mouth. The taste seemed to blend all the sweetness and freshness of the world, yet carried an indescribable mysterious charm. Immediately, the energy flowed down his throat like a rushing stream, quickly spreading throughout his body. Lin Chen felt as if his body was being gently caressed by countless soft hands, feeling completely at ease. His consciousness gradually became a bit hazy, as if he were embraced by the gentle arms of nature. A light breeze brushed by, the leaves rustled, the ground was fragrant with earth, and various unknown wildflowers and grasses swayed gracefully in the wind. However, just as he was immersed in this wonderful sensory world, a violent shaking pulled him back to reality. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of brilliance. A-level skill, plant affinity. Lin Chen murmured. Then he revealed a bitter smile. Able to communicate deeply with various plants and accelerate their growth. What the hell is the use of that? It's freezing outside, where can any plants grow? Lin Chen shook his head. Affinity with plants? That 10 million was wasted. This was neither an attack skill nor a support skill, but a useless skill. Lin Chen stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the vast white world again. Suddenly, a sense of dead silence rushed over him. It was as if the dead trees downstairs were haunting him. Damn it, this isn't a useless skill, it's a negative skill, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse softly. In the underground garage, there was also a hint of dead silence. It had been several days since Lin Chen last opened the warehouse to distribute food. The food in people's hands was almost gone again. In a dim corner, a family of 3 sat together, their eyes filled with hunger and anxiety. A disheveled woman tightly held her frail child, whose vacant eyes stared at the ground, small hands weakly tugging at his mother's clothes. The child's stomach occasionally let out a gurgle sound, which was particularly clear in the quiet corner. The woman murmured softly, "When will this life come to an end? The child is almost starving." Her voice carried a hint of a sob, her eyes filled with helplessness. The child slightly raised his head. His cracked lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he couldn't make a sound due to weakness. The haggard husband sighed deeply, despair evident in his eyes. Who knows? The food Lin Chen gave us can't last long, and now there's no hope. His face was covered in stubble, his clothes tattered, and he looked utterly dispirited. The husband gazed into the dark corner in the distance, his thoughts seemingly drifting back to their once stable life, a time when they never imagined they would fall into such despair. At that moment, Zhao Xiuhu sneaked through the crowd, holding a can of beef. He approached the family of 3 and said with a flickering gaze, "Brother, I have a can of food here, you see, could you do me a favor, just for one night?" The man's face instantly flushed red, glaring angrily at Zhao Xiuhu. "What nonsense are you talking? This is my wife, not something to be traded." Zhao Xiuhu, however, remained calm, a teasing look on his face. "Brother, don't get excited, just for one night, think about it." A flicker of hesitation crossed the man's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by anger. "You're insulting me, get lost." However, Zhao Xiuhu did not give up easily. "Brother, think about it, this can could help you and your family last another day, just one night, it won't harm your wife, and once you get through this, who will remember it? Besides, I see your son seems to be in bad shape." Hearing Zhao Xiaohu's words, the man fell silent. Children are not like adults, they can't endure as much. At this moment, the woman bit her lip, looked down at her child, then turned to her husband. The couple exchanged a glance, seeing the entanglement and pain in each other's eyes. The husband's fists were tightly clenched, and tears glistened in the wife's eyes. The child's life was fading little by little. Without food, the child might not survive until tomorrow. Her lips trembled slightly, wanting to say something but finding it hard to speak. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and the air around them became unusually heavy. Zhao Xiuhu quietly watched from the side, a smug smile on his face, seemingly certain that the couple would eventually compromise. After a long while, the woman hoarsely said, 5 cans of beef, not a single can less, that's my bottom line." Zhao Xiuhu shook his head, showing a troubled expression. "At most 2 cans, you know how precious food is now, me being able to offer 2 cans is already a big loss." The woman looked down at her child. 3 cans, it can't be less. Zhao Xiuhu grinned. "Deal." The man stood to the side, his face dark and terrifying, staring intently at the ground, his hands clenched into fists, the joints turning white from the strain. His heart was a mix of emotions, filled with guilt towards his wife, anger towards Zhao Xiuhu, and despair and resentment towards this apocalyptic world. Zhao Xiuhu then handed 3 cans of beef to the woman. The woman used all her strength to open the can. The child in her arms caught the scent of the canned food, and a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes as he weakly reached out to grab it. The woman held back her tears, opened the can, and carefully fed it to the child. Watching the child swallow eagerly, her heart felt like it was being pierced by countless needles, the pain making it hard to breathe. Once the child finished eating, his little face finally showed some color, and his eyes were no longer as vacant as before. The woman silently stood up, her body swaying slightly, her gaze hollow, devoid of any spark. Zhao Xiuhu was impatient, rubbing his hands together, and then took the woman's hand as they disappeared into the garage. At that moment, the man in the corner slowly crouched down, holding his head in his hands, painfully tugging at his hair. The son turned his eyes and innocently asked, "Dad, where did Mom go?" Hearing his son's words, the man could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face, his body shaking violently, his throat choked as he struggled to speak. After a long while, he managed to suppress his sorrow, forcing a smile as he looked at his son and said, "Baby, Mom went to find us more food. She'll be back soon." The son nodded, half understanding, and nestled back into his father's embrace. Morning. Ding, today's flash sale items, 1. 1 large snowmobile RV, 10,000 barrels of fuel, 2. 10,000 pounds of various fresh vegetables, 3. 10,000 sets of solar power systems, 4. 10,000 first aid medical kits. Lin Chen looked at the 4 virtual images before him and thought for a moment. I choose one. He actually wanted to choose the solar power system as well, but ultimately opted for the large snowmobile RV. There was no other reason. Before the apocalypse, Lin Chen had always wanted an RV. After making his choice, Lin Chen eagerly put on his clothes and went outside, wanting to take a good look at the RV. Dear, are you still having breakfast? Shin Shirhan, who was preparing breakfast, asked, as she saw Lin Chen rushing out. Yes, wait for me to come back, Lin Chen replied without looking back. Outside, with a wave of his hand, the outline of the large snowmobile RV appeared. In his view, the RV was about 10 meters long, roughly the size of a bus. The body was a silvery gray color, reflecting a faint metallic sheen in the sunlight, like a steel beast in this icy world. The tires were wide with deep treads, clearly designed for driving in the snow, suggesting that it could traverse thick snow as if it were flat ground. The side of the vehicle had several large windows, the glass looking extremely thick, with an additional layer of bulletproof armor. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen quickly walked towards the RV. Lin Chen couldn't wait to get into the car, and the sight inside took his breath away. The interior was very spacious and exquisitely decorated. The driver's seat offered an excellent view, with all kinds of instrument panels and control devices at hand. Lin Chen couldn't help but sit down, feeling the comfortable seat and imagining himself driving it freely through the icy wasteland of this apocalypse. Looking further back, the living area was furnished with a soft sofa and a coffee table. The material of the sofa felt great to the touch, and it was very elastic to sit on. On the coffee table, there were some simple decorative items that added a warm atmosphere to the car. Next to it was a small kitchen area, equipped with a stove, sink, refrigerator, and other facilities. Although it was not large, having a place to prepare hot meals at any time in this apocalypse was quite nice. Continuing further back, there was the bedroom area. A large bed occupied the main space of the bedroom, neatly made, with thick bedding that looked very warm. Lin Chen couldn't help but reach out to touch it. The soft texture made his heart feel warm. There were also a few small wardrobes by the bed for storing clothes and personal items. Lin Chen carefully inspected the RV from front to back, becoming more and more satisfied, feeling that his choice was indeed very wise. At the dining table, Shin Shirhan noticed Lin Chen's joyful expression and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? You look very happy." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, "I got another nice treasure." Yilin's eyes lit up at this, and she curiously leaned in. "What treasure?" Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, "You'll know later." Seeing that Lin Chen was unwilling to say more, the two women stopped pressing for details. After breakfast, Lin Chen called Gao Wen and the others over. The group sped off to another well-known gold shop. With the experience from last time, this time it went much smoother. Everything in the display cases and safes was completely looted. Lin Chen waved his hand, depositing all the gold into the system. Beep, recharge successful. Account balance, 37,150,988 yuan. Another nearly 30 million entered his account, and Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. "Sir, should we head back?" Gao Wen asked. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Chen shook his head. "No, we're going to another place," Lin Chen said, his gaze deep as he looked towards a certain direction in the city. Another place? Everyone was filled with curiosity. But despite their doubts, they followed Lin Chen's lead. A group of people hopped onto snowmobiles, racing behind Lin Chen across the snowy terrain. Soon, the outline of a hospital gradually came into view. Looking at this place that once saved lives, everyone now felt a chilling aura. The tall building of the hospital appeared particularly grim against the backdrop of white snow, with several broken windows resembling dark, hollow eyes coldly watching the outside world. "Sir, what are we doing here?" Gao Wen cautiously asked from behind Lin Chen. Could it be that his brother was in trouble? Others were also secretly speculating. What was the purpose of coming to a hospital? Looking for monsters, Lin Chen simply replied with 3 words. Now, with 2 major skills and 2 powerful weapons, he was eager to test his abilities. Moreover, he was very interested in the mysterious crystal core inside the last monster. That core contained unknown energy, which might bring unexpected breakthroughs to enhance his strength. Since the last monster was encountered in the hospital, Lin Chen wondered if there was some special environment or inducement within the hospital that nurtured those powerful mutated creatures. Lin Chen raised his head, looking at the hospital building, a hint of determination in his eyes. Behind him, the crowd heard Lin Chen's words, exchanging glances, their faces filled with shock and confusion. Finding monsters? What a niche. Term. Lin Chen. Are you waiting for me outside, or are you coming in with me? The group fell into a brief silence. Actively seeking monsters was undoubtedly dangerous, but leaving Lin Chen alone outside seemed to lack sufficient security. In the end, everyone spoke in unison. Lin will go in with you. At that moment, they all shared the same thought. If there was really danger, it was safer to stay by Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen nodded and turned to the group, saying, "Then stay behind me and be careful." With that, he strode toward the ominous entrance of the hospital. The crowd hurriedly followed, staying close together, each seemingly able to feel the slight tremors of the others' bodies from nervousness, yet all trying to appear calm. Such a large hospital, there should be living people, right? Zhao Xiaolong couldn't help but speak up, a mix of hope and fear in his voice. Lin Chen nodded. Indeed, in such a large hospital, it was not impossible for there to be living people. In fact, it was quite likely. If we find any living people, we'll leave, Lin Chen said casually. If there were living people, it meant there were no monsters. His purpose for coming was to find monsters and obtain crystal cores, with no need to get entangled with any potential survivors. The group entered the hospital, where the light was somewhat dim. They held up flashlights. Suddenly, the beam of Lin Chen's flashlight inadvertently shone on the wall. Blood? Red blood? That glaring red stood out starkly in the dim light. The bloodstains wound down the wall, forming terrifying streaks. Attention! There might really be monsters, Lin Chen warned in a low voice, his expression serious and vigilant. Because the bloodstains on the wall did not look like the result of a conflict between humans. The distribution of the bloodstains was chaotic, with obvious dragging marks, as if some huge and ferocious creature had left them after frantically tearing apart its prey. The group immediately held their breath, the tense atmosphere spreading like a tangible presence. They continued to cautiously delve deeper into the hospital, the sights becoming increasingly tragic and horrifying. The corridor was filled with a strong smell of blood and decay, making one feel nauseous. On the walls, besides the shocking bloodstains, there were also deep scratch marks, as if a steel weapon had scraped across, revealing the mottled wall beneath. But strangely, aside from the blood, no bodies were found. No severed limbs or anything like that. It was very puzzling. The doors of the patient rooms were either ajar or wide open, and inside was a scene of chaos. Bedding and sheets were torn to shreds, and medical equipment was toppled over, most of it damaged. Behind Lin Chen, the faces of the crowd turned pale. They had never seen such a terrifying scene. Just then, a faint rustling sound came from outside a patient room. The sound was small, but in the quiet environment, it was particularly clear. Gradually, the sound grew louder, as if it was getting closer. The group held their breath. As the sound drew closer, a figure slowly came into view. It was a humanoid monster, tall and twisted, once perhaps a human, but now utterly unrecognizable. Its skin was a bluish gray, covered in sores and festering wounds, with strips of rotten flesh hanging down, emitting a nauseating stench. Its hair was disheveled, clinging to its scalp in clumps. The eyes were deeply set in their sockets, yet flickered with an eerie red light, radiating endless madness and brutality, while its mouth was wide open, revealing jagged, blood-stained teeth. The limbs were thick but uncoordinated, limping as it walked, each step accompanied by the creaking of joints, as if it could fall apart at any moment. A chill surged through the hearts of the onlookers upon seeing this humanoid monster. It seemed to sense their presence, suddenly letting out a sharp roar, like a blade slicing through the silence, before lunging towards them with incredible speed. Just at that critical moment, Lin Chen remained calm and composed, his eyes instantly brightening, a sign that he had activated his dynamic vision skill. In an instant, everything around him seemed to move in slow motion, every movement of the humanoid monster, every twitch of its muscles, clearly visible to him. At the same time, he lightly tapped his feet, activating the wind shadow step, transforming himself into a phantom that effortlessly sidestepped the monster's fierce attack. Before the monster could turn around after missing its target, Lin Chen had already closed in, wielding the shadow blade. With a flick of his wrist, the shadow blade shot through the air like a black lightning bolt, elegantly arcing towards the monster's right arm. With a thud, the monster's thick arm was severed, falling to the ground and splattering blood. The humanoid monster howled in pain, letting out an even more piercing roar as it swung its remaining left arm wildly at Lin Chen. Unfazed, Lin Chen once again executed the wind shadow step, ghosting back several meters while using his dynamic vision to predict the monster's attack trajectory. He thrust the shadow blade upward, cleanly severing the monster's left arm at the shoulder. At this point, the monster had lost both arms, its combat ability severely diminished, yet it still charged at Lin Chen recklessly, attempting to make a final struggle with its toothy maw. Lin Chen sneered, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared behind the monster, the shadow blade unhesitatingly plunging into its back. He twisted it forcefully, and the monster's body stiffened abruptly before crashing to the ground, lifeless. Lin Chen slowly withdrew the shadow blade, shaking off the blood on it. Meanwhile, the crowd behind him was utterly stunned. The entire process had happened in the blink of an eye. They felt as if they had just blinked, and the grotesque humanoid monster had already been struck down by Lin Chen. They hadn't even had time to run or react further. The battle was already over. The monster was dead? The crowd stood frozen, shock evident on their faces. Their eyes widened, staring intently at the corpse of the monster. On the ground, then slowly shifting to the calm-faced Lin Chen, as if gazing at a mysterious being from another world. The last time Lin Chen dealt with a monster, it had taken some effort, ultimately ending with a grenade. But this time, he had so decisively dismembered this terrifying humanoid monster, as if chopping vegetables. In just a few days, this man seemed to have grown even stronger. The crowd's legs felt weak, unable to resist the urge to worship him. Was this still a human? Lin Chen paid no mind to the crowd's shocked reactions. After all, the battle had unfolded exactly as he had anticipated, or he wouldn't have led everyone to this hospital to hunt for monsters. At this moment, all his thoughts were focused on the corpse of the monster. According to Qian Feng, Jiang Yong found the crystal core inside the monster's corpse, and that crystal core instantly merged into Jiang Yong's body, granting him supernatural abilities. Therefore, Lin Chen did not ask the others for help. If someone accidentally touched that crystal core, it could lead to uncontrollable situations. He first carefully searched through the monster's chest cavity, his fingers cautiously exploring the slimy and foul-smelling organs. However, after a thorough search, he found no trace of the crystal core. He then cut open the skull, revealing the nauseating brain matter inside. Enduring the pungent smell, he continued to search within the skull. Sure enough, deep within the pile of slimy brain matter, a crystal core quietly hid, emitting a faint glow. The crystal core was about the size of a thumb, displaying a deep azure color, with strange patterns faintly visible on its surface. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he carefully extended his finger to gently pick up the crystal core. The moment he touched it, a chill shot up his fingertip, as if a mysterious power was testing and responding to his body for the first time. However, before Lin Chen could react further, the crystal core suddenly transformed into a brilliant stream of light, like a blue lightning bolt, rapidly shooting towards his chest. Lin Chen felt a chill in his chest, followed by a surge of immense power erupting within him, as if it were going to burst his body apart. His body involuntarily trembled slightly, and a thin layer of frost quickly formed on his skin. Where the frost spread, his clothes also froze, making a faint crackling sound. In his eyes, the original black was gradually replaced by a snow-white hue, revealing a cold aura that seemed capable of freezing the surrounding air. Moments later, Lin Chen successfully tamed the violent ice energy within him. He gently raised his hand, and a delicate ice flower instantly formed in his palm, slowly rotating under his control, emitting a chilling blue light. With a gentle tap of his finger, one of the ice shards shot towards the nearby wall like an arrow, and with a thud, it embedded deeply into the wall, causing a thick layer of ice to spread across it, adorned with exquisite ice patterns. Is this the ice and snow ability? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Could it be that all the crystal cores of these monsters are ice and snow abilities? He had thought it would be like the skill fruits in the system, randomly granting a skill. However, an ice and snow apocalypse, paired with ice and snow abilities, does make sense. Currently, there were only 2 samples, and the data was too sparse. Lin Chen was merely guessing. The people behind him were already stunned, their mouths agape at Lin Chen's series of changes. Only Gao Wen and Shen Feng stared thoughtfully at the ice flower in Lin Chen's hand. In fact, the moment Lin Chen mentioned looking for monsters, the two had already begun to speculate. Aside from the two of them, no one else knew about Jiang Yong's situation. They exchanged a glance and swallowed hard in unison. Such a large hospital surely wouldn't have just one monster, right? Suddenly, both felt a surge of excitement in their hearts. In the icy world, a group of people rushed forward. Gao Wen and Shen Feng looked somewhat dejected. In such a large hospital, there was indeed only one monster. After Lin Chen absorbed the supernatural power, everyone had explored the hospital inside and out, yet they hadn't seen a single person. No monsters, no living beings, no dead bodies. It was inexplicably strange. Earlier, Gao Wen and Qian Feng had thought that if there were more monsters, perhaps they would also have a chance to evolve. Of course, the premise was that each person could only absorb one of those crystals. Although the two were uncertain, dreams were still worth having. Unfortunately, their wishes fell flat. However, at this moment, Lin Chen had a strange expression on his face. He actually sensed a peculiar factor from the air. This mysterious factor made the energy within him continuously grow stronger. Although the increase was small, Lin Chen could still feel it. That mysterious factor seemed like countless tiny spirits weaving through his body, each touch bringing a faint yet clear ripple of energy. His blood seemed to flow faster due to the infusion of this factor, and his heart beat powerfully, as if responding to the call of this mysterious force. Lin Chen couldn't help but speculate that perhaps this mysterious factor was the key to continuous evolution. With the constant influx of this mysterious factor, Lin Chen found that his control over the ice and snow supernatural power became more effortless. Skills that originally required concentration to execute now seemed to activate easily with just a thought. He gently raised his hand, and a huge ice ball instantly formed in his palm, the energy within it surging, its surface shimmering with a ghostly blue light, and it was purer and more refined than before. I didn't expect such benefits. Lin Chen felt a sense of unexpected gain. Originally, he was only interested in the crystal core within that monster, but he unexpectedly acquired the ability to absorb spiritual energy. Lin Chen didn't know what that mysterious factor was, so he simply referred to it as spiritual energy. If the energy within me continues to grow, and I can keep using teleportation, then the world is vast, and I can go wherever I want. Right now, the energy in Lin Chen's body was only enough for one teleportation. So being able to absorb that spiritual energy was truly a delightful surprise. As Lin Chen continued to rush through the wind and snow, he felt the wonderful sensation of energy slowly increasing with the absorption of spiritual energy. Each time he absorbed a bit of spiritual energy, it was as if another drop of water was added to his energy little pond. Although each increase seemed small, the power of accumulation should not be underestimated. Amazing! Lin Chen murmured, this apocalypse was becoming more and more incredible. Shubuang Community. Another community located more than 10 kilometers away from Lin Chen's community. At this moment, Zhang Yang was bare-chested, happily embracing women on both sides. Brother Yong, you are really impressive. In this heavy snow, you can still bring food, truly remarkable, a woman in her 30s said with a flattering smile. She snuggled closely against Zhang Yang, her fingers gently tracing his chest. Brother Yong, how did you obtain this supernatural power? Another young woman with big watery eyes curiously asked. She lightly wrapped her arm around Zhang Yang's, unconsciously leaning closer to him, seemingly trying to bridge the distance with this strong man. Listening to these flattering words, Zhang Yang wore a proud smile on his face. He waved his hand dismissively and said, this is a crystal core I obtained at the risk of my life from a powerful monster. It's not something just anyone can do. His voice was filled with boastfulness, and a hint of arrogance shone in his eyes as he reveled in the admiration and envy of those around him. Monster? Everyone was startled by this. Wow, Brother Yong is so fierce. That monster must have been terrifying, right? A young next to him feigned terror and asked, actually wanting to give Zhang Yang more opportunities to boast about his heroic deeds. That monster is indeed powerful, but in front of me, Zhang Yang, it's just a piece of cake. With my own skills, I defeated that monster and obtained the crystal core, gaining this ice and snow ability. The more Zhang Yang spoke, the more excited he became, gesturing with his hands in the air as if he were battling that monster. Wow, so impressive. Brother Yang is really brave. What a real man. Just as Zhang Yang was immersed in his self-praise, in a corner of the community, several young people were secretly gathering, their eyes filled with anger and resentment. One of the burly young men whispered, why does Zhang Yang get to act so arrogantly? We can't let him continue like this, we must find a way to resist. Another young man wearing glasses adjusted his glasses and calmly analyzed, but his ice and snow ability is too powerful, we definitely can't match him head on. We need a well-thought-out plan. When night fell, under the dark moon and high winds, the young people felt the time had come. They had set a trap on Zhang Yang's usual patrol route, using rough iron chains and sharp iron spikes found in an abandoned factory to create a simple mechanism, hoping to trap Zhang Yang. As Zhang Yang swaggered over, the leading young man pulled the mechanism's rope with all his might, and the iron chains sprang up, flying towards Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang sensed the danger but remained calm, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently raised his hand, a chill instantly forming in his palm, quickly condensing into a crystal-clear ice shield that emitted a cold blue light. The iron chains crashed against the ice shield with tremendous force, producing a crisp and deafening sound, sparks flying, yet they caused him no harm, falling weakly to the ground. With your little tricks, you think you can deal with me? Zhang Yang sneered, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. With that, he flickered and instantly appeared in front of the young people. They hadn't even had time to see how he moved before he was right in front of them. By the time they reacted, it was too late. Zhang Yang waved his hands, and the moisture in the air quickly condensed, forming several ice spikes like sharp arrows at his fingertips, which then shot towards them with a chilling aura. The young people widened their eyes in terror and fled in all directions, but the speed of the ice spikes was too fast, and two of them were still injured by the spikes, falling to the ground and groaning in pain. Jiang Yong slowly approached the injured young man, a mocking smile on his face. Didn't you want to resist? This is the outcome. He lifted his foot and stomped hard on one young man's hand, accompanied by a scream as the bones in the young man's hand were crushed. This act of resistance thoroughly enraged Jiang Yong, and he decided to teach everyone in the community a lesson. System, give me a skill fruit. After leaving the hospital, it was already late, and Lin Chen and his group went straight back to the community. Once back, Lin Chen couldn't wait to start spending money. With over 30 million coming in, it felt uncomfortable not to spend. Ding, exchange successful. Lin Chen took out the skill fruit and swallowed it in one bite. Instantly, a strange wave of heat surged within him, bringing a peculiar sensation of tingling and warmth intertwined. Immediately, he keenly sensed an unprecedented wonderful perception, as if every hair on his body had transformed into agile antennae, closely connected to his consciousness. This feeling was quite unique. He could clearly perceive the existence of every hair on his scalp, from root to tip, as if he could count every grain of sand with such detail. The fine hairs on his arms were no longer insignificant. Lifeless appendages, they trembled slightly, as if endowed with life, ready to respond to Lin Chen's commands. Even those hairs on his body that were usually overlooked became active within his perception. Hair manipulation? Lin Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Was this a great skill too unconventional? I can control the growth of hair, or stop it, and I can also turn it into a weapon to bind my enemies? Feeling the skill information in his mind, Lin Chen was utterly speechless. Just this? It seems I had too high expectations for this A-grade skill, Lin Chen murmured. Yesterday, drawing that affinity for plants had also left him speechless. But at least the plant affinity had a bit of auxiliary effect. Today, drawing this hair manipulation felt a bit excessive. Forget it, let's draw another weapon. Lin Chen shook his head helplessly, feeling somewhat depressed about this newly acquired, lackluster skill. Since it had come to this, he might as well try his luck again and see if he could draw a powerful weapon to make up for the disappointment brought by the hair manipulation skill. System, give me an A-grade weapon blind box. Ding, exchange successful. With great anticipation, Lin Chen opened the mysterious blind box, and in an instant, a dazzling light shot up, piercing the clouds like a bolt of lightning splitting the night. As the brilliant light gradually faded, Lin Chen widened his eyes, eager to see what surprise lay hidden within the blind box. However, what appeared before him was not the sharp blade or mighty firearm he had imagined, but rather a piece of soft armor radiating a gentle glow. This soft armor looked as thin as gossamer, seemingly able to float away with a gentle breeze, yet when he focused on it, he could faintly sense an incredibly resilient aura. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be woven from a very special silk, with threads intricately intertwined, tight and orderly. Even more astonishing was the exquisite pattern embroidered on the armor. Under the faint light, it seemed to possess life, constantly changing shapes and postures. At times, it resembled a lively dragon coiling and twisting, and at other times, it looked like a phoenix spreading its wings and dancing gracefully, vivid and stunning. For a moment, Lin Chen was slightly stunned, filled with surprise. It turned out to be a piece of armor, he murmured to himself, clearly taken aback by this unexpected result. Before this, Lin Chen had always believed that what would come out of the blind box would only be various powerful weapons, never imagining that even protective gear could appear. With a heart full of curiosity and excitement, he slowly reached out and gently picked up the soft armor. Just as his fingertips made contact with the soft armor, a warm and jade-like power seemed to be triggered, swiftly spreading along his arm and, in the blink of an eye, enveloping his entire body. This power felt like a warm spring breeze caressing every corner of his being, making Lin Chen feel refreshed and invigorated. Lin Chen examined the soft armor closely and found that although it was called soft armor, it possessed an unimaginable level of defense. According to the system, this soft armor could automatically sense external attacks and adjust its defensive mode based on the intensity and type of the attack. If faced with a physical attack, the armor would instantly harden like steel, dispersing the impact. If confronted with a supernatural attack, it would release a layer of energy shield with an opposing attribute to counter and neutralize it. Moreover, this colorful soft armor had a special concealment function. When Lin Chen put it on, with a thought, his presence seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, making it difficult for others to detect him. Ha, not bad, not bad. A smile appeared on Lin Chen's face, and his disappointment dissipated significantly. Having armor and not having armor were two different concepts. Continue, system, give me another weapon blind box. Lin Chen felt that his luck seemed to be turning around, since this A-level armor performed so excellently. Getting another weapon blind box might yield a divine weapon that complemented this armor. Ding, exchange successful. Lin Chen eagerly opened the blind box, and in an instant, a blinding silver light cut through the space like lightning, followed by a ring emitting a deep blue glow quietly lying in the box. The ring's band was slender and exquisite, covered in mysterious runes that faintly shimmered with light, and the face of the ring was set with a deep blue gemstone, within which a nebula seemed to be slowly rotating. This, could it be? Lin Chen stared intently at the mysterious ring before him, a single word flashing through his mind: space ring. His heart raced and his breathing quickened. If it truly was the legendary space ring, then his luck today was off the charts. The frustration from the hair manipulation could be completely ignored. Lin Chen cautiously reached out and gently picked up a ring. The moment the ring touched his fingertip, a cold and mysterious power spread through his body, and information about the ring automatically surfaced in his mind. Deep Blue Abyss Space Ring contains an independent space of 10 cubic meters, can freely store non-living objects, time flow within the space is paused, can delay the decay of items. Beautiful! Lin Chen couldn't help but shout. The system's built-in space couldn't store items outside the system, which Lin Chen had found very regrettable at the time. Now, he finally had this divine artifact. In the future, it would be much more convenient to scavenge for gold and food. Although 10 cubic meters of storage space was a bit small, it was sufficient for now. Perhaps this is why this space ring is classified as an A-level item. Lin Chen wore the ring on his hand, growing more pleased with it the more he looked at it. Store. In an instant, a cushion from the sofa disappeared, and Lin Chen could clearly sense that it had been stored in the ring's space. The process was similar to how the system stored items. Not bad, not bad. Ding, today's flash sale items: 1. Snowflake Steak for 10,000. 2. Extra large Naked Feel 001 armor for 10,000 boxes. 3. AK-47 submachine guns for 10,000, with 10,000 magazines. 4. Vitamin compliance for 10,000 bottles. 222, I choose the second one. Lin Chen shouted excitedly, a mischievous smile on his face. The enhancement of his physique was all-encompassing, with qualitative leaps in strength, speed, endurance, recovery ability, and so on. Certain aspects were no exception. Now Lin Chen's physique had reached 91 points, which was no small number. Back then, Lin Chen's physique was not so formidable. When sparring with Xin Shihan and Yi Lin, he could hold his own for a few moves, but it was nothing like the crushing advantage he had now. Lin Chen stretched lazily, preparing to get up for breakfast. At that moment, the two women were busy preparing breakfast. Lin Chen couldn't help but quicken his pace as he smelled the delicious aroma wafting from the kitchen. He walked into the kitchen and saw Xin Shihan seriously frying eggs at the stove, while Yi Lin was setting the table, both chatting and laughing. Hearing Lin Chen's footsteps, the two women turned their heads simultaneously, their faces lighting up with sweet smiles. "Darling, you're up. Breakfast will be ready soon," Xin Shihan said cheerfully. Yi Lin also sweetly walked over, took Lin Chen's hand, and said, "You go sit at the dining table for a bit, you don't need to help here." Lin Chen was led to the dining table and sat down, watching the two women busying themselves, his heart filled with warmth. At that moment, Tang Wanru also came out from the guest room, watching the three of them playfully interacting in the kitchen. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes. After a while, breakfast was ready, and the four of them sat down to eat. The dining table was set with simple yet warm food. The golden fried eggs emitted an enticing aroma, the fresh vegetable salad looked appetizing, and there was steaming milk. Everything seemed so ordinary yet beautiful. Especially in this apocalyptic world. Being able to have such a breakfast every day was simply a luxury. Shen Shihan smiled as she handed Lin Chen a piece of fried egg. "Darling, open your mouth." Lin Chen obediently opened his mouth, allowing Xin Shihan to feed him the egg, a satisfied smile spreading across his face as he praised, "Delicious, babe, your cooking skills are getting better and better." Yi Lin watched from the side, pretending to be jealous, and huffed, "You only know how to praise Shihan, I help too, you know." Lin Chen quickly smiled and reassured, "You both are amazing, this breakfast wouldn't be the same without either of you." Tang Wanro silently observed their interaction, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She lowered her head, slowly picked up her utensils, and began to eat her portion of breakfast, but the food felt tasteless in her mouth. Suddenly, Tang Wanru opened her mouth and said, "The surgery for Yao Wu has been completed. Once the wounds heal, he can get out of bed." Lin Chen was about to take a bite of the egg when he heard this, his movement pausing as he said, "Thank you, Dr. Tang. As a reward, I will give you a set of generators and a firewood stove and of course, enough food. I'll arrange for someone to move everything to your house shortly." "Move away?" Tang Wanru was stunned by Lin Chen's words. Then she gently nodded, saying nothing more, but her slightly trembling lips and reddened eyes revealed that her heart was not so calm at that moment. Tang Wanru struggled to control her emotions, not wanting to lose her composure in front of everyone, but the feeling stuck in her throat made it almost impossible to breathe. She silently lowered her head, looking at the breakfast in front of her, which had once seemed warm and beautiful but now felt tasteless. Unfortunately, the other three did not notice Tang Wanru's unusual behavior. The two women were focused on serving Lin Chen his breakfast. Shin Shirhan occasionally placed a piece of fried egg on Lin Chen's plate, mumbling for him to eat more to replenish his energy. Yilin was beside her, handing over milk with a smile, chatting casually with Lin Chen, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. Lin Chen simply enjoyed it. Tang Wanru sat alone, feeling as if she were out of place in the lively surroundings, as if separated by an invisible glass barrier. She didn't know how to break this deadlock. Should she directly express her grievances or continue to silently endure the pain, pretending nothing had happened? At that moment, Tang Wanru was deeply lost in confusion and suffering, only able to taste the bitterness of being overlooked in this seemingly warm breakfast scene. Soon, the table was nearly cleared of breakfast. Shin Shirhan and Yilin got up to tidy up, skillfully stacking the plates together, preparing to take them to the kitchen for washing. As they cleaned up, they chatted casually, with Yilin whispering to Shin Shirhan, "The fried egg today is cooked just right, he's enjoying it so much." Shin Shirhan's face was full of pride as she replied, "Of course, I practiced for a long time just to make sure he was satisfied." On the sofa, Lin Chen looked at Tang Wanru and said, "Dr. Tang, I'll arrange for someone to clean your room. The generator and the wood stove have been installed for you." As he spoke, he was about to send a message to Zhao Xiaolong and the others. Tang Wanru's body stiffened slightly upon hearing this. She hadn't expected Lin Chen to mention her leaving so directly. She opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something. "Wait a minute." Lin Chen stopped his actions, looking at Tang Wanru in confusion, his eyes filled with doubt, not understanding why she suddenly interrupted him. Tang Wanru took a deep breath, trying to keep her voice steady, but her slightly trembling lips betrayed her inner excitement. "Can you give me one of those?" "One of what?" Lin Chen looked bewildered, completely not understanding what Tang Wanru was referring to. Seeing Lin Chen's confused expression, Tang Wanru raised her hand and pointed to her neck. Lin Chen followed the direction of her finger, thought for a moment, and suddenly realized, exclaiming, "The explosive neck ring?" But as soon as he said it, he became even more puzzled. Was there really someone who would actively wear that? However, Tang Wanru actually nodded. Lin Chen smiled and asked, "Dr. Tang, do you know what that is?" Tang Wanru answered without hesitation, "I know." After spending so long with Gao Wu, how could she not know, especially since she was a doctor? Lin Chen then asked, "Do you know what it means to wear this explosive neck ring?" Tang Wanru gently bit her lip and replied, "Again, I know." Lin Chen looked at Tang Wanru with a half-smile, leisurely saying, "I don't think you do." Seeing Lin Chen's playful expression, Tang Wanru seemed to have made a certain decision and slowly knelt down. Lin Chen looked at Tang Wanru kneeling on the ground, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This was the attitude of someone seeking help. Unlike that certain girl from the Yin family who, relying on her looks, put on an air of superiority. He wondered how that little girl was doing, but he assumed it couldn't be good. In fact, Lin Chen had never regarded her highly. In terms of looks, not to mention the beautiful Shin Shirhan, even Yi Lin, when it came to appearance, was not inferior to Lu Xiaoyan. Beautiful women were never lacking in the apocalypse. As for Tang Wanru, while her looks couldn't be considered top tier among the group of doctors, she could still be called a beautiful doctor. She possessed an intellectual beauty, with gentle and steady features that exuded a unique charm. Lin Chen reached out, gripping Tang Wanru's chin with a hint of recklessness and dominance. He then pinched her little face, which felt a bit rough. With a hint of disdain, he said, "Your skin isn't very good, Dr. Tang." Lin Chen's words were blunt and hurtful, completely disregarding Tang Wanru's feelings, as if he were appraising an object, casually judging its quality. Tang Wanru bit her lip, feeling a bit wronged. How could she possibly compare her youthfulness to those two college students? Moreover, she didn't understand why Shin Shirhan and Yilin's skin was getting better and better, radiating a healthy and moist glow that made Tang Wanru feel a pang of jealousy. At that moment, being criticized by Lin Chen, Tang Wanru didn't know what to say. She had already reached this point, abandoned all her dignity. Was it still not enough for this man to accept her? Her heart was filled with grievance and sadness, her eyes slightly reddening, but she stubbornly held back her tears, not wanting to appear even more disheveled in front of Lin Chen. Just then, Lin Chen finally took out a neck ring. "Here." Tang Wanru stared at the object in front of her, momentarily stunned, and then the tears she had been holding back could no longer be controlled, streaming down her face in joyful sobs. Lin Chen had finally accepted her. It was worth it for her to abandon everything, even her dignity. Lin Chen reached out, wiping the tears from Tang Wanru's face, his fingers gently touching her cheek, slowly wiping away the tears that kept falling. "Why are you crying?" Lin Chen said softly, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness, as if he were bullying her. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Tang Wanru was slightly taken aback, then said with a nasal tone, I'm just happy, Lin Chen. Thank you for giving it to me. I know what this means, and I really appreciate that you are willing to believe in me." She tried to steady her voice, but the uncontrollable sobs made her words come out in fits and starts. Lin Chen looked at Tang Wanru's tear-streaked face and said, "Alright, get up." After saying that, he took out 3 physical fruit and tossed them to Tang Wanru. "Eat this." Her skin was too rough, it needed some improvement. Lin Chen was quite picky now. Since Tang Wanru wanted to follow him so badly, he had to make sure she became more to his liking in every aspect. Tang Wanru was momentarily stunned, looking at the 3 physical fruits in her hand, her heart filled with surprise and joy. She certainly knew the preciousness of these physical fruits. They had saved Gao Wu several times. Every time Gao Wu was gravely injured and on the brink of death, it was these physical fruits that worked wonders, pulling him back from the gates of hell. She never expected Lin Chen would be so generous as to give her 3. Tang Wanru couldn't help but feel a wave of emotions. Could it be that Xin Shihan and Yi Lin's improving skin and looks were also related to this? Images of Xin Shihan and Yi Lin's increasingly beautiful faces flashed through her mind. Their skin is delicate and smooth as mutton fat jade, radiating a healthy glow, a stark contrast to how they had looked before. A glimmer of expectation flashed in Tang Wanru's eyes as she tightly grasped the fruit, as if holding the key to changing her fate. No longer hesitating, she carefully placed 1 fruit in her mouth and gently bit down. In an instant, a rich sweetness spread across her tongue, and that strange energy flowed through her body like a warm current. Wherever it went, it seemed as if every cell was cheering with joy. Her body, once weary from long-term labor and stress, gradually filled with strength, and even her thoughts became clearer and sharper. As the energy continued to circulate within her, Tang Wanru could distinctly feel her body undergoing a tremendous transformation. Her skin began to warm slightly, as if countless fine currents were coursing just beneath the surface. The once slightly rough texture of her skin became visibly delicate, with pores gradually shrinking until they disappeared, as if covered by an invisible layer of smooth substance. Some minor blemishes, such as acne scars and spots, also gradually faded under the influence of this magical power, until they completely vanished, revealing an unprecedented purity and smoothness, as if her skin had been reshaped, radiating a healthy and captivating glow. Internally, a slight tingling sensation coursed through her bones, as if undergoing a silent strengthening and reshaping. Her muscles trembled slightly under the nourishment of the energy, the fibers becoming tighter and more elastic, as if every muscle bundle had been activated, brimming with endless vitality and explosive power. The once relaxed lines of her body began to tighten, her figure becoming increasingly proportionate and fit, showcasing a unique charm and sense of strength. As Tang Wanru felt the marvelous changes in her body, her gratitude towards Lin Chen deepened. This was not just a precious gift, it symbolized Lin Chen's recognition and acceptance of her. She silently vowed to make the most of the changes brought by this fruit and give Lin Chen the best possible return. As the energy from the first fruit was gradually absorbed and integrated into her body, Tang Wanru eagerly picked up the second fruit, placing it in her mouth to continue chewing. This time, she clearly felt the energy fluctuations within her intensifying, like surging waves crashing against every corner of her body, pushing the transformation to a deeper level. Tang Wanru understood that this was an opportunity for a complete rebirth, no matter how the process unfolded. She was willing to embrace it, just to stand beside Lin Chen in a better posture and find her own place in this apocalyptic world. Meanwhile, Xin Shihan and Yi Lin, who were tidying up the dining table, had already noticed this scene. The 2 women exchanged a glance, a complex emotion flashing in their eyes. Tang Wanru's joining was within their expectations, but seeing Lin Chen treat her so specially still stirred a pang of jealousy in their hearts. However, both women also knew that with Lin Chen's charm and abilities, he was destined to attract more and more women around him, and situations like this would likely become increasingly common in the future. While Tang Wanru was eating fruit, Lin Chen came to the medical chamber to take a look at Gao Wu, who had just finished surgery. At this moment, Gao Wu was completely wrapped in bandages, from head to toe, tightly bound, resembling a mummy. However, the curves were still quite nice. Lin Chen stood in front of the medical chamber, his gaze falling on a certain spot, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up. After admiring his masterpiece for a while, Lin Chen took the others outside. At this time, in a certain era's air raid shelter, a creature that was neither fully human nor fully beast was heavily shackled to a massive metal platform. It was large in size, with bulging muscles, covered in rough and hard scales that shimmered with a cold light under the dim lighting. Its head retained some human features, with distorted and deformed facial features, and its eyes flickered with a mix of ferocity and confusion. Various instruments surrounded the creature, flashing colorful indicator lights and emitting a faint buzzing sound. Researchers in white lab coats busily moved between the instruments, their expressions serious, eyes focused, holding recording boards and occasionally jotting down various data. Some were adjusting the parameters of the instruments, while others quietly discussed their observations of the creature. What exactly is this thing? Is it a product of a failed experiment or a mutation of some unknown organism? A young researcher asked, frowning in confusion. An older researcher beside him adjusted his glasses and replied gravely, "It's still unclear, but from its genetic structure, it contains fragments of human genes and has fused with genes from various animals. This is definitely not a natural occurrence." "That's terrifying," the young researcher shuddered. Involuntarily, his eyes filled with fear and unease. "It's been snowing heavily across the globe for almost a month now, and we don't know when it will stop. Now this inexplicable monster has appeared. What is happening to this world?" Another researcher sighed with worry, looking up at the ceiling of the cave. Alas, this heavy snow not only caused a sharp drop in temperature but also disrupted transportation and supply chains. The entire world's supply chain has collapsed. If this continues, even without the threat of this monster, humanity will eventually face extinction. A senior researcher with graying hair shook his head heavily. Then what is the point of our research now? If we can't solve the fundamental problems, even if we figure out the origins of this monster, what difference will it make? The young researcher said dejectedly, letting his recording board droop in his hand. No. Any discovery could be a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the genes of this monster hold the key for humanity to adapt to this harsh environment or to combat other threats. We cannot give up, the older researcher encouraged everyone. With a determined gaze, even though he too was filled with confusion and uncertainty. Actually, we are quite lucky to be able to continue our research in this air raid shelter. I wonder about those people outside. A female researcher interjected, a hint of compassion and sympathy flashing in her eyes. Silence. At that moment, a leader-like figure entered the research cave, accompanied by several military officers. Leader! 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 The researchers all respectfully bowed, and the previously tense atmosphere became even more formal. The leader raised his hand slightly to signal everyone to stand down, his deep gaze slowly sweeping over each researcher, before finally landing on the creature shackled to the metal platform. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, "What is the progress on the research of this creature?" The older researcher stepped forward, adjusted his glasses, and cautiously replied, "Report to the leader, we have currently confirmed that its genes are a fusion of human and various animal genes, but how exactly this fusion occurred and the purpose and mechanism behind it still require further in-depth research. But we speculate that this may be related to the current drastic changes in the environment, and perhaps we can find clues from it that will help humanity adapt to harsh conditions." The leader frowned slightly, seemingly dissatisfied with this progress. Speculation? What we need are definitive answers and effective solutions. The heavy snow has plunged the world into a dire situation, with survival resources nearly exhausted everywhere. If we cannot make a breakthrough with this monster soon, humanity's future is bleak. Yes, leader. We will definitely accelerate our research progress. The senior researcher hurriedly expressed his stance, and the other researchers nodded in agreement. Then, the leader turned to the military officer beside him and said, "I heard that you lost quite a few people trying to capture this monster?" Upon hearing this, the military officer's body instantly stiffened, and a mix of sorrow and guilt appeared on his face. He first saluted with a standard military gesture, then spoke in a low voice, "Yes, leader. To capture this C-class mutated monster, we lost 3 elite squads, and only then were we able to subdue it and bring it back here." C-class mutated monster? The leader's brow furrowed, his expression grave. At this moment, a researcher beside him explained, "We classified this monster as C-class based on the detected energy levels. This is a result derived from a comprehensive assessment of its physical attributes, attack capabilities, and energy fluctuations, providing a relatively scientific standard to measure the danger level of these mutated creatures." The leader nodded slightly, his expression growing darker, and then asked, "So that means there are also B-class and A-class?" The researcher's face instantly turned pale. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling slightly as he said, "Based on the energy values we detected from the outside, there are indeed B-class and A-class monsters, and even what?" The leader's gaze sharpened. Fixating on the researcher, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. The researcher took a deep breath, as if summoning great courage, and slowly said, "Just yesterday, we detected an energy level far exceeding A-class. Within Jinghai City." Ah! Everyone gasped at this revelation. A single C-class mutated monster had already taken down 3 elite squads, the existence of B-class and A-class was already unimaginable, and now there was even energy far exceeding A-class. This filled everyone with deep fear and despair. Upon hearing this, the leader's heart sank. If such a terrifying energy truly existed, it would undoubtedly be a bomb ready to explode at any moment, completely destroying humanity's already fragile defenses. He then turned to the officer beside him and slowly said, "Can we investigate what that is?" The officer wore a bitter expression. They had already suffered heavy losses from the C-class, now they were being asked to approach something above A-class? However, hesitation was only a moment. The officer quickly straightened his back, his gaze becoming resolute, and responded loudly, "Yes." In the afternoon, Lin Chen returned home fully loaded. Today, he had gone out and robbed a gold shop, and on the way back, he had also taken down a mutated monster. The balance in his system account had once again reached over 30 million. Looking at the considerable number in the account, Lin Chen had his own plans. He did not intend to exchange for skill fruits or weapon blind boxes anymore. "I'll save it for when A-grade or higher items appear." Mainly, Lin Chen was annoyed by the several useless skills he had received before. He had wasted quite a bit of money in his account, which had left him with a psychological shadow regarding exchanges. Moreover, with the powerful strength he had accumulated previously and some practical skills, he was already invincible in this apocalyptic world. Ordinary threats were no challenge for him, so there was no need to waste money in his account. It was better to wait for more advanced items to appear. Those truly powerful and useful items were worth exchanging for. If all else fails, I can always do a 10 consecutive draw. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself. Although a 10 consecutive draw also had a certain randomness, if luck was on his side and he drew something powerful, it would be a big win. For now, he had temporarily stopped exchanging for skills or weapons. The skills and weapons he already had were sufficient to handle the various situations at hand, and there was no need to blindly consume the balance in his account. It was better to be cautious. As for the mutated monster he had taken down today, Lin Chen looked at the crystal core in his spatial ring, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The crystal core emitted a faint glow in the spatial ring, exuding a mysterious aura. At the time, Gao Wan and the others thought he had absorbed the crystal core again, not knowing that Lin Chen had already stored it in the spatial ring. Although he didn't know if it was due to his own physical condition or having reached some kind of absorption limit, he indeed could not absorb this crystal core anymore. But he certainly wouldn't give it to Gao Wan and the others. At least not now. Moreover, it was easy to imagine that this crystal core would become an extremely valuable resource in the future apocalypse, and it might come in handy one day. How could he just give it away? However, Lin Chen thought for a moment, and when everyone returned to the community building, he still took out a few physical fruit. Over the past few days, these people had fought alongside him, so rewarding them with a physical fruit was not too much. Appropriate incentives could make this small group more cohesive, and in the future, they would follow him more faithfully through this apocalypse. Plus, if their physical fitness improved, it would save them from becoming a burden. If the people around him were all weak and frail, he would have to divide his attention to protect them at critical moments, which would be too troublesome. But if their physical fitness was enhanced, not only could they protect themselves, but they might also be able to help him. That was why he decided to take out these few physical fruits, as a way to give back to those who had been obediently following him these days. When Gao Wen and the others saw the physical fruits Lin Chen took out, they looked at him in confusion. Was he giving us some fruit because he saw we were tired? But they were also a bit curious, as these fruits looked peculiar, very different from the fruits they usually saw, emitting a mysterious glow that made them want to explore further. Seeing the bewildered and curious expressions on everyone's faces, Lin Chen then explained, "This is a physical fruit. After consuming it, it can enhance your physical fitness, speed, strength, endurance, and so on." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone was first taken aback, then filled with joy. Looking at those few fruits, they seemed so enticing, as if each one contained endless power, and just by eating one, they could undergo a transformation. Everyone swallowed hard, feeling both excited and somewhat incredulous. They never expected Lin Chen to be willing to share such a thing with them, which made them even more grateful for his generosity. Gao Wen and the others took the fruit, each eagerly putting it into their mouths. The moment their teeth broke through the skin, a rich fruity aroma instantly spread, and the juice flowed down their throats, bringing a sweet and refreshing sensation. Immediately after, a warm energy rose from their bellies, as if countless small hands were gently massaging and transforming every corner of their bodies. Gawain felt his muscles begin to warm slightly, the soreness accumulated from long hours of labor gradually dissipating, replaced by an unprecedented sense of strength spreading through his limbs. He clenched his fists, clearly sensing the power continuously gathering, the veins in his arms bulging as if they contained endless energy. Others had similar feelings, some excitedly jumped in place, discovering that their jumping ability had significantly improved, landing as steady as a mountain, as if their feet had taken root. Some tried to run quickly, their speed creating a gust of wind, and distances that once felt strenuous were now crossed in the blink of an eye, with their breathing still steady, not a hint of breathlessness. "Sir, this is incredible. I feel like I have strength all over, as if I could knock down a bull with one punch," Gawain exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement, his eyes filled with respect and gratitude for Lin Chen. "Yes, Lin Yi, you are truly amazing," Zhao Xiaolong said sincerely, his eyes full of emotion. Meanwhile, one person was the most excited, and that was Qianfeng. "Lin Yi, you are like my reborn parents. From now on, with just one word from you, I would go through fire and water without hesitation." Saying this, Qianfeng suddenly knelt down and bowed deeply to Lin Chen. Seeing this, the others dared not remain standing. One by one, they bowed their heads and knelt down alongside Qianfeng, paying their respects to Lin Chen. There's a saying that goes, leaders may not remember who gave gifts, but they will certainly remember who didn't. If everyone else knelt and one person didn't, wouldn't that make them seem ungrateful or even harboring discontent or disdain towards Lin Chen? No one dared to leave that impression on him. The value of the yellow-haired one was still rising. The daily wailing had become a unique sight in the garage. To be honest, regarding kneeling to Lin Chen, everyone seemed less resistant than before. Lin Chen's performance over the past 2 days had transcended the realm of humanity in their minds. He seemed like a savior in this apocalyptic world. Now, with the emergence of such a miraculous and precious thing as the physical fruit, allowing everyone to achieve a qualitative leap in strength, Lin Chen exuded an irresistible aura of authority and brilliance. Kneeling didn't seem like such a big deal anymore. Lin Chen smiled. Having a sycophant was indeed comfortable. After encouraging everyone a few words and painting a few grand visions, he turned and went upstairs to return home. It wasn't until Lin Chen's figure disappeared that everyone stood up. As soon as Lin Chen entered the door, he met the glistening eyes of the young woman Tang Wanru. At this moment, Tang Wanru had completed her transformation. Her originally fair skin was now as delicate and smooth as sheep-fat jade, seemingly radiating a faint halo. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, resembling the blooming peach blossoms of spring, vibrant and dripping with beauty. Her already exquisite features, nourished by the fruit of vitality, became even more enchanting, with full, rosy lips and a slight upward curve at the corners of her mouth that held a charming smile, making it hard for anyone not to be captivated. Her figure had also undergone a noticeable change. Her previously somewhat shapeless form had now become graceful and curvaceous. Her slender waist could barely be grasped, her legs long and straight, and her bosom was full and perky, the perfect curve resembling a pair of ripe peaches. Lin Chen nodded, looking quite pleased. At this moment, in the Shuguang community on the outskirts of the city, all was quiet and peaceful. However, in one of the residential buildings, Jiang Yong was lying on his bed in the bedroom, fast asleep. He had his eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily, as if everything outside had nothing to do with him. The door to Jiang Yong's room was not only tightly locked, but various homemade alarm devices were also set up at the entrance. These devices were intricate and sensitive. If anyone attempted to force their way in, they would instantly emit a piercing sound. Although Jiang Yong had successfully subdued the entire Shuguang community with his formidable strength, he was clearly still somewhat inferior to Lin Chen, who possessed the mysterious ability to directly control others' thoughts. Therefore, even during sleep, a time when one should be completely relaxed, he remained highly vigilant, never allowing anyone to approach him easily. He knew all too well that in this perilous world, even a moment's negligence could mean the end of life. Perhaps closing his eyes would mean never opening them again. Meanwhile, outside the Shuguang community, several imposing and well-equipped snow vehicles were slowly advancing across the snowy ground. Their wide tracks moved powerfully, gliding effortlessly over the snow-covered surface. "Stop!" Suddenly, a man in a thick down jacket shouted from the command vehicle. His voice, transmitted through advanced communication equipment, clearly reached the cockpit of every vehicle. Upon hearing the command, all vehicles came to a steady halt. The man continued, energy fluctuations detected. As soon as he finished speaking, the other personnel, who had been seated in their respective positions, quickly stood up and hurried to the large screen displaying various complex data and waveforms. The atmosphere inside The vehicle instantly became tense, with everyone focused intently on the constantly fluctuating data on the screen, trying to decipher more useful information from it. After careful observation and analysis, someone finally spoke up. From the current situation, this energy fluctuation is approaching D-level. At this statement, the expressions of everyone present changed slightly. D-level? Someone in the crowd could no longer contain their shock and whispered in a low voice. The trembling voice seemed to be swallowed by fear, containing an unmistakable tension. Could there really be a D-level mutated creature nearby? Another person's whisper followed, like a cold wind sweeping across a silent lake, stirring up ripples. He furrowed his brow, his eyes sharp and alert like an eagle, staring intently at the dim and perilous surroundings outside the vehicle window. Upon hearing this news, the hearts of everyone present sank heavily. The previously relaxed and pleasant atmosphere vanished in an instant, replaced by a suffocating seriousness. To know, according to the long-term in-depth research and analysis results of the researchers on that mysterious and unpredictable energy that suddenly emerged, this energy is divided into 7 levels from high to low: A, B, C, D, E, and F. Even at the lowest level, F, successfully coping with and controlling it would require at least a fully trained and well-coordinated elite team to exert their utmost effort, just to barely subdue it. Moreover, even if they ultimately achieve victory, this team usually has to pay a considerable price in terms of painful casualties. As for the D-level energy they are currently facing, to be honest, this is a first for everyone present. At this moment, deep within everyone's eyes, a profound seriousness was unconsciously revealed, their palms tightly gripping various weapons, instinctively tightening their grip as if only this could slightly alleviate the rising panic and unease within. Should we go take a look? A tall man with a serious expression slightly furrowed his brows, his piercing gaze slowly sweeping over the faces of those around him, his voice deep and somewhat tentative. This man was the captain of the expedition team. At this time, a researcher who had come along with the team responded after a moment of thought. I think it would be best for us to consult with the higher-ups first. In fact, up until now, they had only successfully captured a C-level mutated creature. Moreover, this mutated creature was not something they had deliberately tracked down, it had approached them on its own, forcing everyone into a desperate situation, and only then did they take a huge risk to capture it alive at great cost. If they could capture a few more such mutated creatures, perhaps they could extract more valuable information and research results from them. Therefore, deep down, this researcher was inclined to go take a look. However, he knew that it was not himself who was in danger, so he could not directly express his stance and could only cleverly pass this dilemma to the higher-ups, waiting for their decision. Upon hearing this, the captain showed no hesitation, decisively reaching for the communication device beside him, then taking a deep breath, seemingly trying to calm his slightly tense mood. He then calmly reported the current situation to headquarters. Headquarters, this is the expedition team. We have detected energy fluctuations approaching D-level near the Dawn community, but the specific situation is still unclear. Please instruct on the next course of action, over. After speaking, he tightly gripped the communication device, not daring to breathe, while the surrounding team members stared at him intently, all anxiously awaiting a response from headquarters. Soon, headquarters responded, "This is headquarters. Ensure safety first, and try to capture it alive. Over." The captain quickly replied, "Understood." Several snow vehicles stopped outside the Dawn community. At this moment, the night was shrouded in darkness, and the wind and snow grew increasingly fierce. Snowflakes fell thickly to the ground, piling up into a thick layer, only to be whipped up by the raging wind into chaotic snow mist, making the already dim night even more hazy and indistinct. Soon, 3 special operations teams emerged from the vehicles in succession. The members of the special operations teams were all agile, dressed in uniform white snow combat suits made from the most advanced cold-resistant and warm-keeping fibers, capable of withstanding extreme cold and possessing certain bulletproof features. They wore fully enclosed smart helmets, with visors displaying a ghostly blue hue. These wore high-tech wind and snow goggles that could automatically adjust light and clarity, allowing the team members to see clearly, even in the harsh conditions of wind and snow. Among them, the assault team members responsible for close combat carried new-style assault rifles. Tactical bayonets were mounted below the gun barrels, forged from special alloy steel, and after meticulous polishing, they gleamed with a cold light. The team responsible for long-range sniping was equipped with specially made high-precision sniper rifles. To adapt to the snowy combat environment, the sniper rifles were also fitted with silencers and snow camouflage kits, reducing noise and visual exposure risks during firing. There was also a team responsible for fire support, carrying exaggerated individual rocket launchers. The types of rockets were diverse, including high explosive rounds, armor-piercing rounds, smoke bombs, and others, which could be flexibly chosen according to the operational needs. The 3 special operations teams spread out in a fan shape, coordinating seamlessly as they advanced toward the Dawn community. Upon entering the community, the surroundings were eerily silent, with only the howling wind echoing through the empty buildings. The assault team leader lowered his voice and spoke through the intercom. All teams, stay alert and proceed with the search according to the previous plan. Received, the other teams responded in unison. A dozen elite soldiers silently advanced through the dimly lit corridors, their footsteps as light as those of a nocturnal feline, the slight friction of their combat boots against the ground cleverly masked by the howling wind and snow. Each person tightly gripped their weapons, their eyes scanning the surroundings warily through the visors of their smart helmets. The instruments indicate that the target should be in this building, the team leader said in a low voice, his gaze cold and focused. Upon hearing this, the soldiers exchanged glances and proceeded with even greater caution. Suddenly, a faint creak sounded ahead, as if someone had stepped on an old wooden floor. The soldiers instantly halted, their guns trained in the direction of the sound. One team member slowly crouched down, retrieving a small detector from his waist and extending it forward. The screen of the detector began to flicker with various data and waveforms. No signs of life detected. It might just be the wind, the team member reported softly. The group then let out a slight sigh of relief, but still dared not let their guard down. The heavy snow had persisted for nearly a month, and the absence of any living beings was within everyone's expectations. Although they were all human, it was hard not to feel a sense of sorrow and reflection in this apocalyptic world of ice and snow. Life seemed so fragile and insignificant. This was a natural disaster, one that no one could resist. For the greater good, sacrificing a portion of people seemed to have become an unwelcome but accepted choice. Yet as long as the spark of civilization remained, everyone believed that one day they could rebuild their home, allowing humanity to thrive once more on this land. Their mission was not only for survival but also to protect that glimmer of hope. What they did not know was that a few people still alive in the community had already been moved to the underground garage by Zhang Yong. First, Zhang Yong wanted to emulate Lin Chen, attempting to create an image of himself as someone who controls everything and protects others, in order to gain people's hearts and prestige. Second, it was convenient for management. In the underground garage, there was food he had collected from outside. Although the quantity was not extremely abundant, it was barely enough to sustain these people during this difficult time. This led to the special operations team going up the stairs without finding any signs of life. The corridor was terrifyingly silent, with only their own faint breathing and the sound of their equipment rubbing against each other echoing in the empty space. The team leader checked the instrument data again, and the signal value grew stronger. The special operations team was getting closer to Zhang Yong's residence, and they began to spread out, forming an encirclement around the tightly closed door. The members responsible for close combat gripped their assault rifles tightly, fingers lightly resting on the triggers, ready to burst in at any moment. The team leader quietly said through the intercom, "Prepare to act, the target is right in front of us, we must strike true." At this moment, Zhang Yong inside the room remained completely unaware, immersed in his dreams, perhaps still dreaming of ruling this area. Outside, the special operations team was fully prepared, waiting for the final attack. Order to be given, and a thrilling capture operation was about to unfold. Bang! After a muffled sound, the door was forcibly opened. The specially made breaching tool, under immense force, instantly shattered the seemingly sturdy door, sending wood chips and dust flying everywhere. Immediately, various alarm devices set up by Zhang Yong at the door began to sound. Clang clang clang, beer bottles, soda cans, and other triggered simple alarm devices fell, rolling and colliding on the ground, creating a cacophony of noise. These seemingly crude yet highly effective alarms instantly shattered the original silence, causing the hearts of the special operations team members to tighten. But they were well trained and did not panic at all, quickly acting according to the predetermined plan. The members responsible for close combat charged in like arrows, rushing towards the bedroom. Zhang Yong was instantly awakened. As the alarm sounded, he sprang up from the bed like a rabbit targeted by a cheetah. His ice and snow abilities activated immediately, covering him with a layer of crystal-clear ice armor, as if donning an indestructible battle suit. With a wave of his hand, several ice spikes shot towards the vague figure at the door, glinting with cold light in the dimness, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. The special operations team members reacted extremely quickly. The leading member rolled to the side, easily dodging the ice spike attack, which embedded deeply into the wall behind him, instantly forming a patch of frost. Following that, the other team members quickly spread out, using the furniture in the room as cover, while their assault rifles spat fire, bullets pouring down on Jung Yeon like rain. The space in the room was too limited, and some bullets still hit Jung Yeon, striking his thick ice armor and causing ice flowers to bloom. Although Jung Yeon was protected by the ice armor, the powerful impact still made him stagger back a few steps, looking bewildered. A gun? How could there be a gun? Weren't those neighbors in the garage? He then shouted loudly, "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Jung Yeon kept a vigilant eye on the bedroom door while secretly gathering his ice and snow abilities, ready to launch another attack at any moment in case the other side suddenly launched an offensive again. The special operations team members were also stunned upon hearing Jung Yeon's words. A person? The other side was a person? The team leader furrowed his brow, then raised a hand and said, "Ceasefire." Jung Yeon breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the other party say to stop the attack. Just as he thought, in that fleeting moment, at least a dozen bullets had hit him. The powerful impact surged towards him like a raging tide, and even with the armor formed from his ice and snow abilities, his body felt as if it had endured a violent shock. Without that armor, he would have likely been turned into a sieve. Yet even so, the armor was already covered in countless cracks. If a few more rounds came, the ice armor would shatter completely, leaving him defenseless in the hail of bullets. Jung Yeon felt a wave of fear in his heart, and he was filled with apprehension and confusion towards these suddenly appearing, well-equipped individuals. He had no idea who they were or why they had launched such a fierce attack against him. "Who are you? Why are you attacking me?" Jung Yeon shouted. At that moment, the members of the special operations team were equally shocked, exchanging puzzled glances. The other party was indeed human, which was truly unexpected for them. But since they were human, how could they unleash such strange ice and snow abilities? Could it be that humans could also possess abilities? If humans could truly have abilities, it would be a seismic shift for the entire world and the survival rules they were familiar with. The team leader furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and then responded loudly, "We are the special operations team from Jinghai Base." "Who are you? Jinghai Base?" Jung Yeon was taken aback. Was this an official organization or a civilian one? A multitude of speculations flashed through his mind. "I am a citizen of Jinghai City, Jung Yeon," he replied, his tone lacking the arrogance from before, and tinged with caution. After all, facing a special operations team from an unfamiliar base, he dared not act recklessly. Who knew what kind of strength and intentions they had? The members of the special operations team were completely stunned upon hearing Jung Yeon's words. He was indeed a person. A human with abilities. This fact detonated like a bomb in the hearts of the team members. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with a complex mix of shock and curiosity. The team leader also frowned deeply, realizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to report to superiors as soon as possible. He then gave the others a look, signaling them to keep an eye on this ability user, and despite the temporary ceasefire, Jung Yeon's displayed abilities made him wary. He stepped outside, took out a high-power radio, and prepared to report to headquarters to see what to do next. The team leader adjusted his breathing, pressed the talk button, and said steadily, "Headquarters, this is the special operations team from Jinghai Base. During our mission, we discovered a human who possesses strange ice and snow abilities, claiming to be named Jung Yeon, a citizen of Jinghai City. Requesting further instructions, over." Meanwhile, at Jinghai Base, the leaders and some researchers were already waiting by the radio, anticipating a report on the mutated creature with energy fluctuations approaching D. At that moment, upon hearing the team leader's report, they were all stunned. A human? Abilities? How could that be? Immediately, a commander with stars on his shoulders stepped forward, snatched the microphone from the communications soldier's hand, and asked loudly, "This is headquarters, are you sure the other party is human?" The team leader took a deep breath and replied, "Confirmed." He had just seen clearly that Jung Yeon, in terms of form, movement, body language, and speech, was undoubtedly human. Boom, the base erupted. "This is a major discovery." "A major discovery," an elderly researcher exclaimed excitedly, his hands trembling slightly, his eyes shining with fervent light. "Academicianly, please don't get too excited." The leader hurriedly spoke to comfort him, but even his own voice couldn't hide the waves of shock and turmoil within. His heart was equally stirred by the news, realizing that this could be a turning point for the rise of the base and even humanity's new destiny, while also worrying about the enormous risks and uncertainties hidden within. Academicianly completely disregarded the leader's advice and spoke passionately, "Leader, ever since we captured that sea-level mutated creature, we have been researching how it possesses abilities and whether humans can acquire similar powers. Now it has finally been confirmed that humans can also possess abilities. This means that our previous research direction may need a complete adjustment, and a whole new field of scientific research is about to unfold before us. Although we are still unclear about the specific pathways and principles for acquiring abilities, as long as we can bring that ability user back, I believe we will be able to unveil the mysterious veil behind this, thus opening up a brand new path for human evolution and survival. The more academicianly spoke, the more excited he became, and the surrounding researchers nodded in agreement, infected by his enthusiasm, instantly igniting the research atmosphere of the entire base. The leader exchanged glances with several military personnel behind him, and from each other's eyes, they saw seriousness and deep thought. This situation was too complex and full of unknowns. A human with abilities could be both a boon and a significant threat. Subsequently, a general spoke sternly into the communicator. Hand the microphone to that ability user, I want to speak with him. After receiving the order, the squad leader quickly returned to the room, wanting to pass the microphone to Jang Yong. Mr. Jang Yong, our base's leader wants to speak with you. After saying this, he stepped forward to hand over the radio. However, Jang Yong was extremely cautious. He instinctively took a step back, his eyes filled with vigilance. Wait, don't come closer. He worried that this might be a trap, and once he took the radio, there could be hidden dangers that would suddenly erupt. Seeing this, the squad leader stopped, sighed helplessly, and tried to ease Jang Yong's defenses. Mr. Jang, if we were to make a move, you might already, he said, pointing to the cracked ice armor covering Jang Yong. Jang Yong fell silent. He knew that although he had gained abilities, he was still not strong enough to face a dozen fully armed elite soldiers. After a brief silence, Jang Yong slowly extended his hand and took the microphone. The moment his fingers lightly touched the microphone, it felt as if an invisible pressure was transmitted through it. He raised the microphone to his ear, took a deep breath, and then spoke into it. I am Jang Yong. Who are you? Hello Mr. Jang, I am one of the leaders of the Jinghai base. A deep and magnetic voice came from the microphone, carrying an indescribable authority and warmth. We would like to invite you to join our base. Join the base? Jang Yong, hearing the words from the other side, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Are you the official, or? Of course we are the official, came the leisurely reply from the microphone. Official? This answer was both unexpected and yet made sense. Although this catastrophe had nearly destroyed the world's original order, how could the power of the official be completely erased? Jang Yong took a deep breath, his emotions gradually becoming agitated. Since you have always been here, why didn't you save us before? This time, the other side fell silent. After a while, they replied, I'm sorry, Mr. Jang, we had no way. This natural disaster is more serious than you can imagine. We also prioritize the bigger picture. Prioritize the bigger picture? Jang Yong scoffed. Whenever someone tells you to prioritize the bigger picture, it means you are definitely not part of it, but if someone tells you to spare no effort, then you are certainly part of the cost. Jang Yong did not accept the other party's answer and, after pondering for a moment, responded, Why should I join you? I'm doing quite well out here, free and unrestrained. Mr. Jang, if you have any conditions, feel free to put them forward, we will certainly meet what we can. The other side said. Jang Yong was waiting for this sentence. He knew very well that while the other party seemed to be negotiating with him, he had no choice at all. Who negotiates with a dozen guns pointed at them? This so-called negotiation was merely a formality. He was in an absolutely disadvantaged position. But he couldn't easily compromise, he had to fight for the greatest benefit for himself. Jang Yong squinted slightly, thinking for a while before saying, I want enough food and resources to ensure I can live comfortably in the base. I also want my own independent residence, free from disturbance. And I will not be forced to do anything I do not wish to do. The use of my abilities will be solely under my control. He deliberately put forward these conditions, partly to see the other party's sincerity, and partly to test the base's true attitude towards his abilities. The other side responded without hesitation, no problem. We can meet all of Mr. Jang's requests. Jang Yong took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Lastly, I have one more condition. Mr. Jang, please go ahead. I want you to help me rescue my wife. All right. Jinghai base. The heavy gates slowly opened. Several special snow vehicles drove in. At this moment, many well-informed people gathered at the entrance, watching. Ability users? Human ability users? This news was like a heavy aerial bomb, shaking Jinghai base to its core. Tycoons, celebrities, socialites, all curiously gathered around, wanting to see what the legendary ability user was really like. Did he have 3 heads and 6 arms, or some strange physical features that showcased his extraordinary abilities? Jiang Yong looked through the car window at these glamorous people, a complex emotion surging in his heart. The armored vehicle slowly stopped, the door opened, and Jiang Yong took a deep breath and stepped out. In an instant, all the surrounding gazes focused on him. Look, he is the ability user, he looks no different from an ordinary person. But don't be fooled by appearances, having abilities must mean there's something special about him. I wonder how powerful his abilities really are, it would be great if he could show us. Who knows how he obtained his abilities, he might be a dangerous person. Jiang Yong listened to these whispers, his brow slightly furrowed, but he did not pay them any mind and walked straight ahead. At this moment, the leaders of the base also stepped forward, extending a warm hand. Welcome, Mr. Jiang Yong, to join our Ginghai base. Jiang Yong politely extended his hand to shake with the leader, saying, thank you, I hope to have a good start here. Of course, Mr. Zhang's abilities are highly valued by our base, and they will surely play a key role in many matters in the future, the leader said, guiding Jiang Yong into the interior of the base. Mr. Jiang must have had a hard journey here, let's first go to the conference room to rest a bit, and I can give you a detailed introduction to the situation at the base. Afterwards, we will arrange for you to stay in the accommodation specially prepared for you, ensuring your satisfaction. Jiang Yong nodded slightly and said, thank you, I also want to understand the operational model here as soon as possible and see how I can contribute. Facing the leader's enthusiasm and the curious or suspicious gazes of those around him, Jiang Yong remained composed. He knew that he might be the only ability user among humanity at present. He did not need to bow down to anyone. Soon, the group arrived at the conference room. Instantly, several researchers in white lab coats looked at Jiang Yong with intense eyes, as if hungry wolves had spotted a plump prey. Jiang Yong felt uncomfortable under their gaze. Once everyone was seated and after a few simple opening remarks, the base leader got straight to the point. Mr. Jiang, would you be so kind as to demonstrate your abilities for us? Whoosh! Everyone's gaze instantly focused on Jiang Yong, filled with anticipation, curiosity, and scrutiny. After all, hearing is one thing, seeing is believing. Jiang Yong frowned slightly, feeling some resistance. After all, his abilities were not a spectacle for others to enjoy. However, he also knew that if he wanted to gain status in this base, he had to demonstrate corresponding strength or value. So, he took a deep breath, stood up, and slowly walked to an empty corner of the conference room. After standing still, he closed his eyes, concentrating to summon the power of his abilities within. Moments later, he suddenly opened his eyes, his hands moving quickly. The surrounding air seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, rapidly cooling and condensing. Ice flowers began to bloom in his palms, wisps of cold air rising. Then, he pushed his palms forward, and several sharp ice spikes shot toward the opposite wall like arrows, deeply piercing the wall. Jiang Yong did not stop, he continued to exert his abilities. The ground beneath his feet quickly covered with a layer of ice, which climbed up his legs. In the blink of an eye, a set of exquisite and sturdy ice armor formed around him. Attack skill, ice spikes, defense skill, ice armor. At this moment, the conference room was silent. Everyone present was an elite who had received higher education, yet the scene before them completely overturned their worldview. The ice spikes that appeared out of nowhere and the rapidly forming ice armor completely defied the scientific principles they were familiar with. The researchers' faces first showed shock, followed by uncontrollable excitement and fervor. The base leader and several generals also had strange colors flashing in their eyes. After a moment, the base leader was the first to regain his composure and cautiously asked, Mr. Jiang, could you tell us how you acquired your abilities? How to obtain supernatural powers? Jiang Yong frowned slightly upon hearing this question from the base leader. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, I found a crystal core on the corpse of a monster. That crystal core inexplicably merged into my body, and then I awakened this ice and snow ability. In the end, he chose to speak the truth. Even if he didn't say it, this matter would eventually be discovered. Just on the way here, he had learned that there was a C-class mutated monster in this base. If he concealed it, and one day it was found out, it would be easy for him to lose the hard-earned trust he had built. As soon as Jiang Yong said this, the conference room erupted. The mutated monster has a crystal core inside? This is a major discovery. Does that mean that as long as we find the crystal core, it might be possible for people to awaken supernatural powers? But will there be any danger if the crystal core merges with the human body? For a moment, the conference room was in chaos. The base leaders and several generals looked serious yet somewhat surprised, and the leader hurriedly asked, Mr. Jiang, what kind of crystal core was it? Do you remember? Jiang Yong recalled and said, the crystal core was entirely deep blue, diamond-shaped, about the size of a thumb. Academicianly then asked, Mr. Jiang, when the crystal core merged with your Body, did you have any special feelings? For example, heat, intense pain, or something like that? Jang Yong nodded and replied, I did feel something. When it first merged, it felt like my body was on fire. And the pain was unbearable. I thought I was going to die, but fortunately, I got through it, and then I discovered I could control the power of ice and snow. The atmosphere in the conference room became increasingly heated, as if they had suddenly found the key breakthrough to explore the mysteries of supernatural powers. However, one general furrowed his brow slightly, looking deeply at Jang Yong. While everyone else was immersed in the excitement brought by the crystal core, dreaming of the bright prospects of supernatural power research, he keenly realized another critical issue. Mr. Jiang, may I ask how you killed that mutated monster? As soon as this question was asked, the conference room fell silent again, and everyone turned their gaze back to Jang Yong. Yes. How did Jang Yong kill the mutated monster? Everyone was well aware of the strength of the mutated monsters. Even the weakest F-class mutated monster, according to researchers' analysis and predictions, was at least equivalent to the combat power of a soldier. King. It would probably take an elite team to take it down. How did Jang Yong do it? And looking at the skeptical and inquisitive eyes of everyone, Jang Yong secretly groaned, but at this point, he could only tell the truth. He cleared his throat and slowly said, Actually, I didn't kill it, someone else killed the mutated monster, and then he asked me to handle the monster's corpse, and that's when I accidentally discovered the crystal core. Boom! Upon hearing Jang Yong's words, the people in the conference room exploded. Damn, what kind of luck is this? A group of people looked at Jang Yong with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Everyone had thought that Jang Yong had extraordinary strength to obtain the crystal core from the mutated monster, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be such a dramatic situation, purely a stroke of luck. However, the general who had asked the previous question did not let this matter go. He continued to ask, someone else? Who is it? Is he also a supernatural power user? How did he kill the mutated monster? A series of questions, each one critical. Jang Yong felt a bit of a headache from the questioning. He took a deep breath, organized his thoughts, and said, That person is called Lin Chen. He used to live in the same neighborhood as me. As for whether he is a supernatural power user. At this point, Jang Yong paused, then continued, I don't think so, otherwise, he wouldn't have let me handle the corpse. Hearing Jang Yong's words, everyone nodded. Indeed. If the other party was also a supernatural power user, how could he possibly let someone else handle the monster's corpse? Generally speaking, those with special abilities would definitely go to check and handle things personally, and would not easily let such an opportunity slip away. However, the general still frowned, seemingly not fully convinced by this statement, and asked, then how did he manage to kill that mutated monster? Ordinary humans can't deal with mutated creatures so easily. Jang Yong scratched his head helplessly, recalling the scene at that time, and said, I think he might have been a soldier, a special forces soldier. Lin Chen was fully armed, dressed similarly to your elite team. Submachine gun, grenades. Jang Yong recalled the scene while gesturing how Lin Chen killed the monster. After listening to Jang Yong's explanation, the general looked at academicianly furrowed his brows, thought for a moment, and said, If it was the lowest level F-class mutated monster, our special forces soldiers could indeed rely on their weapons to kill it. Upon hearing Academician Li's words, the general slowly nodded at the base leader. Seeing this, the base leader put on a friendly smile again and looked at Jang Yong, saying, Mr. Jiang, thank you for clarifying things for us. The information you provided is very important to us, offering new ideas and directions for our subsequent research and the development of the base. Jang Yong slightly bowed and replied, You're too kind, leader. Since I've joined the base, I naturally speak freely and hope to be of help to our base. Mr. Jiang is thoughtful, the base leader said with a smile. It's getting late, so please go rest, Mr. Jiang. We have prepared a special accommodation for you. Once you are well rested, we can discuss further about the research on special abilities and the arrangements for base affairs. Hearing this, Jang Yong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Today's meeting had indeed made him a bit tired. Having to deal with everyone's curious and scrutinizing gazes while carefully answering various questions had consumed quite a bit of his energy. He quickly said, Thank you for your concern, leader. I do need to rest. However, he immediately added, But you promised me before that you would help rescue my wife. The leader was slightly taken aback and quickly asked, Your wife is now? Jang Yong gritted his teeth and said, My wife is under Lin Chen's control. Then, he exaggeratedly recounted all the things Lin Chen had done in the community, such as being overbearing, bullying men and women, and indiscriminately killing innocents, all embellished. Upon hearing Jang Yong's words, everyone in the conference room was filled with righteous indignation, their faces full of anger. Scoundrel! Shameless! Bastard! Everyone cursed Lin Chen, all enraged by the scenes Jiang Yong described. Mr. Jiang, don't worry. Go rest first, and tomorrow we will arrange for someone to rescue your wife, the leader said, not giving Jiang Yong a chance to speak further. He turned to a young man beside him and instructed, Xiao Wang, take Mr. Jiang to his accommodation. Introduce him to some basic situations in the base along the way, and do your best to meet any needs Mr. Jiang may have. The young man named Xiao Wang immediately stepped forward and respectfully said to Jiang Yong, Mr. Jiang, please follow me this way. Ding, today's flash sale items 1. Various fresh vegetables, 10,000 Jin 2. Pure water, 10,000 barrels 3. 199 a main battle tank, 10,000 rounds of ammunition 4. Composite vitamins, 10,000 bottles waking up. Early, Lin Chen looked at the 4 virtual images before him, thought for a moment, and said, I'll choose one. Although he didn't lack vegetables at the moment, he had already come out several times, so he had to give the system some face. Moreover, vegetables were indeed a scarce resource in the ice and snow apocalypse. Unlike rice, flour, oil, and meat, which could be stored for a long time at low temperatures, vegetables could not withstand the cold. While they wouldn't rot, frozen vegetables were also inedible. With heavy snow falling for nearly a month, the vegetables outside were basically covered by thick ice and snow, either frozen hard or already lifeless, turning yellow and shriveled. Finding vegetables that were safe to eat was nearly impossible. So even though his current stock was relatively sufficient, considering the long days ahead, it was wise to stockpile more vegetables. After the flash sale was completed, Lin Chen stretched and went to the living room. At that moment, Xin Shihan, Yilin, and Tang Wanru were preparing breakfast. To Lin Chen's surprise, Tang Wanru was also wearing a sexy maid outfit, just like Xin Shihan and Yilin. The maid outfit suited her perfectly, accentuating her curvy figure without any sense of incongruity. A 30-something maid? Lin Chen shook his head. Ha, women. Soon, breakfast was ready. However, how to arrange the seating became a problem. Previously, Xin Shihan and Yilin had served Lin Chen on either side, while Tang Wanru, as an outsider, sat opposite him. But now that Tang Wanru had officially joined, she seemed eager to enjoy the privilege of serving Lin Chen. Xin Shihan and Yilin exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a tacit understanding. Wanru, today you can serve our majesty during the meal, Xin Shihan said with a sly smile. Yilin chimed in, exactly, you used to mock us for treating him like a king, now it's your turn to show off. Previously, Tang Wanru had often ridiculed them for pampering Lin Chen, and now the two girls had found an opportunity to retaliate. Tang Wanru's face instantly flushed, and she playfully scolded. You two little girls, always teasing me. She knew this was a way for the two girls to assert their dominance, while Xin Shihan was also subtly demonstrating her leading position. However, Tang Wanru didn't act coy. Instead, she felt a surge of eagerness. In fact, she wanted to perform even better than the two girls. Tang Wanru slowly stood up, walked to Lin Chen's side, and unexpectedly knelt before him. Then she picked up a plate, took a piece of cut fried egg, and held it to Lin Chen's mouth, softly saying, Your Majesty, please enjoy your meal. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. At that moment, Tang Wanru exuded a different kind of charm. Xin Shihan and Yilin widened their eyes. They had thought it was just a tease to make Tang Wanru a bit embarrassed. But they didn't expect her to take it so seriously, directly pushing the atmosphere into a more heated and subtle state. Xin Shihan bit her lip, feeling a competitive spirit rising within her, thinking that she would have to perform even better later. Yilin looked astonished, as if she were seeing Tang Wanru in a new light, and was left speechless for a while. The two girls exchanged glances, once again reaching a certain understanding. Xin Shihan then picked up a cup of warm milk, lightly walked to Lin Chen's other side, slightly bent down, and brought the milk to his lips, her eyes filled with tenderness and anticipation, softly saying, Your Majesty, after the fried egg, have some milk to soothe your stomach. Seeing this, Yilin hurriedly stepped forward, picked up a piece of golden, crispy bread with a small silver tongs, and handed it to Lin Chen with a sweet smile, her voice soft and tender. Your Majesty, this bread is so fragrant, you should try it. As she spoke, she secretly glanced at Tang Wanru, the meaning clear, she was not willing to fall behind. Tang Wanru watched the two girls' actions, and her own competitive spirit surged. She picked up a piece of tender ham, gently blew on it, and then offered it to Lin Chen, her tone even more delicate. Your Majesty, this ham is delicious, you must try it. Lin Chen looked at the three girls, vying to serve him, feeling both helpless and amused. However, he couldn't refuse their kindness and could only accept the food they offered one by one, continuously praising them. It's all delicious, I can feel your intentions. Thus, back and forth, a simple breakfast took nearly an hour. Lin Chen watched the three girls competing and subtly fighting for attention, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. In this Apocalyptic world, such a unique liveliness was indeed a different kind of seasoning for life. Once breakfast was finally over, Lin Chen stood up and smiled, saying, alright, I'm full. You all eat, I need to go out. Tang Wanru breathed a sigh of relief, her legs nearly numb from kneeling. She quietly moved her legs, slowly got up from the ground, and sat in a chair, preparing to eat breakfast. But from the corner of her eye, she saw Xin Shihan and Yilin following Lin Chen closely. Ha! What's going on? At that moment, Tang Wanru saw the two girls carefully helping Lin Chen put on his gear for going out. Xin Shihan held a thick winter coat, gently shook it open, stood on her tiptoes, and tenderly helped Lin Chen put it on, meticulously adjusting the collar to wrap his neck snugly. She murmured, be safe, we'll be waiting for you at home. Yilin was also busy. She squatted down, picked up Lin Chen's boots, carefully checked inside for any foreign objects, and only after confirming it was clear did she help Lin Chen put his foot in. Then she deftly tied the shoelaces, glancing up at Lin Chen with concern in her eyes, saying, darling, I just took care of these boots yesterday, they'll definitely be comfortable and warm. While the two girls did this, they also cast proud glances at Tang Wanru. Tang Wanru quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks to join the OOTD team, but since it was her first time, she had no idea how to wear and handle the complicated gear. In a moment of panic, beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, causing the two girls to stifle their laughter. Soon, Lin Chen was fully dressed and took the group outside to continue scavenging for gold, food, and mutated monsters. Just as Lin Chen left the community, several special operations vehicles stopped outside. Jiang Yon looked through the car window at the familiar buildings and said with resentment, this is it. Jiang Yon looked at the familiar neighborhood, the veins on his forehead bulging. He was back. He had finally returned. Coming in with great momentum. Memories of the injustices and humiliations he had suffered here flooded his mind, especially the scene of his wife being controlled by Lin Chen, which ignited his fury. At this moment, he was solely focused on rushing in to rescue his wife and making Lin Chen pay for his actions. Lin Chen! Jiang Yong gritted his teeth and shouted this name. The squad leader beside him noticed Jiang Yong's emotions and patted his shoulder, comforting him, Mr. Jiang, don't get too worked up. We are well prepared this time, and we will definitely bring your sister-in-law back safely. Jiang Yong took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and tried to calm himself down, saying, yes, thanks to the base for their help this time. Everyone seemed to think that rescuing Jiang Yong's wife was a given. As for that Lin Chen, he was just a special forces soldier. Each of them present had gone through countless hardships and rigorous selections to become the elite. Dealing with a Lin Chen was surely a piece of cake for them. In their minds, even though Lin Chen had once been a special forces soldier with decent skills and combat training, he was ultimately just a lone fighter, not comparable to their well-coordinated team with various specialties. Jiang Yong clasped his hands together and bowed deeply to everyone. Brothers, please ensure my wife's safety later, I beg. You. One team member scoffed, muttering under his breath, that Lin Chen is probably just used to being a big shot in this small place. When he really faces us, he'll definitely be scared out of his wits and hand over the person. Exactly. Don't worry, Mr. Jiang. It's just one person, not a superhuman or a mutant monster. Everyone was somewhat dismissive. However, the squad leader remained cautious. He furrowed his brows and said seriously, everyone, don't underestimate the enemy. After all, they have weapons too. We must strictly follow the plan, each do our part, and ensure there are no mistakes. We must guarantee the safety of Mr. Zheng's wife while minimizing our losses. Understood? Upon hearing the squad leader's serious words, the laughter abruptly stopped, and everyone responded in unison, understood. With a command, the vehicle doors opened, and everyone orderly disembarked from the armored vehicle, weapons in hand, cautiously making their way into the neighborhood. With Jiang Yon leading the way, they headed straight for the underground garage. At this time, there were fewer than 200 people left in the underground garage. The surviving neighbors sat slumped in corners, their eyes vacant, like walking corpses. Having been trapped here for nearly a month, everyone was on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed, and everyone mechanically turned their heads toward the sound. They saw a dozen fully armed men, resembling gods of war from the snowy fields, appearing in their line of sight. Dressed in white special protective suits, they emitted a cold metallic sheen in the dim underground garage. These men quickly occupied key positions like trained soldiers. Their movements were crisp and decisive, without any hesitation. Safe. 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 The Special Operations team members reported the situation in their respective areas one by one. The neighbors merely stared blankly at these people performing. Their hollow, lifeless eyes had long lost curiosity and concern for their surroundings, as if everything outside had nothing to do with them. Even if these people were enemies, so what? Dying was also a form of liberation. Until they saw a familiar figure, their gaze finally showed a hint of fluctuation. Jiang Yong? It was actually Jiang Yong. How did he end up with these people? The heart that had once been dead and silent now unexpectedly stirred with a hint of curiosity and a faint glimmer of hope. Was Jiang Yong here to rescue everyone? Just then, a few shouts suddenly rang out from the crowd. Third brother. Sang-gu. The voices were filled with surprise and excitement, standing out starkly in the oppressive atmosphere of the underground garage. Upon hearing the calls, Jiang Yong paused slightly but quickly regained his composure. He ignored the shouts and continued searching through the crowd. Finally, he spotted a disheveled woman, pale and emaciated. Wife! Jiang Yong shouted, rushing towards her in a few quick strides and pulling her tightly into his embrace. The woman looked up, and her once dull eyes sparkled with life at the sight of Jiang Yong. Husband, she choked out, gripping his clothes tightly with both hands. Are you okay? Wife! Lin Chen didn't do anything to you, did he? Jiang Yong anxiously examined his wife from head to toe. The woman shook her head, her voice weak yet tinged with relief as she said, No, he just had someone keep an eye on me, and he brought me some food every day. Hearing this, Jiang Yong's heart finally eased a little, but seeing his wife's frail state filled him with pain. At that moment, a man beside the woman lifted his leg to run. He was the one Lin Chen had arranged to watch Jiang Yong's wife. Jiang Yong looked at the panicked man fleeing and coldly asked his wife, Was it him who was watching you all along? His voice carried a chilling tone, as if he had transformed into a vengeful spirit emerging from an ice cellar, the coldness in his gaze sending shivers down one's spine. The wife nodded. Without saying another word, Jiang Yong waved his hand, and several ice spikes instantly formed in his palm. Then, like arrows released from a bow, the ice spikes shot towards the fleeing man with a sharp whistle, moving so fast that they left only blurred shadows in the air. The man was desperately trying to escape, the sound of the wind howling in his ears, with no time to look back, when he suddenly felt a searing pain in his back. Ah! He let out a scream as several ice spikes pierced his back one after another, the tremendous impact causing him to lurch forward and crash to the ground, sliding a distance before coming to a stop. Blood gushed from his wounds, instantly staining the ground beneath him, and his previously frantic breaths became intermittent. He stared wide-eyed, filled with terror and despair, struggling futilely a few times before gradually falling silent, completely lifeless. Jiang Yong looked at the lifeless guard on the ground, snorted coldly, his expression still icy, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. The Special Forces team members around witnessed this scene. Some wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. Order had collapsed, the law of the jungle prevailed, just like that. Jiang Yong shielded his wife behind him and then asked the neighbors, Where is Lin Chen? The neighbors looked at Jiang Yong, who killed at the slightest disagreement, and felt somewhat unfamiliar. Everyone glanced at each other, but no one answered. They didn't want to get involved in the conflict between Lin Chen and Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong observed the neighbor's fearful and silent demeanor, his brows furrowing even tighter, and he couldn't help but feel a bit annoyed. He raised his voice and asked again, Where is Lin Chen? Surely someone knows where he is, speak up. At that moment, his wife suddenly said from behind, Lin Chen should have gone out. Gone out? Jiang Yong was taken aback. His wife continued to explain, These past few days he has been taking people out every day to look for food. This was not a secret, everyone in the garage basically knew. However, Jiang Yong felt somewhat unwilling. He had come back this time to seek revenge on Lin Chen. As the saying goes, the hatred of killing a father and the resentment of taking a wife cannot coexist. In Jiang Yong's heart, Lin Chen controlling his wife's actions was no different from taking his wife. Both were the heaviest blows to a man's dignity. But unexpectedly, Lin Chen was not there. Consider yourself lucky this time. Jiang Yong gritted his teeth and squeezed out these words, filled with unwillingness and resentment. In that case, I'll just collect some interest first. Thinking of the women around Lin Chen, a cold and fierce smile crept onto Jiang Yong's lips. He turned to the Special Forces team members and said with a wicked grin, Brothers, please wait for me here for a moment, I'll be right back. With that, he headed upstairs. The team leader of the Special Forces frowned slightly, revealing a look of difficulty and concern. Mr. Jiang, since your wife has already come out, I think we should withdraw. Jiang Yong narrowed his eyes and looked at the team leader, his gaze carrying an inexplicable color. He was determined not to let Lin Chen off so easily, even if it was just to regain a bit of face from those around Lin Chen. Wu team, could you do me a favor? The team leader fell silent upon hearing Jiang Yong's words. He had his own calculations. Jiang Yong, as the only known superhuman among humans, if he could befriend him, it would undoubtedly be greatly beneficial for the survival and development of their special forces team in the future. Moreover, given Jiang Yong's current attitude, if they forcibly stopped him, it might lead to an unpleasant situation and affect their relationship. After much hesitation, the team leader ultimately compromised. Then, please be quick. Upon hearing the team leader relent, a triumphant smile appeared on Jiang Yong's face. He patted the team leader's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it will be quick." With that, he left in a hurry. Jiang Yong's wife watched his departing figure, opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. After not seeing him for more than 10 days, her husband seemed to have changed. Just as Jiang Yong was about to disappear from everyone's sight, the energy detector carried by the team suddenly sounded an alarm. Beep beep. The sharp sound instantly broke the somewhat dull atmosphere of the underground garage. "Report, sea-level energy fluctuations detected," shouted the team member responsible for monitoring the instruments. The team leader looked tense and quickly shouted to Jiang Yong, "Mr. Jiang, we must leave immediately." While shouting, he waved to the team members, signaling them to gather quickly and prepare to evacuate. My God! That was a sea-level mutated creature. All of them combined might not even be enough to fill a gap in its teeth. The sea-level mutated creature captured at the base had nearly exhausted the entire base's resources, using various advanced weapons and equipment and setting up numerous traps just to subdue it. Even so, during the capture process, they had lost 3 elite teams. At this moment, the team members were all tense, each one as if facing a great enemy, their bodies taut and ready to retreat at any moment. Jiang Yong also stopped, his expression constantly changing, various emotions flashing across his face. Finally, he cursed bitterly, "Damn it, that Lin's luck is really good." No matter what, preserving life was the priority. They couldn't stay any longer. At this moment, no matter how great the hatred, it had to be set aside for now. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. If he lost his life here, he would have nothing left. Jiang Yong protected his wife and prepared to retreat with the Special Forces team. Everyone hurried their steps but dared not make too much noise, fearing to disturb the sea-level mutated monster hidden somewhere. Just as Jiang Yong and his group were about to exit the garage, suddenly Jiang Yong's gaze sharpened. His previously vigilant eyes instantly locked onto a woman in the corner, one that everyone else had almost overlooked. Lu Xiaoyan. If he remembered correctly, she seemed to be Lin Shen's girlfriend. At any rate, that was the rumor in the garage. He didn't know if it was true. But at this moment, in Jiang Yong's mind, anyone connected to Lin Shen could become a pawn for his revenge. Even if it was just a tenuous connection, he couldn't care less. Jiang Yong pushed his wife to the team leader and then rushed towards Lu Xiaoyan. His speed was incredibly fast, creating a gust of wind, and in the blink of an eye he was beside Lu Xiaoyan, grabbing her arm with such force that she had no time to resist and was pulled back by Jiang Yong. Before anyone could react, Jiang Yong had already brought Lu Xiaoyan back to the team. The team leader frowned slightly at the sight but said nothing, leading the group to continue their retreat. As they backed away, Jiang Yong shouted to the neighbors in the garage, "Tell Lin Shen this is just interest, I will be back." His voice echoed in the garage, filled with hatred and provocation. Even if he couldn't confront Lin Shen directly this time, Jiang Yong wanted Lin Shen to know that he would never let this matter rest. At that moment, a few more people stood up in the garage, shouting at Jiang Yong, "Third brother! Third bro! Take us with you! Please!" These people were the other 4 of the Lanting 6 brothers, aside from Jiang Yong and Shen Feng. They looked at Jiang Yong and his group about to leave, as if seeing their last hope, all hoping that Jiang Yong would take them along out of brotherly affection. But Jiang Yong seemed to have not heard them at all, not stopping for a moment, and the group quickly disappeared from the garage. "Third brother?" Jiang Yong scoffed. 10 days ago, you called me that, and I didn't mind. Now you still call me that, then you're in the wrong. As Jiang Yong, the only superhuman. Isn't it reasonable to call me Jiang Yi? Once they exited the community, suddenly, a team member looked up at the sky, his face filled with shock, as if he had seen the most terrifying sight in the world. What is that?" The others also looked up, only to see a monstrous bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters circling above the community. The bird's feathers were a strange dark blue-black, shimmering with a metallic sheen under the sunlight, each feather sharp as a blade, as if a gentle sweep could cut through the air. Its eyes were like 2 burning ghostly flames, exuding a cold ferocity, looking down from above as if searching for something. "Quick! Run!" the team leader shouted anxiously, the veins on his forehead bulging. No need to ask, this was definitely the sea-level mutated monster. A flying sea-level mutated monster? Just thinking about it made everyone nearly wet themselves. Jiang Yang's expression was also extremely grim. He had thought that with his newfound powers, he could reign supreme in this apocalypse, wielding power and influence. The mutated monsters became increasingly terrifying, and just looking at the strange bird above them, Jiang Yang felt he wouldn't survive even one round. Fortunately, this bird did not attack him, seemingly looking down on these few ants. It just kept circling above the community, again and again, for reasons unknown. Jiang Yang and the others felt relieved in their hearts, then hurriedly got into their car and sped towards the base. After circling for a while, the strange bird seemed to have not found what it was looking for and flew off in another direction. It moved at incredible speed, disappearing in the vast wind and snow in the blink of an eye. Master Lin, you're getting more and more impressive. Chen Feng flattered as he leaned close to Lin Chen, his face full of a sycophantic smile. Master Lin, I feel like I'm not even worthy to hold your shoes anymore. Zhao Xiaolong also wore a beaming smile, quickly echoing Qian Feng's words. As he spoke, he kept nodding and bowing, his gaze glued to Lin Chen, seizing every opportunity to demonstrate his loyalty. Since the last time everyone voluntarily knelt to show their submission to Lin Chen, they had completely set aside their dignity, treating Lin Chen as an absolute authority. The powerful strength Lin Chen displayed was like a life-saving beacon, making everyone willing to crawl at his feet, looking to him for guidance. At this moment, a group of people emerged from the Third People's Hospital of Jinghai. Just now, Lin Chen had effortlessly dealt with a mutated monster, and the scene still left everyone in awe. They saw Lin Chen facing the terrifying, clawing mutated creature with an expression of calm indifference, showing no signs of panic. He simply raised his hand and lightly waved it, sending several ice spikes shooting toward the mutated monster like arrows released from a bow, so fast that they left only a blur of light in the air, reaching the creature in the blink of an eye. With a series of muffled thuds, the ice spikes instantly pierced through the monster's hard shell, and the creature didn't even have time to let out a scream before it collapsed, lifeless. The entire process was so quick that it was almost beyond comprehension. Lin Chen walked at the front, and regarding the flattery from those behind him, he merely curled the corners of his mouth slightly, not paying much attention. If there was anyone who truly had no bottom line in their flattery, it was the three women from this morning. Men, to some extent, still had a bit of pride. However, compared to before when everyone was merely bowing to his tyranny out of survival, now there was a hint of sincerity added. That could be considered progress. Alright, let's head back, Lin Chen said lightly, unknowingly exuding an air of authority. Yes, everyone replied in unison. Then, the group hopped onto snowmobiles and sped toward the community. The biting cold wind howled across their faces, stinging their skin like knives, but everyone seemed oblivious. With the genetic serum and the physique fruit, their bodies were now on par with special forces. The days when they would shiver at the slightest chill and be easily affected by harsh weather were long gone. Now, their bodies seemed to have been reforged, with firm and powerful muscles, smooth and efficient blood circulation. Even in this sub-zero environment, they could maintain a good condition thanks to their robust physical fitness. Lin Chen sat at the front of the snowmobile, his gaze fixed ahead while cautiously keeping an eye on the surroundings. His deep-set eyes were sharp like an eagle's, missing no slightest movement, occasionally scanning the sides of the road and the distant snowfields in case any mutated creatures suddenly sprang out or if any other survivors with ill intentions lurked in the shadows. The people following behind also remained vigilant despite their good physical condition. They dared not let their guard down. Suddenly, Lin Chen raised a hand, and everyone quickly stopped, the snowmobile screeching to a halt, leaving long tracks in the snow. Everyone looked puzzled, their eyes turning toward Lin Chen, unsure why he had suddenly signaled to stop. Lin Chen gazed intently in one direction, his focused expression suggesting he had spotted something unusual. The others followed his gaze. At first, apart from the swirling snow, nothing was visible. The flurries of snowflakes acted like a white curtain, obscuring their view, leaving only a vast expanse of white in the world. Slowly, yet in the wind and snow, a black dot appeared, standing out starkly against the pure white, like a drop of ink falling on rice paper, particularly eye-catching. The black dot grew larger, as if flying towards them at an incredible speed, getting closer and closer. As the distance closed, everyone gradually saw clearly that it was a gigantic monster bird. The creature was enormous, with wings spread wide, measuring over 10 meters across, and in the sunlight, the feathers on its wings shimmered with a golden sheen. Golden-winged rock? Zhao Xiaohu joked, his words laced with a hint of mockery. Everyone laughed along, showing no signs of worry or fear. With Lin Chen around, they felt completely at ease. The monster bird seemed to have noticed Lin Chen and his group, suddenly increasing its speed to another level. It appeared to be thoroughly enraged. Its already fast speed surged instantly, like a golden lightning bolt slicing through the sky, creating whirlwinds in the air. The wind and snow in the sky were dispersed by this powerful shockwave, forming circles of white snow mist around the monster bird. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, as if thunder had struck the ground. The deafening noise exploded across the vast snowy landscape, with massive sound waves radiating in all directions. The windows of nearby buildings shattered, shards of glass raining down like raindrops, reflecting glimmers of cold light. In the sunlight, behind Lin Chen, everyone quickly covered their ears, their faces losing the earlier relaxed comfort, replaced by expressions of pain and terror. The sound was unbearably piercing and shocking. Even with their ears tightly covered, the sound waves still struck their eardrums like a physical force, causing a buzzing in their heads. Sonic boom! Everyone was horrified. They never expected this monster bird to break the sound barrier. Just moments ago, they had treated it as a joke, but now, the bird had instantly proven its terrifying power. The previous light-hearted atmosphere vanished completely. Those who had been joking and thought Lin Chen could easily handle everything were now plunged into deep concern. A supersonic monster, could Lin Chen handle it? Doubts began to creep into their minds, the blind trust from before showing cracks, and their gazes unconsciously turned towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen, unhurried, pulled out a uniquely shaped sniper rifle, aiming at the monster bird in the sky. Everyone held their breath, not daring to make a sound, their eyes fixed on Lin Chen and the sniper rifle, their hearts in their throats. The monster bird, seeing the tiny ant on the ground still trying to deal with it in the same way as before, revealed a disdainful look. The bird was no longer the same as before. Did it really think it could use the broken fire stick against me? The monster bird, while looking at Lin Chen with a mocking gaze, dove down towards him. Its wings folded, its entire form resembling a golden cannonball. It traced a dazzling arc through the airflow kicking up flurries of snow on the ground, as if it intended to crush Lin Chen and his group completely in this icy world. At that moment, Lin Chen gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A cold light shot out from the muzzle. It was incredibly fast, hitting the diving monster bird in the blink of an eye. With a muffled puff, the cold light pierced straight into the monster bird's body, and the once fierce creature let out a piercing scream. Immediately, a layer of crystal clear frost spread rapidly from the point of impact, instantly encasing the monster bird in ice. The eyes that had burned with anger and disdain were now covered in frost, revealing despair and terror. Boom! The massive body of the strange bird crashed heavily to the ground, creating a deep pit in the pristine white snow. Behind Lin Chen, everyone was completely stunned. They widened their eyes, their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. One shot. Just one shot. The previously arrogant and terrifying strange bird was effortlessly dealt with by Lin Chen. The crisp sound of the gunshot seemed to still echo in everyone's ears, but the scene had already frozen on the shocking moment of the strange bird collapsing to the ground. Everyone looked at Lin Chen, then at the ice sculpture in the snow pit. Sir, are you still human? The cold wind howled fiercely, cutting through this icy world with abandon. The silence between heaven and earth was profound. The chaos and tension brought by the strange bird had completely dissipated, leaving only this boundless tranquility. The crowd slowly followed Lin Chen forward, gazing at the ice sculpture in the snow pit, as if the surrounding air had solidified. A true ice sculpture. The ice sculpture was lifelike, every feather and contour of a strange bird perfectly frozen, as if time had stopped at this moment, forever capturing its most ferocious yet powerless instant. Its originally fierce eyes were now covered by a layer of ice, leaving only a blurred outline, as if still holding onto the shock and unwillingness from its last moments. The crowd surrounded the pit, not daring to breathe, quietly staring at this giant beast that had once terrified them. After a long while, Zhao Xiaohu swallowed hard and said, his voice slightly trembling, Lin Yi, what kind of gun is that? Its power is terrifying. His gaze remained fixed on the ice sculpture, filled with curiosity and awe. Lin Chen gently patted the uniquely shaped sniper rifle in his hand, a slight smile on his lips. This is an A-class weapon, the Frost Barret. There was no need to hide it. If there was something good, it should be shown off. Otherwise, if everything is kept hidden, be careful that others really think of you as a sick cat. In this apocalyptic world, powerful strength must be displayed at the right time to deter those with ulterior motives and to make those around you more steadfast in their loyalty. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the crowd was left bewildered and shocked. A-class weapon? What is an A-class weapon? They exchanged glances, seeing the same confusion and astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. At this moment, they felt as if they were in a fog-laden forest, where the familiar path had suddenly become strange, and Lin Chen's words undoubtedly added a layer of mysterious color to the fog. In their past understanding, weapons were merely simple firearms and ammunition. However, this A-class weapon that could instantly freeze a powerful strange bird made them realize that the world they understood might just be the tip of the iceberg. They looked at the strange bird frozen in the snow pit and then at Lin Chen's uniquely shaped sniper rifle, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. It seemed that this world was increasingly diverging from their understanding. Mutated monsters, gene serums, mysterious fruits, and now an A-class weapon. Looking back, everything had changed since the apocalypse arrived. Each thing felt like a product from another mysterious world, constantly challenging their cognitive limits. Lin Chen observed the bewildered expressions of the crowd, pressed his lips together, and did not explain anything. Because he was equally confused. In his previous life, he had never left the community and had no idea what was happening outside. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen gripped the shadow blade and slowly approached the ice sculpture. At this moment, the ice sculpture sparkled with a blinding cold light under the sunlight, the strange bird's frozen body resembling a cold little hill, exuding a chilling aura. Even though it had lost its vitality, it still gave off an invisible sense of oppression. Lin Chen suddenly swung down with force, the shadow blade accurately slicing towards the bird's head, accompanied by a faint cracking sound as the tough ice layer was easily cut open, revealing the bird's huge and ferocious head. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen reached into the gap that had been split open, slowly feeling around in a mix of cold and bloody air. After a moment, his fingers touched a hard object emitting a faint glow, and he felt a surge of joy. He knew that was the crystal core he was looking for. Lin Chen tightly grasped the crystal core and slowly extracted it from the bird's head. The crystal core was about the size of an egg, radiating a deep blue hue, reminiscent of the tranquil depths of the ocean. Within it, strands of energy seemed to flow slowly. It was clearly more powerful than the two mutated monsters he had slain in the hospital. Lin Chen compared it in his mind. The previous crystal cores were far inferior in both purity and strength. Behind him, the crowd gazed at the crystal core in Lin Chen's hand, their eyes filled with fervor. Their gaze was locked tightly on the core, brimming with desire and anticipation. If they could harness the power within this core, could they not also possess extraordinary strength like Lin Chen, dominating this apocalyptic world? A fiery dream ignited in each person's heart, as if they could envision themselves rising in this desolate era. They believed that as long as they loyally followed Lin Chen, they would eventually obtain a crystal core of their own. At that moment, Lin Chen stared at the crystal core in his hand. After a moment, seeing that the core still hadn't automatically merged with his body, he sighed helplessly and then stored the core in his spatial ring. It seemed that each person could only absorb one crystal core, Lin Chen thought to himself. It was a bit of a pity, as this core was clearly of a higher grade than the ones he had obtained before. If he had used this core for evolution from the start, he might have gained even more powerful skills. However, Lin Chen felt no regret he lacked for skills. The balance in his system account had already reached over 60 million, and as long as he wished, he could obtain 6 more A-grade skills at any time. He simply felt that his current strength was sufficient, which was why he hadn't continued to exchange 4 more. What if skills above A-grade appeared later? In this apocalyptic world, the situation was unpredictable, and no one knew what dangers awaited in the next moment. It was wise to keep a hand in reserve. After taking this crystal core, Lin Chen already had 3 cores in his spatial ring. Just today, he had acquired 2, and previously, he had slain a mutated monster in the hospital, obtaining another core. Lin Chen glanced at the ice sculpture of the bird in the snow pit, thought for a moment, and said to the crowd behind him, "You all tie this monster bird to the back of the motorcycle and drag it back to the community. The corpse of this monster bird might still have other uses. In this apocalypse, no resource could be easily wasted, even the remains of a mutated creature could hold unexpected value." "Yes, Master Lin," the crowd responded in unison, without a hint of hesitation or slackness. Everyone quickly sprang into action, someone retrieved ropes from the motorcycle, and several people cautiously approached the ice-like monster bird. Although it was lifeless, its massive body and the powerful strength it had once displayed still made everyone feel a bit intimidated. However, thinking of Lin Chen's orders, they mustered their courage, working together to tie the ropes around the monster bird, checking multiple times to ensure it was secure enough not to fall off during the drag. After a busy half-day, they finally secured the bird, with a wingspan of over 10 meters, onto 3 sleds, which were then pulled by 3 snowmobiles, heading towards the community Jinghai base. The steel gates slowly opened, and several snow vehicles gradually drove in. Zhang Qin, Zhang Yong's wife, looked out the window, her eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. All the way here, she had been in a state of tension and bewilderment, the icy apocalyptic scene outside constantly challenging her understanding, and the base that appeared before her now felt both strange and mysterious. Honey, where is this place? Zhang Qin slightly turned her head to look at Jiang Yong beside her. Jiang Yong gently patted Zhang Qin's hand, his gaze carrying a hint of reassurance, and said, "This is Jinghai Base, a shelter established by the government." Upon hearing this, Zhang Qin nodded slightly and turned her gaze back to the window. Inside the base, people were coming and going, with patrolling guards dressed in uniform, their expressions serious, weapons firmly in hand. There were also some elegantly dressed individuals, each standing tall with an extraordinary demeanor. They either walked together, chatting and laughing, or strolled leisurely alone, as if the disasters of the apocalypse had not affected their quality of life. It was like a paradise, everything just as it was before the end of the world. Watching all this, Zhang Qin felt a mix of emotions. However, no matter what, she could finally live a normal life. Soon, the armored vehicle stopped in a spacious parking area. Jiang Yong was the first to open the car door, nimbly jumping out, then reached out to help his wife Zhang Qin down. Next, he went around to the other side and roughly pulled out Lu Xiaoyan, whose hands were bound. Lu Xiaoyan, with her hands tied, numbly followed Jiang Yong. At this moment, her resentment towards Lin Chen had reached its peak. Throughout the journey, her mind kept replaying past events, and the more she thought, the hotter her anger burned. If it weren't for Lin Chen, how could Jiang Yong have brought her here? And the last time, when she was kidnapped by Gao Wan, that terrifying experience still haunted her. All of this was because of Lin Chen. Lu Xiaoyan attributed all her suffering to Lin Chen. She hated him to death now. Nearly a month, left to fend for herself in the garage, couldn't he at least lower his head to her? Every time she recalled that dark time, the grievances and anger surged like a tide. She had imagined countless times that Lin Chen would suddenly appear, even if it was just to say a soft word, but waiting and waiting, there was only the cold four walls. She felt Lin Chen was too heartless. How could he be so cruel to a weak woman like her, leaving her in such a place, indifferent to her struggles at the edge of life and death? Are you such a petty man? Lu Xiaoyan kept cursing in her heart. She thought that as a man, Lin Chen should be more magnanimous, even if there were conflicts between them, it shouldn't force her to such a dead end. While Lu Xiaoyan harbored resentment, she was led by Jiang Yong, mechanically following him forward. Before long, the three arrived at the entrance of an air raid shelter. This was the residence assigned to Jiang Yong by the base. It was huge and luxuriously decorated. As Jiang Yong's wife entered the cave, she was enveloped by the warm air that greeted her. Warmth. Warmth. Still warm. Inside the air raid shelter, a wood-burning stove crackled and burned, the orange-red flames dancing joyfully, occasionally emitting soft popping sounds. The stove was piled high with firewood, releasing faint wood scents, mixed with the cozy atmosphere that filled the cave. Zhang Qin walked to the stove, stretched out her hand to warm herself, let out a long breath, and a look of contentment and satisfaction appeared on her face. Long-lost warmth, in this apocalypse, was so precious, precious enough that she could hardly believe she was truly in such a warm and comfortable environment at this moment. Not just a warmth of the body, but also a spiritual comfort. Jiang Yong saw his wife finally smile, and he gently hugged her from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder, and said softly, "You go wash up first and rest for a while. Once you're feeling better, I'll take you to find the scientists here. They must have a way to remove that neck ring from you." Indeed, Zhang Qin also wore an explosive neck ring. To prevent any accidents, Lin Chen had naturally made Zhang Qin wear one as well. After all, he had 1,000 of them and could never use them all. Zhang Qin nodded. She knew that going out looking like this would surely embarrass her husband. Along the way, she had learned that her husband had become the only ability user among humanity, which thrilled her immensely. Wouldn't she then be the wife of the only ability user? Zhang Qin couldn't help but fantasize. In her heart, she seemed to envision a future where she followed Jiang Yong, admired by others, receiving respect wherever they went, and her lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. She gently patted Jiang Yong's hand that was holding her and said softly, "Okay, I'll go tidy up first. Don't tire yourself out too much." After saying that, she glanced at Lu Xiaoyan in the corner and slowly walked towards the washing area in the cave. Just then, a woman with exquisite makeup walked in, carrying a plate of snacks. The woman had a graceful figure, dressed in a rather elegant outfit, her makeup perfectly done, clearly well maintained, exuding a unique charm. She walked in with a smile, cheerfully saying, "Brother Jiang is back. Come try this, I just made it, and it tastes great." After saying that, she picked up a piece of tempting pastry and playfully held it to Jiang Yong's mouth, looking very intimate. This made Jiang Yong feel awkward. A hint of unnaturalness flashed across his face, and he glanced nervously at his wife. The woman followed Jiang Yong's gaze and, upon seeing the disheveled and pale Zhang Qin, was momentarily taken aback, then feigned surprise, raising her voice deliberately, "Oh, is this sister-in-law?" Although she addressed her as sister-in-law, her tone carried an unspoken meaning, as if she looked down on Zhang Qin's appearance. "Sister-in-law doesn't look like a local, does she?" she continued, sizing up Zhang Qin with a scrutinizing gaze. Zhang Qin's face turned crimson. She felt both embarrassed and angry. She had originally planned to tidy herself up quickly, but unexpectedly found herself being judged and challenged. Like this. She shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yong. But Jiang Yong only scratched his head awkwardly, not offering any explanation. "I'm an ability user now, having multiple wives is normal, right?" Seeing her husband's reaction, Zhang Qin's eyes gradually reddened. She never expected that the Jiang Yong who had once shared joys and sorrows with her would now remain silent in such a situation. Her heart full of anticipation was instantly doused like being splashed with cold water. She bit her lip, forcing back tears, and then turned to walk towards the bathroom. The woman, seeing Zhang Qin leave in a huff, wore a smug expression, her lips curling slightly into an almost imperceptible smile. She gently leaned against Jiang Yong's chest and said sweetly, "Brother Jiang, was this trip smooth?" Jiang Yong naturally wrapped his arms around the woman. "Smooth, of course it's smooth. That Lin Chen must have been begging for mercy after you beat him. Right?" The woman feigned admiration. Upon hearing this, a proud look instantly appeared on Jiang Yong's face. He was just lucky this time, he escaped a disaster. Next time, I'll make sure he knows how powerful I, Jiang Yong, am. "Brother Jiang, you are amazing." Yu Fangfang leaned in even closer, her soft body almost completely pressed against Jiang Yong. Jiang Yong inhaled the faint fragrance at the tip of his nose, wearing a silly grin. The subtle scent seemed to weave its way into his nostrils, carrying a strange magic that made his head feel a bit dizzy. He looked at the woman in his arms, his eyes filled with pride. Yu Fangfang, a well-known actress before the apocalypse, had starred in many popular TV dramas. Although she could barely be considered a second-tier artist, she was still an existence he could only look up to from afar. The star he once admired on the television screen was now gently nestled in his embrace, and the satisfaction from this shift in status made Jiang Yong feel a bit euphoric. In Jiang Yong's eyes, he had already transformed. His identity as an ability user was like a master key, opening the door to worlds that had once seemed unreachable, allowing him to indulge in treatments he had never dared to dream of before. This feeling was simply wonderful. Jiang Yong had never imagined that one day he could have such a woman throw herself at him. Moreover, he believed this was just the beginning. Sooner or later, even those top-tier stars would fall under the charm of his abilities. He felt as if he were standing at the pinnacle of the world, possessing the power to control everything, and those once unattainable people and matters would gradually become within reach, illuminated by the halo of his identity as an ability user. His hand unconsciously rested gently on the woman's waist, and he whispered near her ear, "That's my wife, you should call her sister from now on." Yu Fangfang, enduring the strong smell of garlic from Jiang Yong's mouth, fought back her nausea, almost unable to maintain her smile. She frowned slightly, feeling a wave of disgust, but not wanting to ruin the gentle image she was trying to project in front of Jiang Yong. She could only adjust her breathing, trying to adapt to the pungent odor as quickly as possible. If it weren't for his identity as an ability user, Yu Fangfang wouldn't have humiliated herself like this. After all, she was a star. How could she deal with someone like this country bumpkin? But she still playfully replied, "Got it. Brother Jiang, I'll get along well with sister from now on." Her voice was sweet to the point of being cloying, but a hint of disdain and annoyance flashed in her eyes. All of this was noticed by Lu Xiaoyan in the corner, who snorted coldly, filled with contempt for Jiang Yong. At that moment, Yu Fangfang also noticed Lu Xiaoyan in the corner. Although Lu Xiaoyan looked disheveled, Yu Fangfang could tell at a glance that she was a beauty. As the saying goes, beauty lies in the bones, not the skin. Even though Lu Xiaoyan's hair was messy and her face showed signs of travel fatigue and disarray, her exquisite facial features and the unique aura emanating from her were impossible to hide. Having been in the entertainment industry for many years, Yu Fangfang had developed a keen eye. She had seen all kinds of beauties and had her own unique perspective and sharp intuition for discerning whether someone was naturally beautiful. "Who is this sister?" Yu Fangfang asked, looking curiously at Lu Xiaoyan, whose hands were bound. Could it be that Jiang Yong had snatched her from somewhere? Jiang Yong laughed heartily, his face full of pride. As he said, "This is Lin Chen's girlfriend. Although that bastard escaped this time, I want him to taste the bitterness of losing his wife." Indeed, she was someone Jiang Yong had taken. Hearing Jiang Yong's words, Yu Fangfang felt even more disdain. Of course, on the surface, she still had to maintain her obedient and gentle demeanor. Well done. Lin Chen must have really run into bad luck for offending you, brother Jiang. Jiang Yong grinned lewdly, his gaze wandering up and down Lu Xiaoyan's body. He was sizing her up while smacking his lips. Later, I'll take your sister-in-law to find an expert, and then you can give her a wash. Make sure to wash her thoroughly. Listening to Jiang Yong's words, Yu Fangfang felt a wave of disgust in her heart, but she still smiled and replied, okay, brother Jiang, I'll definitely do as you say. At the same time that Jiang Yong and Yu Fangfang were flirting and joking, the atmosphere at the entrance of the air raid shelter where the sea-level mutated monster was held was somewhat tense. The dim yellow light flickered at the entrance, casting everything around in shadowy outlines, exuding an indescribable sense of oppression. General, I haven't received orders from above, you cannot go in, a guard soldier said with a serious expression. Despite the high status of the other party, he dared not show any slackness due to his duty. He had to strictly guard this line, as the consequences of the sea-level mutated monster inside losing control would be unimaginable. However, the man who looked like a general wore an impatient expression, his brows furrowed, and his eyes showed a hint of anger. He took out a small notebook from his pocket, quickly scribbled a few notes, and then handed it to the guard. The guard took the note and looked at the hastily written word order on it, his face turning bright red. General, with this, I can only report to above. As he spoke, he raised the walkie-talkie in his hand to report. But at that moment, several soldiers behind the general suddenly attacked, their blades glinting coldly in the dim light. Swish, 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 the guards at the entrance clutched their necks and fell to the ground, blood gushing from their fingers, their eyes wide with disbelief. A gurgling sound came from their throats, as if they wanted to say something, but ultimately could not utter another word, their bodies slowly slumping down, leaving a glaring pool of blood on the ground. The general merely glanced coldly at the bodies on the ground, then waved his hand and strode into the air raid shelter with the soldiers behind him. When he saw the sea-level mutated monster fixed on the titanium alloy platform, a glimmer of greed flashed in the general's eyes. If he could obtain the crystal core within this mutated monster, he too could become one of those so-called ability users. Once this thought emerged, it crazily grew in his mind, impossible to suppress. He knew all too well what it meant to be an ability user in this apocalyptic world. It was not just about possessing powers beyond ordinary people, it was also about having the capital to control one's fate in this chaotic world. Once he became an ability user, not only would his status in the base soar, but even on a global scale, he might be able to make a name for himself. The general tightly gripped his dagger and slowly approached the mutated monster. After all, he had heard Jiang Yong say that when Jiang Yong obtained that crystal core, it almost instantly transformed into flowing light and merged into Jiang Yong's body. So he dared not let anyone else take over. If someone else intervened in something unexpected happened, like the crystal core being absorbed by someone else, it would be too late for regrets. Just as the general was about to stab the mutated monster, a loud shout suddenly came from the entrance, "Oldly, stop!" The general with the surname Li heard the shouts at the door, and instead of hesitating, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. The alloy dagger in his hand glinted with a cold light under the dim yellow lamp. He raised the dagger high and then suddenly lunged towards the most vulnerable part of the mutated creature's neck, his movement filled with fierce intent, without a trace of hesitation or doubt. Bang! A loud metallic crash suddenly erupted in the air raid shelter, causing everyone's ears to buzz. The mutated creature's fur was unexpectedly hard. When the alloy dagger struck, it was as if it had hit an impenetrable armor, only sparking a shower of sparks before being bounced back. It left only shallow white marks on the creature's neck, without even breaking the skin. The mutated creature slightly shook its head, emitting a low, rumbling sound from its throat, as if mocking the general's overconfidence. At that moment, the base leader who had rushed over from the entrance let out a sigh of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead, finally feeling a bit of the tension ease. He had been genuinely frightened when he saw the general raise his knife to stab the mutated creature. "Oldly, do you know what you're doing?" The base leader stepped forward, but was stopped by the soldiers brought by General Li. Those soldiers stood in a row, weapons in hand, with indifferent expressions, blocking the entrance tightly, forming a human wall. They ignored the base leader's reprimands, mechanically executing the orders given by the general earlier. "Oldly, don't be foolish, don't become a historical criminal." The base leader continued to shout, trying to awaken the other's greed-blinded mind with such harsh words. However, General Li remained indifferent. He waved his hand, and two soldiers brought over a huge hydraulic shear. They carefully aimed the shear at the mutated creature's neck, adjusting the angle and position, trying to find the easiest spot to strike. Once adjusted, one of the soldiers took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and exerted all his strength to start pushing the control lever. As he moved, the massive blade of the hydraulic shear began to slowly close emitting a series of grating creaking sounds. The mutated creature seemed to sense an unprecedented crisis approaching. It suddenly opened its gaping mouth and let out a deafening roar. The roar was filled with anger and unwillingness echoing throughout the air raid shelter, making everyone's ears buzz. It began to struggle wildly, its massive body twisting violently, its limbs kicking forcefully, trying to break free from the restraints and evade the impending fatal blow. However, it was secured tightly, and its struggles did not have much effect. Just as the blades were about to close, a stream of eerie blue blood gushed from the mutated creature's neck. The blood carrying a strange, cold aura, splattering onto the ground and on the people around, as if it were the creature's final resistance. As the blood flowed out, the creature's struggles gradually weakened, its roars slowly becoming feeble and powerless. Finally, it stopped struggling, and its massive head was cleanly severed by the hydraulic shear, falling to the ground with a thud. The entire air raid shelter was instantly filled with a pungent smell of blood. However, the general's eyes brightened, and the greed within them intensified. He eagerly waved his hand, sending the two soldiers away. Then he began to rummage through the mutated creature's corpse, bending down and eagerly searching the still warm body, completely disregarding the sticky, eerie blue blood covering his hands. Finally, a crystal core emitting a soft glow appeared before his eyes. The core was about the size of an egg, translucent and clear, with strands of light swirling within, as if containing endless mysterious power. He held the crystal core straightened up, and his eyes were filled with longing for the future. In his view, as long as he absorbed this crystal core, he would become what was known as a superhuman. The power, status, and even the resources and discourse of the entire world within the base would gradually tilt towards him, with the transformation of his identity into that of a superhuman. Just thinking about this made the general's mouth involuntarily curl up, revealing a satisfied smile. However, just as the general was still immersed in his beautiful dream, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts came from outside the air raid shelter, as if a large crowd was rushing towards this way, the sounds growing closer. But before those people could arrive, the crystal core suddenly transformed into a streak of light and instantly drilled into the general's body. In an instant, the general's body felt as if it had been struck by lightning, a strong tremor spreading throughout him. His eyes widened, pupils rapidly constricting, and then a bone-chilling coldness swiftly spread from his dantian, as if it were going to freeze his entire body. The general's body began to emit a layer of eerie blue light, which gradually thickened and condensed into translucent ice spikes that seemed to have a life of their own, slowly moving across his surface, intertwining and merging, gradually forming a layer of ice armor. On the ice armor, faint runes flickered, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. The general's hair was instantly frosted white, standing upright as if given new life by the power of ice and snow. His breath became long and cold, each exhalation turning into white mist that swirled around him. At this moment, he felt a strange connection with the surrounding space, as if he could perceive every subtle movement of the water molecules in the air. As the power of the crystal core continuously surged in, a strong impulse surged within the general. He wanted to unleash this power, to see what kind of superhuman ability he had gained. He slowly raised both hands, palms up, and softly shouted. In an instant, centered around him, the ground began to freeze rapidly, the ice layer spreading outwards like waves, freezing everything in its path. The originally dim walls of the air raid shelter quickly formed a thick layer of ice, with ice spikes hanging down, refracting a cold light, turning the entire shelter into an ice cellar. If Jiang Yang were here, he would surely be dumbfounded, for this was far more impressive than the commotion he had caused during his own evolution. The scene of Jiang Yang's evolution might have seemed extremely shocking to him, but compared to the powerful and rapid evolution unfolding before him, it was simply a small witch meeting a great witch. Meanwhile, the crowd that had rushed over outside had already reached the entrance of the cave. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, the base leader gained confidence and shouted loudly, "Li Shintong, do you know what you are doing? You traitor! I now order you to surrender. Considering our past friendship, I can spare your life. You must not deceive yourself, do not become a sinner in history." The base leader looked at Li Shintong, whose half-white hair had turned black again, feeling a surge of anger inside. If only he had arrived a moment earlier, it would have been him gaining powerful abilities in the cave at this moment. His heart was filled with regret, secretly blaming himself for not arriving sooner. If he could have stopped Li Shintong's reckless actions earlier, none of this would have happened. He would have become the one with powerful abilities, controlling the fate of the base. But now, everything was beyond redemption. Li Shintong heard his old friend's voice and a slight, cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "You dare to call me Li Shintong?" His voice was deep and icy, as if it came from the depths of an ice cellar, carrying an undeniable authority and contempt for the base leader. After speaking, he raised his hand, and an ice spear whistled out from his fingertips. Before anyone could see the trajectory of the ice spear, the base leader was struck and instantly encased in ice, turning into a statue. This sudden scene left everyone at the cave entrance wide-eyed and speechless, unsure of how to react. Li Shentong scanned the crowd at the entrance, his gaze revealing a cold ruthlessness. From now on, this base belongs to the Li family. Is there anyone who dares to defy? The crowd exchanged glances, and no one spoke. Finally, someone trembled and said, "Yes, General." This response seemed to break a certain stalemate, and the others quickly echoed, bowing their heads in submission. Seeing the crowd yield, a slight smile of triumph appeared on Li Shentong's face. He reveled in the feeling of controlling everything, as if he had become the ruler of this apocalyptic world. Moreover, the crystal core not only allowed him to evolve into a powerful ice and snow ability user but also provided him with immense vitality. Li Shentong felt as if he had suddenly become a decade younger. His body was filled with energy, his mind sharper, and this comprehensive enhancement brought by the crystal core filled him with confidence for the future. At the same time, it further inflated his ambition. Li Shentong had already begun to plan how to expand his influence to the entire world. Very well, immediately contact all the bases nationwide and say we have discovered the secret of the mutated monsters. We need a large number of mutated monsters for research. Have them send any they find to us? Li Shentong did not know if he could absorb a second crystal core, but if he could, that would be great. Even if he couldn't, he still wanted to have all the crystal cores in his hands, because they were the key to his control over the base and even the entire world. In this apocalypse, crystal cores represented the supreme source of power, each containing the potential to change fate and reshape the world order. As long as he controlled the crystal cores, it was equivalent to holding the lifeblood of this apocalypse. Regardless of whether he could absorb more, he must not let them fall into others' hands, becoming a threat to his position or aiding others' rise. It must be said that this coincided with Lin Chen's thoughts. At this moment, Lin Chen and his group finally returned to the community. Along the way, they dragged the corpse of the mutated bird. Although their speed was a bit slow, they fortunately returned home safely without any incidents. "Sir, how should we handle this mutated bird?" Gao Wen stared at Lin Chen, waiting for his command. Lin Chen looked at the massive corpse of the mutated bird, thought for a moment, and said, "Let's put it in the square of the community for now." The corpse of the mutated bird was indeed enormous, making it conspicuous and spacious in the square. From the window of his residence, he could see it directly, making it convenient to keep an eye on the situation and prevent any accidents. After all, in this apocalypse, anything strange could happen. Perhaps the corpse of this mutated bird would attract some ill-intentioned people or other mutated creatures. Keeping it under his watchful eye would provide some reassurance. Moreover, it could also serve as a decoration, albeit one that carries a hint of bloodiness and strangeness, but it is nonetheless a unique presence. At the same time, it acts like a silent declaration, warning those outsiders who might have designs on the community that this place is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, everyone nodded in agreement, and then they worked together to drag the corpse of the strange bird towards the square in the community. Once they arrived at the square, everyone followed Lin Chen's instructions to arrange the strange bird, adjusting its posture to make it look more like a magnificent trophy on display. Lin Chen stood by, watching the arranged corpse of the strange bird, arms crossed, nodding slightly. He thought to himself that he still needed to study this strange bird further to see if he could discover anything useful from it, such as whether it had a crystal core or something similar. "Alright, you all can go back now," Lin Chen waved his hand and said to the crowd, then tossed out a few physical enhancement fruits. The crowd eagerly accepted them. These fruits were truly good things that could enhance their physical qualities. In this apocalyptic world, an extra bit of physical strength meant an extra guarantee of survival. "Thank you, Master Lin." The crowd respectfully bowed to Lin Chen before turning to leave, satisfied. Only Lin Chen remained in the square, quietly observing the lifelike ice sculpture, pondering how to develop and utilize it. But just a few minutes later, a hurried and chaotic sound of footsteps broke the tranquility. Gao Wen, Qianfeng, and the others had returned, each with a very grim expression, especially Qianfeng, whose face was a complex mix of anger, fear, and even a hint of relief. Upon hearing the footsteps, Lin Chen turned around, scanning the faces of the group before asking lightly, "What happened?" "Sir, Zhang Yang is back." Gao Wen stammered. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and asked, "Where is he?" "Take me to him." Gao Wen opened his mouth and said, He left again." Lin Chen frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing across his face. "What exactly is going on? Speak clearly." Gao Wen took a deep breath and slowly said, "Sir, it's like this. According to the brothers who stayed at home, shortly after we left, Zhang Yang broke into our community with a group of people. They said that those people were all heavily armed, almost identical to your gear. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, which surprised him a bit. And then? And then Zhang Yong rescued his wife and killed one of our brothers. Gao Wen's voice grew quieter. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Is that all? Finish. Finally, Zhang Yong also kidnapped Miss Lu Xiaoyan. And he said. Gao Wen dared not continue. What did he say? Lin Chen fixed his gaze on Gao Wen, his eyes sharp as arrows, as if they could pierce through Gao Wen's body. Gao Wen lowered his head and said softly, Zhang Yong said this was just interest, and he would come back to settle the score with you. Ahaha, good. Lin Chen laughed in anger, his laughter laced with endless fury and chill. Settle the score with me? Then let's calculate it properly. His anger was not because of Lu Xiaoyan, he didn't care about her life or death at all. But with Zhang Yong slapping him in the face like this, he couldn't be polite anymore. Not only had he killed his people, but he also dared to threaten him. He truly didn't know how to write the word death. Lin Chen opened the system panel, looking at the red dot representing the explosive collar several kilometers away, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. Looking for death, huh? Then I'll grant you that. Dear, you finally came back. As soon as Xin Shihan saw Lin Chen's figure appear at the door, she immediately rushed over. I heard someone named Zhang Yong has come back for revenge and even kidnapped Lu Xiaoyan? Yilin also hurried over, her brows slightly furrowed. Are you okay? Should we go out and hide for a while? Tang Wanru bit her lip and said timidly. As soon as Lin Chen entered the house, the three women surrounded him like ants on a hot pan, chattering non-stop with questions. They naturally knew about what had happened in the garage, having seen it clearly through the surveillance footage. They had thought Lin Chen's gear was unbeatable, but who would have thought that such a person would suddenly appear in droves? How could the three not worry? Unlike Gao Wen and the others who had witnessed Lin Chen's inhuman methods, they thought he relied solely on his heavily armed equipment to survive in the apocalypse. The three women had wanted to contact Lin Chen earlier, but now the phone signal was nearly non-existent, making it impossible to reach him. For those few hours? They felt like people trapped in darkness, anxious and helpless, just waiting at home, every minute and second a torment. Now that Lin Chen was back, the three women seemed to have found their anchor, unable to help but ask him about the situation, eager to know how he planned to deal with this matter. Seeing the three women in a fluster, Lin Chen chose to offer some appropriate comfort. Slap, slap, slap. The three women covered their faces and quieted down. Xin Shihan and Yilin not only did not blame Lin Chen for his roughness but felt completely reassured. It seemed the problem wasn't serious. They even showed a hint of bashfulness mixed with relief, their gazes toward Lin Chen now carrying more dependence and submission. Only Tang Wanru still felt a bit uncomfortable with this method of comfort. She covered her slightly flushed cheeks, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, giving Lin Chen a resentful look. Lin Chen was not in the mood to argue with these three women. He was not the type to vent his anger on women. The most pressing issue was how to deal with Zhang Yong. As for the little emotions and grievances of these women, he could only set them aside for now. He had come up just to check the stored surveillance footage to see what Zhang Yong had done and to confirm whether the three women were in any danger. After all, a day as husband and wife rings 100 days of affection. They had been with him for several days, diligently serving him every day, and some bond had formed. Alright, bring up the surveillance footage. I'll take a look first. Lin Chen sat on the sofa, and Shen Shihan handed him a cup of hot water while Yilin hurriedly adjusted the footage. Only Tang Wanru still kept her head down, feeling wronged by Lin Chen's slightly rough actions just now. Seeing Tang Wanru like this, Lin Chen smiled and shook his head. He knew her personality was quite sensitive, but he didn't say much more. He would just have to train her slowly in the future. Even Yilin, who was once so bold and willful, now obediently followed his lead. Alright, the footage is up. Yilin quickly brought up the recorded footage. Lin Chen looked at the screen showing a dozen fully armed people, his eyes narrowing slightly. Their equipment was surprisingly similar to his, even more advanced in some aspects. Could they be official personnel? Lin Chen muttered to himself. But if they were official personnel, how could they allow Zhang Yong to kill and kidnap at will? The footage continued, showing Zhang Yong first killing his own men, then interrogating them about his whereabouts, and finally even planning to go upstairs to find Xin Shihan and the others for revenge. Seeing this, the three women couldn't help but shiver again. If Zhang Yong had really come upstairs, their fate would have been unimaginable. Fortunately, it seems something unexpected had happened at that time. Sea-level mutated monster? Lin Chen listened to the sounds from the surveillance, raising an eyebrow. This was the first time he had heard about the levels of mutated monsters, and he wondered if it had anything to do with his A-level skills. Then came the hurried retreat of Jiang Yong and his group, during which Jiang Yong even took Lu Xiaoyan with him. "Tell Lin Shan, this is just interest, I will be back." Jiang Yong shouted at the crowd, and by coincidence it was perfectly captured by the surveillance camera. Looking at the arrogant expression on the screen, at that moment, Lin Shan officially accepted Jiang Yong's challenge. In fact, before this, Lin Shan had not taken Jiang Yong seriously at all. But now, Jiang Yong had chosen his path to death. "Alright, I'm leaving. You all stay safe at home." After watching the surveillance, Lin Shan patted the three girls and then turned to leave. "Be careful on the way. We'll wait for you at home. Come back early." Jinghai Base. "Governor, according to the instrument readings, your current ability level is at the initial D level," the researcher said tremblingly to Li Shentong. His body shook slightly, his eyes filled with awe and fear, not daring to show any slackness, afraid that any mistake in his report would anger the newly appointed governor. Since seizing power, Li Shentong had declared himself the governor of Jinghai and had established a series of new rules within the base, including that everyone must address him as governor. At this moment, he sat in a spacious yet somewhat cold command room chair. Behind him was a large defense layout map of the Jinghai base, and in front of him were various instruments and devices glowing with strange lights, all showcasing his supreme status. D level? Li Shentong frowned slightly, a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion flashing in his eyes. "How exactly do you classify this level?" The researcher hurriedly replied, "Back to the governor, we have divided the currently detected energy fluctuations into 7 levels, namely A, B, C, D, E, F. Wait, I know that." Li Shentong impatiently interrupted the researcher. "What I want to know is, what does this D level actually represent, or how does it relate to combat power?" The researcher wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and continued, "According to our measurements, the energy fluctuations of F level are roughly comparable to those of special forces, which you can understand as having combat power similar to that of special forces. And the energy fluctuations of E level are 10 times that of F level, roughly equivalent to the combat power of an elite squad. D level is 10 times that of E level, so..." At this point, the researcher secretly glanced at Li Shentong. The implication was already very clear. He dared not say more, only using his eyes to indicate Li Shentong's strength, hoping that the governor would be satisfied with this explanation and not pursue the matter further. After all, in this apocalyptic world, the standards for evaluating ability levels were not yet perfect, and he was also worried that his explanation might have some loopholes that would bring trouble. Upon hearing the researcher's words, Li Shentong finally nodded in satisfaction. He roughly understood. An elite squad has 10 special forces soldiers, which means his current combat power is equivalent to 10 elite squads, or 100 special forces soldiers. 100 enemies? The corners of Li Shentong's mouth slightly lifted, revealing a proud smile. Moreover, he had also heard Jiang Yong mention that abilities could continuously grow stronger, and with time and training, levels would keep rising. He could already feel the intoxicating evolutionary factors in the air. Li Shentong slightly closed his eyes, trying to feel that elusive breath. They danced like spirits in the air, seemingly calling to him, leading him to a higher realm. His breathing became deep and prolonged, attempting to integrate these evolutionary factors into his body to accelerate the growth of his abilities. Every pore felt like a small mouth, greedily devouring the energy around him. He could sense a warm current flowing slowly deep within his body, responding to the call of the evolutionary factor, quietly undergoing a transformation. Li Shentong clenched his fists, a strong impulse surging within him. He was eager to spar. Just then, the alarm at the base suddenly rang. "Report E-level energy fluctuations detected approaching," the monitoring researcher reported. Bang! Li Shentong slammed the table and immediately stood up. Just in time. Lin Chen followed the system's guidance, riding the snowmobile at full speed. He was getting closer to the location of the explosive neck ring worn by Zhang Qin. Finally, Lin Chen stopped in front of a mountain that was neither very majestic nor particularly famous. The mountain was wrapped in vast white snow, its outline appearing somewhat hazy in the wind and snow. Dahei Mountain? Lin Chen murmured to himself. Although this mountain was not a famous scenic spot, and there were at least a dozen mountains called Dahei Mountain across the country, Lin Chen knew that there was a huge civil defense project inside this mountain. Of course, that was a product of the 1950s and 60s. Later, it was declassified and opened to the public as a tourist attraction, which Lin Chen had visited before. "I can't believe it's here." Lin Chen squinted, his gaze piercing as he stared at the faintly visible entrance of the air raid shelter at the foot of the mountain. All the way here, he had been wondering who exactly The group brought by Zhang Yang was. Those people were well-equipped, organized, and disciplined, definitely not ordinary survivors of the apocalypse or small factions. Now, he could roughly confirm that they were likely official personnel. It seems. Some people have known about the apocalypse for a long time, even choosing the location of their shelters. The corners of Lin Chen's mouth lifted slightly, sketching a hint of a mocking arc. However, he did not feel particularly surprised. After all, in this chaotic world, human nature could not withstand the test. To survive in this apocalypse, any means could be employed, and any secret could be hidden in the dark. With a dead father and a remarried mother, everyone looks out for themselves. Quite normal. Lin Chen whispered softly. But you shouldn't provoke me. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and his previously relaxed fist tightened again. I don't care who you are, just do it. Since his rebirth nearly a month ago, Lin Chen's mindset had been constantly changing. Unlike the cautiousness he had when he first returned, hesitating and fearful, he was now like a bird that had been startled by a bowstring, filled with vigilance towards everything around him, taking every step carefully, afraid of repeating past mistakes. After all, having just experienced the brutal baptism of the apocalypse and unexpectedly gaining a chance at rebirth, he understood that every choice could be a matter of life and death, so even taking a small step required careful consideration. But now, Lin Chen had undergone a transformation. Not just physically, but mentally as well. In these 20 days, he had been pampered and served, with people carefully attending to him, followed by a group of flattering subordinates and servants. During this process, Lin Chen's confidence had been steadily accumulating, and his sense of control over the apocalypse had grown stronger, awakening and nurturing the adventurous spirit and ruthlessness that had long been dormant within him. It also further ignited his long-sleeping desire for greater power and the ambition to dominate a broader world. Yes, ambition. Lin Chen was no longer satisfied with comfortably hiding in a community, enjoying the service and flattery of a small group of people. What was the point of being a local emperor in a mountain valley? He yearned a challenge, to break through, to face those greater dangers head-on. This was evident from his proactive search for mutated monsters. While others avoided mutated monsters, viewing them as a great threat, Lin Chen took the initiative to strike. Knowing full well that those mutated monsters possessed terrifying powers beyond ordinary imagination, and that a moment's carelessness could lead to death, he was unafraid, even feeling a sense of excitement and anticipation. Just like now, knowing that the other party might be official forces, Lin Chen not only showed no signs of retreat but rather felt a vague sense of expectation. Am I just born with a rebellious spirit? Lin Chen first chuckled at himself, that smile containing both a mockery of his bold actions and a rebellious defiance against established rules and authority. Then, his eyes sharpened, and with swift and decisive movements, he took out the Frost Barret from the system space. As soon as the gun appeared, the surrounding air seemed to drop a few degrees, the gun body emanating a chilling blue light, as if it were eager to showcase its power in the impending confrontation. He intended to give the other party a show of strength first. Lin Chen slightly squinted, his gaze piercing through the wind and snow, accurately aiming at the tightly closed steel door of the air raid shelter. His finger gently rested on the trigger, the pressure just right. As soon as he willed it, the bullet would roar out like a runaway horse. I wonder if I can shatter the steel door, Lin Chen pondered to himself. It should be noted that these air raid shelters were originally built to withstand nuclear attacks. Even though this Frost Barret was rated as an A-class weapon, Lin Chen had no confidence in competing with nuclear weapons. But how would he know if he didn't take a shot? Just as Lin Chen was about to pull the trigger, the steel door slowly opened. A team of fully armed soldiers streamed out. The leader wore a white officer's uniform, the stars on his shoulders particularly eye-catching, and Lin Chen could see it clearly. Heh, still a big fish. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, forming a smile that was not quite a smile. In his previous life, this was a figure he could only look up to from afar. The social class and power of the other party were like stars in the sky, unattainable. And now, with just a gentle pull of the trigger, this big figure might just vanish into thin air. The wheel of fate seemed to have made a wondrous turn at this moment. A surge of impulse rose in Lin Chen's heart. He wanted to see what expression this big figure would have when facing the muzzle of his gun. An ability user? Lin Chen suddenly raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to give the other party a show of strength, he saw the leader walking through the snow, rushing towards him at an incredible speed. So soon you found me? Lin Chen couldn't help but marvel. It had to be the official forces. Their various methods were not something a mere reborn could compare to. He simply stood up, firmly planted in place. Ability user? The rapidly approaching Li Shintong also wore a look of surprise, his brows furrowed. Where were the mutated monsters he had heard about? How did it turn into an ability user? Also, he had just evolved, and now there were ability users everywhere? What was going on? Li Shintong felt a bit frustrated. But in an instant his brows relaxed. A glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, as if he had suddenly found a glimmer of hope in the darkness. He was currently troubled about how to deal with Jiang Yong in the base. Killing him was not an option. But not killing him was also not feasible. If he killed him, wouldn't that mean he had no tolerance for others? What would those who followed him think? Would everyone lose their chance to evolve? And if he didn't kill him, with Jiang Yong's energy level approaching D-class or his E-class peak strength, he could indeed pose a threat to him. So Li Shintong was in a dilemma. However, this inexplicably appearing ability user made Li Shintong see another path. He secretly calculated in his heart that if he could recruit him, wouldn't that provide a way to counterbalance Jiang Yong? At that time, having him and Jiang Yong as his right and left arms would mean the Jinghai base would possess 3 major ability users. It could be a unique existence in the entire country. Thinking of this, a bright smile immediately appeared on Li Shintong's face, and while smiling, he shouted loudly at Lin Chen, "Ha, little brother, don't be nervous, I am Li Shintong, what do you call yourself, little brother?" As the saying goes, one shouldn't strike a smiling face. Lin Chen looked at Li Shintong's cheerful and warm smile and replied with a grin, "Stop the nonsense and hand over Jiang Yong." "Damn, who do you think you're buddying up with?" Li Shintong was momentarily at a loss for words, not expecting the other party to be so disrespectful. "Didn't you see the 2 bumps on my shoulder?" Li Shintong even shook his shoulders. But Lin Chen merely shot him a cold glance and continued, "Stop shaking and hurry up and hand over Jiang Yong." If it weren't for a lingering sense of respect, he would have shot this person dead long ago. The smile on Li Shintong's face completely vanished, his mouth slightly downturned, and the feigned kindness in his eyes faded, replaced by a serious and authoritative demeanor. He never expected that this young man would be so ungrateful, completely disregarding his status. In his view, he had already lowered himself and spoken kindly, yet the other party remained so aggressive, which was a bit too much. "Youth, don't be too impulsive." Li Shintong's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a hint of warning. "Don't think that just because you've gained special abilities, you can act recklessly. Remember, there are always people beyond you, and skies beyond the skies." He continued, his gaze revealing a trace of disdain, as if looking at a naive young fool. "You are merely a lowly E-level ability user, while I am a D-level." Li Shintong stood with his hands behind his back, looking proud. He even waited for Lin Chen to admit his mistake and apologize. In fear. Lin Chen, however, looked surprised. E-level? He was just an E-level ability user? Of course, that wasn't impossible. After all, he had only gained his powers a couple of days ago, so a low level was understandable. But could the other party really be D-level? Lin Chen began to doubt, scrutinizing Li Shintong closely. No matter how he looked at it, he seemed like someone who could be taken out in one move. Could he really be D-level? Li Shintong felt a bit uncomfortable under Lin Chen's gaze and cleared his throat. I am Li Shintong, the governor of Jinghai. Who are you? Although Lin Chen was a bit rude, Li Shintong thought he should still give the young man more chances. Especially since this ability user seemed to have a grudge against Jiang Yong. Wasn't this a gift from heaven to balance things? Once he subdued this person, his rule would be completely solidified, and the various forces in the base, both overt and covert, could be managed smoothly without worrying about someone plotting behind his back. Thinking of this, Li Shintong looked at Lin Chen with more scrutiny and expectation, wanting to see what kind of background this naive young man had. Lin Chen replied simply. After all, Jiang Yong couldn't escape, and he was now quite interested in this level. Li Shintong's expression finally improved a bit. The other party had finally given him some face. Lin Chen, a good name. Li Shintong first pretended to compliment him, then continued, I don't know what grievances you have with Jiang Yong, but I am willing to mediate for you. Just so you know, Jiang Yong is currently at E-level perfection, you can't defeat him. Li Shintong wore a look of concern, as if genuinely worried that Lin Chen would suffer from acting rashly. Lin Chen, however, scoffed, no need, just hand him over. Whether he lives or dies is not something you need to worry about. Foolish. Li Shintong frowned, you are still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to improve your strength and achieve something great in the future. How can you put yourself in danger over a moment of impulse? How about this, as long as you are willing to join my side? Before Li Shintong could finish his sentence, Lin Chen suddenly disappeared from sight. The sudden turn of events left Li Shintong momentarily stunned. Where is everyone? At that moment, he heard someone behind him shout loudly, Governor, it's bad. That ability user is charging towards the base. Li Shintong turned around and was instantly dumbfounded. He saw Lin Chen rushing towards the cave entrance at an incredible speed. His figure was like a flash of lightning, leaving a white streak on the snow, stirring up flurries of snowflakes. "No time to waste talking with you, I'll find it myself." Lin Chen tossed out this line, his voice still clear amidst the howling wind and snow. In fact, he was also very curious about what the official survivor base looked like. But just as he was about to reach the cave entrance, a sudden sense of alertness surged within him. He noticed that 2 close-in defense cannons had appeared on either side of the air raid shelter entrance, and they seemed to have already locked onto him. "Damn it, 1,000 rounds cannon!" Lin Chen cursed silently, not having time to think further. Boom! Boom! 2 loud explosions rang out as the close-in defense cannons fired. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and without hesitation, he activated the wind shadow step. In an instant, his figure became ethereal, as if blending into the fierce wind and snow. His feet lightly touched the ground like a ghost, his body darting to the side at an extremely strange angle and speed. At the same time, shells rained down on the spot where he had just been, the snow being blown apart, dirt and ice mixing and being sent into the air, forming a murky cloud of smoke. However, the firepower of the close-in defense cannon showed no signs of letting up, continuously tracking Lin Chen's figure. Lin Chen dared not slack off for a moment. He used the wind shadow step to dodge left and right on the snow, his form as quick as lightning. Although with dynamic vision activated, Lin Chen could easily dodge bullets, that was only for bullets fired from ordinary handguns. This was a close-in defense cannon. A close-in defense cannon mounted on an aircraft carrier to intercept missiles. With a firing rate of tens of thousands of rounds per minute, how could it be so easy to dodge? Fortunately, this was in the mountains, unlike the open sea with no cover. Lin Chen took advantage of the terrain, dashing towards a steep and rugged mountain wall like a nimble cheetah. The steep and treacherous wall, with its jagged rocks, provided him with some natural cover. Finally, Lin Chen found a tricky position where the shells couldn't hit him. Just as he thought, from the moment the cannons fired to when Lin Chen hid, it was only a matter of seconds. This left Li Shintong and his group dumbfounded. That speed, that movement technique. Even the last C-class mutated monster had taken quite a few bullets and howled in pain, yet Lin Chen was completely unscathed? Li Shintong stood in place, his mouth slightly agape, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Then, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes. The energy fluctuation from the other party was only E-class, that couldn't be wrong. Li Shintong believed in science. Therefore, the only explanation for all this was that Lin Chen's ability was extremely powerful. With this thought, new plans began to form in Li Shintong's mind. I wonder if killing the ability user will also yield a crystal core. Haha, little thief, didn't expect Grandpa's house to be this powerful, right? Li Shintong stood at the entrance of the air raid shelter, surrounded by a group of guards, provocatively shouting at Lin Chen. He no longer intended to recruit Lin Chen. Or rather, he didn't dare to. Lin Chen's abilities were too formidable, and Li Shintong was worried he couldn't suppress him, while also feeling envious. He only wanted to lure Lin Chen over, shoot him down in a chaotic barrage, and then see if he could find any crystal cores in the corpse. That's why he used such childish taunts to provoke Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen had shown a fiery temper before. Little thief, if you have guts, don't hide, come out and continue. Li Shintong shouted loudly from behind the crowd, a smug smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of cunning. Weren't you quite impressive just now? Why are you acting like a turtle now? Lin Chen, hiding behind the mountain wall, heard Li Shintong's provocation and couldn't help but sneer inwardly. However, he had indeed been a bit overconfident. He hadn't expected the other side to have such close-in defense artillery, a carbon-based biological weapon of mass destruction. Wasn't it a bit too much to play with naval guns on land? Official is just official. Lin Chen clicked his tongue, then took out the Frost Barrett and fired 2 shots at the 2 close-in defense guns. 2 beams of deep blue light erupted from the gun's muzzle. The bullets carrying a chilling aura, like 2 shooting stars, whistling towards the close-in defense guns. In an instant, they struck the 2 guns. In that moment, a thick layer of frost quickly formed on the barrels of the 2 guns. The barrels, which had been spinning and preparing to fire again, suddenly stopped as if frozen in place, followed by a series of crackling sounds from within, as if the precision parts were beginning to shatter and break under the extreme cold. Report! Gun 001 and Gun 002 are damaged and cannot be activated. Li Shintong's face changed drastically upon hearing the voice from the intercom. He never expected Lin Chen to have such a trick up his sleeve. What was that? A sniper rifle? But how could a sniper rifle have freezing capabilities? However, now was not the time to think about that. Li Shintong turned and ran into the air raid shelter. While running, he shouted, "Close the door, close the door." The guards around him followed Li Shinton's retreat and quickly shut the steel door. Lin Shen saw those people retreating in fear back into the cave and quickly closed the main door, disdainfully curling his lip. They had been so arrogant just a moment ago, and now they were in such a sorry state. He then fired 2 more shots at the steel door. Bang! Bang! The 2 gunshots echoed loudly in the silent snow valley. The cold light spewing from the frost barret rushed towards the heavy steel door. The bullets struck the steel door, the powerful impact causing the entire door to tremble slightly, producing a dull echo. Immediately, a layer of crystalline frost spread rapidly from the bullet impact point. In the blink of an eye, the originally cold steel door appeared to be covered by a layer of translucent ice armor, looking even colder and harder. However, despite being enveloped in frost, the steel door remained unmoved, standing firmly in place. No wonder it's a nuclear defense project. Lin Shen frowned and muttered softly, realizing that it was indeed unrealistic to expect to blast open this door with the frost barret. But he had no intention of giving up. The revenge that needed to be taken must be taken. The anger that needed to be vented must be vented. Lin Shen approached the cave entrance and shouted inside, "Listen up, people inside, you are surrounded by me. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and hand over Zhang Yon, or you'll never come out." It didn't matter that he couldn't get in, those inside shouldn't think they could come out either. He would trap them to death. Inside the air raid shelter, Li Shinton looked at the steel door covered in frost, his expression very grim. Just after seizing power, such a thing happened. Where could he put his face? At this moment, quite a few people had already been attracted by the commotion here. "Governor, what's happening outside?" Chen Bai, the richest man in Jinghai, was the first to speak up. Dressed in an exquisite custom suit, he still exuded an air of wealth and power, even in the slightly tense environment of the air raid shelter. "Yes, Governor, what's going on?" Chen Yuelin, Chen Bai's daughter and a popular first-tier actress, who had recently won an International Best Actress award, asked. Her makeup was subtle yet perfectly highlighted her charming features, with long, shiny black hair casually draped over her shoulders. Her outfit was simple yet stylish, and at this moment her bright eyes were filled with curiosity as she tilted her head slightly, waiting for Li Shinton's response. "I'm so scared." Zhang Jingya, Chen Bai's goddaughter, Chen Yuelin's college classmate, and also her stepmother, chimed in, wearing a stepmother dress and playfully patting her somewhat unreal chest. The others looked at Li Shinton with a mix of curiosity and scrutiny, wanting an explanation from the newly appointed governor. At the same time, wasn't this a form of pressure? Everyone was living relatively well, yet for their own selfish reasons, they stirred up trouble. No one would have a good impression of such people. Li Shinton felt a surge of anger as he observed the varied expressions of the crowd, understanding that they looked down on him to some extent. However, he didn't care at all. In his eyes, these people were merely social parasites who had grown accustomed to peaceful living, thinking they were some big shots. Li Shinton narrowed his eyes, and the aura of a superior suddenly radiated from him, an invisible pressure spreading out like surging waves. The crowd felt their breath catch, as if an invisible hand had tightly grasped their hearts, a sense of instinctive awe rising within them. "Everyone, return to your rooms." Li Shinton's voice was deep and authoritative, leaving no room for doubt. "Now, immediately, at once." He then turned to his aide behind him and said, "Sound the first level alarm. The base is to be placed under military control. No one is allowed to wander outside without reason. Anyone found will be shot on the spot." "Yes." The aide saluted and hurried away. The group of wealthy stars erupted at this. "Governor, you can't do this, we all paid." A portly businessman shouted, his face full of flesh, trying to argue for his rights. However, before he could finish, Li Shinton waved his hand, and the portly man turned into an ice sculpture. His face was frozen in a look of shock, mouth half open, lifelike yet exuding endless coldness and silence. "I will count to 3, anyone still here will be his companion." Li Shinton scanned the room, his gaze as cold as a knife. Before he finished speaking, the crowd had vanished, each returning to their own homes. "Damn it, they've all been spoiled before," Li Shinton muttered under his breath, watching the direction in which they left. At that moment, outside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen's voice rang out in anger. "You're Li Shinton, right? Weren't you just so arrogant? Why are you acting like a turtle now?" The voice clearly penetrated through the heavy steel door, echoing in the silent space, piercing directly into Li Shinton's eardrums. Li Shinton's face instantly flushed red, veins bulging on his forehead, his eyes burning with fury. "Go, bring the battle vehicles over, and also call Zhang Yong." He wanted Lin Chen to see what a steel torrent looked like. As for Zhang Yong, "Brother Li, are you looking for me?" Zhang Yong was just in a sweet moment with Yu Fangfang when he was suddenly called by Li Shinton, leaving him bewildered. His hair was still a bit disheveled, and the lingering affectionate smile on his face had not yet faded. He felt somewhat displeased by this sudden summons but dared not show it too obviously. Unlike others, he did not address Li Shintong as governor but called him brotherly directly. After all, as one of the only two superpowered individuals in the base, it was quite normal to call each other brothers, right? Moreover, if he hadn't brought the method of evolution to the base, how could Li Shintong have evolved and become the leader of the base? Therefore, Zhang Yong felt deep down that he owed Li Shintong a favor and believed they were on equal footing, with no need to be overly respectful or flattering like those ordinary people. Besides, he wasn't even a member of the base, he had been invited there. When Li Shintong heard Zhang Yong's casual address, his brow furrowed slightly, and a trace of barely perceptible annoyance flashed in his eyes, but it quickly faded. Now was not the time to settle scores. Lin Chen has arrived, Li Shintong said with a grim expression, his gaze fixed on the tightly closed steel door of the air raid shelter, as if he could see Lin Chen's figure outside through it. What? Zhang Yong was taken aback at first, then filled with wild joy. Great! I was just looking for him, and I didn't expect him to come right to me. As he spoke, he excitedly rubbed his hands together, looking as if Lin Chen was already in his grasp. So what are we waiting for? Brother Li, give me a team, and I'll capture him alive. The thought of his greatest enemy soon falling into his hands made Zhang Yong unable to contain his excitement, and he began to fantasize about how he would torment Lin Chen once he was caught. He would run through all the top 10 tortures of the Qing dynasty, and he would also thoroughly ravage Lin Chen's woman in front of him. Li Shintong looked at Zhang Yong with a gaze as if he were an idiot and said coldly, "Not so fast, wait a moment." At this point, Zhang Yong also noticed that the atmosphere at the entrance seemed a bit off. The soldiers were all solemn, as if facing a great enemy. Could something have happened? Zhang Yong pondered quietly, and the excitement that had initially surged within him began to fade. At that moment, several infantry fighting vehicles equipped with various advanced weapons slowly drove in, neatly arranged in the open area in front of the air raid shelter. There were surface-to-air and surface-to-surface weapons, and what was most eye-catching were some mysterious weapons that had never been seen before. Report to the governor, this is our latest developed supersonic energy tracking missile, Hunter Number 1. A person in a white lab coat proudly introduced. It can effectively lock onto and track energy fluctuations above F level, with a maximum effective range of 10 kilometers and a top speed of 2.8 Mach. It can be said to be a powerful tool against mutated creatures. Li Shintong looked at the newly developed weapon before him, and his previously anxious heart finally relaxed a bit. A cruise missile at 2.8 times the speed of sound was definitely a major weapon. Ever since the appearance of that sea-level mutated monster last time, the base had been researching weapons to deal with mutated creatures. The reason that sea-level mutated monster caused heavy losses to the base was that ordinary bullets had very limited lethality against it and were also difficult to hit. Those bullets hitting the monster's hard exterior were like ants trying to shake a tree, at most sparking a few sparks, and could not cause any substantial damage. As for rocket launchers, they couldn't even lock onto it. That mutated monster was incredibly fast and agile, often disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. In short, the situation was this: weapons that could hit didn't have enough power, and weapons that had enough power couldn't hit. And now, finally, there is a powerful weapon that can be used. Beside him, Zhang Yong felt increasingly uneasy. Brotherly, is it really necessary to make such a big deal just to deal with Lin Chen? Zhang Yong frowned, filled with doubt, thinking that even if Lin Chen had some skills, he shouldn't warrant the entire base treating him like a formidable enemy. Li Shintong didn't turn his head, merely coldly throwing out a line, "Then you can take the lead." Zhang Yong was left speechless. He silently cursed, having only asked casually, never expecting Li Shintong to respond like this, pushing him to take the lead, which was like throwing himself into the fire. He wasn't stupid. With such a big setup in the base, Lin Chen must be quite difficult to handle. Perhaps there were indeed some tricky aspects. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Brotherly, could it be that Lin Chen has also become an ability user? Only that would make sense. Moreover, since he had been betrayed by Qian Feng, Lin Chen must have known about the method of evolution, so it was normal for him to become an ability user. Zhang Yong immediately felt a bit unhappy. Damn, Lin Chen has also become an ability user. What level is Lin Chen now? Zhang Yong couldn't help but ask, eager to know the extent of Lin Chen's current strength, so he could gauge his chances of dealing with him later. E-level, a researcher beside him replied. Zhang Yong spat it out. Just an E-level, was such a big deal necessary? He was an E-level perfection, and he could handle him easily on his own. However, Zhang Yong's eyes turned, and he didn't say anything further. Although he pretended to be strong, he felt that something was off. After all, Li Shintong was not the type to make a fuss for no reason, and the entire base was treating this like a major threat. There must be something he didn't know. Otherwise, any level ability user could not possibly attract such high attention from the base, especially with the newly developed supersonic energy tracking missile being deployed. There must be some hidden significance he hadn't noticed. It was better to hold back and observe more. Caution makes for a long journey. He had just become an ability user, and there were plenty of carefree days ahead, so he shouldn't capsize in the gutter. Thus, Zhang Yong pretended to be nonchalant, continuing to stand aside while occasionally stealing glances at the expressions of those around him. At that moment, Li Shintong's aide rushed over to report, "Governor, everything is ready." Li Shintong nodded, then looked at Zhang Yong, who had unknowingly hidden behind the crowd. "Mr. Jiang, it's your turn." Zhang Yong awkwardly smiled and said, "Why use a sledgehammer to kill a chicken? I think we might as well let Lin Chen help us test the new weapon. It counts as utilizing waste." Li Shintong disdainfully curled his lip, not insisting further, as if it had just been a joke. He then ordered his aide, "All units, be prepared, open the gate a crack, and launch the hunting missile." "Yes." The aide turned and immediately conveyed the order. Everyone quickly sprang into action, each performing their duties, operating various instruments and equipment, preparing for the impending attack. The gate slowly opened, accompanied by a dull rumbling sound, as the heavy steel door gradually revealed a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through. The newly developed Hunting No. 1 energy tracking missile was already aimed outside the door. "Report. Target locked. Launch." "Yes." Lin Chen cursed a couple of times at the entrance of the base, and seeing that there was no response, he stepped back a bit and began to think of a way. How about drawing a few more skills? His system account balance had reached over 80 million. Although he hadn't reached a 10 consecutive draw yet, an 8 consecutive draw was still possible. If he drew some powerful skills, he might just break through the current deadlock and successfully attack. Just as Lin Chen was still pondering, the door of the air raid shelter suddenly opened by itself. Lin Chen was taken aback, and then a huge sense of crisis surged up in his heart, causing the hair on his body to stand on end. His body instinctively reacted, activating the wind shadow step, as if the wind was beneath his feet, and he disappeared from the spot, leaving only a faint afterimage. Life-saving god-level, instant teleportation. Just as he vanished, a missile whizzed past the spot where he had just been, the sharp whistling sound cutting through the silent air, and the powerful airflow instantly blew away the surrounding snow, creating a white mist. The missile missed its target but showed no signs of giving up. Instead, it agilely circled in midair and charged towards Lin Chen at an even faster speed. Lin Chen looked at the relentless missile, both shocked and angry, and couldn't help but curse, "Damn it, when did cruise missiles start locking onto people? Aren't these things meant for hitting planes?" But now was not the time to think about that. Survival was the priority. He activated the wind shadow step again for another teleportation, his figure flickering like a ghost, leaving a series of illusory footprints in the snow. The missile adjusted its direction again, continuing its relentless pursuit. "Damn it, it's like a sticky plaster." Lin Chen dodged left and right in the icy wilderness, each teleportation feeling like a test on the edge of life and death. Finally, after several twists and turns, the missile couldn't adjust in time and crashed into the mountainside. With a loud boom, the mountainside was blasted open, a huge gap formed, debris flying, dust swirling, and the entire valley trembled. Lin Chen hid behind a large rock, watching the explosion site with lingering fear, gasping for breath. The consumption of instant teleportation was too great. He felt as if his body had been drained. "No, I can't keep being chased like this. I need to think of a way." Just as Lin Chen was catching his breath, another missile was launched from the air raid shelter. The missile first traced a beautiful arc in the air, as if searching for a target, then, like a hungry falcon spotting its prey, it dove straight towards Lin Chen. "Damn it, here it comes again." Lin Chen groaned inwardly, gritting his teeth, forcing his exhausted body to activate the wind shadow step for another teleportation. At the same time, another missile was launched from the cave. "Damn!" Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. With two missiles pursuing him simultaneously, the difficulty of dodging had increased several levels. Often, just as he dodged the first missile, the second would follow closely behind. "No, I need to think of a way." While frantically teleporting, Lin Chen also munched on a physique fruit to replenish his energy, his mind racing. The physique fruit melted in his mouth, turning into a warm current that surged through his limbs, slightly alleviating his fatigue and energy depletion. Fortunately, he had the physique fruit to replenish his energy, otherwise, he would have been done for by now. At that moment, a mocking voice echoed from inside the cave, "Ha ha ha, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why are you scurrying around now?" Li Shintong shouted loudly, his face full of mockery. "Didn't you want me to hand over Zhang Yong? He's right here with me. If you have the guts, come in yourself. Watching Lin Shen being chased by missiles in a sorry state, Li Shentong was in high spirits. He waved his hand and shouted to his subordinates, launch another one. He didn't believe that 3 missiles wouldn't be able to take down Lin Shen. As Jiang Yong watched the exhausted Lin Shen, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Lin Shen, I'm Jiang Yong, why don't you come in and hit me? Jiang Yong shouted provocatively, a twisted smile on his face. Let me tell you, your girlfriend Lu Xiaoyan is right here in my room. Do you know what she's doing? She's taking a shower, he. Hearing the taunts from Li Shentong and Jiang Yong only fueled Lin Shen's anger. Although Lu Xiaoyan wasn't his woman, Jiang Yong's words made it feel like a pile of yellow mud had fallen into his pants. It's not shit, but it sure feels like it. Jiang Yong, seeing Lin Shen's furious expression, became even more pleased and continued to mock him. Lin Shen, if you kneel down and call me grandpa, I can plead with brotherly to let you see your woman one last time before you die. Let me tell you, that's our latest energy tracking missile, you can't escape. Don't waste your breath, hurry up and kneel down and call me grandpa. In truth, Jiang Yong and Li Shentong were not only venting their anger but also trying to distract Lin Shen. The strange movement technique Lin Shen displayed made both of them feel uneasy. If it were them facing the missile's relentless pursuit, they would definitely not be able to evade it. The stronger Lin Shen appeared, the more they wanted to kill him quickly. If he survived this, it would be them who couldn't sleep well in the future. Lin Shen, your grandpa Li is here. Lin Shen, your grandpa Jiang is here. The two desperately used words to provoke Lin Shen, trying to disrupt his rhythm and force him to reveal a flaw under the siege of the 3 missiles, leading to his immediate demise. Although Lin Shen was furious, he keenly caught on to one of Jiang Yong's words. Energy tracking missile? So, the reason this missile can continuously lock onto me is because of the energy on my body? Does that mean if I can conceal my energy fluctuations, the missile won't be able to lock onto me? Lin Shen suddenly became excited. The panic in his eyes, caused by being chased, was now replaced with a glimmer of hope. He thought of something, the set of soft armor he was wearing. This armor not only provided protection but also had another function, it could conceal his presence. Initially, Lin Shen thought this was a useless feature, as it only hid his presence and didn't make him invisible. He could still be seen with the eyes. However, at this moment, it felt like a ray of light had appeared in his desperate situation. Although he didn't know if it would work, Lin Shen decided to give it a try. Activate presence. Concealment. Lin Shen silently commanded in his heart, and instantly, the soft armor on his body emitted a gentle glow, flowing like water waves, quickly enveloping his entire body. Soon, the glow gradually faded, as if merging with his body, and the energy fluctuations that had been radiating from Lin Shen disappeared without a trace, as if he had vanished from the energy plane of this world. The 3 missiles, which had been relentlessly pursuing him like a persistent pest, suddenly lost their target and exploded against the mountainside. Inside the air defense bunker, the weapon operator, hearing the explosion, was overjoyed. Report, target destroyed. Repeat, target destroyed. Are you sure? Li Shentong couldn't hide his surprise upon hearing the report. Report, the target's energy fluctuations have disappeared, he should be dead from the explosion. The weapons operator confidently reported again, looking at the tracking signal on the monitoring device that had shown no response, feeling that this was strong evidence that Lin Shen had been eliminated. Good. Li Shentong was momentarily taken aback, but then a smile gradually appeared on his face, growing larger until it turned into hearty laughter. Jiang Yong was even more excited, his face flushed. Serves him right. A Miri-level ability user dared to challenge the official authorities. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Even he, an E-level perfectionist, had to honestly cooperate with the officials. He was bold enough to come and provoke us. This is just asking for death. Now he's been blown to bits, let's see how he acts so arrogantly in the future. As Jiang Yong spoke, he imagined Lin Shen being blown to smithereens, and the long-suppressed resentment in his heart seemed to dissipate all at once, leaving him feeling completely at ease. Send out 2 teams to check. Although Li Shentong was already mostly convinced that Lin Shen was dead, years of caution in his wariness of Lin Shen still led him to decide to send people to confirm. Remember, just confirm whether he is alive or dead, do not touch his body or any of his belongings. Li Shentong sternly instructed. The soldiers about to depart, mainly worried about the crystal core Lin Shen might have left behind. That was his possession, and he would not allow anyone else to touch it. The 2 teams quickly organized their equipment and stood neatly at the entrance of the air raid shelter, responding in unison, yes. Just as they were about to set off, a soldier on guard at the entrance suddenly shouted, "Close the door quickly, close the door, the target is still alive." This shout was like a thunderclap, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. What? Everyone was first stunned, then their faces turned pale with shock. He survived that explosion? Is he even human? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, their words filled with disbelief. After all, those were 3 powerful energy tracking missiles. For an ordinary person, there would be nothing left, yet Lin Chen had somehow survived such a fierce attack, which was beyond their imagination. However, there was no time to think further. In a life and death situation, the door was instantly closed. Lin Chen looked at the rapidly closing steel door and sighed helplessly. So close. If I had been a bit faster, I could have rushed in. Just moments ago, he had evaded the missile pursuit by hiding his presence and, using the smoke from the explosion as cover, quietly approached the vicinity of the air raid shelter. He had planned to take advantage of the element of surprise and rush in while everyone was unprepared, but unexpectedly, he was still spotted by the guard at the entrance, and his efforts were in vain, leaving him somewhat frustrated. Inside the air raid shelter, Li Shentong's face was dark. Did you see clearly? Are you sure he's still alive? He fixed his gaze on the guard soldier who had just reported, his eyes sharp as arrows. The soldier felt a chill run down his spine under Li Shentong's intense stare, swallowed hard, and hurriedly said, reporting to the governor, I saw very clearly, it was indeed Lin Chen. He was standing not far from the entrance. I absolutely did not make a mistake. Li Shentong then turned to the weapons operator, loudly questioning, what happened? Didn't you say he was already dead? The weapons operator looked at Li Shentong, then at the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, feeling both shocked and scared. Governor, the target's energy fluctuations did indeed disappear, he said, fumbling with the equipment, trying to check if something had gone wrong. At that time, the monitoring showed that the target's energy fluctuations were completely absent. Logically speaking, that definitely meant he was dead. My subordinate also didn't understand how Lin Chen was still alive. This is really too strange. The weapons operator felt increasingly wronged as he spoke. He had reported according to the procedures and the instrument readings, never expecting Lin Chen to be so bizarre. Jiang Yong, standing nearby, also wore a face of disbelief. He leaned closer to look at the screen, mumbling, this is impossible. Could the instrument have malfunctioned? Impossible. This is the latest energy tracking system, which has undergone multiple strict tests. Such a basic error cannot occur. A researcher beside him quickly explained, his face also filled with shock and confusion. How about we check the camera at the entrance? Li Shentong's adjutant suddenly suggested. Li Shentong frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded and said, open it. Let's see what Lin Chen is up to. Thus, the soldier responsible for the monitoring equipment hurriedly began to operate, his fingers quickly tapping on the keyboard to bring up the footage from the entrance camera. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the screen. The image flickered for a moment before gradually becoming clear, revealing the scene outside the air raid shelter. Lin Chen was seen standing on a patch of open ground not far from the entrance. Although his clothes looked somewhat disheveled, he was completely unharmed. He appeared calm and composed, showing no signs of fatigue from the fierce attack he had just endured. He even looked up towards the air raid shelter, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, as if mocking the panic and helplessness of those inside. He's really still alive, someone couldn't help but exclaim. Their voice filled with shock, eyes wide as they stared at the screen, as if unable to believe that this scene was actually happening. He's not injured at all? This is unbelievable. Everyone echoed in agreement, the noisy discussions rising and falling within the air raid shelter. Wait, we still can't detect the opponent's energy fluctuations. Suddenly, a researcher responsible for monitoring the energy situation shouted, his voice tense and anxious. He stared intently at the instrument in his hand, where the data still showed no response, as if Lin Chen completely did not exist within this energy system at that moment. What? Impossible. This is unscientific. A group of researchers in white lab coats began to shout as well, crowding around the instrument frantically, checking various parameters and connections, trying to figure out what had caused this abnormal situation. Jiang Yong furrowed his brows, feeling a vague sense of unease. Lin Chen's methods seemed to be far more than they had anticipated. This time, they were likely in real trouble. Li Shentong's expression grew increasingly grim. Gritting his teeth, he said, no matter what, Lin Chen not being dead is a big problem. Everyone, stay alert, redeploy defenses, and strengthen the vigilance at the entrance. I want to see what tricks he can still pull. With that, he waved his hand, and the surrounding soldiers immediately sprang into action, rushing to their posts to prepare for any potential attack Lin Chen might launch next. The entire air raid shelter became busy again, but the gloom hanging over everyone's hearts could not be dispelled. Outside the air raid shelter, Lin Chen was also feeling the heat. Damn it, you wanna blow me up, huh? System, exchange for 8A grade skill fruits. Ding, exchange successful. With a flicker of 8A grade skill fruits exuding a mysterious aura, appeared in Lin Shen's hands. Each of these fruits was crystal clear, with a faint halo swirling on the surface, as if containing endless energy, making them seem extraordinary just by looking at them. Lin Shen gazed at the 8A grade skill fruits in his hands, his eyes sparkling with excitement and determination. He took a deep breath, without a hint of hesitation, picked up one fruit, and stuffed it into his mouth. The fruit melted instantly, transforming into a vast and scorching energy that surged down his throat, rapidly wreaking havoc within his body, as if it were going to burst his meridians. Lin Shen let out a muffled groan, veins bulging on his forehead, enduring the tearing pain. As the energy continued to merge, a faint airflow began to swirl around his body, initially just gently brushing his hair, but gradually, the airflow grew stronger, a howling sound ringing in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes, a blue light flashing within them. Lin Shen attempted to raise his palm, and a small vortex instantly formed in his palm, rapidly spinning and continuously drawing in the surrounding air, its suction so strong that it lifted the sand and stones from the snowy ground, swirling around the vortex. A great skill, storm control, Lin Shen murmured, a hint of excitement in his voice. In an instant, the vortex beside him suddenly expanded, transforming into a tornado several meters in diameter. Wherever the tornado passed, the ground was plowed into deep ravines, and boulders were easily swept up, colliding in the air with a thunderous roar. Lin Shen stood at the center of the tornado, his clothes billowing. Storm, heed my command! Lin Shen shouted, and the tornado seemed to receive the order, howling towards the direction of the air raid shelter. Trees along the way were uprooted and swept into it, further enhancing the tornado's power. As it approached the air raid shelter, the immense wind began to batter the entrance's defenses, the steel door trembling with a clang-clang sound, as if it would be blown away at any moment. Inside the air raid shelter, Li Shintong, Jiang Yon, and others stared at the suddenly appearing tornado on the surveillance screen, all dumbfounded. Jinghai Keifu had not recorded a tornado in nearly 100 years. This massive storm, appearing out of nowhere and directly threatening the air raid shelter, completely shattered their understanding. What's going on? Li Shintong's brows furrowed tightly, his voice trembling involuntarily, a strong sense of unease surging within him, his intuition telling him this was no natural phenomenon. It can't be related to Lin Shen. Can it? Jiang Yong stood foolishly to the side, his eyes wide, stammering. The group had not seen Lin Shen consume the skill fruit, nor could he let them see. However, the sudden appearance of the tornado forced them to associate it with Lin Shen. Especially since he had just been outside, watching them closely, and now this inexplicable disaster had struck. Fortunately, the steel door was sturdy and had not been directly breached by the tornado. Under the relentless assault of the wind, although the steel door shook violently, emitting a chilling creaking sound, it still stubbornly held its ground. Li Shintong and the others slowly breathed a sigh of relief, their taut nerves easing slightly. This air raid shelter was built to withstand nuclear bombs. A mere tornado can't do anything to me. A smug smile appeared on Li Shintong's face. No matter what tricks that person has, he absolutely can't get in. The governor is right, someone echoed, as if to boost their own morale. Outside the air raid shelter, Lin Shen looked at the intact steel door and sighed helplessly. Truly a nuclear defense project. Although he still did not have a clear and intuitive understanding of A-level, it should be less powerful than nuclear weapons. However, Lin Shen did not feel discouraged and immediately consumed another skill fruit. Lin Shen closed his eyes tightly, concentrating all his mental energy to perceive and guide this force. Gradually, some vague lights and information began to emerge. In his mind. Color change? As the energy continued to surge and permeate, Lin Shen felt as if his body was being reshaped, and his connection to the surrounding space became tighter and more subtle. He seemed to be able to perceive every refraction and reflection of light in the air, as well as the subtle differences in how objects absorbed and reflected light. Suddenly, a cool sensation spread from his forehead, as if a clear spring had been poured into his boiling body, providing a moment of relief to his tormented form. Lin Shen's lips curled slightly, and he moved swiftly towards the steel door that had disappeared into the mountainside. At the same time, he altered his own colors, blending perfectly with the surrounding environment. Like a chameleon. What a disguise technique. If paired with the hidden function of the rainbow soft armor, it might really achieve invisibility. Not bad. Lin Shen thought the color change skill he had just acquired was acceptable. Continue. Lin Shen consumed another skill fruit. Phantom steps? Can create multiple afterimages in a short time. These afterimages possess part of the main body's aura and movement trajectory, confusing the enemy's line of sight and attack predictions? Trash. Continue. Lin Chen consumed another skill fruit. Soul Sound Confusion? Can emit sound waves of a specific frequency, affecting the enemy's mind, causing temporary confusion, fear, or hesitation. Useless, continue. Lin Chen had consumed 5 or 6 skill fruits in a row without obtaining a skill that could break through the air raid shelter, feeling somewhat restless. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the loudspeaker at the entrance of the air raid shelter. Lin Chen, are you still there? Are you coming in or not? If you don't come in, I might go play with your woman. Ha ha ha. Arrogant and unrestrained. Lin Chen frowned, looking at the 2 remaining skill fruits in his hand, gritted his teeth, and then consumed another. 1. This time, the reaction in his body was somewhat intense, but Lin Chen was not surprised. Instead, he was pleased. He had figured out the pattern. The greater the body's reaction after consuming a skill fruit, the more powerful the skill obtained. At this moment, Lin Chen felt as if countless hot steel needles were piercing through his meridians simultaneously, as if being mercilessly eroded by strong acids and bases, the bone-deep pain nearly causing him to faint. Gradually, his vision became blurry, and countless lights and shadows flickered and danced before him, as if he were in a chaotic nebula. Suddenly, a deep black light appeared in this world of intertwining lights and shadows, like a sharp blade cutting through the darkness, rushing straight into the depths of his consciousness. Immediately, Lin Chen felt his soul being pulled by an invisible force, as if it were about to merge with this black light. His consciousness began to blur, and a large amount of strange and obscure information flooded into his mind, these pieces of information like ancient runes, arranged and combined in disorder, making it difficult for him to comprehend. As time passed, those runes began to slowly arrange themselves in order, gradually outlining mysterious images. In the darkness, countless shadows intertwined and devoured each other, ultimately merging into a gigantic shadow beast radiating a ghostly light. A-level skill, Shadow Devour. Can control and devour others' shadows. Once a shadow is devoured, the devoured will lose self-awareness and become the puppeteer's puppet. It's actually a puppet technique. Lin Chen was overjoyed. He then looked at the last skill fruit in his hand and swallowed it without hesitation. As the last skill fruit was consumed, Lin Chen felt a mild reaction within his body, and a faint disappointment appeared on his face. Damn it, are we really going to let Jian Yong go this time? Lin Chen was unwilling. But what could he do? The nuclear defense project was no joke. Just then, the last skill fruit was fully digested. In an instant, Lin Chen felt as if he had established a wonderful and close connection with the earth, as if every inch of his skin could sense the veins and rhythms deep within the earth. Earth escape technique? Lin Chen was first taken aback, then filled with ecstasy. Although it wasn't a powerful attack skill, it might be just right for breaking through this nuclear-level air defense shelter. He quickly closed his eyes, concentrated on feeling the power of the earth, and his feet slowly sank into the soil, as if merging with the earth. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and then his whole body began to sink slowly, like melting into a soft swamp. As he continued to delve underground, the surrounding soil and rocks automatically opened a passage for him. He could hear the rustling sound of soil falling and the faint friction of rocks echoing in his ears, while the opening above quickly closed, completely enveloping him in the dark underground world. While burrowing underground, Lin Chen could clearly see the outline of the air defense shelter on the surface and its foundational structure extending deep underground. Thanks to his connection with the earth, he controlled the direction of the earth escape, quickly approaching the foundational part at the bottom of the air defense shelter. Soon, Lin Chen reached the edge of the bottom of the air defense shelter. He carefully gathered a force of earth element around the cave wall, forming a small earth ball, and then attached his perception to the earth ball, slowly pushing it towards the cave wall. Through the perspective of the earth ball, he saw that the cave wall was covered with various metal protective layers, proving that the defenses of this nuclear project were indeed tight. However, Lin Chen was not daunted by the difficulties before him. He began to mobilize more earth elements, slowly digging a huge pit deep at the bottom of the cave, and quietly piling the excavated soil and stones to one side of the cave wall. As the soil and stones piled higher and higher, the structure of the cave wall began to be compressed, and some metal protective layers emitted faint sounds of deformation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yong and Li Shintong inside the air defense shelter were still completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching from underground. Brotherly, I think we don't need to keep guarding here anymore. Lin Chen definitely can't get in, Jiang Yong said boldly, a hint of pride on his face. Li Shintong's expression was dark, but he nodded. Although they couldn't do anything to Lin Chen for the time being, it seemed Lin Chen also had no way to deal with him. Moreover, with such a huge man defense project, how could there be only one exit? They weren't afraid of Lin Chen blocking the door at all. Thinking of this, Li Shintong's expression improved a bit. Mainly, he felt a bit embarrassed that such a thing happened right after he took power. Li Shintong looked at the researchers, his eyes filled with determination. At all costs, we must quickly develop more advanced weapons. We cannot let that thief outside be arrogant for too long. Yes, the researchers replied in unison. At that moment, a spirited and heroic young female officer walked over with powerful strides. She wore shiny military boots and held a riding whip tightly in her hand, which swayed gently with her movements, adding to her unruly demeanor. Miss! 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 Along the way, people greeted her. The young girl merely nodded, her exquisite face carrying a hint of sternness, and walked straight towards Li Shintong, stopping in front of him, slightly tilting her head to reveal a smile. Daddy, don't be angry anymore. Li Shintong's originally serious and tense face softened considerably in an instant as he looked at his daughter. In front of him, letting out a helpless sigh, Sweki, why are you here? It's dangerous, you shouldn't have come. The young officer Li Sweki pouted slightly. Dad, I'm not afraid of danger. I heard there's someone named Lin Chen causing trouble outside, and I came to see if I could help. Jiang Yong, standing nearby, caught sight of Li Sweki and was momentarily taken aback, but quickly returned to his usual demeanor. He smiled and stepped forward. Miss Sweki, this is not a place for you. With us here, we can definitely handle that Lin Chen. Li Sweki merely glanced at him indifferently, ignoring him, and continued speaking to Li Shintong. Dad, I think we can't just defend passively, maybe we should take the initiative and find his weaknesses. Li Shintong pondered for a moment and shook his head. Sweki, you don't understand the situation. Lin Chen's methods are strange, and we still don't know how capable he really is. Acting rashly might lead us into his trap. Li Sweki frowned, seemingly disagreeing with her father's viewpoint, but she did not argue further. Meanwhile, Jiang Yong was stirred by Li Sweki's innocent face. He stretched and yawned. Li, I'm going to take a break. I've been on guard for so long, I'm exhausted. With that, he turned and walked toward his room, preparing to have a chat with Lu Xiaoyan. Just then, a slight tremor suddenly shook the ground, and everyone's expressions turned serious. An earthquake? Impossible. Even if it is an earthquake, we aren't afraid, we can withstand a magnitude 7 quake, a researcher said calmly. Jiang Yong was also startled by the tremor, pausing in his steps, then seemingly sensing something, he looked in a certain direction. At that glance, it was as if he had seen a ghost. Lin Chen. Jiang Yong's voice changed pitch, filled with unmistakable terror, as he involuntarily took a few steps back, his face turning as pale as paper. Lin Chen's figure slowly emerged from the shadow of a wall, exuding a cold and murderous aura, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Jiang Yong. You, how did you get in? Jiang Yong's lips trembled as he stammered, the arrogance he once had completely vanished, and at that moment, he resembled a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, the sound echoing in the dim space, carrying an endless chill. You think you can stop me? Jiang Yong, why don't you continue those harsh words you said before? With that, he quickened his pace, his figure flashing like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Jiang Yong, raising his hand to deliver a fierce slap. Smack! The force of the slap was tremendous, sending Jiang Yong spinning in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, blood immediately oozing from the corner of his mouth. Before he could get up, Lin Chen kicked him in the abdomen, and Jiang Yong rolled away like a broken sack, curling up in pain and groaning incessantly. The whole sequence happened so quickly that everyone barely had time to react, not even seeing how Lin Chen had entered. It wasn't until Jiang Yong lay on the ground, groaning in agony, that they snapped back to reality. Each person trembled involuntarily, their hands mechanically raising their guns, the dark muzzles aimed at Lin Chen, but those holding the guns couldn't stop their hands from shaking slightly. Li Shintong hurriedly shielded his daughter behind him, his voice tinged with tension and unease. Little brother, please don't act impulsively, impulsiveness is the devil. Yet Lin Chen merely glanced at Li Shintong indifferently before vanishing from sight. Disappeared? This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Just moments ago, Lin Chen, filled with murderous intent, had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed at all. Yet, the pitiful, curled-up figure of Jiang Yong on the ground served as a stark reminder of everything that had just happened. The air in the air raid shelter fell into a dead silence, with only Jiang Yong's occasional weak groans piercing through the stillness. The soldiers gripped their guns tightly, their eyes wide open, scanning the surroundings warily, trying to catch a glimpse of Lin Chen in the dim corners. Li Shintong furrowed his brow, feeling a twinge of regret. Lin Chen's methods were simply too numerous, each more bizarre than the last. Had he known this would happen, he might as well have handed Jiang Yong over from the start. Looking at Jiang Yong, who was groaning in pain on the ground, Li Shintong felt nothing but disdain. What a waste! He couldn't even withstand a single move from Lin Chen, bringing shame to all ability users. Li Sweki also wore a serious expression, her hand unconsciously resting on the gun at her waist. Just as everyone was on edge, Lin Chen's figure slowly emerged from the shadows beside Zhang Yong. He appeared like the Grim Reaper in the dark night, and his reappearance seemed to freeze the air in the entire air raid. Shelter. Upon seeing Lin Chen again, Zhang Yong's fear skyrocketed, and he trembled as he began to plead for mercy. Lin Chen, please, spare me. I was wrong, I truly was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you, I shouldn't have had those thoughts. You are magnanimous, please let me go this once. Lin Chen merely looked at him coldly, a chilling smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then, he slowly raised his hand, and a deep, dark light began to flicker and twist in his palm, gradually coalescing into a long whip that exuded an eerie aura. This was an A-level skill he had obtained earlier, the Soul Whip. This whip was no ordinary object, it was woven from pure shadow. Powering mysterious soul laws, capable of penetrating physical defenses and delving deep into the soul, inflicting unimaginable pain and trauma on the target's very essence. With a gentle flick, the Soul Whip seemed to come alive, slicing through the air in a black arc, its tip striking Zhang Yong with the precision of a nimble serpent. In an instant, Zhang Yong's body jolted violently, his eyes losing focus as if his soul was being violently torn apart by a powerful force. Instead of the usual red welts from a whip strike, his skin glowed with a ghostly blue aura, like countless tiny blades piercing into his soul. Zhang Yong let out a piercing scream, filled with endless pain and despair, echoing through the silent air raid shelter, sending chills down everyone's spine. His body trembled uncontrollably, sweat pouring from his forehead, only to be instantly frozen into beads of ice by a wave of cold clinging to his contorted face. His teeth chattered incessantly, clacking together with a clack-clack sound, while his hands tightly hugged his body, trying to fend off the excruciating pain from deep within his soul, but it was all in vain. Lin Chen, I was wrong, please spare me. Zhang Yong cried out desperately. Do you think your pleas for mercy are useful? Lin Chen said coldly, and his figure vanished once more. In that moment of disappearance, it was as if darkness had completely swallowed him, without a hint of warning, leaving Zhang Yong alone in place, shrouded in endless fear. Zhang Yong continued to convulse in pain, looking around for Lin Chen's trace, repeatedly mumbling his pleas for mercy. Lin Chen, I can give you many things, I have a lot of wealth, I can give it all to you, just spare me. Moments later, Lin Chen appeared above Zhang Yong, hanging upside down, his face directly facing Zhang Yong's terrified expression. The distance between them was so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Zhang Yong was so scared that he nearly fainted, desperately shrinking back, but was unable to move due to Lin Chen's control. Your wealth is worthless in my eyes, Lin Chen said, then struck Zhang Yong again before disappearing. This time, Zhang Yong's soul felt as if it had been thrown into a raging fire, as if thousands of steel needles were piercing him simultaneously. The deep pain that penetrated his soul blurred his consciousness in an instant, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. Zhang Yong broke down and cried, I can be your slave, obey you for a lifetime, please don't kill me, I don't want to die. But all he received in response was endless silence and the pain that could strike again at any moment. Suddenly, Zhang Yong seemed to think of something and shouted hoarsely, Lin Chen, I'll give you my wife, you like her, right? Please spare me. The people in the air raid shelter looked at him with disdain upon hearing this. Lin Chen reappeared, stepping on Zhang Yong's injured wound and pressing down hard, causing Zhang Yong to writhe in agony. You scum, begging for mercy with your own wife, it's utterly shameless. Lin Chen's voice was filled with anger and contempt. Zhang Yong continued to wail, a stream of unbearable pleas pouring from his mouth. His dignity had vanished in that moment, leaving only a primal desire to live in endless fear. The soldiers in the air raid shelter were terrified by Lin Chen's unpredictable appearances and tormenting methods. Though they still held their guns up, their fingers trembled slightly, unsure if they would become Lin Chen's next target. Li Shinton didn't even dare to let out a sound. His face was as pale as paper, his lips trembling slightly, and the authority he usually commanded had long since disappeared. Everyone's thoughts were unified, they hoped Lin Chen would finish punishing Zhang Yong and leave quickly. They had never experienced such a bizarre and terrifying scene. Lin Chen before them was like a demon from the depths of darkness, playing with their fears at will. Only Li Sueki's beautiful eyes shone with a different light. She gazed at Lin Chen's elusive figure, feeling an uncontrollable admiration and curiosity swell within her. To charge alone into a sea of enemies, what courage, what spirit, what a hero! In her eyes, Lin Chen's figure gradually became tall and mysterious. Each ghostly appearance, each punishment of Zhang Yong, seemed to tug at her heartstrings. Li Sueki's heartbeat involuntarily quickened, and her cheeks flushed slightly. She completely disregarded the tense and oppressive atmosphere around her, her gaze fixed on Lin Chen, as if everything else had ceased to exist, leaving only that mysterious figure that stirred her emotions. She couldn't help but recall the heroic deeds she had heard of, those brave souls shining throughout history, and at this moment, Lin Chen's actions seemed even more shocking than those legends. With his own strength, he stirred up waves. In this impregnable air raid shelter, playing with the likes of Jiang Yong, an ability user, as if they were mere toys, instilling fear in everyone. Li Sueki bit her lower lip slightly, her long legs unconsciously tightening. Finally, after Lin Chen's countless sudden appearances and disappearances, he no longer showed up. At this moment, Jiang Yong had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable, collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. His eyes were deeply sunken, filled with a hollow and desperate gaze, and he was still mumbling for mercy unconsciously, but the voice was weak like a flickering candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. His once fairly regular features were now twisted and deformed, his lips cracked and peeling, with blood occasionally seeping from the corners of his mouth. The whole person lay there like a puddle of mud, with only the faint rise and fall of his chest proving that he still had a trace of life left. The ground around him was a mess, stained with his sweat, blood, and the filth from his incontinence, emitting a nauseating odor. The people in the air raid shelter looked at Jiang Yong's miserable state, each feeling a pang of sympathy. So cruel. Too cruel. Although they had been through many battles, they had never seen such brutal and humiliating torture methods before. Some young soldiers couldn't help but turn their heads away, their stomachs churning, nearly vomiting. At this moment, the air raid shelter seemed to be shrouded in a layer of gloom, the oppressive atmosphere making it hard to breathe. Everyone was waiting for Lin Chen's next move, or for this storm to calm down on its own. Time passed second by second, and Lin Chen did not appear again. Everyone slowly exhaled, the sound of their breath, which had been tense to the extreme, now clear in the silent air raid shelter. Some soldiers visibly relaxed, their previously stiff and straight backs slightly bending, their arms holding guns slowly lowering, wiping the cold sweat that had long since covered their foreheads. Li Shentong raised his hand to wipe his face, trying to pull himself out of the tense state he had just been in. Clean this place up. Without even looking at Jiang Yong. Again, he finished speaking and led his daughter Li Sueki away. It was unclear whether Lin Chen was wary of official power or had other considerations, but he actually let him go. As Li Shentong walked, he pondered silently. Lin Chen's style of action was truly unpredictable. He had thought that with his filled with hatred demeanor, he would have to torture him to death before he would relent, but in the end, he suddenly stopped and vanished without a trace, which was indeed perplexing. However, no matter what, he had managed to save his life today. Li Shentong glanced back at the chaotic scene behind him, slightly furrowing his brows, Jiang Yong's miserable appearance resurfacing in his mind, making him shiver involuntarily. Li Sueki followed her father, equally full of questions, and she softly spoke, "Daddy, do you think Lin Chen suddenly backing off this time means he is planning something bigger? I always feel like he won't just let it go so easily." Li Shentong sighed gently and replied, "There's a good chance of that. Lin Chen's methods are strange, today is just the beginning. We must be fully alert and strengthen our defenses. Actually, I think we can have a good talk with him," Li Sueki said, blinking her lively big eyes, continuing seriously. Knowing his daughter well, Li Shentong could tell that she probably already had some different thoughts in her mind. The slightly flushed cheeks and the glimmer of expectation in her eyes could not escape his notice. He frowned and said earnestly, "That man, you can't handle him. Don't think too much." Li Sueki pouted, showing a hint of defiance on her face. "How will I know if I don't try? Isn't it said that heroes have a hard time with beautiful women?" Seeing this, Li Shentong helplessly shook his head, secretly sighing that his daughter was just too strong-willed. After sending his daughter back to her room, Li Shentong went to his office and locked himself inside. He sat down heavily in the chair behind his desk, rubbing his temples, his face filled with a mix of fatigue and worry. So many significant events have occurred in the base today, there must be undercurrents stirring. He needs to sort through this intricate situation and contemplate how to respond next. He had thought that becoming a supernatural being would give him enough confidence and resources to handle various emergencies, but Lin Chen's appearance completely shattered his original assumptions. The supernatural abilities displayed by Lin Chen were too bizarre, with his elusive presence and the astonishingly powerful and unpredictable attacks far exceeding his understanding. Recalling the various moments when Lin Chen appeared, his ghostly methods, and the merciless torment of Jiang Yong, each image weighed heavily on his heart. Li Shentong opened the computer on the desk, pulled up the surveillance footage from various areas of the base, and began to scrutinize it, trying to find any clues about Lin Chen's entry into the base, so he could strengthen the defensive measures accordingly. However, in the surveillance footage, Lin Chen's appearances and disappearances were always without warning, as if he could freely traverse through the shadows, evading all surveillance cameras, which made Li Shentong feel increasingly troubled. Li Shentong picked up the intercom on the desk, preparing to Summon several key personnel in the base for a meeting to brainstorm ideas. After all, one person's strength is ultimately limited. Just then, a figure slowly emerged on the wall in front of Li Shintong. Lin Chen. Li. Shintong's voice instantly became hoarse, filled with disbelief, and his body instinctively shrank back, causing the chair to creak loudly. He never expected Lin Chen to appear again. The nerves he had just slightly relaxed were now taut to the extreme. Lin Chen looked at Li Shintong with a half-smile, a hint of mockery in his eyes. The shifting colors combined with his ability to move through the ground made him feel completely at home in this air raid shelter. Surprised to see me? Lin Chen said slowly, his voice echoing in the small office, carrying a chilling aura. What do you want? Sweat beads the size of soybeans appeared on Li Shintong's forehead, sliding down his cheeks. He truly regretted provoking this harbinger of death. He had just become a supernatural being and had plenty of carefree days ahead. He could not die here. Whatever you want, I can give it to you. Please don't hurt me. At this moment, Li Shintong's legs felt weak. If he weren't leaning against the desk behind him for support, he would have collapsed to the ground. He looked at Lin Chen with pleading eyes, hoping that Lin Chen would show mercy and spare him this time. Lin Chen did not say what he wanted. He simply stared at Li Shintong, his gaze deep and cold, making Li Shintong feel a chill run down his spine. Under Lin Chen's gaze, Li Shintong felt like a prey targeted by a venomous snake, with nowhere to escape. What Li Shintong did not notice was that the shadow beneath Lin Chen was slowly elongating, moving toward his own shadow, consuming it. The shadow beneath Lin Chen's feet seemed to come alive, silently spreading like invisible hands reaching out from the darkness, inching closer to Li Shintong's shadow. The moment the two shadows touched, Li Shintong suddenly felt a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to his head, his body stiffening as if bound by something, unable to move. What have you done to me? Li Shintong asked, his eyes wide with terror. But Lin Chen remained silent, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, sketching an inscrutable arc. Lin Chen slowly raised both hands, murmuring incantations, as a dark glow flickered in his palms, flowing down his arms into the shadow beneath his feet. This was the A-level skill he had just acquired, Shadow Devour. Once activated, this skill could merge the target's shadow with his own, allowing him to control the target's actions and consciousness, turning them into his puppet. As the glow infused, Li Shintong's shadow began to tremble violently, as if engaged in a fierce struggle. Li Shintong's eyes widened, fixated on his uncontrollable shadow, filled with fear and disbelief. His body desperately tried to resist, muscles tensed, veins bulging, attempting to break free from the binding force of darkness. However, his feet felt as if they were nailed to the ground, unable to budge an inch. His lips quivered slightly, seemingly wanting to scream, but an invisible force suppressed him, allowing only a few weak whimpers to escape. Under Lin Chen's powerful psychic control, in just a moment, Li Shintong's shadow was gradually consumed by darkness, merging with Lin Chen's shadow. Li Shintong's gaze became hollow and vacant, the terror on his face replaced by a numbness. Master! Li Shintong walked up to Lin Chen and knelt without hesitation, his expression respectful. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. He had refrained from acting against Li Shintong earlier because he had already planned this move. Such a large base could not be controlled solely by force. Cooperation was essential. The intricate power dynamics, numerous personnel, and confidential resources required someone familiar with the internal situation to assist, and as an important figure in the base, Li Shintong was undoubtedly the best choice for a puppet. Call your daughter in. Lin Chen wanted to see if this puppet skill was reliable. Sure enough, upon hearing Lin Chen's words, a look of struggle suddenly appeared on Li Shintong's face. His brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of pain and hesitation crossing his eyes, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something but could not voice it. However, soon, under the suppression of that powerful dark ability, his struggle gradually subsided. Yes, master. Li Shintong picked up the intercom on the table, his fingers trembling slightly on the buttons, and when he pressed the call button, his voice had returned to its cold, mechanical tone. Sweki, come to my office, there's something important. Before long, footsteps were heard outside the door. Li Sweki gently pushed open the office door and walked in, a hint of confusion and concern on her face. Daddy, what's the urgent matter? Before she could finish her sentence, she saw her father kneeling on the ground and Lin Chen standing beside him. Her small face instantly turned pale, her gaze darting between Lin Chen and her father, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. Then, biting her lip, she said to Lin Chen, as long as you don't hurt my father, I'll do anything you want. Lin Chen smiled playfully, then waved his hand lightly, and the soul whip reappeared. Li Sweki couldn't help but shiver. Her gaze was fixed tightly on the soul Whip, a wave of intense fear and unease surging within her. In the past, she had always been the one to whip others. Was she to be whipped today? Her legs felt slightly weak, and her body involuntarily took a small step back. But thinking of her father kneeling on the ground, she forced herself to suppress her inner fear and straightened her back, looking both stubborn and pitiful. An hour later, Lisweki's face was streaked with tears. At this moment, she was also kneeling on the ground, her knees long since numb from the pain. "Master, please smoke this, it's a fine cigar given to my father by someone else," Lisweki said with a trembling voice, enduring her inner fear and humiliation. Her gaze held a hint of flattery and pleading as she carefully presented the box of cigars to Lin Chen, her mind only focused on finding something to divert his attention. "If he smokes the cigar, he won't be smoking me." Lin Chen lowered his head slightly, glancing at the box of cigars, the corners of his mouth curling into a barely noticeable arc. He did not use his shadow devouring skill on Lisweki. First, this skill consumed a great deal of energy, and each use felt like overdrawing his soul's power. Secondly, there was a limit to the number of puppets he could control at once, and it was unnecessary to waste it on a mere vase. In his eyes, although Lisweki had some beauty and cleverness, compared to the overall control of the base, she was currently just an insignificant character, and it was enough to make her obedient through intimidation and punishment. Lin Chen took the cigar, held it to his nose, and sniffed gently. Seeing this, Lisweki hurriedly picked up a lighter on the table, her hands trembling as she lit it for him. Amidst the swirling smoke, Lin Chen's face appeared even more mysterious. He took a deep breath, slowly exhaling smoke rings, yet his gaze remained fixed on Lisweki's tear-streaked face. Lisweki lowered her head, not daring to meet Lin Chen's eyes. Her body tense, afraid to breathe. She never imagined that one day she would submit to a man. From childhood to adulthood, whether because of her appearance or family background, she had always been the center of attention. Men had always been careful and flattering in front of her. She had long been accustomed to controlling the situation, used to the feeling of being on high. Yet now, everything had completely reversed. For some reason, this contrast made her infatuated. Deep within the fear and humiliation, a different kind of emotion quietly began to sprout. She was startled by her strange reaction but couldn't help but secretly glance at Lin Chen. His cold profile and powerful aura seemed to possess an invisible magic that attracted her. Lin Chen also did not expect that one day, such a proud woman would be so humble before him. Once, he might have been the one to carry her shoes, and she probably wouldn't have even glanced at him. In that world where ordinary people were like ants, he was just an unnamed pawn struggling at the bottom, enduring cold stares and bullying for survival. Yet now, the gears of fate had turned dramatically. With his powerful abilities, he stood at a high position capable of controlling others' destinies, and those once unreachable figures now had to bow to him. Moreover, this cigar was indeed different. Lin Chen took another deep puff. Slowly savoring the rich flavor spreading in his mouth, the strong and unique aroma lingering at the tip of his nose, refusing to dissipate. In the corner, Li Shintong still knelt respectfully beside them, seemingly unaware of everything that had just happened to his daughter. "By the way, do you know where the cash truck delivers the money every night?" Lin Chen asked slowly, his feet resting on Li Sweki's back. Previously, to take over this base, the more than 80 million in the system account had been spent cleanly. It was time to recharge some funds. Therefore, Lin Chen had set his sights on the bank's cash. If he could find the place where cash was stored, it would truly be a windfall. Lisweki felt her body sink under Lin Chen's foot, but she didn't dare to complain at all and quickly replied, "Master, Sweki doesn't know, but I can have someone investigate." As she spoke, she secretly raised her eyes to observe Lin Chen's reaction, feeling puzzled about why he suddenly asked this, but she didn't dare to ask more and carefully provided the information Lin Chen wanted. Lin Chen nodded slightly, very satisfied with Li Sweki's answer. She was a smart girl. Instead of being dazed by her lack of understanding or making up random information to brush him off, she immediately thought of a way to solve the problem, which made Lin Chen appreciate her a bit more. Get it done as soon as possible, and don't try any tricks, I'm always watching." Lin Chen flicked the cigar in his hand, ash falling like dust, and the curling smoke made his face appear even more inscrutable in the haze. "Yes, master, Sweki would never dare to have any second thoughts. I will do my utmost to clarify the information." Li Sweki hurriedly responded respectfully, feeling a slight sense of relief in her heart, grateful to have temporarily escaped a disaster. Then, she glanced at her father, who still had a vacant expression, and a wave of bitterness surged in her heart, silently vowing to handle this matter well and never let her father and herself fall into a worse situation. "Go." Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling that she could leave. Li Sweki stood up, rubbed her knees, kneeling for a long time had made them sore and painful, each movement felt like needles pricking her. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke again, "Wait, put this on." Lin Chen took out an explosive collar. Upon seeing the explosive collar, Li Sueki's face instantly turned pale, her eyes filled with terror, and her body uncontrollably took a few steps back, nearly falling to the ground. Master, what is this? Her voice trembled severely. She knew it was definitely not a good thing, but she didn't dare to disobey Lin Chen's orders and could only ask tremblingly. Lin Chen looked at her. Frightened expression, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What, do you need me to explain? Put it on, if you dare to have even a hint of betrayal in your thoughts before you complete the task or fail to do what I instructed, this collar will explode immediately, and then you and your father will have to report to the King of Hell. Tears welled up in Li Sueki's eyes as she looked desperately at her father, but Li Shintong still had a vacant gaze, showing no reaction. She knew she had no choice, bit her lip, and reached out her trembling hands to take the explosive collar, slowly putting it around her neck. As soon as the collar touched her skin, the cold sensation made her shiver, as if she could already feel the breath of death tightly wrapping around her. Thank you for the gift, Master. Li Sueki forced herself to suppress the fear and grievance inside, choking out these words. She felt like a prey being roasted over a fire, struggling desperately under Lin Chen's control, praying for just one more moment of life. The past hour had been a nightmare she had never experienced in her life. Each lash felt like it struck deep into her soul. The pain from the soul's whip had long surpassed the limits of what her body could endure. Each strike was like a bolt of lightning carrying destructive power, fiercely striking her mental world, shattering her pride and stubbornness piece by piece. It instilled a deep fear of Lin Chen in her heart. One could say that Lin Chen's actions not only hurt Li Sueki but also subdued her. The once proud, willful, and lofty daughter of the Li family could only obediently follow Lin Chen's orders at this moment, not daring to defy him in the slightest. Alright, now hurry up and get to business, don't waste my time. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently and sat back down in his chair. If others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If there is someone to blame, it can only be Li Shintong for not having eyes and offending him. Li Sueki wiped the tears from her face, straightened her clothes, and then slowly walked out of the office with Lin Chen's task. After finishing a cigar, Lin Chen also prepared to leave. By this time, it was already dark outside, and there were 3 little maids waiting for him. At home. Wait for me here, and don't let the base get chaotic, Lin Chen instructed Li Shintong, who was still kneeling in the corner, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yes, Master. Li Shintong's respectful response echoed in the quiet office. Although his eyes remained hollow, his tone was very submissive as he mechanically stood up and stood straight in place, like a loyal guard, waiting for Lin Chen's next command. This puppet control does not completely turn the other party into a soulless being, they still possess a certain level of intelligence. However, their thoughts and actions are firmly controlled by Lin Chen's abilities, with his will as the primary principle, while their independent thoughts and emotions are suppressed deep within. Only when Lin Chen allows it or does not issue contradictory commands can they exhibit some of their original thinking abilities. For example, at this moment, although Li Shintong understood Lin Chen's requirements and knew he had to maintain order in the base, he would never have a thought of resistance or going against Lin Chen's wishes. All actions would revolve around satisfying Lin Chen. After confirming that Li Shintong had understood his meaning, Lin Chen turned and disappeared from the office. After Lin Chen vanished, a hint of color returned to Li Shintong's eyes. The hollow gaze gradually regained some of its former liveliness. He looked at the mess left by his daughter in the office, a flash of pain crossing his eyes, but soon he regained his composure. The power of the puppet technique was still at work within him, suppressing his overly intense emotions and not allowing him to react too much against Lin Chen's will. In the night, accompanied by the swirling snow, Lin Chen drove a snowmobile towards the community. The snowflakes danced wildly under the illumination of the headlights, like countless white spirits frolicking in the night sky. Did I forget something? A thought suddenly flashed through Lin Chen's mind. He frowned slightly, as if recalling something that had not been properly handled, but for a moment he could not remember what it was. That thought was fleeting, quickly overshadowed by his eagerness to return home. Forget it, whatever. At this moment, in the luxurious air raid shelter originally assigned to Jiang Yong at the Jinghai base, Jiang Yong's wife, Jiang Qin, and the young star, Yu Fangfang, were being taken away by a group of soldiers. Let go of me. Do you know who my husband is? He is Jiang Yong. Jiang Qin struggled while shouting hoarsely, her face filled with anger and disbelief. He is the only ability user in humanity. How can you treat me like this? Just moments ago, she had been fantasizing about living the life of a rich lady, commanding the winds and enjoying wealth and glory, but unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, she had fallen into such a predicament. Yu Fangfang was equally shocked and scared. Her once beautiful face had lost its former luster, her eyes filled with panic, and her body trembled. uncontrollably. Originally, she thought that by being with Jiang Yong, she could lean on a big tree and live a worry-free life, but who would have thought that all of? This was as fragile as a bubble, shattered in an instant. Only Lu Xiaoyan, who had just bathed, stood foolishly to the side, at a loss. At this moment, a bright and charming young girl walked into the room. The girl wore a faint smile, looking both friendly and exuding an undeniable aura. "You must be Miss Lu Xiaoyan, right?" "That's me, and you are?" Lu Xiaoyan looked at the powerful girl in front of her and felt a bit nervous. "Listen, you don't need to be nervous, this air raid shelter will be yours from now on," Li Sueki said while discreetly sizing up Lu Xiaoyan, her gaze moving from Lu Xiaoyan's face to her somewhat slender figure, as if evaluating something. "Is this the real girlfriend of that person? Her looks are nothing special, compared to myself, she seems to lack a certain charm." However, this thought only flashed through her mind, she dared not show it. What if that person found out? She certainly didn't want to be punished again. Even if punished, she wanted a different kind of whip. Li Sueki thought to herself, the last whip was simply too terrifying. If there was a next time, even if she couldn't avoid it, she would have to beg that person for a slightly lighter one, anything to suffer a little less. She forced herself to maintain a proper smile and tried to continue speaking to Lu Xiaoyan in a gentle tone. "Listen, you can arrange everything here as you like. If you need anything or encounter any problems, just let me know." Upon hearing Li Sueki's words, Lu Xiaoyan was first taken aback, then filled with disbelief. She widened her eyes, her mouth slightly agape, staring at the luxurious, spacious air raid shelter. The exquisite crystals, the soft carpets, the high-end furniture, these will belong to her in the future? This thought kept swirling in her mind, yet it felt so unreal. What on earth is going on? Wasn't she brought here as a hostage? How did she suddenly become the owner of this place? She looked at Li Sueki awkwardly, and suddenly, Lu Xiaoyan noticed a very familiar pendant around the other person's neck. Could it be? A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Impossible, impossible. Lu Xiaoyan murmured to herself, instinctively taking a few steps back, her face turning pale, her body trembling slightly. This is a complete official base, how could that person take it? That person only relied on having a gun to bully others in the neighborhood, how could they possibly have the ability to claim this heavily guarded, officially backed base as their own? But the pendant around Li Sueki's neck indeed forced her to think in that terrifying direction. Could that person really be in control here? Lu Xiaoyan's heart felt like it was tossed in a storm. Everything seemed too absurd and bizarre. At the same time, there was a hint of sweetness in her heart. That person must have come to save her. Lu Xiaoyan thought, her lips unconsciously curling into a slight smile, her mind conjuring images of that person, who often appeared indifferent but actually cared deeply. Humph. Clearly, they have feelings for me, yet they insist on pretending not to care. Ha, men. She secretly scolded in her heart, as if she had already determined that everything was arranged by that person for her sake. Lu Xiaoyan instantly transformed into a proud swan, straightening her back, her chin slightly raised, the awkwardness she had just felt vanished completely. I understand. You can go now, she said to Li Sueki in a calm tone, her aura suddenly becoming powerful. That tone carried an undeniable commanding quality, as if she were the one truly in charge here, completely forgetting the nervousness and unease she had just felt in front of Li Sueki. Lu Xiaoyan's mind was already beginning to think about how to put Li Sueki in her place. After all, the other girl was prettier than her. But so what? That person has deep feelings for her. With this confidence, she felt she couldn't show weakness in front of Li Sueki and had to maintain a superior demeanor. As Li Sueki looked at Lu Xiaoyan, who seemed to have suddenly transformed into a different person, she felt a bit bewildered. However, she didn't dwell on it too much, as she had more important matters to attend to. Listen, you should rest early, I won't disturb you, she said, and after that, Li Sueki left Lu Xiaoyan's room to find someone to check the bank. Lanting community. As Lin Chen stepped through the door, a concerned voice came from inside. Darling, you're finally back. It was Xin Shirhan, who had been waiting at the door for Lin Chen's return. At that moment, her voice was soft yet tinged with urgency, and her beautiful big eyes sparkled with joy and deep concern for Lin Chen. As she spoke, Xin Shirhan quickly approached Lin Chen, wrapping her arms tightly around his, and resting her little head affectionately on his shoulder, like a beloved little cat. We were so worried about you, followed up Lin, her brows slightly furrowed, her eyes revealing unmasked worry. At that moment, Tang Wanru, a doctor, appeared more composed, but her words still conveyed deep concern. You're not hurt, are you? After saying that, she moved closer to Lin Chen, carefully checking his physical condition. She reached out, gently touching Lin Chen's arms and shoulders, her movements tender as if she were caressing an extremely precious and fragile treasure. Her gaze remained focused on Lin Chen, not missing any spot that might bear a bruise, and Her serious expression was truly moving. Lin Chen quietly gazed at the three girls before him, who cared for him so deeply, and a warm current surged in his heart. The once cold and stern face, like an iceberg, gradually softened, as if the surface of a lake was being caressed by a spring breeze, creating ripples. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a reassuring smile, and softly said, "Don't worry, look at me. I'm perfectly fine now. So stop worrying." After saying this, he slowly extended his right hand, gently stroking Shinshirhan's silky hair, his touch incredibly soft, as if handling a rare treasure. Then, he lightly placed his left hand on Yilin's shoulder, giving it a couple of reassuring pats, as if to comfort her with this simple gesture. When his gaze shifted to Tang Wanru, he unhesitatingly reached out and tightly grasped her delicate, fair hand, the warmth and affection from her palm instantly soothing his heart, which felt slightly weary from a day of hustle and bustle. All the pressure, tension, and unease seemed to dissipate like smoke, vanishing without a trace. At that moment, Shinshirhan, who had been silently watching Lin Chen, suddenly lifted her head, her big, watery eyes gazing directly at him, filled with endless tenderness and care. She softly asked, "Are you hungry? Can I go make you something to eat?" Before he could respond, she seemed to remember something and quickly turned her head to ask again, "What do you want to eat?" "No matter what it is, even if it takes a lot of effort, I will do my best to make it for you." As she said this, her face radiated a sweet and adorable expression, like a gentle little kitten eagerly waiting for her owner's command. Ding! Today's flash sale items: 1. 10,000 bags of Wuchang rice. 2. 1 armed helicopter. 10,000 rounds of ammunition. 3. 10,000 long-distance encrypted communication devices. 4. 10,000 first aid medical kits. I choose 3. Lin Chen thought for a moment and ultimately chose the communication device. Now, the mobile phones basically had no signal, and communication was a big problem. Just like when Zhang Yong raided his home, if it weren't for the sudden appearance of some mutated monster, by the time he returned, everything would have probably gone cold. That thrilling scene still left Lin Chen with lingering fears, making him increasingly aware of how crucial reliable communication methods were. Once contact was lost, everything he had worked hard to build could be destroyed in an instant. Ding! Flash sale successful. In an instant, 10,000 communication devices appeared in the system space. Lin Chen took one out. It was about the size of a mobile phone, but thicker and sturdier. Its shell was dark gray, with a low-key yet solid texture, feeling heavy in his hand, giving a very reliable impression. Lin Chen rubbed its body, examining it closely. After studying it for a while, he found the functions to be quite simple, with only communication, positioning, and image file transmission among a few features. But for Lin Chen, that was already enough. After all, in this chaotic environment lacking communication means, being able to achieve these functions was like a timely gift. This is enough, what more could I want? Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, then he glanced at the time on the wall. January 29th. Unknowingly, it had been almost a month since his rebirth. Reflecting on the bits and pieces of this past month felt surreal, as if it were a different world. If nothing unexpected happens, in 2 days, the heavy snow should be about to stop. Lin Chen murmured, his gaze penetrating the window, looking out at the world blanketed in snow. In his previous life, the heavy snow had lasted a whole month. But now, Lin Chen was uncertain. He didn't know if his little butterfly had flapped its wings again, triggering some unknown chain reaction. It shouldn't be. Lin Chen chuckled self-deprecatingly. Although he was very powerful now, in the face of this global disaster, he should just be a trivial little card. After having breakfast and leaving a communication device for Shinshirhan and Gao Wan, Lin Chen rode his beloved snowmobile towards the Jinghai base. Jinghai base. Governor's office. The room was dimly lit, exuding a unique tranquil atmosphere, with only the smoke rising from the cigarette in Lin Chen's hands slowly swirling in the air. Master, according to the information I compiled yesterday, the money in the banks should be concentrated in the vaults of each bank. Li Sueki knelt beside the chair, her posture appearing extremely obedient and submissive. She held an ashtray in her hands, her eyes always lowered, not daring to make any transgressions. If Lin were to see this scene, she would surely find it familiar. Vault? Lin Chen slowly exhaled. The smoke from his mouth, the whiteness swirling in front of him, obscuring his face but deepening the inscrutability of his gaze. Yes, master. Li Sueki quickly responded softly, her voice gentle yet cautious. She slightly raised her head, secretly glanced at Lin Chen, then quickly lowered it again. Continuing, every night, the cash trucks transport money to the vaults of each bank, and in the morning, they are transported out again. Does every bank have a vault? Lin Chen flicked the ash from his cigarette and asked again. Yes, basically, major banks have their own vaults in every city. Lee Sweki patiently explained that she had spent a great deal of effort yesterday, researching a lot of information and asking some people who had previously worked in the banking system, before she dared to reply to Lin Chen with such certainty. Have you figured out the locations? Yes, Sweki has compiled a list of the locations of the vaults of major banks overnight. Please take a look, master. As Lee Sweki spoke, she respectfully picked up a document from the nearby table and handed it to Lin Chen with both hands. The paper was densely filled with detailed addresses of various bank vaults. Lin Chen nodded, increasingly satisfied with this clever and obedient pet. Mainly, she was capable and efficient. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. As he looked at Lee Sweki, his gaze carrying a hint of approval as he softly said, "Well done. Thank you for the compliment, master." Lee Sweki smiled sweetly, her two shallow dimples adding to her charm and cuteness. At the same time, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. The anxiety that had been hanging over her was finally lifted. While organizing the information about these bank vaults, she had been quite nervous, fearing that something might go wrong or that she might overlook something crucial, which would upset Lin Chen. Hearing Lin Chen's praise now made all her worries and tension dissipate, replaced by joy and excitement. She slightly raised her head, looking at Lin Chen with an expectant gaze, waiting for the next task. Being as intelligent as she was, she understood that in this cruel post-apocalyptic world, only useful people deserve to live. Send someone to bring back all the cash and gold from the banks, Lin Chen said. He had already taken control of the entire Ginghai base, doing everything himself was beneath him. Yes, master. Lee Sweki quickly responded. As the young lady of the Ginghai base, she was truly one person below and thousands above, commanding such matters with ease. Also, look for information on whether there is a mint in Ginghai, Lin Chen continued, a glimmer of something different flashing in his eyes. If he could print money himself, that would mean he could have as much as he wanted. Okay, master. Lee Sweki obediently replied, though she didn't understand why Lin Chen had such a fondness for money. She knew that since he requested it, there must be a reason, and she just needed to follow his orders. Alright, you can go and get busy. Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling Lee Sweki to start her tasks. Yes, master. Lee Sweki slightly bowed, but before leaving, she took out a tablet from her pocket and handed it to Lin Chen. With a hint of a flattering smile, she said, "Master, this is some information about celebrities in the base. If you're bored, Sweki can arrange something." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, looking at the familiar celebrity beauties on the tablet, lost in thought. "You're thoughtful, just put it on the table," Lin Chen replied lightly, his tone lacking much emotion. Lee Sweki was taken aback, not expecting Lin Chen to react this way. She had thought he would be overjoyed and then carefully select from the tablet. After all, they were celebrities. Who would have thought that Lin Chen would treat it so indifferently, as if those usually dazzling stars were just ordinary people in his eyes? However, this only made Lee Sweki feel that Lin Chen was even more unfathomable, truly worthy of being her master. This composure and unflappable attitude were not something ordinary people could possess. Lee Sweki took a deep look at the man behind the desk, then turned and went out to get busy. After Lee Sweki hurriedly left the governor's office, she immediately set about arranging the transport of cash and gold. In the command hall of the base, she gathered several trusted team leaders, her gaze firm and serious as she began to deploy the tasks. Miss. Several team leaders straightened up and respectfully saluted upon seeing Lee Sweki enter. Dressed in a sleek black combat suit that perfectly outlined her curvaceous figure, her shiny leather boots made crisp sounds with each step. "Everyone, this operation concerns the future development of the base and must not fail." Lee Sweki's clear voice echoed in the hall, "Each of you must be fully alert." The summoned leaders nodded in agreement. "You can count on us, miss. It's just moving cash, no big deal. We guarantee to complete the task." Lee Sweki frowned slightly, scanning the crowd, and said, "Do not underestimate the situation. In today's world, danger lurks everywhere. Not only are there adverse weather conditions to contend with, but we may also encounter other forces eyeing us or attacks from mutated creatures. Every bag of cash, every piece of gold, could be the key to our base's growth and must be brought back intact." Lin Chen didn't want to step forward yet, so Lee Sweki casually found a scapegoat. For the sake of the base's growth. But this wasn't really deceiving. If Lin Chen became stronger, wouldn't the base become stronger too? Upon hearing Lee Sweki's words, the smiles on the leaders' faces gradually faded, replaced by seriousness and gravity. Team 1 will be responsible for the Eastern Bank, Team 2 will head to the west, Team 3 will go south, and Team 4 will proceed north. Liswecki methodically assigned the tasks. We must ensure that all cash and gold from the banks are safely returned to the base, and we cannot back down no matter what difficulties we encounter. Yes, miss, the leaders responded in unison. Subsequently, each team quickly sprang into action, gathering equipment, assembling members, and checking vehicles. A team leader stood in front of a modified heavy truck, loudly addressing his team. Brothers, this mission is tough, but as long as we work together, we will succeed. After we complete it, the miss and the governor will surely reward us. The team members responded enthusiastically, their morale high. Soon, armored vehicles were ready to set off. Just as Liswecki was arranging for the transport of cash, in the deepest part of the base, in a research cave, several researchers looked dejected. Teacher, what should we do now? A young researcher asked anxiously, his eyes bloodshot from days without sleep due to the research. The one referred to as teacher was none other than Academician Lee, the chief scientist of the Jinghai base. Academician Lee pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses revealing helplessness and fatigue. After a sigh, he said, the governor does not support our research, we have no choice but to abandon it for now. What? Another young researcher widened his eyes in disbelief. But teacher, we were almost successful, the substance extracted from the mutated creature can actually bring it back to life. There are no buts. Academician Lee directly interrupted the student, his expression grave. You don't understand, there are undercurrents in the base. All we can do is survive. Only by living can there be hope. Hearing their teacher's words, the young researchers hung their heads in despair. They were unwilling. 4 days, they had been guarding the laboratory, countless experiments, failures, and retries. And just when they saw a glimmer of hope, significant events began to unfold in the base. Not only was there a change in power, but they also faced attacks from formidable enemies, disrupting their original research plans time and again. Now, the governor was actually ignoring their research results. With so many supernatural phenomena appearing, how can we not study them yet still think about the bank vault? A young researcher couldn't help but mutter under his breath, filled with dissatisfaction and complaints. Truly, long hair and short sight. Xiao Zhang, mind your words. Academician Lee quickly reprimanded. Xiao Zhang seemed to realize he had misspoken, his face turning bright red as he lowered his head. Not daring to speak again. Teacher, what should we do now? At this moment, the youngest researcher broke the silence. Although he was still young, he appeared the most composed in this tense atmosphere. After a moment of contemplation, Academician Lee slowly said, let's seal it for now and continue the research when we have the opportunity. His voice carried a hint of reluctance and disappointment. After all, this research project had consumed so much of their effort, but given the current situation, they had no choice. It can only be this way. The other researchers sighed in unison, their faces filled with frustration. They knew that this postponement could last indefinitely, and perhaps this great discovery would forever remain sealed in this cave. Then, teacher, you and the seniors should go out first. I'll take care of this place. The youngest researcher volunteered. Xiao Wang, can you handle it alone? Academician Lee looked at him with some concern. Don't worry, teacher, it's no problem. Xiao Wang patted his chest confidently, trying to reassure his teacher with a smile. Alright then, I'll leave it to you. After several days of sleepless research, Academician Lee was also feeling overwhelmed. He was physically and mentally exhausted and just wanted to find a place to rest and adjust his state for the possible changes ahead. Remember, you must seal it well, it must not leak out. Academician Lee solemnly instructed. Before leaving, he knew that the substances extracted from the mutated creature were full of unknowns, and if they accidentally leaked, it could lead to unimaginable consequences, both for the base and the outside world. Teacher, you can rest. Assured, after being with you for so long, how could I not know this? Xiao Wang smiled, trying to lighten the heavy atmosphere. Then, little junior brother, I'll leave this to you. Thank you for your hard work. We're leaving now. Xiao Wang watched as his teacher and seniors left, a meaningful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently stroked the containers holding the extracts from the mutated creature, murmuring, you are all useless. None of you understand the true value of this, only I know this will be the key to changing everything. A fervent light flickered in Xiao Wang's eyes, appearing particularly eerie in the dim cave. Since you don't cherish it, don't blame me. At the entrance of the base, several armored vehicles were ready, and the team members were organizing their final equipment. Researcher Wang, what brings you here? A squad leader, Wu, asked with some confusion as he saw Researcher Wang approaching. Wu, are you all heading out? Researcher Wang feigned concern. Yes, there's a mission from above. Wu replied while checking the team members' equipment to ensure nothing was overlooked. Mission? Researcher Wang scoffed disdainfully. What a ridiculous mission. but he maintained a cheerful facade. Then Wu, you all must pay attention to safety. Researcher Wang seemingly kindly reminded, while secretly observing the surroundings. Then, taking advantage of everyone's inattention, he stuck a vial of reagent to the back of one of the armored vehicles. The corners of his mouth curled slightly upward, revealing a barely noticeable smug smile, as he secretly calculated, let you people be my test subjects. Master, something's wrong. The third team has suddenly lost contact. Liswecki rushed into the governor's office, panic written all over her face, beads of sweat already forming on her forehead, her eyes filled with anxiety and worry. At that moment, Lin Chen was enjoying a lavish lunch, the table laden with exquisite dishes. Lobster, abalone, sea cucumber, bird's nest. When it came to enjoyment, these people truly knew how to indulge. In that instant, Lin Chen felt that the hot pot steak he had eaten earlier was no longer appealing. He picked up a napkin to wipe his mouth, then tapped a crystal goblet on the table. Seeing Lin Chen's calm demeanor, Liswecki felt a bit more composed herself. She swayed her slender waist and stepped forward to pour Lin Chen a glass of 1982 Lafite. This was the real deal, genuine 1982 Lafite. The precious liquid gently swirled in the crystal glass, exuding an enchanting aroma of fruit and wine. Master, it's my fault for being reckless, Liswecki said softly, her tone carrying a hint of apology. She stood with her head bowed beside him, waiting for Lin Chen's instructions, secretly regretting her earlier loss of composure, feeling it was quite inappropriate to be so flustered in front of him. Lin Chen raised the wineglass, gently inhaling the fragrance. Taking a small sip, letting the liquid spread in his mouth, savoring its rich flavor and lingering aftertaste. Only then did he leisurely ask, what happened? Liswecki quickly stepped forward, her expression serious as she reported, Master, the third team is responsible for the bank in the southern district. They have been progressing according to plan since they set out, reporting their status at regular intervals. But just now, the routine report that was supposed to come has not arrived, and I tried to contact them but couldn't reach them at all. I'm afraid they might have encountered some danger. Lin Chen nodded. Then send another team out. Remember, the cash transport cannot stop. As for what the third team had encountered, Lin Chen didn't care. Although he appeared indifferent, Liswecki was increasingly fascinated. She gazed at Lin Chen's stern face and determined eyes, secretly admiring him. A kind man shouldn't lead troops, and a righteous man shouldn't handle finances, that's what a man should be. Master, I understand, Liswecki replied respectfully. Go ahead. Lin Chen said lightly. As he spoke, he gave a playful slap on Liswecki's pert backside. The sudden action made her face flush, the redness quickly spreading from her cheeks to her ears, and her heart raced uncontrollably. Like a little deer bumping around in her chest. Then Master, I'll be back shortly. Liswecki's voice turned a bit coy, carrying a barely perceptible softness. She dared not linger any longer, twisting her slightly heated body, and quickly walked towards the door. Lin Chen then picked up the half-full glass of Lafite again, gently swirling the wine, watching as the liquid clung to the glass wall and slowly slid down, his mind racing with thoughts. He still hadn't figured out how to handle this base. For now, he just wanted to use the power of this base to acquire a large amount of cash. As for the future, we'll talk about future matters later. Lin Chen raised the red wine and drank it all in one go. As the wine went down, he slightly frowned, smacked his lips, and said, TSK, the taste isn't that great, the Happy Fat House water is better. Report, Miss, the first team has completed their mission, obtaining over 70 million in cash and 10 gold bricks. Report, Miss, the second team has completed their mission, obtaining over 80 million in cash and 15 gold bricks. Report, Miss, the fourth team has completed their mission, obtaining over 60 million in cash and 8 gold bricks. Report, Miss, the fifth team has completed their mission, obtaining over 50 million in cash and 6 gold bricks. Except for the third team, the leaders of the other 4 teams reported one after another. Liswecki stood in the central square of the base, listening to these reports, nodding her head. She slightly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over the straight-backed squad leaders in front of her. Although these team members looked exhausted, their eyes shone with the pride and satisfaction of having completed their mission. Liswecki gently nodded and said, You've all worked hard. This mission was completed very well. You can go rest now and adjust yourselves. I will notify everyone about the follow-up arrangements later. After the squad leaders dispersed, Liswecki turned and quickly walked towards the governor's office. Report. Master, the outdoor team has returned. This time, we obtained over 270 million in cash and 39 gold bars. Liswecki entered the office, slightly bowing, her tone carrying a hint of excitement and pride as she reported the results to Lin Chen. Ahaha, good. Lin Chen was in a great mood upon hearing today's results. In just one day, they had nearly 300 million in cash. The efficiency had improved tremendously. If it had been him robbing one gold shop after another, it would have taken 10 days to half a month to gather so much. Move all the cash and gold to a cave. Yes, master, Sweki will arrange it right away. In a short while, Lee Sweki came back to report, Master, everything has been arranged. No sooner had she finished speaking than Lin Shen's figure vanished. Lee Sweki looked at the spot where Lin Shen had disappeared, her eyes filled with amazement and admiration. Lin Shen quickly arrived at the cave filled with cash and gold. As he stepped into the entrance, a wave of air carrying the unique scent of money rushed towards him. He looked at the neatly stacked cash, which still emitted an enticing sheen under the dim light of the cave. Lin Shen slowly walked forward, reaching out to gently touch the gold bars. The cold, hard sensation transmitted from his fingertips ignited a surge of warmth within him. What is getting rich overnight? This is getting rich overnight. Recharge. Put everything into the system. With a wave of his hand, the cash piled up like a small mountain vanished. At the same time, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding, recharge successful. Account balance 365,287,129 yuan, units. Tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. Lin Shen counted the string of numbers in his mind, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. 360. A full 360 million. This was indeed a windfall. After that, Lin Shen returned to the governor's office. Lee Sweki looked at Lin Shen, who had suddenly reappeared, her eyes nearly sparkling. Her gaze was glued to him, filled with admiration. Master, she whispered softly. Lin Shen looked at this obedient, sensible, and clever woman, feeling a sense of satisfaction in his heart. Thinking of this, Lin Shen flipped his hand, and 3 physical fruit appeared in his palm. The fruits looked crystal clear, emitting a soft glow. And a strange fragrance wafted through the air, as if containing endless energy. Master, what is this? Lee Sweki looked at the mysterious fruits in Lin Shen's hand, instinctively swallowing. Lin Shen smiled and said, Open your mouth. Lee Sweki was first taken aback, and then a hint of surprise flushed her face as she quickly obediently opened her mouth. Lin Shen picked up a physical fruit and gently placed it in Lee Sweki's mouth. As soon as the fruit entered, it transformed into a cool juice that slid down her throat. Lee Sweki felt a strange power spreading within her, and she instinctively closed her eyes, her body trembling slightly. After a moment, her skin began to emit a faint glow, and some black impurities gradually seeped out of her pores, as her body underwent a cleansing process, expelling years of accumulated filth and hidden ailments. Lee Sweki's brows furrowed slightly, as if enduring some pain, but she still held on, not making a sound, her hands tightly gripping the hem of her clothes, trying to maintain her obedient demeanor. Lin Shen was taken aback. He didn't expect that just one physical fruit would allow Lee Sweki to achieve the cleansing effect. It seems the little girl has been practicing well. According to the patterns Lin Shen had summarized, generally, only when one's physical quality broke through 10 points would there be a cleansing effect. Most people needed 2 or 3 physical fruits to achieve it. Yet Lee Sweki had crossed this hurdle so easily, which made Lin Shen admire her even more. As time passed, her breath gradually became long and steady, and her body's trembling slowly ceased. Her originally fair skin became even smoother and more delicate, resembling mutton fat jade, subtly radiating a healthy glow. She, already stunningly beautiful, now shone even more radiantly, her exquisite features becoming even more enchanting against her skin. Her eyes sparkled with a lively and spirited light, as if she had been reborn from the inside out, exuding a captivating and unique charm. Lee Sweki slowly opened her eyes, filled with surprise and gratitude. She knelt and bowed, softly saying, Thank you for your gift, master. Lee Sweki never expected that Lin Shen possessed such a treasure. The miraculous effects of this physical fruit far exceeded her imagination. She could feel that not only had her physical quality been strengthened like never before, but her strength seemed to be continuously growing within her, and her speed and agility had also undergone a qualitative leap. Even her ability to perceive the surrounding environment seemed to have become sharper. This tremendous transformation deepened her awe and reliance on Lin Shen. Lin Shen merely nodded and handed her the other 2 fruits as well. Lee Sweki received the fruits with both hands, a flicker of emotion passing through her eyes. After bowing again, she consumed the 2 fruits one after the other. After a long while, Lee Sweki slowly opened her eyes again, and at that moment, it seemed as if stars were twinkling in her gaze, her entire demeanor having undergone a dramatic change. She knelt on the ground, touching her head to the floor, respectfully saying, Master's great kindness, Sweki has no way to repay, willing to serve the master with all my heart, even at the cost of my life. Lin Shen smiled. Was this really no way to repay? Then, he took out an A-grade skill fruit. This was a decision he made after careful consideration. In fact, it was the psychological shadow left by Jiang Yong's previous theft that prompted this. Last time was too dangerous. However, it also made him realize that he couldn't just focus on becoming strong himself, the people around him also needed to have sufficient strength to avoid being passive in the face of various emergencies. Now, with several hundred million in his account, he had enough capital to enhance the strength of those around him, making them more capable allies. This way, if a situation like last time occurred again, they would have a certain level of self-defense and wouldn't be easily defeated by enemies. This is an A-grade skill fruit, you should consume it too. As Lin Chen spoke, he handed the fruit, glowing with a bluish light, to Li Xueqi. Li Xueqi trembled as she took the fruit, her gaze fixed on it, filled with shock and confusion. A-grade skill fruit? What is this? However, she did not ask further and unhesitatingly placed the fruit, which emitted a faint blue glow, into her mouth. As soon as the fruit entered, it transformed into a vast and icy energy that surged down her throat, instantly wreaking havoc within her body. Li Xueqi's complexion turned pale in an instant, her body trembled uncontrollably, and beads of sweat quickly formed on her forehead, sliding down her cheeks. She gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that felt as if it would tear her body apart, striving to remain conscious and attempting to guide this powerful energy to flow orderly within her. The energy was like a wild horse that had broken free, rampaging through her meridians, each impact bringing a wave of piercing pain, but she had only one thought in her mind: she could not disappoint Lin Chen's expectations, she had to tame this power completely. As time passed, the energy gradually became more docile, beginning to flow slowly along specific pathways, merging into her limbs and bones. Li Xueqi's body slowly stopped trembling, her breath deepening, and a mysterious power began to gather and swirl around her, as if nurturing an extremely powerful skill that was about to break free from its cocoon. In an instant, a soft and dazzling holy light surged from her body, illuminating the entire room as if it were daytime. Within the light, Li Xueqi's figure gradually became clear, she radiated a sacred aura, her skin seemingly enveloped in a faint halo, and her already stunning features appeared even more extraordinary, as if she were a goddess descending from mythology. She slowly opened her eyes, golden holy light flowing within her gaze, and wherever her eyes fell, it evoked an involuntary sense of awe and tranquility. At that moment, every gesture she made carried a sacred affinity that made people want to draw closer and trust her. She gently raised her hand, and a warm holy light emerged from her palm, pulsating as if it were alive, exuding healing and purifying power. Master, this. Li Xueqi's face was a mix of disbelief and ecstatic joy. At that moment, her heart was like a turbulent sea, with various emotions surging wildly. Her eyes widened, fixated on the holy light in her palm, her body trembling slightly with excitement. She could hardly imagine that she had actually gained supernatural powers. A small fruit had turned her into a supernatural being. In this apocalyptic world, supernatural beings stood at the top of the food chain, possessing power and status that ordinary people could hardly reach. She had never thought that such good fortune would come to her. Yet now, this dreamlike event was happening to her in reality. Li Xueqi turned to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with excitement and gratitude. Initially helpless, she had to submit to Lin Chen's tyranny for the sake of her father and survival. But now, her resistance towards Lin Chen gradually dissipated in the face of this immense gift. Only gratitude and relief remained. She no longer viewed Lin Chen merely as an oppressor but began to see him as a turning point in her fate, a guide who could lead her to greater heights. Meanwhile, Lin Chen felt a bit envious. Damn, the commotion was too great, right? It was clear she had gained an impressive skill. What a lucky girl. What skill did you gain? Li Xueqi was taken aback by Lin Chen's words and quickly adjusted her emotions and expression. She swiftly concealed her flushed cheeks and sparkling eyes from excitement, replacing them with a demeanor of obedience and humility. Then, with graceful and gentle movements, she deeply bowed to Lin Chen, maintaining a low head as she spoke softly. In response to my master, the skill I have acquired this time is called Holy Radiance Purification. After a brief pause, she straightened up, but her gaze remained lowered as she continued. This holy radiance contains an incredibly powerful and miraculous force. It can not only quickly heal various severe injuries but also has an excellent purifying effect on the pervasive evil aura and impurities in the world. It is like a beam of light in the darkness, dispelling gloom and illuminating the path ahead. As she spoke, Li Xueqi raised her delicate hand again, and the warm holy radiance that had been hidden in her palm re-emerged. At this moment, the radiance emitted a dazzling brilliance, akin to the most brilliant star in the night sky. As the light flickered, it seemed to exude a mysterious power capable of soothing emotional wounds, making the surrounding air exceptionally gentle and tranquil, evoking a sense of yearning. Lin Chen, standing nearby, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. So it turned out to be a supportive purification skill. Upon reflection, this skill indeed matched Li Sueki's own temperament quite well. At this moment, illuminated by the holy radiance, she appeared even more pure and noble, like a goddess descending from the heavens, making one instinctively want to draw closer and feel a genuine sense of trust in her. With this, having her manage this base in the future would surely yield great results. Thinking of this, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction and smiled encouragingly. Well done. I hope you will continue to work hard in the future, fully utilizing the advantages of this skill to manage the space well. Upon hearing this, Li Sueki's delicate body trembled slightly, and she once again bowed deeply, softly responding, "Thank you for your praise, master. I will do my utmost and will not dare to be the slightest bit negligent, and I will not disappoint your high expectations." After saying this, her pretty face flushed slightly. Having undergone the cleansing of the physique fruit and absorbed the immense power of the A-grade skill fruit, she was now covered in dirt. Black impurities mixed with sweat clung to her skin, and her hair was disheveled, sticking to her cheeks, making her look quite disheveled. Although the newly acquired power filled her with joy, standing before Lin Chen in such a state still made her feel a bit embarrassed. "Master, let me go wash up first." "Then, master, you." Li Sueki raised her pretty face, looking at Lin Chen with a pitiful expression. "I'll go first and come back tomorrow." It was important to treat everyone equally. Now that Li Sueki had evolved into a supernatural being, the three little maids at home couldn't be left behind either. Okay. Li Sueki bit her lower lip, her voice tinged with obvious disappointment. Only after the figure had completely disappeared did she slowly rise. Lanting community. As soon as Lin Chen opened the door, he was met with three affectionate gazes. "Dear, you're back." The three women hurried forward to help Lin Chen take off his clothes and shoes. Lin Chen sat leisurely on the sofa, like a noble king, allowing the three beautiful women to surround him and serve him attentively. At this moment, Shin Shurhan, like a cheerful little bird, lightly approached first. Her slender fingers moved nimbly as she carefully helped Lin Chen unbutton the exquisite button at his collar, while her mouth chattered nonstop like a rapid-fire gun. "Dear, after you left today, we sisters missed you to death." As she spoke, her big, watery eyes sparkled like twinkling stars in the night sky, filled with endless charm. Coupled with her long, sleek, and shiny black hair cascading like a waterfall over her delicate, fair shoulders, she appeared incredibly playful and adorable, evoking a sense of affection in anyone who saw her. Meanwhile, Yi Lin stood quietly to the side, her gaze seemingly magnetically drawn to Lin Chen, never leaving him for a moment. She silently crouched down, extending her delicate, white as jade, soft hands to gently and skillfully help Lin Chen remove his shoes, thoughtfully replacing them with a pair of comfortable slippers she had prepared earlier. As she slowly stood up, her eyes inadvertently met Lin Chen's, and in that instant, a faint blush crept up her flawless cheeks like the colorful clouds at sunset. She gently bit her lip and shyly said, "Darling, you look exhausted. How about I give you a nice massage later to help you relax?" Tang Wanru, slightly older and exuding maturity, took Lin Chen's coat after he removed it, hung it on a rack, and walked over to him, linking her arm with his, smiling brightly as she asked, "What do you want to eat tonight? I've learned a few new dishes that I'm sure you'll love." The three women each had their own charm, surrounding Lin Chen and attending to him with great care. Lin Chen smiled and sat down on the sofa, revealing a mysterious grin. "Dinner can wait, let me show you something good first." "Something good?" The three women's eyes lit up, instantly energized. They followed Lin Chen, kneeling on the carpet in front of the sofa, looking up at him with wide eyes, not blinking. "What is it, darling?" Shin Shurhan leaned slightly forward, as if about to leap into Lin Chen's arms to find out. Yilin didn't speak, but her gaze was intensely focused on Lin Chen's every move. Tang Wanro smiled gently, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, softly saying, "Don't keep us in suspense, you've piqued our curiosity." Lin Chen looked at the three women, who were as obedient as kittens, and with a flick of his right hand, three fruits emitting a strange glow appeared in his palm. The fruits looked crystal clear, with a faint halo swirling around their surfaces, each exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. They instantly captivated the attention of the three women. "Wow, what is this, darling? It looks amazing." Shin Shurhan couldn't help but exclaim, her eyes wide as she leaned in closer to take a better look, afraid to disturb the mystery. Yilin and Tang Wanru also wore expressions of awe and curiosity, their gazes fixed on the glowing fruits in Lin Chen's palm, filled with intense desire. They had tasted the physical enhancement fruits before and still remembered the strange power coursing through their bodies when they consumed them, as if their bodies had been reshaped. That wonderful and powerful sensation lingered in their hearts. The Fruits before them were clearly even more mysterious than the physical enhancement fruits. Just looking at them, they could faintly sense the immense and profound power contained within. The three women couldn't help but swallow hard. Looking at the mysterious fruit, the hearts of the three girls raced. Shin Shirhan stared at Lin Chen without blinking, her expression like that of a child waiting for an adult to feed her candy, obedient and docile. Lin Chen glanced at Shin Shirhan's demeanor, a slight smile tugging at his lips as he picked up a fruit and handed it to her. After receiving it, Shin Shirhan gently placed it in her mouth. The fruit melted instantly, transforming into a cool and powerful force that flowed down her throat and began to spread throughout her body. Shin Shirhan was momentarily taken aback, then felt the force surge like a tidal wave, crashing against her meridians, causing her body to tremble involuntarily. Yet, she gritted her teeth and remained silent, striving to endure the transformation brought by this power. Yilin and Tang Wanru watched anxiously from the side, their hands unconsciously gripping each other's clothing, their eyes fixed on Shin Shirhan, not daring to breathe. After a moment, a faint red glow enveloped Shin Shirhan, initially flickering like the light of fireflies, but in an instant, it intensified. At a visible speed. She closed her eyes tightly, her brows furrowed, her face a mix of pain and determination. Suddenly, Shin Shirhan opened her eyes wide, flames seemingly burning in her gaze, her long black hair rising without wind, wildly dancing as if infused with life. Shin Shirhan instinctively raised her hand, and a blazing fire ignited in her palm, the flames leaping and surging, the intense heat distorting the air around her. A glimmer of disbelief flashed in her eyes. She then tried to control the size and shape of the flames, and under her command, the fire transformed into a lively fire snake, slithering gracefully. At times, it coalesced into a dense fireball hovering in her palm, ready to unleash its power. I think I can control fire now. Shin Shirhan's voice trembled with excitement, her gaze towards Lin Chen filled with gratitude and admiration. Darling, what is happening? Amidst her excitement, Shin Shirhan was filled with curiosity, struggling to imagine how such a small fruit could bring about such a tremendous change in her body, granting her such a magical and powerful ability. Lin Chen looked at her astonished and joyful expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he patiently explained, "This is an A-grade skill fruit. After consuming it, you will gain a random skill." He paused slightly, his gaze sweeping over the three girls, a hint of fondness in his eyes as he continued, "In other words, you are now an ability user." Ability user? Shin Shirhan was still trying to process Lin Chen's words. Before this, they had never heard of such a fantastical and shocking concept. In the community, they had lived a relatively stable and closed life, revolving around Lin Chen, managing household chores and serving him, while the tumult of the outside world seemed to be separated by a thick curtain. Although they occasionally heard snippets of information, nothing compared to the vividness and shock of hearing it firsthand at this moment. Lin Chen felt compelled to educate the three girls about ability users and mutated creatures. He cleared his throat and began to tell them a story. The more they listened, the more alarmed they became. They had not expected the outside world to be so dangerous and cruel. They had thought that outside the community there were only minor troubles and chaos, never imagining the life and death crises that lurked beneath. Their faces turned pale, their hands instinctively clenching tightly together, their bodies trembling slightly. At that moment, Lin Chen had unhesitatingly bestowed upon them such a precious fruit that could grant abilities. In that instant, the looks in the three girls' eyes towards Lin Chen, in addition to their usual infatuation and obedience, were now filled with respect and gratitude. Shin Shirhan was the first to come back to her senses, her eyes slightly red, and she choked out, "Dear, you are too good to us. No matter what difficulties we face in the future, I will stick with you and never back down." Yilin and Tang Wanru also looked determined to follow to the death. Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart at the genuine emotions displayed by the three women, and a comforting smile appeared on his face. He then gave one fruit each to Yilin and Tang Wanru, who quickly accepted them, their eyes filled with tension and anticipation, their hearts seemingly about to leap out of their throats. They cautiously took a bite. The fruit melted in their mouths, and in an instant, a cold, bone-chilling force, yet filled with immense energy, surged like a torrent of icy currents down Yilin's throat, rapidly spreading throughout her body. Yilin felt a shiver run through her, as if she had suddenly found herself in a world of ice and snow, every inch of her skin aching from the cold, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. But the stubbornness deep within her and her obsession with power made her grit her teeth, widen her eyes, and stare resolutely ahead, allowing this force to rampage through her meridians, reshaping her bodily functions. On the other side, Tang Wanru was experiencing the same thing. She felt a cool, gentle force envelop her entire body, like a trickling stream flowing softly into her limbs and bones, yet quietly gathering into a surging momentum, beginning to impact various parts of her body. She slightly closed her eyes, trying to feel the rhythm of this power, her brows occasionally furrowing and then Relaxing, a complex expression appearing on her face, clearly enduring the discomfort brought by her body's transformation. After a moment, a layer of deep blue cold light radiated from Yi Lin's body, initially flickering like frost flowers, but in an instant, it intensified at a visible speed. She instinctively raised her hand, and sharp ice spikes formed out of thin air in her palm, shimmering with a chilling light under the illumination, as if they could pierce through anything. Then, she tried to control these ice spikes, and they seemed to come alive, gracefully flying and spinning in the air, forming various wonderful shapes, sometimes transforming into icebergs ready to take flight, and at other times gathering into a small ice sculpture fortress. Dear, I think I've gained ice-type abilities. Yi Lin exclaimed, her voice trembling with excitement, her eyes filled with surprise and gratitude as she looked at Lin Chen, tears of joy welling up in her eyes. This power is so amazing, thank you, dear. Before long, a soft blue light also emanated from Tang Wanru, and the surrounding air seemed to become moist. She gently raised her hand, and a crystal-clear water droplet slowly formed in her palm, growing larger with her intention, eventually transforming into a spring of clear water, swirling and dancing in the air. Tang Wanru looked delighted and softly said, Dear, I feel like I can control water now. Ice, fire, water, all elemental skills. Lin Chen admitted he was jealous. Damn, was this still not his system? Ding, today's flash sale items 1. 10,000 gene of pork belly 2. 10,000 barrels of purified water 3. 10,000 sets of RPGs 4. 10,000 bottles of multivitamins I choose 1. Ding, flash sale successful. Ding, the host has accumulated 30 flash sale items, system upgrading. What? Lin Chen was momentarily stunned by the continuous system prompts, and then he was filled with wild joy. Another upgrade? Lin Chen was extremely excited. The last system upgrade had occurred after accumulating 10 flash sales, and that upgrade had unlocked many new features. Especially the physique fruits, skill fruits, and weapon blind boxes. These had truly brought earth-shattering changes to their lives. Now, with the system upgrading again, Lin Chen was eagerly anticipating what new and eye-catching features would appear this time, or what good things might change the trajectory of their post-apocalyptic lives. Just thinking about it made Lin Chen feel an excitement he could hardly contain, his gaze fixed on the system interface. However, he was only excited for a moment before he regained his composure, recalling the situation during the last system upgrade. The last system upgrade had taken a full day and night, so at this moment, although Lin Chen was still full of anticipation, he understood that being anxious was useless. He could only patiently wait. Jinghai Base. Li Sueki was preparing to arrange her team to continue looting the vault and transporting cash. Jinghai was a provincial capital, and emptying the entire city's vaults would surely be a monumental task. Along the way, the soldiers they encountered greeted Li Sueki. Miss. 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 The calls rose and fell, filled with reverence and submission. Li Sueki's expression was indifferent. She nodded slightly as a response, her steps not pausing for a moment as she walked straight ahead. Her long, glossy black hair danced lightly in the wind, and her tall figure seemed to carry a holy aura, making it hard for people to look directly at her. After Li Sueki disappeared, they began to whisper among themselves. Have you noticed, the miss is becoming more and more saintly? When she walked by just now, I felt like the air around us became a bit purer, as if a soft light was enveloping her. That kind of extraordinary temperament is truly not something ordinary people can possess. Yeah, I feel the same. I can't help but want to worship her. As soon as this was said, everyone was momentarily stunned, then burst into a low chuckle, but there was little mockery in that laughter. Instead, it carried some understanding and envy. Many were secretly staring at Li Sueki's long legs, quietly swallowing their saliva. At this moment, in a dimly lit air raid shelter, several officers were conspiring. I see this base is almost in darkness, it's becoming a private kingdom for the Li family. A 4-star officer said angrily, punching the rough wall, stirring up a fine dust. That Li Shintong actually declared himself governor, controlling the allocation of all key resources, and now his daughter Li Sueki is running rampant, looting the vaults everywhere. Whether the wealth and resources looted go into the base's public account or into their Li family's private pockets, who can tell? Exactly. Another 3-star officer echoed, frowning, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. We risk our lives for the base, going out on missions, facing the risk of being attacked by mutated beasts, yet the resources we get are pitifully few. In contrast, the Li family lives in the safest and most comfortable area of the base, enjoying the best food and clothing, and even their trusted aides benefit, living luxuriously. Is this fair? Moreover, as far as I know, a team disappeared outside yesterday and no one above even cared. Those are our brothers, charging into the unknown dangers for the safety of the base without hesitation, but now their lives and deaths are uncertain, and the higher-ups act as if nothing is wrong, indifferent and unconcerned. Bastards! Damn it! The crowd erupted in curses, the air in the air raid shelter filled with a stifling sense of anger. We can't just sit here and wait for death, we need to come up with a plan. The first to speak was a 4-star officer, his gaze dark, like a wolf waiting to pounce in the dim light. He scanned the crowd, his voice low but firm. I think we should take a gamble. How do we gamble? The governor is an ability user. Someone nearby immediately poured cold water on the idea, their voice tinged with helplessness and fear. At the mention of ability users, a few shivered involuntarily. The reason the Li family could dominate the base and enjoy wealth was entirely because Li Shintong had become an ability user. Now, with the earth in upheaval, the emergence of ability users had completely overturned the previous system. In this apocalyptic world, order had collapsed, and the law of the strong being respected had been magnified infinitely. When personal strength surpasses that of all beings, what rules, what systems, all become worthless. The 4-star officer's eyes flickered, and he lowered his voice. Then we should find a way to become ability users. As soon as he said this, a glimmer of light flashed in the eyes of the others. However, this glimmer of hope quickly vanished, soon overshadowed by the gloom of reality. Easier said than done. A certain officer smiled bitterly and shook his head, his face full of helplessness and frustration. That mutated beast was taken down only after we exhausted the entire base's resources. Now, to think we can rely on just a few of us to seek the opportunity to become ability users is simply a pipe dream. Listening to his companions, the 4-star officer's expression grew darker. He gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, are we really just going to accept our fate? Continue to be oppressed by the Li family, watching them monopolize the base's resources while we have no power to fight back? At that moment, a 2-star officer shifted slightly. He was the lowest ranking and the youngest among them. Actually, it's not that there's no way. The young officer spoke softly, his voice light, yet it was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Oh? What insight do you have, Zhao? The 4-star officer raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of hope flashing in his eyes. As he eagerly looked at the young advisor, Zhao cleared his throat and continued, leaders, do you remember the latest missile the base announced a couple of days ago? Are you talking about that energy tracking missile? A 3-star officer asked eagerly. Exactly. Zhao nodded vigorously, his speech unconsciously quickening. If we can steal a few of those latest missiles, we might be able to take down a few mutated beasts. At this point, he paused slightly, scanning the faces of the crowd to observe their reactions, then continued, from my estimates, mutated beasts below D-class basically can't escape the missile's tracking. Upon hearing this, the crowd was first taken aback, then their eyes flashed with contemplation. This missile plan was undoubtedly like dancing on the edge of a cliff. A slight misstep could lead to utter destruction. But if successful, it could tear apart the iron curtain of the Li family's resource monopoly, giving them a glimmer of hope. Moments later, the 4-star officer suddenly slapped his thigh, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. Damn it, let's do it! If we die fighting. If we don't die, we live for 1,000 years. To avoid long nights filled with dreams, everyone decided to act immediately. Several school officials, each accompanied by a few trusted subordinates, stealthily approached the missile depot like phantoms. Just as they neared the missile depot area, they encountered their first obstacle, the patrol team. These patrolling officers were all well-trained and highly alert, changing positions every few minutes to ensure there were no blind spots in their surveillance. The 4-star officer's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to signal everyone to stop. Then quickly issued commands using sign language. 2 of his stealthy subordinates, skilled in concealment, slithered like agile loaches, using the shadows of nearby buildings in the dimness of the night to maneuver behind the patrol team. Almost simultaneously, they struck like lightning, accurately covering the patrol officers' mouths and noses, their daggers flashing coldly as they silently neutralized the potential threat, the entire process clean and smooth, without causing the slightest ripple. With the patrol team dealt with, they continued forward, arriving outside the warehouse of the missile depot. Although cramped, this was the only feasible passage to enter the warehouse. He quickly gestured for everyone to gather and whispered, enter through the ventilation duct. Soon, the group made their way into the missile depot through the ventilation pipes, the light growing dimmer, with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow. They carefully avoided the pressure-sensitive devices on the ground, following the map provided by the insider, and groped their way toward the storage room where the missiles were kept. However, the closer they got to their target, the tenser everyone became, for they knew that the real danger was just beginning. At the entrance of the storage room, 2 armed guards were vigilantly watching their surroundings. At that moment, two agile subordinates stepped forward, drawing specially modified tranquilizer guns from their waists. These tranquilizer guns had been altered for longer range and higher accuracy, and they were nearly silent when fired. The two crouched low, using cover to slowly approach the guards. When they were at the right distance, they simultaneously pulled the triggers, and two small tranquilizer darts shot out like lightning, accurately piercing the guards' necks. The guards didn't make a sound and simply collapsed limply. The group quickly opened the storage room door, revealing missiles that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Several school officials personally took charge, carefully handling the missiles, each movement light and cautious, afraid of triggering any mechanisms. Then, the group hurriedly carried 3 missiles along with the launcher toward the designated evacuation point. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Who would have thought someone would steal missiles? Haha, you just scared me to death. Soon, the group of over 10 drove a snow vehicle out of the base. The journey was surprisingly smooth, with no incidents. Even the guards at the base entrance merely glanced at the 4-star officer and let them pass. The guard even saluted, his eyes showing no suspicion. After all, no one would expect that someone would steal something from the base. Even fewer could anticipate that someone would betray them. It must be said that the defenses within the base were practically non-existent. This was supposed to be a fortress as solid as a rock, yet they had easily breached it. While the group secretly rejoiced, they couldn't help but feel disheartened by the management flaws of the base. The rigid patrol routes, numerous blind spots in surveillance, and negligence in personnel checks were all fatal weaknesses that allowed their seemingly impossible theft to succeed. The armored vehicle sped away, racing toward the city. Shortly after these individuals left, alarms began to sound within the base. In the monitoring room, the previously lazy expressions of the personnel instantly vanished, replaced by faces filled with fear and panic. What happened? Why did the missile depot suddenly lose signal? One monitor operator exclaimed, eyes wide and voice trembling. Quick, notify the governor. Another monitor was so anxious that he was stamping his feet, hurriedly reaching for the communication button. Governor's office. Liswecki suddenly stood up, her face dark enough to drip water. What on earth is going on? She shouted into the communicator, her voice filled with uncontainable anger and urgency. Before the other party could respond, she was striding towards the monitoring room. Along the way, the guards saluted, but they were all frightened into silence by the cold aura emanating from her. Entering the monitoring room, seeing the chaotic images on the screen and the terrified expressions of the staff, Liswecki's anger flared even more. Speak! Each word seemed to be squeezed out from between her teeth, and the monitors trembled in fear, hurriedly reporting everything they knew. Upon hearing that the missile had been stolen, Liswecki felt a buzzing in her head, her blood boiling. How could she explain this to Lin Chen? Investigate. I want a thorough investigation. Liswecki roared, slamming her hands on the control panel, causing the instruments to hum. Review all the surveillance, check every person who entered and exited. I want to see who has the audacity to act against me. Soon, the surveillance footage was pulled up. When she saw that the familiar faces were several officers, Liswecki's pupils constricted sharply, her eyes filled with disbelief and a mix of anger. It's actually you. Liswecki gritted her teeth, squeezing out those words. These officers were usually prominent figures at the base, always appearing diligent. She never expected them to dare commit such a bold act, openly stealing missiles that were crucial to the base. Very well. Liswecki coldly snorted, her voice carrying an icy edge that sent chills down the spine. She crossed her arms, staring intently at the frozen images of the officers on the screen. Almost instantly, she understood their motives. They simply wanted to use the missiles to kill mutated monsters and then obtain crystal cores for evolution. How naive. To dare act against the Li family, I will make you pay a painful price. A fierce glint flashed in Liswecki's eyes as she turned and quickly walked out of the monitoring room, issuing commands into the communicator as she walked. Gather all available personnel, prepare to pursue the weapons, and be sure to intercept those traitors and retrieve the missiles intact. The base instantly became busy, soldiers quickly assembled, and armored vehicles roared to life. Liswecki personally boarded a specially modified command vehicle, the body painted entirely black, embedded with high-strength alloy armor, and equipped with powerful tracking radar and fierce machine gun turrets on the roof. At this moment, the officers were already approaching the city's edge. Turn on the energy detector, set it to maximum power, the 4-star officer commanded from the command position, his gaze fixed ahead. One subordinate, upon hearing this, immediately began to operate the control panel skillfully. With a slight hum of electricity, the energy detector activated, and the display screen began to show flickering lights and fluctuating data. The snow-covered battle vehicle moved forward slowly. The tracks crushed the accumulated snow and debris beneath, making a creaking sound. Outside the window, the desolate scene receded under the blanket of white snow, resembling cold tombstones, silently narrating the cruelty of the apocalypse. As the battle vehicle passed a private hospital, the instruments suddenly emitted an alarm. The sharp sound shattered the heavy silence inside the vehicle, causing everyone's hearts to tighten, while also stirring up an uncontrollable excitement. Report: E-level energy fluctuations detected ahead. The 4-star officer Shinwei's eyes lit up upon hearing the news, and he immediately leaned forward, getting closer to the display screen to examine it carefully. An E-class, while not high in rank, is just right to test the missile's power and let the brothers practice their skills, he said, narrowing his eyes slightly, his gaze filled with determination and resolve. Stop the vehicle, Shinwei commanded, and the driver quickly slammed on the brakes, bringing the armored vehicle to a slow halt. Everyone grabbed their weapons, preparing for battle, then cautiously opened the doors and filed out. The cold wind howled, striking their faces like knives, bringing a stinging sensation. But at this moment, none of them paid attention to that. All their focus was on the private hospital before them. The hospital's main entrance was already in ruins, glass shattered everywhere, sparkling coldly in the sunlight. Like a field of broken diamonds, yet exuding an air of danger. Shinwei was the first to step into the hospital, tightly gripping a submachine gun, his vigilant eyes scanning the surroundings. The team members spread out in a fan shape, following closely behind him, their steps light yet tense. In the middle were several team members carrying energy-tracking missiles. As they entered the hospital lobby, a foul stench hit them, mixed with the sharp smell of disinfectant, making them feel nauseous. The lobby was filled with a pungent odor of decay and disinfectant, dim light filtering through dust-covered, cobwebbed windows, casting eerie shadows that sent chills down their spines. The paint on the walls was peeling, revealing a mottled base color, with occasional dark red stains that looked like blood, as if telling tales of past horrors. Everyone be careful, this monster could be hiding anywhere. Stay alert. Shinwei lowered his voice, relaying instructions through his earpiece. The others nodded and slowly approached the basement entrance, where the energy fluctuations originated. Just as they neared the staircase, suddenly, a shadow shot out from a nearby patient room, lunging at the frontmost team member. It was a grotesque mutated rat, the size of a wolfhound, covered in sharp spines, its eyes glinting with an eerie red light, and its fangs dripping with repulsive slime. It moved with incredible agility, instantly knocking the team member to the ground, its sharp claws leaving deep gashes across his chest. Open fire! Shinwei shouted, and his submachine gun erupted in a blaze, bullets raining down on the mutated creature like a storm. The other team members quickly reacted, firing various weapons, and in an instant, the sounds of gunfire and energy explosions echoed throughout the hospital lobby. However, the mutated creature was extremely nimble, dodging left and right amidst the hail of bullets, using walls and pillars for cover, occasionally letting out sharp shrieks to taunt the team. In the chaos, one team member was caught off guard, struck on the arm by the creature's claws, instantly tearing flesh and causing blood to spurt out. He let out a scream, dropping to one knee in pain, but still gritted his teeth and held his gun up to shoot. Seeing this, Shinwei felt a surge of urgency, knowing that if this continued, casualties would only increase. Prepare the missile, he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos with clarity. The team members carrying the missiles quickly sprang into action, finding a launch position and starting to adjust the equipment. But at that moment, the mutated creature seemed to sense a greater threat. It changed tactics and charged recklessly towards the missiles, attempting to sabotage the launch. Shinwei reacted swiftly, rushing forward and using his submachine gun to cover the launch, buying time for the missile to be fired. Quick, he yelled, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the dust-covered ground. In this critical moment, the missile was finally ready, and as the operator pressed the launch button, a dazzling light surged forth, carrying immense energy. With a loud boom, the entire hospital lobby shook violently, chunks of bricks and stones fell from the ceiling, and the windows shattered, splintering outward. In an instant, the lobby was enveloped in a dazzling light, and a strong shockwave knocked everyone off balance, causing the surrounding walls to collapse and debris to fly. When the light faded, a massive deep pit had appeared where the lobby once was, and the mutated rat was blown to a bloody pulp, leaving only a pile of remains that emitted a pungent burnt smell. However, Shinwei also paid a heavy price. In the chaos, 3 team members had unfortunately lost their lives, and several others were injured to varying degrees. Yet Shinwei paid no attention to the injured team members' dire state. His mind and eyes were solely focused on the crystal core that might be hidden within the mutated rat. He took a swift step and ran towards the rat's corpse, his eyes filled with urgency and greed. But he was not the fastest. Zhao Changwu, like a ghost, reached the scene first, kneeling on one knee, his hand already probing into the still warm, bloody rat's abdomen. Zhao, what are you doing? Shinwei shouted, his eyes wide with anger. Zhao Chongwu smiled and said, Commander Shin, I also want to make progress. With that, he pulled a crystal core from the mutated rat's body. Zhao, I order you to put down the crystal core, or I will shoot. Shinwei's finger was already on the trigger, staring intently at the deadly tempting crystal core in Zhao Chongwu's hand. However, before he could finish his sentence, the crystal core transformed into a stream of light and drilled into Zhao Chongwu's body. Instantly, Zhao Chongwu's body began to tremble violently, a strange red glow appearing on his skin, his eyes wide open, bulging as if enduring immense pain, emitting a series of inhuman howls. No! Shinwei shouted in despair. It's over. Everything is over. He had become someone else's wedding dress. Perhaps from the moment Zhao Chongwu suggested stealing the missile, everything had already been planned. Thinking of this, Shinwei's anger erupted like a volcano, uncontrollable. Shinwei fired at Zhao Chongwu without hesitation. The gun spat out angry flames, and the bullets shot towards Zhao Chongwu like a gale. However, at that moment, a transparent shield appeared around Zhao Chongwu's body, and the bullets hit the shield as if they had struck a hard steel plate, bouncing off without causing any substantial harm. The shield emitted a faint glow, with a shimmering surface, as if the heavens had set up a barrier for the evolved, tightly protecting Zhao Chongwu within. How is this possible? Shinwei muttered to himself, his voice trembling violently. Just then, something unexpected happened. A soldier actually fired a cold shot at Shinwei. The sound of the gunshot was particularly piercing in the chaotic hospital lobby. Shinwei felt a sharp pain in his right chest, and when he looked down, he saw blood quickly soaking through his clothing. The powerful impact caused him to stagger backward involuntarily, and the gun in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. You. Commander Shin, I'm sorry. The soldier who fired the gun was named Qin Shang. His hand trembled slightly, the gun still emitting a wisp of smoke, and his usually simple face was now filled with struggle and determination. At this moment, Shinwei's legs began to weaken, and he slowly slid down against the wall behind him, weakly pressing his hand against the wound, blood continuously oozing out between his fingers. Qin Shang looked at Shinwei, who was slowly collapsing, with mixed feelings. Commander Shin, please don't blame me, I just want to survive. Qin Shang silently murmured in his heart, his voice barely audible. He dared not look directly into Shinwei's gradually dimming eyes, hurriedly turning his head away and stumbling towards Zhao Chongwu. The surviving team members around them were also stunned by this sudden turn of events, frozen in place, unsure of what to do. They had originally aimed to overthrow the Li family's rule, but now, watching brothers and comrades kill each other over a crystal core, how was this any different from the Li family? Many were lost in confusion. Just then, Zhao Chongwu finally completed his evolution. In an instant, the temperature in the hospital lobby plummeted, and the moisture in the air rapidly condensed, transforming into swirling snowflakes that fell. Zhao Chongwu was enveloped in a layer of eerie blue light, and as the light flickered, a set of translucent ice armor gradually formed around him, the patterns on the armor resembling mysterious runes, exuding a chilling aura. His eyes also turned ice blue, cold and piercing, as if they could see through everything, looking down on all things in the world. Is this the power of abilities? Zhao Chongwu raised his hand, and several ice spikes instantly formed at his fingertips, their sharp tips glinting with cold light, as if ready to tear through the air. He casually waved his hand, and the ice spikes shot towards the wall of the hospital lobby like arrows, with muffled thuds as they easily pierced the hard wall, bricks and debris falling and raising a cloud of dust. Zhao Chongwu felt the surging power within him, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his laughter echoing in the empty lobby, tinged with arrogance. From now on, I am the ruler of this apocalypse. His voice was like a cold wind sweeping across an ice field, sharp and oppressive, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. Just then, a sudden roar of engines echoed from outside the hospital. Li Sueki's pursuit team had arrived. Zhao Chongwu's expression changed, a flicker of anger and wariness crossing his face. Although he had just gained powerful ice abilities, facing a well-equipped and numerous pursuit team was far too risky. A slight misstep could completely bury this hard-won opportunity for a turnaround. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth and decisively shouted, "Go!" At this moment, he had already formulated a plan. Having just awakened his abilities, his foundation was unstable, and his control over his power was not yet proficient. It was not wise to confront the base head-on. It would be better to retreat first, find a hidden place to recuperate, and once he was thoroughly familiar with his abilities and his strength had increased, return to confront the Li family. However, a few officers and their soldiers did not move. These individuals were dissatisfied with Zhao Chongwu's recent actions, believing he had instigated infighting for his own selfish desires, leading to the deaths of Shinwei and other brothers. Right now, we are all in the same boat. You don't think the Li family will let you go, do you? Zhao Chongwu said coldly when he saw a few people unmoving. We stole missiles and caused such a huge mess, the Li family will definitely not let it slide. Come with me now, and once I gain stronger power, we will not only be able to protect ourselves but also trample the Li family underfoot, living in luxury. As Zhao Chongwu spoke, he secretly gathered his icy power. At that moment, a 3-star officer stepped forward. At this moment, a seemingly approving smile hung on his face as he loudly said, Comrade Zhao is right, let's go. Zhao Chongwu's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile, thinking that at least there were still people who knew the times. He turned around, preparing to continue rushing towards the back door of the hospital, while pondering the escape route ahead and how to quickly improve his control over his abilities. Just then, that 3-star officer suddenly exchanged a glance with the soldier controlling the missile. This soldier was one of his subordinates. The soldier received his commander's signal, understood what his commander meant, gritted his teeth, and pressed the missile launch button towards Zhao Chongwu. Boom! A loud explosion suddenly erupted, the tremendous roar echoing continuously in the narrow hospital space, making everyone's ears buzz. A wave of scorching air, accompanied by thick smoke, rushed straight towards Zhao Chongwu's back. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Chongwu seemed to sense the danger. At the moment the missile was launched, he relied on his newly awakened abilities to become acutely aware and suddenly leaped to the side. The missile grazed the edge of his ice armor and crashed violently into the wall on one side of the corridor. Due to the narrow space of the corridor, the explosion's power was amplified several times, and the wall instantly turned to dust, bricks and steel bars. Scattering like raindrops, the powerful shockwave knocking everyone around to the ground. Although Zhao Chongwu avoided the direct impact of the missile, he was still thrown forward several meters by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Cracks appeared on his ice armor, the eerie blue light flickering uncertainly, and a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, staining the ground in front of him red. He struggled to get up, but his hands trembled as they pressed against the ground, clearly injured. Lin Yu, you dared to betray me. Zhao Chongwu raised his head, his eyes filled with disbelief and raging anger, staring fiercely at the 3-star officer Lin Yu. Lin Yu, however, showed no fear, he snorted coldly and responded loudly, Zhao Chongwu, do you think just because you have abilities you can do whatever you want? You killed Commander Shenwei for a crystal core, inciting internal strife. How could I follow someone as heartless as you? Today is your day to die. Just a moment ago, he had almost killed Zhao Chongwu. Unfortunately, the hospital's confined space prevented the energy tracking missile from exerting its full tracking power. Zhao Chongwu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. Well said. I see you just want to take my head to plead for mercy from the Li family. The 3-star officer Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Indeed, that was exactly what he was thinking. He regretted it now, regretted getting involved in this crazy adventure with Shenwei and Zhao Chongwu. From the moment they stole the missile, everything had spiraled out of control, the situation deteriorating step by step, with brothers turning against each other and countless casualties. Now, they were trapped, pursued by the Li family's forces to this tiny space. So, thinking of making amends, if he could bring back Zhao Chongwu's head, perhaps he could plead for mercy in front of Li Sueki, save his own life, and provide a way out for those subordinates who had fought alongside him. Lin Yu shouted loudly and charged towards Zhao Chongwu first. Brothers, let's go together and kill him. Now everyone has retreated to the point of no return, it's either you die or I live. Zhao Chongwu saw this and inwardly cursed his bad luck. In his current severely injured state, there was no chance of winning if he continued to fight. At a critical moment, he caught sight of the window at the end of the corridor, and a resolute glint flashed in his eyes. With a roll, he used the last bit of his strength to crash through the window and jumped out. The cold wind howled as it rushed into his collar, and his body plummeted rapidly. With a loud thud, Zhao Chongwu landed heavily in the thick snow, sending snow flying and raising a cloud of white mist. Then, the ice and snow ability activated, despite his weak legs and staggering steps, he still held on. With each step he took, the snow beneath his feet quickly solidified into ice. Using this reaction force, he moved like a ghost across the snow, gaining speed until he soon disappeared into the swirling snowstorm. Lin Yu rushed to the window, looking in the direction Zhao Chongwu had fled, and angrily slammed his fist on the windowsill. Damn it, he got away. At that moment, Li Sueki also hurried over with her people. Her gaze was as cold as ice, and everyone around unconsciously lowered their heads. Her expression darkened instantly, as if a storm was about to break, and she swung the riding whip in her hand fiercely, producing a sharp crack that startled those nearby. Lin Yu and the others were disarmed by Li Sueki's subordinates without any resistance. They knew that resisting at this moment would be like striking a stone with an egg, so they could only stand dejectedly to the side, allowing their weapons to be taken away. The scene that had just been filled with tension and shouts of battle dissipated like bubbles, and the farce came to an end. Only Zhao Chongwu had escaped. Li Sueki bit her lip hard, her teeth chattering, and coldly said, "Catch him." "Master, it's all Sueki's fault." At the Jinghai base, in the governor's office, Li Sueki knelt on the polished marble floor, her slender figure standing straight. At this moment, she looked down at the ground, her hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. In the end, she still let Zhao Chongwu escape. Behind the desk, Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze piercing through the swirling smoke, landing on Li Sueki, playing with a carved steel pen in his hand. The room fell into a dead silence, with only the wall clock ticking dully, each tick sounding like a hammer on Li Sueki's heart. Li Sueki lowered her head even further, her voice trembling slightly, yet she still tried to maintain her composure. "Master, this operation was indeed my oversight. Zhao Chongwu has obtained a very strange ice and snow ability. In the hospital, he used this ability to break through our encirclement amidst the chaos and disappeared into the snowstorm. I have dispatched all teams to search with all their might, but so far, we have not found any trace of him. Sueki is willing to take the blame." "Take the blame?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a mocking arc, his eyes filled with coldness. He then waved his hand, and a whip formed from the power of rules appeared in his hand, radiating a chilling light. The whip's body seemed to have strange runes flowing on it, exuding a terrifying aura. It was the A-level skill Soul Whip. I must say, Lin Chen had underestimated this skill before. This is a terrifying skill that ignores any defense and is entirely driven by the power of rules. Each strike directly affects the soul. That kind of pain is incomparable to physical injury. Li Sueki looked at the whip that suddenly appeared in Lin Chen's hand, her body involuntarily trembling, her face turning pale. "Master, I beg you, give Sueki another chance, and I will do my utmost to make amends." Lin Chen, however, seemed to have not heard her, slowly standing up and walking with steady steps to Li Sueki, looking down at her from above, his eyes devoid of any pity. "Do you know where you went wrong?" Li Sueki suppressed the fear in her heart and trembled as she replied, "It was my carelessness. I shouldn't have underestimated Zhao Chongwu, and I definitely shouldn't have let him escape amidst the chaos using his abilities." Lin Chen shook his head, raised the soul whip in his hand, and suddenly struck down towards Li Sueki. With a crisp crack, the whip sliced through the air and landed precisely on Li Sueki's back. In that instant, Li Sueki felt a sharp pain explode from the depths of her soul, as if countless sharp needles were piercing her spirit. Her body stiffened suddenly, and then uncontrollably, she fell forward to the ground, clutching her head tightly, letting out muffled groans of pain from her throat, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead. "Master, please, spare me this time." Li Sueki used all her strength to emit a weak plea. However, Lin Chen seemed to be oblivious. The whip continued to strike down again and again, each lash causing Li Sueki's consciousness to blur. Dizziness began to cloud her vision, and she even felt as if her soul was about to be pulled out of her body by the whip. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Chen finally stopped his actions, breathing heavily. As he looked at the barely conscious, trembling Li Sueki on the ground, and asked again, "Do you know what you did wrong?" Li Sueki lay on the ground, her body still twitching uncontrollably. She struggled to lift her head, but the excruciating pain made even that movement incredibly difficult. After a while, she managed to gather some strength, looking at Lin Chen. With a tear-streaked face, weak yet resolute, she said, "Please enlighten me, master." Lin Chen snorted coldly and said, "Self-righteous. Who told you to act on your own? Why didn't you report to me immediately?" If he had rushed over right away, he would never have let that Zhao Chongwu escape. Of course, this was merely an excuse for Lin Chen. What he truly cared about was that after Li Sueki gained her abilities, her style of doing things seemed to have changed. In his eyes, she had become a bit arrogant. So even if Li Sueki managed to capture Zhao Chongwu, she would still face a beating. The women around him, which one of them hadn't gone through this? If he didn't truly beat them into submission, he wouldn't sleep soundly at night. "Master, I know I was wrong. I was indeed anxious at that time, only thinking about not letting the base fall into danger, but I used the wrong method. I have let down your trust." Li Sueki raised her head, looking at Lin Chen with pleading eyes. Lin Chen looked at Li Sueki in this state and nodded in satisfaction. Training, after all, takes time. "All right, I'll let it go this time, but if you dare to act on your own again, it won't be so easy to spare you." Hearing this, Li Sueki felt a surge of joy in her heart and quickly replied, "Thank you for your mercy, master. I won't dare again." Then, Lin Chen returned to his chair, leaning back against the backrest, shifting to a comfortable position, and asked, "How much cash did you bring back today?" Li Sueki was taken aback. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and his previously softened expression darkened instantly as he said, "You didn't arrange for anyone to transport the cash, did you?" His voice carried a dangerous undertone, like the ominous rumble of thunder before a storm, causing Lee Swecky's heart to leap into her throat. "Master, please. Let me explain." Lee Swecky hurriedly spoke up, knowing that this time it was indeed her oversight. When she heard that there was a rebellion at the base, her mind was filled with thoughts of quickly quelling the uprising, and she completely forgot about this matter. Lin Chen raised the whip in his hand again, thinking that the previous beating had been too light. In the midst of the swirling snowstorm, Zhao Changwu ran desperately. The heavy snow fell like goose feathers, quickly enveloping his figure, while the howling wind swept in like a knife, cutting across his cheeks. Yet he paid no heed, just kept running forward. "Wait, just you all wait." Zhao Changwu gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage and unwillingness. His body was already exhausted, each step felt like 1,000 pounds. And the pain from his wounds sent jolts through his nerves. But at this moment, he dared not stop. "Lee Swecky, you wretched woman, once I become powerful, I will make you wish you were dead." Zhao Changwu shouted, his voice echoing loudly in the vast snowy field, only to be quickly swallowed by the wind and snow. He recalled how Lee Swecky had led the pursuit team to close in on him in the hospital, and Lin Yu's betrayal. If it weren't for his good luck, he would have likely been dead by now. As he ran, he silently vowed to master this ice and snow ability as quickly as possible, to unleash its full power, and then return to the Jinghai base. He didn't know how long he had been running, but Zhao Changwu's pace gradually slowed. He was utterly drained, dizziness began to cloud his vision, and his body swayed unsteadily. Finally, he spotted an abandoned house ahead, its roof half collapsed, the walls mottled and dilapidated, but in this icy world, it was at least a place to temporarily shield himself from the wind and snow. He struggled toward the house, stepping through the thick snow, nearly falling several times. After much effort, he reached the front of the house, leaned against the doorframe to catch his breath, and cautiously looked around to confirm there was no danger. Before slowly stepping inside, Zhao Changwu found a relatively clean spot to sit down and began to assess his injuries. His ice armor was shattered. His clothes were tattered, and his wounds were still bleeding. He frowned, trying to gather the last remnants of his ability to perform some basic treatment on his wounds. As he focused his thoughts, strands of icy power swirled around the wounds, gradually stopping the bleeding and easing the pain a little, but this drained his last bit of strength. He leaned against the wall, slowly closed his eyes, and memories of the past and plans for future revenge flooded his mind. Fortunately, he had considered the possibility of failure and had left himself an escape route. At this moment, Zhao Changwu had already planned his next steps. Hangzhou Base. This was the retreat he had arranged for himself. The Hangzhou base was not far from the Jinghai base, and most importantly, according to the intelligence he had previously obtained, there were currently no ability users at the Hangzhou base. This was crucial information for Zhao Changwu. In fact, as far as he knew, the Jinghai base was the first to discover the secret of evolution, knowing how to turn people into ability users. But the Jinghai base had kept this secret tightly under wraps, never revealing a hint to the outside world. Of course, other bases might also be hiding information. After all, in this apocalyptic world, whoever held a unique advantage held the key to survival and even growth. How could they easily disclose their secrets? Back then, the Jinghai base did not inform the outside world about how to become an ability user. Zhao Changwu could guess the thoughts of the leaders in the base just by using his imagination. The months of heavy snow had thrown the entire world into further chaos, with each base already governing itself, listening to orders but ignoring proclamations. Thus, the Hangzhou base was an opportunity for him. If he could successfully control the Hangzhou base with his abilities, then Zhao Changwu would have a foothold in this apocalyptic world. At that time, he could develop his power according to his own will, becoming a formidable force to be reckoned with in this new world. Zhao Changwu leaned against the wall, slowly opening his eyes. Although his body was still weak, there was a determined light in his gaze. After regaining some strength, he got up and began to search the abandoned house, hoping to find something useful, even a piece of rag or a usable stick, anything that could provide a bit of assurance for the journey ahead. In a corner, he found a few sturdy wooden planks, made some simple repairs, and fashioned a makeshift cane. With this cane, he could save some energy while walking. Once everything was ready, Zhao Changwu pushed open the rickety door and stepped back into the swirling snowstorm. Jinghai base. In the governor's office, piercing screams echoed. Lee Swecky's voice was already choked with tears. She had collapsed to the ground, her once capable and spirited demeanor completely gone, leaving only a picture of disarray and despair. "Master, I was wrong." Lee Swecky's back was soaked with blood, the marks left by Lin Chen's soul whip striking her again and again. Each lash felt like a burning iron brand on her skin, bringing not only unbearable physical pain but also torment deep within her soul. She let out another painful wail, clutching her head tightly, her body trembling uncontrollably. Please give me another chance, master. Lee Sweki raised her head, her tear-streaked eyes looking at Lin Chen filled with pleading in fear. However, Lin Chen remained unmoved, his expression dark as if it could drip water. This time, he was truly angry. Previously, Lin Chen only wanted Lee Sweki to realize that even after becoming an evolved being, she could not forget her identity, could not act recklessly, and must always remember her absolute obedience to him. But he never expected that Lee Sweki would treat his words as mere nonsense, forgetting something as significant as raiding the treasury was, in Lin Chen's eyes, an unforgivable sin. This not only reflected Lee Sweki's unreliability but also openly challenged his authority, making him feel that his control had been greatly undermined. How could Lin Chen tolerate this? He wanted Lee Sweki to remember this lesson, one she would never forget in her lifetime. Finally, when Lee Sweki was on the brink of death, her body twitching mindlessly on the ground, Lin Chen stopped, swinging the whip in his hand. At that moment, the power of the rules condensed in the whip seemed to linger in the air, leaving a chill, and the entire office was filled with a suffocating atmosphere of blood and brutality. Thank you for sparing my life, master. Lee Sweki lay on the ground, weakly uttering these words, each one seeming to drain her of all her strength, accompanied by an uncontrollable sob. The radiant figure of the past was long gone, replaced by a pitiful sight after enduring torment. Her clothes were already tattered from the whip, with shocking lash marks crisscrossing her body, blood slowly seeping out and staining the ground beneath her a small patch of crimson. She lay there, her body occasionally twitching in pain. Originally, Lee Sweki thought she had also become a supernatural being, qualifying her to speak with Lin Chen from a more equal position, even believing that she could act with a bit more autonomy in the future. But today's whipping made her realize how naive and ridiculous her thoughts were. Since Lin Chen dared to give her that mysterious skill fruit, allowing her to become a supernatural being, he naturally had absolute confidence in controlling her, would not allow her to harbor any rebellious thoughts, and would never permit her to challenge his authority. Master, Sweki promises never to make such a mistake again. Lee Sweki raised her head, fearfully looking at the devil before her. Indeed, he was a devil. This delicate beauty of hers was treated without mercy, the ruthless whip striking her again and again. At this moment, she was truly afraid. Afraid that Lin Chen would once again raise that terrifying whip, afraid that even a moment of carelessness would lead to her being completely abandoned by Lin Chen, losing her life. Lin Chen merely cast a cold glance at the disheveled Lee Sweki on the ground, his deep eyes inscrutable, making it impossible to discern what he was thinking. That gaze seemed to be examining an object, judging whether it still had value for repair and use. After a moment, he coldly uttered a few words. Take care of yourself. With that, he disappeared into the air raid shelter. Lee Sweki stared in the direction Lin Chen had left for a long while before coming back to her senses. She bit her lip, trying hard not to cry out loud. After a while, she finally used her Holy Radiance skill. She slightly closed her eyes, focused her mind, and silently recited an obscure incantation. In an instant, a gentle golden light radiated from her body, enveloping her like warm sunlight. Wherever the light reached, her wounds began to heal slowly, the hideous whip marks visibly faded, and the blood stopped flowing. Although the pain from the soul wounds inflicted by Lin Chen's soul whip still throbbed faintly, and the exhaustion and weakness from deep within her soul had not yet dissipated, the physical pain had indeed eased considerably. At least, she didn't look so disheveled anymore. Lee Sweki gently moved her body, feeling her strength returning somewhat, no longer as weak as before when even standing was difficult. Then, she changed into a new set of clothes, replacing the bloodstained and torn garments, tidying up her slightly messy hair, and striving to restore her usual capable and brisk appearance. After taking a deep breath, Lee Sweki picked up the intercom and called out in a steady and powerful voice, "Everyone, emergency assembly. Lanting community." The three women looked at Lin Chen, whose complexion was not good, not daring to breathe. At this moment, the atmosphere in the room was stifling, making it hard to breathe. Here, Lin Chen was like the sky. His moods dictated the entire atmosphere. Shen Shirhan was the first to break the suffocating silence. She cautiously approached, concern on her face, and softly asked, "Dear, what's wrong?" Yilin and Tang Wanru also looked tense, standing beside each other, exchanging glances, both seeing anxiety in each other's eyes. Lin Chen frowned slightly, remaining silent for a moment, and ultimately just shook his head, saying nothing. Seeing this, the three women could only silently stay by Lin Chen's side, not daring to ask anything more. Shin Shurhan sighed softly, walked behind Lin Chen and placed her fingers on his scalp, beginning to gently massage him. Her technique was quite skilled, her fingers rhythmically pressing and kneading, the pressure just right, as if she wanted to help Lin Chen ease his tense nerves and dispel the frustration in his heart. As she massaged, she occasionally glanced at Lin Chen's profile with concern, her eyes filled with tenderness and heartache, silently praying that he would quickly return to his former ease and comfort. Yilin and Tang Wanru exchanged a glance, and as if they were in sync, one on the left and one on the right, they gently wrapped their arms around one of Lin Chen's legs, then extended their slender fingers to begin a rhythmic massage on his leg. The fingers traced along the muscle fibers, pressing and kneading. Lin Chen closed his eyes, and his previously restless mood gradually calmed down. It must be said that these three little women at home had been trained to be exceptionally well-behaved, understanding, and considerate. They always knew how to smooth out the wrinkles in his heart at just the right moment with their thoughtful actions. As for Li Sueki, she still hadn't been punished enough. Just thinking about how she could completely forget something as important as raiding the vault ignited a surge of anger within Lin Chen. Lost in thought, he began to feel drowsy. He had indeed been too exhausted these past 2 days, driving the snowmobile back and forth between the community and the base, covering dozens of kilometers each trip, which was a huge drain on his physical and mental energy. What if he just moved to the base? This thought suddenly popped into Lin Chen's mind. After all, if he lived at the base, he could save himself the daily hassle of commuting, and he would be able to know and handle any issues immediately. Should he move there or not? Lin Chen was conflicted in his mind, and his drowsiness grew heavier, making his head feel a bit foggy. He shifted slightly, finding a more comfortable position, thinking he would consider this matter properly after waking up. Yilin and Tang Wanru noticed that Lin Chen seemed to be falling asleep, so they tacitly stopped their massage, gently standing up. Together with Shin Shurhan, they brought over a thin blanket and carefully covered Lin Chen with it. The three then quietly sat by his side, watching over him, their eyes filled with tenderness and concern, wishing for him to have sweet dreams and cast all his worries away. Ding! System upgrade successful. Lin Chen excitedly leaped up from the sofa, his eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. It was already noon the next day. After going to bed early yesterday, Lin Chen had woken up early today, eagerly waiting for the system upgrade to complete. In this apocalyptic world, the system was one of his greatest supports. Now that he finally received the notification of the successful upgrade, Lin Chen could hardly contain himself. He rubbed his hands together, eagerly starting to check the new changes after the system upgrade. The three women, seeing Lin Chen's sudden change in mood, all breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chen's gloomy expression yesterday had frightened them quite a bit. They had been cautious and on edge, afraid of inadvertently angering him. Now, seeing him so excited and joyful, their hearts finally settled. The three exchanged glances, their lips curving into smiles that were hard to suppress. Lin Chen was their world. If he was unhappy, they naturally couldn't be happy either. Last night had been distressing for them, trying every means to comfort Lin Chen, hoping he would quickly regain his good mood. But finally, their world was clear again. Watching Lin Chen's excited demeanor, the three felt joy fill their hearts as well. However, when Lin Chen opened the system panel, he found that no new functions had appeared. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, suddenly, a cold notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Today's flash sale item, 1 S level skill fruit. 1 S rank skill fruit 2. 10,000 pulse energy submachine guns 3. 10,000 tons of fresh port LE 4. 1 bottle of nano repair liquid. Damn. Lin Chen stared at the 4 options in front of him, his eyes wide, mouth slightly open, unable to close it for a long time. His heart was racing in his chest, as if it were about to burst out. S-rank skill fruit. Pulse submachine guns. 10,000 tons of port LE. Nano repair liquid. Each option left Lin Chen in shock. This is really awesome. The system really didn't let me down, Lin Chen couldn't help but murmur, his face filled with surprise and joy. This upgrade truly brought him unexpected delight. I choose 1. Without hesitation, Lin Chen directly chose the skill fruit. Although the 10,000 pulse guns, 10,000 tons of pork belly, and that mysterious nano repair liquid made his mouth water, these things were ultimately just external items, aids. Only strength, truly powerful. Personal strength is the fundamental basis for surviving and dominating in this apocalypse. Strength is always the first element to stand firm in the apocalypse. Ding! Instant kill successful. In an instant, a fruit radiating a mysterious purple glow appeared in Lin Chen's hand, quietly hovering above his palm, surrounded by an elusive mysterious aura, like a divine object sealed by ancient taboos, quietly emerging into the world. This S-rank skill fruit was slightly smaller yet more Refined compared to the previous A-rank skill fruit, its skin resembling the texture of a deep night sky, sparkling with tiny, profound starlight. The moment Lin Chen's fingertip touched it, a chilling and immense energy surged into his body, causing goosebumps to rise on his arm instantly. He carefully cradled the fruit, bringing it closer to examine it, the purple glow becoming more intense, seemingly with consciousness, threading its way toward Lin Chen's eyes. In a daze, he seemed to see countless powerful beings of the apocalypse traversing the world with unparalleled abilities, those images flashing by like a revolving lantern, impossible to capture. Lin Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement and anxiety within, and slowly brought the fruit radiating a mysterious purple glow to his mouth. In an instant, the fruit melted upon entry, a torrent of overwhelming energy surged through his body like a river breaking its dam. His body first stiffened violently, every muscle seeming to endure a tremendous pull, his bones making faint crackling sounds, and then a chill emanated from deep within his marrow, causing a layer of fine cold sweat to form all over him. However, before he could recover from the excruciating pain of ice and fire, a strange mental wave erupted from him, causing the surrounding air to tremble. In that moment of daze, Lin Chen felt darkness envelop him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a chaotic void, countless flickering shards of consciousness darting by like shooting stars. He felt a stir in his heart and tried to reach out to grab them, only to discover he could touch these shards, and with each touch, corresponding memories flooded into his mind. It was those past scenes of powerful beings in the apocalypse wielding unparalleled abilities, now as vivid as if he had experienced them himself. He didn't know how long it had been, but Lin Chen suddenly came to his senses, realizing he had returned to the real world, yet that immense power had already merged with him. Nightmare control. Lin Chen murmured, his voice filled with uncontrollable surprise and shock. He had actually obtained the S-rank skill, Nightmare Control. This was an extremely rare and mysterious S-rank ability, granting the host the power to dominate dreams. Those who possess this skill can silently infiltrate the dream worlds of others like a ghost. Once you enter, it becomes a whole new world at your command, where you can weave dreamlike scenes at will, making it difficult for those within to discern reality from illusion. Not only that, the controller can precisely manipulate the characters in the dream, transforming an originally timid ordinary person into a brave warrior who can take on 100 foes, or twisting a friendly neighbor into a treacherous traitor hiding murderous intent. Their words, actions, and thoughts are all puppets at the controller's whim, performing according to a predetermined script, solely to achieve the controller's goals. Group manipulation technique. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. At this moment, he couldn't wait to try out this new skill. Without hesitation, Lin Chen went to the medical chamber where Gao Wu was located. After about 10 days, Gao Wu seemed to have adapted to her new body, with various physical function indicators gradually stabilizing. However, the torment within her heart had not diminished in the slightest. At this moment, she was softly groaning, her brows tightly furrowed, beads of sweat rolling down her forehead, soaking the pillow. Pain. Gao Wu felt that there wasn't a single part of her body that wasn't in pain. Every breath felt like thousands of steel needles piercing her chest, every slight movement sent waves of excruciating pain throughout her body. She didn't understand why Lin Chen had to torment her like this. Killing was just a matter of a single blow, yet Lin Chen insisted on making her endure the suffering worse than death. Lin Chen stood outside the medical chamber, quietly watching Gao Wu struggle in pain through the transparent wall. There was not a trace of pity in his eyes. He took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and concentrated, gently probing his consciousness into Gao Wu's mind like a thread. The moment Lin Chen's mental power touched Gao Wu's consciousness, a strange scene unfolded. Just moments ago, Gao Wu was moaning in pain, her face contorted, but she suddenly fell into a deep sleep, her tense body gradually relaxing, even letting out soft snores. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Chen's mouth as he focused his thoughts and instantly wove a scene. It was the moment from his previous life when Gao Wu had boiled him to death. At this moment, Gao Wu, in a daze, realized she seemed to have transformed back into a man. She stood with her arms crossed in front of a massive steamer, watching Lin Chen struggle and scream in agony inside it. The lid was tightly closed, and wisps of white steam seeped out from the gaps, spreading freely, making the entire space feel like a hell on earth. Steaming is the best cooking method to preserve the nutrients of the ingredients. The cold words came from Gao Wu's mouth, each word pronounced slowly, her gaze icy and numb, as if the person being steamed before her was merely an ordinary object, devoid of any compassion or emotion. In this dream, every detail was restored by Lin Chen vividly, the searing pain of the hot steam burning the skin, Lin Chen's desperate cries at the brink of death, all felt as if they had truly happened, clear and tangible. In an instant, the dream shattered. Gao Wu was pulled back to reality, sitting up abruptly in the medical chamber, drenched in sweat, her eyes filled with terror and confusion. It took her a while to regain her composure, realizing that everything just now was merely a nightmare. However, when she raised her eyes and met Lin Chen's cold, oppressive gaze through the transparent wall of the medical chamber, Gao Wu suddenly had a premonition that it didn't seem like a dream. So, this is why you torment me, isn't it? Gao Wu's voice was weak and hoarse, laced with endless bitterness. Her body was wrapped in bandages, with only her peach blossom eyes exposed, gazing at Lin Chen with a dazed expression. At that moment, she understood. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Gao Wu murmured. Was that a dream? Gao Wu felt it wasn't. The self in that dream was simply too real, whether in personality, demeanor, or psychology, all perfectly aligned with the self buried deep in her memories. That cold, heartless person who viewed others' lives as mere weeds, the one standing in front of the steamer, uttering such cruel words, watching Lin Chen struggle in pain without a hint of concern, wasn't that person herself? The more Gao Wu thought about it, the colder her heart felt, her body uncontrollably trembling violently, the bandages wrapped around her body shaking slightly as well. If she had won the conflict with Lin Chen back then, perhaps she really would have steamed him to death. Lin Chen looked coldly at the mummy like Gao Wu, his eyes devoid of any color. If apologies were useful, what would we need the police for? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Gao Wu's body stiffened suddenly, her lips trembling even more violently, wanting to say something else, but it felt as if her throat was being choked and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. She knew Lin Chen was right. How could the sin she had committed in the past be erased by a light "I'm sorry"? I know I was wrong, Lin Chen, I really know I was wrong. Gao Wu finally managed to squeeze out these few words, her voice thick with tears. Please spare me. But Lin Chen merely sneered slightly, arms crossed, still examining Gao Wu with that scrutinizing gaze. Just now, when he had killed her, in an instant, it really felt like he had chosen that nano repair liquid. Then, giving Gao Wu a shot, to be honest, he was already a bit impatient. Just thinking about how Gao Wu could recover quickly to start repaying her sins filled Lin Chen with a different kind of pleasure. It had been a month since his rebirth, and the revenge had only just begun. There were still too many accounts to settle with Gao Wu. I'm really curious what it will be like when you see your brother again. Lin Chen spoke softly, his tone laced with a hint of amusement, yet mixed with a chilling coldness that made Gao Wu shiver. Gao Wu's body trembled slightly, a flash of panic and fear crossing her eyes. If she were to meet her brother like this, her brother becoming her sister, that was something far more terrifying than death for her. Please, don't. Gao Wu looked at Lin Chen in sheer terror. Lin Chen, I'll do anything you want, just please don't let my brother see me like this. I really can't bear it. Tears streamed down Gao Wu's face uncontrollably. At that moment, she was truly afraid that Lin Chen would use such cruel methods to further torment her. Lin Chen looked at Gao Wu's pitiful and extremely frightened appearance, unable to help but marvel at the wonders of the human body. Now, Gao Wu's voice and demeanor were becoming increasingly feminine. That originally somewhat rough voice had softened considerably, and the tone when she occasionally sobbed was unexpectedly delicate, revealing a different kind of fragility. As for her demeanor, the former toughness and harshness gradually faded away, replaced by a shy and helpless look that inadvertently showed in her brows and eyes. Even her crying visage fully displayed a woman's weakness. Who knows if it was due to the decrease in male hormones? Quite interesting. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, sketching a maliciously playful arc at that time. If you two brothers were locked in a room, and then fed some little blue pills, TSK. Lin Chen deliberately elongated his tone, but the malice in his words slithered into Gao Wu's heart like a cold venomous snake, instantly plunging her into an icy abyss. Boom! Gao Wu was completely stunned, her mind blank, as if a thunderclap had exploded in her brain. No, you can't, Gao Wu shouted hoarsely, her voice sharp and piercing due to extreme fear. You can't do this to us. The thought of facing such an embarrassing situation with her brother made her feel as if the entire world was collapsing. She had thought that Lin Chen turning her into a woman was merely to humiliate her or to make her serve him. That alone was enough to cause her immense pain. But Gao Wu never expected that Lin Chen's methods of revenge would be so ruthless and without bottom line, far beyond her imagination. She underestimated the evil of human nature. Gao Wu shook her head desperately, speaking in a panic. I will be obedient, Lin Chen, I will definitely listen to you, I will do whatever you ask, please don't do this. I beg you. Lin Chen looked at Gao Wu's miserable and humble appearance, feeling an indescribable satisfaction in his heart. He stood there quietly, coldly watching Gao Wu's breakdown. Then he said nothing and turned to leave. Gao Wu watched Lin Chen's departing figure, her body slowly going limp. In the living room, the three women were unaware of what had just happened, not understanding why Gao Wu was crying out in such agony. When her 2 ribs were sawed off earlier, she hadn't shown such despair. But now, it was as if her entire mental defense had completely collapsed. Her cries filled with fear, pleading, and helplessness, as if she had encountered the most terrifying thing in the world, causing the 3 women to exchange glances. Clap clap clap, the 3 women covered their faces, their eyes clear. Lin Chen looked at the bewildered 3 women and smiled, saying, "Don't just stand there, hurry up and cook." After returning last night, he had gone straight to sleep, and this morning he had been waiting for the system update without eating, and his stomach was already starting to growl. Oh, I'll go make it right away. Shen Shurhan was the first to come to her senses, quickly responding. No matter what had happened in the medical chamber, it was not something she could casually intervene in or inquire about. Yilin and Tang Wanru also regained their composure, nodded, and followed Shen Shurhan towards the kitchen. Soon, several exquisite dishes were served on the table by the 3 women. After neatly arranging the food, they carefully scooped rice and set the bowls and chopsticks, then called out towards Lin Chen, "Dear, the meal is ready, come. Eat." Lin Chen walked over, looking at the stir-fried vegetables, sweet and sour ribs, braised beef, and sour soup with fatty beef on the table. A flash of satisfaction crossed his eyes. Not to mention, in this icy apocalypse, even before the apocalypse, these dishes could be considered delicacies. Lin Chen picked up a piece of rib and put it in his mouth. With a gentle bite, the crispy and tender rib made a crunch sound, followed by a rich sweet and sour flavor spreading on his tongue. He nodded in satisfaction. It was surprising that the usually delicate women had made such remarkable progress. It could be said that he had trained them well. Thinking of this, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, looking at the 3 women who had been busy all day and were now looking at him with anticipation, his heart filled with warmth. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen prepared to head to the Jinghai base. S-level skill fruit, 100 million yuan/piece. Seeing the exchange price in the shop, Lin Chen couldn't help but gasp, secretly glad that he had taken control of the Jinghai base, feeling that this step was indeed timely. Otherwise, if he had to scavenge by himself, he didn't know how many days it would take to gather a small target. After getting dressed, Lin Chen set off towards the Jinghai base. Master. Li Sueki knelt before Lin Chen, reporting in a low voice, "Master, last night Sueki sent people to search 8 bank vaults overnight, obtaining over 530 million in cash and 86 gold bars." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and then nodded. As expected, it was necessary to strike. After a beating, Li Sueki became noticeably more obedient, and her work became increasingly diligent and reliable. Well done. Lin Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a satisfied smile. Upon hearing the praise, Li Sueki's previously anxious expression was instantly replaced by joy. She raised her head, her eyes sparkling with excitement, and hurriedly said, "Thank you for the compliment, Master. This is what Sueki should do. As long as it benefits you, Sueki is willing to go through fire and water." At this moment, what she needed most was Lin Chen's recognition. The beating from yesterday had firmly made her remember. The piercing pain still made her shiver slightly when recalled. Therefore, even a simple compliment from Lin Chen was as precious as gold to her. Lin Chen looked at Li Sueki's excited and sincere expression, knowing in his heart that after this round of discipline, she had been completely tamed. "All right, you can go back to your work." Lin Chen waved his hand, and then his figure flickered and disappeared. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen reappeared in the air raid shelter where the cash was stored. He stood quietly, looking at the neatly arranged bundles of cash and the stacks of gold bars radiating a low-key luxurious sheen, filled with emotion. Recharge, deposit everything into the system. With a thought from Lin Chen, the stacks of cash and gold bars in the air raid shelter instantly vanished. Meanwhile, the wealth value in Lin Chen's system account began to surge wildly, continuously climbing. Ding! Recharge successful. Account balance, 1,065,328,756 yuan. Lin Chen looked at the updated enormous wealth value on the system interface, narrowing his eyes slightly. 1 billion. A full 1 billion. This number made Lin Chen's heart race involuntarily. Had he finally entered the 1 billion club? Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Before this apocalypse, 1 billion was an astronomical figure, a wealth pinnacle that countless people could hardly reach in their lifetime, representing supreme glory and wealth. Those who possessed such wealth were all at the top of the social pyramid, enjoying a luxurious life envied by others. Even now, in the apocalypse, even though Lin Chen had long anticipated standing at the top of the pyramid, he still couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions upon seeing that long string of numbers. 1 billion in cash even before the apocalypse was something only a select few could take out. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm his excited heart. System, exchange for an S-level skill fruit. Now that he had money, he would spend it. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and directly exchanged for a skill fruit. As Lin Chen issued the command, the system interface flashed and an S-level skill fruit radiating a mysterious aura appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, Lin Chen opened his mouth and swallowed the fruit in one bite. In an instant, a scorching energy began to spread from his throat, quickly enveloping his entire body. It felt as if a raging fire was burning in his meridians, or like countless electric currents were coursing through his muscles and bones. Lin Chen felt every cell in his body undergoing a baptism and transformation by this power. At this moment, his consciousness seemed to be pulled into a chaotic dimension, surrounded by endless light and shadow intertwining and changing wildly. In the midst of it all, Lin Chen seemed to see mysterious and ancient images, the birth and destruction of stars in the vast universe, the folding and tearing of strange spaces. Gradually, the wildly violent energy began to show signs of taming, becoming gentle and soft, like a trickling stream, methodically seeping into Lin Chen's flesh, meridians, and bones. Lin Chen slowly opened his eyes, and in an instant, two beams of brilliance shot out like solidified blades, piercing through the air. At that moment, Lin Chen felt as if the world before him had been renewed. A wondrous feeling surged in his heart. That was hard to describe. He could clearly perceive the extremely subtle textures in the surrounding space, as if every inch of space had transformed into a dense spider web, and he was the spider perched upon it, able to sense every movement. Then he slightly closed his eyes, concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant, in his perception, the space around him rippled with undetectable waves, as if a slumbering giant beast had been quietly awakened. Stirring restlessly, Lin Chen tried to raise his hand, palm facing forward, and with a slight movement of his mind, a small vortex, dark and deep as if connected to an endless abyss, slowly appeared before his palm. At first, this vortex was only the size of a fist, spinning slowly, emitting a gentle pulling force like a soft breeze, lightly tugging at the surrounding air, causing nearby dust to tremble slightly. But Lin Chen could truly feel that this seemingly inconspicuous small vortex contained the potential to destroy the world, like a bomb waiting to be detonated at his command. His gaze sharpened, and he increased his control over the skill. As his thoughts deepened, the vortex seemed to be injected with a shot of adrenaline, its spinning speed suddenly accelerating, transforming in the blink of an eye into a black shadow, its diameter rapidly expanding to over a meter. The powerful gravitational pull was like an invisible and domineering giant hand, suddenly stretching outwards, causing everything in its path to lose the power to resist. The broken stones, dead branches, and even tiny metal particles on the ground were drawn towards the center of the vortex at a visible speed, as if they were iron filings attracted by a magnet, disappearing as they were sucked into another mysterious and unknown spacetime. Lin Chen watched this scene, his heart filled with shock. In that moment, he felt as if he had become the master of space, possessing the supreme power to rewrite the reality around him. S-class skill, Dimensional Devour. Lin Chen murmured. He had actually obtained an S-class spatial skill. It is known that spatial skills are renowned for their powerful attack capabilities, a divine skill that countless strong individuals dream of. And now, this heaven-defying skill had so tangibly fallen into his hands. How could he not be overjoyed? Ha ha ha. In the air raid shelter, Lin Chen laughed loudly. Finally, he had obtained a powerful attack skill. With this Dimensional Devour, he could freely banish enemies, foes, and even those vicious mutated creatures into the void. And the result of being banished into the void was only one, death. In that chaotic void, there was no air, no food, no possibility of survival. All that awaited them was despair and annihilation. Moreover, this Dimensional Devourer not only had immense destructive power but also possessed formidable defensive capabilities. With a wave of his hand, a dimensional rift nearly a meter in diameter appeared before him. The crack resembled a dark portal leading to an endless void. Any attack or enemy attempting to approach Lin Chen would be swallowed by this dimensional rift. To test its defensive capabilities, Lin Chen picked up a jagged stone. From the ground, his arm muscles tensed and with a powerful flick, hurled the stone towards the crack. As soon as the stone touched the almost imperceptible boundary of the rift, it was instantly pulled away by an invisible and overwhelming force, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Immediately after, a faint muffled sound echoed from deep within the rift, as if the stone had been crushed into the finest dust in another dimensional space. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. In a flash, he appeared several meters away like a ghost, and he found several ice spikes in his hand without knowing when they had appeared. The ice spikes were crystal clear, exuding a chilling aura, and their tips were incredibly sharp, as if they could easily pierce through any object. With a wave of his arm, Lin Chen sent several ice spikes, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, hurtling towards the dimensional rift, tracing chilling arcs in the air as they aimed directly at the crack. However, as the ice spikes approached the dimensional rift, the space around the dark portal twisted and changed again, revealing a layer of swirling light and shadow that seemed to act like a giant meat grinder, pulling the incoming ice spikes into it. The ice spikes struggled and spun within the vortex, but in a moment, they were shattered into countless tiny ice shards, scattering in the air and reflecting glimmers of light, before being drawn into the dimensional rift by the invisible force. The entire process was clean and swift, as if the ice spikes had never existed. Seeing this, Lin Chen's joy surged even more. This dimensional rift, in its defensive state, could keenly sense and repel any incoming attacks. Whether it was the piercing of cold weapons, the shooting of hot weapons, or various bizarre supernatural impacts, as long as one got close, they would be resisted or directly devoured by that mysterious spatial power. Such a powerful skill that combined offense and defense undoubtedly thickened his survival cards in this apocalyptic world. The only downside was that the consumption of this S-level skill was simply too great. In just a few minutes, Lin Chen felt that the power of his supernatural ability was nearly exhausted. He quickly exchanged for a physical fruit and felt a bit of strength return after eating it. My level is still too low, like a child firing a gun, I can't handle the recoil at all, Lin Chen muttered to himself. According to the information he received from Li Sueki, his supernatural ability level had barely reached E-level. The reason he could dominate and easily defeat others of the same E-level, like Zhang Yang and Li Shinton, was entirely due to the several A-level skills and A-level weapons he possessed. As for how to improve his supernatural ability level, Lin Chen currently only knew that he could absorb those supernatural particles from the air, which was the most basic and conventional method. Usually, whenever he had free time, he would seek a quiet place, calm his mind, and try to guide the drifting supernatural particles in the air to slowly enter his body. However, this process was incredibly slow. Each time he exerted great effort to absorb, the number of supernatural particles that could be converted and absorbed was few, like trying to scoop a vast ocean with a small spoon. The efficiency was frustratingly low. Forget it, one shouldn't be too greedy. He was already quite impressive, what more could he want? At worst, I can just eat the physical fruit as a spirit stone, Lin Chen thought somewhat nonchalantly. A physical fruit costing 100,000 was nothing more than a drop in the bucket for Lin Chen now. After all, he currently held $1 billion in funds, and it would only increase in the future. A small physical fruit was no longer significant. Moreover, just a few days ago, when his physique reached 100 points, the physique fruit could no longer enhance his physique. This situation truly left Lin Chen feeling a bit depressed. He had originally fantasized about relying on the continuous consumption of physique fruits to elevate his physique to a terrifying level, ideally being able to sweep through thousands of troops with just one punch like Saitama. But he never expected that this dream would shatter so quickly. However, using it to restore stamina now seemed like a decent emergency measure. Lin Chen sighed slightly, although he felt some regret. He understood that not everything could go as one wishes. He sat in place, feeling his stamina gradually recovering after consuming the physique fruit, the weakness slowly dissipating, and his body becoming a bit lighter. Then Lin Chen opened the system panel to take stock of his gains since his rebirth a month ago. Host, Lin Chen, Physique, 100, Skills, Dynamic Vision, A, Wind Shadow Step, A, Plant Affinity, A, Hair Control, A, Storm Control, A, Color Change, A, Phantom Stealth Step, A, Soul Sound Manipulation, A, Shadow Devouring, A, Soul Whip, A, Earth Escape Technique, A, Nightmare Control, S, Dimension Devouring, S, Weapons, Shadow Blade, A, Frost Barret, A, Rainbow Soft Armor, A, Space Ring, A. Shop, click to view. Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it was shocking. Lin Chen had unknowingly acquired so many skills. Then, Lin Chen shifted his consciousness to the system space, where there were the items he had eliminated in the past month. A Type 95 rifle with 10,000 magazines, 10,000 pieces of snowflake beef, 10,000 hot pot sets, 10,000 barrels of pure water, 10,000 Arctic Special Forces gear, 10,000 firewood stoves, 10,000 generators, 10,000 snowmobiles. Looking at the dazzling array of items in the system space, Lin Chen felt a sense of security. Finally, Lin Chen's gaze turned to a massive object in the system space, a 10,000 square meter doomsday bunker. The bunker quietly floated in a corner of the system space, exuding a calm and heavy aura, as if it were a solid fortress forged from steel, carrying endless protective power. It's time to enjoy it, Lin Chen murmured. Ever since he obtained this bunker, he had regarded it as his last retreat, thinking that in case of any accidents, he could hide in a mountain valley. He had also been cramped in a small two-bedroom apartment with several women. It must be said that even if he was willing, the bed was not clearly a double bed, yet it bore the weight of several people. Sometimes Lin Chen would shake his head helplessly. Thinking about how he held so many good things yet lived such a cramped life, it was truly a bit unreasonable. Now, looking at the 10,000 square meter doomsday bunker in the system space, his desire to improve his living conditions grew stronger. The more Lin Shen thought about it, the more excited he became. Damn it, let's do it! With a flash, Lin Shen appeared outside the base, trying to find a suitable place to set up this doomsday fortress. Lin Shen stood at the top of the mountain, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the surrounding terrain in search of a suitable place to establish this doomsday fortress. As he looked out, the entire world seemed to be wrapped in a layer of cold white armor, the undulating mountains dressed in silver. Lin Shen's figure flickered like a ghost, weaving through the snowy forest, rushing towards several directions that appeared promising. After some exploration, he finally found a suitable location in the mountains. This area was over 100 meters wide and long, with enough open space to accommodate the 10,000 square meter doomsday bunker, allowing it to display its full form without feeling cramped. The terrain was not treacherous, the flat ground had no steep ravines or protruding boulders to obstruct, making it easy for vehicles to pass. In the future, whether transporting supplies or relocating personnel, there would be no difficulties posed by the terrain. What delighted Lin Shen even more was that the surrounding mountains acted as a natural barrier enveloping this spot, making it difficult to glimpse this corner from the outside, providing excellent concealment for the bunker. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction, having already decided that this place would be the new home for the bunker. Then, with thought, the doomsday bunker in the system space slowly emerged. In an instant, a blinding light burst forth in the snow, and within that light, the magnificent doomsday bunker gradually came into focus. It resembled a steel giant awakening from slumber, exuding a cold and majestic aura. As Lin Shen further manipulated it, a mysterious force suddenly surged from the bottom of the bunker, causing the originally solid ground to soften like pliable clay, slowly parting to form a massive depression. The bunker, drawn by this force, gradually sank down, precisely embedding itself underground. Each metal exterior wall seamlessly fitted with the surrounding soil and rock, as if it had grown there, a steel fortress birthed by the earth. The heavy outer wall panels began to move and reorganize, some concaving inward, others extending outward, cleverly adapting to the underground spatial structure while establishing a marvelous connection with the surrounding geological environment. From a distance, apart from a slightly raised patch of snow, there were no signs of the bunker's existence. Even if someone or a mutated creature accidentally wandered nearby, they would not discover such a colossal entity hidden underground without careful inspection. Once the bunker fully integrated into the ground, Lin Shen let out a gentle breath, quite satisfied. Now, he was very eager to see what the inside of this bunker looked like. Lin Shen hurried to the concealed entrance of the bunker, raised his hand, and gently pressed on a nearby rock a few times. The seemingly ordinary rock surface shimmered with a faint light, and then a stone door slowly rose from the snow, emitting a soft creak. As the stone door opened, a warm and slightly fresh breeze rushed out, dispelling the chill from his body. Lin Shen stepped into the bunker, and the stone door quietly closed behind him. What greeted his eyes was a spacious and bright corridor, the walls made of a special alloy material that was not only incredibly sturdy but also emitted a soft blue light, providing ample illumination for the entire passage. Suddenly, a mechanical synthesized voice echoed in the corridor, disinfection process starting. Immediately, nozzles hidden in the gaps of the walls and ceiling extended out, spraying a fine mist of disinfectant that quickly spread throughout the area. Lin Shen nodded slightly. This was indeed a very important step. Continuing down the corridor, Lin Shen arrived at the parking area. Here, 3 cool-looking, high-performance all-terrain vehicles were parked. They had been specially modified to adapt to various harsh conditions such as snow, mud, and rugged mountain roads, and were equipped with powerful weapon systems. Adjacent to the parking area was the water circulation system zone, where huge water storage tanks and complex purification filtration equipment were neatly arranged. By collecting rainwater, melted snow, and the domestic wastewater generated within the bunker, and through multiple refined processes, the wastewater is transformed into pure water that can be reused, achieving a cycle of water resource utilization. Next is the air circulation system. Large air purifiers hum as they continuously draw in outside air, filtering out dust, harmful gases, and potential viruses. This air is then mixed with the purified air from within the bunker, adjusting it to create fresh air that is most suitable for human respiration, continuously supplied to various areas, allowing people to breathe freely in the bunker at every moment. Continuing forward, one arrives at the generator area, where powerful generators stand in neat rows. These generators can burn traditional energy sources like coal and diesel. and can also connect to external solar and wind power generation devices, achieving a diversified energy supply. At the same time, several central air conditioning units provide a warm and comfortable temperature for the entire fortress. Further ahead is the armory. The heavy metal door slowly opens and a cold, stern atmosphere rushes out. The interior of the armory is spacious and orderly, with rows of sturdy gun racks displaying a variety of weapons from common handguns, rifles, and submachine guns to powerful sniper rifles, shotguns, and even heavy machine guns. Next to the gun racks, ammunition boxes are piled high, with various calibers of bullets and shells neatly organized by category and specification. Lin Chun grew more excited as he looked around, unable to resist reaching out to touch the body of an assault rifle. Even without abilities, just this bunker alone is enough to create a safe haven in this apocalyptic world, Lin Chen murmured, filled with admiration for the bunker's complete facilities. Truly a product of the system, it must be a masterpiece. Leaving the equipment area, Lin Chen arrived at the living area. As soon as he stepped into the living area, a warm feeling enveloped him. In the spacious area, groups of soft sofas were arranged, made from high-quality velvet that not only felt delicate but was also extremely comfortable to sit on, as if it could absorb a person's fatigue from the day. The sofas surrounded a delicate solid wood coffee table which held several fashion magazines and some small green plants, adding a touch of life to the entire space. Directly in front of the living room was an oversized smart screen, capable of playing various films, news, and even video calls, making it convenient for people in the bunker to communicate with the outside world and stay updated on the latest developments in the apocalypse. Connected to the living room was the kitchen. The overall cabinet design was extremely reasonable, with ample storage space, and various dishes and kitchen utensils were neatly arranged. The stove used the most advanced induction technology, heating quickly and allowing precise control of the flame, easily handling stir-frying, steaming, or soup-making. The kitchen counter also featured some smart appliances such as a bread maker, coffee machine, and juicer. It could be said to be exquisitely refined. Additionally, there was a gym, a media room, and a recreation room. Whether for exercising the body or pleasing the soul, this place could meet the needs. Most importantly, there were more than a dozen bedrooms of different specifications. There were 8-person rooms with bunk beds like high school dormitories, featuring uniform blue and white bedding that gave a refreshing and tidy feeling. There were also 4-person rooms like college dormitories, which were relatively spacious, with beds designed as upper beds and lower desks. Furthermore, there were double rooms comparable to hotel standard rooms, complete with private bathrooms. In the most prominent position was a master bedroom that rivaled a presidential suite. Upon entering the master bedroom, one could feel its luxury and grandeur. The first thing that caught the eye was a luxurious king-sized bed, large enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people resting at the same time. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. This was very important. After touring the living area, Lin Chen moved on to the supply area. Lin Chen did not expect that there was actually a planting area in this doomsday bunker. As soon as he stepped into the planting area, it felt as if he had instantly entered a sea of green, with a vibrant breath of life rushing towards him. This area utilized high-tech soilless cultivation technology, with rows of crystal-clear planting racks neatly arranged. Various vegetables and fruits were dazzlingly displayed on the racks, growing vigorously. Nutrient solutions were precisely delivered to the roots of each plant through intelligent drip systems, providing them with a continuous supply of nutrients. Specially designed lighting simulated the solar spectrum, bathing the plants in sunlight day and night, ensuring that regardless of how harsh the external environment was, the planting area remained spring-like all year round. Adjacent to the planting area was the breeding area. The breeding area was quite spacious, divided into different sections, each housing various livestock and poultry such as pigs, cows, sheep, and chickens. Upon arriving here, Lin Chen frowned. The smell was not very pleasant. A stench mixed with livestock manure and feed permeated the air. Although the breeding area was equipped with a ventilation system, the presence of a considerable number of livestock and poultry made it difficult for the odor to dissipate completely. There really isn't much need for this place. Lin Chen silently calculated what to transform this breeding area into. With the system in place, he had no shortage of meat. Moreover, due to the time-stopping nature of the system's space, the meat was also very fresh. Therefore, there was no need for breeding at all. But, these animals in front of me can't be the last ones on Earth, right? Lin Chen frowned, a complex emotion suddenly surging in his heart. At a temperature of -34 degrees, with most of humanity dead, it was likely that animals were on the brink of extinction as well. Lin Chen slowly strolled through the breeding area, watching the livestock and poultry that were either adorably clumsy or lively and agile, and he couldn't help but feel a bit hesitant. Forget it, I'll keep you for now. In the end, Lin Chen decided to keep these dozens of cattle, sheep, and poultry, considering it a way to provide some vitality for the bunker. At the end of the breeding area was a cold storage room of about 10 square meters. For Lin Chen, it was also dispensable. Exiting the supply area, the only places left to check were a medical room and a waste disposal room. Lin Chen first headed towards the medical room. Pushing open the door, he was greeted by a clean and pristine space, with walls and floors made of special materials that were easy to clean and disinfect, exuding a faint smell of disinfectant. Inside the medical room, several hospital beds were placed on one side, equipped with advanced vital sign monitoring instruments at the head of each bed. Then there were the examination room, the operating room. Overall, it was no different from a small hospital. After checking the medical room, Lin Chen moved on to the waste disposal room. This room was specifically for handling household waste. Some processed waste was sent to the energy area for incineration and power generation, while some was sent to the planting area as fertilizer, and the rest was directly expelled from the bunker. It could be said that this 10,000 square meter doomsday bunker was quite complete in its various functions. Lin Chen walked around the bunker again and again, filled with joy. The exquisite design of each area and the comprehensive facilities made him feel increasingly that this bunker was a rare treasure for survival in the apocalypse. Finally, Lin Chen arrived at the central control room. As he approached the door, the heavy metal door slowly opened automatically, accompanied by a slight mechanical whirring sound, revealing a space filled with a strong sense of technology and futurism. The entire central control room was circular in layout, with huge electronic screens embedded in the surrounding walls, flashing countless data and real-time images. In the center stood an oversized control console made of a special alloy, sturdy and slightly glossy. The surface was covered with all kinds of colorful buttons, joysticks, and displays, each control component clearly labeled with its function, yet not appearing chaotic at all. Lin Chen approached the control console and gently touched one of the buttons, only to hear a deep rumbling sound as the defense turret at the top of the bunker instantly activated and slowly rose. The dark barrel flexibly rotated, accurately aiming at the distance, ready to deliver a fatal blow to any approaching enemy, showcasing its formidable deterrent power. By operating another joystick, the real-time operational status of various areas within the bunker was displayed on the corresponding screens. From the temperature and humidity adjustments in the living area to the light and nutrient supply data in the planting area, from the power generation capacity and energy reserve levels in the energy area to the processing progress in the waste disposal room, all information was clear at a glance, allowing Lin Chen to comprehensively and finely regulate the entire bunker from here. Moreover, the central control room also had an intelligent early warning function. It could analyze and judge based on the collected data, and when abnormal gatherings of people appeared around the bunker, the system would issue an alarm in advance. Lin Chen sat in the command chair in front of the console, his gaze sweeping over everything around him, feeling increasingly satisfied. Additionally, this central control room had a hidden door that directly connected to the master bedroom, allowing the fortress owner to respond quickly at any moment. To be honest, after wandering around this 10,000 square foot bunker, Lin Chen was already slightly sweating. After resting for a while, Lin Chen took out his communication device and sent a message to Xin Shihan and Gao Wen and others. The content was very simple: to have them pack their things and prepare to move. After sending the message, Lin Chen exited the bunker and drove the snowmobile towards the community. "Dear, where are we moving to?" As soon as he returned to the community, Xin Shihan eagerly approached and asked, her big eyes filled with curiosity and confusion. Yilin and Tang Wanru also gathered around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity. Three faces full of expectation and vitality turned towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, deliberately keeping them in suspense. As he said, "You'll know when we get there." Seeing their eager expressions, Lin Chen found it amusing and then asked, "Have you all packed up?" We're all packed," the three girls nodded obediently. As soon as they received Lin Chen's message, they started packing. After all, it was the apocalypse, and there wasn't much valuable stuff, so they finished quickly. Lin Chen looked at the several large bundles the three girls had organized and waved his hand, storing them all in the space ring. The three girls had long been accustomed to Lin Chen's various magical methods. "By the way, dear, what about Gao Wu?" Tang Wanru frowned slightly, asking with some concern. "Let him come with us, it's been over 10 days, he should be able to get up now. Right?" Lin Chen said nonchalantly. Tang Wanru nodded and softly said, "He can, but..." Lin Chen waved his hand, directly interrupting Tang Wanru. "There's no but, he won't die." Thinking Of Lin Chen's miraculous physique, Tang Wanru decided not to say anything more. After arranging the 3 girls, Lin Chen went to the next room. There were still his female slave army there. Sir! 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 As Lin Chen pushed open the door, the women hurriedly greeted him with respect. However, at the same time, they looked at Lin Chen with a face full of resentment, their eyes seemingly filled with unspoken words, revealing a sense of grievance mixed with helplessness. The howling noises from next door every night had truly made the women restless. Especially Li Wei. She felt that she was not unattractive, with a graceful figure and delicate features that carried a hint of a mature charm. She thought that with her unique allure, if she were just a little more proactive, Lin Chen would surely take more notice of her. But to her surprise, even when everything was laid out before him, Lin Chen simply wouldn't budge. This left Li Wei feeling extremely frustrated, and the resentment in her heart grew deeper. At this moment, standing among the crowd, she bit her lips slightly, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Chen, secretly pondering whether this moving day might be an opportunity to make another attempt. Perhaps Lin Chen would change his mind. The other women had similar thoughts, but none dared to speak up, merely looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of expectation and grievance, making the atmosphere in the room feel somewhat subtle and awkward. Lin Chen, seeing the expressions of the women, could not help but understand what these eager women were thinking. He cleared his throat and smiled, saying, "Don't just stand there. Have you all packed up?" In response to "Sir, we are all packed up," the women replied in unison, their voices sounding obedient. Although everyone still had that matter on their minds, they knew it was not the time to dwell on it. They neatly placed their packed bundles aside and then stood in several rows, quietly and orderly, waiting for Lin Chen's command, ready to set off at any moment. Occasionally, a few pairs of eyes would sneak glances at Lin Chen, filled with admiration and desire. However, Lin Chen pretended not to see. "Alright, you can head downstairs first and gather at the dock on the 2nd floor. The women responded in unison, "Yes, sir." They then shouldered their bundles and led the children downstairs. But as soon as they stepped outside, a biting cold wind rushed at them like countless icy knives, sharply scraping across their cheeks and necks, mercilessly seeping into the gaps of their clothes, instantly sending shivers down their spines. "Mommy, I'm cold." A little girl couldn't help but whisper, tightly clutching her mother's clothing, her small body leaning closer to her mother. The child's mother quickly stopped, lovingly pulling the little girl into her arms, trying to shield her from the cold wind with her own body, softly comforting her. "Good baby, just hold on a little longer, we'll be at our destination soon, and it will be warm then." Saying this, she adjusted the little girl's scarf, wrapping it more securely, and then quickened her pace to continue down the stairs. At that moment, Lin Chen suddenly spoke up, "Wait a moment." The women immediately halted, turning to look at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with confusion, unsure of what he was about to do. However, to suddenly call a stop in such biting cold must mean something important. Then they saw Lin Chen take out a dozen small glass tubes filled with an unknown liquid, which faintly reflected a mysterious glow in the dimly lit hallway. "You all need to inject this into your bodies," Lin Chen said as he distributed the vials to the women, his expression calm yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Sir, what is this?" Li Wei asked with a furrowed brow, looking at the vial in her hand, feeling both curious and somewhat worried. Lin Chen did not keep them in suspense and directly explained, "This is a cold-resistant gene serum that can enhance your tolerance to cold. After injecting it, the low temperatures outside will be nothing to you, making the journey easier." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the women were first taken aback, and then their faces lit up with joy. In this harsh environment of ice and snow, the cold had always been a major problem for everyone. Now, with this potion that could resist the cold, it was truly like adding fuel to the fire. Moreover, having followed Lin Chen for so long and witnessed his many miraculous methods, no one doubted his words, they were all filled with trust in this potion. One by one, they hurriedly took the potion and, following the simple injection method Lin Chen had taught them, carefully injected it into their bodies. As the potion slowly entered, they first felt a cool sensation spreading from the injection site, followed by a warm force gradually rising within their bodies. The bodies that had been trembling from the cold slowly warmed up, and the bone-chilling feeling gradually faded away, as if they had put on an invisible layer of thermal armor. The little girl, whose face had been red from the cold, regained some color and blinked her big eyes, saying in a childish voice to her mother, "Mom, I'm not cold anymore." The child's mother smiled and patted her head, full of relief, then gratefully looked at Lin Chen and said, "Sir, thanks to you. This potion is truly amazing." The other women echoed in agreement, their gazes towards Lin Chen now filled not only with admiration and desire but also with respect and gratitude. Lin Chen said nothing, just waved his hand, and the women stopped talking, quickly heading downstairs. Lin Chen also turned and returned to the room, and upon entering, he found another person inside. Gao Wu was wrapped in a thick down jacket, looking like a zonzi wrapped in layers, with only a pair of eyes peeking out, revealing a cautious expression. Without saying a word, Lin Chen directly gave Gao Wu an injection of the gene potion. Gao Wu was first taken aback and instinctively wanted to dodge, but upon meeting Lin Chen's gaze, he didn't dare to move, allowing Lin Chen to inject the unknown liquid into his body. Finally, Lin Chen took a deep look at the small apartment he had emptied of all his purchases, his eyes filled with complex emotions. "Let's go," Lin Chen said softly, as if bidding farewell to a friend or giving orders to the women. The 4 women followed behind Lin Chen, heading towards the second-floor dock. Soon, they arrived outside the dock. This might be the first time the women had come outside in the apocalypse. At this moment, the wind and snow were swirling wildly, with large snowflakes falling like goose feathers, enveloping the world in a huge white curtain, with very low visibility. Lin Chen waved his hand, and the snow-covered RV that had been drawn earlier appeared in the snow. "You all get on the bus first," Lin Chen said to the women. Hearing this, the women hurriedly grabbed their children and carried their bundles, making their way to the RV one by one. The children's eyes were filled with curiosity and excitement, chattering away, which lightened the heavy atmosphere of moving in the apocalypse. The women, while reminding their children, carefully stepped onto the RV, and soon, the inside of the RV became lively, filled with a warm and expectant atmosphere. After arranging the women, Lin Chen went to the underground garage. "Sir, Master Lin." Gao Wen, Qianfeng, and others were already prepared, and upon seeing Lin Chen arrive, they quickly greeted him. Lin Chen glanced around. There were quite a few people. Besides Gao Wen, Qianfeng, and a few others, the rest were all with their families. After all, when Gao Wen recruited his subordinates, he specifically chose those with wives and children. Lin Chen was generous, giving the family members an injection of the potion as well. 100,000 per injection was a small matter for him now. "Thank you, Master Lin," everyone quickly expressed their gratitude. Lin Chen nodded, then waved his hand. "Let's go." "Sir, what should we do with the remaining supplies in the community?" Lin Chen's back was approached by Gao Wen, who asked in a low voice. He was referring to the supplies that everyone had transported back during their previous outings. "Move them all," Lin Chen replied indifferently. Although he didn't lack supplies and could easily scavenge from various malls, Lin Chen would rather burn all those supplies than leave them for the neighbors in the community. "Understood," Gao Wen responded. He knew Lin Chen's temperament well, so he didn't ask further in turn to carry out Lin Chen's orders. Gao Wen then directed the men to load the luggage and supplies onto the snowmobiles, making several trips back and forth to neatly stack the various bags on the sled. The women and children were also arranged by Lin Chen to board the RV. After all, the RV was spacious like a bus, easily accommodating dozens of people. However, inside the RV, everyone was not at ease. They sat cautiously on the floor or in corners, not daring to make a sound, their eyes filled with caution and reverence. The children also refrained from their usual playful antics, obediently snuggling next to the adults, remaining very quiet. This was Lin Chen's RV, who would dare to act out? It was already a great honor for them to be allowed on the vehicle, and they wouldn't dare to overstep. In everyone's hearts, Lin Chen was like their backbone in this apocalyptic world, a reliance, and an existence with absolute authority. So everyone consciously maintained this respect, fearing that a careless mistake might upset Lin Chen. Once all the items were transported, Lin Chen looked at the convoy ready to set off and felt that something was missing. "Oh right, there's that strange bird." Lin Chen suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the strange bird he had shot dead earlier, which was still in the community as an ice sculpture. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Lin Chen decided to take the bird's corpse with them. In this resource-scarce apocalypse, any usable resource was incredibly precious. Although the strange bird looked odd, its meat might be edible, and its feathers and bones could serve other purposes. After everyone secured the strange bird, Lin Chen finally nodded in satisfaction. With everything ready, Lin Chen called for Qianfeng to drive the RV while he walked to the passenger seat. Yao Wen and the others naturally drove the snowmobiles behind the RV. "Let's go." With Lin Chen's command, the entire convoy slowly moved forward across the vast white snow. The RV started first, with Qianfeng steadily controlling the steering wheel, moving in the direction Lin Chen indicated. Following that, Gao Wen twisted the throttle, and the snowmobile roared to life, shooting out like an arrow, trailing behind the RV. Soon, the other snowmobiles started in turn, and the entire convoy moved slowly across the white snow, like a winding silver python weaving through this icy world. The women and children inside the vehicle huddled closely together, peering curiously and nervously out the windows at the snowy landscape. This was the first time everyone had gone out since the apocalypse began. Looking at the dead silence outside the window, everyone felt a heaviness in their hearts. Once bustling streets had turned desolate, with most shops along the roads having broken windows and doors, their goods scattered on the ground, some half buried under thick snow, revealing only a few damaged corners. No one knew how many living people were left, and this question inevitably arose in everyone's minds. The vehicle moved slowly, and finally, before the sunset, they arrived at the Jinghai Base/Dahe Mountain. "You all wait here," Lin Chen said to Shin Shirhan and Li Wei and the others. He then turned to Gao Wan and Chen Feng. "You all come with me." Hearing this, Gao Wan, Chen Feng, and their respective families hurriedly followed behind Lin Chen. At the entrance of the Jinghai base, Li Sueki had been waiting for a long time. She stood there with a tall posture, the cold wind lifting her hair, yet it did not affect her dignified and somewhat capable demeanor. When she saw Lin Chen, Li Sueki opened her mouth, wanting to call out master, but suddenly recalled Lin Chen's instructions and closed her mouth. Instead, respectfully nodding, her eyes filled with awe and submission towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen nodded and said to Li Sueki, "These people are in your hands, make the arrangements." Now, the Li father and daughter were in charge of the entire Jinghai base. Although they suppressed it with force, there were still undercurrents, with various factions intertwined, and beneath the seemingly calm surface lay many contradictions and disputes. A moment's inattention could lead to major troubles. The previous rebellion by Shinwei, Zhao Changwu, and others was a case in point. Lin Chen had arranged for Gao Wan, Xian Feng, and others to come over, firstly to help Li Sueki consolidate the management of the base, and secondly to serve as a means of surveillance. As for the third reason, Lin Chen did not want there to be a second adult male in his fortress besides himself. If it weren't for the fact that the fortress was too large and required many people to manage, Lin Chen would have preferred to keep only Shin Shirhan and a few other women. Of course, this thought was unknown to others. Hearing Lin Chen's words, Li Sueki merely nodded, then led Gao Wan and the others into the Jinghai base. She understood that Lin Chen's arrangements must have deep meaning, and she just needed to follow them. Li Sueki walked ahead, familiarizing everyone with the base's environment while softly introducing some basic information and rules of the base. Gao Wan, Xian Feng, and the others followed behind, curiously surveying their surroundings, all looking shocked. No one expected there to be such a base. Moreover, it was official. Everyone had thought that the official forces had long since collapsed and ceased to exist under the impact of the apocalypse, but they did not expect such a complete and sizable official base to still be preserved here. What surprised everyone even more was the collar that was faintly visible around Li Sueki's neck. Although it was covered by a silk scarf, it could still be glimpsed in the occasional movements she made. Those who had never worn a collar might not notice it, and even if they did, they might just think it was a piece of decoration. But Gao Wan and the others were all too familiar with that collar. With just one glance, they could confirm that it was an explosive collar. Associating it with the relationship between Lin Chen and Li Sueki, Lin Chen's image suddenly became even more imposing in everyone's minds. A glint flashed in Gao Wen's eyes as he recalled the incident a few days ago when Zhang Yong had raided the community. At that time, Zhang Yong had stormed into the community with a well-equipped team, and the commotion had frightened everyone. Now it seemed that those who had followed Zhang Yong were very likely the forces within this base. Afterwards, Lin Chen had naturally retaliated without mercy. At that time, everyone only knew that Lin Chen had gone out, but what had actually happened was unknown to them. But now, looking at the collar around Li Sueki's neck, the outcome was self-evident. Gao Wan, Xian Feng, and the others exchanged glances, unable to suppress their astonishment. They had thought they had already overestimated Lin Chen. But it turned out they had still underestimated him. Although they knew Lin Chen was highly skilled, they never expected him to be powerful enough to contend with such official forces and even gain the upper hand. The more they thought about it, the more shocked they became, and their respect for Lin Chen deepened. Li Sueki seemed to notice the unusual gazes from the crowd, but she said nothing more, continuing to lead everyone into the base. While introducing the important matters of each area within, the group temporarily set aside their thoughts and focused on the introduction. However, something even more unexpected happened. Li Sueki brought everyone to a spacious and bright hall, which was decorated quite solemnly with walls adorned with regulations related to the base and displays of past achievements. Although they were in a post-apocalyptic world, one could still feel the rigor and order that once existed here. As everyone stepped into the hall, still curiously surveying their surroundings, Li Sueki's clear voice rang out, "Gao Wan, promoted to second lieutenant." This sudden announcement left Gao Wan stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never expected to hear such news here, and for a moment, he was at a loss, standing there in a daze. "Xian Feng, Zhao Xiaolong, Zhao Xiaohu, promoted to lieutenant." Li Sueki continued, her voice echoing in the hall, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Xian Feng and the others were equally astonished, exchanging glances and seeing shock and joy reflected in each other's eyes. They actually had ranks. This was truly an unexpected delight. Yao Wen was the first to regain his composure. He hurriedly stepped forward, giving Li Sueki a somewhat unstandard military salute, his voice tinged with excitement as he said, "Miss Li, this." For a moment, he didn't know whether to accept it, as Lin Chen hadn't mentioned anything about this to them before. He worried there might be some deeper meaning behind it or that it might go against Lin Chen's original plans, which made him hesitate. Li Sueki smiled slightly and waved her hand, saying, "This is Mr. Lin's decision, you just need to accept it." Upon hearing this, Gao Wen finally relaxed a bit and responded loudly, "Yes." Qianfeng, Zhao Xiaolong, Zhao Xiaowu, and the others, hearing Gao Wen's response, quickly came to their senses and followed his lead, saluting Li Sueki and responding in unison, "Yes." Joy radiated from everyone's faces, and they felt even more certain about their previous speculation. They increasingly believed that Lin Chen held significant influence in this Jinghai base, even control. The respect they had for Lin Chen before now added a few more layers of reverence, and they silently rejoiced in having chosen the right person to follow. In this post-apocalyptic world, having someone like Lin Chen as a support seemed to promise a more solid assurance for the days to come. After bestowing the ranks, Li Sueki smiled and said, "Mr. Lin has also arranged independent rooms for everyone. Normally, lieutenants wouldn't have this treatment, but Mr. Lin specifically instructed that everyone should be comfortable." In fact, this wasn't something Lin Chen had arranged, it was just Li Sueki doing a favor. "You and your families can go familiarize yourselves with your rooms and take a break. In the evening, we have prepared a welcome banquet for everyone." "Thank you, Miss Li." Gao Wen quickly expressed gratitude on behalf of the group. Subsequently, everyone followed the base staff to their respective rooms. Along the way, they excitedly chatted, imagining what their rooms would look like and discussing the delicious food that might appear at the welcome banquet that evening. The children were especially bouncing with curiosity and longing for the new environment. As everyone walked, they couldn't help but reflect on the various experiences of the day. From the initial anxiety of leaving the familiar neighborhood and stepping onto an unknown journey to the shock and surprise upon arriving at the Jinghai base and now being awarded military ranks, assigned independent rooms, and about to welcome a welcoming banquet, it all felt like a dream, yet it was happening so vividly to them. At this moment, Gao Wen and the others just wanted to shout, "What's wrong with being a dog?" If at first, everyone had to submit to Lin Chen to survive, and later came to respect him after witnessing his various miraculous methods, now, in their hearts, Lin Chen had become a godlike figure. At this moment, Lin Chen was their heaven. 2 flowers bloom, each representing a branch. While Gao Wen and the others were constantly shocked and amazed at the Jinghai base, Lin Chen led the girls to the bunker. "Start disinfection." The cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out, startling the girls. They saw several uniquely shaped disinfection machines slowly emerging from the corners of the bunker, spraying fine disinfectant mist from their nozzles, creating a sci-fi atmosphere that was somewhat tense. "Dear, where is this?" Shen Shurhan asked nervously, hugging Lin Chen's arm with curiosity. Lin Chen smiled and said, "This is our new home, the luxurious bunker of the apocalypse." Apocalypse. Luxurious. Bunker? The girls kept repeating these words, all very curious about just how luxurious it was. However, putting aside the lack of luxury for now, it was genuinely warm here, and everyone felt as if they had returned to the time before the apocalypse. They had only taken a few steps and were already sweating. Li Wei took off her thick coat, revealing her beautiful figure, and deliberately leaned closer to Lin Chen, hoping to catch his attention. She looked like a well-behaved little cat yearning for affection. However, before Lin Chen could notice, Yilin made her move first. She pouted, then also took off her coat, revealing only a tight sports tank top underneath. Her figure, hot enough to make one nosebleed, was instantly revealed. This perfect figure was not only due to the transformation from the fruit of her physique but also benefited from Yilin's daily persistent exercise. She knew she was the least attractive among the 3 girls, so she naturally had to highlight her advantages in other ways. Yilin had put in a lot of effort into shaping her body, and seeing Li Wei intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to Lin Chen, she naturally wouldn't back down. Meanwhile, Tang Wanru bit her lip and also took off her outerwear. Although she didn't have Yilin's fiery figure, the curve of her chest was indeed astonishing. One could only say, a mature woman is still a mature woman. Li Wei, however, snorted disdainfully, her eyes revealing a hint of confidence and competitiveness. In her view, no matter how hot your figure is, there will come a day when it becomes tiresome. Men will never be satisfied. Shin Shurhan, who was hugging Lin Chen, merely smiled lightly, her smile exuding a sense of calm and composure. As long as I am alive, you all are merely accessories. She slightly raised her chin, her eyes inadvertently revealing an aura belonging to the main wife, which, although not deliberately showcased, made others faintly feel her invisible authority. Then, she gently patted Lin Chen's arm and said to him in a sweet, sticky voice, "Dear, let's go in and take a look quickly, I'm a bit impatient." Lin Chen noticed all the little movements of the girls, and he just smiled before saying, "Come on, let me show you our new home." Walking down the corridor, Lin Chen led the girls to the parking lot. Upon seeing the three cool-looking, high-performance all-terrain vehicles, Yilin excitedly ran over, circling the cars and exclaiming, "These cars are so cool. It feels like we can go anywhere in them." Lin Chen walked over with a smile, patting the car's body and said, "Of course. They have been specially modified to handle snow, mud, and rugged mountain roads, and they come equipped with a weapon system to protect us in critical moments." Shin Shurhan's eyes lit up as she grabbed Lin Chen's arm and asked, "Really? Quickly tell us how to use them." Lin Chen patiently explained the operation of the weapons on the vehicles, and the girls listened with great interest, occasionally gasping in amazement. Adjacent to the parking lot was the water recycling system area, where huge water storage tanks and complex purification and filtration equipment were neatly arranged. Lin Chen pointed to the equipment and introduced, "This is our water recycling system, which collects rainwater, melted snow, and wastewater. After treatment, it can be turned into clean, pure water, so we won't have to worry about water in the future." Shin Shurhan stepped forward to closely observe the equipment, marveling, "The design is really clever. In this apocalypse, water resources are so precious, having this is incredibly important." Next was the air circulation system, where large air purifiers hummed, adjusting to provide the freshest air suitable for human breathing, continuously supplying it to various areas. The girls took a deep breath, feeling the air was exceptionally fresh. Tang Wanru happily said, "Breathing in here is so refreshing, it completely lacks the stuffy and oppressive feeling outside." Continuing forward, they arrived at the generator area, where powerful generators stood in neat rows. Lin Chen introduced, "These are generators, they can burn coal and diesel, and can also harness solar and wind energy. Plus, there's central air conditioning too. Ensure the bunker feels like spring all year round." "My dear, this is amazing." Shin Shurhan gave a thumbs up. Everyone knew that in this apocalypse, a stable supply of energy meant everything. It was the foundation of survival and the key to maintaining a normal life. Without electricity, how were they any different from primitive people? Lin Chen then took the girls to visit the armory. Looking at the rows of various weapons on the shelves, the girls were filled with shock. At the same time, they felt a sense of security. Leaving the equipment area, Lin Chen arrived at the living area. The living area was particularly spacious, and the open space lifted everyone's spirits. They no longer had to squeeze into one room like before. Shin Shurhan was the first to sit on the sofa, feeling the excellent texture, and contentedly said, "This sofa is so comfortable. We can drink tea and chat here in the future, just thinking about it is delightful." Next, they went to the kitchen. Tang Wanru walked into the kitchen, her eyes lighting up at the sight of various small appliances, and said, "My dear, I can make all kinds of delicious food for you in the future. Just between us, I know how to make a lot." As she spoke, her little face even turned red, looking incredibly cute. Afterward, Lin Chen took the girls to explore other areas. When they stepped into the gym, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It was filled with all kinds of advanced fitness equipment, from treadmills and spinning bikes to comprehensive strength training machines. Everything was available. Then they arrived at the media room. As soon as the door opened, a strong artistic atmosphere rushed over them. A huge projection screen occupied one wall, paired with a top-notch sound system, making it feel like they were in a professional cinema. Finally, they entered the entertainment room, which was filled with various board games, card games, and video game machines. In the board game area, there are familiar games like Werewolf and Three Kingdoms Kill, while the chess and card area has everything from chess and Go to playing cards, and the video game machines cover a variety of popular games. However, the girls were not very excited. They didn't want Lin Chen to be immersed in games. It wasn't that they wanted him to be more ambitious, but rather, games are fun. After touring the living area, the girls were utterly shocked. Truly luxurious. They had never imagined that in this apocalyptic world, they could have such complete and luxurious living facilities. Each room felt like a dreamland. At this moment, their initial worries and anxieties had long been drowned out by the continuous surprises, and their hearts were filled with love for this super luxurious bunker in the apocalypse. Next, Lin Chen led the girls to the bedroom area, which had dozens of bedrooms of different sizes, capable of accommodating even several times their number. "You each get a room," Lin Chen said casually. "Thank you, sir." The girls' voices chimed in unison. In the apocalypse, having a bedroom of one's own was already a luxury, let alone such exquisite and comfortable rooms. Then Lin Chen took the three closest girls to the master bedroom. As the door to the master bedroom slowly opened, a luxurious and warm atmosphere rushed out. What came into view was an enormous round bed, with soft drapes hanging down like a dreamy canopy, enveloping the entire bed and creating an atmosphere of ultimate romance. The floor was covered with a thick cashmere carpet, and every step felt like walking on clouds, soft and comfortable. As the three girls stepped into the master bedroom, their faces flushed. Yilin was the boldest, directly saying, "Darling, you really thought of everything, now we don't have to squeeze together anymore." As she spoke, she gracefully walked to the bedside, gently touching the soft drapes, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. Lin Chen smiled and suddenly said, "You all choose a room outside." "What?" Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the three girls were all stunned. They were actually going to sleep in separate rooms. This sudden decision was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the beautiful expectations they had just woven in their hearts. "Darling, did we do something wrong? Just tell me, and I will change." Shin Shirhan's eyes turned red, tears welling up, her voice trembling and choked. She truly couldn't bear it. She couldn't bear to part with Lin Chen, nor the feeling of being in the clouds. Yi Lin was equally astonished. Her mouth opened as if she wanted to say something, but found her throat blocked. Tang Wanru bit her lip, lowered her head, and said softly, "Lin Chen, I don't want to be apart." As a married woman, she had the restraint and modesty of a mature woman, but in front of Lin Chen, she had long let go of everything. Lin Chen looked at the pitiful expressions of the three girls, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. "Then will you be obedient?" "We will be obedient, of course," Shin Shirhan hurriedly replied, her eyes still glistening with unshed tears. "I'm the most obedient, woof woof." Yi Lin even used a long-lost term of endearment. "I'll do whatever you ask." Tang Wanru raised her head, looking firmly at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with sincerity. Lin Chen smiled and continued, "Then be obedient and go pick a room." The three girls were great in every way, but they were just too clingy. He wasn't a stallion, how could he withstand? Hearing Lin Chen's words, the three girls pouted and reluctantly went out to choose their rooms. From time to time, they raised their hands to gently wipe the corners of their eyes, trying to hide the tears that were about to spill over. In the end, the three girls chose the largest and most luxurious rooms, aside from the master bedroom. However, what they valued was not this aspect. If given a choice, they would rather return to the community and squeeze into that cramped space with Lin Chen. In their hearts, as long as they could be with Lin Chen, even under harsh conditions, it would be much warmer than this empty luxurious suite. The main reason they chose these rooms was that they were particularly close to the master bedroom. The three girls were calculating in their hearts, although Lin Chen had asked them to live separately, being closer would still allow them to feel nearer to him. In case something happened at night, it would be convenient to run over. Moreover, subconsciously, they still hoped to be the first to appear by Lin Chen's side when he needed them. Once all the girls had chosen their rooms and settled their luggage, Lin Chen took them to the supply area. It was time to assign tasks. First, they arrived at the planting area. As soon as they stepped in, it felt as if they had entered a vibrant green paradise. Rows of planting racks were neatly arranged, filled with various vegetables and fruits, all thriving beautifully. The girls stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, their faces filled with disbelief, mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. Vegetables. They never expected that in this apocalypse shrouded in ice and despair, there would be such a hidden paradise of a planting area in the bunker. The sight of lush greenery and colorful fruits not only provided a source of food but also brought immense comfort to their hearts. Looking at the green ocean before them, their moods lifted considerably. Li Wei seemed to be under a spell, standing still for a while before coming to her senses. She excitedly rushed to the planting rack, reaching out to gently touch the fresh, dewy green leaves. Her voice trembling with shock, "Oh my, this is really vegetables. I almost thought I would never see these vibrant greens again in my life." Unable to resist, Li Wei picked a strawberry, its bright red hue glistening and exuding an enticing sweetness. She gently brought the strawberry to her nose, inhaling the long-lost fresh fruity aroma. Then, she carefully placed it in her mouth, and as she bit down, the sweet and sour juice burst in her mouth, the wonderful taste making her involuntarily close her eyes. After swallowing the strawberry and savoring the taste for a long time, she realized her loss of composure. Like a child who had done something wrong, her cheeks quickly flushed red, and she looked at Lin Chen in a bit of a panic. "I'm sorry, sir, I got too excited." Li Wei slightly bowed her head to Lin Chen, her fingers nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, acting like a little woman. Lin Chen let out a half smile and said, "Then this place will be entrusted to you to take care of from now on. Although there were various automated devices here, with nutrient solutions being precisely delivered and the lighting simulated just right, the growth of plants still required human care, such as daily observation of growth trends and timely detection of pests and diseases. Upon hearing this, Li Wei was first taken aback, then her eyes sparkled with surprise. Her voice rising with excitement, "Thank you, sir. You can rest assured, I will take good care of this place." The other women, seeing Li Wei's pretentious demeanor, all curled their lips, feeling a pang of jealousy in their hearts. Bitch. Shameless. Really knows how to act. They were all seasoned foxes. Had they never seen a pig run, or watched empresses in the palace? Li Wei's series of clumsy performances could not escape the sharp eyes of the other girls. From her feigned shock as she rushed towards the planting rack, to that exaggerated trembling voice, and then to her eager expression as she picked a strawberry to taste, everything made the other women snicker inwardly. But unexpectedly, Li Wei actually succeeded in catching Lin Chen's attention, and now, the women, unwilling to be outdone, began to perform one after another. A woman in her 30s walked up to the cucumber rack, deliberately raising her voice and said in a delicate tone, "Wow, look at this cucumber, it's so thick." The tone was as if the cucumber were a rare treasure, and as she spoke, she gently stroked the cucumber with her fingers. Lin Chen glanced at her, fully aware of these women's little schemes. "It's yours now, take it back and play with it." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the women turned crimson. The young woman hadn't expected Lin Chen to respond like this. Her prepared follow-up performance suddenly got stuck in her throat, neither advancing nor retreating. She stole a glance at Lin Chen and saw his half-smiling expression, making her face even redder. Although the women wanted to attract Lin Chen's favor, they were all decent women, not frivolous ones. Faced with Lin Chen's teasing, how could they not feel extremely embarrassed? His straightforward yet playful words were like a fire, instantly reddening their faces and stirring their hearts. Lin Chen found the scene amusing. The women before him were all his private property. He could play with them however he wanted. Watching the women compete for a bit of affection using various means, Lin Chen saw nothing wrong with it. Men conquer the world, and women conquer men, isn't that how it is? The women surrounded him, using all their wiles to gain more attention and affection. Which, in Lin Chen's view, was simply human nature and a different kind of spice to life. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth, carrying a hint of amusement. His gaze swept over the women again, observing their shy, stubborn, or feigned calm expressions, which only added to his amusement. "Don't worry, you will all have work to do," Lin Chen said lightly. With thousands of square meters of fortress, there were naturally countless tasks. Just these few women before him would probably be too busy to handle it all. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the women quickly tucked away their little thoughts and followed him as they continued forward. Soon, the group arrived at the breeding area. As soon as they stepped in, the women wrinkled their noses. The smell was not pleasant. The strong, pungent odor mixed with the stench of livestock manure, the sourness of fermented feed, and the unique fishy smell of animals hit them, causing everyone to instinctively raise their hands to cover their mouths and noses. At the same time, they all silently prayed not to be assigned to work here. But there would always be a few unlucky ones. Lin Chen casually pointed at two young women and said, "From now on, you two will be responsible for cleaning this place." The two women named naturally dared not defy him and could only accept their misfortune. "Yes, sir. Don't worry, sir. We will make sure to clean this place thoroughly and guarantee there won't be a trace of odor." No matter what, having a stable job in the apocalypse was already a rare thing. Lin Chen nodded, somewhat satisfied with their attitude. If anyone dared to go against his wishes, he would naturally make them pay a heavy price. He then continued assigning tasks to everyone: waste management, equipment maintenance, daily cleaning, and so on. To be honest, among all these tasks, Li Wei's job was the easiest. After all, the planting area was already highly automated. She only needed to patrol it at scheduled times each day. One could say that the harder one works, the luckier one gets. This was her reward for being proactive and positive when she found an opportunity with Lin Chen. Finally, everyone arrived at the medical room. Lin Chen said to Gao Wu with a blank expression, "Go in." Gao Wu heard Lin Chen's words, her delicate body trembled slightly, and then she silently lifted her foot and slowly walked towards the medical room. Aside from Xin Shihan and the other two women, everyone else was already filled with curiosity about this woman. Wrapped up like a mummy. Although her appearance was unclear, everyone knew she was definitely a woman. After all, the features were too obvious. But why was this woman wrapped so tightly, as if she had suffered extremely serious injuries, or did she have some unspeakable secret? Questions arose one after another in everyone's hearts, but as they looked at each other, no one dared to ask. Lin Chen's usual authority made everyone well aware that some things were better left unspoken, lest they provoke some punishment. After arranging everything, Lin Chen scanned the group of women in front of him. Under his gaze, they all involuntarily straightened their backs, not daring to breathe a word. Alright, you all know what you need to do from now on, right? Yes. Sir, the women quickly responded in unison, their voices uniform and filled with deep respect. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his tone still flat. Then go ahead and get busy. Yes. The women echoed again, then turned and quickly walked towards their respective areas. However, just as they had taken a few steps, Lin Chen suddenly said, "Wait a moment." The women quickly stopped, turned around, and looked at Lin Chen with puzzled and anxious expressions. Lin Chen took out a pile of small fruits that emitted a magical glow. The fruits were not large, but they radiated a strange halo, as if the surrounding air had been dyed with a layer of mysterious color. They lay quietly in Lin Chen's palm, looking extraordinary. They were the physique fruits. Lin Chen felt that the tasks he had assigned to everyone were a bit too heavy, so he wanted to improve their physiques. Yes, just like that. There were no other intentions. The women looked at the fruits glowing enticingly, inhaling the alluring sweet fragrance in the air, their throats rolling. The fruit's aroma seemed to have an invisible magic, making their hearts itch, wishing they could swallow the fruits immediately. These are physique fruits, 3 for each person, Lin Chen said, noticing the drooling expressions on their faces. A slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The women were first taken aback, then their faces broke into uncontrollable smiles of joy. They had originally thought that receiving 1 each would be a tremendous stroke of luck, but they never expected Lin Chen to be so generous, giving each person 3. Thank you, sir, the women cheered in unison. Li Wei, her cheeks flushed with excitement, was the first to step forward, her hands trembling slightly as she accepted the 3 physique fruits Lin Chen handed her, her eyes filled with reverence, as if she had received an incredibly precious treasure. Her voice trembled with excitement. Sir, you are too good to us, we will definitely not let you down. The other women could no longer contain themselves, stepping forward one by one to carefully accept their own fruits. Then, each person, with sincerity and anticipation, placed the physique fruits into their mouths. As soon as the fruits entered, they instantly transformed into a cool, sweet juice that flowed down their throats, and everyone felt a warm current rising from their abdomen, quickly spreading throughout their bodies. The muscles that had been somewhat fatigued and sore seemed to be infused with new vitality, becoming relaxed and strong, and the spirits of everyone were lifted, as if every cell in their bodies was cheering and bursting with new life. The women were immersed in the surging power, and before they could savor it, suddenly, a slight tingling and numbness arose on the surface of their skin. The women couldn't help but frown slightly, exchanging glances filled with astonishment and confusion. After consuming 3 physique fruits, a shocking scene unfolded. All of a sudden, their pores seemed to be instantly cleared like a fine filter, and strands of dark, foul-smelling dirt slowly seeped out, as if the accumulated ailments of their bodies over the years were being expelled all at once. Li Wei instinctively raised her hand to touch her cheek, and the skin her fingertips brushed against had become unprecedentedly delicate and smooth. She widened her eyes, staring at the dark stain in her palm, her heart filled with shock. The slightly sallow complexion that had been there before was now gradually radiating a fair glow, as if enveloped in a layer of warm jade light. The fine lines at the corners of her eyes, born from fatigue, quietly vanished, and her eyes became increasingly bright and spirited, like a clear autumn spring. The dirt expelled from the bodies of the women increased, staining the ground beneath their feet black, yet they were completely oblivious, fully immersed in the wonderful sensation of their bodies transforming. The warm current still surged within them, continuously nourishing every inch of their skin, not only filling them with strength but also making their postures more upright and graceful. After a long while, when all these marvelous changes gradually calmed down, the women looked at each other, astonished by their renewed appearances. In an instant, it seemed as if everyone had become 10 years younger. At this moment, the women no longer cared about anything else, each hurried back to their own rooms, eager to wash away the layer of black dirt on their bodies. Li Wei hurried along, never having imagined that the fruit of this physique could have such miraculous effects, not only filling her body with strength but also making her so beautiful. She dashed into her room, headed straight for the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and warm water instantly poured down, washing over her and mixing with the dirt to flow onto the floor, forming streams of black water. Then, looking at her transformed self in the mirror, Li Wei couldn't help but freeze. This is me? Li Wei instinctively raised her hand to cover her mouth. She truly couldn't believe that the woman in the mirror, looking like a star, was actually herself. Her long hair, which had previously appeared Dry and dull, now flowed smoothly and gleamed, cascading down her back like black satin. That face was even more stunning. Her skin was as white as snow, with a faint pink hue, resembling cherry blossoms blooming in spring, so delicate that not a single flaw could be seen. Li Wei slowly turned her body, examining her brand new self. If she had rated her looks and figure a 70 before, now she felt she definitely deserved a 90. She took a deep breath, calming her excited heart, turned around to grab a towel, and began to carefully wipe her body. Then, she changed into a long-preserved outfit. Just as she stepped out of her room, Li Wei saw the other women also dressed up beautifully, each wearing increasingly revealing outfits, as if they were going to participate in a beauty pageant. They exchanged competitive glances, and at that moment, it was clear what everyone was thinking. Then, the women silently made their way to the dining room. In the dining room, Shin Shirhan, Yilin, and Tang Wanru were busy preparing dinner. According to custom, there had to be a ritual to celebrate moving into a new home. At that moment, Lin Chen saw the women approaching him, each striking poses, their gazes flirtatious, their figures graceful, and as they moved lightly, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Lin Chen's gaze swept over the women, and he inhaled sharply. He admitted that he had indeed harbored some small schemes when giving the women the physique fruit. He just thought that since they would be living under the same roof in the future, he wanted to make it more pleasing to the eye. After all, no one wanted a group of women in their 30s to shuffle around looking disheveled and haggard every day. But he never expected the power of the physique fruit to be so terrifying. Lin Chen suddenly felt a tightness in his heart. This bunker, would it turn into a place of indulgence and excess? A saying goes, one white can cover 100 flaws. Not to mention anything else, just the whitening effect of the physique fruit after washing the marrow and removing the hair is enough to elevate the beauty of the women several notches. Originally, their skin tones, after the trials of the apocalypse, were either dull and lifeless or had an unhealthy waxy yellow hue. But now, their skin looked as if it had been polished with the finest mutton fat jade, fair to the point of being almost transparent, radiating a soft glow, as if one could squeeze water from it. Moreover, after a month in the apocalypse, with insufficient food, the women had become quite slender. Their waists were so thin that they seemed like they could be broken by a gust of wind, displaying a delicate fragility, yet still retaining the unique grace of femininity. Their arms and legs were long and straight, devoid of any excess flesh. Finally, with each person donning carefully selected playful outfits, maid, policewoman, nurse, Lin Chen felt that his decision to give the women the physique fruit was indeed very correct. There was no helping it, he was just an ordinary man, greedy for wealth and beauty. Sir, it was hard to tell whether it was the effect of the physique fruit that made the women's voices softer and sweeter, or if they were deliberately speaking in a higher pitch, but in any case, their melodious voices rose and fell like the songs of birds. Lin Chen felt a tingling sensation spread from his ears throughout his body. He cleared his throat a couple of times, trying to calm himself. Lin Chen cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, since you all are here, let's have dinner together tonight." He hadn't planned on this, but the vibrant scene before him, the women's enchanting postures, and their alluring calls made him change his mind. Upon hearing this, the women immediately displayed surprised smiles. Li Wei excitedly clapped her hands and said, "Wow, that's great, sir. I'm so happy to be able to have dinner with you." The others also expressed their joy. Seeing the women so jubilant, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile, waving his hand and saying, "All right, enough talking here. Go help see how the food is being prepared. We must eat well tonight." "Yes, sir," the women replied in unison, and then, like cheerful little birds, they headed towards the kitchen. Before long, the sounds of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen. At that moment, Lin Chen saw a young woman carrying a small bowl walking towards him. "Wow! Big surprise!" Lin Chen silently exclaimed in his heart. He hadn't expected that the women under his care could be such beauties. In the past, everyone had worn thick outer clothing, making it impossible to see their exaggerated figures. Wang Mei held the small bowl steadily with both hands, a gentle smile on her face as she approached Lin Chen and slowly bent down. This bend was even more remarkable. "Sir, would you like some milk?" Wang Mei slightly tilted her head, her voice soft and sweet as if it could drip with water, carrying a hint of playful teasing. Lin Chen was taken aback. "Sister, are you all right?" He never expected Wang Mei to dress up so carefully and strike such a seductive pose, only to ask such a question in the end. "Drink what?" Wang Mei seemed to sense Lin Chen's confusion. She bit her lip, a trace of barely noticeable shyness flashing across her face, but still mustered the courage to lower her voice, with a hint of playful yet bashful meaning, and said, "Freshly squeezed." "Ha?" Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, a thought flashing through his mind. "How old is your child?" Wang Mei slightly lowered her gaze, her voice gentle as she softly replied, just 6 months. As she spoke, she looked up at Lin Chen, her eyes filled with sincere gratitude. I have to thank you, sir. If it weren't for your shelter, my baby and I wouldn't have made it to today. As she spoke, Wang Mei's eyes reddened. She was genuinely grateful to Lin Chen. If it weren't for Lin Chen providing various forms of protection, a child of 5 or 6 months would definitely not survive a winter as harsh as the apocalypse. Lin Chen heard Wang Mei's words, nodded, and then glanced at Delay, a smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. Sir, would you like some milk? Wang Mei asked again. Her voice remained soft and sweet, but this time it carried a hint of nervousness, her hands trembling slightly, yet she still held the small bowl steadily, her eyes fixed on Lin Chen, filled with anticipation. Lin Chen smiled faintly, his gaze lingering on Wang Mei's face for a moment before he said, I'll drink it later, I prefer to milk it myself. Wang Mei's face instantly turned red, the blush spreading from her cheeks to her ears, as if she could bleed from embarrassment. She never expected Lin Chen to respond this way, feeling both shy and flustered, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. But at the same time, she felt very happy. After all, Lin Chen's words implied much more than just drinking milk, it was clearly a hint. With her unique status, she was the first to gain Lin Chen's special attention, making her stand out among the other women, filling her heart with pride. Wang Mei lowered her head slightly and whispered in a voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz, I'll listen to you, sir. She looked like a shy little bride, obedient and compliant, but inside, she was already bursting with joy, secretly planning how to prepare well for the evening to satisfy Lin Chen. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Mei's shy and obedient demeanor. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Alright, go on and be busy. Wang Mei, blushing, nodded obediently and replied, sir, before turning to leave. This scene had long been noticed by the other women who were always keeping an eye on Lin Chen, each of them gnashing their teeth in frustration. Especially Li Wei, who never expected someone would get ahead of her. But there was nothing she could do, after all, she didn't have the advantage that Wang Mei possessed. Not long after, a sumptuous dinner was freshly prepared by the women. As for the children, they had long been coaxed to sleep. These women were quite clever, knowing that this was a rare opportunity to be close to Lin Chen, and naturally, they wouldn't let the children ruin their chances. One exquisite dish after another was served on the table. Each woman seemed to have a signature dish, and with the abundant supplies in the bunker, they had plenty of room to showcase their culinary skills. The already spacious dining table was filled to the brim with a variety of delicious foods. Then, the women, with eager eyes and ready hands, prepared to begin the real competition. However, when they saw Shin Shirhan and the other two serving Lin Chen during the meal, they were all momentarily stunned. It was then they realized why they weren't receiving Lin Chen's favor. Serving the emperor was no different, right? Lin Chen felt no embarrassment. To him, these women were merely his private property. If anyone had any ulterior motives or disharmonious factors, they would surely be dealt with early on. After a brief moment of shock, the women began to fawn over Lin Chen, each one doing their utmost to stand out in front of him, hoping to capture his attention for just a moment longer. In an instant, the atmosphere in the dining room became subtle. On the surface, there was laughter and joy, but beneath it all, currents were stirring, and a smoke-free war was quietly igniting. Lin Chen sat at the center of this storm, leisurely enjoying the food and the women's attentive service, fully aware of everything around him yet remaining unperturbed. He even felt a bit regretful, wishing he had moved to the bunker earlier. The meal lasted for over an hour, after which the women began to clean up the messy dining room. Only Wang Mei, blushing and with her head down, looked shy yet expectant as she followed Lin Chen toward the master bedroom. Ding, today's flash sale items 1. 10,000 tons of pork belly 2. 10,000 tons of purified drinking water 3. 10,000 pulse submachine guns 4. 10,000 bottles of multi-effect antibiotics. I choose 1. Lin Chen's gaze swept back and forth among the 4 options, and in the end, he still chose 10,000 tons of pork belly. After all, he was not just taking care of himself, he might have an entire base to support in the future. The little food he had stored was simply not enough. So Lin Chen ultimately chose food. In the apocalypse, food is always the most important. 10,000 tons of meat, even if it supplies 100,000 people, should last quite a while, right? Lin Chen silently calculated in his mind. 10,000 tons equals 20 million pounds if distributed among 100,000 people, each person would get 200 pounds. If they ate sparingly, it could last nearly a year. Thinking of this, Lin Chen felt a bit more at ease. After all, in this apocalypse, food is the greatest confidence. After the flash sale was completed, Lin Chen stretched lazily, looking at the mess in front of him, the corners of his mouth slightly rising, revealing a hint of a helpless smile. Last night, he had been playing poker with Wang Mei, the two of them going back and forth, chatting and laughing, the atmosphere quite harmonious, when suddenly Shin Shirhan applied to join in. She said 3 people were just right for playing landlord. Lin Chen thought it was fine, he wasn't afraid, so they played. Thus, the 3 of them began to play landlord cheerfully, and for a time, the room was filled with laughter, the sound of cards slapping on the table ringing out continuously. But as they were playing, Yi Lin came again, saying 4 people could play upgrade. Looking at Yi Lin's eager eyes, Lin Chen thought it would be fine to switch it up, after all, it was just for fun, so they upgraded. The 4 of them reshuffled the cards and started playing upgrade, the original. Atmosphere becoming even more joyful, the women occasionally letting out exclamations of frustration or delight over the wins and losses in the game. But as they were playing, Tang Wanru came again. Sir, hurry and drink this while it's hot. Seeing Lin Chen wake up, Wang Mei walked over with a bowl of milk, her face bright and cheerful. She held the bowl steadily with both hands, slightly leaning forward, a faint milky aroma wafting from it. Lin Chen raised his eyes to look at Wang Mei, then glanced at the bowl of milk, saying, "Is your daughter okay?" Wang Mei quickly smiled and replied, "She's fine, sir. She's full now and already asleep." Lin Chen nodded, feeling relieved as he took the bowl of milk. The taste was average, just something fresh to experience this rare original flavor in the apocalypse. He lifted the bowl and took a gentle sip, the warm milk slid down his throat, giving a different sensation. After finishing the milk, Lin Chen planned to wander around the fortress. This bunker was like a big toy for men, never enough to play with. Just as he stood up, Wang Mei hurriedly approached, squatting down, gently and quickly helping him put on his slippers. Having finally gained access to the master bedroom, Wang Mei naturally cherished this hard-won opportunity. So she thought to do her utmost to please Lin Chen, hoping to firmly grasp this luck, to stand steadily by Lin Chen's side, and secure a better life for herself and her child. At this moment, after helping Lin Chen put on his slippers, she stood up, slightly lowering her head, blushing, and with a soft, expectant voice said, "Sir, can I follow you around?" Her hands unconsciously tugged at the hem of her clothes, looking every bit the little woman. However, something she did not expect happened. Smack! Wang Mei was completely stunned, covering her face, her expression shocked as she stared wide-eyed at Lin Chen in disbelief. She never expected that the seemingly gentle Lin Chen from a moment ago would suddenly turn on her. The heart that was once filled with anticipation felt as if it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, leaving only endless grievance and fear. Lin Chen cast a cold glance, devoid of any warmth or affection. From the night before, only ice-cold indifference. Without saying a word, he turned and walked away. He didn't like women who push their luck. Only Wang Mei stood there, her body trembling slightly, tears streaming down her cheeks, soaking her clothes. She felt extremely wronged, not knowing what she had done wrong. It was just a small request, after all. Did she really not appeal to Lin Chen at all? Her lips trembled slightly as she wanted to say something, but it felt as if all her strength had been drained away, and no sound came from her throat. After a long while, Wang Mei slowly lowered her hands, sniffed, and tried to calm herself down. Then she wiped her tears and went to the kitchen to help Shin Shirhan and the others make breakfast. In the kitchen, Shin Shirhan, Yi Lin, and Tang Wanru were busy, and as soon as they looked up, they saw Wang Mei's red-rimmed eyes and the obvious handprint on her face. The 3 exchanged glances, their lips slowly curling into smirks, a hint of barely concealed glee in their eyes. It was obvious, Wang Mei must have just made some unreasonable demand in the room and was punished by Lin Chen. The 3 secretly rejoiced. This was how it should be, they had all gone through this before. Back then, which one of them hadn't carefully tried to please Lin Chen? Which one hadn't been punished? Now, seeing Wang Mei experience the same hardship, they felt an inexplicable sense of balance in their hearts. Shin Shirhan, while chopping vegetables, feigned concern and said, "Oh, Mei Jia, what happened? How did your face end up like this?" But her tone carried a hint of knowing sarcasm, and her eyes held a trace of mockery. Yi Lin chimed in, "Yeah, Mei Jia, what's wrong with you?" She wore a concerned expression, but her lips were hard to suppress from curling up. She wanted to loudly question Wang Mei. "Do you know how I got through this?" Tang Wanru silently watched from the side, though she didn't speak. The slight upward curve of her lips revealed her similar thoughts. "You thought taking shortcuts was easy?" Wang Mei listened to their words, feeling even more bitter inside, but unable to lash out. She could only suppress her grievance and softly said, It's nothing, I just accidentally did it to myself. Let's hurry and make breakfast, so we don't delay the sir's meal." After saying that, she lowered her head and quietly got to work, but her hands couldn't stop trembling. At that moment, Lin Chen seemed to be wandering around the fortress as if nothing had happened. With his hands casually clasped behind his back, he walked at a leisurely pace, moving through various areas. "Sir, good morning." "Morning, sir." "Sir, you look handsome today." Along the way, sweet and cloying greetings and compliments filled the air, and Lin Chen merely nodded lightly in response. Finally, Lin Chen arrived at the central control room. He walked straight to the main control console, skillfully operated a few controls, and the large screen in front of him lit up instantly, displaying surveillance footage from various corners inside and outside the bunker. As he looked at the surveillance footage on the screen, Lin Chen's gaze tightened. The snow had stopped. Lin Chen glanced at the time on the screen. February 1st, 2025. Exactly 1 month. The heavy snow had fallen for a whole month. Now, it had finally stopped. But before Lin Chen could fully recover from this brief sense of relief, his communicator suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Li Sueki. As soon as he answered, an anxious voice came through. "Master, it's bad." Li Sueki exclaimed urgently, "Our outdoor team discovered that there are. What? Is it?" Lin Chen quickly asked. Li Sueki took a deep breath and then said loudly, "There are zombies." "What?" Hearing Li Sueki's words, Lin Chen was taken aback. "What did you say? Zombies?" Lin Chen confirmed again, his voice involuntarily rising a few notches. Li Sueki hurriedly responded, "Yes, master. The second team found a small group of zombies while transporting cash today." "Master, what should we do now?" Li Sueki panicked. She had just been excited that the heavy snow had stopped. Thinking about her identity as an ability user, along with her nominal control over the Jinghai base, she felt capable of leading the survivors to rebuild their home. At that time, she might even become the queen, revered and followed by many, living a life as noble and stable as before the apocalypse, enjoying the glory and satisfaction that power brings. She had already envisioned that beautiful blueprint in her mind. Imagining herself standing atop the rebuilt city's skyscrapers, overlooking the bustling scene, receiving the cheers and adoration of the people. But she never expected that just as the snow had stopped, such a big trouble as zombies would appear. It was known that they could bring about the end of the world. Once zombies formed a large group, let alone rebuilding their home, even their current Jinghai base would likely struggle to survive. The more Li Sueki thought about it, the more frightened she became, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she anxiously awaited Lin Chen's response. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's brow was also tightly furrowed, the veins on his forehead subtly throbbing. Zombies? How could that be? There were clearly no zombies in the last life. Of course, Lin Chen wasn't entirely sure. After all, in his previous life, he had been trapped in a community buried under heavy snow, so it was normal not to know if there were small groups of zombies. However, Lin Chen still felt it was strange. According to the zombies in movies, when they appeared, they came in large numbers, and their infectiousness was quite astonishing. As soon as someone was bitten or scratched by a zombie, it wouldn't be long before a healthy person turned into a zombie, and that scene was simply hell on earth. If there really were zombies, how could there have been no signs? In the last life? Could it be the butterfly effect again? Lin Chen murmured to himself, his brow furrowing even deeper. The so-called butterfly effect refers to a small action that might stir up huge waves far away, changing the entire course of events. Now that he had been reborn, every decision and action he took was like that butterfly flapping its wings in the winds of fate, wasn't it? He had the power to influence the decisions of an entire base, the lives and deaths of tens of thousands of people. He was no longer just a small butterfly. To say he was a crucial figure in Jinghai City, or even in the entire apocalypse, might not be an exaggeration. If the inexplicable appearance of zombies was caused by his series of actions, that would be quite a disaster. However, this was not the time to dwell on such things. Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down, and then calmly said into the communicator, "Don't panic. The heavy snow has blocked the roads, and even if there are zombies, they won't reach us here for a while." To be honest, Lin Chen felt incredibly fortunate. Fortunately, he moved to this mountain yesterday. Otherwise, being trapped in the city by zombies would have been a huge problem. The city is densely populated with numerous buildings, and once a zombie outbreak occurs, it becomes their natural hunting ground. At that point, finding a safe hiding place would be difficult, let alone organizing an effective resistance. In this mountain, the terrain is relatively open, easy to defend and hard to attack. The base's defensive facilities can function better, and the surrounding environment allows for observation and early warning, providing more preparation time to deal with a zombie attack. Hearing Lin Chen's calm words, Li Sueki gradually calmed down. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her racing heart. Upon careful consideration, it was indeed as Lin Chen said, this was deep in the mountains, and even if there were zombies, it would take them a while to reach here. The thick snow outside already hindered the zombies' movement. They are inherently slow, and in this desolate wilderness with rugged mountain paths, it would take them a long time to reach the base. Moreover, the Jinghai base was built with nuclear defense facilities, and its sturdiness is not comparable to ordinary buildings. The heavy metal gate can withstand high-intensity impacts, and the walls are constructed with special materials. Not to mention the zombies, which rely solely on instinct to crash and scratch. Even if heavy weapons were used to attack, it could probably withstand it. Even if zombies came here, they wouldn't be able to break through the base's gate. Thinking of this, Liswecki regained her usual composure. Although she still felt some unease about the appearance of zombies, at least she was no longer in a state of panic like before. She spoke to the communicator with a hint of apology. "Master, I lost my composure just now." Liswecki even felt a bit regretful, worried that she might have left Lin Chen with the impression that she panicked easily and was of no use in a crisis. However, Lin Chen smiled, revealing a rare gentleness. "It's okay, you're just a girl in your early 20s, don't put too much pressure on yourself." Hearing Lin Chen's comforting words, Liswecki's eyes turned red, and her nose felt slightly sour. The scenes of being whipped by Lin Chen flashed in her mind, and the little resentment she had built up at that time completely dissipated. "Master." Liswecki's voice came through, sounding a bit clingy and spoiled. Lin Chen felt goosebumps rise at that spoiled tone. "Speak properly. Do you want to get whipped again?" Liswecki immediately shivered at the thought. Just remembering the piercing pain and the burning sensation from before made her feel uneasy. She didn't want to experience that again. "Master," Swecki knows her mistake. She quickly put away her spoiled demeanor, her tone becoming obedient and docile. "Alright, I'll go take a look outside and talk to you when I return." Lin Chen's tone remained calm. He wasn't a savior. What did zombies have to do with him? At worst, he could hide in the bunker and play poker with women every day. However, that said, he was still very curious about these so-called zombies. He had never encountered such things in his previous life, yet they suddenly appeared in this one. How did they come to be? So Lin Chen decided to go to the city to take a look. After all, he had teleportation and earth escape techniques, which were enough to keep him safe. "Dear, you must be careful." Shin Shirhan, with a worried expression, helped Lin Chen put on his gear. She had just heard Lin Chen mention going to the city to check on the zombies, and her heart had been in turmoil ever since, unable to calm down. Zombies? How could such terrifying things suddenly appear? The sudden drop in temperature had already made life in this apocalypse incredibly difficult, and the emergence of zombies was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. "Why don't we just stay here in the bunker? Even if there are zombies, we won't be afraid," Yilin also advised with a worried face. After all, they had already moved to the mountains, and the bunker was very hidden. Why bother with those zombies? What if something happened to Lin Chen? What would they do? Yilin couldn't imagine life without Lin Chen. He was like their backbone in this apocalypse, and without him, it felt as if the sky would collapse. Tang Wanru also looked anxious and quickly echoed, "I think Lin is right. Why take the risk? We're living quite steadily here. As long as we guard the bunker and prepare defenses, those zombies shouldn't be able to do anything to us. If you go out and something unexpected happens, how will we survive?" As Tang Wanru spoke, her eyes turned red, and her pitiful appearance would soften anyone's heart. Lin Chen looked at the worried women in front of him, feeling a warmth in his heart, but he still shook his head and said firmly, "I know you are worried about me, but the appearance of these zombies is too strange. I must go and find out what's going on, otherwise, we will just be waiting to die in this bunker. Only by understanding them can we better formulate defense strategies and ensure everyone's long-term safety. Don't worry, I will be fine. As soon as I figure things out, I will come back immediately." Shin Shirhan listened to Lin Chen's words, tears welling in her eyes, but she held back from letting them fall. She bit her lip and said softly, "You must keep your word and come back early. We'll be waiting for you here." Yilin also wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and urged, "You must be careful. If you encounter danger, don't be brave, quickly use your magic to come back. We are all hoping for your safety." Tang Wanru then walked over, gently tugging at Lin Chen's clothes, as if trying to grasp the last thread of security, choking back her words, "You must be okay, we can't live without you." Seeing their expressions, Lin Chen felt somewhat moved. There were still people in this world who cared about him. After reassuring them a few times, he left the bunker directly. Whoosh! The cold wind howled as Lin Chen rode the snowmobile, speeding over the thick snow. The heavy snow had stopped, and visibility had improved significantly. The outlines of distant buildings were becoming clearer. The sun had also come out, and the golden sunlight spilled over the vast white land, seemingly raising the temperature quite a bit. Lin Chen sped along and soon arrived in the city. At that moment, he noticed scattered people venturing out With the snow having stopped, these survivors were naturally eager to go out and gather food. After all, in this apocalypse, food was the foundation for survival. The more they collected, the more hope they had for living. Lin Chen, dressed in eye-catching special gear and riding a flashy snowmobile, naturally attracted the attention of many. "Hey, handsome, can you help me?" A woman in her 20s shouted vigorously at Lin Chen. Her hair was a bit messy, her face dirty, but it couldn't hide her youthful and beautiful features as she waved her hand energetically towards him. Lin Chen ignored these people, his gaze merely sweeping over the woman before he looked away, continuing to control the snowmobile as it slowly moved forward. He wasn't a savior and had no obligation to help them. However, Lin Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The heavy snow had stopped, as if heaven had given humanity another chance to survive. But who would have thought that such a big trouble as zombies would appear, akin to seeing a glimmer of hope after emerging from a desperate situation, only to be dragged back into deeper darkness. If these people continued to hide in their rooms, perhaps they could live a little longer. As long as they kept the doors and windows shut, remained quiet, and didn't easily expose their whereabouts, they could barely hold on with the supplies they had stored up. But now, they had chosen to go out. If they encountered zombies, it would likely spell disaster. As Lin Chen thought this, he accelerated the snowmobile, following the route sent to him by Li Sueki. All the while, his eyes remained vigilant, scanning the surrounding environment, not missing any corner that might harbor danger. Who knew if there were zombies lurking in places other than the one already discovered? Although he possessed teleportation and earth escape techniques, he could not afford to be careless. If he stumbled in a gutter, it would be quite the spectacle. Thus, Lin Chen dared not relax his vigilance for a moment. Gripping the handlebars of the snowmobile tightly, always ready to respond to any sudden situation. As he drew closer to the target location, Lin Chen sensed a strange aura, an indescribable feeling of oppression, as if the air around him had grown heavy. Hiss, a growl. Though faint, Lin Chen's keen senses picked it up. He dismounted the vehicle quietly, crouching low, moving stealthily toward the target location like a wary cheetah. Hiss, the sound grew louder. Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened with the increasing volume of the sound, his hand instinctively tightening around the weapon at his waist, prepared for any sudden developments. Finally, he saw a dozen figures wandering in the snow. They moved slowly, their steps mechanical and stiff, their bodies swaying as if they were puppets without control. However, these zombies were somewhat different from the images seen in previous films. The most significant difference was that their bodies showed no signs of decay. After all, at -34 degrees Celsius, corpses could not possibly decompose. From an appearance standpoint, these zombies were not much different from normal humans. If one did not observe closely, it would be easy to mistake them for ordinary survivors. This was undoubtedly bad news, as being unable to distinguish zombies from humans from a distance was extremely dangerous. Now, with zombies appearing so deceptively human-like, it was like a killer hiding in the shadows, difficult to detect. If one saw them from afar and mistakenly thought they were fellow humans, approaching recklessly could lead to a fatal attack. The reason Lin Chen identified these wanderers as zombies rather than humans was that he could see their stiff movements and their hollow, lifeless eyes. He hid behind a building, quietly observing these zombies. Just then, a few more zombies appeared, and upon seeing them, Lin Chen's gaze suddenly sharpened. Special Operations Team? When Lin Chen saw the few zombies that had just appeared, he looked puzzled. He never expected to see the figure of a Special Operations Team among this group of dozens of zombies. How could it be a Special Operations Team? How could a group of only a few dozen zombies have a Special Operations Team? Moreover, Lin Chen counted, and there were exactly 10 Special Operations members, just the right number for a Special Operations Team. This is too strange, Lin Chen muttered to himself, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. After all, this was a fully equipped Special Operations Team. They were all elite soldiers who had undergone rigorous training and possessed strong combat capabilities, each with solid military skills and practical abilities. Unless faced with a large-scale zombie attack, how could they possibly be wiped out? Under normal circumstances, with their skills and weapons, dealing with these dozens of zombies should be a piece of cake. Yet this Special Operations Team had been completely wiped out, and no news had even returned to the base. This morning, another Special Operations Team, after encountering this group of zombies, not only sent news back to the base but also managed to retreat unscathed. That was the performance expected of a Special Operations Team. 10 fully armed Special Operations soldiers, facing dozens of mindless zombies, should at least be able to retreat safely and report the situation back to the base. But now, an entire team had turned into zombies, which was simply illogical. Had the zombies undergone a new mutation, gaining stronger attack or infection capabilities? Or had this special operations team encountered some other special situation that left them powerless to resist, ultimately turning them into these mindless creatures? Lin Shen felt that something was off, but he couldn't sort out his thoughts at the moment. He only felt increasingly that there was a huge secret hidden behind the appearance of these zombies. Then Lin Shen took out his phone, preparing to take pictures of all these zombies, thinking it would be good to keep some visual records so he could show everyone at the base later, allowing them to have a more intuitive understanding of these zombies, especially those involved in research and strategy formulation, who might be able to analyze something useful from it. But after fiddling with his phone for a while, he couldn't help but complain, the pixel quality is just too low. The distance was a bit far, and the details of those zombies couldn't be captured clearly. All he could see in the images were vague figures wandering in the snow, far from the effect he wanted. I should have brought some professional equipment, Lin Shen muttered to himself. The Jinghai base definitely had professional filming equipment, but he had come in such a hurry that he hadn't thought that far ahead. Now, he could only manage to take a rough shot. After taking the pictures, Lin Shen looked at the dozens of zombies still wandering in the snow, and his gaze instantly turned cold and resolute. He then waved his hand, and a dimensional rift appeared among the zombies. The rift seemed like a dark mouth from another dimension, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura, with the surrounding air seemingly distorted by it. It was the S-class skill, Dimensional Devour. Lin Shen didn't know if there were other zombies lurking nearby, but since he had seen these zombies, he could not allow them to remain in this world any longer. After all, the infectiousness of zombies was extremely terrifying. It could be said to grow exponentially. Don't be fooled by the fact that there were only dozens in front of him. In a few days, they could evolve into hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of zombies, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Lin Shen unhesitatingly banished these zombies into the dimensional rift. Although he didn't know if these zombies would survive in the dimensional rift, he thought, who cares? As long as they won't temporarily appear in this world and threaten the safety of everyone in the base, that's enough. Hiss, one by one, the zombies were swallowed by the dimensional rift. The closest zombie to the edge of the rift, with its hollow eyes, stared blankly ahead, completely unaware of the impending doom. Its stiff body was being pulled by an invisible force, its feet futilely kicking in the snow, trying to find a foothold, but the snow was too slippery, leaving only shallow traces. As the rift's pull grew stronger, its upper body gradually sank into the darkness, its arms flailing helplessly in the air, fingers spasming as they curled and stretched. Finally, with a whoosh, it disappeared completely, leaving only an irregular depression in the snow as proof of its existence. Next to it, another zombie tilted its head, its neck twisted at a strange angle, seemingly trying to resist this force. However, all of this was in vain. The space around the rift seemed to be crumpled, the air became thick, and its legs felt as if they were sinking into a quagmire, dragged inch by inch toward the abyss. The remaining zombies were not spared either. Within just a few dozen seconds, dozens of zombies were swept clean by the dimensional rift, and the snow returned to its previous calm. If it weren't for the chaotic footprints and scattered debris, it would be hard to imagine what had just transpired here. Lin Shen stood by, coldly watching everything until the last zombie vanished. After carefully surveying the surroundings to confirm there were no overlooked zombies and no unusual sounds, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. However, he knew in his heart that this only temporarily resolved the immediate issue. The reasons for the zombies' appearance, whether they would reappear in large numbers, and the situation regarding those mutations all needed further investigation. The emergence of these zombies was too strange, especially that entire special operations team. The urgent task was to return to the base quickly, inform Liswecki of the situation here, and have her lead the researchers to conduct in-depth studies based on the footage and descriptions he had taken. With that thought, Lin Shen turned and walked toward the place where the snowmobiles were parked, preparing to hurry back to the base. Master. In the governor's office of the Jinghai base, Liswecki knelt on the carpet, respectfully looking at Lin Shen. Lin Shen took out the footage he had captured and handed it to Liswecki, saying, "Take a look at this, these zombies are completely different from what we previously understood. Not only is their appearance hard to distinguish, but an entire special operations team has also turned into zombies. There must be a huge secret hidden within this." Liswecki took the phone, carefully examining the footage, her face growing paler. She gasped, murmuring, How is this possible? The Special Operations Team. Liswecki knew well the combat capabilities of the Special Operations Team. They were well equipped and well trained, playing a crucial role in the base's defense system. Now, to think they had all turned into zombies was an overwhelming shock. Lin Chen continued, have the scientists in the base take a look at this and figure out what's going on. In fact, Lin Chen had the capability to bring back a zombie for the researchers to study, whether it was alive or dead. But he did not do so. Who knew how those viruses were transmitted? Not doing anything would mean not dying. If the base's protective measures were inadequate and the virus spread, the entire base would fall into an irretrievable state. Li Sueki quickly nodded in response, yes, master, I will take care of it right away. I will have the scientists study it as soon as possible, and I will report to you as soon as there are results. In a spacious conference room, more than a dozen researchers in white lab coats were seated, and Li Sueki stood at the front, her expression serious. Everyone, take a look at this. This is the footage I just obtained. Li Sueki projected the footage captured by Lin Chen onto the screen, then operated the remote control to start the video. The lights in the conference room dimmed slightly, and all eyes focused intently on the large screen. As the video began to play, the room fell silent at first, but soon erupted into a cacophony of gasps and questions. Is this a zombie? Academician Lee had a look of disbelief on his face. He pushed up his glasses and leaned closer to the screen, seemingly trying to see more clearly. As a seasoned expert who had been researching in the field for many years, he had always thought that zombies were merely elements of horror fiction, products of people's imaginations. But now, the real images were right in front of him, completely overturning his previous understanding. Impossible, how can this be? Professor Zhang, equally esteemed as academician Li, exclaimed loudly. In his view, such a violation of natural laws should not exist in the real world. It shattered the scientific framework he was familiar with, leaving him momentarily unable to accept it. That's just something fabricated. In movies, how could it possibly exist in the world? A younger researcher echoed, his eyes filled with confusion. What do they live on? Or rather, how do they gain energy? People are already dead, how can they? A group of researchers looked bewildered, their expressions a mix of confusion and shock, as if staunch materialists had suddenly encountered a ghost, their worldview severely shaken. Zombies? How could such legendary creatures possibly exist? The older researchers pressed their hands against their chests, trying to calm their wildly beating hearts. They had traversed the research field for many years, believing they had seen all sorts of strange phenomena, but compared to the zombies before them, those past experiences seemed trivial. At this moment, their eyes were filled with confusion, and they kept muttering, this defies logic, people are dead, how can they still move and attack others? Which scientific law does this violate? The younger researchers were no better off. Their once vibrant faces, filled with an insatiable curiosity for science, were now marked by fear and panic. Some sat dazed in their chairs, staring blankly ahead as if their souls had left their bodies. Others paced back and forth in the conference room, hands gesturing wildly as they tried to alleviate their inner anxiety, mumbling, there must be something wrong, maybe it's a prank, a deliberately synthesized image to scare us. But deep down, they knew that such self-comfort was far too forced. The zombie images on the screen were so real, so chillingly authentic. A stifling, intense atmosphere enveloped the entire conference room, and everyone fell into a brief state of bewilderment. Only one young researcher sitting in the corner had an expression different from the other's terror. He leaned slightly forward, fists clenched tightly, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, a strange light flickering in the depths of his gaze. This person was Wang Yan, the close disciple of academician Li. At this moment, Wang Yan felt a hint of excitement. His heart raced uncontrollably, and his cheeks flushed slightly with exhilaration, standing in stark contrast to the pale faces of those around him. Because he recognized one person on the screen. No, he recognized a zombie. Team leader Wu. A few days ago, he had placed a tube of research samples that should have been sealed on the vehicle of Team Wu. That day, Team Wu did not return, and Wang Yan felt that it might be related to that tube of samples. However, at that time, the base did not seem to take this matter seriously and did not investigate why Team Wu had not returned, so Wang Yan naturally did not know what had happened. But now, seeing Team Wu on the screen, along with the lifeless expressions of his teammates, a bold guess quickly took root in Wang Yan's mind. Could it be that tube of samples? Wang Yan furrowed his brows, his eyes revealing tension and contemplation, his heart churning like a stormy sea. At this moment, after the initial shock and chaos, the researchers gradually regained their composure. Ahem, academician Li cleared his throat, instantly attracting everyone's attention. He slowly stood up, supporting himself on the table, and after calmly scanning the crowd, he said, everyone, it seems the world has changed, we can no longer view it with our previous perspective. Since zombies have appeared before our eyes, it indicates that there are mysterious forces or unknown factors at play in this world that we have yet to fully understand. As researchers, we must quickly clarify the principles behind this and find ways to cope. This concerns the survival of the base and even the lives of everyone in the world. What Lee said is right, Professor Zhang immediately echoed, adjusting his glasses as he continued. Weren't we also skeptical about the existence of mutated monsters and supernatural abilities before? But later, they appeared in reality, and we had no choice but to accept and study them. The situation with zombies is the same. We must abandon our preconceived notions and analyze them from a scientific perspective. No matter how difficult the process may be, we must try. Hearing the two leaders speak, the others nodded in agreement, and the chaotic atmosphere in the conference room gradually dissipated. Seeing that everyone had focused their attention, Academician Lee continued, does everyone remember the sea-level mutated monster we studied before? At that time, we extracted the energy factor of resurrection from that mutated monster's body. Perhaps the appearance of these zombies is related to the mutated monster. If we had been able to continue our research back then, we might have figured out why these zombies appeared, unfortunately, later. As he spoke, Academician Lee glanced at Lee Sweki, a hint of barely perceptible blame flashing in his eyes. If it hadn't been for Li Shintong suddenly killing that mutated monster for evolution and then not allowing them to continue their research, perhaps they would have more clues now regarding the appearance of zombies, instead of being as confused as they were. By the way, where is Li Shintong? Academician Lee suddenly thought, with such a big incident happening, the base governor had not shown up? Sweki, where is the governor? Academician Lee looked directly at Lee Sweki, his eyes filled with confusion and a hint of dissatisfaction. Lee Sweki replied expressionlessly and in a stiff tone, Dad is currently in seclusion for cultivation. Academician Lee frowned but said nothing. After all, Li Shintong was essentially the emperor of the base, and no one could control him. At that moment, a researcher suddenly stood up and said, but I still can't understand why an entire special operations team was wiped out. Wait? The people present were suddenly taken aback by the researcher's words, and the conference room, which had just been filled with lively discussions, fell silent in an instant. They had been so shocked that they hadn't even noticed the detail of the Special Forces team members turning into zombies in the video. After the reminder, everyone looked at the sluggish zombies on the screen, their stiff movements and hollow gazes momentarily leaving them at a loss. All eyes were tightly fixed on the screen, filled with disbelief. 1, 2, 3. Someone instinctively began to count the Special Forces members on the screen. 10. When the final number was shouted out, the entire conference room felt as if a heavy bomb had been dropped, instantly erupting into chaos. A whole Special Forces team. The researchers exclaimed almost in unison, each one thoroughly shocked. A complete Special Forces team, after layers of selection and rigorous training, had been completely wiped out. How could this be possible? Sweki, is this news from that team? Academician Lee asked urgently, his gaze fixed on Lee Sweki. Did they mention the process of the zombie attack on them? Lee Sweki's expression was slightly heavy as she slowly shook her head and said, this news did not come from that team. They lost contact a few days ago and haven't sent any messages back. It was a routine team that encountered this small group of zombies today and relayed the information. What? The crowd was even more shocked by Lee Sweki's words. They had originally thought that only this Special Forces team had encountered zombies and failed to escape, but unexpectedly, they had lost contact long ago, and it was another team that discovered this situation by chance. What had this Special Forces team experienced during those days of being out of contact? Had they suddenly encountered a large-scale zombie attack, or had they faced some other terrifying change that prevented them from sending out a distress signal, leading to their complete downfall? A sound of gasping filled the conference room as everyone exchanged glances, fear evident in each person's eyes. This Special Forces team had not only been completely wiped out, but they hadn't even had time to send back a message. It was terrifying. Could it be that the zombies had undergone some mutation, possessing a special ability that caused people to lose their resistance instantly? At this moment, everyone realized that perhaps the crisis brought by the suddenly appearing zombies was far more serious and complex than they had imagined. They had previously thought that as long as they analyzed the basic characteristics of the zombies and found a way to deal with them, it shouldn't be too difficult, but now it seemed that nothing was that simple. For a time, the conference room fell into a dead silence. After a long while, Academician Lee finally spoke slowly. Sweki, I suggest we temporarily refrain from sending anyone out again. Although I don't know why you and your father are so determined to move the vault during this time, a huge crisis is now right in front of us. Academician Lee stared intently at Lee Sweki, his eyes filled not only with concern but also with a hint of dissatisfaction and blame. He had always had significant objections to the Lee family's power grab. The once well-managed base was now in their control, turned into chaos. The distribution of various Resources was no longer guided by the overall development of the base and the survival needs of everyone, but seemed to serve their private desires, which had built up a lot of resentment in someone like Academician Lee, who only cared about research and the stability of the base. Upon hearing Academician Lee's words, Lee Sweki's gaze turned slightly cold. A surge of anger rose within her. If it weren't for his position as the chief scientist of the base, she would have scolded him long ago. Whether to move the vault was something a mere academician could decide? No matter what dangers appeared outside, as long as Lin Shen didn't call it off, Lee Sweki wouldn't dare to unilaterally stop the operation of moving the vault, nor would she even dare to bring it up in front of Lin Shen. That whipping certainly made her grow a lot. First of all, whether or not to go out is not something you can decide, Lee Sweki said coldly, looking at Academician Lee with eyes as chilling as winter ice, making one shiver. She straightened her back, standing there, exuding an undeniable authority. Although still young, at this moment she had a presence that could command the entire room. Secondly, the reason I asked you all to come today is to have you research the reasons behind the appearance of these zombies and propose effective countermeasures. We all know that the emergence of zombies has threatened everyone's safety, and as the core scientific force of the base, you should focus all your energy on this matter, rather than interfering in decisions that are not your concern. Upon hearing Lee Sweki's words, Academician Lee's face suddenly turned somewhat ugly. He opened his mouth, seemingly wanting to refute, but looking at Lee Sweki's cold and firm attitude, he swallowed the words back down. A seasoned veteran, Academician Lee had experienced many storms. He knew that the times had changed. If he insisted on arguing with Lee Sweki now, it would likely not end well for him. He had been through similar scenes more than once. However, the younger Professor Zhang beside him did not think so much. As a representative of the academic faction, he despised bureaucratic styles the most. Miss Lee, I cannot agree with your thoughts. Professor Zhang stood up, looking directly at Lee Sweki, his eyes revealing a hint of stubbornness and dissatisfaction. Do you know what we researchers fear the most? Professor Zhang raised his voice slightly and continued, what we fear the most is being directed by outsiders. We have been struggling in the field of scientific research for so many years, aiming to use our expertise to explore the unknown and solve problems. But now, it seems that many decisions at the base do not take our professional opinions seriously at all. Take this matter of going out. Clearly the zombie crisis is so severe, yet you insist on moving some vaults. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? What we should be doing now is to focus on researching zombies and ensuring the safety of the base, rather than engaging in risky and meaningless tasks. As soon as Professor Zhang finished speaking, the atmosphere in the conference room became even more tense, and many people were sweating for him. Standing up to the leadership, bold. Lee Sweki slowly turned her head, looking at Professor Zhang with a blank expression, and said lightly, so, according to your esteemed opinion, Professor Zhang, we can study the secrets of zombies and find countermeasures by huddling in the base? Her voice was not loud, but it carried a strong sense of pressure. We. Professor Zhang was momentarily at a loss for words. They only had the limited footage in front of them. Research? What research? Professor Zhang's face turned red, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He awkwardly adjusted his glasses, trying to calm himself down, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed the turmoil in his heart. He knew that his previous words were indeed a bit impulsive, but now that the words were out, it was too late to take them back. He could only brace himself and continue to stand firm. We can try to capture some zombies for research. As long as we take sufficient protective measures, it might not be impossible to succeed. Lee Sweki scoffed, raising an eyebrow, her tone slightly mocking as she said, well then, the task of capturing zombies will be entrusted to you, Professor Zhang. Professor Zhang's face turned pale upon hearing Lee Sweki's words. He did not expect her to so directly throw this task at him. Originally, he was just dissatisfied with the rule of the Lee father and daughter, but now he found himself in a difficult position. Lee Sweki looked at the embarrassed Professor Zhang, the corners of her mouth slightly lifting, sketching a barely perceptible arc. What's wrong, Professor Zhang? Do you feel incapable of handling this task? Or do you have some concerns? Rest assured, I, an outsider, will not interfere with your actions. Everything will be according to your arrangements. Listening to Lee Sweki's words, Professor Zhang's old face turned white and then red. At this moment, he regretted his earlier impulsiveness. But in front of so many people, how could he back down? As a representative of the academic faction, if he admitted defeat now, how could he hold his head high in front of everyone in the future? Professor Zhang could only brace himself and say, alright, I will take on this task, but I need some time to prepare, to select suitable personnel, and to prepare the necessary protective and capturing tools. The other researchers shook their heads secretly upon hearing Professor Zhang's words, thinking he was pushing himself into a fire pit. Everyone was well aware that capturing zombies was a matter of life and death. If things went wrong, not only would the task fail, but they could also lose their lives. They had just witnessed the power of the zombies from the Special Forces team's encounter. Even with thorough preparation, facing those mysterious and unknown zombies would likely be a life-threatening situation. Academician Lee also shook his head secretly, thinking that young Jean was still too impulsive, only wanting to express his thoughts without considering the consequences. Now, it was too late to regret. He could only hope that he would truly prepare thoroughly and not lose his life in the process. At the same time, he also hoped that if Zhang could really bring back zombie samples, it might be a turning point for the research. With that thought, the old professor picked up a thermos cup in front of him and slowly took a sip of hot water, appearing indifferent. This world should be left to the young to stir up. The old professor sighed slightly, silently thinking to himself. He still wanted to live a few more years. Lee Sweki scanned the crowd, probably guessing their thoughts, and a hint of disdain curved her lips. A scholar's rebellion, 3 years without success. She did not take these people seriously at all. However, Lee Sweki also knew that science was a sword. If used well, it could be a great help. Professor Zhang, since you have taken on this task, you must hurry to prepare. The safety of the base cannot wait too long. I hope you won't disappoint everyone. Lee Sweki looked at Professor Zhang, her tone still somewhat cold, but with a hint of seriousness. If Professor Zhang could successfully complete the task, it would indeed be a good thing. Professor Zhang sensed the seriousness in Lee Sweki's words. He knew the responsibility was heavy and quickly responded, Miss Lee, rest assured, I will do my utmost to prepare as soon as possible and strive to bring back zombie samples to open a breakthrough for the research work. Whether it was a matter of pride or factional struggle, the most important thing now was to capture a zombie. Professor Zhang was very clear that previously, everyone had their own opinions, which were mixed with personal emotions and positions, but now was not the time to dwell on those. The appearance of zombies had already shattered the original calm of the base, becoming a sharp blade hanging over everyone's heads, ready to fall at any moment and bring disaster. Only by truly obtaining zombie samples could they delve into their secrets, understand what caused their existence, what sustains their life, and how to restrain them. This was the key to resolving the crisis at hand. In the conference room, everyone had also restrained the expressions of dissatisfaction and worry on their faces. After all, this matter concerned everyone's life and death. Subsequently, Lee Sweki discussed some details with everyone, and only after every detail was arranged did she leave the conference room. Master. In the governor's office, Lee Sweki respectfully held the ashtray, reporting to Lin Shen all the details of what had happened in the conference room, no matter how trivial. Lin Shen sat behind the large desk, one hand holding a cigar, while the other gently tapped the tabletop. Is it related to the mutated monsters? Lin Shen squinted slightly, murmuring to himself. A substance that can bring the dead back to life? Lin Shen repeated this key information, his brow involuntarily furrowing. At that moment, he recalled the first mutated monster he had encountered. It was at the plastic surgery hospital, where he was looking for prosthetics when he suddenly came across the mutated monster. If it hadn't been for his strong equipment, he might have been done for right then. In the end, he blew that mutated monster to pieces, but for some reason, it came back to life and found its way to the neighborhood. The result was that he burned it completely, which also allowed Jian Yong, that lucky guy, to obtain what might be the first crystal core in human history. Lin Shen took a puff of his cigar and slowly exhaled a smoke ring, which gradually dispersed in the air. He flicked the ash from the cigar, and Lee Sweki quickly steadied the ashtray to receive it, the ash landing steadily inside. This series of actions was so practiced, so seamless, that it had become a reflex. It was skilled enough to be heart-wrenching. After a while, Lin Shen finally spoke again, don't move the vaults for the time being. Now, Lin Shen regarded the Jinghai base as his private property, naturally wanting to avoid unnecessary sacrifices. Lee Sweki was slightly taken aback. She hadn't expected Lin Shen to make such a sudden decision, as the transportation of the vaults had always been a top priority. However, she didn't dare to ask further, only respectfully responding, yes, master. Lin Shen continued, mark out all the remaining bank vaults in Jinghai City and the locations of various hospitals, big and small. Although he wouldn't let others go out, the act of scavenging cash couldn't stop. That wasn't just money, it was skill fruits, weapons, and equipment. Moreover, the zombies were still in a small, limited scale, and he had time to do these things. If the zombies formed a larger scale, it would be a huge problem, and it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky to go out and scavenge then. So Lin Chen planned to take action himself to scour all the major vaults while the zombie crisis had not yet completely spiraled out of control. At the same time, he needed to clean up the mutated monsters. After the Jianyang incident, Lin Chen had been busy organizing various matters at the Jinghai base, and the cleanup of the mutated monsters had temporarily stopped. But now that he knew the appearance of zombies might be related to the mutated monsters, Lin Chen naturally had to put this matter back on the agenda. Although it was still uncertain whether it was truly related to the mutated monsters, collecting more crystal cores would still be beneficial. After arranging everything and outlining a series of countermeasures, Lin Chen prepared to leave. At that moment, Li Sueki suddenly hugged Lin Chen's thigh, rubbing her small head against him. "Master, you haven't." Lin Chen looked down at Li Sueki, who was clutching his thigh, and frowned slightly before tearing off her clothes. A waft of roasted meat aroma spread out. Lin Chen pressed the cigar firmly against Li Sueki's chest. "Ah!" Li Sueki moaned in pain, her voice filled with grievance and agony, her body trembling slightly from the hurt. Lin Chen, however, looked at her indifferently and even curiously said, "Come on, show me your skills." Li Sueki cast him a resentful glance, and then a soft, holy light began to emanate from her body. The light initially appeared as scattered specks, gradually gathering and growing brighter, enveloping her entirely. Under the illumination of that sacred light, her face, which had been slightly pale from pain, seemed to be coated with a layer of divine radiance. Miraculously, the burn mark that Lin Chen had left on her chest gradually disappeared under the embrace of the holy light, her skin returning to its former smoothness as if the injury had never occurred. Li Sueki let out a slight sigh of relief, the earlier pain vanished, replaced by a sense of pleasure. It was a twisted and complex feeling, as if her body, after experiencing the extreme tug of pain and healing, had gained a different, almost morbid delight from it. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow at this scene, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes, as if he had discovered an amusing toy. Then, in the face of Li Sueki's fearful gaze, he lit the cigar again. Li Sueki's face slowly turned pale, her body instinctively shrinking back, her eyes filled with terror. "Hiding?" Lin Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze suddenly sharp. "Who told you to hide? Weren't you enjoying it just now?" Lin Chen's lips curled into a faint, elusive smile, his voice laced with mockery. As he spoke, he slowly approached Li Sueki with the cigar, the glowing tip radiating a scorching heat, as if it were about to touch her skin at any moment. With no choice, Li Sueki bit her lip tightly, closed her eyes, and stood rigidly in place, not daring to flinch. However, the imagined pain did not come. Lin Chen took a puff of the cigar and then touched Li Sueki's slightly flushed cheek, a stark contrast to his earlier oppressive demeanor. "Ah, alright, just teasing you. I'm not a pervert." Li Sueki quietly sighed in relief, the tension in her nerves finally easing, and then she clung to Lin Chen's thigh again, playfully shaking it and pouting, "Master, you scared me just now." Lin Chen smiled and said nothing, simply reaching out to gently pat Li Sueki's head, as if comforting her. However, he suddenly thought of a certain mummy. Guangda Bank, Jinghai Branch. Pudong Development Bank, Jinghai Branch. China Merchants Bank, Jinghai Branch. Lin Chen searched through each bank according to the addresses Li Sueki provided. Then, he cleared out the mutated monsters in the hospitals. 3rd People's Hospital. 5th People's Hospital. 6th People's Hospital. With Lin Chen's current combat power, it was basically a one-hit kill. He fought from day to night. When the night fell like ink over the land, Lin Chen returned to the bunker laden with spoils. As soon as he stepped into the bunker, the women surrounded him, their eyes filled with awe and flattery. A wicked smile played on Lin Chen's lips as he scanned the crowd, quickly settling on a familiar figure. Gao Wu. At this moment, under Li Sueki's treatment, Gao Wu had fully recovered. Dressed in women's clothing, Gao Wu's outfit was tailored perfectly, accentuating his now relatively slender body curve. A long mane of hair cascaded smoothly over the shoulders, and the fair complexion surprisingly exuded a hint of delicacy, while the heroic spirit in the brows and eyes was cleverly concealed. To be honest, in such attire, Gao Wu truly possessed a unique charm. Lin Chen stepped forward, slowly circling around Gao Wu, sizing him up from head to toe. Gao Wu slightly lowered his head, unable to meet Lin Chen's direct gaze. Lin Chen smirked and said, "I didn't expect that wearing women's clothes would make you look like a different person." With that, he reached out and gently lifted Gao Wu's chin, forcing him to raise his head to meet his gaze. "So, may I ask if you are ready to accept the punishment of fate?" After a month of rebirth, he could finally take revenge on this former enemy from his past life. "Kneel." Gao Wu was taken aback, then obediently knelt before Lin Chen. He lowered his head, his hair covering most of his face, making It hard to see his expression at that moment. Follow me. Lin Chen turned and strode toward the bedroom. Gao Wu gritted his teeth, using both hands and feet, following behind Lin Chen like a little dog, crawling toward the bedroom. The surrounding women dared not make a sound. Gao Wu was like a forbidden presence. Soon, the two disappeared into the bedroom. The bedroom door slammed shut with a bang. Lin Chen looked at Gao Wu kneeling on the floor and felt a sense of satisfaction. Do you know how long I've waited for this day? Everything you did to me in your past life, every moment of pain, I will make you repay it double. With that, a whip slowly appeared in his hand. The whip of the soul. Finally, he could take his revenge. Lin Chen slowly walked toward Gao Wu. The end.